Yi Waner walked home with the meat, attracting the attention of many villagers along the way. You see, Yi Waner's family has never been well off. Her eldest brother is an apprentice in the county and has not yet completed his training. Although his meals and lodging are covered, he cannot help with family work and doesn't earn any wages. He still has to give gifts to his master during festivals. Her second brother is still studying at a private school, and the tuition and gifts for festivals are also a significant expense. So, Yuana usually lives very frugally and rarely buys meat unless it's a holiday. Even during the New Year, she has never bought this much meat. Soon, someone approached to chat. Lana, that piece of meat looks great. It's even fatter than the one at my house. I'm just glad I could buy it. I arrived late, and the pork belly was already sold out. Warner, why did you buy ribs? Everyone should be buying pork belly. Exactly, ribs are thin and bony. Pork belly is a better deal. Yuaner proudly replied, I didn't buy it. You all know me. I'm too stingy to spend. Everyone laughed at her self-deprecating joke. But if she didn't buy it, then where did all this meat come from? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Yuaner proudly said, This is a gift from my nephew. Is that true? Are you trying to trick me? Yuana said, Look closely, this pork belly weighs over 2 pounds, and the ribs are 3 pounds, all from good cuts. Together, they must be worth at least 200 coins. It's not harvest time yet, and we can barely afford food at home. Even if I wanted to buy it, I couldn't. Did your nephew send you all this? The other women looked at her with envy. Of course. He saved the best for me. I said I didn't want it, but he insisted, saying I helped him sell deer meat, so I deserved it. What help did I really give him? I just talked a bit. He's too kind. Warner, you really made a good match. Even though they come from outside the borders, this family seems to be quite respectable. Honestly, your big nephew is quite capable, bringing back so much on his own. Yuana was usually a very low-key person, especially since she had married a man who moved in with her family. To avoid gossip, she rarely shared her family's matters with the villagers. Today, she was walking around the village with the meat to speak well of the Yi family. Now that she had achieved her goal, after praising Yi Laoda a few times with the others, she happily took the meat home. She had already planned how to cook the 2 pieces of meat. Tonight, she would prepare the pork belly to satisfy her husband and son, saving a bowl to take to her eldest son in the county tomorrow. As for the ribs, she would hang them in the well when she got home and take them to the city tomorrow to give to her eldest son's teacher. This was definitely a respectable gift. After that, she would stroll around the city to see what else she could buy to bring back for the Yi family. The Yi family knew how to treat others, and she couldn't fall short. Mutual respect is the key to lasting relationships. Yi Laoda had no idea that Yuaner had been praising him in the village. After cleaning up the yard, he returned home with a box of coins and poured the copper coins onto the bed with a clatter. Excited, Yi Laoda shouted, Wife, come and count the money. Before Yi Deseo could come over, Qingtian had already rushed to the bed and asked, Dad, how do we count it? Can Qingtian count? Yi Laoda lifted his daughter onto the bed and placed a handful of coins in front of her. Mr. Wei taught me, Qingtian said, pushing the coins around. 1, 2, 3, 10. She would count from 1 to 10 and Mr. Wei hadn't taught her beyond that. Sister Yi came over just in time to hear this and kissed Qingtian, saying, Our Qingtian is really smart. She remembers so clearly what Mr. Wei taught her. Come on, Qingtian, help your parents count the money, Yi Laoda said with a big smile. Sister Yi heard this, poked Yi Laoda on the forehead, and playfully scolded. What's wrong with you? Have you never seen money before? It's not your first time hunting. This is unexpected money. Of course I'm happy. Yi Laoda replied, dividing the coins into 3 piles. Let's count together. Yi Laoda had been smiling all day, his spirits high. Although he never showed it, the fact that Sister Yi sold a recipe for 50 taels of silver had put a lot of pressure on him. Back when they were outside the pass, Yi Laoda was one of the best hunters in the village, so the Yi family often had meat to eat and could sell the extra for money. But now that they had entered the pass, The environment around Rongshi village was unfamiliar to him, and he wasn't sure if he could still catch game. Especially now that they had Qing Tian, Yi Laoda felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Being able to catch this stag today not only showed that there were still plenty of animals to hunt in the mountains around Rongshi village, but it also proved that he could still provide a good life for his wife and daughter. So, even though it wasn't his first time making money from hunting, this money felt different to Yi Laoda. However, he kept these thoughts to himself. These things were for men to bear alone. The three of them sat happily on the kong counting the money. Sister Yi took the opportunity to teach Qing Tian, saying, "Every time you count 10 coins, put them in one pile. 10 small piles together make 100 coins. 10 hundreds together make 1 tael, which can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver." To help Qing Tian, the couple counted in groups of 10. In the end, they counted a total of 2 taels and an extra 2 or 300 coins. Sister Yi tied the 2 taels together with a string and placed them in a locked box. Then she took out 10 coins and put them in Qing Tian's little pouch, patting her on the back. "Qing Tian, you did a great job helping your parents count the money today. This is your reward. Save it to buy some candy." Since joining Yi Laoda and his wife, Qing Tian had never gone without food or anything else. This was her first time having her own money. She was so happy that she kept her little hands tightly on her pouch, as if the coins would fly away if she lifted them. Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo couldn't help but laugh at her cute behavior. Yi Laoda said, "Our Qing Tian is quite the little money lover." "There's nothing wrong with being a little money lover," Yi Deseo quickly defended her daughter. "If she's a little money lover, she'll save more money, and life will get better." Right. Yi Laoda agreed eagerly. The remaining coins were put in a box by Yi Deseo and tucked away in the kongqin for occasional use at home. Although they made a good amount from selling the deer meat, that wasn't the main profit. The most valuable parts of the deer were actually the skin and antlers. There was no rush to sell the antlers, but the skin needed to be processed quickly. Yi Laoda discussed with Yi Deseo, "Tomorrow, I'll ask at my aunt's place to find someone skilled to tan the deer skin. What do you think?" Freshly skinned hides cannot be used directly for clothing or bedding. They need to be tanned first to become usable. Tanned hides are softer, the fur is more durable, and they last longer. Having hunted for many years, Yi Laoda knew a bit about tanning hides and could manage to make bedding for his family. However, this deer skin was meant for the Qin family, and his skills weren't quite enough for that. To ensure the skin was properly treated, Yi Laoda decided to spend money to hire a skilled person for the job. "All right, you handle it," Yi Deseo said without objections. "The money is in the box. Take it if you need it." Earlier, they had spent much more time counting the money to keep Qing Tian entertained. So, after Yi Deseo finished counting, she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Normally, Qing Tian would follow her like a little shadow. But today, Qing Tian ran off after saying she wanted to play. Yi Deseo felt a bit disappointed. Why was her daughter suddenly not sticking to her? Yi Laoda understood and said, with money in her pocket, she must be going to buy some candy. Yi Deseo immediately worried. Oh no, she can't go out alone. What if she runs into those troublemakers in the village or Manhwa? "All right, you go cook. I'll follow her and keep an eye on her." Yi Laoda reassured Yi Deseo and quietly followed behind Qing Tian. On a sunny day, the little puppy noticed Yi Laoda with great alertness. It turned its head, saw it was someone from its family, and then turned back to follow Qing Tian's steps. Although Yi Laoda had agreed to let Qing Tian bring the puppy home, he had been too busy lately to pay much attention to it. Usually, it was Yi Deseo who casually fed it. Yi Laoda only knew that the puppy liked to follow Qing Tian, and when Chunhua bullied Qing Tian before, it even rushed in to bite Chunhua's backside. Today, following behind, Yi Laoda realized that the puppy was quite interesting. Qing Tian was young and walked slowly, so the puppy kept pace beside her, neither falling behind nor rushing ahead, unlike most puppies that would run off to sniff around. Moreover, the puppy was always aware of its surroundings. Whenever someone passed by, it would watch them closely until they were far away. Yi Laoda found this curious. It was the first time he had seen such a sensible dog. It seemed like it should be well taken care of. Once the puppy grew up, it would be like Qing Tian's personal guard. In Romshi village, there was a small shop run by the Wang family. The shopkeeper was named Wang Fugue, but usually his wife, Lu Shi, handled the sales. The shop didn't sell much, just the usual cooking essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and some non-perishable daily items. People only came to buy things when they were in a hurry. Otherwise, they would go to the county town for their needs. Typically, such village shops also helped sell items for others. If someone in the village couldn't go to the county, they could pay a little extra, and Wang Fugue would buy things for them when he went to the city. The Wang shop was not far from home, so even though Qing Tian walked slowly, she quickly arrived. She leaned against the door frame, trying hard to lift her leg over the threshold to enter. At that moment, there were no other customers in the shop, just Lu Shi sitting inside, munching on sunflower seeds. When she saw Qing Tian enter, she didn't get up but asked, "What do you want to buy?" Qing Tian had thought about it on the way and softly replied, "Auntie, I want to buy some candy." "What kind of candy?" Lu Shi, hearing Qing Tian speak so politely, spat out the seed shell from her mouth, got up, and said, "I have rock candy and sesame candy here." "How much is the sesame candy?" Qing Tian cautiously asked. She had eaten candy before, but this was her first time hearing about sesame candy, and she wasn't sure if the 10 coins in her pocket would be enough. Lu Shi took a piece of sesame candy from the jar to show Qing Tian and asked, "It's 2 pieces for 1 coin. How many do you want?" Hearing the price, Qing Tian felt relieved and counted on her fingers, saying, "Auntie, I want 5 coins worth." However, Lu Shi didn't immediately give her the candy. Instead, she asked, "Do you have money?" After all, it was rare for village children to come with even 1 or 2 coins. Qing Tian looked so young that Lu Shi worried she might not have any money at all. "I have money," Qing Tian quickly said, pulling out 5 coins from her pouch and placing them on the table in front of Lu Shi. "Where did you get this money? You didn't steal it from home, did you?" Lu Shi asked, noticing that Qing Tian had more than just 5 coins in her pouch and feeling suspicious. Qing Tian knew stealing was wrong and hurriedly replied, "Auntie, I didn't steal it. My mom just gave it to me." Lu Shi frowned and said, "Why would your mom give you so much money at an ordinary time?" Qing Tian was too young to fully understand and got flustered by Lu Shi's questions, her little face turning red. Seeing this, Lu Shi became even more suspicious that she had taken the money from home to buy candy. "You should go back. If you want candy, let your parents come with you to buy it." Yi Laoda, who had been outside, couldn't help but come in and said, "Qing Tian." "Dad." Qing Tian, seeing Yi Laoda enter, didn't question why he was there and pouted, reaching out her arms for a hug. Yi Laoda bent down to pick up Qing Tian and said to Lu Shi, "This is my daughter. She's not the kind of child who steals money. We sold deer meat today, so her mom gave her some coins to buy candy." "Oh, it's you, Yi Laoda?" Lu Shi suddenly became warm and friendly. "You're really capable. My son also went to your house to buy deer meat and hasn't come back yet." Then she added a bit shyly, "Oh, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that in the past, some children stole money to buy candy and their parents came to me upset, so I asked a few extra questions." Yi Laoda understood her concern, as similar incidents had happened in the past when they were outside the village. "It's okay, as long as we clear things up." Lu took out a yellowed piece of paper and grabbed 10 pieces of sesame candy from the jar, adding half a piece and saying, "This broken piece is for you as a bonus." "Thank you, Auntie," Qing Tian said obediently. As Lu wrapped the sesame candy, she praised, "Your daughter is really well-behaved and polite." Hearing Lu compliment his daughter, Yi Laoda's face instantly lit up with joy. He humbly replied, "She's all right. She is quite well-behaved." Lu curiously asked, "You came from outside the pass. Are you getting used to living in the village now?" "The village is pretty good. There's nothing I'm not used to," Yi Laoda said. "Everyone is saying how impressive you are. It's been a long time since anyone brought back so many game animals. I'm just lucky. "It's nothing special," Yi Laoda modestly replied. Lu handed the sesame candy to Qing Tian and took the opportunity to introduce, "If you ever want to buy or sell anything, you can come to my son, Fu Gui. He knows all the shops and vendors in the county town, and it won't cost much. It's very convenient. If you go to the city yourself, you might end up paying more than what he would get. For example, the things you bring back from the mountains, Fu Gui can help you sell them in the county town. It will definitely sell better than in the village." "Okay, I'll remember that. If I need anything in the future, I'll definitely come to your family," Yi Laoda replied casually, but he didn't take it to heart. Rongshi village is not far from the county town and the capital, so he preferred to sell things himself rather than let someone else profit from it. After buying the candy, Yi Laoda was about to leave with Qing Tian when he bumped into a middle-aged man walking in. "Hey, dear, today I made 10 coins without doing anything, just switching hands. Ms. Lu is still wealthy. She couldn't bring herself to buy deer meat, so she paid me an extra 5 coins per pound to get it for her. I also bought a piece for us. We'll have deer meat stew tonight." When Lu heard him mention Ms. Lu, she quickly tried to signal him. Unfortunately, Yi Laoda, being tall and strong, blocked the view between the two. However, Yi Laoda recognized him from when he sold deer meat before. He remembered that Yuan introduced him as Wang Fu Gui, who runs a grocery store in the village. Since he had bought over 3 pounds of pork at that time, Yi Laoda had a good impression of him. "Brother Fu Gui," Yi Laoda greeted with a smile. "Oh, Laoda, you're here?" Wang Fu Gui said, looking embarrassed. He was thinking about how capable Brother Yi seemed when he went to buy deer meat, and he wanted to build a good relationship with him, hoping to earn some money from him in the future. But before he could find a way to get closer, things became awkward. Fortunately, Brother Yi didn't mention anything about him buying meat for Widow Lu. They exchanged a few words, and then he left with his daughter. After leaving the grocery store, Brother Yi asked, "Qing Tian, would you like me to carry you around the village?" "Sure," Qing Tian said, holding sesame candy in one hand and wrapping her other arm around Brother Ye's neck. She really enjoyed being close to Brother Yi and Sister Yi, but both of them had been very busy lately. They hardly had time to spend with her except at night when they returned home. So whenever she had the chance, she loved to follow them around. Hearing that Brother Yi wanted to take her to play in the village made Qing Tian very happy, and she even started humming a nursery rhyme that Sister Yi had recently taught her. "Flower magpie, standing on a branch, open your mouth and chirp. Embroidery needle, colorful thread, stitch a pouch for mother." Brother Yi carried her around the village for quite a while. From a distance, they saw Chun Hua coming out of a house with a basket on her back, heading toward the back mountain. Brother Yi walked over with Qing Tian and recognized the old, run-down courtyard with overgrown grass as Widow Lu's home. Widow Lu was in the yard unpacking the deer meat she had just bought from Wang Fugui. She was grumbling that Wang Fugui is really greedy. "I asked him to buy me 2 pounds of deer meat, and he charged me 10 extra coins." Wang Dalong was lying in the house, and upon hearing Widow Lu's complaints, he shouted angrily, "Who wants to eat his meat? Just throw it all away." After falling into the cold river from the water cart last night, he was stunned and swept away by the current. Luckily, he was a good swimmer. After choking on a couple of mouthfuls of water, he managed to react and started treading water to keep his head above the surface, which saved him from drowning. However, he was scared and cold, and he didn't have the strength to swim back. He floated along with the river until he reached a spot where the current was weaker and finally washed ashore, where the villagers found him and carried him back. But the villagers already knew about his misdeeds, and they treated him coldly. Once home, Wang Dalong started to have a fever and his throat hurt badly. But that wasn't the worst part. What upset him the most was that after all his efforts, he not only failed to hurt the Yi family, but ended up suffering himself. He was feeling feverish and unwell, while the Yi family surprisingly brought back a deer. So when he heard that Lu Guafu had spent a lot of money to buy deer meat, Wang Dalong was even more furious. Lu Guafu, upon hearing this, angrily threw the meat into the basin and shouted into the house, "Who do you think I bought the deer meat for? Was it just for my own cravings? I'm already buried up to my neck in troubles. What difference does it make if I eat a little more or less? I only wanted to help you and buy it to nourish your body. And yet, you're yelling at me? What sins did I commit in my past life that my life is so hard in this one? As she spoke, she began to cry, bringing up all her past troubles, from marrying into the Wang family to losing her husband, and how her 2 sons were useless. She often repeated these complaints, and Wang Dalong had grown tired of hearing them. He already felt unwell, and it only made his headache worse. Normally, if Lu Guofu started talking like this, Wang Dahu would find an excuse to leave. But now, with the villagers upset with the 2 brothers, he didn't dare step outside and could only irritably pull the blanket over his head. Yi Laoda, holding Qing Tian, stood outside the crumbling courtyard wall, listening to the chaos inside Lu Guofu's house. He couldn't say he was happy about it, but he felt a bit of relief. "Good girl, let's go home," Yi Laoda said cheerfully as he turned around, just as he bumped into Chunhua, who was carrying a basket of pig grass. Seeing Qing Tian, Chunhua's face flushed red. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ended up closing it in disappointment. Qing Tian quickly turned her head and buried her little face in Yi Laoda's neck, unwilling to look at Chunhua. Although Qing Tian didn't understand why the girl who had just shared fish with her suddenly became so mean, she could sense that the girl was not kind to her. Plus, Chunhua's brother had fought with her second brother. So she resolutely turned her head away from Chunhua. Yi Laoda, of course, paid no attention to Chunhua. If she weren't a child, she would have already faced Yi Laoda's anger for hurting Qing Tian. The little dog simply ran in front of Yi Laoda, barking at Chunhua nonstop. Chunhua looked sadly at the sunny day, feeling quite upset inside. As a girl, she was not well liked at home. Her brother, Wang Zhengbao, often ran around the village playing, while she had to feed the chickens, pigs, cut grass, and gather firewood. Every day, there was endless work to do. Since her family, from Widow Lu to the 2 brothers and Wang Zhengbao, were not kind people, the villagers were afraid to offend them, so all their frustrations naturally fell on Chunhua. No one paid her any attention, and the girls her age in the village never played with her. So when Sister Yi called her over to eat fish that day, Chunhua felt especially touched. Hearing the little girl call her sister made her heart warm. However, when Wang Zhengbao started fighting with the Yi family's children, she had to choose to help her brother. Otherwise, if he went home and complained, she would surely face a harsh punishment. Seeing Yi Laoda holding the little girl made Chunhua feel mixed emotions. She remembered the disappointment on Sister Ye's face that day. She wanted to explain that she hadn't meant to hurt the little girl, but when she saw the little girl turn away, the words got stuck in her throat. What would it matter if she spoke up? She and the little girl were not the same. The little girl had loving parents and protective brothers, while she had nothing. If her family found out she was talking to the Yi family, she might get punished. So Chunhua simply lowered her head, brushed past Yi Laoda, and turned to go home. The little girl secretly lifted her head from Yi Laoda's shoulder, watching Chunhua's back, biting her lip without saying a word. As Yi Laoda carried the little girl home, smoke began to rise from the chimneys of most houses in the village. The children they passed wore happy smiles. Families that had bought deer meat were already starting to cook, and the smell of meat filled the village. Once inside, Yi Changnian hurried over and asked, "Where did you go, sister?" Seeing Yi Changxue, the little girl finally smiled, squirming in Yi Laoda's arms to signal she wanted to get down. Yi Laoda bent down to set her on the ground, ruffling her hair, and said, "Go play with your brothers, but don't run too far. It'll be time to eat soon." The little girl called her brothers over, opened the paper bag she had carried all the way, revealing sesame candy, and flashed a sweet smile. "Brothers, eat sesame candy." As soon as Yi Changnian saw the sesame candy, he couldn't help but drool. He slurped and said, "Sister, did you buy candy for us?" Yi Laoda, who was chopping wood in the yard, called out, "That was bought with Qing Tian's own money." There were 10.5 pieces of sesame candy in the paper bag, and Qing Tian fairly gave 1 piece to each of her 5 brothers. Yi Changnian took the candy and stuffed it into his mouth right away. The sesame candy was a bit hard, making a crunching sound when he bit into it. The sweetness of the candy mixed with the nutty flavor of the sesame, filling him with happiness. This was a rare treat that they could only enjoy a few pieces of during the new year. Yi Changnian ate the fastest and then looked eagerly at the paper bag in Qing Tian's hand. According to Qing Tian's original plan, she and her 5 brothers would each get 1 piece of sesame candy, and the remaining 4 pieces were meant for Grandma Yi, Yi Laoda, and Yi Desa. However, since Lu Shi wanted to get closer to Yi Laoda, she gave him an extra half piece. Seeing Yi Changnian's expression, Qing Tian suddenly felt troubled. She was usually a generous child and didn't mind giving away that half piece. But if she gave that half piece to brother Nian Nian, then the others would get less. During their journey, Yi Changrui had spent the most time with Qing Tian. Seeing her distressed face, he quickly understood what she was thinking. This little girl always wanted to share equally with her brothers, and now she was worried about fairness. So Yi Changrui helped her out, saying, "Qing Tian, you are the youngest at home, and you bought the candy, so you can have an extra piece. Nian Nian is the second youngest, so give him that half piece. The remaining 3 pieces should go to Grandma and Yi Laoda and Yi Desa, right?" Yes. With Yi Changrui's suggestion, it suddenly seemed reasonable. But Qing Tian still looked up at her other brothers, worried they might have objections. Yi Changxue was the first to say, "Big brother is right. Let's divide it this way. The youngest should get a bit more, just like we used to do at home." Yi Changzhao and Yi Changfeng nodded in agreement. Only then did Qing Tian smile again, giving Yi Changnian half a piece more before taking the rest inside to give 1 to Grandma Yi. Grandma Yi was quite old, and her teeth weren't good, so she couldn't eat such hard sesame candy anymore. But seeing that Qing Tian thought of her while buying candy made her very happy. "Good child. Keep it for yourself. Grandma can't chew it. Grandma will eat." Qing Tian insisted firmly. Sister Yi-san, who was nearby, said, "Mom, this is the child's kind gesture. You should accept it." "All right, dear. Grandma will eat it later." Grandma Yi finally placed a piece on the table. Qing Tian then smiled, wrapped the remaining candy in paper, and ran back to her house. She intended to put the candy in the cupboard, but heard Yi Changnian calling for her outside. "Qing Tian, come out quickly. Let's catch grasshoppers." So, Qing Tian casually placed the paper package on the table, turned around and ran outside to join her brothers in the backyard to catch grasshoppers. When they were outside the village, catching grasshoppers was a game for the village children. The grasshoppers they caught could feed the chickens or be strung on sticks and roasted. Although there wasn't much meat, and the children often burned them black and bitter, it didn't stop their love for this activity. Now that they didn't even have chickens at home, the sight of grasshoppers hopping around in the backyard made it hard for the kids to resist. Yi Changrui, being older and having studied for a few years, no longer crawled around like his younger brothers to catch grasshoppers. He followed mainly to keep an eye on Qing Tian. So, he pulled some grass, made a small basket, and followed behind Qing Tian to help her collect the grasshoppers. Worried about getting her clothes dirty, Qing Tian didn't dare to dive like the others. In the end, she squatted quietly in the grass, waiting for the grasshoppers to come to her. Before long, the others had caught several large grasshoppers on their sticks, and Qing Tian had a few in her basket too. Yi Changxue called out, "Let's go back and roast the grasshoppers." The kids ran after Yi Changxue to the front yard, heading straight for the kitchen. Sister Yi was stewing deer meat, and the fire was roaring. When she saw the kids come in, she quickly said, "Don't run around. Be careful not to get burned." "Auntie, can you roast our grasshoppers?" The kids shouted, holding up their sticks. "You'll have meat for dinner tonight, and you still want grasshoppers?" Sister Yi said, but she took their sticks one by one and squatted by the fire to help them roast. Yi Changrui was the last to enter with Qing Tian. Qing Tian squatted next to Sister Yi, watching her roast the grasshoppers. "Your grasshoppers are quite plump," Sister Yi said while roasting. "It's a pity we don't have chickens at home. If we did, we could let them in the backyard to eat grasshoppers every day, and they would surely lay lots of eggs." Hearing Sister Yi mention eggs, Yi Changnian suddenly felt a craving for eggs. "In the past, when we lived outside the city, Our family raised a large group of chickens, and we often boiled eggs for the children to eat. Yi Changnian licked his lips and asked, Aunt, when will our family raise chickens? I want to catch bugs to feed them. Maybe next spring we'll buy some eggs to hatch chicks, she replied. It's getting colder every day. The chicks will freeze before they grow up, Yi Deseo said while managing the fire, quickly cooking the grasshoppers for the kids. Yi Changxue and Yi Changfeng almost simultaneously tore off a grasshopper leg and handed it to Qing Tian. Qing Tian, try this. It's really tasty. Eat it while it's hot, sister. It won't taste good when it's cold. Although Qing Tian was afraid to catch bugs, she was very brave when it came to food. After all, she had experienced real hunger before, so she wouldn't miss any food. The grasshopper legs were small, but after cooking, they had a nice flavor and were the tastiest part of the grasshopper. Is it tasty? Yi Changxue asked. Very tasty. Qing Tian nodded eagerly. So the brothers quickly pulled off their grasshopper legs from their sticks and gave them to Qing Tian. They had eaten the sesame candy that Qing Tian bought, and since they didn't have money to buy her anything, they wanted to find something tasty for her. Seeing her nephews taking care of Qing Tian made Yi Deseo smile. However, she still urged them, don't crowd around me. I need to start cooking. Stop eating so much. Dinner will be ready soon. We're having meat for dinner.
Ye Changmian shouted.
Right, save some room for the meat. When the kids came out of the kitchen, Guasher happened to come out of the east room. When she noticed the kids looking at her, she felt a moment of panic and almost tripped. Luckily, the kids were focused on the grasshoppers and didn't notice her. Guasher quickly steadied herself, turned her foot, and sneaked back to her room in the west wing. Every evening at dinner time, you could hear calls from all over the village urging children to come home for dinner. In some mischievous homes, they had to shout until their voices were hoarse to get the kids back. But today was different. Almost every household in the village was cooking meat, and the children had lost interest in playing outside, all ears waiting for the call to dinner. Come home for dinner. As soon as someone started calling from inside, all the kids playing outside rushed home. Yi Xianglei usually dislikes coming home for dinner, but today he ran quickly. As soon as he entered, he headed straight for the kitchen and saw Yi Waner serving meat from the pot. He immediately stopped and blurted out, Mom, you didn't cook the deer meat tonight, did you? Yi Waner paused, turned with an annoyed expression and replied, I did cook it. What's wrong with that? Yi Xianglei's face fell as he looked at the meat, clearly conflicted. Angry, Yi Waner picked up a broom and lightly swatted him on the backside. Even if I can't cook well, I still raised you three. If you don't want to eat, then just leave. Your dad and I will eat it ourselves. Hearing the argument, Lu Quan quickly came in to mediate, pulling Yi Xianglei out by the arm. You really know how to make your mom mad. Yi Xianglei looked upset and said, I don't want to make her angry, but her cooking isn't good. I usually just deal with it, but it's such a waste to have good meat and not enjoy it. Keep your voice down. If your mom hears, she'll get even angrier, Lu Quan said, glancing toward the kitchen. When he saw Yi Waner hadn't come out, he quietly told his son, Don't worry, your third aunt cooked it. She prepared it all, and your mom is just watching the fire. Yi Xianglei smiled at that but quickly looked disappointed and said, But my third aunt's cooking is just okay. It would be great if we could get Qing Tian's mom to help. He licked his lips, recalling how much he enjoyed her cooking. Lu Quan rolled his eyes at his son. You really think too highly of yourself. They gave us so much deer meat, and your mom is worried about how to return the favor. And you want her to cook for you? Hearing this, Yi Xianglei realized the deer meat was a gift from Qing Tian's family. I thought my mom bought it. Do you think she would spend money on that? Lu Quan poked his son's forehead. She didn't even use all the deer meat they gave us. She saved a piece to take to the city tomorrow for Master Cheng, hoping he will take good care of your brother. Yi Xianglei, not thinking it through, asked, Should we also give something to Mr. Wang from the private school? He asked this, not to compete with his brother, but out of genuine concern. Mainly, Yi Waner prepares the same dishes for both sides during the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays to avoid favoritism. So, he instinctively asked a question. Unexpectedly, Yuana, who had just come out of the kitchen with a bowl of meat, overheard him. Hearing this, Yuana became very angry. She put the bowl down on the grinding stone, picked up a stick nearby, and gave Yi Xianglei a couple of light taps on his backside.
Ouch.
Yi Xianglei jumped up. Mom, why are you hitting me? Why do you think I'm hitting you? I'm giving deer meat to Master Cheng, so he can teach your brother well. What good does it do to give it to Mr. Wang? Will he turn a blind eye when you skip class? Or will he keep quiet so you won't wake up while sleeping? Yi Xianglei, let me tell you, if I hadn't already paid your tuition this year, I wouldn't let you go. I can see that your mind is not on studying at all. Why should I waste money on you? Every year, I spend over 20 taels of silver, and what have you learned? With that money, I could buy so much meat. If it were another child, hearing their parents say this would probably make them feel so ashamed they would want to hide. But Yi Xianglei just smiled and patted Yuana on the shoulder, saying, Mom, you finally understand. I told you I didn't want to study, but you insisted I go. We're wasting money, and I'm suffering. What's the point? Yuana was almost driven to frustration by her son. So, it was her fault for spending money? Lu Quan quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, you know what he's like. Is it worth getting upset over this? Come on, let me carry it. Let's hurry and eat. As Lu Quan spoke, he picked up the bowl from the grinding stone and headed inside. Yi Xianglei followed him in, leaving Yuana with, Mom, why are you angry? Come on, it's better to eat it while it's hot. Yuana was almost laughing in frustration at the two of them. But smelling the delicious deer meat, she didn't want to argue anymore. After all, missing out on meat because of anger would be a bigger loss. Yi Xianglei ate several pieces of meat before slowing down, feeling a hint of regret. To be fair, the third aunt's cooking was quite good. Compared to his mother, it was definitely on another level. However, compared to Qing Tian's cooking, there was still a significant gap. Although Yi Xianglei had never tasted the deer meat made by Yi Dajiao, he was sure it would be much better than what the third aunt made. Even though there were some small regrets, they didn't stop Yi Xianglei from eating quickly. He only felt a brief moment of reflection in his heart before he continued to eat meat heartily. While Yuana and her family of 3 were busy eating at the table, Widow Lu had finished cooking the deer meat. Although she was frugal, Widow Lu had some savings because Wang Dafeng often supported her family. Today, since Wang Dalong had fallen into the water and was sick, she felt very sorry for him, so she decided to spend more money and bought 2 pounds of deer meat to help her son recover. Come on, it's time to eat. Widow Lu brought the cooked deer meat into the room, placed the big bowl on the table, and turned to her grandson, Zheng Bao. Hurry up and come eat, or it'll get cold. Wang Zhengbao didn't need to be told twice, and quickly climbed up to the table. Widow Lu then went to the side room to call Wang Dahu to come for dinner. On the bed, Wang Dalong and Wang Zhengbao didn't wait for anyone else and started to eat heartily. Manhwa stood on the ground, watching her father and brother eat meat, feeling very envious and swallowing hard. Seeing this, Jiang was worried that her mother-in-law would come back and scold them, so she quickly took her daughter to the kitchen. The pot where the deer meat had been cooked was completely empty, cleaned out by Widow Lu. Only 2 plates of dark leftover dishes and 2 buns were left on the counter. Jiang picked up a bun, broke it apart, and dipped it in the pot where the deer meat had been cooked, soaking up the flavorful broth. She then handed it to Manhwa, saying, Hurry and eat, I dipped it in meat broth, it's really tasty. Manhwa took the bun with mixed feelings and started to eat it slowly. The bun dipped in broth was indeed more delicious than what she usually had, but at that moment, Manhwa felt that this small happiness was not enough for her. She couldn't help but wonder what Qing Tian was doing. Was she sitting next to Sister Yi, eating the deer meat she fed her? Sister Yi made 4 dishes for dinner, 2 meat and 2 vegetable. The meat dishes were, of course, all deer meat. The best part of the deer, the belly meat, was braised into a large bowl. This was for the elderly and children to enjoy. They kept 1 piece of shank meat, which was braised and sliced thinly, with beautiful patterns on it. This was for the men to enjoy with their drinks. The vegetable dishes were stir-fried cabbage and spicy potato shreds, both very appetizing and perfect to eat with the meat dishes. When the food was finally on the table, Yi Lao-san returned from the river. Third brother, how's the water wheel? Will it be fixed by tomorrow? Yi Lao-da asked. Big brother, don't worry, it's already fixed. Yi Lao-san wiped his sweat and smiled. With last time's experience, this time it went much faster. I worked quickly and finished just before dark. I just tested it, and it's already working. When Guoshi heard this, she replied with a hint of annoyance. If I had known it would be fixed so quickly, I wouldn't have sent Lao Si to help fetch water today. He worked hard all morning and fell asleep as soon as he got home. His snoring was so loud. Second sister-in-law, is it the same for second brother? After she said this, the room fell silent. Yi Lai and Yi Er-saw didn't respond. Helping Yi Qingyuan fetch water was something the old lady had asked them to do. How could they respond to that? Saying they were tired would seem like complaining about the old lady, while saying they weren't tired would make it seem like Lao Si was being overly sensitive.
So, they both stayed quiet.
Lao Si quickly tried to lighten the mood. It was just a few buckets of water. I've done it before, so how could it tire me out? Besides, Brother Qingyuan is really nice. Even if Mother hadn't asked me to go, I would have wanted to help. After saying this, Lao Si nervously glanced at the old lady, worried she might scold Guoshi. To his surprise, the old lady didn't even lift her eyes and said, "No one has been idle today. We're all tired. Let's eat first and we can talk after." Guoshi had prepared herself for a scolding, so she was surprised when the old lady just brushed it off. She knew that speaking up often led to trouble, but sometimes she couldn't hold back. Today, not getting scolded made her feel a bit proud. She thought the old lady must be showing her some kindness because she was pregnant and starting to tolerate her. However, everyone else could see that the old lady didn't scold Guoshi not because of her pregnancy, but because her comment, though not very pleasant, came from caring for Lao Si. As a mother, the old lady felt comforted knowing Guoshi cared for Lao Si, even if she didn't particularly like her. So the whole family happily enjoyed their dinner. Yi Er-saw and Yi Sen-saw took the initiative to help clear the table and wash the dishes. Yi De-saw was about to lend a hand when suddenly, Qing Tian grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?" Qing Tian didn't answer, but mysteriously pulled her toward her own house. "Mom, come here. I have something good for you." "What good thing? Why are you being so mysterious?" Sister Yi followed her daughter back into the house with a smile, still unsure of what had happened. Suddenly, Qing Tian opened her mouth and began to cry loudly. Wow! Her cries echoed throughout the entire yard. Yi Lao-da was in the yard feeding the dog. Today's dog food was especially plentiful. Not only were there leftover meat scraps, but Yi Lao-da also added a spoonful of meat broth. The puppy, smelling the delicious aroma, was already excited, wagging its tail and circling around Yi Lao-da. However, even though the puppy was thrilled, it still followed the rules. It waited patiently until Yi Lao-da mixed the food and placed it on the ground, saying, "Go ahead and eat," before diving into the bowl and munching away, its little back legs almost lifting off the ground. At that moment, the sound of Qing Tian crying came from inside the house. Yi Lao-da, who had been squatting in the yard watching the puppy eat, was startled by the crying and quickly got up to see what was happening. To his surprise, the puppy was even faster. It abandoned its food and dashed into the house. Hearing Qing Tian cry, the other children also ran out from their rooms. Yi Changmian asked while running, "What's wrong with my sister?" Sister Yi still didn't know what had happened and was trying to comfort the crying Qing Tian. "Be good, don't cry. Tell mommy what happened." Qing Tian pointed at the now empty table, crying so hard she couldn't speak. She was genuinely heartbroken. Today, Sister Yi had given her 10 coins, which was the first time she had money to spend on her own. And it wasn't just given to her. She earned it by helping her parents count money. So when Qing Tian went to buy sesame candy, she had planned to buy enough for Grandma Yi, Yi Lao-da, and Sister Yi. With 6 children at home and 3 adults, she wanted to buy 9 pieces. However, since the sesame candy cost 1 coin for 2 pieces, she ended up buying 10 pieces. This time, more than giving candy to her 5 brothers and grandma, She wanted to share it with Yi Laoda and Sister Yi. So she saved the candy for the three of them, planning to eat it together after dinner. Since Yi Laoda already knew she bought sesame candy, she couldn't wait to pull Sister Yi back into the house after dinner to surprise her. But instead of a surprise, the candy and the wrapping had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Normally, losing a piece of candy wouldn't make Qing Tian cry like this. But she specifically bought it to share with her parents, and it was her first time buying something for them. To think it was thrown away without letting Sister Yi see it. How could she not be sad? Qing Tian's cries quickly attracted the attention of others in the house. Sisters Yi Er and Yi San were washing dishes and rushed over without even drying their hands to see what was wrong. The three brothers of the Yi family also came over to ask what happened. The room quickly filled with people. Qing Tian's little face was red from crying, with tears streaming down, and she was sobbing so hard she could barely catch her breath. Sister Yi had never seen Qing Tian cry like this. Not even when she was scolded by Madame Shan did she cry so much, making Sister Yi anxious and start to sweat. Yi Dezhong had accompanied Qing Tian to buy candy, so he quickly guessed the reason. Qing Tian, did you lose the sesame candy? Qing Tian nodded while sobbing, and her tears flowed even more. What sesame candy?
Sister Yi asked.
Didn't you give her some money today? She went to the store to buy sesame candy and came back to share a piece with Mom and the other kids. The rest was wrapped up and put away in the room. She probably wanted to wait until after dinner to share it with us. Who would have thought it would be gone, which is why she's crying like this. Sister Yi San immediately said, if it was in the room, how could it just disappear? Sister Yi Er speculated, could it have been taken by a mouse? After saying that, she became worried. The fabric in her room was high quality, and if a mouse chewed on it, it would be a big loss. It seems that when not working, all fabric should be put away in boxes. But Yi Dezhong shook his head, saying, a mouse can't eat paper, and besides, there would be some crumbs left behind. Hearing this, Sister Yi San immediately turned her gaze to her two sons. Yi Changxue jumped up and said, Mom, why are you looking at me? How could I steal my sister's candy? Yi Changmian, hearing his brother, finally understood the meaning behind their mother's gaze and turned red with anxiety. I ate half a piece more than my brothers. How could I steal my sister's candy? Sister Yi Er didn't think her sons would do such a thing but still instinctively glanced at the three of them. To her surprise, she noticed Yi Changfeng's expression was a bit off, as if he was deep in thought. Although Yi Changfeng was usually reserved and rarely showed emotions, she knew him best. Any unusual expression was easy for her to notice. Suddenly, Sister Yi Er felt a bit uncertain. Could it really be Yi Changfeng who did it? Although she had never noticed any bad behavior in her child, kids are kids. They can make mistakes without thinking. Changfeng, what are you thinking? Is there something you want to say? Sister Yi Er asked directly. Yi Changfeng, lost in thought, immediately blurted out, I saw fourth aunt come out of the east room. Now, the focus of concern shifted from Sister Yi Er to Yi Lao Si. The other adults looked surprised. Everyone knew that Gua had previously stolen Yi Lao Da's silver notes. That incident had been pushed aside since Gua's pregnancy. After all, Gua was not a child. She wouldn't steal a few pieces of candy, would she? But Yi Lao Si and his wife lived in the south room of the west wing, so it didn't make sense for her to come out of the east room. Yi Lao Si frowned and asked Changfeng, are you sure? Was it really fourth aunt? Did she come out of the east room? Yi Changfeng nodded. We caught grasshoppers and asked aunt to cook them for us. After she finished, she told us to go play while she cooked. When I came out of the kitchen, I felt someone coming out from the left side. Coming out of the kitchen, he was facing the main house, so the left side would naturally be the east room. He couldn't be mistaken. I thought it was my mother at first, so I looked over. When I saw it was fourth aunt, I didn't pay attention anymore and went back to eating the cooked grasshoppers. Yi Lao Si's face turned red, almost purple, and he was breathing heavily. After hearing Yi Changfeng's words, he turned and rushed back. The others quickly followed. Yi Laoda said, Lao Si, calm down. Your wife is pregnant. Yi Desa wanted to say it was just a few pieces of sesame candy, not worth getting upset over. But seeing her own child crying with red, swollen eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Yi Lao-si ignored Yi Lao-da's words and hurried into his house. With his sister-in-law inside, the other brothers couldn't enter and stopped at the door. Only Yi Sen-saw, eager for the drama, followed him inside. The two rushed into the house and found Gua eating sesame candy. Gua was stunned. She never expected someone to burst in suddenly. Usually, Yi Lao-si wouldn't come back so quickly after dinner. He either stayed in the main room chatting with Grandma Yi and his three brothers, or he found some work to do in the yard. So, Mrs. Gu felt safe to sneak a treat at this time, but unexpectedly, she was caught red-handed. At that moment, she was holding a piece of sesame candy. She had just taken a bite and hadn't even started chewing when she froze, with shiny sugar and sesame stuck to her lips. On the table, there was an open paper bag, and it only had some crumbs left. It seemed that the sesame candy in Mrs. Gu's hand was the last half piece. Sister Yi slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh my, did you really steal it?" Brother Yi was also stunned. Although he had rushed back home in anger, he secretly hoped that Mrs. Gu was innocent and that this had nothing to do with her. But now, with Mrs. Gu looking like this, it was hard to find any excuse to defend her. Brother Yi stepped forward angrily, raising his hand. Sister Yi shouted in fear, "Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. We don't hit our wives." Hearing this, a few adults outside quickly came in to mediate. Fortunately, even though Brother Yi was furious, he hadn't lost his reason. He raised his hand and snatched the sesame candy from Mrs. Gu, slamming it down on the table.
You.
His chest heaved with anger, but he didn't know what to say, and his eyes turned red. But Mrs. Gu was quick to respond, shouting, "Brother Yi, what do you want? What's wrong? Now that I'm carrying your family's child, I can't even have a piece of sesame candy?" Brother Yi was almost driven to the edge by her stubbornness. Sister Yi looked at the empty sesame candy bag and felt very upset. This was the first candy their daughter had bought for her. Unfortunately, by the time she saw it, there were only crumbs left. So, after hearing Mrs. Gu's bold words, she finally couldn't hold back and said, "Whether or not you're carrying a child from the Yi family, if you want sesame candy, just have Brother Yi buy it for you. Although I live frugally, I wouldn't be stingy to this extent. But you absolutely shouldn't take candy that belongs to someone else. Our child went all the way to buy that sesame candy, specifically saving some for her father and me, and you just ate it without saying a word. What's that about?" Sister Ye's words were not overly harsh, but her tone was more serious than usual. Still, her attitude shocked the other members of the Yi family. After all, Sister Yi was recognized as the kind-hearted one in the family. After so many years, she has never lost her temper. She always takes the initiative to back down when faced with problems. I didn't expect her to get upset over a few pieces of sesame candy. No wonder people say that a mother becomes strong. After becoming a mother, even the gentlest person will stand up for their child. Yi Lao-si felt ashamed and couldn't lift his head. He repeatedly said, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. I'll go buy some sesame candy right now." After saying this, he turned to Qing Tian and said, "Qing Tian, Aunt C accidentally ate your sesame candy. Uncle C will go buy some to replace it, okay?" Yi Lao-si was the youngest among the brothers and had a lively personality. Although he was married now, he hadn't officially become a father yet. When he had free time, he was like the king of the kids, always playing with them and caring for Qing Tian. Hearing him speak like this, Qing Tian hesitated. Although she still felt a bit sad, she nodded with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Lao-si felt relieved and quickly turned to find Guasher for money. Guasher knew she was in the wrong but didn't feel justified, especially since she had to pay. As she searched slowly, she mumbled in a voice that wasn't very quiet, "We're all family. Is it really a big deal to eat a few pieces of sesame candy? I usually don't even like these sweet things. Now that I see sesame candy, I crave it. It must be because I'm pregnant and the baby wants it. Besides, the baby is from the Yi family, not some outsider's child. Do I really need to pay for a few pieces of candy?" Originally, Yi Sa was about to leave with the child after seeing Qing Tian nod, not wanting to get involved in Yi Laosi and Guoshi's matters. However, just before she left, she heard Guoshi's mumbling and was instantly angered by the words outside her child. She quickly handed Qing Tian to Yida and rushed into the house, slapping Guoshi twice. Guoshi was caught off guard and was stunned. She looked up at Yida Saw, then felt a sharp pain on her face and realized she had just been hit.
How dare you hit me?
Guoshi raised her hand to cover her right cheek, her eyes wide in disbelief. Yida Saw glared at her and said, "If you say those 2 words again, I'll hit you again. You say it once, and I'll hit you once. It's just an outsider child. Can't people talk about it?" As she spoke, Guoshi scrambled up from the bed and reached for Yida Saw's hair. But she was no match for Sister Yi at all. Before Guo could reach out, Sister Yi grabbed her hand. Before she could fully stand, Sister Yi pushed her back down onto the bed. "What do you have to say now?" Sister Yi was so angry that her body trembled. She didn't think about anything else. She just knew that if she didn't deal with Guo this time, it would never end. The others in the room were stunned. Sister San quietly pinched her husband. Hearing him gasp in pain, she whispered in disbelief, "I can't believe it's real. I'm not dreaming. In my lifetime, I actually get to see Sister Yi fight with someone." Sister Air couldn't help but add, "To make Sister Yi this angry, Guo is really something special." At that moment, Guo was being hit and couldn't fight back, crying loudly, "Help! Come and see, they're hitting a pregnant woman." She kicked around in frustration, and when she couldn't reach Sister Yi, she turned and kicked at Yi Laosi instead. "Are you just going to stand there and watch me get beaten? How can I be so unfortunate to marry such a useless coward? You think you're unfortunate? My brother is the one who is really unfortunate, marrying a troublemaker like you." Once Sister Yi saw that Guo had stopped struggling, she finally let go of her grip and warned, "Don't let me hear you say anything like that again. I'm not Lao Si, and I won't tolerate you." Yi Lao Si stood by, stunned, slowly coming back to his senses. However, instead of getting angry at Sister Yi as Guo hoped, he looked at her with a pleading expression. "Sister, it's all Feng Ying's fault. I apologize on her behalf. But she's pregnant now, so please don't hold it against her for my sake." As soon as Guo heard this, she exploded. "Yi Lao Si, what's wrong with you? Do you understand? It's your wife who is pregnant and getting hit. Not only are you not protecting me, but you're also saying I'm in the wrong? You usually listen to your mother, and that's one thing. Your mother is at least an elder, and as a daughter-in-law, I just have to endure my grievances. But why can your sister beat and scold me? Get it straight, I'm your wife, not some servant you bought. If that's how it's going to be, then you might as well divorce me and live with your mother and sister." Guo lay on the bed, throwing a tantrum. Yi Lao Si quietly said, "Enough already." Sister Yi noticed that Guo was no longer shouting at her, realizing that she had managed to calm her down. So, she decided not to watch her throw a tantrum and turned to leave. The others felt that the remaining issues should be resolved privately between the couple, so they quickly left. Yi Laosi saw that everyone had left the house, closed the door behind him, and turned to Guo without hesitation, saying, "Today's issue started with you sneaking the sesame candy from Qing Tian. And then you said something hurtful afterward. If it weren't for that, would Sister Yi have gotten angry enough to hit you? Back in Tianjin, you took 50 taels of silver from Sister Yi, and she didn't say anything because you were pregnant, right?" When Yi Laosi mentioned the 50 taels, Guo felt less confident. But she still mumbled, "That silver was found in the end, and I didn't spend it. You promised me back then that you wouldn't bring it up again. Didn't you also promise our mother that you wouldn't mention Qing Tian's background again? Qing Tian is now a beloved child of brother and Sister Yi. Mother told us that once we got to the village, no one should mention Qing Tian's background, and we should say she is their biological child. Why do you keep bringing it up? You made a mistake today, making Qing Tian cry so sadly. Sister Yi scolded you, and you're still unhappy? Calling her names. Aren't you just asking for trouble?" "Yes, I'm asking for trouble. I deserve it. Anyway, everyone in the Yi family is doing well. Even the adopted girl is treated like family. It's just me who is not good enough, just me who is an outsider. All the conflicts are my fault. I might as well be dead. Then you'd be happy. If I die, the Yi family will be peaceful, and no one will cause trouble again, right? Gua became increasingly extreme, even starting to hit her own belly. Yi Laosi quickly grabbed her hands to stop her. Fengying, why can't you just enjoy a good life instead of making trouble for yourself and others? Yi Laosi was genuinely exhausted. He had once looked forward to starting a family, and when he learned Guo was pregnant, he was truly happy. He even secretly hoped that after becoming a mother, she would be more understanding and not always argue with the family. But Guo only became more difficult to handle because of her pregnancy. Fengying, didn't I tell you that whatever you want to eat, whatever you need, or any mood you have, you can take it out on me? I am your husband, and since I married you, I will take care of you and treat you well. But why do you expect everyone in the family to cater to you and revolve around you? You are pregnant, but your sisters-in-law have also had children. They weren't like you when they were pregnant, were they? Guo was left speechless by Yi Laosi's words. Suddenly, she looked down and started to cry softly. I feel like you're just bullying me here, and I have no family to rely on. Yi Laosi thought that after speaking so kindly, Guo would understand at least a little. But hearing her words, he realized it was all in vain. Everyone escaped from hardship together, and it was already difficult to keep the family intact and together. Did the three sisters-in-law have family nearby? All right, stop crying. Quickly give me some money. I need to buy some sesame candy, Yi Laosi said, looking at the darkening sky, worried that if he delayed, the store would close. Guo didn't expect that even after all this, Yi Laosi would still remember to buy sesame candy for Qing Tian. Angry, she opened the drawer, took out her money pouch, and threw it into Yi Laosi's arms, saying, There's only a little money left anyway. I don't care anymore. Just take it and buy whatever you want. Yi Laosi caught the pouch and turned to leave. Guo was so upset that she cried at the table for a long time, but no one comforted her, and eventually, she stopped crying out of boredom. Before long, Yi Laosi returned with the items. He first went to Yi Laoda's room and handed a bag of sesame candy to Qing Tian. Today, it's all because of your aunt. Your uncle is here to apologize for her. Your aunt is having a baby, so she's been a bit grumpy lately. I promise you, this won't happen again, okay? A baby? Qing Tian thought about the little brother that the kind lady had before and realized that her aunt had indeed been a bit harsh with her. She nodded, somewhat understanding, and said, Okay. Thank you, Qing Tian. When the baby is born, you will be a big sister. I'll buy candy for the baby too, Qing Tian promised. Our Qing Tian is so good. Yi Laosi ruffled her hair and turned to leave. Yi Laoda came over and patted Yi Laosi on the shoulder, saying, I just talked to your big sister about this. No matter how angry you are, your sister-in-law is pregnant, and you shouldn't have laid a hand on her. After hearing this, Yi Laosi felt even more ashamed. He hesitated, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. All right, we're all family. Go back and comfort your wife. When Yi Laosi returned home, he saw Guo with traces of recent tears on her face. He sighed and softened his heart again, stepping forward to take out 2 paper bags from his pocket and place them on the table. Here, I bought you sesame candy and flaky pastries. You can keep them in the cupboard and enjoy them slowly. As he spoke, he also placed the pouch Guo had thrown at him on the table. I know we're both tight on money, and I've been thinking about this for the past few days. I plan to go to the city tomorrow to find a job and work until the new year. I should be able to save some money. When the time comes, I'll give you all the money, and you can buy whatever you want to eat. Okay? That night, many homes in the village turned off their lights earlier than usual. The children were sent to bed by their parents. Once the children were asleep, the men and women who had eaten deer meat began their nighttime activities. However, at that moment, Wang Dalong was not in the mood and felt particularly unwell. After falling into the water the night before, he was swept downstream and lay soaked on the bank for a long time before being found and brought back by villagers. After catching a chill, he started to run a fever. Yet, even with a fever, he didn't hold back from eating the deer meat that night. Widow Lu had said it was for his recovery, so he didn't want to be rude. He had eaten 2 pounds of deer meat, while Widow Lu only had 2 pieces. The rest was devoured by the two brothers. Wang Dalong ate the most, finishing off more than half. But as happy as he was while eating, he felt just as miserable at night. It felt like his stomach was a furnace, burning uncomfortably from the inside. Jiang Shi, who had been asleep, was kicked awake by Wang Dalong. "What happened?" Jiang Shi exclaimed, startled, as she sat up. Wang Dalong grumbled, "You lazy woman. I'm suffering here, and you're sleeping soundly."
Suffering?
Jiang Shi quickly lit the lamp and came over to check on Wang Dalong. She saw his face was red, and he was sweating all over. Jiang Shi touched his forehead, which was burning hot. "You're running the worst fever," Jiang Shi said as she got up. "I'll go get some water to help cool you down. I'm about to die from discomfort." "What do you mean by cooling me down?" Wang Dalong shouted. "Hurry up and call a doctor for me." Lu Guofu's old house was much smaller than Ye's, with only 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms. Now Lu Guofu lived with her grandson in the east room, while Wang Dalong and his wife, along with Manhwa, stayed in the west room. Wang Dahu lived alone in the side room. Wang Dalong's commotion first woke Manhwa, who began to whimper softly. At that moment, Jiang Shi didn't have time to comfort the child. She got up to call her mother-in-law for help. Lu Guofu had already been awakened by the noise, but she thought it was just a typical argument and didn't get up. She gently patted her sleeping grandson, saw him turn over and continue sleeping, and tried to go back to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, she heard Jiang Shi whispering at the door, "Mom, the child's father has a high fever and feels unwell. Can you come and check on him?" Upon hearing her son was unwell, Lu Guofu quickly got up, careful not to wake her grandson, and quietly stepped outside to ask, "What happened?" "He has a high fever and is insisting that I call a doctor." Lu Guofu felt her son's forehead and was shocked by the heat. She snapped at Jiang Shi. "What are you waiting for? Go call the doctor." Jiang Shi hesitated, wanting to mention that it was dark and cold outside and that she was pregnant. But she knew Lu Guofu wouldn't care about that. So, Jiang Shi changed her clothes and took a simple lantern before heading out. There was only one doctor in Rongxi village who was neither Wang nor Yi, but an outsider named Gu Lianghui who had moved there a few years ago. Gu Lianghui had come to Rongxi village alone over a decade ago and somehow managed to buy a small house and settle down. He hung a sign outside his door and, after a few years, rebuilt his house. Later, he married a widow from a neighboring village, and they had a healthy baby boy the following year, making their lives better. Lu Guofu's old house was a bit far from Gu's. Jiang Shi crossed most of the village before finally reaching Gu's door. She knocked hard on the door, causing the dogs in the yard to bark incessantly. Soon, she heard Tianxi's sleepy voice from inside. "Who is it at this late hour?" "Tian auntie, it's Chuanhua's mother. My husband has a high fever. Please call Dr. Gu to take a look." Upon hearing Jiang Shi's voice, Tian Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She replied coldly, "Wait here, I'll go get him." Tian turned and went back into the house, waking up the still sleeping Gu Lianghui. "Wake up. The eldest son of Widow Lu has a high fever and needs you to take a look." As a doctor, being woken up at night to see a patient was quite normal for him. So Gu Lianghui didn't feel grumpy. He quickly got up and started getting dressed. Tian crawled back under the covers, reluctantly saying that Wang Dalong shouldn't be helped. Although he was never a good person, now he even dares to break the village's water cart. He deserves to suffer a bit, so he won't continue doing bad things and harming others. Gu Lianghui, with a gentle nature, sighed softly. "Well, I am a doctor. You go back to sleep. I'll check on him and be back." After saying this, Gu Lianghui took his medicine box and left, following Jiang to Widow Lu's house. As soon as they entered, Widow Lu started scolding Jiang. "Where have you been? I asked you to call the doctor, and you took so long to come back. If anything happens to Dalong, I won't forgive you." After scolding Jiang, Widow Lu quickly invited Gu Lianghui inside to check on Wang Dalong. It turned out that while Jiang was out calling the doctor, Wang Dalong had already fallen unconscious from the fever. Gu Lianghui first checked his pulse, then looked at his eyelids, and finally examined his tongue before asking, "When did the fever start?" "It started after he fell into the water yesterday, but it wasn't this bad. He was fine during dinner and ate a lot of meat." Who knew he would suddenly have such a high fever at night? Hearing about the meat, Gu Lianghui felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. Yesterday, only the Yi family sold venison in the village, and Tian had bought a piece. The couple had stewed it in a small pot and enjoyed a nice meal. However, thinking about the past issues between Widow Lu and the Yi family, Gu Lianghui still held onto a glimmer of hope and asked, what kind of meat did he eat? Venison. What else could it be? Widow Lu frowned. "Dr. Gu, why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and treat my son." Gu Lianghui was speechless. He had a fever in the afternoon. How could he eat so much venison at night? Widow Lu looked at Gu Lianghui in confusion.
Huh?
Can't he eat when he has a fever? Isn't it said to be good for the body? Gu Lianghui didn't know what to say. Venison is good, but it's a warming food. Those with heat, excess yang, or fiery conditions should avoid it, as it can worsen the symptoms. He was already running a fever, and after eating so much deer meat, of course, it got worse at night. The Widow Lu became anxious and quickly asked, "What should we do now?" "I'll give him some medicine first. You all should use warm water to wipe his body at home. There's no other way. We just have to wait for him to recover on his own. I wish I hadn't bought that deer meat." The Widow Lu felt both sorry for her son and regretful about the money spent, wishing she could turn back time. After sending Gu Lianghui away, she couldn't help but wonder if her family was having bad luck since the new neighbor, the Yi family, arrived. Why was it that every time they got involved with them, nothing good happened? She decided she needed to consult someone about it. The Yi family had no idea about the Widow Lu's thoughts. After eating the deer meat last night, the three brothers, except for Yi Laosi, had a very enjoyable evening. The next morning, during breakfast, Yi Laosi shared his plan to find work. Yi Laotai nodded and said, "You're about to become a father, so it's good that you have this intention. But when you're out, be careful and stay alert." "Don't worry, Mom."
Yi Laosi replied cheerfully.
Yi Laoda then asked, "When do you plan to go?" "I plan to go to the county today," Yi Laosi said. "It would be best to find a place that provides meals and lodging." "I think you should wait until after we bury Dad before you leave," Yi Laoda suggested. Hearing this, everyone remembered that this important matter still needed to be taken care of. Big brother is right. I didn't think it through. Yi Laosi felt ashamed for forgetting such a significant issue and started to complain about Yi Dongming. Isn't the clan leader a bit unreliable? He said he would check the family tree and the dates and let us know, but it's been several days with no news. Unexpectedly, Yi Dongming arrived that very morning with his wife, Han Chunling. "I've checked the family tree and found a suitable date. It's in 3 days. I'm here today to discuss what you need to pay attention to." Seeing Yi Dongming talking with Yi Laoda in the main room, Yi Laotai quickly went out to call Yi Deseo. "Is there any food left at home? Make some extra dishes for the clan leader and his wife to have lunch before they leave." "Okay, Mom. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." After giving her instructions, Yi Laotai hurried back to chat with Han Chunling. However, Han Chunling's attitude remained lukewarm, as if she was reluctant to be there. The matter of old Master Ye's burial was not complicated, and Yi Dongming quickly explained everything to Yi Laoda. "I've arranged for someone to handle everything. You just need to prepare what you need to buy and follow his instructions when the time comes." "Thank you, clan leader." Yi Laoda repeatedly expressed his gratitude. This arrangement really saved Yi Dongming's family a lot of trouble. The most important part was that someone would be in charge, so they didn't have to worry about making mistakes and causing embarrassment. After finishing their discussion, Yi Dongming was about to get up to leave when he caught a whiff of a delicious smell coming from outside. He sniffed, and his stomach growled uncontrollably. He had left home too early that morning and was already hungry. Seeing this, Yi Laoda said, "Clan leader, I'll go check if the food is ready." Yi Dongming politely replied, "No need. We should head back now." Though he said that, he didn't actually get up. Yi Laodai, who was chatting with Han Chunling, noticed and said, "You really helped a lot this time. You must stay for a meal before you leave. Please sit for a bit. I'll go check on the dishes." She found an excuse to leave since she had nothing more to talk about with Han Chunling. This left only Yi Dongming and his wife in the main room. Han Chunling looked at the somewhat old furnishings in the Yi house and frowned. "Dear, in such a rural place, there's nothing here. What will we eat? They won't serve us cornmeal porridge, will they?" "You don't understand." Yi Dongming replied, "Does it matter what we eat? What matters is that their family knows the Qin family. Don't say it's cornmeal porridge. Even if they serve you dishwater, you should drink it happily." Seeing Han Chunling's displeased expression, Yi Dongming's face darkened, and he lowered his voice. "Don't give me that look. It's just one meal. If you're going to pretend, do it all the way. Did I come here for myself? I did it for your ungrateful son." As soon as Han Chunling heard Yi Dongming mention their son, her expression softened a bit, but she couldn't help but say, "Is our son only mine? Isn't he yours too?" "Exactly, because he is mine that I'm trying to help him now. If he weren't mine, I would have kicked him out long ago." Yi Dongming's first wife passed away early, leaving him with a son and a daughter, both of whom are now married. Han Chunling is his second wife, and they have one son, Yi Qingze, who is 16 years old this year. Yi Dongming's eldest son, Yi Qinghong, passed the scholar exam but did not succeed in the provincial exam, so he decided not to continue studying. Now, he runs a private school in the county and lives a stable and prosperous life. Yi Dongming has always hoped that his younger son, Yi Qingze, would study hard and surpass his elder brother, achieving at least the status of a scholar to bring honor to the family. Unfortunately, Yi Qingze is a good child, but he lacks talent for studying. Yi Dongming had been reluctant to give up, watching his son study every day. However, now that the child is a teenager, Yi Dongming has to face the truth. The path of studying and taking exams to become an official is not going to work out. The reason Yi Dongming initially helped the widow Lu was that he valued her son-in-law Yang Xing, who worked in the Qin family, hoping to use that connection to get his son a job there. Although he is the head of the Yi family and seems impressive in public, his status does not carry weight outside from the county. In fact, if he wanted to arrange for his son to work in the county office as a minor official, it would be easy. But what future does a minor official have? It would be a life of mediocrity. However, the Qin family is different. If his son could get a job there and eventually be promoted, he would have a status that even the county magistrate would greet with a smile. So, after discovering that the Yi Donghai family knew a Qin family servant who even Yang Xing dared not offend, he quickly shifted his focus from the widow Lu to the old Yi family. Still, he remembered his status as the head of the Yi family and felt hesitant to be too direct. So, he used the occasion of the old Yi family's ancestor worship to try to build a good relationship with them. After exchanging a few words and reaching a consensus, the couple fell silent. The kitchen was bustling, and the dishes were prepared quickly. Yi Laotai listened at the door and, noticing the quiet inside, pushed the door open and said, "Clan leader, madam, lunch is ready. The men want a drink, so let them eat in the east room while we eat in the west room." As she spoke, Yi Erseo and Yi Sansa entered to set up the tables in both rooms, bringing out dish after dish. As the delicious aromas wafted in front of her and the dishes passed by, Han Chunling was quite surprised. She didn't expect the old Yi family, who seemed low-key, to be so generous in hosting guests. After all the dishes were served, Grandma Yi humbly said, "I didn't prepare much in advance, just some simple home-cooked meals. I hope you two don't mind. With such a big spread, how could we complain?" Yi Dongming had left early in the morning and was already hungry. Seeing the table full of food made his stomach growl, and he couldn't help but drool. He really wasn't being polite. Without waiting for others to sit down, he grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Han Chunling was taken aback. Since Yi Dongming became the clan leader, he had been very mindful of his behavior. She couldn't remember the last time she saw him act so unrefined. "This beef is really good." After eating a couple of pieces, Yi Dongming smacked his lips and said, "But it tastes a bit different from the beef I've had before." "Leader, that's venison," Grandma Yi said with a smile. The eldest brought it down from the mountain, and his wife made the braised shank. "It's perfect for drinking." After saying this, she placed the jar of wine on the table and told her 4 sons, "Eldest, you 4 brothers should enjoy some drinks with the leader." This wine was a gift from Captain Zhang when they were in Tianjin, a step up from what Grandma Yi had previously bought to entertain Lu Quan. What a good wine! Yi Dongming couldn't help but praise it after smelling it, and after tasting it, he couldn't stop drinking. Such fine wine was not something he could enjoy every day, even as the clan leader. Looking at the spread on the table, besides the venison, there were also pork knuckles and stir-fried pork belly with mushrooms, along with several vegetable dishes. The staple was fluffy white rice, showing that the Yi family was quite modest. They seemed low-key, but their meals were much better than those of other families in the village. At first, Yi Dongming had the leisure to think about these things, but after a few cups of wine, he became excited and started sharing his achievements since becoming the clan leader with his 3 brothers. Meanwhile, Grandma Yi invited Han Chunling to eat in the West Room. Worried about the children making noise and concerned that Guo's sharp tongue might cause trouble, she only brought Yi Dajie along for company. Yi Erji, Yi Sanjie, and Guo were currently eating with the children in the side room. Han Chunling had planned to just eat a few bites for her son's sake, thinking that even if it was bad, it wouldn't be life-threatening. However, after trying a bite, she couldn't put down her chopsticks. Later on, Han Chunling felt a bit embarrassed about how much she was eating. Although she wanted to put down her chopsticks, her hands seemed to have a mind of their own. Old Lady Yi seemed to notice Han Chunling's awkwardness and smiled, saying, "Madam Clan Leader, my eldest daughter-in-law cooks quite well, doesn't she?" Madam Qin and young Master Qin have both praised her cooking. "It's a pity we don't have much food at home. Otherwise, it could have been more lavish. I really feel like I'm neglecting you." When Han Chunling heard her mention the Qin family, she perked up. "What? Madam Qin and young Master Qin have eaten at your home? It's a coincidence. We met while traveling, and Madam Qin and young Master Qin were kind enough to help my family. We're just a simple country family and don't have much to repay them, but luckily, my eldest daughter-in-law has some cooking skills. Fortunately, both Madam Qin and young Master Qin enjoy eating, so they brought us along until we parted ways before entering the capital." Han Chunling was surprised to learn such important news while just coming for a meal. Even Yi Dongming didn't know this. It seemed that the relationship between the Yi family and the Qin family was even closer than he thought. With this thought in mind, Han Chunling's attitude finally warmed up. Her initial friendliness had partly been an act, but now she was considering how to make a good impression on Old Lady Yi. Since the women weren't drinking, they quickly finished their meal, while the men in the East Room were still enjoying their drinks. After Yi Deseo cleared the dishes, she handed Han Chunling a piece of fabric she had prepared earlier. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble my family's loss has caused you." Han Chunling was thinking about how to build a closer relationship with Old Lady Yi and was reluctant to accept the gift. But Old Lady Yi said, "We don't have much to offer either. This fabric is something I bought back when I was in Tianjin. Please don't think poorly of it." Hearing this, Han Chunling found it hard to refuse. If she didn't accept it, it would seem like she was rejecting the Yi family. Before Han Chunling could respond, Old Lady Yi continued, "I think this fabric would suit you perfectly. It would make a lovely new outfit for the new year. If you don't have time to make it yourself, my second daughter-in-law is good with sewing. I can have her take your measurements and send it to you once it's done." The words left no room for Han Chunling to refuse, as if she could only choose between taking it home to make herself or leaving it for Sister Yi to handle. Han Chunling was momentarily taken aback and politely said, "Oh, I feel bad even taking a piece of fabric from you. I can manage to make it myself. I wouldn't want to trouble your daughter-in-law." Before she could finish, she froze, realizing she had just accepted something she intended to decline. However, Grandma Yi didn't give her a chance to backtrack. She smiled and said, "Once the men start drinking, they can go on for a long time. You all left early this morning and traveled a long way. You must be tired. Let the eldest daughter-in-law take you to the guest room to rest. Han Chunling indeed felt a bit restless and nodded, getting up. The fabric she had been holding slipped from her lap and fell to the floor. She felt embarrassed. Deep down, she really didn't want that piece of fabric. Now, she hadn't returned it and was being taken to rest in their home. Grandma Yi, however, didn't mind at all. She bent down, picked up the fabric, and stuffed it into Han Chunling's arms. By the time Han Chunling came to her senses, she had already been led into the east guest room by Sister Yi. Sister Yi was usually a tidy person. Although the furniture in the room was somewhat old, it was kept exceptionally clean and organized. "This is my home. Please don't mind it. You can rest here or take a nap. I'll close the door for you, and I promise no one will disturb you." "Got it," Han Chunling replied with a conflicted expression, still clutching the fabric. Once Sister Yi closed the door and left, she finally took a closer look at the fabric in her hands. After examining it, Han Chunling couldn't help but sigh deeply. This fabric, both in texture and design, was clearly not cheap. Now, instead of building a closer relationship, she had unexpectedly received a gift. When she got home, she would surely face a scolding from Yi Dongming. Han Chunling was troubled by the fabric, and her gaze suddenly fell on the kangqin, a type of traditional Chinese bed. If she quietly placed the fabric inside the kangqin and told Grandma Yi before leaving, wouldn't that solve her problem? Thinking this, Han Chunling immediately prepared to act. She knelt halfway on the edge of the kong and reached for the handle of the kangqin. Just as she gently opened the door of the kangqin, the room door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Startled, Han Chunling quickly turned to see who it was. A little girl stood at the door, looking at her with a very surprised and complicated expression. "Don't be afraid, little girl. I'm not a bad person. What's your name?" Han Chunling asked, a bit flustered. The person who entered was Qing Tian. She had just had lunch with her 3 aunts and a few brothers and didn't know that Han Chunling was resting in her home as arranged by Aunt Yi. After lunch, she was playing with her brothers in the yard when Yi Xianglei came to find them. So, Qing Tian ran back inside to get a piece of sesame candy for Yi Xianglei. Last night, Yi Laosi bought her a big bag of sesame candy as a treat, which Aunt Yi put in the kong piano in front of her and told her to take it when she wanted. However, she hadn't eaten any yet and found someone trying to take her sesame candy. Qing Tian felt very wronged, and the puppy kept barking at Han Chunling. But she knew Han Chunling was a guest, not family. So, she held back her tears and asked pitifully, "Do you want some sesame candy too? I can share a few pieces, but please don't take all my candy, okay?" By the end, her voice trembled with a hint of tears. Han Chunling was taken aback and quickly realized the child must have misunderstood something. She hurriedly got off the kong and walked over to Qing Tian, saying, "You misunderstood, little girl. Your mother said I could rest in your home for a while. I was just looking for a blanket." Aunt Yi was a diligent person. Every morning, she would neatly fold the bedding and put it in the kong piano, unlike some families who just piled it on the kong. Her room was always clean and tidy, with nothing out of place. So, Han Chunling's excuse sounded quite believable. "Really?" Qing Tian blinked at her, still a bit doubtful. "Of course it's true," Han Chunling replied, noticing that this little girl from the Yi family was quite pretty, with fair skin and big eyes. She only had one son and had wanted a daughter, but after 2 unsuccessful pregnancies, she had given up on that thought as Yi Dong grew older. Now, seeing how well-behaved and lovely Qing Tian was, she felt a fondness for her. "Did you come back to get candy?" Han Chunling asked Qing Tian. "Yes," Qing Tian nodded. "You shouldn't eat candy so soon after a big meal," Han Chunling said gently. Unexpectedly, Qing Tian nodded and said, "I know, my mother told me. I'm giving candy to Xiao Su." Han Chunling instinctively thought Qing Tian was lying, but looking into her eyes, she helped her up and placed her on the bed. Qing Tian opened a drawer on the bed and took out a paper bag, skillfully pulled out a piece of sesame candy, and quickly ran outside. "Slow down, don't fall." Han Chunling couldn't help but follow her out. She thought Qing Tian would find a place to secretly eat the candy. However, after going outside, she ran straight to a boy, holding the sesame candy high in her hand.
Xiaoshu, candy.
Qing Tian was still young and didn't understand family relationships well. She called people what the adults told her to. So even though she called Yi Xianglei uncle, she didn't really know he was actually older than her. In Qing Tian's eyes, Yi Xianglei was about the same age as Yi Chongrui, so she changed the name from Biao Su to Xiao Su. Since she gave the older brother sesame candy, she thought she should also give a piece to Xiao Su. Yi Xianglei was quite surprised to receive the sesame candy from Qing Tian. Yi Wan'er was very frugal, and he rarely got to eat sesame candy, so he swallowed hard when he saw it. But since Qing Tian was so young and a junior, he felt embarrassed to take her candy. Moreover, there were 5 boys from the Yi family nearby, so it wouldn't be right for him to eat candy alone. So Yi Xianglei said, "Qing Tian, you keep it for yourself." Qing Tian insisted on giving it and kept saying, Everyone gets some." Yi Xianglei didn't understand what she meant. Yi Chongrui helped explain, "Qing Tian means she also has sesame candy for us, so everyone gets some. Just accept it." Hearing this, Yi Xianglei looked at the other boys from the Yi family, saw them all nodding, and felt a bit embarrassed as he accepted the sesame candy from Qing Tian. "Thank you, Qing Tian." After taking the candy from a child and having already eaten the deer meat that Yidala had given him, Yi Xianglei felt increasingly embarrassed and quickly asked her, "Qing Tian, is there anything you want? I can help you get it." Yi Xianglei didn't have a sister, so he racked his brain to think of what a girl her age might like. "How about I take you to the river to collect pretty stones? We can wash them and play with them." Qing Tian shook her head repeatedly and said, "Mother doesn't allow me to go near the water." This was something Yi Dama had warned Qing Tian about during their journey. After the incident where Wang Dalong fell into the water, Yi Deseo lectured her children for a long time. She repeatedly emphasized that they must never go near the water without their parents, and no one else is allowed to take them. "Well, I can take you." Yi Xianglei initially wanted to say he would take them up the mountain, but remembering his previous mistake, he swallowed his words. He scratched his head for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up with excitement. "By the way, ever since I took you to pick walnuts last time, I went a few more times and collected quite a few good ones. Although they aren't as perfect as the first one you picked, I've gathered enough for a nice batch. When my mom goes to the capital to buy New Year's goods, I'll ask her to take me along, and we can sell them for a good price. Then we can buy whatever you want, like candied hawthorn, pea cake, or sweet rolls. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll get it for you, okay? Oh, and in the capital, they also sell rabbit dolls, dough figurines, and sugar paintings." Before Qing Tian could respond, Han Chunling couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the children looking at her, she smiled and asked Yi Xianglei, "How many walnuts did you collect to buy all those things?" Han Chunling was just joking with the kids, but Yi Xianglei felt insulted, especially in front of Qing Tian and his many cousins. Angrily, he pulled out a pouch and dumped the carefully selected walnuts onto his clothing. "Do you think these are worth that much?" After saying this, he glanced at Han Chunling and quickly pulled his clothing to cover the walnuts, saying, "Oh, I forgot. You wouldn't understand." "I wouldn't understand?" Han Chunling laughed even more. "You plan to sell those walnuts at Xingbaozhai in the county, right?" Yi Xianglei was surprised that Han Chunling could tell just by looking that his walnuts were from Jingbailing, and he didn't expect her to know where he planned to sell them. "Can I see the walnuts now?" Han Chunling asked. In the end, Yi Xianglei, still a child, finally let go. At first, Han Chunling didn't think much of it, but when she saw the walnuts tucked inside Yi Xianglei's clothing, her expression became serious. Yi Xianglei wasn't boasting. The walnuts he picked, while not perfect individually, were still better than many others and could be recognized by someone knowledgeable. However, when these walnuts are the same size and have similar patterns, and there are more than 18 of them, things change. These walnuts only need a nice Buddha head to create a beautiful set of 18 beads for a bracelet. Those who enjoy playing with walnuts know that finding a single perfect one is easy, but matching a pair is the real challenge. Even more difficult than finding a pair is putting together a complete bracelet. In that moment, Han Chunling felt an urge to buy them all right away. But she managed to stay composed. She was there to build a relationship with the Yi family, not to conduct business. Thinking of this, Han Chunling finally calmed down and smiled, asking, "You've sold walnuts at Xingbao's studio many times. Don't you know who I am?" Although Han Chunling mentioned the name of the shop accurately, Yi Xianglei was only surprised for a moment. After all, there was only one antique shop in the entire county, so it was easy to guess. But he truly didn't know who Han Chunling was. When Yi Xianglei sold walnuts, he either waited for his brother to help him sell them or went with his parents when they came to the city to buy New Year goods. So, he only knew the plump manager Han and the skinny assistant Xiaoxi, and had no idea about Han Chunling's connection. Han Chunling then said, "My last name is Han, and Xingbao Studio is my shop. The manager Han is my brother from my mother's side. Now do you understand?" Yi Xianglei was taken aback, realizing he had previously said she didn't know anything, and his face turned red. Han Chunling continued, "I may not visit the shop often, but I've heard my brother talk about it. I should thank you because for the past 2 years, you've been selling walnuts and attracting many customers from the capital who like Jingbaoling. They come all the way from the capital every autumn to pick out walnuts, which has brought some business to our shop. The Jingbaoling variety of mountain walnuts is rare, found only in the mountains around the capital. It's unclear how it became popular, but perhaps because it only grows wild and cannot be cultivated, its low production has made it sought after by collectors in the capital. The preferences in the capital often influence trends nationwide. As long as the nobles and officials in the capital like something, there will be people willing to spend a fortune to obtain it, just to please those in power. Therefore, a high-quality Jingbaoling bracelet can fetch a high price for those with connections. In recent years, because Yi Xianglei has been collecting Jingbaoling and selling it to Xingbiozai, it has quietly gained a place among those who like Jingbaoling. A few days ago, Han Chunling learned from her brother that people in the capital are now spending a lot of money just to get a good-quality Jingbaoling bracelet. She initially thought that if this year's collection of Jingbaoling could be selected, she might be able to sell it for more than in previous years. She never expected to encounter such a surprise during her trip to the countryside. Han Chunling had already decided that she only wanted to break even on this deal, as her goal was to gain a reputation in the industry. Helping Yi Xianglei earn some money would also be a way to build a good relationship with the Yi family. However, she realized she couldn't discuss this business with a young child like Yi Xianglei. So Han Chunling asked, "Are your parents home? Can you call them over? I want to talk to them about your walnuts." To her surprise, Yi Xianglei was very resistant, quickly putting away his walnuts and looking at Han Chunling warily. "These are my walnuts. They have nothing to do with my parents. Why do you need them?" "Well, there should be an adult present to witness this, right? Otherwise, if word gets out, people might think I'm tricking a child." Yi Xianglei hesitated, and when he looked up, he saw Yi Laoda coming back from the restroom. He quickly called out, "Brother, can you help me out? What's going on?" Yi Laoda asked, seeing a group of kids surrounding Han Chunling and worried they might be bothering her. After hearing the situation from Han Chunling, Yi Laoda didn't take it too seriously and laughed, saying, "The clan leader's wife is being too serious. It's just something the child picked up. You can just give him a few coins." However, despite saying that, Yi Laoda stayed to witness the conversation. Han Chunling explained that someone in the capital wanted to buy Jingbaoling bracelets for a high price, and then she said in front of Yi Laoda, "Since you're relatives, I'll be straightforward. People in the capital are offering 15 taels of silver for bracelets. If you're willing to sell me your Jingbaoling, how about I give you 10 taels?" This offer shocked Yi Laoda and all the children. Yi Laoda instantly broke into a sweat, and he sobered up significantly. "Don't think I'm making a quick profit of 5 taels. After buying the walnuts, I have to find someone to process them. Not only do they need to be drilled, but I also have to find a good dragon head to make them into an 18-piece bracelet. All of this costs money. I not only won't make any profit, but I might even have to put in my own money. But since your families are close, I guess I'm doing this for the Yi family's sake." Han Chunling was subtly putting pressure on the Yi family. However, Yi Laoda's mind was in a fog. He could only think about the 10 taels of silver. He suddenly stood up and said, "Xianglei, this is not a small matter. I can't make a decision without telling your parents. At this moment, Yi Xianglei was also confused and had lost his own thoughts. If it were just one tael of silver, he might have had the courage to keep it as pocket money. But Han Chunling was talking about 10 taels. He didn't dare to accept that amount. So, after hearing Yi Laoda's words, he could only nod in agreement. Yi Laoda sent Yi Chongrui to call for help. Soon Yi Waner and Lu Quan arrived. Yi Chongrui didn't explain what was happening. He just said that Yi Xianglei was at home and urged them to hurry. Yi Waner thought Yi Xianglei had gotten into trouble again, so she hurriedly pulled Lu Quan along. As soon as she entered, she shouted, "Xianglei, what good thing have you done this time?" Yi Laoda quickly stepped forward and said, "Aunt, don't worry, it's a good thing." Good thing? Yi Waner looked at her son suspiciously, then turned her gaze back to Yi Laoda and asked, "Laoda, don't cover for him. Just tell me what's going on." After Yi Laoda explained, both Yi Waner and Lu Quan were stunned. The couple exchanged glances, hardly believing their ears. "Am I dreaming?" Yi Waner asked, looking confused. Lu Quan pinched her arm.
Ouch!
Yi Waner exclaimed in pain. "If it hurts, then it's not a dream," Lu Quan said, grinning. Yi Waner shot him a glare, but now wasn't the time to argue. She had known from the start that Yi Xianglei picked walnuts for pocket money. However, as far as she knew, he could only sell them for a little over 100 won at most. So, she had never taken it seriously. But what was happening now? How could a few walnuts be worth so much? If Han Chunling weren't the clan leader's wife, Yuana would have directly accused her of being a fraud. At this moment, Yi Xianglei had recovered from his initial shock and proudly said to Yuana, "Mom, you don't understand. I've always said that if we could find good quality jingbaling, we could sell them for a high price. Every time I mentioned it, you didn't want to hear it and said I was daydreaming. Now look at this." The clan leader's wife said the walnuts I picked can sell for 10 taels of silver. My dad doesn't even earn that much in a year, right? As he finished speaking, Yi Xianglei even playfully stepped on his father's foot. Lu Quan saw that Yi Waner was silent, so he pretended not to hear. After all, the matter of 10 taels of silver was more important. Although Yi Laoda had already told them what happened, Yuana still asked again from the beginning, as if it would be more believable coming from Han Chunling. Seeing the good quality of the jingbaling, Han Chunling patiently answered her questions one by one. Finally, Yi Laoda couldn't listen anymore and said, "Aunt, let's go inside and have some water while we chat." Yuana then realized she was being too chatty and quickly apologized, saying, "Clan leader's wife, I'm just a simple country person and haven't seen much of the world. I hope I didn't embarrass you." Han Chunling could only smile and say, "It's no problem. It's good to ask questions." Got it, got it," Yi Waner said repeatedly, then pulled Yi Xianglei over and said, "Hurry up and give the walnuts to the clan leader's wife." Then Yi Waner helped Yi Xianglei put all the walnuts into a pouch and handed it, along with the pouch, to Han Chunling. After all, the pouch was just made from scraps of cloth by Yi Waner and wasn't worth much. Han Chunling felt a bit awkward receiving the pouch. Since she was out, she naturally couldn't carry that much cash. She originally planned to send someone to deliver it later, but with Yi Waner and her family looking at her eagerly, she felt embarrassed to say that. "I didn't bring that much cash with me. If you're free this afternoon, why don't you come with us to the city to collect the money?" she said, handing the pouch back to Yi Waner. "You can keep the walnut safe, and we'll do a cash-on-delivery." "Look at what you're saying. Do you think we wouldn't trust you?" Yi Waner said awkwardly, yet she still tightly held onto the pouch. However, Han Chunling didn't mind. Getting so many good quality and evenly sized jingbaling this time was already a pleasant surprise for her. If this set of 18 jingbaling is sold and ends up in the hands of a prominent official, Xingbaojai could gain a great reputation in the capital. Even if luck doesn't favor them that much, at least they would secure a place among those who appreciate Jingong. For a shop like this, gaining recognition is a rare opportunity. If a store sells a good item, many customers will quickly come flocking in. Thinking about this, Han Chunling suddenly felt lucky today, thanks to Jing Kan. Otherwise, if Ye Shanglard had gone to the capital to sell the walnuts directly, she might not have known about it and missed such a great chance. So, She turned to find Qingtian to thank the little girl properly. As Han Chunling turned around, she saw Qingtian huddled with a few other kids, whispering about something. Little girl, Han Chunling called out, you really helped me today. How about I take you to buy some candy? I already have a lot of candy, but Qingtian seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by Ye Chengri. Seeing this, Han Chunling became curious and squatted down next to Qingtian, asking, what do you want? Tell me, maybe I have it. She thought that a country child would only want something tasty or a toy. To her surprise, Qingtian asked, ma'am, do you have any more jingbalum? Han Chunling didn't expect such a question from Qingtian. Ye Chengri quickly stepped forward and took his daughter's hand, saying, didn't you already give away that walnut? What jingbalum do you have left? He couldn't help but glance at Ajay and her husband, concerned about their reaction. They had only made a verbal agreement with Han Chunling, and if someone suspicious heard Qingtian's question, they might think they were trying to take advantage. I definitely want more.
Do you have jingbalong? Han Chunling replied eagerly.
For her, the more jingbalong, the better. Once the reputation is established, they need to have real goods to keep the customers coming. I don't have any, but my brothers do, Qingtian said, immediately looking up at her 5 brothers. Earlier, Ye Shanglei had taken them to gather walnuts, and each of them had kept a few decent ones. However, they were of different sizes and not very useful. So when Qingtian heard that Yi Xianglei's walnuts could sell for 10 taels of silver, she immediately thought of the walnuts her brothers had left behind that day. I don't have any, but my brothers do. I want them all, but the ordinary ones are definitely not worth as much as his. Yi Laoda quickly said, my family doesn't have any walnuts. But Qingtian held Yi Laoda's hand, looked up at him, and said, seriously, Dad, there really are some. They're in the box you gave me. When they were shopping at the Tianjin market, someone noticed they were buying many small items and, considering Zhang Captain's reputation, gave them a wooden box. After getting home, Yi Laoda gave the wooden box to Qingtian so she could keep her little treasures in it. Now, all the walnuts they collected together were nicely stored in Qingtian's wooden box. The Jingba Ling walnuts are not very big, even smaller than jujubes. Even if they could find a pair, this size is not suitable for spinning in hand. So, at least 18 would be needed. The walnuts in the box were all in good condition, just varying in size. It was hard to find 8 of similar size, let alone a complete set of 18. However, they were all picked out by Yi Xianglei, and based on his experience, they should be worth something. Han Chunling casually looked through them and was surprised to find an unexpected treasure. She took out one walnut from the box and said, this one can be drilled to match the dragon head for this set of 18. This one is good. It can sell for a decent price, Han Chunling said. Yi Changnian immediately shouted, I picked this one. Yi Changzhao disagreed, saying, not necessarily. All walnuts look similar. Take a closer look. Yi Changxue chimed in, just because you say it's yours doesn't mean it is. I say it's mine. Hearing his second brother say the same, Yi Changzhao felt supported and shouted, exactly. Can you remember all the walnuts you picked? The 3 brothers immediately started arguing. Even though they handed over the walnuts they picked to Qingtian, they still insisted on claiming ownership. Seeing her 3 brothers arguing, Qingtian quickly stood on her tiptoes, took out the walnuts from the box one by one, and sorted them into piles, saying, this one is from the 2nd brother, this one is from the 3rd brother, this one is from the 4th brother, and this one is from Nian brother. Han Chunling looked on in surprise and asked, you can remember all these walnuts? On a sunny day, she didn't know what to say, but she just knew. So, who picked this one up? Han Chunling asked her, holding a walnut she planned to keep as a decoration. It was my older brother who picked it up, Qingtian said without hesitation. He didn't want the walnuts for himself. He put them all in my basket. Maybe you picked it up. No. Qingtian shook her head repeatedly. It was definitely my brother who picked it up. To prove she wasn't making it up, she tried to remember what Yi Xianglei had said at the time. At that time, Xiao Su said this one was pretty good, but it was a bit too big to match the others. Yi Xianglei remembered this too. Although he wasn't sure if it was the one in Han Chunling's hand, he had indeed said those words. When everyone saw Yi Xianglei nodding, they finally believed it. Han Chunling couldn't help but praise Yi Laoda. Your daughter is so smart. At such a young age, her memory is amazing. Hearing his daughter being praised, Yi Laoda was so happy that his eyebrows almost flew up. I also noticed she has a good memory. On the way here, someone taught her a poem, and she still remembers it perfectly. As he spoke, Yi Laoda reached out and ruffled Qingtian's hair. Qingtian, recite it for the clan leader's wife to hear. Qingtian, hearing this, confidently recited a poem that Mr. Wei had taught her. Han Chunling listened in amazement, and then thought about her own son, who couldn't remember anything. She couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. If only her son had half of Qingtian's memory, he wouldn't struggle so much and would have passed the scholar's exam without needing his parents to help him find a job. I want all these walnuts too. How about I give you some money for them? Yi Laoda quickly replied, Clan leader's wife, you don't need to say that. These are just walnuts the kids picked up to play with. If you find them useful, take them. There's no need to pay. The clan leader came all this way for my family's matter. We don't know how to thank you. So, how could we take your money? That won't do. If you don't accept money, then I won't take them, Han Chunling said, immediately frowning and tossing the walnuts back into the wooden box. Yi Laoda was not as strong-willed as Yi Laotai and, confused, accepted the money. Holding the coins, Yi Laoda turned to look at Yi Waner. Fortunately, Yi Waner didn't think much of it. Her mind was already in the city. Going to the city was just right to deliver the deer meat she had saved for her eldest son. Thinking of this, Yi Waner couldn't stay any longer. Madam Clan Leader, I'll go home to pack my things and harness the donkey cart before returning to go into the city with you.
All right, no rush.
We still have some time to drink inside. Sure enough, after Yi Waner finished packing and returned to the Yi family gate, she waited for over half an hour before lunch was finally done. Yi Dongming was so tipsy that he needed Yi Laoda to help him onto the cart. Yi Xianglei also wanted to go into the city. He had been collecting walnuts for several years, always saying that if he could gather a bunch, he could make a lot of money, making others think he was obsessed with getting rich. Now that his dream was finally coming true, he had to see it for himself. But Yi Waner had no intention of taking him. With a stern face, she said, I'll go with your father. What do you need to go for? Do you want to tire our donkey out? Don't think that just because you earned a little money from collecting walnuts, you can act all high and mighty. Stay home and behave. After scolding him, Yi Waner still gave her son a sweet date, saying, when we come back, I'll buy you your favorite honey-glazed pork. Only then did Yi Xianglei reluctantly agree, watching their little donkey cart sway as it followed the clan leader's mule cart, fading into the distance. Before heading home, Yi Xianglei didn't forget to tell Qingtian, when my mom brings back the money, I'll buy you something good to eat. Yi Laoda thought to himself that the 10 taels of silver Yi Waner brought back would definitely be saved well. It was unlikely that Yi Xianglei would get to touch it. But he couldn't say that in front of the kids. Qingtian reached out to grab the coins Yi Laoda was holding and happily said, Xiao Su, I have money. I'll buy you candy. Then she added, I'll buy pork. Yi Laoda realized that if it weren't for Yi Xianglei taking the kids to collect walnuts, they wouldn't have this little bit of money. He was surprised that, despite being an adult, he was less aware than a 3.5-year-old child. Yi Xianglei was so happy thinking about his 10 taels of silver that he felt like he could burst. There was no way he would let Qingtian buy him anything. You keep the money to buy candy for yourself. After saying this, Yi Xianglei said goodbye and went home. As soon as he stepped outside, he couldn't help but smile widely, his grin unstoppable. As he walked, he even jumped up and waved his fist. 10 taels of silver. Just thinking about it made him so happy. Yi Xianglei was planning what to buy after getting the money and didn't notice Wang Zhengbao walking towards him with a gloomy face. Wang Dalong had a fever that wouldn't go down and had been lying on the bed all day, grumbling and in a bad mood, snapping at anyone nearby. Wang Zhengbao had just been scolded for no reason and was feeling very upset. He didn't want to stay at home, so he went out to clear his mind. However, his usual companions were all busy with their own things. After visiting a few friends, he found no one could join him, which made his mood even worse. When he saw Yi Xianglei approaching with a big smile, he rolled his eyes and said, "What are you so happy about? You look like a fool." Yi Xianglei was enjoying himself and didn't get too angry at first. But when he realized it was Wang Zhengbao who spoke, he immediately rolled up his sleeves. Wang Zhengbao quickly stepped back and asked, "What are you going to do?" Although he wasn't afraid of Yi Xianglei, he remembered that Yi Xianglei's older brother, Yi Xiangxin, was known as the strongest in the village. Wang Zhengbao had been on the receiving end of Yi Xiangxin's strength before and still remembered it well. So, he usually avoided conflicts with Yi Xianglei. He had just let his frustration out with a careless remark. Now, alone and thinking it wise to avoid trouble, he considered how to retreat. But unexpectedly, Yi Xianglei charged at him and grabbed his collar to hit him. Wang Zhengbao, feeling provoked, grabbed Yi Xianglei's arm, and they started fighting. Wang Zhengbao had never fought Yi Xianglei before and quickly realized he was no match for him. "I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously?"
Who cares what you said?
Yi Xianglei kicked Wang Zhengbao. "I've wanted to hit you for a long time." Wang Zhengbao felt a sharp pain in his calf and gasped. "I didn't do anything to you. Why are you hitting me?" "You didn't do anything to me, but you bullied my niece."
What?
Niece? Wang Zhengbao thought hard but couldn't remember who Yi Xianglei's niece was. "When did I bully your niece?" he shouted in frustration while being pushed around. Still denying it? Yi Xianglei punched him again. "My mom said that Qing Tian's wrist was pinched red and her knee was hurt." "Qing Tian is your niece?" Wang Zhengbao was confused for a moment. Didn't her family just move here? Yi Xianglei was too lazy to argue with him. He quickly beat and kicked Wang Zhengbao until he was left begging for mercy. "I was wrong. I won't bother Qing Tian again, okay? Not just Qing Tian, I protect her whole family. No one is allowed to cause them trouble." As Yi Xianglei spoke, he increased the force of his grip.
Okay.
"I'll avoid them from now on." Wang Zhengbao felt like his arm was about to break. To avoid more beating, he agreed to whatever Yi Xianglei said. Finally, Yi Xianglei let go, brushed off his hands, and looked down at Wang Zhengbao. "Remember what you said, or every time we meet, you'll get hit. Now go." Wang Zhengbao had come out to relax, but ended up getting beaten for no reason, feeling very humiliated. After Yi Xianglei walked away, he got up from the ground and limped home.
Brother, what happened to you?
Manhwa, carrying freshly cut pig grass, looked at Wang Zhengbao in surprise. Seeing his sister, Wang Zhengbao suddenly remembered he had never bothered Qing Tian.
It was Manhwa who had hurt Qing Tian that day.
So, did that mean he got beaten for nothing? Manhwa noticed Wang Zhengbao was silent and cautiously approached, trying to help him. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhengbao suddenly glared at her and slapped her face. Manhwa was stunned, covering her face and forgetting to cry. Although she had been hit many times before, this slap felt completely unjustified. "Brother." Manhwa called out pitifully, but didn't dare to ask why she was hit. Wang Zhengbao kicked her again, shouting, "Get away. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten." After scolding her, he spat and muttered, "Ugh, what bad luck." Manhwa held back her tears, watching Wang Zhengbao limp back home before she dared to head home with the pig grass. Before she could enter, she heard the loud voice of Widow Lu. "Oh my goodness, who did this? Your clothes are torn? Oh no, your pants are ripped too. This is terrible. Speak up, who did this?" Wang Zhengbao knew that if he told her, his grandmother would definitely cause a scene at Yuaner's house. But if that happened, everyone in the village would know he was beaten by Yi Xianglei. So no matter how Widow Lu asked, he kept his mouth shut. Widow Lu felt helpless and worried about her grandson, so she finally sent him back inside, saying, "I really owe you both. Neither of you gives me any peace of mind. Quickly go inside and take off your clothes so I can see where you're hurt." Once inside, Widow Lu first took off the dirty outer clothes. "Hurry up to the bed, don't get cold," she said while quickly undressing Wang Zhengbao. When she saw the marks on his body, her eyebrows shot up. You're hurt like this and you didn't say anything? Widow Lu raised her voice, waking up Wang Dalong, who was half asleep. What's all the noise? It's so annoying, Wang Dalong said without even opening his eyes. Widow Lu replied angrily, Look at what happened to your son. But Wang Dalong, annoyed, turned away from Widow Lu and Wang Zhengbao, saying, I'm feeling terrible myself. How can I take care of him? Widow Lu, feeling helpless, checked Wang Zhengbao all over, found some ointment, and rubbed it on his injuries, saying with irritation, You little troublemaker, just stay home and don't go causing trouble, okay? After tucking Wang Zhengbao into a warm bed, Widow Lu picked up his clothes one by one, planning to wash and mend them later. Recently, Zhang's belly had grown too big for her to do laundry. Thinking about her age, being forced out of the home she had lived in for so long, and having to work hard, she felt overwhelmed. Now she had to worry about her son and her grandson. None of you give me any peace of mind, she sighed as she stepped outside and saw Manhwa putting pig feed into the trough. Where have you been, you lazy girl? Widow Lu scolded. Every time I send you to get pig feed, you disappear for half the day. You're not a child anymore. Why can't you see what needs to be done? There's so much work to do inside and outside, and you just want to avoid it. Manhwa felt very wronged. Her older brother didn't have to do anything. With the weather getting colder, it was harder to gather pig feed than in summer. It took her a long time to fill a basket with feed. Not only did she not get praised when she returned, but she also faced scolding. When Widow Lu yelled at her, Manhwa really wanted to drop the pig feed and run away to clear her mind, just like Wang Zhengbao did when he was upset. But she understood in her heart that if Wang Zhengbao could do the same thing, she would only face punishment if she tried. So, despite the insults from Widow Lu, Manhwa insisted on putting the pig feed into the stone trough. Watching the two plump pigs come over to eat, Manhwa even felt a bit envious of them. Every day, they only ate and slept, without facing any beatings or scoldings. So even if they would only live a year or two before being slaughtered, she couldn't help but admire their carefree lives. You silly girl, what are you daydreaming about over there? Hurry up and come work. Widow Lu shouted again. Come here, I'll teach you how to wash clothes. You'll be 6 after the new year, you're not a little child anymore. You should know how to help around the house. Manhwa didn't want to respond, but she dared not resist and slowly walked over. Widow Lu impatiently pushed Manhwa onto a small stool in front of the wooden basin. I've already soaked the clothes for you. Look like this, find the dirty spots on the clothes. Rub your hands together like this to clean the dirty areas. Do you understand? Now you try. Manhwa's hands went into the water, and she immediately shivered from the cold. Widow Lu said without any sympathy, Don't be so delicate. These are chores for women. I'm teaching you for your own good. Otherwise, when you get married, if you can't do anything, you'll just be looked down upon by your in-laws and husband. Before long, Manhwa's small hands had turned red from the cold, but she still had to scrub the clothes under Widow Lu's watchful eye.
Didn't you eat? Put some effort into it.
Widow Lu scolded, Can you even clean them like this? Manhwa could only scrub harder. But then, with a rip, the already torn area of the cloth tore even more under her scrubbing. Are you doing this on purpose? Widow Lu kicked Manhwa in the back. Manhwa lost her balance and fell into the wash basin. The cold water instantly splashed over her face, soaking her upper body. Widow Lu reached in and pulled Manhwa out, saying with disdain, Forget it, I can't rely on you for anything. Go back and ask your mother for a change of clothes. I don't know what I did in my past life to deserve this. This life is just about serving others. Serving the old, serving the young, and now even serving the next generation. Manhwa, soaked and shivering, entered the house, her lips turning purple from the cold. Mrs. Jiang hurriedly dried her hair, changed her clothes, and then tried to get her to sit on the bed to warm up. The old house had very small rooms, and the bed was not big either, just enough for 3 adults to lie side by side, and even a slight movement would bump into someone else. At that moment, Wang Dalong occupied the edge of the bed, lying in a star shape and taking up most of the space. Wang Zhengbao was wrapped in a blanket at the head of the bed and had fallen asleep without realizing it. Perhaps because the head of the bed was too warm, he had kicked off the blanket and was sprawled out. There was hardly any space left for Manhwa to sit. Most importantly, neither of the two men was easy to deal with. Jiang Shi had no choice but to find a small stool near the head of the bed and said to her daughter, "Manhwa, you can sit here and warm up. You can't go out until your hair dries. Be careful not to catch a cold." Manhwa sat on the stool, and before long, she started sneezing one after another, clearly having gotten cold. She felt increasingly chilly, and her head was heavy. "Mom, Mom, achoo!" Chunhua's soft calls did not wake Jiang Shi but instead disturbed Wang Dalong, who was already uncomfortable and not sleeping well. Wang Dalong shouted angrily, "What are you making noise for? One person is loud enough, and now there are two. Do you want me to get worse and die sooner?" Chunhua shivered in fear. Lu, the widow, who was washing clothes in the yard, heard the commotion and came in with her wet hands, asking, "What's wrong?" Wang Dalong, feeling thirsty from the fever, impatiently said, "I want water." Lu quickly poured him a glass of water and scolded Chunhua, "Are you a ghost? Can't you even bring your father a glass of water while staying inside?" Wang Dalong was already angry, and hearing this made him even more upset. "Who says that isn't true? You keep shouting for your mom over there, making so much noise." Lu immediately told Chunhua, "Your mom is in that room. Go find her and stop bothering your dad." Since no one in the family wanted to gather firewood, and Chunhua was too small to carry it, there was never enough firewood at Lu's house. In previous years, during this time, Wang Dafeng would spend money to buy 2 loads of split wood for the family, enough to last the winter. But ever since the last time she returned to the capital, there had been no news from Wang Dafeng. So recently, during the day, Lu only dared to heat the bed in the east room, while the west room was as cold as a cellar. Jiang Shi was in the west room making clothes for her unborn child. Although her legs were covered with a quilt and felt warm, her hands were so cold she could barely hold the needle. Spring Flower stumbled into the west room and leaned close to Jiang, whispering, "Mom, I'm cold." Jiang had heard the old woman's scolding earlier. She reached out to touch Spring Flower's hair and found it was already half dry.
"Stay here with me."
"Get under the covers, and you'll warm up soon." Spring Flower nodded obediently, climbed onto the bed, and snuggled under the blanket next to Jiang. After finishing her task, Jiang noticed that the child had been quiet for a while, and her legs felt warm. She quickly reached under the blanket and felt Spring Flower's hot forehead. Jiang hurriedly pulled Spring Flower out from under the covers, realizing the child was burning up and seemed a bit dazed. "Spring Flower? Spring Flower?" Spring Flower vaguely heard someone calling her and managed to open her eyes a little, whispering, "Mom, I'm not feeling well." Jiang quickly got up and carried Spring Flower to the east room, saying to Widow Lu, "Mom, Spring Flower has a fever." Widow Lu had just finished washing clothes and was warming her hands on the bed. She frowned and asked, "How did she get a fever?" Jiang didn't dare mention that Spring Flower had fallen into the basin earlier. She could only reply softly, I don't know what happened." Widow Lu remembered the incident, but frowned even more. "This is such a hassle. If she got wet, why didn't you change her clothes right away? How did she end up with a fever?" Jiang wanted to suggest calling Dr. Gu to check on Spring Flower, but sensing Widow Lu's tone, she cautiously said, "Mom, when Dr. Gu comes to check on Jingbao tonight, could he also take a look at Spring Flower?" Widow Lu's expression darkened immediately. "You make it sound so easy. Does seeing a doctor not cost money? It's normal for a child to have a fever. Just cover her up and let her sweat it out." All the money in the house was tightly held by Widow Lu, and without her approval, Jiang had no options. Since Wang Dafeng married and moved to the capital, Widow Lu had become more financially comfortable and saved quite a bit over the years. However, getting her to spend money was like pulling teeth, especially since her second son, Wang Dahu, was a very bright and still hadn't married. Finding him a wife would surely cost a lot. Of course, if Wang Dalong, Wang Dahu, or Wang Zhengbao needed money, Widow Lu would be willing to spend. But for Jiang and Spring Flower, As long as they weren't dying, spending money wasn't necessary. Jiang had no choice but to place Chunhua on the Kong. Wang Zhengbao had woken up by now. Seeing Chunhua placed there, he immediately got up and left in disgust. At this moment, Jiang couldn't pay attention to her son, but Widow Lu hurried out to chase after him. Zhengbao, it's almost dark. Where are you going? You just woke up and are sweating. Be careful not to catch a chill. Jiang tucked Chunhua into the blanket and sighed silently. She gently patted Chunhua through the blanket and softly said, Chunhua, be good, sleep now. A good sleep will help. When Widow Lu couldn't catch up with her grandson and was returning, she happened to see Yuan and her husband coming back with a donkey cart. Yuan had gone to the city today and not only received 10 taels of silver, but also visited her eldest son, Yi Xiangxin. Hearing Master Cheng praise her son, she felt incredibly happy. Before leaving, she gave some venison to Master Cheng, who was very pleased and assured them that he would teach Yi Xiangxin everything he knew. After saying goodbye to her eldest son, the couple bought quite a few things in the city. At this moment, both of them were smiling, and there were many items on the cart. Widow Lu felt puzzled. Yuan's family was known for being the most frugal in the village, always living very tightly. They rarely bought meat except during the New Year. Every spring, when the stored cabbage and radishes were almost gone and the vegetables in the field had not yet grown, some families couldn't help but spend money on vegetables. But Yuan and her husband could make do with pickled vegetables for half a month. So today, was the sun rising from the west? Curious, she couldn't help but ask, Oh, what windfall did you two have? You actually spent money in the city? As soon as Yuan heard the sarcastic tone, she didn't even need to look to know it was Widow Lu. Save where you can, but spend where you must, Yuan replied. I have a habit of not wanting to owe anyone favors. Unlike some people who owe a lot and still sleep soundly. Widow Lu felt a bit embarrassed by her words. Yuan's comment was almost a direct reference to her. Previously, relying on her son-in-law's abilities, Widow Lu had often sought help from others in the village for free labor. Since Lu Quan and Widow Lu came from the same village, if traced back, their families might even be connected in some way. Therefore, Lu Quan becoming a son-in-law in Rongxi village had always made Widow Lu feel embarrassed, and she never showed him a good face when they met. However, she always used the excuse that she was older than Lu Quan to ask him to do work for her family. Yuaner had long been annoyed with her. Previously, she had to endure it because of her son-in-law, but now the support of the Yi family was much stronger than that of Lu Widow's son-in-law. She no longer felt the need to tolerate Lu Widow. Lu Widow was used to being dominant in the village, but now everything was going wrong for her. Even Yuana, whom she usually looked down upon, dared to stand up to her. Lu Quan, are you really going to let your wife talk about me like this? Lu Widow snapped at him. Have you forgotten that you should at least call me auntie? Lu Quan remained silent, but Yuana responded, There's a saying. When you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, follow the dog. You've been married for so many years, and your husband is my peer, so you don't need to act like you're so much older than me. After saying this, without waiting for Lu Widow to reply, she turned to Lu Quan and said, Why are you still waiting? Hurry up and get the cart moving. It's going to get dark soon. Lu Quan quickly cracked the whip, and the donkeys started walking, pulling the couple and their belongings toward the Yi family's home. Lu Widow, seeing that they were going to the Yi family, became even more frustrated. The Yi family had truly become her nemesis. Ever since they arrived, her life had been full of troubles. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she decided not to go home and instead headed towards the village's famous fortune teller. As Yi Waner and Lu Quan drove the cart, they hadn't even reached the Yi family's door when they heard loud noises mixed with excited laughter from children. To the left, a little more to the left. There are still several over there. Dad, look up. There's a big one up there. Be careful. Make sure your feet are steady. Falling isn't a joke. The persimmons are so sweet. Mom, you should try one. Yuaner got off the cart and saw Yi Laoda and Yi Lao Si each carrying a basket, picking persimmons from the tree. The Yi family members were gathered under the tree, all looking up. The children each held a ripe persimmon, smiling happily. "Oh, you're picking persimmons?" Yuana stepped forward to look up. "These 2 persimmon trees at your door have been here for years. In the past, Uncle Wei would bring everyone persimmons every year. Not only ripe ones, but also delicious dried persimmons." Hearing this, Grandma Yi said, "You're just in time. We were just saying we should bring some persimmons to your family. Since you're here, you can take some home with you." "Oh dear. I'm here to bring you things, not to take anything away," Yuana said as she pulled Grandma Yi into the house, while Lu Quan silently followed behind with the items. "What are you bringing this time?" Grandma Yi turned to look at what Lu Quan was carrying, but Yuana quickly held her back. "About the water cart, if it weren't for your 3rd son, we wouldn't have known what to do. A few days ago, the eldest caught a deer and gave us so much meat. I remember it well. Isn't this all mutual?"
Grandma'ya replied.
"When we first arrived in the village, you were the first one to help us. Besides, whether it's fixing the water cart or the deer meat, those things don't cost money. You're being too polite." "Sister-in-law, that's not how it is," Yuana said, pulling Grandma Yi to sit down on the bed. "When we fixed the water cart, your 3rd son was under a lot of pressure. With so many eyes on him, any mistake would have made things harder for your family. Although the deer meat was caught by the eldest, it can be sold, and he left us with so much good meat." After talking for a while, seeing that Grandma Yi still wanted to argue, Yuana continued, "What? Is it only your family that can show gratitude? Can't I reciprocate?" Hearing this, Grandma Yi smiled helplessly and gave her a light pat. "You are something else." Although Grandma Yi had genuinely wanted to repay Yuana's kindness without expecting anything in return, she felt warm inside seeing Yuana's attitude. This was the way for their families to get along for a long time. "I didn't know what you needed, so I bought some snacks in the city. This is from the best snack shop in the county. You should try it. I also got a braised pork leg. My son loves their sweet pork. Unfortunately, I arrived too late today and the sweet pork was sold out, so I had to get the braised one instead." With each item Yuana mentioned, Lu Quan placed one on the table. "And here is a set of writing supplies for your Chongrui. And this tangram is for Qing Tian. And this." Although Grandma Yi had relaxed a bit, she was surprised by how many things Yuana had bought. "Wait a minute, what are you doing? Why did you buy so much? I know your walnut sold for 10 taels of silver, but you can't spend it all like this." After hearing Grandma Yi mention walnuts, Yuan stopped reaching for things and gave Lu Quan a look. Lu Quan understood and went outside to guard the door. "What's going on?" Grandma Yi felt a bit uneasy with her behavior. "Sister-in-law, I didn't know before, but after going to the city this afternoon, I realized. Do you think the clan leader's wife gave us so much money for no reason?"
"Why?"
"What's wrong? Are the walnuts not worth that much?" "They are worth something, but sister-in-law, think about it. Xiang Lei has been collecting walnuts for years, and in the past, making even a little money in a season was good. Just a few broken walnuts picked by a child. If she hadn't said anything, would we have known how much they were worth? Forget about 10 taels of silver. Even if she gave us 1 tael, we would be grateful, right?" When Grandma Yi heard this, she felt Yuan's words made sense. During lunch, she sensed from Han Chunling's words that she was almost losing money while trying to help. But if she hadn't mentioned it, Yuan's family wouldn't have known how much the walnuts were worth, nor would they have dared to ask for 10 taels. Then why is that? Does the clan leader want something from your family? Sister-in-law, you really think too highly of us. What can we do to help the clan leader? You don't know. After we went to the city, the clan leader's wife kept asking about your family, wanting to know your relationship with the Qin family. This time, the walnuts Xiang Lei picked sold for so much thanks to your family. Hearing this, Grandma Yi couldn't help but feel conflicted. Although her family had some connection with the Qin family, she had always thought it was enough to earn a little money and never considered using the Qin family's influence for anything else. When her family first returned and was bullied by the village chief and Lu widow, watching their old house but not being able to move in, having to sleep outside, she never thought of asking the Qin family for help. Now, she certainly wouldn't bother them for the clan leader. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I can tell she has that intention, but She hasn't said it outright, and the benefits from selling the walnuts haven't gone to your family, right? I'm just telling you this to keep you informed. You should be aware, and when you have contact with the clan leader's family, be careful not to agree to anything you can't do. Grandma, you felt a bit worried. Over time, would the clan leader have any opinions about her family? Now, the village hasn't fully settled down. If we offend the clan leader again, how will we live in the future? Yuwaner noticed her worries and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. The Qin family is still letting the second daughter-in-law make clothes, right? Later, Grandma Jiang will definitely come back. Once the news spreads, whether it's the village head or the clan leader, they will have to curry favor with your family. No one will dare to trip you up. I hope it can be like that. Although Yi Laotai was still a bit uneasy, she didn't want to show it in front of Yuwaner. After Yuwaner finished speaking, she stood up and said, All right, the things are delivered, and I've said what I needed to. I need to hurry home to cook. As she left the old Yi family, Yi Deseo insisted on stuffing a basket of persimmons into her arms. Aunt, these persimmons are really sweet. Take some home and try them. When the dried persimmons are ready, I'll bring you some. Yuwaner didn't refuse and happily hugged the basket, saying, I've loved the persimmons from your tree since I was a child. It's been years since I had them, and I didn't expect to enjoy them again. When Yuwaner and Lu Quan were heading home, the sky was gradually getting darker. At the entrance of their home, Yuwaner vaguely saw a familiar figure darting down the path. She nudged Lu Quan and asked, Do you see that person? Is it Widow Lu? Lu Quan squinted and said uncertainly, It seems like it. While they were talking, the figure had already slipped into a nearby house. What is she doing at Wang Posey's house? Why do you care so much? Let's hurry home and cook. The child must be starving. Hearing Lu Quan's words, Yuwaner withdrew her gaze, but still felt a hint of suspicion in her heart. Wang Posey is a well-known fortune-teller in Rongxi village. Since she was a teenager, she claimed to be possessed by a spirit and kept a protective deity in her home, declaring that she would never marry. As a result, her title in the village changed from Miss Wang to Aunt Wang, and eventually to Old Lady Wang. The villagers' attitude towards her shifted from laughter to a mix of belief and skepticism. Now, whenever someone faces a difficult decision, they like to consult her for guidance. Widow Lu sneaked into Wang Posey's house as dusk fell. Wang Posey now lived in the old house left by her parents. The protective deity was kept in the main room, while Wang Posey herself lived in the east wing, only going to the main room to pray or to offer readings. Her old house was low and had been filled with incense smoke for many years, making it dark and covered with many messy cloth strips. It was hard to see inside, even during the day. As soon as she entered, a strong smell hit her, something she couldn't quite identify, but it made her feel uncomfortable. Lu, a widow, had faced hardships since childhood. At a young age, she lost her husband and had a son with a mental disability. Therefore, she often turned to praying and worshiping. Over time, her life did improve, and she believed it was due to her good deeds from praying. However, recently things had been going wrong at home. No matter how much she prayed, nothing changed. Finally, she decided to gather some money and consult Wang, the fortune-teller. Wang had changed from a young woman to a frail old lady. When she heard a voice, she hunched over and came out of her room. Who is it? Her eyesight had worsened, but this seemed to attract more villagers, seeking her fortune-telling. It's me, Lu replied. She was familiar with the place and followed Wang into the main room. After they both paid respect to the household deity, they sat facing each other on a mat. What do you want to know? Wang asked. My family has had a string of bad luck lately. First, my eldest fell ill, then my son was beaten, and today, Manhwa has a high fever. I came to see if we disturbed something. In such situations, villagers often blamed it on disturbing the local spirits, like the weasel, fox, or hedgehog. These animals were common in the village, and sometimes moving firewood or cleaning could accidentally disturb them. If disturbed, it could lead to unrest at home or illness. Lu thought about her recent move and worried that they might have disturbed something. No wonder Dafeng hadn't been in touch lately. Perhaps he was also unwell? The more she thought, the more anxious she became, urging Wang, "Please find out what we disturbed and how to fix it." Wang calculated for a moment, but shook her head. "You did disturb something, but it's not what you think." "What do you mean?" Lu was confused. "Think about it. When did your family's fortune start to improve?" Lu reflected and was suddenly alarmed. "Since moving into the old Yi family's house, my daughter has also married in the capital, and our family's life has been getting better. However, ever since we moved out, nothing seems to go well at home." When Wang Posey noticed her silence, she understood what she was thinking. "Do you get it now? Are you saying that house brings good fortune?" Lu Guofeng hesitated, then quickly denied it without waiting for Wang Posey to respond. "That's impossible. If their house brought good fortune, they wouldn't have ended up like that." Indeed, when the Yi Donglin family lived there, the eldest son died, the second son was taken to the army and also died, and the elderly couple ended their lives alone, without anyone to care for them. Even Yi Donghai died far away, and now, although he has returned to his roots, only a handful of bones remain. "You don't understand." Wang Posey shook her head. "A house and its occupants must complement each other. Not everyone will thrive there. Your family's fortune matches that house, which is why things improved after you moved in. Now that you've moved out, things have become unsettled." Lu Guofeng felt a bit convinced by her words. The timing was indeed too coincidental. During the years living in the old Yi house, life wasn't perfect, but it was still better than most families in the village. Now, just a short time after moving out, everything has become chaotic. "What should we do now?" Lu Guofeng felt anxious. It was hard to move back at this point. "I'll get you a talisman. You can burn it to ash, make it into talisman water, and everyone in your family must drink it. Let's see if that helps. If not, we may need to invite a priest for a big ceremony." Inviting a priest for a big ceremony would cost a lot, and Lu Guofeng was reluctant. "Then let's just ask for a talisman first." Wang Posey found a piece of talisman paper and used cinnabar to draw on it for a while before stopping. After finishing, she swayed slightly, her voice weaker than before. "All right, take this back with you." Lu Guofeng quickly accepted the talisman with both hands, carefully placing it in her pocket, and then offered the prepared coins. Wang Posey didn't take them but pushed a box on the floor forward, indicating Lu Guofeng to put the money inside. "Go back." Her voice had a faint quality. "I need to kneel in front of the deity's tablet tonight. Remember, tomorrow morning, as soon as the sun rises, burn the talisman to ash and everyone must drink it." "Yes, I will remember." Mrs. Lu left Wang Posey's house, carefully holding the talisman paper like a treasure. At that moment, the Lao Yi family had just finished a hearty dinner. The children still had the delicious taste of the braised pork in their mouths. Sisters-in-law Yi Da, Yi Er, and Yi Sen were sitting around the Kong table in Grandma Ye's room, peeling persimmons. The two big persimmon trees at the entrance were full of fruit, and today most of them had been picked. The ripe persimmons were placed on the windowsill for anyone in the family who wanted to eat. The remaining firm ones were put into two large bowls, and now they were being peeled and dried to make persimmon cakes to enjoy later. While peeling, the sisters-in-law chatted. Yi Er looked at the well-behaved Qing Tian next to Yi Da and felt envious. "I think it should be a daughter. Look at my 3 boys, they finish eating and disappear without a trace. Then look at Qing Tian, who always stays by her aunt's side." Yi Da smiled and said, "Now that everything is settled, if you want a daughter, you should hurry and have another baby with Ge." "Oh no, I can't do that." Yi Er replied, "If I have another son, I won't be able to handle it." Yi Sen said, "You already have 3 sons. The next one will definitely be a daughter." Yi Da playfully teased Qing Tian. "Qing Tian, what do you think? If your second aunt has another baby, will it be a little brother or a little sister?" Qing Tian tilted her head, looked at Yi Er seriously for a while, and then said, "A little sister. Is my second aunt going to have a little sister for me? I will play with her." Yi Sen quickly asked, "What about for your third aunt?" This time, Qing Tian just glanced and said, "A little brother." Yi Sen laughed so hard she could barely sit still, patting Yi Er's arm. "Did you hear that, Er Saw? Qing Tian says you can have a daughter. You should hurry and encourage Ge. Why are you saying such things in front of the children? Yi shook her head. Honestly, our family just doesn't seem to have the luck to have daughters. Think about it. We don't know about the past, but since our grandfather's time, there have only been 2 sons. Our dad and uncle. Our parents had 4 sons, and uncle had 2 sons. Now we have 5 boys, and only Qing Tian is our precious daughter. No one had thought about this before, but after Yi mentioned it, they realized it was true. I hadn't thought about it until you said it. Even Grandma Yi couldn't help but laugh. Sister Yi Sand is very straightforward and often speaks without thinking. She said, how about this? Next year, let's see if the 4th brother's wife has a girl or a boy. If it's another boy, then there's really no hope. But if she is a girl, then maybe there's still a chance for the second sister-in-law. Before Sister Yi Sen could finish, they heard Mrs. Gu shouting outside. Sister San, you have 2 sons, so you don't have to worry. But you don't need to curse others behind their backs. Why is it that everyone else's sons, but I have to have a daughter? Do you think I just sit at home all day waiting to have a baby while you talk about me behind my back? My life is so hard. How did I end up with such a family of sisters-in-law? Sister Yi Sen didn't expect her joking remarks to be overheard by Mrs. Gu. She wanted to explain, but Mrs. Gu's rapid-fire words left her speechless. Mother, you know that's not what I meant. Sister Yi Sen felt wronged and couldn't find the words. All right, it's her first pregnancy, so she might take things to heart. If she wants to say a few things, let her. You don't need to say anything. I'll go talk to her, and we'll let this go, said the elderly matriarch. When it comes to conflicts between daughters-in-law, it can be hard for the matriarch to be completely fair, often having to soothe one side while calming the other. Now that Mrs. Gu is pregnant, it's normal for her to feel upset hearing her sister-in-law hope for a girl. Sister Yi Sen felt wronged, but could only blame herself for her careless words. The matriarch went outside to find Mrs. Gu and discuss the matter. Upon entering the room, she saw Mrs. Gu sitting on the Kong eating persimmons. The matriarch immediately said, "You're pregnant now, so just eat a few persimmons to satisfy your craving. You shouldn't eat too many." Mrs. Gu's already unappealing expression darkened further. She tossed the persimmon on the table and replied unhappily, "These persimmons are free from our own tree. Am I not allowed to eat a few more?" "I'm not saying you can't eat," the matriarch replied helplessly. "But eating too many can cause problems, and since you're pregnant, you need to be careful. Your family isn't here to guide you, so as your mother-in-law, I have to tell you." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Gu suddenly covered her face and started crying. "If my family were here, would you dare to treat me this way? I know you don't lack grandsons, but those grandsons aren't even the 4th brother's own. Having many nephews can't compare to having one biological son. Do you want to leave your 4th son with no descendants?" Old Lady Yi felt helpless about Gu's habit of only hearing part of the conversation, so she patiently explained what everyone had been discussing earlier. "So your 3rd sister-in-law doesn't mean what you think. She's just blunt and not a bad person. If she's not bad, then I must be." Gua insisted. "When I was pregnant for the first time, was it appropriate for her to say that?" "I already talked about her." Old Lady Yi continued gently. "The gender of a child isn't something she can decide with just one comment. Don't take it to heart, okay? Unless my sister-in-law apologizes and admits she shouldn't have said that." Gua remained firm. Old Lady Yi was starting to lose her patience and frowned slightly. "We're all family. She didn't do anything that terrible to need to apologize to you." As soon as those words were spoken, Gua exploded. "I've never seen such a biased mother-in-law. When my sister-in-law spoke about me, you were right there laughing with them. If I hadn't heard it, who knows what else she would have said. Back then, you said we were all family and shouldn't say such things. Now that I want her to apologize, you start defending her. What? Is the 3rd daughter-in-law more precious than the 4th? Just then, Yi Laosi came back home and heard Gua shouting at Old Lady Yi. "What's going on?" Yi Laosi asked, looking between his wife and mother, unsure what to do. Seeing him, Gua's tears started to flow. "Yi Laosi, tell me the truth. Are you really your mother's biological son? Or were you raised by a stepmother?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Laoxi's eyebrows shot up. I'm not talking nonsense. Gua insisted. If you weren't raised by a stepmother, why does your mother always favor your second and third brothers? She would be happy if I couldn't have a son, so you could work hard to support your nephews like they were your own. Originally, your older brother and sister-in-law were the ones helping others raise their sons. Now that they have their own good fortune, others are starting to set their sights on you. You fool. Don't you understand anything? If I weren't looking out for you, you'd end up in a terrible situation. What was said kept many family members awake at night. Sister Yi tossed and turned, making her daughter, Qing Tian, who was usually very attached to her, unable to sleep well either. Before dawn the next day, Sister Yi couldn't sleep anymore and decided to get up. As soon as she moved, Qing Tian woke up immediately. Children usually love to sleep in. Although Qing Tian was awake, she still felt very sleepy. She tried hard to open her eyes and softly called out, "Mom." Seeing her daughter, still half asleep but reaching out for her, Sister Ye's heart melted. She quickly picked her up. Gently patting Qing Tian's back, she said softly, "Sweetheart, it's still early. Go back to sleep." But Qing Tian insisted on staying close, pushing her little face into her mother's neck and mumbling, "Mom, you should sleep a bit more." Sister Yi felt tickled by her daughter's actions and had to lie back down, tucking Qing Tian under the covers while gently patting her, hoping she would fall asleep again. However, Qing Tian kept holding onto her hand, too sleepy to open her eyes but still whispering, "Mom, don't be upset." Hearing this made Sister Ye's heart ache, and her eyes turned red. After so many years in the Yi family, she had endured a lot of pressure for not being able to have children, and only she knew how she felt inside. If it weren't for Yi Laoda's insistence back then, she might have been sent back home long ago. Although she now had a good relationship with Grandma Yi, it only improved gradually after Yi Er saw married and gave birth to Yi Chongrui. This was because when Yi Laozi insisted on having Yi Lao to divorce her, Grandma Yi had spoken up for her. So Sister Yi had always worked hard to serve her mother-in-law and helped Yi Lao to take care of his 3 younger brothers and nephews. If she said she didn't hope that her nephews would help take care of them in their old age, that would be a lie. But over the years, the contributions of Yi Laoda and his wife to the Yi family had been clear for everyone to see. The 3 younger brothers and 2 sisters-in-law had always respected and recognized them. However, what was said last night made her think again. Did the 3 younger brothers really see her and her husband that way? The soft voices of the mother and daughter woke Yi Laoda, who was sleeping nearby. You know what kind of person the 4th brother's wife is. It's not worth getting upset over those few words. With her daughter snuggled up to her and hearing Yi Laoda's comforting words, Sister Ye's troubled feelings eased a lot. Who says otherwise? The 3 of us sisters-in-law have gotten along well for many years. There's no need to create a rift over her few words. That's right, said Yi Laoda, turning over and getting up. After putting on his clothes, he neatly folded his bedding and placed it in the storage. Why are you up so early? Yi Deseo asked quietly. Don't you remember? Tomorrow is the day we move Dad's grave. I need to go to the city today to buy things. Besides, you felt upset about what was said last night, and I'm sure Mom feels the same. I'll go check on her quietly. You should sleep a bit longer with Qing Tian. After saying this, Yi Laoda put on a coat and went out. Sure enough, there was a faint light coming from the east room. Yi Laoda entered the room and gently knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. Who is it? Mom, it's me, Yi Laoda replied. I can't sleep. I want to discuss Dad's matter with you.
Come in.
Yi Laotai's voice was a bit low. Actually, Yi Dongming had already clearly explained the burial arrangements for Yi Laoda's father. If it weren't for the fact that this matter had to be handled by the Yi family, he would have preferred to take care of it all himself. So, there wasn't much to discuss. Yi Laotai understood that her eldest son had something to say. Yi Laoda pushed the door open and saw a small oil lamp lit on the table. Although Yi Laotai hadn't gotten up, she was already dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed, clearly awake for a while. Yi Laoda sat on the edge of the bed and looked at his father's memorial tablet, saying, Mom, are you talking to Dad again? Yi Laotai gently stroked the tablet and sighed. Laoda, I was thinking, after we bury your father in the ancestral grave, maybe we should split the family? Mom. Yi Laoda felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. But Yi Laodhai raised her hand to signal him to listen first. I originally planned that after settling down, our whole family would work together for a few more years. By then, the fourth child's kids will be a bit older, and we could aim to build houses for all of you before splitting. But now, it seems that if we don't split, the sisters-in-law will end up having conflicts because of the fourth son's wife. Over time, it will be hard for you four brothers not to be affected. All these years, you two have contributed the most to the family, and I see that. Not to mention the second and third family's children. Even the fourth grew up right under your noses. I know in my heart that when the time comes to split, you won't be treated unfairly. After listening to Grandma Yi, Yi Laoda said, Mom, the sons are grown up, and there will surely be a day when we need to split the family. Although Grandma Yi mentioned the idea of splitting, a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes when she heard her eldest son say this. Unexpectedly, Yi Laoda continued, but it definitely isn't the right time. We have just settled in the village, and we haven't even found our footing yet. If the brothers don't work together and decide to split now, what kind of situation is that? Even if you agree, as the eldest brother, I absolutely do not. Before Yi Laoda finished speaking, several voices suddenly came from outside. Yi Er said, Mom, we all know about the sacrifices that big brother and sister-in-law have made over the years. We never had such thoughts. Yi Sen added, Yes, Mom, big brother and second brother are right. Finally, Yi Si's ashamed voice said, Mom, it's all my fault. He wanted to say that he would take care of Gua and not let her act like that again. But the words wouldn't come out, as he realized from their journey that Gua was not someone who would listen to him. It seemed that the whole family didn't sleep well last night. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father, and the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Yi Si choked up. When Dad passed away, I was only 10 years old. If it weren't for big brother and sister-in-law taking care of me, I wouldn't have had such a good life these years. I have only just started to contribute and earn some money for the family in the past 2 years, thanks to my brothers guiding me. If we split now, how will I manage in the future? Seeing that Yi Si was about to cry, Yi Er quickly comforted him. Fourth brother, what are you doing? No one is saying we should split. We are brothers, and no words can break that bond. Yi San, though not good with words, patted Yi Si's shoulder to show support. Yi Laoda then opened the door and said, Today we need to go to the city to buy things. You can come with me and see if there are any job openings in the city. Hearing this, Yi Si felt even more ashamed. Big brother, alright, we are brothers, so there's no need for formalities, Yi Laoda said, ruffling his brother's hair. Take your time with your wife. She is pregnant now, so try not to argue with her. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character. Once she spends more time with us, she'll understand what our family is like. After hearing what Big Brother Yi said, Fourth Brother Yi felt a bit better inside. The other two brothers also looked like they agreed. Only Grandma Yi, sitting on the Kong, curled her lips, thinking that these foolish sons were making things too simple. However, for the family, harmony among the brothers and working together was the most important thing, so Grandma Yi didn't want to dampen their spirits. As they were talking, the sun finally jumped over the horizon, brightening the sky outside. After a hard time getting her sunny mood back, sister-in-law Yi came out of the house, washed up quickly, and started preparing breakfast. Second sister-in-law Yi and third sister-in-law Yi had actually been listening to the noise outside the whole time. When they saw sister-in-law Yi enter the kitchen, they hurried out to help. Second sister-in-law Yi remained calm and did her usual tasks. However, third sister-in-law Yi was straightforward and had a tough night holding back her feelings. Sister-in-law, you must not listen to those silly words from fourth brother's wife. We've been sisters-in-law for so many years, and I've never seen you as just a sister-in-law. As soon as she said this, second sister-in-law Yi was startled and quickly looked at her. Third sister-in-law continued, I've always regarded you as my own big sister. Back when we were outside the pass, who didn't praise our family for being united, with harmonious sister-in-law relationships and good mother-in-law ties. We can't let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. Big sister, second sister, don't you agree? Sister-in-law Yi and second sister-in-law Yi both laughed at her words. Seeing them laugh, third sister-in-law joined in the laughter, and the atmosphere in the kitchen became much lighter. Third sister-in-law perked up again and said, "You don't know, even my husband, who is usually quiet, complained about fourth brother's wife after coming home last night. We've lived together for so many years, and none of us thought about such messy things. Why does she have to bring so many problems? It's a shame for fourth brother to have such a wife." Hearing this, second sister-in-law Yi quickly turned to look out the window and tapped her, saying, "You really don't learn, just saying whatever comes to your mind. Now is not like before when we were outside the pass with big yards and houses. Everyone lives in the same courtyard, and to be blunt, even a loud noise can be heard by the whole family. From now on, you need to be careful with your words. Don't just say anything that comes to mind." But third sister-in-law replied lightly, "Don't worry, second sister, she definitely won't hear it. The fourth brother's wife won't leave the house until the sun is high in the sky. Have you not noticed this for so many days? Even breakfast is prepared by the eldest sister-in-law just for her, and then brought into the room for her to eat. Still, be careful." Sister Yi Er was truly frightened by last night's events. Mother couldn't sleep well all night because she was upset. Well, who in the house slept well last night, except for a few kids? When we were pregnant, we didn't act like her. Some people really think they are queens. As the three of them talked, a simple breakfast was quickly prepared. Sister Yida, as usual, served porridge, steamed buns, and pickles for Guasher, placing them in a basket to wait for Yi Lao Si to come and take them. Sister Yi Sin couldn't help but say, "Eldest sister-in-law, you're too soft-hearted. Why are you still taking care of her after all this?" "I'm not doing it for her. I'm doing it for Lao Si," Sister Yi sighed. Right now, he's the one having the hardest time in the family. Yi Lao Si stood outside the kitchen door, clearly hearing Sister Yi Da's words. The tears he had been holding back in front of Grandma Yi and his brothers finally flowed out. When he heard footsteps coming from the kitchen, he quickly raised his arm and wiped his face with his sleeve. "Eldest sister-in-law, let me carry it," he said, reaching for the bowl of corn porridge from Sister Yi Da's hands, not daring to look her in the eye, and quickly turned to walk towards the main room. "Be careful. Don't burn yourself," Sister Yi Da reminded him habitually. Yi Lao Si didn't dare to respond, fearing that his voice would crack with tears. He hurried into the room, placed the bowl on the table, and then rushed back into the kitchen. "What's wrong with Lao Si?" Sister Yi Sin wondered as she saw him walking back and forth with his head down. Sister Yi Da sighed inwardly, understanding the situation. He probably went to bring breakfast to his wife. "You all eat first. I'll go check if Qing Tian is awake. That child has been very clingy lately. If she wakes up and doesn't see me, she will fuss for a long time." Watching Sister Yi Er and Sister Yi San take the steamed buns, pickles, and bowls into the main room, Sister Yi Da turned back to the kitchen. Sure enough, she found Yi Lao Si squatting on the ground, burying his head in his arms and quietly sobbing. Hearing footsteps, he was startled, looked up to see Sister Yi Da, and couldn't hold back a whimper. "Eldest sister-in-law, you're about to become a father, yet you're still hiding away crying?" Seeing him like this made Sister Yi Da feel bad as well. When she married into the Yi family, Yi Lao Si was only a little older than Qing Tian. At that time, she often had to help Grandma Yi take care of the children, and it wasn't until Yi Lao Si got a bit older that she started to keep her distance. However, since she didn't have children of her own, Yi Lao Da and his wife treated Yi Lao Si with great affection. Although he was technically her brother-in-law, to Yi Da Saw, Yi Lao Si was almost like her own child. She never expected that while her relationship with her mother-in-law was fine, she would experience the difficulties of a mother-in-law relationship through Yi Lao Si and Guasher. "Alright, your brother and I aren't taking it to heart, so why are you overthinking it? The most important thing these days is Dad's situation. Stop worrying about this and help your brother get things sorted out." As soon as it was dawn, Wang Delong was woken up by Widow Lu. He still had a fever and felt very weak. If it had been anyone else waking him, he would have been angry. Wang Long tried to suppress his irritation and, with heavy eyes, asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" "It's time for your medicine," Widow Lu said, holding 2 bowls. As Wang Long struggled to sit up, she quickly brought one bowl to his lips and poured a bit in before he could react. What is this?" Wang Long took a big gulp and felt like he had swallowed dirt. He instinctively swallowed the liquid, but his mouth was still filled with bits of something. Just as he was about to spit out the bits, Widow Lu shoved the other bowl to his mouth. As he opened up, the sour and bitter medicine poured in. To avoid choking, he had no choice but to swallow, finishing the bowl in just a few gulps. Now, most of the bits were washed away by the medicine. "Mom, what did you just make me drink?" Wang Long frowned, looking like he wanted to throw up. "I told you it was medicine. I wouldn't harm you," Widow Lu replied dismissively. "All right, go back to sleep." With a mouthful of sourness, Wang Long couldn't sleep anymore, so he decided to get up and go to the bathroom. Then he saw Widow Lu bringing a bowl of dark water to Jiang Shi and Manhwa. Jiang Shi was already up, making porridge for breakfast. Though reluctant, she didn't dare disobey Widow Lu's orders and obediently took a sip. Manhwa had a fever all night and hadn't taken any medicine, so she looked flushed and was still dazed. Lu, the widow, was not as patient with Manhwa as she was with her son. She directly pulled the child from the bed, pinched her cheeks to make her open her mouth, and poured the special water inside. Cough, cough. Manhwa choked and started to cough. Worried about wasting the special water, Lu quickly covered her mouth, forcing her to swallow what was in her mouth. Tears formed in the corners of Manhwa's tightly closed eyes from the discomfort. Lu didn't care at all. She saw Manhwa's throat move a couple of times and guessed she had swallowed it, then let her go and tossed her back onto the bed. Next, she went to the side room and gave Wang Dahu a big gulp, then returned to the main room, gently waking Wang Zhengbao, who was still asleep. "Debao, wake up and drink this." Wang Zhengbao was sleeping soundly and was quite annoyed by the persistent calling. He raised his arm and swatted at her. Lu quickly protected the bowl in her hands and continued to gently call Wang Zhengbao. She helped her sleepy grandson sit up and coaxed him, "Be good and drink this. If you finish it, Grandma will buy you candy." Tempted by the candy, Wang Zhengbao didn't even open his eyes and tilted his head back to drink everything in the bowl. As soon as the special water hit his mouth, Wang Zhengbao's expression changed. What?" Lu quickly reassured him, "This is good stuff. Don't spit it out. Just swallow it and Grandma will buy you whatever you want." Wang Zhengbao frowned and swallowed the special water. Lu hurriedly brought him a cup of water to help wash it down. "Mom, what are you doing so early?" Wang Dalong said, returning from the bathroom with a frown. "You're not fully recovered yet, and you're dressed so lightly?" Lu turned around and saw him standing by the bed in just his underclothes, and she exclaimed, "Hurry up and get back under the covers to warm up." After tucking her son and grandson back under the blankets, Lu finally turned to leave. Looking at the empty bowl of special water, she knelt in front of the family altar in the living room, murmuring prayers for everything to go smoothly at home. Not only for her family, but she was also worried about Wang Dafeng in the capital. If it weren't for Wang Dalong being sick with a fever, she would have sent him to check on things by now. Instead, she could only worry in silence. Just as she got up from the altar, she suddenly saw Jiang standing behind her. Lu was so startled that she took 2 steps back and bumped into the offering table, knocking over the incense burner. "Watch out." Mrs. Lu angrily slapped Jiang's face and said, "Why are you just standing behind me without saying anything?" Jiang stumbled from the hit and, holding back the pain, said, "Mother, I think Chunhua's condition is not good. Please, can we call Dr. Gu to check on her? Wasn't she fine just a moment ago?" Mrs. Lu didn't believe it, but seeing Jiang's pleading face despite the mark on her cheek, she reluctantly walked into the west room. Chunhua was lying on the bed, covered with 2 blankets, her face flushed and clearly very hot. Mrs. Lu glanced at Chunhua's forehead and noticed she wasn't sweating at all. Fever isn't a concern as long as it brings out sweat, but the worst is when the fever persists without any sweat, trapping the heat inside. Only then did Mrs. Lu start to believe that Jiang was not exaggerating, and she finally nodded, saying, "Then go call Dr. Gu to take a look." Upon hearing Mrs. Lu's agreement, Jiang hurriedly left without putting on an extra layer of clothing. Dr. Gu had just gotten up and was having breakfast with his wife. Seeing him eating, Jiang hesitated for a moment. "What's wrong? Is your husband still not feeling better?"
Dr. Gu asked.
"No, it's Manhwa. She accidentally fell into a basin of water yesterday and caught a chill. She has had a fever all night and still hasn't cooled down. Even with 2 blankets, she isn't sweating." Hearing this, Dr. Gu quickly set down his bowl and said, "I'll come with you to take a look." When they arrived at Mrs. Lu's home and examined Manhwa, even Dr. Gu frowned. Jiang, standing nearby, anxiously asked, "Doctor, how is she?" Dr. Gu shook his head. Jiang's legs went weak, and she nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Mrs. Lu was quick to support her. "Dr. Gu, is the child not going to make it?" Mrs. Lu asked, frowning. Although she didn't care much for Manhwa, she had raised her for several years. Now that she was old enough to help with chores, it would be a loss if she were to die.
"It's not that.
The child's condition is a bit serious, and I might not be able to help. You should take her to the city for medical treatment as soon as possible." Dr. Gu usually spoke slowly, but now he was hurried and spoke more quickly. Jiang felt her heart tighten at his words. Mrs. Lu, however, showed hesitation. Going to the city for treatment would be much more expensive than in the village, and it was uncertain if they could even help her. Was it worth it for just a girl? However, in front of Dr. Gu, Widow Lu didn't know what to say. She simply said, "Since you're here, why not check on DeLong too? He seems to have a slight fever today." Dr. Gu was surprised that Widow Lu was not worried about Manhwa at all. Her mind was only on her son. He sighed and followed her to the East Room to check on Wang Dalong. "He's fine now. If he wants to rest, he can take a couple more days. If he doesn't want to rest, he can go work in the fields now without any issues." Dr. Gu was unhappy with Widow Lu's different treatment and spoke a bit rudely. "The urgent matter now is to quickly take the child to the city for medical attention. We can't delay." Upon hearing this, Wang Dalong immediately turned to look at Wang Zhengbao, feeling anxious. Seeing his son sleeping soundly on the bed, he relaxed and asked, "Whose child is sick?" Dr. Gu replied, "Your daughter, Manhwa."
"Oh."
When he heard it was Manhwa, Wang Dalong didn't take it seriously. What serious illness could a little girl have? Seeing both Widow Lu and Wang Dalong react this way, Dr. Gu was so angry that he left in frustration. As he stepped out of the East Room, he saw Jiang sitting helplessly on a stool at the West Room door. Unable to hold back, he approached her and said, "Chunhwa's mother, please take the child to see a doctor quickly. If her fever causes complications, it will be too late for regrets." Jiang's eyes turned red upon hearing this. She wanted to take the child to the city, but not only was she pregnant, but all the money was in Widow Lu's hands. Without Widow Lu's approval, where could she take Manhwa? Having said all he could, Dr. Gu shook his head and went home. Jiang looked at Manhwa, who was burning with fever and not fully conscious. She gritted her teeth and knelt in front of Widow Lu, saying, "Please, let me take Manhwa to the city for treatment." Widow Lu was about to get angry, but then heard Jiang continue. When De Feng returned, she mentioned that Manhwa is quite pretty. "I thought that if she grows up well, perhaps she could marry into the capital with De Feng's help, which would also support Zhengbao, right?" As Jiang spoke, she placed her hand on her belly and continued, "Even if she doesn't have De Feng's luck, she could still get a dowry when she marries, which could be saved for this little one to use when finding a wife." After hearing Jiang's words, Widow Lu's anger faded. She looked at Chunhwa's face and honestly thought that the girl was indeed prettier than De Feng was at her age. Jiang had a point. Manhwa was already 6 years old, and in a few years, she could start thinking about marriage. "You're pregnant, so just stay home and relax. Hurry up and get breakfast ready. I'll send the second child to get the cart, and after we eat, I'll go with you." During breakfast, as soon as it was mentioned that they were going to the city, Wang Zhengbao immediately insisted on going too. Grandma, you just said that if I drink that water, you'll buy me anything I want. I want to go to the city to eat delicious food. When Lu Guofeng heard this, she quickly replied, all right, since we need to get the cart anyway, I'll take you with me. You can choose whatever you want to eat. After breakfast, Lu Guofeng went inside and fiddled around for a while, tying a pouch of money around her waist and covering it with her clothes. She had already made up her mind to spend at most half a pouch of money on treating Manhwa. Any more than that, she would leave it to fate. Jiang was very anxious. None of Lu Guofeng, Wang Dahu, or Wang Zhengbao could take care of Manhwa. But she didn't dare to say she wanted to go, fearing that Lu Guofeng would get angry and not take Manhwa to the city for treatment. Jiang could only wrap Manhwa up tightly and put a quilt in the cart, half for her to sit on and half to cover her. Lu Guofeng impatiently said, all right, that's enough. After saying that, she picked up Wang Zhengbao and sat down in the cart herself. Just as they were about to leave, Jiang finally gathered her courage and said, Mom, why don't you let me come along? Once we get to the city, you can take Zhengbao shopping while I stay with Manhwa for her treatment. Otherwise, you'll have to take care of the child at the clinic and won't have time to shop, right? Lu Guofeng saw through Jiang's intentions and frowned. As soon as Wang Zhengbao heard there wouldn't be time to shop, he immediately protested. No way, I want to go shopping. Grandma, I don't want to go to the clinic. Lu Guofeng shot Jiang a glare and then shifted to make some room, saying, all right, get in. Jiang was overjoyed and quickly climbed into the cart. Just as she settled in, the donkey cart started to move unsteadily. Romshi village is on a mountain, so it's already colder than the city. As autumn arrives, the temperatures drop in the morning and evening. Today, with the strong wind outside, it felt even colder. This year is really cold early, Lu Guofeng said, shivering even before they left the village. Grandma, I'm cold too. Wang Zhengbao chimed in. Hearing her grandson say he was cold, Lu Guofeng immediately pulled Chunhua's quilt over to wrap around herself. Then she held Wang Zhengbao in her arms and wrapped him tightly in the quilt, smiling. Now you're not cold, right? Jiang opened her mouth but didn't dare to say anything. Instead, she carefully shifted her body to shield her daughter from the cold wind. As Lu, the widow, was leaving the village with her donkey cart, she ran into Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi, who were pulling a flatbed cart from another direction, also heading out of the village.
Ye Laosi start hat ye Lao tai tai sitting on it, vile ye Laoda start hat ye da sao.
The two carts met at the village entrance, creating a tense atmosphere. Seeing that the Yi family still relied on people to pull their flatbed cart, Lu felt a surge of superiority. Oh, from a distance I wondered who it was. Lu said sarcastically. I was just thinking, which family in the village is so poor that they can't even afford a big animal and have to rely on people to pull their cart? Now that I see it's your family, it makes sense. In reality, the Yi family could afford a big animal, but this year they had no harvest and no place to use one, plus they would have to feed it all winter. If it got cold or sick, it would be even more trouble. Anyone with common sense wouldn't make such a losing investment. After Lu finished speaking, she urged Wang Dahu, hurry up, let's get to the city early to get things done. Wang Dahu cracked the whip on the donkey's rear. The donkey, feeling the sting, quickly started moving forward. As the two carts passed each other, Jiang noticed that Yi Saw was holding a child in her arms, and it was Qing Tian. Qing Tian was wearing clothes made by Yi Saw and was wrapped in a cloak that belonged to Yi Saw, sleeping soundly in her arms, looking like a doll from a traditional painting. Because Qing Tian didn't sleep well last night, she felt a bit drowsy even after breakfast. Yi Saw wanted her to sleep a little longer but was worried that if she woke up and didn't see her, she would be upset. After discussing it with Yi Laoda, they decided to dress the child warmly and take her on the cart. Yi Lao Tai Tai liked to bring Qing Tian along when she went out, feeling it would make her more at ease and help things go smoothly, so she had no objections. Thus, Qing Tian fell asleep in Yi Saw's arms, not even aware of when they set off. Although Lu's donkey cart was slow due to the number of people on it and Lu's concern for the donkey, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi were used to pulling carts. With no luggage and fewer people on theirs, it felt easy for them, almost like a game. The two families' carts couldn't pull away from each other, and whenever the Yi family looked up, they could see the donkey cart ahead. Since it was a bit windy outside today, Sister Yi used her scarf to shield Qing Tian's face and quietly said to Brother Yi, "Today really isn't our lucky day. Why do we have to follow them all the way? Did you see that widow Lu? She keeps looking back at us. I wonder what she's thinking. If you ask me, if she dares to damage our water cart, who knows what else her family might do in the future?" Brother Yi pressed his lips together and nodded, saying, "Yes, I've talked to the second, third, and fourth brothers about this. We need to be cautious of them from now on. Even if they don't dare to do anything directly to us, stirring up trouble in the village is annoying enough." Sister Yi replied unhappily, "That's true. It's like a toad on your foot. It doesn't bite, but is still bothersome." Brother Yi was thinking even further ahead. They had agreed that after this year's autumn harvest, Widow Lu's family would return the land to them. But seeing how Widow Lu's family was acting, it seemed that this matter wouldn't go smoothly. However, that wasn't something to worry about right now, so Brother Yi kept it to himself to avoid making his wife anxious. The couple quickly changed the subject to other household matters. Suddenly, Qing Tian squirmed in Sister Ye's arms. She quickly stopped talking and gently patted her, thinking she had woken her up with her words. But Qing Tian didn't fall back asleep. Instead, she rubbed her eyes, stretched, and sweetly called out, "Mom, are you awake?" Sister Yi couldn't help but smile at how much she adored Qing Tian. Now that the family was settled and didn't have to sleep outside anymore, they had regular meals, which helped Qing Tian grow stronger. Although she still didn't have much weight, her complexion was rosy, and her eyes sparkled with energy. "Mom, are we in the city yet?" Qing Tian asked, peeking out from under the scarf and looking around. "Not yet." Sister Yi quickly reached out to check her forehead, relieved when she found it wasn't sweaty. "Come under my scarf. It's windy today. Be careful, or you might catch a cold." Brother Yi added, "Make sure to shield the child from the wind. Kids are most prone to getting sick during seasonal changes." I just saw that on Widow Lu's cart, Manhwa had a flushed face from a fever. Sister Yi quickly wrapped her scarf around Qing Tian, leaving only her eyes exposed, but she showed no reaction to Manhwa's illness. Although she had never had children of her own, she loved kids very much. When they lived outside the city, the village children often came to play with the kids from the Yi family. A big reason for this was that Sister Yi often made delicious treats for them. Even though the snacks were simple, like candied beans and sticky rice dumplings, they were still a special treat for the village kids. Conditions outside the city were tough, and the children were wilder than those inside. Over the years, she had seen many mischievous kids, but none made her feel as uncomfortable as Manhwa did. While she didn't wish for Manhwa to be sick, she also didn't show her any extra attention or sympathy. Now, Sister Yi focused all her attention on Qing Tian, holding her tightly and softly talking to her, teaching her about everything they passed. "Look, those are soybeans growing in the field."
Soybeans.
Qing Tian repeated. "Yes, soybeans can be made into tofu, soy milk, and can also be stir-fried. Tofu is delicious," Qing Tian said, licking her lips. "You little foodie, when we get to the city, I'll buy you some hot tofu," Sister Yi said with a smile. "Look over there, those tall plants are sorghum. When harvested, they can be used to make rice dishes and even brew alcohol. Do you remember what alcohol is? It's what your dad likes to drink, and when he has too much, he gets a bit silly. Hey, why am I being brought into this?" Yi Laoda, who had been smiling and enjoying the conversation, suddenly found himself mentioned. Since Yi Laosi was pulling the cart today, Yi Laoda didn't need to watch the road and could just follow behind him. He was chatting with his wife and daughter, not noticing that Yi Laosi was gradually speeding up. Sister Yi noticed that Widow Lu kept looking back, and it was hard for Yi Tai Tai and Yi Laosi not to notice the same cart. Today, they were going to the city to buy things for old Ye's burial, so Yi Tai Tai felt a bit down and didn't want to stir up trouble. However, Yi Laosi, being young and energetic, had been holding in his frustration from the previous day's incident with the Guer family. Seeing Lu's widow constantly glaring at their flatbed cart, his anger flared up, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace, wanting to overtake her. At that moment, Yi Laoda was distracted, talking to his wife and daughter, so no one stopped him. By the time Yi Laoda realized something was off, Lu's family's donkey cart was already close. Yi Laoda quickly shouted, "Fourth brother, why are you walking so fast? We're not in a hurry." Hearing her eldest son's words, Yi Laotai looked up and noticed the situation. She wanted to stop Yi Laosi, but it was too late. Sitting in the cart, Yi Laotai saw the mocking expression on Lu's widow's face up close. Then, she found herself brushing past her and running ahead. Yi Laotai felt helpless. Why compete with others over speed? Besides, they were pulling a cart with people, while others had a donkey. What was the point of competing with the donkey? Winning or losing wouldn't bring any glory. As Yi Laotai silently scolded Yi Laosi for being foolish, Lu's widow seized the opportunity. "Oh, no wonder your family doesn't need to buy big livestock. It seems you treat your son like one. And I must say, your son is really strong, even stronger than my donkey." Yi Laosi realized he had acted rashly, but having just passed her, slowing down now would seem even stranger, and he didn't want to keep looking at Lu's widow's annoying face. So, he decided to remain silent and quicken his pace further. He aimed to create distance and avoid hearing Lu's widow's sarcastic remarks. Yi Laoda had no choice but to keep up with Yi Laosi. However, as he pulled the cart past Lu's family's donkey cart, something suddenly rushed from a distance and crashed into the wheel of the flatbed cart. The impact was quite strong. Yi Laoda was jolted, but he held tightly to the cart's yoke, trying to steady it, fearing that Yi Dajia and Qing Tian would fall. Yi Dajia was startled and quickly pulled the curious Qing Tian into her arms for protection. Fortunately, Yi Laoda was strong enough, and after a few shakes, he finally steadied the cart. Yi Dajia, still shaken, asked, "What happened?" Yi Laoda stopped the cart, walked around to the side, and was stunned. Lying on the ground was a roe deer, blood on its forehead, its head hanging awkwardly to one side. It seemed that it had run too fast and broken its neck upon impact. Widow Lu was startled just now. If Brother Yi hadn't steadied the cart, it would have crashed into her donkey cart. Now that she realized everything was fine, she couldn't help but speak again. "It seems the son can't replace the big animals." The cart almost tipped over on flat ground. Luckily, it didn't hit my cart. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to afford the damages. Old Lady Yi turned back and asked eldest, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Brother Yi smiled and said, "Mother, it's a good thing." A roe deer came rushing down the mountain and crashed into my cart. A roe deer? Hearing this, the people in the other two carts were all stunned and turned to look over. Brother Yi bent down and picked up an animal about the size of a small deer from the ground. He casually placed the roe deer on the cart and said, "Its neck is broken. It's already gone." After fleeing from the disaster, while such self-caught prey might not be daily, there were indeed many. So, although Old Lady Yi and Fourth Yi were happy, they didn't show too much excitement. Sister-in-law Yi, however, looked at the plump roe deer and happily said, "This roe deer is really fat. Mother, later, let's skin it and have second brother's wife make you a fur vest. It will keep you warm in winter." Old Lady Yi replied, "Stop right there. I don't need a vest. I have enough clothes. I think it's better to make a big coat for Qing Tian. Winter is coming, and the little ones love to play in the snow. We still have those few fur monkeys at home. We'll definitely take her out to play. Qing Tian is weaker than the others. She can't afford to get cold." Jiang had been focused on Chunhua during the journey. She only glanced at the roe deer when she heard about it, but quickly returned her attention to the child. However, upon hearing Old Lady Ye's words, she suddenly looked up in surprise at her. Although roe deer skin isn't particularly valuable, Widow Lu had a pair of roe deer skin knee pads that kept her warm in winter. But it was one thing for Old Lady Yi not to want the roe deer skin for herself. It was another to not mention making something for her grandson, and instead wanting to make something for little Qing Tian, filled with concern. Even if Qing Tian was the youngest in the family. At this point, Jiang suddenly realized something. Yes, Qing Tian was only 3.5 years old, the youngest child in the Yi family. Does this mean that big brother Yi and sister-in-law Yi never had children before, or if they did, they couldn't raise them? Now they only have this one little girl, yet Grandma Yi not only ignores her but seems to spoil her? Is that reasonable? Can there really be such a grandmother in the world? Zhang's emotions were mixed, but Widow Lu didn't pay any attention to what Grandma Yi said. Her focus was entirely on the roe deer, her eyes wide with interest. Although the roe deer is much smaller than a sika deer, it must weigh around 50 to 60 pounds. When Big Brother Yi lifted the deer, she clearly saw its fat shaking, indicating it was healthy and well-fed. Whether for their own meals or to sell in town, it would be a good source of income. Why couldn't they have such good fortune? Suddenly, Widow Lu froze and then slapped her thigh, shouting, "Wait a minute!" Her loud voice startled Jiang, who was lost in thought, making her jump and ask, "Mother, what's wrong?" But Widow Lu ignored her and patted Wang Dahu's back, saying, "Stop the cart, quick." Wang Dahu yanked the reins, causing everyone in the cart to jolt. Widow Lu, almost losing her balance, hurriedly jumped off and ran back. When she reached the flatbed cart in front of the Yi family, she placed her hands on her hips and shouted, "You really have a clever plan. You were quietly following behind my cart, and I wondered how you suddenly caught up. Turns out it was because of this roe deer." The Yi family was confused by her words. The deer had suddenly run down from the mountain. How could anyone have predicted that? Besides, what did it have to do with her? Widow Lu continued, "If you hadn't suddenly caught up, the deer would have definitely crashed into my cart. But if you return the deer to my family, I won't pursue it any further." What? Grandma Yi could hardly believe her ears. How could someone say such unreasonable things so confidently? She decided it was time to stand up for herself and replied, "What? The deer crashed into my cart, and you crashed into it too? Unless you damaged your head, you shouldn't be saying such things. Think about it. Was that even a reasonable thing to say? You can't just take advantage of others like that. Who are you calling brain damaged?" When Lu, the widow, heard this, she became anxious and rushed forward, reaching out to grab old Lady Yi by the head. Yi Laosi wouldn't let her act so recklessly and kicked her back. This kick from Yi Laosi wasn't full force, but it was enough to deal with Lu. She yelped and fell to the ground, immediately starting to cry. This is outrageous. In broad daylight, bullying us widows and orphans. Lu thought about the deer and salivated, hoping that by causing a scene today, she could at least get half a deer. The deer wasn't owned by anyone, and if the Yi family hadn't shown up, it would have surely run into her cart. If that happened, the whole deer would have been hers. Just getting half was already generous. Just as she was preparing to make a fuss, she heard old Lady Yi on the cart snort coldly, "You don't need to keep mentioning widows and orphans. Who isn't a widow in this world? Think carefully before you cause trouble. You're out here with nowhere to go. If I decide to teach you a lesson, no one will come to help you." Lu was frightened by these words. Her crying abruptly stopped. She looked around and realized there were no signs of any nearby homes. This place, although a main road, was surrounded by mountains and forests. No wonder a deer suddenly appeared. There were no travelers or carts in sight. Fear began to creep into Lu's mind. Looking at the Yi family, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi were both strong and capable. On her side, there was only Wang Dahu, who wasn't very bright. There was no way they could win in a fight. As she thought about this, sweat began to pour down Lu's face. If Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi dragged her into the woods to beat her up, she would be in serious trouble. If it were someone else, they would probably feel so embarrassed they would want to find a hole to hide in. But Lu didn't know what embarrassment was. She quickly got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt, and sat back on her donkey cart, telling Wang Dahu, "Let's go to town. Drive carefully, and don't let just anyone get ahead of us." Hearing this, Yi Laosi was furious and wanted to say something, but old Lady Yi stopped him, saying, "If a dog bites you, do you really want to bite back? Isn't that just dirty?" The widow Lu immediately glared over. Old Lady Yi glared back. The two women's eyes clashed, almost sparking a fight.
Go.
Wang Dahu whipped the donkey, causing it to move forward quickly. The widow Lu nearly got knocked under the cart. Fortunately, Jiang quickly grabbed her clothes and pulled her back. Seeing this, Yi Laosi wanted to hurry and catch up with the cart. But then, Qing Tian quietly whispered to Sister Yi, "Mom, I need to go to the bathroom." "Big or small?" Sister Yi asked quickly. "Small." Sister Yi got out of the cart and said, "Mom, Qing Tian needs to go. I'll take her to the woods." "Go ahead." Old Lady Yi was about to stop Yi Laosi, but then followed them out, saying, "I need to go too. I drank too much porridge this morning." Everyone in the cart went to take care of their needs, leaving Yi Laosi with energy but nowhere to use it. So, he just gave up. The widow Lu sat on the donkey cart, watching the old Yi family's cart get farther away, feeling frustrated as she said to Jiang, "Do you think the old Yi family is a bit strange? Ever since we left the village, they've been quietly following us. How did they suddenly catch up in that deserted place?" I saw clearly that when the deer rushed over, old Ye's cart was right next to ours. If they hadn't been in the way, that deer would have been ours. The more the widow Lu spoke, the more upset she felt, remembering the deer and feeling pain. Such a fat deer. If we took it to the city to sell, we could get a good price for the skin. Zhang's mind was elsewhere, so she didn't respond. But Wang Dahu suddenly said, "A good price?" After skinning it, selling it at a game restaurant could get at least 2 taels of silver.
What?
2 taels of silver? The widow Lu nearly jumped out of the cart. Earlier, she thought it would only sell for a few hundred coins, so she easily gave up when old Lady Yi scared her. But now hearing it could sell for 2 taels of silver, she immediately regretted it, wishing she could turn back and cause a scene again. Although Wang Dahu had always been a bit slow, he was never foolish when it came to counting money. He knew exactly what things were worth. Today has been such a big loss. The widow Lu slapped her thigh, regretting it deeply. As soon as she finished speaking, the donkey cart suddenly tilted forward, and everyone on it tumbled forward. Wang Dahu, who was driving at the front, fell hard. Jiang Shi, holding Manhwa, also slipped down a good distance, but managed to grab the edge of the cart to steady herself. On the other side, Widow Lu and Wang Zhengbao also fell off one after the other. Wang Zhengbao bumped into Widow Lu's waist, making her cry out in pain. "Are you trying to kill me?" Widow Lu finally got up and slapped Wang Dahu, saying, "How can you flip the cart while driving?" The donkeys suddenly stumbled. Wang Dahu replied as he got up, spitting out the dirt from his mouth. "Nonsense. How could the donkey stumble for no reason?" Although Widow Lu knew her son was just spitting out dirt, she felt he was being disrespectful. Wang Dahu went to check the ground and saw a hole, then looked at the donkey, which had one front leg on the ground and the other awkwardly bent. He frowned and said, "Mom, the donkey is hurt." "Hurt?" Widow Lu rushed over to look and immediately started scolding. "Who is so heartless to dig such a big hole in the middle of the road? Are they trying to rob us?" As she spoke, she anxiously listened for any signs of trouble around them. When she realized there were no bandits or robbers coming out from the sides, she boldly continued to scold. "This is truly outrageous. Such a big hole, and something is even covering it. Anyone passing by could fall in." The donkey had just stepped on it and immediately fell into the hole. Its right front leg was broken, and the left leg had collapsed heavily, causing the cart to tilt suddenly and everyone to fall off. But no matter how much Widow Lu scolded, the donkey's broken leg wouldn't heal right away. The donkey cried out in pain, matching Widow Lu's scolding like a duet. After a few moments of scolding, Widow Lu realized this issue and reluctantly fell silent. "What are we going to do now?" she asked, turning to Wang Dahu, who looked indifferent. She remembered that it was Wang Dahu driving today, not Wang Dalong, and thought it was better to talk to the donkey than to him. If nothing could be done, they would have to wait for another cart to pass by and ask for help. Just then, the Yi family was leisurely approaching from behind. Yi Laosi spotted Widow Lu's donkey cart from a distance and immediately frowned. Why aren't they moving? Just blocking the road like this? Are they still hoping for something? Yi Laosi's tone was filled with excitement, eager to rush in and take action. However, Yi Tai Tai worriedly said, Lao Si, don't act impulsively. What if they have found some help and are deliberately waiting here to trap us? Upon seeing the old Yi family situation, Lu Guofu suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed, I forgot. I should have set things up earlier so that when the old Yi family fell, we could catch them too. We only broke a donkey's leg, but if they fall, it will have to be a person. Unfortunately, she had missed such a good opportunity because she hadn't thought of it earlier. From a distance, Yi Lao Si quickened his pace to see what was happening. Why is there such a big hole on the main road? Did their will get stuck in it? The road from Rongshi village to the city was called the main road, but it wasn't built with government funds. Instead, some local gentry donated money, and the villagers contributed labor to barely fix it. So, it wasn't as wide as a proper main road, and could only fit one cart. Moreover, no one was responsible for its maintenance, so over the years, it had become bumpy and uneven. However, if it got too bad, the villagers would dig up some dirt to fill in the worst spots, so it was generally passable. Unless there was a lot of rain turning the road into a muddy mess, it was hard for a wheel to get stuck. But as he got closer, Yi Lao Si realized it wasn't a wheel that was stuck. It was a donkey. Lu Guofu's donkey had one leg kneeling at the edge of the hole, while the other leg was stuck in the broken pit. It showed no intention of getting up, just lying there and braying loudly. Yi Lao Si looked down at the hole.
Wow.
This hole clearly wasn't just a simple road damage, it was definitely dug on purpose. From the way the donkey's leg hung in the pit, it seemed to be broken. When Yi Lao Si approached the cart at Lu Guofu's house, he cautiously stopped. He stepped forward and tested the ground with his foot, clearly feeling that it was empty underneath. Yi Lao Si scratched the surface with his foot, uncovering thin wooden boards beneath the dirt. Wow, this whole area is hollow. After confirming the location, he stepped down hard, breaking all the thin wooden boards. The splintered pieces fell into the bottom of the pit, revealing that this was not just a hole. It could almost be called a water channel. A wide ditch, broader than a wheel, stretched across the center of the road, as if it had cut the surface in two. It looked to be as high as a sunny day, and after a thin layer of wooden planks was placed on top, it was covered with soil. It was hard to notice unless you stepped on it. After seeing the ditch clearly, Yi Laoda's expression turned serious. This was no ordinary hole. It was a trap designed to prevent vehicles from passing, not something a child could dig out for fun. Could there really be bandits and robbers in the capital, right under the emperor's nose? Yi Laosi, however, was thinking about something else. If he had insisted on rushing past Lu Widow's house earlier, he would probably be the one who fell into the ditch now. It wouldn't just be a simple leg injury. He thought to himself, it was lucky that Qing Tian needed to relieve himself earlier, otherwise, things could have turned out badly. Big brother, should we go around it or find something to bridge it and pull the cart over? Yi Laoda had already checked the surrounding terrain. There were trees on both sides of the road, making it easy for people to walk through, but difficult for the flatbed cart to pass. I brought an axe. I can cut 2 pieces of wood to bridge it, and then you can pull from the front while I support from the back. We can get across safely. Yi Laoda didn't want to waste time here. If they delayed too long, the person who dug the ditch might return. So he quickly found the axe from the cart, went into the woods, and soon returned with 2 sturdy logs. Although the logs were thick enough, their round shape made it inconvenient for the cart to pass. Yi Laoda trimmed the wood a bit with the axe, and since he couldn't find anything more suitable, he hoped this would help the flatbed cart get across. After getting everyone off the cart, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi worked together to pull the flatbed cart over. Yi Laosi pulled from the front while Yi Laoda supported the back, keeping a close eye on the wheels. Before long, they successfully moved both carts across. Then Yi Laoda stepped back to help Qing Tian and Yi Dajia, while Yi Laosi offered his arm to support Yi Laotai. Once the whole family was across and ready to continue their journey, they heard Lu Widow's hesitant voice from behind. You all. It was unclear if her voice was too soft or if the Yi family simply didn't want to engage with her, but since no one was hurt in her family, they all acted as if they hadn't heard her. Only Qing Tian leaned against Yi Dajia's embrace. As soon as she looked up, she locked eyes with Widow Lu. The anger in Widow Lu's eyes was too obvious, causing Qing Tian to tremble in fear and quickly bury her head in Sister Ye's arms. "What's wrong?" Sister Ye asked, confused, thinking she was cold. She gently rubbed the little girl's head and said, "How about I hold you, and you take another nap? When we get to the city, I'll wake you up, and you can have whatever you want to eat." But Qing Tian just hugged her neck and shook her head, saying nothing. Seeing the Yi family completely surpass her own, Widow Lu was furious. Once or twice could be seen as an accident, but 3 or 4 times meant it was time to think. In just a short time, her family had suffered 2 losses. First, they let a deer slip away, and then they helped the old Yi family dig a big pit. Yet, the old Yi family showed no gratitude and acted as if they hadn't seen anything. The more Widow Lu thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Both families lived in the same village, but rarely crossed paths. Today, it felt like they were enemies. Yesterday, Widow Lu thought hiring Old Wang to perform a ritual was too expensive. Now she wished she could go back and ask her to calculate what was wrong between her family and the old Yi family. Supporting her aching back from being bumped by Wang Zhengbao, she looked at the still braying donkey. Widow Lu felt deeply that if this continued, her old bones might not hold up. After surpassing Widow Lu's family, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi became more alert and quickened their pace, soon arriving at the county town. It was Qing Tian's first time in Fengli County. She looked at the city gate and walls, showing a hint of disappointment. She turned to Sister Yi and asked, "Mom, is this the county town?" "Yes." Sister Yi nodded. All the furniture in our house was bought in the county town. Seeing the disappointed expression on Qing Tian's face, Sister Yi couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "The city gate is so small, and the walls are so low." Back at home, the Shan family had never taken Qing Tian to the county town. So, her only impressions of city gates and walls came from Shanhaiguan and Tianjin. Looking at the low city gate and somewhat worn earth walls of Fengli County, she seriously doubted if there were really any of the delicious foods her mother mentioned. Hearing this, Sister Yi was momentarily stunned, thinking that isn't every county town like this? When they were outside the city, the county town of Huinan was far less impressive than this place. Sister Yi once remarked, while following Brother Yi to the county town to buy furniture, that it was no wonder it was near the capital. Even the county town was more grand than those outside. Why does it seem like Qing Tian finds it lacking now? Hearing his daughter, Brother Yi turned around and smiled, saying, "Qing Tian, you're not comparing Shanhaiguan to Fengli County, are you?" Qing Tian nodded and then added, "Tianjin is better than here." Brother Yi and Sister Yi couldn't help but laugh at this. People waiting in line to enter the city turned to see who was speaking so boldly. When they saw it was a cute little girl, they smiled. Brother Yi said, "Shanhaiguan is the #1 pass in the world, and Tianjin is a big city too. The county town can't compare. Fengli County is actually much better than many other county towns. Some don't even have complete city walls." Qing Tian's eyes widened in surprise, and she turned to Sister Yi with a questioning look. Sister Yi nodded firmly. "Your dad is right. Huinan's county town is in sections, and many places are in poor condition. You can step right in." At this point, Sister Yi realized that Qing Tian had probably never been to the city, which is why she didn't know what Huinan county town was like. Feeling sympathetic, she hugged Qing Tian tightly and promised, "When we go back to buy New Year goods, your dad and I will take you to see the capital. Okay? The city walls and gates there are definitely impressive." "Okay." Qing Tian nodded eagerly and asked, "Will we get to see Madam Qin and Brother Qin in the capital?" This question left Sister Yi momentarily speechless. Qing Tian, being a child, didn't understand, but Sister Yi knew the Qin family status. Especially after arriving in Rongxi village, even a steward from the Qin family could make the clan leader and village head eager to please. Their family was just an ordinary farming household, far from the Qin family's standing. It was already a rare opportunity to travel together on the road. However, once back in the capital, with Madam Qin and young Master Qin status, it wouldn't be easy to see them whenever they wanted. But Sister Yi didn't want to explain this to Qing Tian, as she might not understand. So, she just patted Qing Tian's little head and said, "We'll see how it goes." At the end of the year, Madam Qin and young Master Qin will be very busy. When we enter the city, they might not have time. On a sunny day, although Qing Tian didn't quite understand why, she could hear the helplessness in Sister Ye's words, so she nodded obediently and said, "Mom, it's okay if I can't see him. Anyway, I haven't memorized all the poems that Brother Qin wrote for me yet. When I memorize them all, I can go to the city to play with him." "All right." Sister Yi thought about how many pages were in that booklet and realized it would take a while to memorize them all, so she agreed for now. Fortunately, it was their turn to enter the city, and the topic ended there. Once they passed through the city gate and saw the bustling scene, Qing Tian's earlier disappointment faded away. She sat in Sister Ye's arms, looking around curiously. Not far ahead was the busiest street in the county. On both sides of the street were all kinds of shops with colorful signs that dazzle the eyes. Many shopkeepers stood at their doors, smiling broadly and eagerly introducing their goods to passers-by, trying hard to attract customers. The delicious smells of various foods wafted from all directions, making Qing Tian swallow hard. "What do you want to eat? Mom will buy it for you," Sister Yi said cheerfully. With 50 taels of silver to spend, she wasn't as frugal as before. Especially for Qing Tian, she was willing to spend money, wanting to do her best to make her happy. Qing Tian looked around, unsure of what to choose. Many of the foods in the shops were things she had never seen before. Finally, she pointed into the distance and said, "Mom, I want to eat candied hawthorn." Sister Yi found it both amusing and helpless. With so many delicious things, don't you want to try something else? "Why do you insist on having candied hawthorn?" Qing Tian did want to try other things, but faced with unfamiliar foods, she felt a bit worried, afraid they might be too expensive. However, she had eaten candied hawthorn before and knew it was tasty and not very expensive, so after searching around, she finally spotted a vendor carrying candied hawthorn. Hearing Qing Tian say she wanted it, Yi Lao Si quickly quickened his pace and soon reached the old man selling candied hawthorn. "Sir, I'll take 2 sticks of candied hawthorn." Yi Lao hurried to catch up, eager to pay. Yi Lao Si stopped him, saying, "Brother, it's just a few coins. I can afford it. This is for Qing Tian. Please don't compete with me over it. We're in public, and it would just make people laugh." Hearing this, Yi Lao hesitated for a moment, but then withdrew his hand. It wasn't worth arguing over a few coins. "All right, then I'll thank her 4th uncle on behalf of Qing Tian." Yi Laosi paid for the food and picked 2 large, red candied hawthorns, giving one to Qing Tian and the other to Yi Laotai. "You little rascal, why are you giving this to me?" Yi Laotai was surprised that he bought 2 and intended to give her one. Although she felt happy inside, she said, "I'm too old for this. If people see me eating candied hawthorn on the street, they'll laugh at me. Let them laugh. Just because you're older doesn't mean you can't enjoy candied hawthorn." At that moment, the old man selling the candied hawthorn chimed in, "Exactly. Ma'am, your son is so thoughtful. Others would envy you. There's nothing to laugh about." Hearing others praise her son, Yi Laotai smiled widely and humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing special." She took the candied hawthorn, took a bite, and it brought her joy. The old man selling the candied hawthorn was ready to leave. As he passed by Yi Laodai's car, he saw Qing Tian happily eating her treat and playfully asked, "Is it good?" Qing Tian nodded vigorously. "It's better than the ones from Tianjin." The old man perked up at this, planted a stick on the ground, and proudly declared, "You have good taste, young lady. To be honest, my candied hawthorn recipe was passed down from the palace, and I'm the 4th generation to make it. When I was younger, I sold candied hawthorn in the capital. Now that I'm older, I've returned home to retire. But I can't just sit around, so I make some candied hawthorn to sell every now and then. My regular customers in the city know this, and many wait to enjoy my treats. Today is your lucky day. I just started selling not long ago. Look, I've already sold most of it. If you had come a little later, you might have missed out. The old man was clearly a talkative person and continued sharing stories. Yi Laoda joined in a few times, thinking he was a warm-hearted man. Once he finished, Yi Laoda asked, "Sir, do you know where I can sell a roe deer?" "A roe deer? What roe deer?" Yi Laoda lifted the cloth covering the deer and explained, "It ran out of the woods and crashed into my car, so now I have it. We can't eat all this meat, and with the weather being cold, I thought I'd sell it in the city." "Well, you came to the right person." The old man's eyes lit up at the sight of the plump roe deer. He no longer cared about selling candied hawthorns and carried the items while leading the way, saying, "Come on, follow me." The old man guided the two of them through several twists and turns until they reached a rather upscale-looking entrance, where he knocked on the door. After a short while, a voice came from inside. "Stop knocking. The door isn't open yet. Come back in the afternoon if you want to eat. Open the door quickly and call your master out. I have brought good things." The old man's tone clearly showed he was very familiar with the owner. Perhaps recognizing the old man's voice, the gate was quickly opened. A young assistant came out smiling and said, "Oh, it's Mr. Yen. Please come in and wait. My master will be here soon. I know him well. He probably hasn't even gotten up yet." Mr. Yen replied, inviting Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi to pull the cart into the yard, saying, "Let's go inside and wait." The assistant quickly brought tea, and thanks to Mr. Yen, the Yi family also enjoyed some tea. After a while, a slightly plump middle-aged man walked out from the back, still looking sleepy. Upon seeing Mr. Yen, he grumbled, "I knew it was you, old man. No one else would disturb me before noon. I brought you good things," Mr. Yen said as he pulled him into the yard. "What good things?" The man finally turned his attention to the Yi family. "Look, fresh roe deer. It was killed less than an hour ago." Mr. Yen pointed to the deer on the cart. "They only sell the meat, not the skin, so you decide on a price. You can sleep anytime, but fresh game is something special." When Mr. Liu heard this, he teased, "You're just craving it yourself, aren't you?" Mr. Yen didn't hide it and nodded. "Come and see for yourself. Such a good roe deer would be a shame to miss." The Yi family listened to their conversation, unaware that this was the only game restaurant in the county. Fengli County is located in the mountains, rich in game resources. Mr. Liu, the owner of the restaurant, was skilled but refused to open a shop in the capital. Many food lovers from the capital were willing to come here for this delicious food. Mr. Yen had made quite a bit of money in the capital years ago and, being a food enthusiast, became one of the few regulars at the game restaurant. Now, he was very familiar with Mr. Liu, treating him like a friend. Mr. Liu came forward to take a look at the deer on the cart and finally showed some interest. He first poked the roe deer's belly and back legs, then opened its mouth to check its teeth, showing a satisfied expression. Looking at its teeth, this roe deer was still young, so the meat wouldn't be tough. Although it was unfortunate that it was already dead, it hadn't been long. Plus, late autumn is the best time for roe deer. Roasting it would be delicious, and stewing it also seemed good. In a short time, Liu had already thought of many ways to cook roe deer meat. He looked up at Yi and asked, "How do you plan to sell this roe deer?" "Any way is fine," Yi replied, adding, "If possible, we would like to keep the skin." "I don't need the skin," Liu said, though his tone was a bit hesitant. Yi quickly said, "If it's not convenient, that's fine too." Old Yen chimed in, "What's inconvenient? He's just lazy." He then turned to Liu and said, "They want to keep the roe deer skin to make clothes for their child. Look how cute their little girl is. Not only is she cute, but she also knows good things. She just said my candied hawthorn is better than the ones from Tianjin." Liu was speechless, but could guess the situation. Old Yen was most proud of his candied hawthorn skills, and if anyone praised him, he would be eager to befriend them. Today, he was probably happy from the little girl's compliment and was craving roe deer meat, so he brought them along. "All right, since you were brought here by Old Yen, I'll give you 2.5 taels of silver for this roe deer." Liu added, "Don't think it's too little. I still have to help you skin it." "Not too little at all." Yu was surprised that a roe deer could sell for so much. Qing Tian, hearing this, looked at the roe deer in the cart and thought about the sika deer they had sold in the village. "Dad, did we sell that sika deer for too little?" Sick deer? Lu and Old Yan asked in unison. You still have a sick deer? Yi took a step back, startled by their intense gazes. Qing Tian quickly explained, my dad hunted a sick deer a few days ago, but we already sold it in the village. Lu and Old Yan's expressions dimmed immediately. Next time you catch any game, just bring it here, Lu said, his tone becoming much friendlier upon learning that Yi could hunt and had caught a sick deer. He patted Yi on the shoulder and said, next time you catch anything, just bring it straight to me. As long as the items are good, the price will definitely be fair. Yi Laoda didn't expect that his trip to the city today would not only yield a deer but also earn him a good amount of money, and he even found a place that could buy wild game regularly. He immediately asked, does Manager Lu want the mountain chicken and wild rabbit I caught the other day? To his surprise, Manager Lu shook his head and said, mountain chickens and wild rabbits are too common. I have people who supply those. I'm looking for items like deer, sick deer, raccoons, wild turtles, larger snakes, or wild boars. Yi Laoda thought that made sense. With such high prices, they couldn't accept just anything. He remembered everything Manager Lu said, planning to hunt in the mountains every day after burying his father. While they spoke, the workers had already prepared everything, and Manager Lu began to skin the deer. His smooth movements left Yi Laoda in awe. Compared to him, Yi Laoda's skinning skills seemed inadequate. Soon, a complete deer hide was removed. Manager Lu handed the deer hide to Yi Laoda and turned to wash his hands in the basin held by a worker. Yi Laoda remembered his sick deer hide and quickly asked, Manager Lu, do you know a good place in the city to tan hides? Besides this deer hide, I also have a sick deer hide I want to process. You've come to the right person, said Lao Yantu. He deals with so much wild game every year and has a good relationship with Huang Datu, the tanner. Normally, Manager Lu wouldn't bother with such matters. However, since he valued Yi Laoda's hunting skills and wanted to collaborate long-term, he decided to help. After giving Yi Laoda the money from selling the deer, he called over a worker and said, Xiao Sitzi, take them to find Huang Datu. Xiao Sitzi agreed and led Yi Laoda and the others outside, turning into a nearby alley. Not far from the alley entrance, there was a small workshop with a large sign that read hides. Xiao Sitzi approached the door and greeted the person inside who was sewing a pair of leather boots. Manager Huang, are you busy? Huang Data looked up and upon seeing Xiao Sitzi, his face broke into a smile. What's up? Did your master find some good hides again? Today it's not my master's hides. This big brother has some hides he wants to tan. My master sent me to bring them to you. The last sentence from Xiao Sitzi seemed unnecessary, but it was actually a hint to Huang Datu, letting him know that the person was introduced by Manager Lu, so he wouldn't be neglected or taken advantage of. Although Huang Datu had good skills, his business in this small county could never compare to larger places. Fortunately, Manager Lu took care of his business, and more than half of his sales came from the game restaurant throughout the year. So, when he heard it was Manager Lu who sent him, he immediately nodded repeatedly, saying, Don't worry, I've worked with Manager Lu for so many years. I've never let him down. Xiao Sitzi completed his task, greeted Yi Laoda, and turned to leave. Yi Laoda hurriedly chased after him, handing him a handful of copper coins he had just prepared. Thank you for bringing us here. Take this money to have some tea. Seeing that Yi Laoda was quite understanding, Xiao Sitzi accepted the coins with a smile and advised, My master prefers live ones, so when you go hunting in the mountains, try to catch them alive if you can. This roe deer, if it were alive, could have earned you at least half a tael of silver. Thank you for the advice. I'll try my best to catch live ones next time, Yi Laoda said gratefully. Once Xiao Sitzi left, he returned to the leather shop. At that moment, Huang Datu was examining two pieces of leather laid out on the table, one from a sick deer and one from a roe deer. He took one look and said, This roe deer skin is clearly processed by Manager Lu himself, but this sick deer skin is a bit rough. That's why Manager Lu recommended you to us. Your eye for quality is impressive. This sick deer skin was skinned by me without much care. I apologize for that. Hearing this, Huang Data smiled proudly. Fortunately, the skin is intact, but there is a bit more flesh to clean up, which will take some effort. But don't worry, since you were introduced by Manager Liu, I won't take advantage of you. Of course, Yi Laodao replied, feeling a bit anxious, unsure if the price for processing leather here was high. However, since he was already there and it was Manager Liu who recommended him, he couldn't just walk away. Even if it was expensive, he would have to pay. He cautiously asked, "How much will these 2 pieces of leather cost together? This roe deer skin is smaller and cleaned well, so I'll charge you 50 won. This sika deer skin is larger and not as clean, so it will be 150 won no less." Upon hearing this, Yi Laodao sighed in relief. Although it was a bit more expensive than the prices outside the city, it wasn't outrageous, and perhaps the quality was better. So, Big Brother Yi didn't haggle and agreed right away, asking, "When can I pick it up?" "I'll write you a note." "Come back in a month," Huang Data replied.
"Pay when you drop off the hides.
"If I damage them, I'll compensate you for the value." Upon hearing this, Big Brother Yi felt reassured as it was similar to the rules from where he came. He nodded and said, "All right, if I hunt anything else, I'll come back." Huang Data wondered what that meant. Was he a regular customer? While writing the note, he asked, "I can tell from your accent that you're not from around here." "My father is local. He went outside to make a living when he was young. We were all born and raised outside, and we just returned to reconnect with our roots."
No wonder.
"You sound like you're from the north," Huang Data nodded. "Did you used to be a hunter out there?" "We're all farmers, living off the land and depending on the weather. But I learned some hunting skills from the elders in the village, and I often went into the mountains during the off-season." "That makes sense." Huang Data looked at Big Brother Ye's strong build. "I hope you'll come by often to support my little shop." His words were meant to encourage Big Brother Yi to catch more game. After he finished speaking, both of them laughed. Huang Data finished writing 2 notes and handed them to Big Brother Yi. "Come back in a month with the note to pick up the hides." Big Brother Yi asked Huang Datu for the location of the incense shop and headed straight there after leaving. The incense shop was small, but it was packed with a variety of items. Following Yi Dongming's instructions, Big Brother Yi told the shopkeeper what he needed. The shopkeeper quickly realized he had a big customer and hurried to assist, soon gathering everything needed. They spent a little over a tael of silver at the shop, and this time, it was paid for by Old Lady Yi. After leaving the incense shop, Old Lady Yi looked at the sun's position. Although it wasn't lunchtime yet, it seemed inappropriate to visit Yi Dongming's house now, as it felt like they were just dropping by for a meal. "Let's wander around the city for a bit, find a place to have lunch, and then go to the clan leader's house," Old Lady Yi suggested, and everyone agreed. "Mom, do you have anything else you want to buy? Let's go take a look first." Mrs. Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the fabric store and buy some soft, comfortable cloth. The 4th daughter-in-law is pregnant, and we need to prepare clothes and blankets for the baby in advance. In most families, these items are passed down. Once the older child outgrows them, they are saved for the younger ones. However, since the Yi family fled from hardship, they didn't have these inexpensive items to spare, so there was nothing available at Gui's place." Because of Gui's temperament, Yi Laosi often felt embarrassed in front of his family. So when he heard Mrs. Yi say this, he quickly replied, "Mother, she's still early in her pregnancy, so there's no rush. I'll find a job and earn money to buy what we need." "You don't understand, Laosi," said Sister Yi. "Mother is being thoughtful. These items can't be used right away. They need to be sewn together, so we should buy them early. Your wife is young and doesn't know better. At my age, I shouldn't have to argue with her. I have just as much as any of your sisters." So the group went to the fabric store. Since they had recently been to the market in Tianjin and seen many types of fabric, Mrs. Yi and Sister Yi were calm and ignored the clerk's recommendations, going straight to the point. "I want to buy some soft cloth for making clothes and blankets for the baby," Mrs. Yi said. The clerk understood immediately and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, ma'am. Is this your granddaughter's first baby? I wish you all the best for a boy." This left Mrs. Yi confused, and she explained, "I don't have a daughter. I have 4 sons. It's my 4th daughter-in-law's first baby, so I'm here to buy fabric for the child's clothes." The clerk was surprised but quickly recovered, saying, "Oh, You're truly a wonderful mother-in-law. Any daughter who marries into your family must be very lucky. Mrs. Yi was flattered by the clerk's praise, thinking it was just a normal thing, not something to be exaggerated. However, Sister Yi sensed something and asked, "Clerk, do you mean that the daughter's family prepares the clothes and blankets?" "Of course." The clerk nodded. The clothes, blankets, and diapers for the first year are all prepared by the daughter's family and sent to the in-laws before the baby is born. It seems customs really do vary greatly. We lived outside the pass and never heard of this before. The shop assistant quickly added, both the maternal and paternal sides are family. Every family prepares similarly. How about these two pieces of fabric? They are soft and fine, perfect for children. This one is thicker, and this one is thinner. When it's cold, use the thick one to keep warm. When it's hot, use the thin one. It's breathable. The shop assistant was quite clever. Not knowing what kind of child it was, he recommended both types to Mrs. Yi. Mrs. Yi and Sister Yi immediately reached out to feel the two pieces of fabric. They were indeed very soft and felt fine. Mrs. Yi, still unsure, said, "My hands are as rough as tree bark. I can't tell if it's good or not. Let me feel it on a sunny day." The children's skin is delicate, so Sister Yi brought Qing Tian over and rubbed both pieces on her little arm, asking, "Is it comfortable?" "Yes," Qing Tian nodded, "it's soft." Seeing that Qing Tian liked it, Sister Yi immediately thought about buying it. Mrs. Yi then said, "I'll take 5 feet of the same fabric."
Sure.
The assistant measured the fabric, cut it with scissors, neatly folded it, wrapped it in paper, tied it with twine, and handed it to Mrs. Yi. Sister Yi waited until Mrs. Yi paid before saying, "Assistant, I'll take 5 feet of the thicker one too." Mrs. Yi remarked, "Look at you. You should have said you wanted to buy together. Why separate the purchases? I want to make 2 pieces of clothing for Qing Tian. I should spend my own money, not use the family's. Qing Tian is still so young. How much fabric do you need to make her clothes? Why can't you use the family's money?"
Mrs. Yi replied,
For the other children, whose clothes weren't made with family money, "Mom, those were only added during the New Year, when everyone made new clothes together. Now, it's not a holiday, so there's no reason for the family to pay for Qing Tian's clothes. As the eldest sister-in-law, I need to set an example for the younger siblings. I can't do this." Sister Yi said this, as she took out some coins to pay. Mrs. Ye's point was that since Qing Tian had just arrived and was still wearing old clothes that had been altered, the family had not spent any money on her clothes. Now, making just 2 pieces of clothing with inexpensive fabric was really not something to be so strict about. Moreover, the eldest couple had contributed to the family for years, so it was only right for the family to support them a little now. After hearing what Sister Yi said, she realized that it was better to be clear about certain matters, especially since the 4th daughter-in-law was being so calculating. If she wanted to support the eldest couple, it would be best to wait until the family divided their assets. At that time, she would clearly explain everything in front of the whole family. She would make sure that the eldest couple received their fair share without any loss. There was no need for small exchanges that could easily cause conflicts within the family. "All right, you can pay if you want." The shop assistant, having made 2 sales at once, was in a great mood and sweetly said, "Madam, even though we had a little misunderstanding earlier, what I said was still true. You treat your daughter-in-law so well. No wonder she is so understanding. I've been selling goods here for years and often see mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law arguing over small amounts of money. It's rare to see a family like yours where everyone thinks of each other. You truly have a wonderful family tradition." Old Lady Yi had never met such a charming shop assistant before when she was outside the city. Flattered by the praise, she couldn't help but smile widely. "It's rare to see you so happy, Mother," Yi Laodo whispered to Sister Yi. Sister Yi smiled and said, "Of course. Who doesn't love to hear nice things?" After leaving the shop, Old Lady Yi was in a great mood and said, "I'll pay for lunch today, and no one can argue with me about it, understood? All right, then we should choose something expensive."
Ye Laodo voket.
Old Lady Yi knew he was just joking. He wouldn't really spend too much. She happily replied, "No problem. Eat whatever you want, don't hold back." Let's treat ourselves to something good. The group wandered around the street, and as expected, Yi Laoda chose a noodle shop. When they entered, old lady Yi said, "You know you don't have to save money for me." Yi Laoda quickly replied, "Mother, I just really want to eat noodles. I haven't had any since we left home." Old lady Yi thought about it and realized it was true. It was hard to make noodles on the road, and a bowl of dumpling soup was all they could manage. After arriving in Rongshi village, they hadn't made noodles at home either. "All right, let's have noodles for lunch." The five of them entered the noodle shop and chose a spacious table by the window. They ordered 2 large bowls of hot soup noodles and 2 bowls of fried sauce noodles. "What sauce do you want? What toppings do you want on your noodles?" "I want meat sauce, and also a plate of braised beef." Grandma Yi hesitated and asked, "What toppings do you have for the noodles?" In the Northeast, people are not very picky about noodles. They just use whatever dipping sauces and vegetables are available. So when the waiter asked about the toppings, Grandma Yi was unsure what to order. The waiter immediately listed a series of options. "We have shredded cucumber, shredded radish, bean sprouts, cabbage hearts, green peas, tofu, shredded green beans, celery, green garlic shoots, and egg crepe strips. You can choose 5. Anything beyond that will cost extra." Well then. Grandma Yi felt confused. She only remembered the first option, shredded cucumber, and looked to her son and daughter-in-law for help. Yi Laoda and his wife exchanged helpless glances. Yi Laosi hadn't even heard clearly. At that moment, more customers entered the shop, and the waiter showed signs of impatience. Grandma Yi mustered the courage to ask again when she suddenly heard a clear voice say, "Grandma, we have shredded cucumber, shredded radish, bean sprouts, cabbage hearts, green peas, tofu, shredded green beans, celery, green garlic shoots, and egg crepe strips." The whole family looked at the little girl in surprise. The waiter was also amazed. The girl looked only about 3 or 4 years old, yet her memory was so good. She could repeat everything perfectly after just hearing it once. He remembered that when he first started working at the shop, he had to memorize the list for many days before he could say it smoothly. The waiter looked the little girl up and down, realizing he had never seen her before. She couldn't possibly be a regular customer. But he still asked, "Is this little girl a regular here? Has she eaten noodles with us before? How does she know our toppings so well?" As soon as he asked, he realized he had made a silly mistake. The shop's toppings were not fixed. They changed with the seasons. The little girl repeated the list in the exact order he had just said, so it couldn't be, because she had visited many times. Yi Laoda said, "This is our first time here. I guess the child has a good memory and found it fun to listen, so she remembered." The waiter thought, is it really that easy to remember? However, meeting such a clever little girl made the waiter's earlier impatience disappear, and he smiled as he asked her, "So, what toppings do you want?" This question was a bit beyond the little girl's understanding. Although she could repeat the list, she didn't know what to choose, so she turned to Yi Saw for help. Sister Yi said, "We can eat anything. Let's let Mother order something." While Grandma Yi was thinking about which 5 dishes to choose, Jing Tian suddenly asked quietly, "Mother, since we ordered 2 bowls of fried sauce noodles, can we choose 10 toppings?" The waiter was even more surprised. It was indeed true, but many adults sometimes didn't think of it. Before he could remind her, the little girl had already figured it out. Hearing this, Grandma Yi looked at the waiter with a questioning expression. The waiter smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right. Your little girl is very clever. If she were a boy, she might even top the exams in the future." Sister Yi felt a bit uncomfortable with this comment, but there was no need to argue with a noodle shop worker, so she said, "Mother doesn't like celery and garlic sprouts, so let's choose the other 10 dishes, 1 of each." "Sure, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon." The waiter was not lying. Soon 4 bowls of noodles were served, and the meat sauce and toppings followed quickly, filling the table. Jing Tian had never seen such a scene and felt overwhelmed, not knowing where to look. Yi Laoda said to the waiter, "Could you please bring us 2 empty bowls and 2 heads of garlic?" But Grandma Yi interrupted, "Just the 2 empty bowls, no garlic." Yi Laosi quickly said, "Mother, there's a saying that eating noodles without garlic loses half the flavor. Don't noodle shops always serve garlic?" The waiter immediately nodded, saying, Don't worry, garlic is free. You can have as much as you want. Grandma, you replied to Yi Lao Si, I ordered beef, so I can't let you have too much garlic. Don't forget, after we eat, we have to go to someone else's house for business. Do you want to smell like garlic? Yi Lao Si then remembered. They indeed had to go to the clan leader's house afterward. He awkwardly said, Anyway, I'm just the driver. When we get there, I won't speak while you and Big Brother talk. Grandma Yi gave him a look and said, Just eat your noodles. Stop talking so much. Qing Tian is more obedient than you. Qing Tian blinked at Yi Lao Si and said, Fourth uncle. Mother told me that listening to parents is what good children do. So fourth uncle should listen to Grandma too. The adults at the table all laughed at her innocent words. Grandma Yi pointed at Yi Lao Si and said, Did you hear that? If you keep bargaining with me, you won't be a good child. Yi Laoda and Yi Dasa were laughing so hard they could barely stand up, and Qing Tian joined in with a big smile. Yi Lao Si found it funny yet speechless, finally raising his hands in surrender and saying, Qing Tian is right. Uncle Four should listen to his mother to be a good child. Just then, a server brought an empty bowl. Yi Dasa scooped some noodles from the hot soup into the bowl, added a few spoonfuls of broth, stirred it a bit, and waited for it to cool before feeding Qing Tian. The noodles in the hot soup looked thin but were quite chewy. Qing Tian took small bites while his eyes followed Yi Laoda's chopsticks as he picked up the noodles. 10 different toppings were laid out on the table, which were especially appealing to children, not to mention the strong aroma of the meat sauce nearby. Yi Laoda, who had a big appetite, picked some of each topping and added them to his bowl, pouring on 2 large spoonfuls of meat sauce and mixing it all together, making it look very appetizing. Dad, Qing Tian asked eagerly, is it good? While mixing the noodles, Yi Laoda playfully replied, I haven't tasted it yet. How would I know if it's good? Qing Tian swallowed hard and urged, then you should try it quickly. Yi Laoda picked up some cucumber strips, cabbage hearts, and egg skin, added a bit of meat sauce on top, and finally included some noodles, pretending to take a bite. Qing Tian was so focused on watching that he forgot to eat the noodles Yi Dasa had brought to his mouth, eagerly waiting for Yi Laoda's reaction. To his surprise, Yi Laoda's chopsticks passed in front of him and ended up at Qing Tian's mouth. Qing Tian can take a bite for Dad first, Yi Laoda said with a big smile. Qing Tian's eyes widened in surprise, and encouraged by Yi Laoda and Yi Dasa, he opened his mouth wide and took a big bite of the carefully arranged noodles and toppings. The bite was a bit too big for him, and his cheeks puffed out immediately. He chewed hard, enjoying the chewy noodles, the savory meat sauce, the refreshing cucumber, and the fragrant egg skin. All of it was so rich in flavor. Is it good? Yi Laoda asked. With his mouth full, Qing Tian nodded vigorously, unable to speak. Seeing this, Yi Laoda took another empty bowl, picked up a bite of his mixed noodles, and placed it inside. Eat a little less of this, and let your mother give you some hot soup, otherwise it won't be easy to digest. Qing Tian didn't expect to have fried sauce noodles again, and quickly nodded, promising, Dad, I won't eat too much. Just this little bit. If you want more, there won't be any left for me, and I'll go hungry, said Yi Laoda. It's not that he didn't want to give the child more. The fried sauce noodles had been cooled down, and the toppings included cold ingredients. Since childhood, Qing Tian had been mistreated by the Shans, and her stomach had never been very good. Yi Dazhao always tried to make her eat carefully, avoiding too much cold food. When Qing Tian heard that her dad wouldn't have enough to eat, she immediately looked at Yi Dazhao and said, Mom, can we give Dad a little of the hot soup noodles? Before Yi Dazhao could respond, Yi Laosi teased Qing Tian, if you give your dad the hot soup noodles, your mom won't have enough to eat. Look, she still has to share her bowl of noodles with you. Qing Tian thought this made sense, and her little face scrunched up in worry. Yi Laotai was about to say not to tease Qing Tian anymore. After all, such a small child wouldn't understand. Actually, Qing Tian's thoughts were quite simple. Grandma and Uncle C each had a bowl of noodles, but her parents had to share some with her. This way, her parents would end up not having enough to eat. Just as Qing Tian was feeling troubled, someone in the shop suddenly shouted, Waiter, give me 2 more liang of noodles. Qing Tian's eyes lit up. It turned out they could just add noodles. Her family saw her reaction and realized she had come up with a clever idea, feeling surprised by her quick thinking. Unexpectedly, Qing Tian then did something that surprised everyone even more. She called over a waiter and asked, "Big brother, how much does it cost to add noodles?" The waiter replied, "Noodles are 5 won for 1 liang." Yi Laotai couldn't help but gasp. She already knew eating out was not as economical as cooking at home. But thinking about how white flour only cost 10 won per jean and making it into noodles required adding water, she realized that 1 jean of flour could produce about 1 jean and 3 to 4 liang of noodles. The noodle shop actually sold them for 5 won per liang. No wonder people said running a business was very profitable. Yi Dezhao was about to say they didn't need to add noodles since everyone had ordered large bowls. The large bowls had plenty of noodles, and with Yi Laoda and Yi Laoxi's appetites, it should be just right. Even sharing her bowl with Qing Tian, she wouldn't finish it all, and the leftovers would be perfect for Yi Laoda. Unexpectedly, Qing Tian reached into her pocket and took out the 5 coins she had left from buying candy, placing them on the table. She said to the waiter, "Big brother, could you add a serving of noodles for my dad, please?" In that moment, Yi Laoda was so moved he almost cried. He hugged Qing Tian tightly and said, "Good girl. With those words, I'm already full. I don't need to eat anything else." Yi Laotai was also surprised that Qing Tian would take money from her own pocket. You see, among the children at home, even the most sensible one, Yi Changrui, would never return any pocket money once given. Now, knowing that the coins could buy candy, Qing Tian still offered her last 5 coins to buy noodles, worried that Yi Laoda wouldn't have enough to eat. A child so thoughtful is truly hard to find. The waiter, seeing this for the first time, couldn't help but say, "Your little girl is really filial, worried that you won't be full. Actually, we have plenty of noodles. Why don't you try some first, and if you're still hungry, we can talk about it then." Yi Dezhao felt warm inside, her eyes also getting a bit misty. She quickly explained to Qing Tian that Yi Laoxi was just teasing her. Not only could she not finish the big bowl of hot noodles herself, but even Yi Laotai wouldn't finish hers, and they would end up sharing with Yi Laoda and Yi Laoxi. Think about it, when we were at home, didn't your dad and Uncle C eat more than Grandma and Mom? They could eat 3 big buns, while Mom could only eat 1.5. This big bowl of noodles, we wouldn't even finish it together. At first, Qing Tian didn't quite believe her. But when she compared it to her usual portion, she remembered that it was indeed true, and she started to believe it. She immediately looked up with a questioning gaze at Yi Laoxi. Yi Laotai scolded her son. "Why do you have to tease the child? We're eating right now, and if you make her cry, she won't be able to eat anything." Yi Laoxi quickly apologized. "It's all my fault. Just punish me by letting Qing Tian ride on my shoulders for a while." After the family finished lunch and left the noodle shop, Yi Laoxi picked up Qing Tian and placed her on his shoulder. Qing Tian was startled at first, but then she became excited, looking around. Sitting high up, she could see far and felt the lively atmosphere of the city even more. Yi Dezhao was initially worried, watching the two of them, afraid that Qing Tian might be scared. Seeing her smile happily, Sister Yi felt relieved and said, "Qing Tian is quite brave, isn't she?" "Indeed. She even told me before that the wolves on the mountain are good wolves." Brother Yi suddenly remembered the time when a few kids were sent back by a pack of wolves after going up the mountain. Sister Yi couldn't help but smile, but then said, "Now that we've decided to keep that little puppy, we shouldn't just call it puppy all the time. It needs a name." In Sister Ye's view, since the dog came back with Qing Tian, it naturally belongs to their family, so it makes sense for Brother Yi to name it. However, Brother Yi didn't want to think about it and passed the task to his daughter, saying, "Let Qing Tian name it herself later. I'm not good at these things." Brother Ye's 4th son took Qing Tian for a stroll around before returning to the car and gently placed her inside. "Did you have fun?" "Yeah, it was fun," Qing Tian said with a big smile. By now, the sun was high in the sky, and Qing Tian was dressed warmly, starting to sweat a little. Brother Ye's 4th son pulled at his sleeve, wanting to wipe her sweat, but seeing her delicate skin, he felt his sleeve was too rough and worried he might hurt her. Looking at Qing Tian's rosy little face, a thought suddenly crossed Brother Ye's fourth son's mind. If Gua could have a sweet daughter like Qing Tian, that wouldn't be too bad. But he only dared to think this in his heart and didn't mention it to Gua, fearing it might cause trouble. At this moment, 2 flatbed carts were present, one carrying items bought from the incense shop and the other for people to sit on. Grandma Yi, with Sister Ye's help, sat in the cart and instructed, "Hurry to the clan leader's house, drop off the items, and make sure to clarify everything so we can get home early. Let's have dinner early tonight, so everyone can go to bed early. We can't delay tomorrow's plans. If we miss the timing, it won't be good. Not to mention we need to go from the village to the city first, then follow the clan leader and Zhang Luo to the ancestral grave. We'll have to get up early to set off."
Don't worry, Mom. Before I left, I talked to my second and third sisters-in-law.
They will prepare everything needed for dinner in advance. As soon as we get back, we can start cooking right away, ensuring the whole family can eat and sleep early. Grandpa Yi and Grandma Yi had always had a good relationship. Unfortunately, Grandpa Yi passed away early, leaving Grandma Yi alone. Whenever it comes to matters related to Elder Yi, Grandma Yi takes them very seriously. Back when they were outside the city, Elder Ye's funeral was held with great ceremony. Even during the drought and the upheaval caused by the earthquake, Grandma Yi insisted on bringing Elder Ye's memorial tablet and delayed for 2 days to collect his bones. Even during the famine, she wanted to keep him close, hoping for a chance to return him to his roots later. Usually, this kind of task can be done by professionals who specialize in bone collection. However, due to the earthquake, Huinai County and the surrounding areas were in chaos, making it hard to find such people. Even if they could be found, they would likely be busy fleeing the disaster, with no time to earn a little money. In the end, it was Elder Ye's eldest son who personally opened the coffin and collected Elder Ye's remains, bringing them back to Rongxi village. Now that they have returned, and with the burial set for tomorrow, Grandma Yi would not allow any mistakes in this matter. Elder Ye's eldest son and fourth son each had a big bowl of fried sauce noodles, along with some beef, and to avoid waste, they finished the leftover hot soup noodles from Grandma Yi and sister-in-law Yi. Now, they were a bit sweaty and full of energy. The 2 of them pulled the cart quickly. If it weren't for the other people on the street, they might have run. The family soon arrived at the clan leader's door. Elder Ye's eldest son knocked, and someone inside immediately responded, "Coming." A young boy opened the door and said to Grandma Ye's family, "Grandma, why did you take so long? My master has been waiting for you for half the day. We finished shopping and eating before coming over." "Thank you for your concern, clan leader," Grandma Yi said as she entered with the help of Elder Ye's fourth son. Hearing the commotion, Yi Dongming came out to greet them. "Sister-in-law, why did you take so long?" "I had someone prepare lunch. Let's eat first." Grandma Yi didn't expect Yi Dongming to wait for their meal and quickly replied, "We've already eaten. I didn't realize you would wait for us. What a situation this is. Did you really eat, or are you just being polite?"
Yi Dongming said.
"When we were in the village, I didn't hold back at all. Now that we are in the city, it's only right that I treat you to a meal. Sister-in-law, why won't you give me this chance?" Grandma Yi was worried that Yi Dongming's enthusiasm would make it harder for her to refuse any requests he might have. However, Grandma Yi knows well that the kindness and friendliness shown by the Qin family are based on everyone knowing their place and behaving appropriately. If anyone in their family were greedy and tried to curry favor with the Qin family, dreaming of benefiting from their connections, the first to take action against them would definitely be the Qin family. There would be no need for Mrs. Qin to know or give orders. Just one word from Grandma Jiang would be enough to ensure that their family could never recover. Bringing back and burying Grandpa Ye's remains is not an unreasonable request. So, no matter what Yi Dongming asks for, Grandma Yi always pretends not to understand and never directly addresses his words. As long as they don't owe Yi Dongming any favors, they won't have to feel awkward about repaying him in the future. Yi Dongming had prepared early, so he still wanted to persuade Grandma Yi a bit more, suggesting that even if they had eaten, they could still share a few more bites. Grandma Yi then patted her round belly and said, "I really wasn't being polite with you. The child is young and saw food on the street, so he said he was hungry, and we just decided to eat together. Look at this little belly, so full. We should hurry and finalize tomorrow's plans. We need to get home early because we have to wake up early to take care of things at the ancestral grave. Seeing this, Yi Dongming had no other options. If Grandma Yi were a man, he would have boldly pulled her along and insisted she stay. But since Grandma Yi is a woman and a widow, he felt it wouldn't be appropriate to press the matter. All right, I'll take you to find Zhang Luo to check if everything is ready, and he can tell you what to pay attention to for tomorrow. Zhang Luo, whom Yi Dongming found for the Yi family, is a distant relative, but he is still connected to Grandpa Yi. He knows all about the customs and traditions for weddings and funerals and can even calculate things like zodiac clashes and birth date compatibility. Everyone who knows him calls him Yi Daming. Later, he took over his father's role and became the best planner in Fengli County. The nickname Yi Daming, which carries a hint of sarcasm, is rarely used anymore. Now, everyone in the family politely calls him Mr. Yi. However, Yi Dongming didn't need to worry about that. When they reached the door, he called out, "Daming, are you home?" Soon, a thin middle-aged man came out from the house, grinning and showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I'm home. The clan leader told me to stay here, so how could I dare to go out?" Yi Daming smiled broadly and looked at the elderly members of the Yi family. These must be the hosts, right? Yes. Please check if there's anything missing in the preparations, and then explain the rules and what to pay attention to for tomorrow. Since the old Yi family was new and had no relatives or friends, it was likely that not many people would attend the reburial of the elder Yi. Yi Dongming was worried that Yi Daming might take things lightly, so he reminded him specifically. Generally, for both happy and sad occasions, the task of purchasing items is either fully entrusted to the organizer, which might be a bit more expensive, but ensures nothing is overlooked, or the organizer provides a list for the hosts to buy themselves. In the latter case, as long as the list is correct, if the hosts buy the wrong items or not enough, the organizer is not responsible. After all, it's the hosts who would be embarrassed in front of friends and family, not the organizer. The clan leader, of course, understood these rules well. However, he made a special reminder, and Yi Daming understood his meaning. Clan leader, are you still worried about my work? Yi Daming put away his playful demeanor and confidently promised, I will make sure everything is handled perfectly. Good, then I will leave everything to you. With outsiders present, Yi Dongming couldn't say much to the elderly lady and prepared to leave. He noticed the elderly lady's reluctance and her effort to keep a distance, realizing he shouldn't be too eager, as haste makes waste. Yi Daming was quite familiar with handling funerals and quickly checked everything, praising, "Very good, everything is correct and complete. The items on the vehicle can be placed in my yard, and tomorrow morning we can load them up and head to the mountain. As for the rules, there are many. Since you have just returned from outside the pass and know nothing about our customs, I won't go into detail to avoid confusion. Only the eldest son and grandson will be needed tomorrow. The others should just follow behind, avoid speaking freely, and not wander around. Just listen to my instructions. I will remind you of what needs to be done at each step. You just need to pay attention to what I say. By the way, I heard from the clan leader that you have quite a few children? How old are they?" 5 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. The oldest will be 10 after the new year, and the youngest is Qing Tian. Look, she's in her mother's arms. Make sure to take good care of the children and don't let them speak out of turn. They must not misbehave at the ancestral grave, or it could harm your family's future fortune. Don't worry, my children are all very well behaved, Grandma Yi assured repeatedly. Yi Daming confirmed the schedule with them one last time, and after everything was correct, he urged them to leave. I'm not rushing you. It's just that you need to rest early. You'll have to get up before dawn to travel tomorrow. Thank you for your help tomorrow, Grandma Yi said, handing over a small pouch. Yi Daming was surprised that although Grandma Yi was introduced by the clan leader, she was not picky and was quite considerate. He politely declined at first, then skillfully tucked the pouch into his sleeve. The pouch felt quite heavy, but it was an extra gain, which Yi Daming was quite pleased with. After leaving Yi Daming's home, Grandma Yi planned to buy some food. Since they were in the city, she wanted to bring back some treats for the children at home. So, The group returned to the street, bought some snacks that kids would love, and prepared to head back home. However, just as they exited the city gate, they unexpectedly ran into a few people from Widow Lu's family. Wangda, who was sweating as he pulled a cart with a deceased donkey on it, while Widow Lu sat beside the donkey, and Jiang was carrying sickly Chunhua, walking alongside the cart. Sister Yi couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang. After all, Jiang was pregnant, and it was one thing to make her get off the cart, but she was also carrying a sick 5-year-old. With such a big cart, even with a donkey, there should have been enough space for a child. But Sister Yi kept these thoughts to herself. Since Jiang seemed accustomed to it and had no complaints, she decided not to interfere. Given Widow Lu's usual behavior, if she spoke up for Jiang, she would surely find herself in an awkward position. Grandma Yi had known Sister Yi for over 10 years and understood her well. Because she had no children of her own, she always showed more care and kindness towards pregnant women and young children. Back when they were outside the city, she often secretly gave Qing Tian some food. Fortunately, Sister Yi had always been discreet, so Grandma Yi never intervened. But this time, involving Widow Lu's family, it was not a situation where kindness could be shown. So, when Old Lady Yi saw Jiang and Chunhua, she was ready to interrupt Sister Yi at any moment. To her surprise, Sister Yi only glanced over for a moment, then quickly looked away and continued to quietly talk with Qing Tian. Old Lady Yi sighed in relief. Once a woman becomes a mother, she changes a lot. Earlier on the road, after the donkey's leg broke and seeing the Yi family walk further away, Widow Lu felt very upset. After waiting for a long time without anyone passing by to help, the donkey's braying became increasingly annoying. She checked the donkey's leg and found the injury was serious. Even if it didn't die, it would affect its ability to pull carts and grind grain in the future. Widow Lu decisively ordered Wang Dahu to butcher the donkey right there on the road. This trip had turned out so messy, and she had lost the only donkey her family had. All of this made Widow Lu feel embarrassed. If she weren't worried that the donkey meat would spoil and be hard to sell, she would have turned back home immediately. All along the way, she feared running into someone she knew. Just when she finally saw the county town's gate and thought she could relax, she unexpectedly ran into the old Yi family. Widow Lu wished she could hide her face. However, no one from the old Yi family paid her any attention. Instead, Sister Yi looked at Jiang with sympathy. Originally, she didn't want to be seen, fearing ridicule. But being ignored made Widow Lu feel even worse. Widow Lu never held back her feelings and turned to Jiang, scolding, "It's all your fault for insisting on bringing that sick girl into the city. Otherwise, would this have happened? A perfectly good donkey could have served us for several more years. Now it can only be sold for meat. With the autumn harvest approaching, buying large livestock now is both expensive and unwise. I'm really tired of this. I can't keep managing everything while you all keep wasting money." Jiang, carrying the child, walked over without even a sip of water and was already dizzy from exhaustion. Now, being suddenly scolded by Widow Lu, she didn't dare to defend herself and just lowered her head to listen. After scolding for a long time, seeing Jiang silent, Widow Lu lost interest. Plus, she was hungry and thirsty herself, so she finally stopped. After waiting a while, they finally entered the city gate. Wang Zhengbao immediately shouted, "Grandma, I'm starving. I want to eat." Second, did you hear that? Zhengbao is hungry, and you must be hungry too, right? Hurry and find a place to eat, Widow Lu urged. After eating, go sell the donkey. At that moment, Jiang was filled with thoughts of Chunhua and quickly said, "Mother, Chunhua." Before she could finish, Widow Lu interrupted her. Widow Lu tossed her a small handful of coins and said, "If you're not hungry, take her to the doctor instead. Stop complaining here, it's so annoying." Jiang struggled to pick up the coins from the ground, which amounted to no more than 51. Although the doctor's fee wasn't much, with Chunhua having such a high fever, she would definitely need medicine.
How could she manage that?
As Jiang pondered how to ask Widow Lu for more money, Wang Dahu had already left with the cart. As they walked, Jiang felt the heat from Chunhua's body on her back. She couldn't delay any longer and hurried to the clinic with the child on her back. Meanwhile, the Yi family was on their way home. Sister Yi, seeing no one around, couldn't help but express her feelings to old lady Yi. Mother, I'm so lucky to have a wonderful mother-in-law like you and a good man like Qing Tian. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much I would have suffered in my life. You've worked hard for this family over the years. It's all mutual. Old lady Yi thought of Widow Liu and immediately looked displeased. Someone like Widow Liu is truly hard to understand. Just look at how her 2 sons and daughter turned out under her guidance. Who will she rely on when she gets old? In the end, it will be her daughter-in-law taking care of her. Right now, she bullies others, but unless she dies suddenly, she'll have to pay for her actions one day. Qing Tian leaned against Sister Yi, quietly listening to the conversation between the two. However, she only understood part of what old lady Yi said and didn't grasp everything. Soon, Qing Tian began to feel sleepy, her little head nodding, but she tried to stay awake. Just then, the cart hit a small stone, causing a bump. Qing Tian tumbled into the pile of things they bought in the city. Fortunately, there were no hard objects on top, just some fabric, so she wasn't hurt. Sister Yi quickly helped her up, carefully checking her over, still worried, and asked, Did you bump your head? Does it hurt? I didn't bump it, Qing Tian yawned. It's soft and doesn't hurt. Yet De Saw finally sighed in relief and turned to Yi Laoda, saying, Look at you. How did you drive the cart? You almost made Qing Tian fall. I thought the road looked smooth here, so I didn't pay much attention, Yi Laoda replied quickly. Don't worry, I'll be more careful. But you should hold her. Don't let her sit alone. This didn't need reminding. Yi De Saw had already taken Qing Tian into her arms. Qing Tian usually takes a nap at home, so she was already too sleepy to keep her eyes open. Seeing her struggle to stay awake, Yi De Saw gently patted her and said, If you're tired, just sleep. Mama will hold you. Don't force yourself. Yi Laotai wanted to say not to let Qing Tian take a nap now, or she might not sleep well later at home and would have trouble waking up in the morning. But then she thought if she doesn't wake up, that's fine. They could just wrap her in a blanket and let Yi De Saw hold her on the cart. With Yi De Saw's gentle pats, Qing Tian quickly fell asleep. She usually sleeps soundly without worrying Yi De Saw. She doesn't toss and turn and never wets the bed. As long as she doesn't drink too much water after dinner, she can sleep through the night until morning. So, after a few pats, seeing that Qing Tian was fast asleep, Yi De Saw wrapped her in her scarf to shield her from the wind and left her to sleep peacefully. However, today, for some reason, Qing Tian seemed to be sleeping restlessly, occasionally twitching her hands and feet and softly whimpering. Yi De Saw lifted the scarf to check and found that although she was still asleep, her little face was scrunched up. What is she dreaming about? Yi De Saw thought it was a little funny to see Qing Tian like this for the first time. But just as she was about to cover her back up, Qing Tian suddenly cried out, Dad, don't die. Mom, what happened? Qing Tian's cries were so piercing that Yi Laoda abruptly stopped and turned to see what was wrong. Yi Laosi, who was ahead, heard the commotion and also stopped to look back. Brother, what's going on? It seems like Qing Tian had a nightmare. Yi Laoda didn't think much of it at first, but as he approached to comfort his daughter, Qing Tian suddenly hugged him tightly. Her little arms wrapped around his neck, and warm tears streamed down, quickly soaking his collar, making it cold in the wind. What did she dream about to scare the child like this? Yi Laoda said as he hugged Qing Tian tightly, gently stroking her hair. Don't worry, little one. Nothing can scare you. However, Yi Laotai looked around anxiously and said, Could it be that there's something unclean on this road? They say children are very sensitive to such things. Yi Laosi glanced at the bright sun above and replied, Mother, it's broad daylight. If there really was something unclean with that much power, it wouldn't be afraid of the sun. We would feel it too. Yi Deseo added, The child probably just didn't sleep well last night, so she's having a nightmare now. As soon as they mentioned the lack of sleep last night, both Yi Laotai and Yi Laosi fell silent. They all knew why they hadn't slept well. Yi Deseo realized she had misspoken and wanted to explain, but the more she tried, the more confused she felt, so she just comforted the sobbing Qing Tian. She thought the child would stop crying after a bit, but Qing Tian cried uncontrollably, eventually gasping for breath, her little body shaking. She kept saying, "Daddy, don't die, don't die." This made even Yi Laotai uneasy, and Yi Laoda felt a chill in his heart. Yi Deseo had already sensed something unusual about Qing Tian, so hearing her say this made her heart race. She picked Qing Tian up from Yi Laoda's arms and held her close, softly asking, "Qing Tian, can you tell Mommy what you dreamed about?" After a hiccup, Qing Tian sniffled and said, "There were bad people. They wanted to hurt us. Daddy protected us, but then there were so many of them, they hurt Daddy and then Daddy stopped moving. Please, Daddy, don't die." This question made Qing Tian's previously quiet cries erupt again. Hearing her words, Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo exchanged worried glances. For some reason, they both suddenly remembered the deep ditch they had seen on their way here. They both began to feel anxious. Having been together for over 10 years, they didn't need to speak. Their eyes conveyed their shared thoughts. So, Yi Deseo quietly asked, "Is there another way back to the village besides the road we took?" Yi Laoda, who had hunted in the mountains before, was already familiar with the terrain around the village. He nodded and said, "There is a way, but it requires a long detour. We have to go all the way around to the other side of the mountain and then return to the village along the foot of the mountain. Not only will the journey be more than twice as long as going straight back, but the road is also not as easy to travel." However, Sister Yi decisively said, "As long as we can walk, it's fine. A longer route is not a problem. Safety is the priority." Yi Laoda looked at his wife's determined expression, pondered for a moment, and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll go tell Mother." At that moment, Grandma Yi noticed that they had been whispering and that Qing Tian was still crying. She hurriedly got out of the car to check on them. "What's wrong with the child? Did she bump her head again?" Grandma Yi asked with concern. "I've heard that if a child hits their head, they can cry a lot." Sister Yi quickly gave Yi Laoda a look, signaling him to explain to Grandma Yi about taking the detour home. Yi Laoda gritted his teeth and said, "Mother, do you remember the ditch we encountered this morning when we left? I've been thinking about it all this way, and it seems too strange. Why don't we take a different route back instead of going the same way?" Grandma Yi was confused. Wasn't this about the child? Why was he suddenly talking about which way to go home? Besides, hadn't Yuan said that there was only one road from Rongxi village to the city? Grandma Yi felt that Yi Laoda must have a reason for saying this, so she asked, "Is there another road we can take?" "There's a small path, not an official road. It's a bit longer and might not be as easy to walk." As soon as she heard that it would be a longer and harder route, Grandma Yi immediately shook her head in disagreement, saying, "No. We said we would return early today to rest. We need to get up early tomorrow and go to the city. As the eldest son, you have a lot of responsibilities. Why take a detour? Didn't the fourth brother just say that nothing would happen in broad daylight?" "Mother, robbers don't care if it's day or night. The road back to the village is lined with trees, and there's no one around. If a few bandits suddenly appear, we would be in real trouble." "Enough," Grandma Yi said angrily. "Are you trying to upset me? Who curses their own family?" "Mother, I truly feel uneasy," Yi Laoda said seriously. Although Yi Laosi didn't fully understand why his older brother was so insistent on taking a detour, he still supported him without hesitation. "Mom, I think what Big Brother said makes sense. You know, usually Qing Tian is a good child, but today he suddenly won't stop crying. There might really be something wrong." Hearing this from fourth brother Yi, Grandma Yi hesitated and her tone became uncertain. What could be wrong? Grandma Yi still didn't want to take a detour. Tomorrow is an important day, and she didn't want anything to go wrong. But if they insisted on going back the same way, she felt a bit anxious. Seeing her attitude soften, Big Brother Yi quickly said, "Mom, don't worry. Fourth brother and I are strong. Taking a detour is no problem. Remember when we fled from the famine? We carried so many people and things, and we weren't tired at all. Even if we take a longer route home today, We won't delay anything tomorrow. Fourth brother Yi quickly added, Exactly, Mom. Just relax and take a nap in the carriage. I promise to drive fast and steady. No matter which road we take, we're still going home. A little detour for peace of mind is good. Seeing her two sons so determined, Grandma Yi had no reason to oppose anymore. All right, you two handle it. I only have one request. We absolutely cannot delay tomorrow's important matters. Mom, just relax. I promise we won't delay tomorrow's plans. Big brother Yi said, then turned to fourth brother. This time, I'll lead the way, and you follow me. Okay, big brother, you can count on me. Big brother Yi took the lead, and after walking along the main road for a while, he turned onto a small path. Strangely enough, ever since the family turned onto the small path, Qing Tian, who had been crying so hard, quickly quieted down. Sister-in-law Yi felt relieved. It seemed this path should be fine. However, the small path was not as smooth as the main road. Grandma Yi sat in the carriage, wanting to rest her eyes, but the bumps made it impossible to relax. She wanted to complain, but seeing that Qing Tian had finally stopped crying, she held back her words. What surprised everyone was that although Big Brother Yi had traveled this path before, he didn't notice anything when he was alone. But this time, with two people pulling the carriage, the path became narrower, and if the wheels tilted even slightly, they would get stuck in the ditches or bushes. Big Brother Yi and Fourth Brother Yi had to stay alert, using more effort than usual to keep the wheels on the road. Watching the sweat rolling down the foreheads of Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi, Grandma Yi finally couldn't help but say, Why are you two taking this difficult mountain path when there's a perfectly good road? If we had taken the main road, we would have been home by now. How far have we even come? In my opinion, the road ahead will only get worse. It would be better to turn back. We might get home faster that way. Sister Yi held onto Qing Tian tightly and stayed silent. Yi Laoda looked at his wife's expression and then at his daughter, whose eyes were swollen from crying. He said in a soothing tone, Mom, we've come this far. I promise the road ahead is still passable. I'll help Laosi. It won't be a problem. Hearing her son, Grandma Yi sighed, Do as you wish. After saying that, she lay down on the cart, wrapped herself in a blanket, and decided to take a nap, hoping not to see the trouble. Although the cart was bumpy, Grandma Yi had left early in the morning and hadn't had a chance to nap. She was genuinely tired and soon fell asleep in the gentle rocking of the cart. While Grandma Yi was asleep, the two brothers quickly faced a problem. It seemed that someone had dug into the mountain or planted trees, as a large section of the mountain path had collapsed after they had walked most of the way. Rocks, tree trunks, and dirt came tumbling down, completely blocking the way ahead. The brothers, fearing they would wake Grandma Yi, could only discuss quietly. I'll go take a look. If it's not too bad, we can find a way to push the dirt down, Yi Laoda said, frowning, unable to accept that the path they had worked so hard to travel was now blocked. He rolled up his pants and tucked his robe into his belt, carefully climbing up to take a look. His face fell even more when he saw the situation. From the angle he had seen before, the collapse didn't seem serious. But now that he was up close, he realized it wasn't just a small section. Most of the right side of the mountain had slid down, completely blocking the path. Yi Laoda came back down, shaking his head. We can't get through. Forget about pulling the cart. I can't even climb over it myself. What do we do now? Yi Laosi asked anxiously. Big brother, it's getting late, and we don't have enough supplies. We can't just rest in the woods, can we? Yi Laoda quickly weighed the situation in his mind and said in a serious tone, There's no choice. We have to go back the way we came. If Mom finds out, we're both in big trouble. Yi Laosi shivered at the thought. The two brothers struggled to turn the cart around and headed back. Yi Lao Tai hadn't slept well last night and got up early today, so she was already exhausted after a long day. She felt like she had just closed her eyes for a moment, but when she opened them again, she was startled. It was completely dark around her, and if it weren't for the crescent moon in the sky and the cart still moving, she would have thought she had ended up in a ghostly place.
Laoza, Laosi?
Yi Lao Tai called out tentatively. Mom, you're awake? Yi Laoda's voice sounded a bit guilty. Yi Lao Si kept his head down, pulling the cart, and didn't say a word. Yi Lao Tai knew her sons very well. Although she couldn't see Yi Lao Da's expression, his tone and Yi Lao Si's silence made her realize something was off. "Tell me what's going on." Yi Lao Tai's voice turned cold.
Mom.
Yi Lao Si stammered, struggling to find the right words. "Just be quiet." Always calling for Mom.
Lao ra, zu et lai.
Hearing Yi Lao Tai directly call him out, Yi Lao Da reluctantly said, "Mom, we were halfway down the mountain road when we suddenly found a landslide ahead. Rocks and dirt fell from the mountain and blocked the road completely. I don't think I could even climb over it myself." And then, at this point, Yi Lao Tai already had an idea of what happened, but she found it hard to believe, or perhaps she didn't want to accept the answer she was thinking of. Then we had no choice but to turn back and take the main road home. When Yi Lao Tai heard this, her anger flared up. She held back her frustration and asked, "So where are we now?" Yi Lao Da cautiously replied, "In about half an hour, we should be home." "How far is it from the city to home? If I weren't getting older, would I need you to pull me in a cart? I could walk back myself. This is really waking up early and arriving late. I reminded you countless times not to mess up tomorrow's plans. Now look, after going in a big circle, we ended up back where we started. What can I say to you?" Seeing that Yi Lao Da was silent, Yi Deseo tried to ease the tension. "Mom, this is unpredictable. No one wanted this. We're almost there, just a bit further, and we'll reach the place where we dug the ditch before." This road was built in the mountains, with dense forests on both sides, making it hard to tell the location by the scenery. But when Yi Deseo mentioned they were close to the spot where they had trapped Lu Guofu's family that morning, Yi Lao Tai immediately knew how far they had left to go. Although the remaining distance wasn't too long, Yi Lao Tai was still upset and directly said to Yi Deseo, "So, after all this fuss, is the sunny day finally not crying?" Hearing this, Yi Deseo realized that Yi Lao Tai was genuinely angry. It's normal for a child to cry after having a nightmare, isn't it? Once she's tired from crying, she'll stop. Yet you all make such a big deal out of it. Now look, we took a long detour, and what happened? We're back where we started. Just as Yi Lao Tai was expressing her dissatisfaction, they suddenly heard the sound of a whip cracking and hurried horse hooves from behind. Yi Lao Da, experienced, quickly shouted, "Old Four, hurry, pull the cart to the side of the road into the woods, don't block the way." While shouting to Yi Lao Si, he also moved quickly, pulling the flatbed cart toward the roadside trees. Hearing the bells and cracking whips, Yi Lao Da knew this was the officials coming to do their work, making noise to warn travelers to clear the way and avoid any harm. If anyone got in the way after hearing the bells and whips, they wouldn't be responsible for any injuries or accidents. Yi Lao Si quickly followed Yi Lao Da, pulling the cart into the safety of the trees. Once they were in a safe spot, Yi Lao Da listened closely and said, "With so many people, it seems like today's situation is serious." Yi Lao Tai frowned, looking at the official road, and soon saw a group of more than 10 officials on horseback, holding torches. Although the officials saw the Yi family stopped by the roadside, they didn't stop at all and continued on their way. "I wonder what happened up ahead?" Yi Lao Si said curiously, tiptoeing to see what was going on. Better to avoid trouble. It's best not to get involved in this kind of commotion. At this moment, Grandma Yi was no longer angry or complaining. She sighed and said, "Things have not been going well today. Could it be that your father thinks I haven't handled something properly? Mom, please don't think too much. Dad is watching over us." After the officers passed by, they emerged from the woods, discussing whether to go ahead and see what was happening. One officer in his 30s was holding a torch and walking quickly toward the Yi family. Seeing the flatbed cart being pulled by Yi Lao Da and Yi Lao Si, the officer's eyes lit up. He approached and said, "I thought I saw a cart when I passed by earlier. Hurry, can we borrow your cart?" Yi Lao Da took the chance to ask, "Officer, what happened up ahead?" "Don't ask. Thinking about it will only make you worried," the officer replied, his expression darkening as if he recalled something unpleasant. He frowned and impatiently asked, "We came in a hurry on horseback and forgot to bring a cart. Can we use yours?" How much do you want for it? Seeing the officer's impatience, Grandma Yi quickly spoke up before Yi Laoda could respond. It's just a cart. If you gentlemen need it, it must be for an important matter. We support that, so let's not talk about money. But as you can see, we have elderly and children. How about this? We keep one cart, and you can take the other one to use as you please. Is that okay? It wasn't that Grandma Yi was being kind. She was just responding to the situation. From her experience, officials were often unreasonable. If they demanded the cart outright, they would have no choice but to comply. Perhaps Grandma Ye's words were agreeable, as the officer's expression softened a bit. He thought for a moment. They had already requisitioned one cart, and another should be enough. Considering it was late at night and not suitable for the elderly and children to walk, he decided, all right, you can spare one cart for us. Don't worry, we won't use it for free. Grandma Yi quickly called to Yi Deseo on the other cart. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the child over. Are you waiting for me to come to your cart? Finally realizing, Yi Deseo hurriedly picked up the child and came over to sit beside Grandma Yi. The officer was pleased to quickly get a cart and asked, Are you all going ahead? Yes, sir. We are heading back to Rongshi village. Old Lady Yi asked, Can we get through ahead? Follow me, the constable said kindly. But let me make it clear, when we pass through, don't speak out of turn, don't look around, and definitely don't touch anything. I must tell you, it's really bad over there. Someone before you accidentally looked, and they're still throwing up, almost losing their stomach. Don't worry, we will follow you closely and won't ask, look, or touch anything, Old Lady Yi promised repeatedly. Old Yi was even more eager to help, saying, Sir, let me help you with the cart. A few people followed the constable towards the crowd, and the smell of blood grew stronger with every step. Even old Yida, who often hunted and handled game, felt uneasy from the strong scent. Old Yi was not much better. He couldn't help but start to gag quietly. Old Yida covered her mouth and nose with one end of her scarf, tightly wrapping the other end around little Qing Tian's head. She turned the girl toward herself, holding her close, afraid she might see something frightening. Old Lady Ye's face was also grim, but she held back her nausea and asked, Sir, we need to go into the city early tomorrow to rebury my husband. The auspicious time was calculated by the clan leader, and we can't afford any delays. But with the situation here, I just want to ask, will this road be passable tomorrow morning? That's hard to say, the constable replied, looking troubled. It depends on how long these people will be here. What happened? If we are delayed tomorrow, it will ruin everything. Old Lady felt anxious as she heard faint sounds from ahead. The constable said, Here's what we'll do. Remember my surname is Chung. Come back tomorrow morning, and if the road is clear, hurry through. If not, find me, and I'll guide you again. Thank you so much. Old Lady Ye's words of gratitude were cut off by the sound of someone vomiting by the roadside. Ugh, Widow Lu was bent over, holding onto a tree, unable to stop gagging. She had been unprepared for the sight of so many bodies scattered around, and the shock was overwhelming. What made it worse for Widow Lu was when she looked up, tearful and with a runny nose, to find Old Lady Yi staring at her in shock at her pitiful state. Hadn't the Yi family gone home already? How did they end up here again? Lu, the widow, had a really tough day. After finally reaching the county town in the afternoon, she ate a little and went to sell donkey meat. However, because Lu set her prices too high and Wang Dalong was not skilled at cutting the meat, sales were slow. In the end, Lu had no choice but to lower the price and sell the meat quickly to get rid of it. This already made Lu quite unhappy, and to make matters worse, Jiang came to ask for money to buy medicine for Manhwa, saying she didn't have enough. Lu scolded Jiang and reluctantly gave her 200 coins. After finally buying the medicine and other items, it was already dark when they headed home. Wang Dahu was pulling the cart and tripped over the spot where the donkey had fallen in the morning. When he looked down, he was shocked to see several bodies lying around. Startled, he forgot he was pulling the cart and jumped away in fright. He fell hard and threw Lu and Wang Zhengbao out of the cart. Luckily, Jiang was carrying Chunhua and was moving slower, so she avoided the accident. Lu, unaware of what had happened, was thrown around and felt like her already aching back was about to break. As she turned to yell, she unexpectedly came face to face with a bloody corpse, eyes wide open. Terrified, Lu fainted. Wang Dahu, having injured his leg, could no longer pull the cart. Jiang had to leave Chunhua by the roadside and drag the injured Lu over to her, then help Wang Dahu while also trying to calm the crying Wang Zhengbao. Fortunately, someone had already reported the incident to the authorities. So, when Lu regained consciousness, she smelled the blood in the air and rushed to the side to vomit. After a while, she couldn't throw up anything else, but her stomach kept churning. When the officials arrived, instead of helping Lu's family, they took their cart to transport the bodies. Hearing the officer wanted to use their cart for that purpose, Lu tried to protest, but before she could say anything, she started gagging again, right in front of Old Lady Yi. Seeing Lu in such a state, Old Lady Yi probably understood what had happened. Fortunately, by this time, the bodies on the road had already been moved aside by the officers and were covered with white cloths. Old Lady Yi tried hard to control herself from looking that way or thinking about the dark stains on the ground. However, the voices of the officers clearly reached her ears. These bandits are too bold. They dare to rob in broad daylight and leave no survivors. That's right. Luckily, not many people use this road. If it were somewhere else in the afternoon, who knows how many would have died. Do you think the county magistrate will send us to deal with the bandits? You're dreaming. I heard that someone from the capital has already come to handle them. It's not our turn. That's good. I don't think we could handle these bandits anyway. Boss, fourth, hurry up. Old Lady Ye's heart raced as her gaze fell on the child, Qing Tian, held by Sister Yi. If it weren't for Qing Tian suddenly having a nightmare and crying, they might have run into those ruthless bandits. Thinking about how she had scolded Sister Yi for wasting time earlier, Old Lady Yi felt a bit uneasy. When the five of them finally returned home, the village was ringing with the sounds of gongs and drums. The night watchman called out in a long tone, "It's the third watch of the night. All is well." Yi Er and his wife were still awake, waiting by the door. When they heard the knocking, their dog immediately started barking. Yi Er quickly got up, put on his clothes, and opened the door. Sister Yi also got up and rushed to the kitchen to heat up food for them. "Mother, why are you back so late?" When Yi Er opened the door, he noticed they had brought back only one flatbed cart instead of two. But thinking they might have left the other one in town with their purchases, he didn't ask further. Sister Yi peeked out from the kitchen and said, "Mother, big brother, sister-in-law, fourth, come in and sit for a bit. I'll have the food ready soon." Old Lady Yi felt uneasy and had no energy. She waved her hand and said, "You all eat. I'm not hungry. I'll go to bed now." Big brother Yi and fourth brother Yi also had no appetite, but after pulling the cart for so long in the afternoon, they were too hungry to ignore it. Even without an appetite, they had to eat something. Otherwise, they might faint from hunger before morning. "I'll go change my clothes and be right back," Big brother Yi said as he turned to go inside. The puppy hadn't seen a Sunny day all day and was circling around Aunt Ye's feet, barking to get Sunny to come out and play with it. Aunt Yi gently nudged it with her foot and said, "Stop barking, Sunny is asleep. Don't wake her up." The puppy seemed to understand and let out a few soft whines, then followed Aunt Yi into the house. When Big Yi came in earlier, he had already made the bed. Aunt Yi placed Sunny on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Sunny suddenly moved from Aunt Ye's arms to the bed, turned over, and began to hum softly. Aunt Yi quickly patted her a few times, and seeing that she was sound asleep, she got up. The puppy comfortably lay down close to Sunny, resting its chin on its paws, and closed its eyes, ready to sleep. Since the puppy always insisted on sleeping near Sunny, Aunt Yi decided to lay a mat for it there, and it had become its little nest. When it needed to sleep somewhere else, it would carry the mat over. Now that the puppy was getting more familiar, Aunt Yi thought that once she finished with her father-in-law's matters, she would ask Sunny to give it a name. Calling it just puppy might make it think that was its name forever. Big Yi, Little Yi, and Aunt Yi didn't have much of an appetite and didn't really know what they were eating. They filled their stomachs and then went back to their rooms to rest. Little Yi tried to be quiet when he entered the room, but he still woke up Gua. "What time is it? You finally remember to come back?" Gua, who had been sleeping soundly, was not in a good mood after being suddenly awakened in the middle of the night. Fortunately, little Yi was prepared and handed Gua the fabric that Grandma Yi had bought during the day. "Look at this fabric. Mom bought it for us when she went to the city. She said we should start making the baby's clothes and blankets, so we're not rushed when the time comes." As soon as Gua heard that Grandma Yi had bought fabric for her, her anger faded away. She asked little Yi to light the lamp, felt the fabric, which was soft and delicate, with both thin and thick options, and her mood improved significantly. After unfolding it to check the lengths, she saw there was quite a bit, which made her even happier. She got up and put the fabric away in the bed's storage, smiling as she said, "Mom is really thinking of us this time. Look at what you're saying. When has Mom not thought of us? Besides, when your sister-in-law was pregnant with Chang Rui, Mom only bought new fabric for you. When Chang Shui, Chang Zhao, Chang Feng, and Chang Nian were young, they all wore clothes that were altered from old ones." Yi Laoxi's words made Guoshi very happy, and she couldn't stop smiling. As the saying goes, the youngest son and the eldest grandson are the treasures of the old lady. Only Chang Rui and the child in her belly have the honor of wearing new fabric, which made Guoshi feel particularly valued. However, Guoshi was self-aware and said, "I'm not good at sewing. I wonder if I could ask second sister-in-law for help." To her surprise, Yi Laoxi replied, "Second sister-in-law is busy making clothes for young Master Qin. She doesn't have time. The clothes for the child don't need to be too detailed. You can make them yourself. If that's too hard, you can learn from second sister-in-law. Children grow quickly, and soon the clothes won't fit anyway. It's not good to keep bothering second sister-in-law." "Huh." Yi Laoxi yawned and said, "I'm exhausted today. Let's go to sleep." As he was about to blow out the lamp and get into bed, Guoshi's cheerful expression suddenly changed. "Yi Laoxi, what do you mean?"
Huh?
Yi Laoxi looked at Guoshi in confusion. "I said let's go to sleep. Don't we have to get up early tomorrow?" "Not that. The part before." Guoshi raised her voice. "Before? Not to keep bothering second sister-in-law?" Yi Laoxi, feeling sleepy, took a moment to remember what he had just said. But he thought there was nothing wrong with that statement. Yi Laoxi looked at Guoshi in confusion. "What do you mean if second sister-in-law can make clothes for Qing Tian, she can't help us with our child?"
Guoshi said angrily.
"Our child is still part of the Yi family. What is Qing Tian?" Upon hearing this, Yi Laoxi immediately lost his drowsiness, and his expression darkened.
"What do you mean by that?"
"Have you forgotten what Mother said before? What do you mean by what is Qing Tian?" "Qing Tian is my niece. But the child in my belly is your own son." Guoshi, seeing that Yi Laoxi dared to raise his voice at her, became even angrier. Even if they are all family, there shouldn't be any favoritism, right? If second sister-in-law can make clothes for Qing Tian, why can't she make them for my son? Yi Laoxi, realizing that Guoshi had led him off track, felt wide awake and frowned. When did second sister-in-law say she wouldn't make clothes for our child? Even if she does, we can't keep relying on her, can we? Isn't the eldest sister also making clothes for Qing Tian herself? That's because second sister-in-law is busy making clothes for young Master Qin and doesn't have time. Gua was persistent, saying, "I don't care. Since my sister-in-law made it for Qing Tian, she should also make it for my son." Just as Yi Laoxi was about to respond, they heard Yi Laoda's voice from outside. "Laoxi, aren't you tired? Hurry up and sleep. If you don't sleep now, you won't get enough rest." "Big brother, I'm going to sleep now," Yi Laoxi replied, blowing out the oil lamp and crawling into bed. He was truly exhausted, and as soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell asleep. However, Guo was too upset to sleep and stayed awake until morning. Before dawn, Yi Lao San and Yi Sen Sa got up early. They had planned this with Yi Lao Er and his wife the night before. Yi Lao Er and his wife would sleep in a bit while Yi Lao San and his wife would get up early to prepare breakfast and wake the family when it was ready. But as soon as Yi Lao San started the fire in the kitchen, the rest of the family began to wake up one by one. "Mom, you should sleep a little longer," Yi San-saw said, seeing the tired look on Yi Lao Tai-Tai's face. "I'll call you when breakfast is ready." "I can't sleep," Yi Lao Tai-Tai replied as she got up. After washing up, she sat in front of the mirror and called Yi Saw to help her style her hair. Looking at her reflection, Yi Lao Tai-Tai couldn't help but sigh. "So many years have passed, and my wrinkles and gray hair are increasing. If your father saw me like this, he might not even recognize me." "Mom, everyone gets older. Maybe Dad has turned into a little old man down there," Yi Saw said while fixing Yi Lao Tai-Tai's hair, only using one silver hairpin. "This hairpin was a gift from your father. I've always taken care of it, but unfortunately, it got damaged when the dragon turned over," Yi Lao Tai-Tai said, gently touching the silver pin. "I wonder if your father would blame me if he knew." "Father isn't that petty," Yi Saw reassured her. "Even if it was broken, he would just say that as long as you're okay, that's what matters." Yi Saw mimicked Yi Lao Ye's tone for the last part, making Yi Lao Tai-Tai smile slightly and feel relieved. "That sounds like something your father would say." Yi San-saw soon brought breakfast to the table. The three sisters-in-law went back to their rooms to wake the children, helping them get dressed and washed up. After a flurry of children fussing and adults urging them on, the whole family finally sat down together to enjoy breakfast. After breakfast, Grandma Yi briefly mentioned what happened yesterday, which frightened the family. They were all relieved that they hadn't encountered bandits. "So we only have one vehicle we can use," Grandma Yi said. "On the way, the second and third sons will take turns pulling the cart while I ride with the children and the fourth daughter-in-law. The others will have to walk. Once we reach the county town, we'll rent 2 mule carts to carry both people and goods." With this plan, no one objected. By this time, the sky was starting to lighten, so everyone quickly packed up and headed out. When they reached the spot where the incident occurred, the sun had already risen, and the day was bright. The officers had already removed the bodies, and the ditch had been filled in. However, the large patches of blood-stained soil and the lingering smell of blood made the Yi family uneasy, and they felt a mix of fear and relief. Guo was pregnant, and the strong smell of blood made her feel nauseous. "Third brother, stop the cart." Fourth brother Yi shouted as he rushed forward to help Guo get out. As soon as Guo reached the roadside, she began to vomit, emptying her stomach of the breakfast she had just eaten. Although they had passed by this place the night before, it was dark then, and no one could see what had happened. Now, seeing the road stained dark brown with blood, Grandma Yi felt a wave of anxiety. Second sister-in-law Yi glanced at it and felt dizzy. Luckily, since they had left early, the children were still asleep in the cart and didn't see anything. Third sister-in-law Yi was scared but couldn't help but murmur, "So much blood. How many people died here? I never expected it to be so chaotic near the capital, with such vicious bandits around." Grandma Yi could not bear to hear this. Once Guo finished vomiting and returned to the cart, she urged, "All right, let's go quickly. We need to get to town early and find a place for the fourth daughter-in-law to eat something, or she'll be starving by noon." Since Grandma Yi had bought 2 pieces of fabric yesterday, Guo was already in a good mood. Hearing Grandma's concern for her made her morning displeasure fade away. So, even though she felt unwell, Guo quietly wrapped herself up and closed her eyes. The rest of the family had no interest in chatting, and the journey into the town felt even heavier than when they were fleeing before. Everyone was focused on their journey, moving faster than usual. As they were about to reach Fengli County, a few children woke up, breaking the serious atmosphere and making things lively. "Mom." Qing Tian rubbed her eyes and looked around for Aunt Yi. Every morning when she wakes up, she immediately looks for Aunt Yi, wanting to snuggle in her arms for a bit before getting up. Aunt Yi had guessed that Qing Tian would wake up soon, so she walked beside the cart. Seeing her awake, Aunt Yi quickly picked her up and gently patted her back to help her wake up. "You woke up just in time. We're about to enter the city," Aunt Yi said softly while touching her forehead. Before leaving home, they had brought 2 blankets. Grandma Yi and Mrs. Guo wrapped themselves in one, while the other covered the sleeping children in the cart. Aunt Yi had dressed Qing Tian warmly, so she hadn't gotten cold during her nap, and her forehead felt slightly sweaty. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe Qing Tian's sweat and adjusted her hood, worried about the chilly wind. At this moment, Qing Tian was still in a half-asleep state, soft like dough, allowing Aunt Yi to handle her. The other boys in the cart were not as well behaved. One woke up and immediately disturbed the others. Yi Chongyan shouted, "Mom, I need to pee. I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to wet my pants." Auntie rushed over and pulled him down from the cart. "Hold it in. If you wet your pants, just wait and see what I'll do." After Yi Chongyan shouted, the 4 older brothers, who hadn't needed to go before, suddenly felt the urge to pee as well. In the end, they had to stop so everyone could take care of their needs. Auntie quietly asked her daughter, Qing Tian, "Do you need to pee? I can take you to the woods where no one will see, okay?" Qing Tian shook her head, yawning softly, "Mom, I'm thirsty." Auntie quickly took out the water pouch and let Qing Tian drink some water. The water they had in the morning was still warm, but now it had cooled down. As soon as Qing Tian took a sip, she felt a refreshing chill, waking her up completely and making her eyes widen. "Is it too cold?" Auntie asked, noticing her reaction. She immediately stopped giving her more, saying with concern, "Just this sip to soothe your throat. If you're still thirsty, I'll buy you a bowl of hot noodle soup when we get to the city." After entering the city, Grandma Yi asked, 4th daughter-in-law, "What do you want to eat?" The streets were lively, with many food stalls selling various items like noodle soup, bean juice, stewed dishes, fried dough, wontons, noodle tea, stir-fried liver, buns, and lamb soup. Although the county town was small, it had a wide variety of food. Guo looked around for a long time, feeling overwhelmed, and finally chose wontons after hesitating between them and noodle soup. Yi Laosi immediately went to buy a bowl of wontons for Guo, along with 2 small plates of pickled vegetables. Yi Lara parked the cart in a nearby alley, allowing Guo to enjoy her breakfast while the others took a short break. Oldest, go ask around the street and rent 2 mule carts. We'll need them to head to Zhang Luo's house later. The reason for renting the carts was not just because they had given one to the authorities for transporting a body the night before, but because Grandma Yi had thought about it while in the city yesterday. Today, not only would Yi Daming go up the mountain, but the clan leader Yi Dongming would also join them. Grandma Yi had quietly observed yesterday. Yi Dongming's family surely had large animals, and Yi Daming's family had a mule as well. If they used their own cart, they wouldn't keep up with the others and would waste their time. So, she preferred to spend a little money to rent 2 mule carts, which would also give her sons a chance to rest. "Okay, Mother, I'll go now." "Mother, I'll go with him," said Yi Dezhao, taking her child along to buy a bowl of hot soup for the little one. Guo sat in the cart, focusing on her wontons. The wonton soup in the city was quite well made, with a bit of shrimp, cilantro, and sesame oil. Yi Laosi even added an egg for Guo. As the hot soup was poured in, the aroma filled the air. Then, a spoonful of freshly cooked wontons was gently placed into the bowl. Guo held the bowl, sipping the soup from the edge before starting to blow on and eat the wontons. Although her children had eaten breakfast before leaving, the delicious smell was too tempting. The 5 kids watched Guo's bowl, one after another swallowing their saliva. Seeing this, Grandma Yi counted out several coins and instructed Yi Laosi, 4th, go run another errand. Buy a bowl for these greedy ones to share, just to satisfy their cravings. Yi Chongrui grabbed Yi Laosi, who was about to buy wontons, and whispered a few words in his ear. "What were you whispering to your 4th uncle? Are we not allowed to listen?" Yi San's sister-in-law teased him with a smile. Yi Chongrui felt a bit shy and smiled without saying anything. Yi Laosi quickly returned with a bowl of wontons and said to Yi Chongrui, "I asked, and there are 12 wontons in this bowl. Why did you want to know?" Upon hearing there were 12, Yi Chongrui immediately brightened up and said, "That's perfect. Everyone can have 2. Yi Chongxue then told her 3 brothers, "Right, no one can eat more. Leave the last 2 for our sister." When Yi San's sister-in-law heard the children's words, it was like she had heard something exciting. She pulled Yi Chongxue in front of her and held her son's face, looking at him closely. "Oh my, let me see. Is this still my son who would roll on the ground with his brothers for a piece of meat? Yi Er's sister-in-law immediately replied, Sister-in-law, don't you think that ever since Qing Tian came to our house, these boys have become much more sensible? They don't fight anymore. Isn't that right? They used to fight over everything, even arguing about how to divide a piece of cake. Now they know to save wontons for their sister. Yi Laotai listened and said this is what they mean by teaching by example. You can tell children these lessons 100 times, but it's much more effective when they see someone doing it. No matter what good food Qing Tian has, she always waits for her brothers to share it evenly before she eats. Back in Tianjin, she cried when she didn't buy candied hawthorns for her brothers. She does this every time, and naturally, the other boys will follow her example. Once they started talking about the children's recent changes, everyone had endless things to say. Suddenly, Yi Laosi asked in surprise, Wife, what's wrong? Why are you crying when you were eating so well? Guo was holding a large porcelain bowl of wontons and chopsticks. Halfway through her meal, she suddenly sat still, and tears quickly fell into the bowl. She didn't say anything, but Yi Laosi's question drew the attention of the whole family. What happened? Is the wonton not good?
It can't be.
I specially bought it from the best place. Yi Laosi hurried over to take the bowl from Guo's hands, placed it on the cart, and reached out to wipe her tears, saying, If something is wrong, just tell me. Please stop crying. It's so cold outside. Don't let your face get chapped from crying. Everyone else was also confused about what happened and looked at Guo, waiting for her to explain. It wasn't because I was greedy. Don't you all want to say that even children know to share, while I only care about myself and eat? In the future, you don't need to speak so indirectly. If you don't want me to eat, just say it directly. You shouldn't have bought food for me in the first place. The more Guo spoke, the more she felt wronged. Her tears didn't stop. Instead, they became harder to control. Yi Laosi didn't expect this to be the reason, and felt embarrassed. He tried to explain to Guo, Mother, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, she didn't mean it that way, it's just. Yi Laosi struggled to find the right words but couldn't explain because he couldn't think of anything. Old Lady Yi sighed tiredly. Before Guo, she already had 3 daughters-in-law. Whether it was the eldest daughter-in-law who was kind and hardworking, the second who was quiet but diligent, or the straightforward third who spoke her mind, all of them had good relationships with her after some time of adjustment. But old Lady Yi never expected to have such a sensitive and troublesome daughter-in-law as Guo. Fourth daughter-in-law, I didn't mean it that way, Old Lady Yi said. As soon as you threw up on the road, didn't I immediately say we should buy you something to eat when we got to the city, so you wouldn't go hungry? I didn't ask you to share your portion when the kids were craving food. I even paid for Old Four to buy them another portion. I think I've done enough as a mother-in-law that others would praise me for it. Everyone was just chatting casually earlier. If you keep nitpicking every word, you'll analyze 100 meanings from what others say. Then I can only say that I, as a mother-in-law, can't handle your sensitivity. Old Lady Yi spoke calmly, even without much expression on her face. So Guo didn't take it seriously. But the others in the Yi family knew her well and understood that she only acted this way when she was particularly angry. Today was the day they buried Old Yi into the family grave, and Old Lady Yi took it very seriously. Bad luck led to an unfortunate incident, which made Grandma Yi feel uneasy. At this critical moment, Guo insisted on adding to her distress. Yi Laosi knew his mother's temperament and worried that Guo might say something to upset her further, so he quickly tried to signal her to stop. However, he wasn't good with words and couldn't cheer anyone up. He looked at his older brother and sister-in-law, as well as his second and third brothers and their wives, feeling like he couldn't rely on any of them. Where were his older brother and sister-in-law? Fortunately, Guo remembered what day it was and decided to hold her tongue. Grandma Yi also didn't want to get angry today. At the right moment, Yi Sansa pinched Yi Chongnian, making him cry out in surprise. Grandma Yi quickly pulled the child into her arms to comfort him. After a while, Yi Dage and his wife finally returned with Qing Tian, followed by 2 drivers with a mule cart. The children hurriedly urged Qing Tian to eat the last 2 dumplings. Yi Laosi returned the bowls to the vendor and the family sat on the mule cart while Yi Laosen pulled an empty cart behind them, heading straight to Yi Daming's home. Yi Dongming had been waiting there, accompanying the Yi family to the ancestral grave. They spent the morning successfully handling the relocation of the grave. After burying Grandpa Yi, Grandma Yi cried heavily at the grave, repeatedly saying, "I finally fulfilled my promise to you. Now I've brought you home. If you know what's happening down there, you can rest easy." Yi Dongming had originally planned to return to the county town for a meal, but seeing Grandma Yi cry so much, he decided to cancel. He promised to treat them all to a meal another time before letting the Yi family go back to the village. Perhaps after 10 years of holding this in, Grandma Yi finally felt relieved after settling this matter and suddenly fell ill when she got home. That day, the family returned to the village feeling quite tired. Yi Daeja's wife warmed up the leftover porridge and buns from breakfast, sliced some pickles, and the family had a casual meal before heading to their rooms to rest. Although Yi Daej didn't pull a cart today, he had been very tired yesterday and hadn't fully recovered. After eating, he quickly fell asleep and began to snore. Yi Daeja's wife was also quite sleepy, half closing her eyes while lightly patting Qing Tian, who was lying beside her. However, Qing Tian seemed to have slept too much on the way and couldn't fall asleep no matter how much she was patted. Although she couldn't sleep, she didn't make any noise. Soon, Aunt Yi also gradually fell asleep and stopped moving her hands. Qing Tian lay on the bed, played with her hands for a while, but when it became boring and she didn't want to wake her parents, she decided to take the puppy outside to play. She gently moved Aunt Ye's hand off her, crawled to the edge of the bed, stretched out her little feet and legs, and slid down. After quietly putting on her shoes, Qing Tian opened the door a crack and slipped out. As soon as Qing Tian got up, the puppy heard the noise and ran to the door, wagging its tail excitedly when it saw her. Qing Tian quickly put her finger to her lips and whispered, "Don't bark, everyone is sleeping." She crouched down and hugged the puppy's neck, saying, "Let's be quiet." The puppy seemed to understand, not barking but wagging its tail even more vigorously. The other rooms were silent, with soft snores coming from the guest room. Not wanting to wake anyone, Qing Tian took the puppy to the empty space in the backyard. This area used to be filled with many cabbages and radishes planted by Widow Lu. When her family needed the space, even though the plants hadn't grown yet, she pulled them all out, leaving behind a bumpy ground. After the Yi family moved in, they were all hardworking, and someone had smoothed out the backyard, making it a perfect place for the children to play. Qing Tian picked up a stick and started playing fetch with the puppy. Although the game was simple, the puppy was having a great time. It watched the stick in Qing Tian's hand closely, and before she threw it, its back legs were already bouncing with excitement. Qing Tian threw the stick, and the puppy dashed out like an arrow, leaping into the air to catch it. After landing, it happily ran back, placing the stick back in Qing Tian's hand, eagerly waiting for the next throw. Though the puppy was excited, the game was quite repetitive for a child, just throwing the stick over and over. However, Qing Tian was very patient. She even changed directions and varied her throwing strength, playing with the puppy again and again. When the puppy returned with the stick in its mouth and placed it in Qing Tian's hand, she threw it in another direction. Unexpectedly, it was not controlled well and ended up hitting the back window of Grandma Ye's room, making a loud bang. The puppy, having rushed too quickly, almost crashed into the earthen wall but managed to stop just in time. Qing Tian was startled and worried that she might have woken Grandma Yi. Back when she was at the Shan family, if she accidentally woke up the elder couple or her brother, she would definitely be scolded. Although the Yi family never hit her, she knew that waking someone up was not a good thing. Qing Tian walked to the bottom of the window, looked up, and bit her lip in worry. "Do you think we might wake Grandma up?" she asked, crouching down and hugging the puppy's neck. "Whine." The puppy whined softly. "How about we quietly go in and check?" Looking at Grandma Ye's window, Qing Tian felt uneasy. Even though she couldn't quite understand why, her intuition told her to go inside and take a look. Not thinking too much, she took the puppy and quietly slipped into the east room. In the east room, only Grandma Yi was there. From Qing Tian's height, she could only see Grandma Yi lying under the blanket on the Kong, with Grandpa Ye's memorial tablet on the Kong table beside her. Seeing that Grandma Yi hadn't woken up, Qing Tian sighed in relief. Although the strange feeling remained, she was still ready to sneak out with the puppy. However, the puppy suddenly became restless, trying to climb onto the Kong, but it was too short and only left several paw prints on the edge. Seeing it couldn't get up, it ran back to Qing Tian, biting her clothes and pulling her toward the Kong. "Good puppy, don't make a fuss. Let's go quickly," Qing Tian whispered, bending down to pick up the puppy. But the puppy seemed even more anxious, making whimpering sounds and refusing to leave Grandma Ye's room, no matter how much Qing Tian coaxed or pulled. Yet, despite all this, Grandma Yi still hadn't woken up. Qing Tian began to feel that something was off, and the puppy couldn't control itself anymore, starting to bark loudly. Sister Yi, hearing the barking, half awake and worried that Qing Tian might be disturbed, instinctively reached out to pat her. Unexpectedly, she ended up patting empty space. Sister Yi was startled awake, quickly opening her eyes to find that Qing Tian was indeed no longer by her side. The barking outside continued, growing more urgent. Sister Yi was worried something had happened to Grandma Yi, so she quickly got up, dressed, and went outside to check. Once outside, she realized the barking was coming from Grandma Ye's room. Sister Yi hurried over to see what was wrong. Qing Tian couldn't calm the puppy down and couldn't get it out of the room, and she was almost in tears. Being young, she was focused entirely on the puppy and didn't think about why it had been barking for so long without waking Grandma Yi. When she saw Sister Yi enter the room, Qing Tian quickly looked at her for help. "Mom, please take the puppy outside so you don't wake Grandma." Sister Yi felt something was off. She had been woken by the barking, and Grandma Yi usually slept lightly, so how could she not react? Sister Yi rushed to the bed and saw Grandma Ye's face was flushed, her mouth half open, and her breathing seemed difficult. Mom, wake up." Sister Yi gently shook Grandma Ye's shoulder, but when she got no response, she felt a sense of dread. The puppy, noticing Sister Yi had found out something was wrong, stopped barking and began nudging Qing Tian with its head, licking her hand as if to apologize for its earlier behavior. Seeing that Grandma Yi wouldn't wake up, Sister Yi turned and ran outside, reminding Qing Tian, "Quickly take the puppy back inside and don't wander around." Sister Yi returned to the main room and shook Yi Laoda's shoulder, saying, "Husband, wake up. Mom is sick." Yi Laoda had heard the barking but was too tired to get up. When he heard Sister Yi get up to check, he just rolled over and went back to sleep. But when he heard that Mom was sick, he immediately woke up, sitting up and asking, "What's wrong with Mom?" "I don't know. I can't wake her no matter what I do."
"Please go check,"
Sister Yi said urgently, her voice trembling. Yi Laoda didn't hesitate, getting out of bed without even putting on his coat and hurriedly running to the east room. Mom, what's wrong?" Yi Laoda called out for a long time, but didn't get any response from Grandma Yi, and he began to feel anxious. By this time, Sister Yi had already woken up the rest of the family. Everyone, except for Guoshi, rushed into the east room. "Elder brother, what happened to Mom? Wasn't she fine at lunch? Does she have a fever? Did a draft get to her? Could it be that she encountered something unclean on the way?" Everyone was very worried about Grandma Ye's condition and started talking all at once. "Everyone quiet down." Yi Laoda raised his voice to silence the others. "Lao Si, hurry and find Dr. Gu and ask him to come take a look. If that doesn't work, quickly take Mom to the city for treatment." "Okay, I'm on it." Yi Lao Si rushed out the door, but then realized he only knew there was a doctor named Gu in the village, but he had no idea where he lived. He wandered around the village paths like a headless chicken for a while until he finally saw an old woman passing by and quickly asked her for directions. "Excuse me, can you tell me where Dr. Gu's house is?" The old woman looked him up and down without answering his question and instead asked, "What do you need Dr. Gu for?" Yi Lao Si, too anxious to care about her attitude, replied, "My mom is sick, and I need to get the doctor." "Oh, your mom is sick, huh?" The old woman's expression changed slightly before she pointed him in the right direction. Yilao Si was so worried that he didn't notice the details and just ran straight to Dr. Gu's house after getting the directions. The old woman, holding her sewing basket, had originally planned to chat and work with others under the tree at the village entrance, but changed her mind and headed straight to Widow Lu's house. Widow Lu had fallen twice the day before and was terrified by a corpse. The cart had been taken to transport the body, so her family had to walk home. By the time they got home, it was already late at night. Instead of resting, Widow Lu took some money and knocked on Granny Wang's door. She insisted on waking Granny Wang up in the middle of the night to ask for help. When they finally returned home, it was already dawn. So, Widow Lu didn't go out at all that day and stayed home to rest. The old woman entered the yard with her sewing basket and headed straight for the east room. DeLong's mom. She lifted the curtain and entered the room, seeing that although Widow Lu was awake, she was still curled up in bed. She immediately said, "Oh my, what time is it? Why are you still lying there?" "Aunt San, I fell yesterday and my back hurts badly." Seeing that the visitor was Aunt Wang, known for gossiping, Widow Lu felt a slight headache coming on. "What brings you to my house today, Aunt San?" Aunt Wang suddenly showed a mysterious expression, walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, and leaned close to Widow Lu, saying, "I have some good news to tell you." "What good news?" Widow Lu thought to herself that any news would be good as long as it wasn't bad. But knowing Aunt Wang's personality, she didn't want to offend her and risk her gossiping, so she pretended to be very interested. Aunt Wang winked at her and said, "Why are you pretending with me? You went to find old lady Wang last night. Were you hoping to get rich?" How did you know I was out last night?" Widow Lu started to say, realizing that Aunt Wang lived next door to old lady Wang, so it made sense she might have seen her. Sure enough, Aunt Wang laughed and said, "What a coincidence. I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and happened to see you knocking on the door." Widow Lu felt angry. How could this be good news? It was clearly bad news. She didn't understand how it was so coincidental that she was seen. Feeling a wave of discomfort, she wanted to send Aunt Wang away quickly, so she changed the subject and asked, "So, what is this good news you mentioned? I just ran into that boy from the oldie family. He was sweating and looked worried. He stopped me and asked for help. Can you guess what he wanted?" Widow Lu's mind raced. Could something have happened to the Yi family? But she kept her face calm and asked, "What did he want?" "He asked me how to get to Dr. Gu's house." Aunt Wang added some drama. Seeing him so anxious, I asked what he needed Dr. Gu for, and guess what he said? What did he say? Widow Lu was now fully engaged, sitting up and eagerly pressing for more information. He said his mother is very sick and might not make it, so he needs to hurry and call Dr. Gu to come see her. Widow Lu's eyes widened at this news. Old lady Yu was ill? Might not survive? She tried to control her expression, but her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Seeing her expression, Aunt Wang couldn't help but laugh. "If you want to laugh, just go ahead. Don't hold it in. It doesn't concern me," Widow Lu said, refusing to admit it, but inside, she was already feeling joyful. She had been lying on the bed, regretting the 2 silver coins she spent last night to consult old lady Wang. At this moment, she felt that spending the money was truly worth it. The protective spirit at Granny Wang's house was incredibly powerful. The results were immediate. Widow Lu felt no pain at all now, and she quickly got up, eager to go to Granny Wang's house to express her gratitude. Aunt Wang Sin stopped her and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's see what the situation is first. We don't even know what happened yet." Widow Lu replied excitedly, "I didn't expect Granny Wang to be so capable." "Of course. Do you remember that the scholar was very ill 2 years ago and couldn't even recognize people? The village chief secretly went to ask Granny Wang for help in the middle of the night. She performed rituals for 3 days without leaving her house. After that, the scholar got better, and look, it's been years. He's still so healthy. He teaches every day and has no problems at all. Is that true?" Widow Lu only knew about the scholar's illness, but not the rest. "I live right next to Granny Wang. How could I not know about this?" Aunt Wang San said casually, but Widow Lu took it seriously. If Granny Wang could cure illnesses, What if the old Yi family went to her for help with Grandma Yi? Thinking of this, Widow Lu couldn't wait any longer. She quickly stood up and said, I can't stay with you. I need to hurry to find Granny Wang. Hey, slow down. Let's go together, Aunt Wang Sen said, grabbing her sewing basket and following her out. She wasn't interested in chatting under the village tree anymore. She just wanted to get home and see if she could hear what Widow Lu wanted to say to Granny Wang. When they arrived at Granny Wang's house, Widow Lu didn't bother with pleasantries. She pulled her inside and directly handed her a handful of money. Granny Wang looked puzzled and asked, What are you doing? Don't pretend, Widow Lu said with a big smile. The spirit is truly amazing. I came to you for a ritual, and right after, the old lady from the Yi family fell ill. I'm here to express my gratitude. Please prepare some incense and offerings to thank the spirit properly. Granny Wang finally accepted the coins and nodded, saying, Don't worry, I'll take care of it. There's one more thing. Widow Lu lowered her voice and leaned closer to Granny Wang, saying, If the old Yi family comes to ask you for a ritual, you must not agree. Granny Wang replied, Don't worry. Even if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't agree. I just asked the Great Master to help you. How could I immediately help her family? Do you think the Great Master is like a fickle person who changes sides? If I really did that, the Great Master would punish me. After thinking about it, Widow Lu realized this was true and happily said, Then I can relax. After such a long time, there's finally good news. I feel like my back doesn't hurt anymore. As Widow Lu left Wang Posey's house and walked home, she saw Yi Laosi helping Dr. Gu carry a medicine box, hurrying home. Hey, this time you all will have to deal with it. Widow Lu was in a great mood and hummed a little tune all the way home. Upon entering, she bumped into Jiang Shi, who was preparing medicine for Manhwa. Seeing her return, Jiang Shi was startled and dropped the medicine all over the table. Surprisingly, Widow Lu didn't get angry but only complained, Be careful. That all costs money. Jiang Shi quickly gathered the spilled medicine back into the container. Widow Lu continued humming as she went into the room. At the Yi family, Yi Laosi invited Dr. Gu to their home. Dr. Gu saw that there were too many people in Yi Laotai's room and quickly said, Just leave a couple of people. Everyone else should go do what they need to do. It's too crowded in here. Yi Laodai replied, I'll stay with King Xianian. You all can go back to your rooms. Although he said this, the others were not at ease and stayed in the hall, anxiously waiting for news. Yi Laosi stood at the door of the east room, straining to hear what was happening inside. Dr. Gu first checked Yi Laotai's pulse and then asked, Can you tell me if she has any past illnesses? Were there any signs before this illness? My mother used to have lung issues, but it wasn't serious. She would cough easily during the autumn and winter seasons, or if she caught a cold. Once she started coughing, it would take more than half a month to get better. When we fled from the border, my mother coughed for most of the journey. It was only when we were lucky enough to meet a wealthy family traveling with us and let my mother ride in a mule cart that she stopped coughing, right? Yi Laodai wasn't quite sure about the timing and turned to Yi Deseo for confirmation. Yi Deseo replied, No, you forgot. Once we got closer to Shanhaiguan and found more food, Mother hardly coughed anymore. Sister Yi clearly remembers that just a few days after Qing Tian arrived, Grandma Yi had already stopped coughing as much. Only when she accidentally inhaled cold air would she cough a few times uncontrollably. In Sister Ye's heart, all these improvements were brought by Qing Tian. However, she could only think this to herself and not say it out loud, attributing the credit to the increasing amount of food. Dr. Gu nodded and said, With enough food, the body will improve, and indeed, there will be some recovery. Did your grandmother have any signs before she got sick? Elder Yi briefly explained the events of the past few days to Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu nodded and said, With all the back and forth these days, she has been a bit overworked. Plus, she was startled last night, and she might have caught a chill on the way. Yesterday, you buried your father's remains in the family grave, and your mother cried a lot. Most importantly, you mentioned that your father returning to his roots has been a long-standing worry for your mother. Now that this worry has finally been resolved, She has lifted a heavy burden from her heart, making it easier for external factors to affect her and trigger old ailments. Your mother is currently experiencing heat in her lungs that cannot be released. I will prescribe some medicine for her. Let's see how it goes. As long as we can resolve or disperse the internal blockage, she will be mostly better. Okay, I'll go with you to get the medicine. Elder Yi quickly nodded. Sister Yi added, I'll go get the money. Since Grandma Yi was unconscious, it wasn't appropriate to search through her things, so they had to go back home to get the money. Elder Yi stood at the door, clearly hearing everything said inside, and quickly said, Big brother, I'm fast on my feet. I'll go get the medicine. You stay with mother. Sister Yi immediately handed the money she had just taken out to Elder Yi, saying, Then hurry up. Elder Yi took the money and ran outside. Just as Dr. Gu finished packing his medicine box and came out, he shouted, Where are you running? I haven't gone back yet. How can you get the medicine? Hearing this, Elder Yi quickly ran back. Realizing that Dr. Gu walked slowly, he simply picked him up and hurried outside.
Hey.
Dr. Gu was startled and nearly fell backward. He quickly used one hand to grab Elder Yi's neck to steady himself. Elder Yi carried Dr. Gu and walked quickly, soon returning home with the medicine they had prepared at Dr. Gu's place. Moreover, everything was seen by Widow Lu, who had come to check on the situation. She felt even more certain that old Lady Yi was very ill, and her heart was filled with joy. When Yi Laosi returned home, he handed the remaining money and the medicine he had gathered to Sister Yi. She quickly began to prepare the medicine as instructed by Dr. Gu. The atmosphere in the house was particularly gloomy, and even the children seemed listless. Qing Tian had been staying in old Lady Ye's room and had gone unnoticed in the corner. Seeing that only Yi Laoda and old Lady Yi were left in the room, she approached the bed and tugged at Yi Laoda's knee, asking, Dad, is Grandma okay? She's fine. Grandma is just sick. She will get better after taking her medicine. Yi Laoda, being the eldest son, had been trying to stay calm in front of the family, not wanting to show too much emotion. But seeing his mother so weak and still unconscious was deeply painful for him. Looking into his daughter's clear eyes, he suddenly felt overwhelmed, and his eyes turned red, his voice choked. Don't cry, Dad. Grandma will be okay. Qing Tian hurriedly comforted Yi Laoda, but being so young, she could only repeat that everything would be fine. Yi Laoda hugged Qing Tian and buried his head in her small, delicate shoulder, allowing himself to break down for a moment. Then he quickly composed himself, smiling as he ruffled Qing Tian's hair, saying, I know Grandma will get better. Be a good girl and go play with your brothers, okay? But Qing Tian shook her head repeatedly. Dad, I don't want to play. I want to stay here with Grandma. Yi Laoda was surprised that such a young child could have such a thought, and he felt even more touched. He lifted her onto the bed, saying, All right, then you can stay here with Grandma. Be good, okay?
Okay.
Qing Tian took old Lady Ye's hand with her small hands and pressed her little face against it, saying, I'll warm Grandma's hands. Yi Laoda didn't say anything, just quietly held old Lady Ye's other hand. After more than half an hour, Sister Yi came in with the prepared medicine and saw the two of them surrounding old Lady Yi. Quick, help her sit up and let her drink the medicine while it's hot, Sister Yi said, not caring about anything else. She slowly stirred the medicine with a spoon, blowing on it to cool it down to a drinkable temperature. Qing Tian wrinkled her little nose at the smell of the medicine. Mom, is the medicine bitter? It must be bitter,
said Aunt Yi.
Grandma is sick and still has to take medicine. Qing Tian immediately showed a sympathetic expression. As the saying goes, bitter medicine is good for the illness, Aunt Yi explained to Qing Tian. You have to take the medicine so Grandma can get better. Qing Tian suddenly stood up and quickly ran out. Big Brother Yi smiled and said, This girl just said she would stay with Grandma, and now she can't sit still. Kids at this age are restless. Our Qing Tian is doing really well, Aunt Yi replied. Not to mention, even Chong Rui seems more mature now. At Qing Tian's age, he wasn't as obedient and steady as she is. Come on, I never said Qing Tian was bad, Big Brother Yi said helplessly. I was just speaking casually. Aunt Yi rolled her eyes and said, casual talk or not, you won't find a better child than Qing Tian anywhere. No one is allowed to say anything about her, especially you. Aunt Yi thought to herself, if only you knew how much Qing Tian contributes to this family. If you did, I wonder if you'd still say that. Fortunately, the medicine had cooled to a suitable temperature, so Aunt Yi said, you help your mom sit up, and I'll give her the medicine. While they were feeding the medicine, Qing Tian suddenly ran back in. She rushed to the edge of the bed, watching Aunt Yi give medicine to Grandma. After the last spoonful was given, Qing Tian immediately raised her hands, trying to show Aunt Yi the paper bag she was holding. What is this? Aunt Yi didn't realize at first, but then recognized it as Qing Tian's sesame candy. The medicine is bitter, so I brought candy for Grandma, Qing Tian said eagerly, almost pushing the bag into Aunt Ye's face. Aunt Yi took the bag, pulled out a piece of sesame candy, and put it in Grandma's mouth. Then she turned to Big Brother Yi with a look that said, see what I just said? Big Brother Yi was surprised that Qing Tian had gone out to get candy. He already knew this child was generous and never kept things to herself. But for such a young child to think of bringing her candy to Grandma because the medicine was too bitter was truly remarkable. Good girl, Big Brother Yi said, patting Qing Tian. Do you want to stay here with Grandma?
Yes.
Qing Tian nodded without hesitation, and then Big Brother Yi picked her up again. On a sunny day, Qing Tian kicked off her shoes and ran back to sit beside Grandma Yi. Sister Yi looked at the sky and said, I'll go make some food. Everyone must be hungry. I'll come back to take care of you tonight. I'll stay with Mom while she sleeps. No need, I can stay with her, Yi Laoda said, feeling sorry for his wife and planning to watch over her himself, with the brothers taking turns later. It's better if I do it. It's easier to take care of her if something happens, Sister Yi replied. Yi Laoda hesitated and said, let's see how it goes. Mom might wake up soon after taking her medicine. Okay, I'll go make dinner first, Sister Yi said, turning to leave with an empty medicine bowl. Sister Yi Er and Sister Yi San hurried to help her. Yi Lao Si quietly lifted the curtain of the east room and whispered, Big brother, can you come out?
We need to discuss something.
Yi Laoda looked at Grandma Yi, who was breathing steadily, and stood up. Qing Tian, stay with Grandma. Dad will be back soon, okay? Okay. Qing Tian nodded. Yi Laoda lifted the curtain and entered the main room, where his three brothers were looking at him. He frowned and asked, what do you want to discuss? Yi Lao Er said seriously, Big brother, do you think Dr. Gu is reliable? If we take a cart to the city now, we can definitely make it before the city gates close. Before Yi Laoda could respond, they suddenly heard Qing Tian shout, Dad, come quickly. The four brothers' faces changed at the sound. What happened? Mom, you can't be in trouble. Mom, hold on. I'll get a cart. We're going to the city to see a doctor. The four brothers rushed into the room, and Yi Lao Si was already in tears. Then, they heard a weak but familiar voice from the bed say, what are you shouting about? I'm not dead yet. Qing Tian slowly added, Grandma is awake. Yi Laoda looked at his daughter helplessly, nearly scared to death by her panic. I didn't expect Dr. Gu to be so skilled. Mom just took a bowl of medicine, and now she's awake. Yi Lao Si leaned closer to the bed to check Grandma Ye's face. But what could he understand? After a quick look, he stood up and said, Big brother, should I call Dr. Gu to check on her again? Yi Laoda looked down and asked, Mom, how do you feel now? I cough. Grandma Yi tried to speak, but couldn't stop coughing. At this moment, the rest of the family rushed over, drawn by the heart-wrenching cries of a few people. Sister Yi entered, holding a spatula, and asked, what happened to Mom? Sister Yi Er clasped her hands and said, is she awake? Thank goodness, as long as she's awake. Then why were you all shouting like that? Sister Yi San patted her chest and said, you nearly scared me to death. Is Grandma better now? Yi Chongnian peeked out from behind the curtain. Soon, several other children's heads popped out from behind the curtain, all showing concern on their faces. Grandma Yi felt touched and, suppressing her cough, reassured them, cough. Grandma is fine, don't worry. Seeing Grandma Yi coughing, Yi Dazhuang decisively said, "Ersi, go ask Dr. Gu to come take a look. If that doesn't work, we'll go to the city to find a doctor." "Okay, big brother, I'll go right away," Yi Ersi replied, turning to leave. He then noticed that the three sisters-in-law and the children were all there, but Guosher was nowhere to be seen. As he walked out of the main room, he paused briefly at the door of the West Wing. In the end, he decided it was more important to find the doctor than to go inside. Dr. Gu hadn't been at their home long when he saw Yi Ersi return and immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is your mother's condition worse? If it's serious, we should hurry and take her to the city for treatment." "You, this person." Tianshi glared at Dr. Gu and said, "Why are you so anxious? Can't you listen to what he has to say first?" Dr. Gu looked apologetically at Yi Ersi and said, Right, you go ahead." "Dr. Gu, the medicine you prescribed really works. My mother drank a bowl, and in less than half an hour, she woke up. But now that she's awake, she's been coughing a lot. My big brother sent me to ask you to come over again. Should she continue with the previous prescription, or should we change it? She woke up so quickly?" Dr. Gu was surprised and quickly grabbed his medicine box, saying, "I'll go with you to take a look. You don't need to worry too much. Since your mother woke up so fast, it means her condition isn't as serious as it seemed. However, your mother has a long-standing lung issue, and it won't just go away with a few doses of medicine. She needs careful care. Fortunately, it's not as cold here as outside, which is good for her health. All right, you can tell us how to take care of her when you come back, and we'll follow your instructions." Yi Ersi replied eagerly, "As long as it's good for my mother's health." The old doctor sighed and said, "Your brothers are indeed very filial. That's rare. Your mother is lucky." However, Yi Laosi did not think it was anything special. "Dr. Gu, what you say is not that remarkable. Isn't it the duty of children to be like this?" To his surprise, the doctor shook his head and replied, "As a doctor, I've seen many cases like this. There are plenty of ungrateful children. My mother became a widow at a young age and has worked hard to manage this family for many years. Now that we can earn money and have our own families, if we don't treat her well, what kind of people would we be? It's great that you think this way, which shows your mother is truly fortunate." The doctor said a few more words and then followed Yi Laosi into the house. Lu Guofu had quietly followed them without them noticing. She didn't dare to get too close, afraid of being discovered, so she couldn't hear what they were saying. However, she clearly saw the doctor's furrowed brow. Before entering, the doctor even shook his head. Lu Guofu slapped her thigh and thought, "It seems that old lady Yi is really not doing well. You all came back to fight me for the house. Now you're in trouble. That house is just a burden for your family. Just wait, soon your family will end up like the Yi Donglin family. By then, that house will return to me." Lu Guofu muttered to herself, growing more excited as she imagined the downfall of the Yi family and her triumphant return with her children and grandchildren. At that moment, a villager passed by and saw Lu Guofu standing in front of a big tree, talking to herself with a strange smile on her face. The sun was setting, casting an eerie glow on her face. "Dita Long's wife, what are you doing?" The villager mustered the courage to ask from a distance, glancing at the sun that was still above the horizon. Lu Guofu turned at the sound, her smile still on her face. Just then, the sun disappeared behind the mountains, and the surroundings suddenly darkened. "Oh my!" The villager, frightened, ran away without waiting for her to respond.
"Who was that?"
Lu Guofu squinted but only saw the fleeing figure. "What a coward! Is someone trying to scare me?" If it were any other time, Lu Guofu would have chased after them, scolding them all the way home. But she was in a particularly good mood today, so she didn't bother arguing with him and happily strolled home. Meanwhile, Dr. Gu examined Grandma Ye's pulse again and was surprised to find that her condition had greatly improved compared to before. From the pulse, it was clear that Grandma Yi had significant blockages in her body, which had caused her to fall into a deep sleep. However, during this examination, aside from her weak lung energy that needed some care, the previous blockages seemed to have completely disappeared. Could the prescription he wrote really be that effective? Dr. Gu found it hard to believe. But the evidence was right in front of him, making it hard not to trust. There's nothing serious now, but you are coughing a lot. I will write you a new prescription to help you recover. Be careful not to catch a cold, avoid drafts, and don't eat too many cold foods. You can eat some pig lungs, lilies, yams, and black fungus, as they are good for your lungs. If you can get some astragalus and fritillaria, that would also be beneficial. Okay, Dr. Gu, as long as it helps my mother's health, feel free to prescribe whatever you need. Since you say that, I happen to have some high-quality astragalus I bought last year from the capital. It was originally for my wife, and I still have some left. I also have some fritillaria at home. Before Dr. Gu could finish, Yi Laoda quickly said, "All right, however much you have, we will take it." Grandma Yi hurriedly said, "What do you mean we will take it all? Laoda, why are you in such a rush? Let Dr. Gu finish speaking." Grandma Yi thought, what if he has a lot? Can you really eat the medicine like food? They weren't very familiar with Dr. Gu, so what if they got taken advantage of? But Yi Laoda thought Grandma Yi was just reluctant to spend money and quickly said, "Mother, don't worry. I'll pay for whatever helps your health. Go away and let me be." Grandma Yi felt very relieved to hear this, but pretended to complain. "I have 4 sons, not just you. Do I need you to pay?" Yi hurriedly said, "Exactly, big brother. The money for mother's treatment should come from the family funds. If it's not enough, I'll go find work in the city." Yi's wife added, "Big brother, we have money too. There's no need for you to pay by yourself." Yi San's wife blushed at this, as their family was among the poorest, second only to the 4th couple. She could only say, "Mother, big brother, second brother, don't worry. Although the 3rd brother and I don't have much savings, Uncle Dong Kue has already said that after the autumn harvest, he will take him to the city to find a carpenter. He also said that with the 3rd brother's skills, he won't need to be an apprentice. He can start working right away and earn money." Yi Lao Si quickly added, "Mother, you can rest assured. I will go to the city with second brother to find work, and we can look out for each other." Dr. Gu had seen children fighting to show their loyalty at their parents' bedside before, but that was usually in wealthy families where the elder had money and power. However, Yi Laotai was just an ordinary rural woman, and she had to reclaim her own house after returning from outside the border before she had a place to stay, let alone any wealth. Yet, the Yi family not only had sons eager to contribute money, but even the daughters-in-law sincerely wanted to honor the elder, which was truly rare. A family like this clearly had good values, and the mother-in-law must treat her daughters-in-law well. Thinking of this, Dr. Gu looked at Yi Lao Si and remembered that Tian's family had a niece who was currently being courted. He couldn't help but ask, "I see all 3 of your daughters-in-law are in the house. Has Lao Si not married yet? You've come such a long way from outside the border, and it's not easy to find someone here. If you trust me, I can help you find a match?" Yi Lao Si immediately turned red at these words. Just a moment ago, Dr. Gu praised his family for being filial, and now he realized his wife wasn't even there. Yi Lao Si lowered his head and didn't even have the courage to say he was already married. Fortunately, Yi Laotai spoke up to help him out, saying, "Lao Si just got married not long ago, and his wife is currently pregnant, so I didn't call her over." "I see. I was being presumptuous, Dr. Gu said, feeling embarrassed for causing such a misunderstanding. "Since Dr. Gu is here, and I have nothing else to do, why not check on Lao Si's wife? We were fleeing from disaster and then traveling, and we only found out she was pregnant when we arrived in Tianjin, so I've been quite worried. Could you please take a look and see if she needs any medicine to support her pregnancy?" Hearing this, Yi Lao Si thought, how could I not have thought to ask Dr. Gu to check on Gu's pulse? "Yes, Dr. Gu, my wife has been saying her stomach feels a bit uncomfortable these days. Please go check on her." Mrs. Yi became anxious upon hearing this. "She has a stomachache? Why didn't you tell me before?" Sister Yi also quickly asked, "Fourth, this is not a small matter. Why didn't you say anything? If it weren't for your mother bringing it up today, would you have kept it a secret?" "That's not it. She's not really unwell, it's just..." "Just what? You need to say it. You're going to worry me to death." Yi Laosi didn't want to say it in front of the whole family, but now his mother and siblings were staring at him. If he didn't explain, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the room today. Reluctantly, Yi Laosi whispered, "She just has a bit of trouble going to the bathroom, so her stomach is a little bloated." "What did you say?" Mrs. Yi couldn't hear him clearly. "I said she has trouble going to the bathroom. It's not a big deal." This time, his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. However, instead of laughing as Yi Laosi expected, everyone looked serious. Sister Yi scolded him. "When a woman is pregnant, nothing is a small matter. Your wife is expecting her first child and is not even 3 months along. We must be very careful." Dr. Gu also agreed, saying, "Your sister-in-law is right. You should go help your wife get ready. I will come by later to check on her." Yi Laosi had not thought that having trouble going to the bathroom was a big deal, but now he was worried. He hurried back to help Guisher tidy up and then returned to invite Dr. Gu over. Dr. Gu checked Guisher's pulse, and the others couldn't crowd in to watch, so they waited outside for news. Everyone was very concerned, and finally, Dr. Gu came out of the room. "There's nothing serious, but you must be careful and not overindulge." Overindulge? Everyone was confused by this term. Besides their 3 meals a day, what else could Guisher be indulging in? Finally, Sister Yi was the quickest to react and turned to look at the persimmons that had been on the windowsill outside. In just a few days, more than half of them were gone. The whole family followed Sister Ye's gaze and instantly understood the reason for Guisher's trouble. She had eaten too many persimmons. After such a big joke, Guisher was too embarrassed to go out for several days. Widow Lu had been keeping an eye on the situation at Old Ye's house. Although she hadn't seen Old Lady Yi go out, nothing seemed wrong at their home. However, she soon lost interest in watching them because the village was about to get busy with the autumn harvest. According to the seasonal calendar, they could actually wait a few more days. But someone from above urgently notified them that, based on observations, there might be continuous autumn rain after the autumn equinox around the capital. So, they warned nearby areas to hurry and harvest to avoid losses. An old saying goes that there are 4 fears during the autumn equinox: fear of continuous rain, fear of hail, fear of strong winds, and fear of early frost. If it rains continuously during the harvest, crops that cannot be harvested in time may fall over, rot, or sprout. Such grains cannot be sold and may not even be edible for the family, wasting months of hard work. When the village chief called everyone to the threshing ground to discuss this, the villagers immediately began to chatter. "Chief, is that true? How accurate is it? Do we have to harvest early? Can't we wait a bit longer? Chief, it's the time for crops to mature. Losing even a day could mean big losses." "Yeah, Chief, it's been so dry this year. How can there be rain after autumn starts?" Autumn near the capital is usually known for its clear skies. Moreover, this year, the entire northern region has had little rain, and areas outside the city are nearly barren. Although it's not as severe near the capital, conditions are still tough. Everyone had hoped that, thanks to the village's location by the river, the crops in Rongshi village would do better than in other villages. They were all eager to earn more this year, and hoped for a good harvest. But just when they were close to the crucial harvest time, they were told to harvest early.
Who would be happy about that?
Wang Guangping said with a serious face. "Do you think I don't know? But this is based on observations from above. If anyone doesn't believe it, wait until the autumn equinox to harvest. If it rains and the crops rot in the field, don't come crying to me." As soon as Wang Guangping finished speaking, everyone fell silent. "I've shared what the official said. When to harvest is up to you." With that, Wang Guangping left. The threshing ground quickly became noisy again as villagers discussed among themselves. "Are you going to harvest or not? What if it really rains? Isn't it painful not to harvest now?" "That's just nonsense. How can it not be painful? I don't care. I can't see any signs of rain. I'll wait a few more days." Lu Guofu moved through the crowd, listening to everyone's discussions. The more she listened, the more confused she became, unsure whether to hurry and harvest or wait a bit longer. When she got home and mentioned the rush to harvest, Wang Dalong immediately said, "I'm not feeling well. I can't do it." Wang De, who was even worse, He had injured himself on the way back and couldn't be relied on at all. In previous years, during the autumn harvest, his daughter, Dafeng, would bring a few strong young men to help. This year, there had been no news, and she didn't know if they would come. Maybe she doesn't even know we need to harvest early. Wang Dalong said, "Mom, how about we go to the city tomorrow to see Dafeng?" Lu Guofu thought about it. Without the donkey or the cart, getting to the capital wouldn't be easy. They would first need to catch a ride to the county and then pay for a mule cart to the capital. However, since Dafeng returned, there had been no news, and Lu Guofu was quite worried about her. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "All right, you can accompany me to the capital tomorrow. I've been thinking about Dafeng since we haven't heard from her." So it was decided, but Lu Guofu still felt uneasy. Wang Dalong noticed her expression and said, "Mom, don't worry. We just need to keep an eye on Yuan's family. They only have Lu Quan as a strong laborer. Remember, last year we both started harvesting at the same time, and we finished 2 days earlier. This year, we just need to see when they start, and we can follow their lead." Lu Guofu thought about it and agreed that her son's words made sense. She nodded and called Wang Zhengbao over, saying, "Zhengbao, if you have some free time in the next few days, go check on Yuan's field. If they start harvesting, come back and tell us right away, okay?" "Okay, I understand." Although Wang Zhengbao had fallen twice that day, Lu Guofu had been there to cushion his falls, so he was only a bit startled and not seriously hurt. If it weren't for Manhwa being sick, Lu Guofu wouldn't want to trouble her precious grandson. Seeing Wang Zhengbao looking unenergetic, Widow Lu quickly promised, "Grandma, and your dad will go to the city tomorrow to see your aunt. She will definitely bring you something nice." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhengbao remembered that every time his grandma or parents went to the capital, his aunt would bring back many delicious treats. This lifted his spirits a bit, and a smile appeared on his face. "Grandma, don't worry, I will keep a close eye on things. Zhengbao is really good. He is truly Grandma's obedient grandson." Early the next morning, Wang Dalong and Widow Lu set off. Wang Zhengbao ran to Yuaner's field several times throughout the day, but didn't see anyone starting to harvest the crops. In the evening, when Widow Lu and Wang Dalong returned from the capital, Wang Zhengbao immediately approached them and said, "Grandma, I went to check several times today, but there was no one at Yuaner's field, let alone harvesting the crops." After reporting the situation, he quickly asked Grandma, "Dad, what nice things did Aunt bring me?" "Grandma bought you some treats. You can go eat them." Widow Lu tried to change the subject, but Wang Zhengbao kept pressing. "Grandma, what did Aunt bring me? Let me see." Feeling helpless under her grandson's persistence, Widow Lu finally said, "Oh dear, your dad and I didn't see your uncle or aunt at all during this trip to the city. Your uncle is busy with important work and cannot be disturbed. When your aunt comes back for the new year, she will definitely bring you delicious food and toys." Widow Lu spoke with certainty, but inside, she felt a slight unease. After arriving in the capital, the mother and son headed straight to a side gate at the Qin residence, as they usually did. After knocking, Widow Lu said, "Excuse me, we're looking for Manager Yang. If he is busy, I can talk to his wife. I am his mother-in-law." In previous visits, the doorman had always been very welcoming and would quickly call Wang Dafeng to bring them inside. Although they could only sit and talk in the servants' quarters and had no right to enter other areas of the Qin residence, Widow Lu felt like a frequent visitor and would boast about it to the villagers every time she returned. However, today, when the door opened, a doorman she had never seen before appeared, and his expression was quite different from the previous ones. With a cold face and eyes nearly rolling to the back of his head, the doorman asked impatiently, "Who are you looking for?" "We're looking for Manager Yang or anyone from the Yang family." Lu, the widow, added, "Yang Xing's family is Wang Dafeng. I am her mother. Just tell them I came to the city with her brother to see her." As soon as the doorkeeper heard Yang Xing and Wang Dafeng, he immediately frowned and said, "They are not in the residence anymore. Don't come looking for them again." Lu was anxious and blocked the door, asking, "What do you mean they are not in the residence? Where did they go?" The doorkeeper replied impatiently, "Harvest season is approaching, so Manager Yang and his wife have been sent to the farm to oversee the harvest. They won't be back for a while. That doesn't make sense. How long can the harvest take? How can you say they won't be back for a while?
Lu pressed on.
How long can the harvest take? The doorkeeper scoffed. Do you think it's just your little plot of land? Do you know how much land the Qin family has? Besides, you country folks should know that the harvest isn't just busy for a few days. After that, there's drying, threshing, and storing. If it's a good year, they might be busy until the new year. With just a few words, the doorkeeper sent the mother and son away. Once they were far enough away, Lu asked curiously, Dalong, what do you think the doorkeeper meant by that? Is your brother-in-law and Dafeng being promoted or punished? Mom, do we really need to ask? Wang Dalong replied confidently, how important is the harvest? Could the Qin family trust such an important task to my brother-in-law? It's definitely a promotion. Oh, you're so quick-witted. You're right. It must be a promotion. Hearing her son's analysis, Lu's face lit up with joy. I knew it. Your brother-in-law is so capable, he will surely be more valued. All right, let them be busy. If it gets too tough, we can hire someone to help. The harvest is only busy for a few days. We can handle the rest ourselves, and it shouldn't cost too much. Okay. As long as he didn't have to do the work himself, Wang Dalong had no objections, whether hiring help or spending money. Though he didn't know how much money Lu had, he was sure it was a good amount. Lu was usually frugal, saving money without spending it on herself. Now that she was willing to spend a little, it would save her some effort, so why not? Lu gave the candies and snacks she had specially bought in the city to Wang Zhengbao, temporarily keeping him satisfied. You need to keep a close eye on Yi Wanner's family these days. As soon as they start their autumn harvest, come back and let me know, okay? Wang Zhengbao nodded happily while holding snacks and candy. 2 days later, seeing that most families in the village had started their autumn harvest, Lu Widow began to feel uneasy. At lunchtime, she couldn't help but ask, Zhengbao, hasn't Yi Wanner's family started their autumn harvest yet?
No.
I've said it several times, no. Wang Zhengbao impatiently threw down his chopsticks. You ask me 8 times a day. If you don't trust me, go see for yourself. Wang Dalong frowned and said, Zhengbao, how can you talk to your grandmother like that? You dare to throw your chopsticks? Have you grown wings? Apologize to your grandmother right now. Wang Zhengbao turned his head away, clearly unhappy.
You.
Wang Dalong raised his hand. But Lu Widow struck Wang Dalong's hand with her chopsticks. Ouch, Mom. Why did you hit me? Wang Dalong quickly pulled back his hand in pain. Lu Widow said, We're eating. Why are you scolding the child? Besides, it's not Zhengbao's fault. I'm just anxious, so I kept asking him too many times and annoyed him. How can you just come in and want to hit the child without understanding the situation? Seeing Lu Widow protect her son, Wang Dalong had no choice but to withdraw his hand and continue eating. After lunch, Jiang was cleaning the table, but Lu Widow still felt uneasy, so she went to check on Yi Wanner's field herself. Yi Wanner's land was easy to recognize. Their crops and vegetables grew better than those of the other families. Although Lu Quan was a bit of a timid son-in-law, he was undeniably one of the best farmers in the village. Lu Widow believed that as long as Lu Quan wasn't rushing to harvest, they wouldn't need to worry. After circling around Yi Wanner's field, Lu Widow confirmed that they hadn't prepared for the autumn harvest yet and had likely watered the crops just last night, indicating they wanted to wait until the last moment. Feeling relieved after her observation, Lu Widow turned to head home. Watching the villagers harvesting their crops, she couldn't help but think they were being foolish. Over the years, she had secretly observed Lu Quan farming. While she might not match his skills in other areas, she had learned exactly when to do what by following him closely every day. In recent years, the crops at her home have indeed grown better than before. Although they are not as good as Yuan's, they are still better than some and not as bad as others. Seeing the other villagers who only work hard without thinking, Lu Widow felt she was much smarter and held her head higher. That night, she slept soundly, and the next morning, as soon as she got up, she saw Wang Zhengbao running back quickly, stopping suddenly in her yard, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Hey, take it easy. Why are you running? What if you catch a chill and end up with a stomachache? Wang Zhengbao caught his breath and said, Grandma, Yuan's family has started harvesting their crops. Okay, I know. Is it really worth running like that? Lu Widow didn't think much of it at first. But Wang Zhengbao, more anxious, said, Grandma, the people from the old Yi family are helping them harvest, and they're working really fast. Only then did Lu Widow realize what had been bothering her. She had overlooked the old Yi family. Her family had no crops to harvest this year, so they could go help Yuan's family. Now Lu Widow couldn't sit still. She didn't even eat breakfast and said, It's fine, I'm not worried. I'll go hire some people right now. Before going out to hire help, Lu Widow reluctantly ran to take a look at Yuan's field. Besides Yuan and her husband, all 4 brothers from the Yi family were there. The Yi brothers were all strong young men, tall and sturdy. In the past, they had all worked hard in the fields. Now all 4 were swinging their sickles, harvesting the crops at an incredible speed. Even the children from both families were busy, following Yi Xianglei and Yi Changrui, picking up the occasional fallen ears of grain. Lu Widow felt a pang of jealousy watching the Yi brothers and secretly cursed them. Even with old Ye's illness, they still had time to help Yuan's family with the harvest. In just a short time, 1 field was already harvested. Seeing this, Lu Widow quickly gathered her thoughts, realizing she couldn't delay any longer and needed to hire people to help with her own harvest. Watching the 4 Yi brothers working hard in Yuan's field, she thought to herself that she would spend money and hire 6 people to work quickly, and soon they would surpass them. The workers in the field had no idea that Lu Widow was even comparing their efforts. Yuan dug for peanuts for a while, straightened up to catch her breath, and saw that the 4 brothers of the Yi family had already walked quite far. She couldn't help but say, Take it easy, there's no need to rush. Our crops have grown several days longer than others. Everyone in the village has been asking about me lately, and knowing that you all are here to help, they are so envious. Yi Laoda said, It seems not everyone in the village is busy with the harvest. This morning, I saw a large field in the west that no one was working on. Yuan looked in the direction he pointed and immediately replied, That's your land, and now it's being farmed by Widow Lu. There's no need to worry about her. Every year, Defoam brings people to help her with the harvest. No wonder they're not in a hurry. Yi Laoda nodded, realizing that he had stopped to chat for a moment and had already fallen far behind his 3 brothers. He quickly resumed swinging his sickle to catch up. Seeing her 4 brothers working so hard, Yuan turned to Lu Quan and said, You keep working here. I'll go home to get some water and food. Lu Quan nodded. Make sure to bring them some sweetened water. Don't be stingy with the sugar. I wouldn't hold back on the sugar for you, but for my 4 nephews, of course, I'll add sugar. Yuan said as she wiped her sweat with the cloth around her neck. Just as she was about to head home to prepare more sweetened water, she saw Yi Saw and Yi Sen Saw approaching with baskets along the field path. Aunt, are you tired? Yi Saw greeted Yuan and handed her a clay jar, saying, Quick, have some water. Yuan took a sip and found it not only refreshing but also sweet, definitely with sugar added. The second brother's wife is still at home busy making clothes. After we finished cleaning the kitchen, we had nothing to do. So we came to check on you, Yi Saw continued as she walked over to the 4 brothers and shared the sweetened water with them. Although the weather had been getting cooler, working hard still made them sweat. With a few sips of the cool sweetened water, the 4 brothers perked up like well-watered seedlings. Seeing Yi Saw from a distance, Qing Tian quickly ran over with her small basket. Yi Xianglei and Yi Changrui both focused their attention on her and said in unison, Qing Tian, slow down, don't trip. The freshly harvested field was littered with leftover stubble, and if she fell, it could easily hurt her face or eyes. Yi Xianglei quickly took 3 steps forward and picked up Qing Tian, carrying her a few steps before placing her on the edge of the field. Walk slowly, don't run around in the field, Yi Xianglei reminded her, still feeling uneasy. He followed her until she jumped into Sister Ye's arms, feeling relieved. Mom, look at all the ears of grain I collected. Qing Tian proudly held up her small basket for Sister Yi to see. What she called a lot was actually only 7 or 8 ears, barely filling the bottom of the basket. But Sister Yi showed a surprised expression and praised her, saying, "You collected so many. Qing Tian is so capable. Look at your little face. It's all red. Drink some sweet water and take a break." Qing Tian held the clay pot with both hands and gulped down several big sips of sweet water. She smiled contentedly, savoring the sweetness. "Are you going to stay here and keep playing with the brothers or go home with Mom?" Sister Yi looked at the sun rising higher and felt a bit reluctant for Qing Tian to be in the sun. But Qing Tian quickly corrected her, saying, "Mom, we're not playing, we're helping Aunt." Hearing this, Yuaner immediately confirmed, "That's right. The kids are very sensible and have really helped a lot. Okay, then you keep helping here. Mom will go home first." Seeing that Sister Yi had already given sweet water to the other kids, she picked up the basket and temporarily left the edge of the field. However, as soon as she got home and set down the basket, she hurried back out to gather some cattails. "Sister, why are you bringing back so many cattails?" Sister Yi asked curiously. "To make a little hat for Qing Tian," Sister Yi replied, sitting down on a stool and quickly starting to weave. "Even though it's not too hot now, the autumn sun can be harsh," she said while weaving. "Children have delicate skin, and since she's playing in the field and doesn't want to go home, I'm afraid she'll get sunburned." Sister Yi listened in amazement and came over to help manage the remaining cattails, saying, "I used to think it would be nice to have another daughter, but seeing you like this, I'm a bit intimidated." "Intimidated by what?" Sister Yi asked, confused. "I've come to realize that while daughters are caring, boys have their own advantages, at least they are tougher. Taking care of a daughter requires a lot of attention, and I'm not as careful as you, sister." Since Qing Tian was young and had a small head, the hat didn't need to be too big, so it was finished quickly. Sister Yi then went back to Yuaner's field to put the straw hat on Qing Tian. She now knows every detail about Qing Tian very well. Although she didn't measure her size, the straw hat she made fits perfectly. Qing Tian loves the hat so much that she takes it off to look at it from every angle. "Oh, there's such a small straw hat too?" Yuaner said in surprise. "It's woven quite tightly." "Aunt, I just made it for Qing Tian to wear to block the sun," said Sister Yi, and then she reminded Qing Tian, "Make sure to wear it well and don't take it off." "Okay." Qing Tian quickly put the hat back on her head, nodding repeatedly. In fact, even if Sister Yi hadn't said anything, she wouldn't want to take off the hat her mother made for her. Now that she knows it was made by Sister Yi, she loves it even more. She gently touches it, afraid that if she uses too much force, she might damage it. Yuaner also praised, "Look at how careful you are with Qing Tian every day. I feel embarrassed to say I've raised a daughter myself. We've been married for so many years and finally, we have this treasure, Qing Tian," Sister Yi said, watching Qing Tian happily jump to show her brothers her straw hat, her face full of affection. "To be honest, I wish I could be with her every day. When I can't see her for a moment, I feel empty inside." Yuaner thought she was just expressing how hard it was to wait so many years for a child, so she completely understood her feelings. Although Yi Laoda and his wife are still middle-aged and not quite at the stage of having a daughter in their old age, a child born after many years of waiting indeed becomes the apple of their eye, and they want to shower all their love on her. Waiting so many years without a child is tough, but let me tell you, some people have children early, while others have them later. As long as you can have children, that's what matters. There was a woman in the neighboring village who didn't have a child for several years after getting married. Her husband was even ready to divorce her and remarry, but guess what happened? Suddenly, she got pregnant. And once she started, she couldn't stop, giving birth to 4 boys and 1 girl in one go. Now that you have Qing Tian, you don't need to worry about the rest. They'll come along on their own. Yuaner didn't know that Qing Tian was adopted, and Sister Yi didn't plan to explain. When they were in Tianjin, they had already agreed that since they were starting a new life in a new place, no one should mention Qing Tian's background, treating her as if she were their own child. Even though she gets along well with Yuana now, Sister Yi only listens to her and occasionally nods, avoiding any talk about Qing Tian's background. Fortunately, Yuaner only chatted with her for a bit before going back to dig for peanuts. The four brothers of the old Yi family were working hard in the fields, so she felt embarrassed to just stand around. "Aunt, you all keep busy. I'll head back to cook." "My mother said to invite your family over for lunch," Sister Yi said as she got up to leave.
"Don't go back yet,"
Yi Waner exclaimed, dropping her sickle and rushing over to grab Sister Yi's arm. "Your family is here to help with the harvest. It doesn't make sense to go to your house for a meal. I've prepared everything. You just need to help me stir the pot later. Invite your family over for lunch. It's been a while since we've eaten at your house. It's time to come to mine, right? Actually, I should be the one cooking. But you've probably heard that my cooking skills are terrible. Even my family can't stand it, so I won't trouble you with that. If I could cook decently, I wouldn't need to ask you for help."
"Aunt."
Sister Yi just started to call her aunt when Yuaner interrupted. "You go back and tell your mother-in-law that if she doesn't come, I'll be upset. Even though we're relatives, we need to follow the rules of reciprocity. Your mother-in-law is a smart person. She should understand this, right?" Sister Yi thought about it and nodded. "All right, Aunt, I'll tell my mother, and we'll come over to help you soon." "Exactly, that's more like it." After Sister Yi left, Yuaner couldn't stop thinking about lunch, so she couldn't stay in the fields any longer. After telling Lu Quan, she headed home. As Yuaner climbed a small slope and reached the main road, she unexpectedly ran into Widow Lu, who was walking back with a downcast expression. Widow Lu had asked around the village, but everyone was busy with their own harvests. Even if she offered to pay, no one had time to help her. They all said they would help only after finishing their own work. Widow Lu thought to herself that by the time they finished, the flowers would be wilted. Seeing no one in the village to take the job, she decided to head to the main road and catch a donkey cart to the county town. However, when she arrived in the county town, the streets where people usually waited for work were empty. After searching for a while, she couldn't find anyone at all. She walked into a nearby shop and asked shopkeeper. Perhaps too many people had asked recently, as the shopkeeper quickly replied, "We haven't moved. Everyone is busy with the harvest, and all the workers have been hired. I doubt you'll find anyone before the autumn harvest ends." Hearing this, Widow Lu felt a chill in her heart, but she continued to ask a few more places, all receiving similar responses. She had no choice but to take a ride back home to discuss with her two sons what to do next. The ride she took did not go to Rongxi village, so she was dropped off halfway and had to walk for a long time to reach the village entrance. When she saw Yuaner, Widow Lu felt uneasy. She wondered why Yuaner was back from the field so early. Could it be that the crops were all harvested? Her thoughts showed on her face. Yuaner initially didn't plan to acknowledge her, but Widow Lu kept staring at her thoughtfully. Yuaner tried to ignore it and walked ahead quickly. However, the feeling of being watched was so strong that it almost felt like it was burning a hole in her back. As they both reached the big tree at the village entrance, a few elderly women from the village were sitting under it. They could no longer participate in the harvest, so while everyone else was busy in the fields, they sat there chatting and making shoe soles. "Have you two finished your work in the fields?" An elderly woman with a sharp gaze asked, unable to see clearly who they were and assuming they were together. Yuaner rolled her eyes and replied, "Grandma Huang, I just came back from the fields to prepare dinner. As for others, I don't know." Before she finished speaking, Widow Lu approached, having heard Grandma Huang's question. "I just returned from the city." Upon hearing this, the women under the tree gasped in shock. "You are really brave to go into the city alone. Don't you know there's trouble with bandits? Over a dozen people have already died. I heard that people from the capital have come to deal with the bandits, but they haven't caught anyone yet." Widow Lu had been preoccupied with thoughts of the harvest and hadn't considered this. Now, reminded by their words, the image of the lifeless body she had seen earlier flashed in her mind. NGH, Widow Lu felt her stomach churn uncontrollably and bent over to vomit. Yuaner covered her mouth and nose in disgust and quickly left. Once she got home, she started washing and chopping vegetables. Before long, Sister Yi and Sister Sanyi arrived. The two of them took over the tasks from Yuaner. "Aunt, we can handle lunch, you don't need to worry about it." "Oh, Don't push me away. I can't cook either. I'll just help you. Sister Yi said, if you can't sit still, why not come to my house and chat with my mother? Why don't you just invite your mother to come over?
Yi Hwane asket, confuset.
My mother hasn't been feeling well these past few days, so she's resting at home. Otherwise, she would have come over herself. Your mother is sick?
Yi Hwane was surprised.
When did this happen? I didn't hear about it. With the autumn harvest coming up, my mother asked us not to say anything. But since everyone is busy today and no one is home to keep her company, I thought it would be nice for you to visit her. Yi Hwane immediately took off her apron and said, all right, then I'll go check on your mother. She hurried to the old Ye's house, and as soon as she entered the yard, she saw Guoshi walking around, supporting her lower back. Guoshi was still early in her pregnancy and didn't show much, yet she insisted on walking with her belly pushed out. Although the old Yi family had moved back not long ago, Yi Hwane was quite familiar with everyone except Guoshi. Taking a stroll?
Yi Xuan awkwardly greeted her.
Hello, Aunt. Guoshi nodded in response, but didn't say much more. Yi Hwane smiled awkwardly. I heard your mother is sick, so I came to check on her. Guoshi remained silent. Yi Hwane had no choice but to turn and enter the main room. As soon as she walked in, she smelled the bitter scent of herbal medicine and quickly went to sit beside Grandma Yi. Grandma, you were fine just a few days ago. What happened? Oh, you're here, Grandma Yi said, trying to sit up. Yi Hwane gently pressed her shoulder down. Just rest, I'm not a stranger. No need to be polite. Grandma Yi had been lying down to recover for a few days and was feeling a bit cooped up. Seeing Yi Hwane, she started talking. She recounted the trip to the city to buy things, how they almost encountered bandits on the way back, and finally, how she felt unwell after returning home. I thought I was just tired, and that a good sleep would help. After lying down, I started to feel worse and worse. At that moment, I suddenly couldn't move or shout. I felt like my soul was about to leave my body. I thought, is the old man trying to take me with him? I realized that all 4 of my sons are married now, and even the youngest is about to become a father. If the old man wants to take me now, I don't have anything to worry about anymore. My only regret is not being able to see the youngest child. That sounds a bit scary. Yi Hwane said, feeling a chill. How did you wake up? Was the doctor really that good? It wasn't really about the doctor, Grandma Yi recalled. When I felt like I was about to float away, I suddenly heard a dog barking, and then I heard Qing Tian calling me Grandma. At that moment, my soul, which was almost flying away, suddenly came back. I could hear everything, but I couldn't move or speak. After drinking a bowl of herbal soup and sweating a bit, I was finally able to move. Yi Hwane, worried, said, it sounds like it wasn't just an illness, right? I've heard that restless spirits can only stay where they died and need to find a replacement to leave. Even though you didn't encounter bandits that day, you passed by the place where they killed people on your way back and the next day to the city. Could it be that you attracted something bad? Grandma Yi had her own doubts and felt even more worried after hearing Yi Hwane. What should we do? She asked anxiously. Sister, now that you've woken up, it means that thing didn't succeed, so you should be fine. If you still feel uneasy, once you're better, I'll go with you to the temple to get a safety talisman. You can keep it close to you. It will protect you and bring peace. Okay, Grandma Yi nodded repeatedly. Yi Hwane then realized and remarked, maybe it was Qing Tian and the dog that saved you. Children have the purest eyes and can see things that adults can't. Some dogs can also ward off evil spirits. You really are lucky to be fine this time. That's true. Grandma Yi agreed. Ever since Qing Tian arrived, the family's luck had indeed improved. After Aunt Yi and Sister Yi finished preparing lunch, one went home to call Grandma Yi and Yi Hwane, while the other went to the fields to gather everyone for the meal. Everyone had been busy in the fields all morning, and even those used to farm work were quite tired. Fortunately, Yi Hwane was not one to skimp on food, and there was plenty prepared. When everyone got home, they first washed their faces and hands with well water, then sat at the table and began to eat heartily. After each person had devoured 2 bowls of rice, they finally slowed down and started chatting. Yi Lao said, Uncle, I see you really know how to farm. Your crops are growing better than the neighbors. When my family gets our land back next year, I'll have to learn from you. Of course, Lu Quan replied readily. We're all family here. I won't hide anything from you. All right, then I'll thank you in advance, uncle. Although the four brothers used to work the fields together outside the city, only Yi Lao Er truly loved being in the fields, dedicating all his thoughts to learning how to farm. The crops he tended never had a single weed. Now that they were in Rongshi village, and with Sister Yi busy making clothes for young Master Qin, Yi Lao Er had nowhere to go and often wandered around the fields of the village. As he said, among all the villagers, Lu Quan's crops were the best. Yi Lao Er couldn't help but worry. His previous skills relied on careful observation and research, but those experiences might only apply to the environment outside the city. He wasn't sure if they would work here. Hearing Lu Quan agree to teach him, Yi Lao Er finally smiled. Grandma Yi noticed and said to Yuan, my second son loves to tinker with crops. He spends all day in the fields. His wife used to complain to me that he would rather play in the dirt than come home. Does he really think the soil looks better than his wife? Sister Yi quickly interrupted, Mom. That was a long time ago. I've forgotten about it. Why do you still remember? How could I forget? I even scolded your brother for it, hoping he would come home more often to see his wife instead of just staring at the dirt. Yi Lao Er suddenly realized, so it was you who told Mom on me? No wonder my mother suddenly scolded me back then. As soon as these words were spoken, all the adults in the room laughed. Sister Yi shrugged her shoulders and said, See, everyone? It's been years since this happened, and this silly boy just figured it out today. Hearing Sister Yi's words, everyone laughed even harder. The children had all gone to help in the fields today. Although they didn't do much work, they were running around and didn't have a moment to rest. By noon, they were all so hungry they could hardly stand it. So, when the adults started joking and chatting, the children at the table were still quietly eating. Even Qing Tian ate more than usual, which made Sister Yi both happy and worried that she might overeat. Qing Tian never picky about food, but because she had often gone hungry at the previous home, her stomach had shrunk. When she first came to the Yi family, she was afraid of being scolded for eating too much, and she really could only eat a little before feeling full. This worried Sister Yi, who wished she could make her 8 different meals a day. But looking at her today, it was clear that whether she ate more or less depended on how hungry she was. Even though Qing Tian ate more than usual today, she was still the one who ate the least among the children. So, she was the first to put down her chopsticks and looked around at others eating. She leaned closer to Yi Xianglei and whispered, Xiao Su, didn't you say your mother's cooking is always bad? But I think it's pretty good. Although it's not as good as my mother's, it's still quite nice. It's not right to complain about your own mother. Qing Tian thought she was speaking softly, but most people in the room heard her. Yuan Er wanted to laugh, but also wanted to glare at her son. Sister Yi San directly asked, Qing Tian, who cooks better, your mother or your aunt? Without hesitation, Qing Tian replied, Of course, my mother cooks better. Then why did you eat so much today if it's not good? Sister Yi San teased her. Qing Tian quickly explained, It's not that it's bad. It's actually very good, just a little less good than my mother's. Sister Yi laughed and hugged Qing Tian. Oh, my silly girl, can't you tell the difference between your mother's cooking and others? Qing Tian was taken aback. She had indeed thought the food tasted like Sister Yi's cooking. But weren't they eating at her aunt's house today? Isn't it true that whoever's house you eat at is who cooks? Why did the food at her aunt's house taste like her mother's? Sunny was feeling confused by all these questions. She looked at Aunt Yi with sad eyes, worried that Aunt Yi would be upset because she didn't appreciate her cooking. Mom, it's all my fault. I should have tasted it, Sunny said, tears glistening in her eyes. Oh dear, I'm not upset with you at all. Why are you crying? Aunt Yi quickly hugged Sunny to comfort her. Don't cry, look, your uncle is watching you. Seeing Sunny's sad face, Yi Xianglei got up, went to his own musical instrument, and took out a small gourd he had carefully crafted. He handed it to Sunny. Sunny, don't cry. Look what I have for you. Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, What's going on today? He usually treasures that box so much that even I can't touch what's inside. Last year, when his sister brought her child over, The child wanted that gourd, but he refused to give it to him. The child cried so much that his sister left without eating. I thought he would keep that precious gourd forever. Today, he actually gave it to Sunny. That's surprising. Sunny held the small gourd in her hands, still with tears on her face, but her lips were starting to smile. What is this, Uncle Sue? It's so beautiful and feels so nice. Yi Xianglei's gourd wasn't a regular one for eating or making utensils. It was a special type grown for decoration. It was small, no bigger than a person's hand. He had traded for it with a shop owner in the city and had spent over 2 years carefully crafting it. The yellow gourd was now smooth and shiny, resembling jade. When his sister's child came to play, he accidentally opened the box and immediately wanted the gourd. Although the child had good taste, he didn't really understand its value. He just wanted it more because it was denied to him. Yi Xianglei was reluctant to part with it, even if it meant upsetting his sister. But seeing Sunny cry made him want to find something to cheer her up right away. After thinking for a while, the only thing I could come up with that the kids might like was this little gourd. Sure enough, when Qing Tian got the gourd, she immediately smiled and couldn't put it down. However, when Sister Yi heard what Yuan said, she realized that the gourd must be Yi Xianglei's favorite, so she quickly told Qing Tian, return the gourd to your uncle. This is his favorite thing, and we can't keep it. Qing Tian felt a little reluctant but obediently reached out to give the gourd back to Yi Xianglei. Sister-in-law, once you give something away, you can't ask for it back, Yi Xianglei said. Besides, it's just a gourd. It's better that Qing Tian likes it. After lunch, everyone took a short break and then returned to the fields to continue harvesting. Having 4 strong workers made a big difference, especially since the 4 brothers from the Yi family always worked hard without cutting corners. By the end of the day, a lot of crops from Yuan's field had been harvested, equivalent to what it would take her and her husband several days to do. In the afternoon, news of the 4 brothers helping with the autumn harvest spread throughout the village, making everyone envious. On the way home in the evening, people often stopped Yuan to chat, causing her to lag behind while others headed home first. You too must be relieved this year with these 4 strong workers. If you had to hire them, it would cost a lot. My family finished harvesting days ago, and now you've caught up in just 1 day. I think you've harvested more than us. Yuan, your nephews are really worth having. They work so hard. Yuan smiled proudly, chatting with the villagers along the way. Just as she was almost home, someone suddenly stopped her. Yuan was a bit tired but still managed to keep a smile. After all, the old Yi family had just returned to the village, and Yuan wanted everyone to know how good they were, so they could quickly fit in. When she saw it was the village head's wife who stopped her, she became even more attentive. Those 4 brothers are really capable. Look at how much work they did today. How is your harvest going? If you need help, just ask them to come by tomorrow. Earlier, Old Lady Yi mentioned wanting to send a few children to a private school once the village finished the autumn harvest. Now, every family is busy with the autumn harvest, and the children who can attend private school are mostly helping in the fields. So the scholar decided to give everyone a break, saying they would continue school after the harvest. Yejuan wanted the 4 brothers of the Yi family to make a good impression in front of the village chief. However, the village chief's wife came to her not about the harvest. She pulled Yejuan aside and asked, I heard that this morning you came back to the village with Widow Lu? It wasn't exactly together. I was coming back from the fields to prepare lunch, and she seemed to be returning from somewhere else. Yejuan replied, confused about the village chief's wife's question. What's wrong? Are you looking for her? I don't know where she went. The village chief's wife shook her head, glanced around to make sure no one was listening, and quietly asked, I heard that Widow Lu is pregnant? They say you know, so I came to ask you.
What?
Yejuan was startled and quickly shook her head. That can't be true. I don't know anything about it. Widow Lu had been widowed for over 10 years. How could she be pregnant? They say she went to the city today to see a doctor. And it seems it has been a while. She's already showing signs of morning sickness. Hearing the term morning sickness, Yejuan paused. The village chief's wife noticed her reaction and immediately asked, Did you remember something? Yejuan hesitated. When she came back this morning, She did look unwell and seemed troubled. After chatting with some elderly ladies at the village entrance, she suddenly got sick. I found it quite unpleasant and left quickly. Could it be? Yejuan shook her head again. That shouldn't be possible. After all these years, even though she has a bit of a temper, she doesn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. Can you really tell just by looking at someone? Well, I understand now. I just wanted to check on this. Please don't spread it around. I'll see if I can find out more from Widow Lu and see how she plans to handle it. Ugh, this is such a mess. If this scandal gets out, it won't be good for our village, and it could ruin our reputation. After saying this, the village chief's wife hurried away. Yejuan didn't have time to chat with anyone else and quickly ran home. Lu Quan had been home for a while when he saw her return and said, "You walked so slowly. I was about to send our son to look for you. You're a grown person, and you can't get lost in the village." Yet Yuaner didn't have the mood to joke with him. Looking around and seeing their son wasn't home, she leaned in and told Lu Quan exactly what the village chief's wife had said earlier. Really? Lu Quan found it hard to believe. Lu Widow isn't a great person, but you can't just spread rumors like this. I'm not the one saying it. I heard it.
Yuaner replied.
You know, several families in the village are waiting for the autumn harvest to arrange marriages for their children. If this is true, those families will be furious with her. It doesn't matter if they're angry. Just keep your mouth shut. If Lu Widow finds out this came from you, she'll be at our door every day shouting. I know. You don't need to tell me, Yuana said, feeling a bit disappointed by Lu Quan's calm reaction. I'm just sharing this with you behind closed doors. I'm not foolish enough to go around telling everyone. Despite saying this, after dinner, Yuana couldn't help but run to the old Yi family and tell Grandma Yi about it again. Pregnant?
How old is she?
Grandma Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide in shock. Besides, she's been a widow for so many years. Whose child could it be? Whoever the father is, if this is true, just wait and see. The village will be in an uproar. I'm only telling you this in private, so please don't let it spread, Yuaner added, feeling worried. I hardly know anyone in the village to spread it to, Grandma Yi replied. And as you get to know me better, you'll see that I'm very good at keeping secrets. Whatever is said to me stays with me. However, even if Grandma Yi didn't spread it, others were talking everywhere. In just one night, the news about Lu Widow being pregnant had spread throughout the village, and even the dogs knew about it. The next morning, when Jiang was going out to dispose of the leftover medicine, she noticed that people in the village were looking at her strangely. She checked herself over and didn't see anything wrong. When she returned from the road, she found even more people pointing and whispering about her. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore and approached a friend, asking, Erju's wife, what were you just talking about? Erju's wife looked embarrassed and stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. The others around them didn't leave either. They stood at a distance, watching the scene unfold. Jiang was angry and shouted at the onlookers. What are you looking at? Is there anything interesting? We all live in the same village. Is it fun to gossip behind people's backs? If you have the courage, say it to my face. Although everyone was not afraid of Jiang, they were wary of Widow Lu's temper, so no one wanted to be the first to speak up. Only one person sarcastically said, It's nothing. We are just envious of you. Once your baby is born, there will soon be another child to keep it company. Everyone burst into laughter at this. Some laughed so hard they were wiping tears away while patting the speaker's arm, saying, How do you come up with these things? You're so good at talking. Jiang was confused by the laughter, and the friend she had stopped took the chance to slip away. Thinking about having to go home to make breakfast and realizing time was tight, Jiang hurried back. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the house, Widow Lu scolded her. Out all morning, running around, and you come back so late. What do you want me to do? Do I have breakfast on my face? Hurry up and make the food. Widow Lu planned to visit her family's village today to see if she could find someone to help with the autumn harvest. However, the gossip outside spread and eventually reached Widow Lu's family. Wang Zhengbao, although still young and not fully understanding adult matters, knew that comments about being unfaithful or having affairs were not good. Because of this, he got into a fight with someone. Although he won, he was still upset by the hurtful words and ended up crying. Wang Zhengbao returned home in tears, startling his family as he walked in. Wang Dalong, worried about his son, asked urgently, "What happened, Zhengbao?
Who bullied you?"
"I'll go confront them." "No one bullied me," Wang Zhengbao said, sniffling, and recounted what the people outside had said. Wang Dalong was furious. "Who said those disrespectful things?" "Son, tell me who it was, and I'll make them pay." "But everyone in the village is saying it, and they also said." "What else did they say?" "I'm just saying that when Grandma has the baby, if there's no milk, she can use my mom's milk instead." Wang Dalong was about to lose his temper. Not to mention that Widow Lu could never have an affair, let alone get pregnant. Even if, hypothetically, Widow Lu did have another child, that would be Wang Dalong's brother, the uncle of the Jiang family. How could a brother drink his sister-in-law's milk? That's just disgusting. But Wang Zhengbao had been too busy fighting to notice who was saying these things behind him. Wang Dalong was filled with anger and didn't know where to direct it. Just then, Widow Lu returned from outside. With everyone busy harvesting crops, her family had no extra hands to help. As for her brothers and nephews at home, they didn't even let her stay for lunch. Not even a polite word was said. All of this made Widow Lu feel exhausted. Seeing her like this, Wang Dalong chose not to mention the village gossip and thought he was being understanding. "Mom, don't go looking for help anymore.
We can just do the harvesting ourselves."
Widow Lu got angry at this and slammed the table. "Just do it ourselves? You really have no idea how hard it is. You think it's easy for me to go out and ask for help while you sit comfortably at home? Why don't you go out and help with the harvest? I don't know what I did in my past life to deserve this, dealing with you all every day. If I weren't here, you'd all starve." Wang Dalong, feeling he had good intentions, was frustrated that Widow Lu didn't appreciate it and snapped back. "If you think this family is so bad, I won't stop you from leaving. Go find someone better and have a bunch of kids with them." "Wang Dalong, is that how you speak to your mother?" Widow Lu was shocked that her usually obedient son would say such a thing. "I'm still young and alone, raising you all, and now you want me to leave? Have you lost your mind?" Wang Dalong, stubborn as ever, shouted back, "Who's lost their mind? I'm your son. If I'm not a good person, what does that make you? Don't pretend. The whole village knows about your past. We've been kept in the dark like fools."
You.
Widow Lu was so angry she nearly fainted. Just when the Lu widow's house was in chaos, Yi Waner brought good news to Sister Yi. The old Yi family had just finished dinner, and Sister Yi noticed that Qing Tian had been running around outside all day and was covered in sweat, so she boiled some water for her to take a bath. Just as she finished washing Qing Tian and making her clean and fresh, Yi Waner arrived. This time, she didn't go to find old Lady Yi, but headed straight to the east wing where the old Yi family lived. "Is the eldest daughter-in-law in?" Yi Waner called out as she saw the door was open and lifted the curtain to enter. Sister Yi had just finished changing Qing Tian's clothes and was drying her hair. "Aunt, you're here," Sister Yi said quickly. "I just gave the child a bath. Please have a seat. You don't need to get up. Drying the child's hair is more important. Be careful she doesn't catch a cold," Yi Waner said, indicating that Sister Yi should stay seated, and she sat down on the kong. "I came to ask you something. When you were outside the pass, did you ever help others with their banquets?" "Aunt, over there it's not so formal. If someone has a wedding or a funeral, they just find a few familiar people in the village to help out. The host provides meals, and if you finish the work, you can take some food home. That's good enough. There's no special hiring for banquets. Do you think you could do it?"
Yi Waner asked. "Me?
"I don't have that ability." Sister Yi immediately refused. But Qing Tian quickly said, "Mom is really capable." Yi Waner smiled and added, "Exactly. You cook so well. Haven't you thought about trying to take on some work outside?" Sister Yi felt a bit tempted by her words, but still felt a bit insecure. "Aunt, why are you asking this? My relative is getting married after the autumn harvest and wants someone to prepare a return banquet. They asked me to help find someone skilled, and I immediately thought of you. 5 tables of dishes, and they'll pay 1 tael of silver. Just tell me if you're interested. 1 tael of silver? Sister Yi was instantly interested and sat up straight to ask for more details. Aunt, what are the rules for doing banquets around here? Please tell me more. Actually, it's not complicated. You just need to communicate in advance and finalize the menu. Make a list of what needs to be bought, and the host will take care of that. On the day of the banquet, if it's at noon, you go after breakfast. If it's in the evening, you go after lunch. Once everything is ready, the host usually provides a meal, and then you just get paid and can go home. It sounds quite suitable, and I could earn a little money. It seems like a good deal. But Aunt Yi still feels uncertain. But I've never done this before. What if I don't do well? If the host had asked her to cater, Aunt Yi might have agreed. But since Yuana is helping someone else find a chef, if she doesn't do well, Yuana would surely get blamed too. I'm not afraid, so why should you be? Yuana has tasted plenty of Aunt Ye's cooking and fully trusts her skills. To be honest, there are only a few people in our county who are willing to cater in the village. There are only about 10 dishes that everyone has already eaten many times. I think this is a great opportunity. If you seize it, you could earn a lot this autumn. Yuana's words completely eased Aunt Ye's worries. But with 5 tables, I don't know if I can handle it alone. That's easy. Just bring the second and third daughters-in-law to help you. Give them a little money, and they'll be happy to help. If that's the case, Aunt, please help me confirm it. I promise to do my best and not embarrass you. Don't worry, you won't embarrass me. After the harvest, I'll have her come to my house, and you can come too. I'll help you finalize the menu and make sure everything is clear. Seeing that Aunt Yi still looked a bit nervous, Yuana smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, once you finish this time, you'll understand how it works. You'll get used to it in no time. With everything settled, Yuana stood up to head home. As she stepped outside, she ran into Yi Lauda, who had just returned home. Aunt, you're here. Are you heading back already? Stay a bit longer. No, I came to talk to your wife, and we've finished. I'm just going to check on your mother before heading home. Yi Lauda entered the house, took off his outer coat, and sat on the kong, playing with Qing Tian. He asked his wife, what did your aunt want to talk about? Aunt Yi shared what Yuana had just said, then quietly asked, do you think I can do it? Before Yi Lauda could respond, Qing Tian chimed in, Mom can do it. Mom cooks the best. In Qing Tian's eyes, her mom was perfect. Yi Lauda laughed at his daughter's enthusiasm and added, see, Qing Tian believes in you. You're such a great cook, so there's nothing to worry about. Sister Yi pushed Brother Yi and said, I'm being serious with you. I'm not being unserious. Brother Yi leaned in closer, but was pushed away again. He then said seriously, I think since your cousin came to find you, it means she recognizes your cooking skills. Although you've never done this kind of business before, if you think about it, it's just like when we were outside the village and were called to help with big feasts, right? Back then, your cooking was praised by everyone in the village. Even though he said this, Sister Yi still felt a bit unsure and said, the people outside live simply. As long as there was meat, they said it was delicious. But here in the capital, people are more particular about food. Can I really do it? Qing Tian, listening nearby, anxiously grabbed Sister Ye's arm and said, Mom, Mrs. Qin and Brother Qin both love your cooking, and Mr. Wei loves it too. Exactly. No matter how particular they are, can they be more particular than Mrs. Qin and young Master Qin? Brother Yi added, just relax. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask our aunt. Just focus on cooking well for them. The next morning, after the Yi family had breakfast, they were getting ready to help Yuana with the autumn harvest when they heard a lot of noise outside. Curious, Brother Yi went out to see what was happening and soon ran back, saying, it's Widow Lu out there yelling. It seems she's saying someone in the village is slandering her and ruining her reputation. It's really harsh. Brother Yi, who was sharpening a sickle, replied, where is she yelling? We should avoid that area later. After working in the fields all morning, when they returned to the village for lunch, they noticed something was off in the atmosphere. Passing by Yi Dongkue's house, they saw him standing at the door. Brother Yi quickly asked, Uncle Dongkue, what's going on? Sigh. Yi Dongkue sighed. Old Mrs. Huang was scolded to death by Widow Lu. The two families are in a big fight right now. Scolded to death.
Brother Yi instinctively asked.
Yes. Yi Dongkue replied. Widow Lu went to her house early in the morning to yell. At first, old Mrs. Huang argued back for a while. But she was no match for Widow Lu and couldn't keep up. Eventually, she got so upset that her face turned pale and suddenly collapsed on the ground. Now old Mrs. Huang's children have come and are surrounding Widow Lu's house demanding an explanation. What? The four brothers of the Yi family were all shocked and speechless. Earlier, I thought someone had just been harshly criticized, but who knew that someone actually died? Just wait, this situation won't end easily, Yi Dongkue said, shaking his head. All right, you all should hurry back for lunch. You've worked hard all morning, right? Take my advice and stay away from this matter. Don't get involved. Actually, the Yi family didn't need his advice. They were eager to avoid any trouble with Lu's family. Today, they had lunch at Yuan's house. With such a big incident happening in the village that morning, it naturally became a topic of conversation at every lunch table. I used to think that people dying from anger or harsh words was just an exaggeration in stories, but who knew it could really happen, Lu Quan said while eating. Yuan replied, even though I don't like Lu's character, to be honest, Mrs. Huang is over 80 years old, and any little disturbance could cause problems. Lu's misfortune was choosing the wrong person to confront. Now, someone has died from her words and several people witnessed it, so she can't deny it. Just wait, this matter is going to escalate. Lu Quan said. If things go badly, Lu might end up in jail. Is it really that serious? Jail? The Yi family was shocked. For ordinary people like them, any involvement with the authorities was a big deal. Mrs. Tian's grandson works as a constable in the county, and they won't let this go easily. Lu will face serious consequences. Isn't Lu's son-in-law working for the Qin family? Who's more powerful, him or the constable? Yi Lao Si asked curiously. Lu Quan immediately laughed and said, her son-in-law might not be of much help now. At this, everyone in the room turned to look at him. How do you know?
Yuan asked.
Don't just say things. Think about it. In previous years, didn't a foam always bring several people back to help with the autumn harvest? This year, have you seen anyone? Lu's been trying for 2 days to hire people to help her with the crops. And what time is it now? It's hard to find anyone willing to help. That doesn't mean her son-in-law is useless, Yuan said, but inside, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Lu had relied on her son-in-law's position in the Qin family to bully others in the village for years, even making the village chief cater to her. Now, it was time for her to learn about the consequences of her actions. However, these words were only spoken behind closed doors, and no one dared to get involved outside, fearing they would be dragged into it. After lunch, Yi Xianglei said to Qing Tian, come on, let's go have some fun. Where are we going? Qing Tian trusted Yi Xianglei and willingly let him carry her away. I'm taking you to see some excitement. Yi Xianglei headed straight to Widow Lu's house, where many villagers had gathered to watch. Most had just finished lunch, and some even brought their bowls, eating while watching the commotion. At that moment, about 10 of old Mrs. Tian's children and grandchildren surrounded Widow Lu's house. Justice for the victim. Hand over the one responsible. One life for another. If they don't come out, we'll break down the door. Meanwhile, the door to Widow Lu's house was tightly shut, and her family huddled together in the east room. Hearing the angry shouts outside, Zhang held the frightened Chunhua, trembling and too scared to speak. Wang Dalong frowned and complained, Mother, why did you have to pick on such an old lady? Now someone is dead. How are we going to resolve this? How was I to know? Widow Lu felt wronged. If she hadn't tarnished my reputation, would I have scolded her? If you hadn't believed those rumors and argued with me, would I have been so angry to scold her? Who dies just from being scolded? Who knows if she had issues of her own? Now that someone is dead, it's all on me? Who can I turn to for justice? Several villagers saw you scold old Mrs. Tian to death. What defense do you have? Wang Dalong was frustrated. Now her whole family is trapped at home, and the crops in the field need harvesting. Now you care about the crops? Why didn't you think about that before? You just want to blame everything on me. Widow Lu was furious, clutching her collar. Why don't you just let me die from anger, and then I can give my life in exchange for hers?
I didn't say that.
Wang Dalong frowned. I think we need to find a way to sneak out and go to Beijing to find Dafeng. We can't solve this on our own. Thinking about how they had been stopped at the Qin residence before made Widow Lu uneasy. Even if they managed to sneak out, they still needed to find Dafeng. But staying in this deadlock wasn't a solution either. Why don't you go talk to them and ask them to bring back the couple? Then we can all sit down and discuss what to do next. Lu Widow spoke with a hint of guilt. Despite her earlier bravado, she had just seen old Mrs. Tian collapse suddenly. Now, whenever she closed her eyes, she could only picture the old woman's wide-open eyes and pale face. So, she didn't dare to confront the Tian family directly, and instead wanted to find a solution, fearing that if things went wrong, old Mrs. Tian might come back to haunt her. Qing Tian was being held by Yi Xianglei, watching the commotion around her, completely unaware of what had happened. Little Sue, what's going on? Yi Xianglei replied, It's that fierce old lady from before. Didn't her grandson and granddaughter bully you? She has caused trouble this time, and now people are coming to settle the score with her. He didn't mention anything about the deceased to Qing Tian, just explained the situation briefly. Qing Tian thought for a moment. The ones who had bullied her were Wang Zhengbao and Manhwa. So, something must have happened to their family? As she pondered, she heard Wang Dalong's voice from inside Lu Widow's house saying, Brother Tian, look, the situation is like this. Let's all calm down and discuss how to handle it. Before Wang Dalong could finish, the Tian family interrupted. What is there to discuss? Your mother should come out and take responsibility, and then this matter will be settled. Exactly. She caused my grandmother's death. What else is there to discuss? Stop talking nonsense. Just hand over your mother, and we won't bother you anymore. Hearing the back and forth outside, Wang Dalong felt his anger rising. If he really handed over Lu Widow, what kind of son would he be? Wait, if you talk like that, we need to have a proper discussion. This situation can't all be blamed on my mother, right? If your old lady hadn't told the villagers that my mother was immoral and pregnant, would my mother have gone to scold her? My mother has been widowed for so many years, living a clean life. Is what your old lady said even reasonable? The Tian family was momentarily silent after hearing this, but then they started shouting again. Even if my old lady said something, it doesn't deserve a death sentence, does it? Your mother caused a death, and you think you have a right to complain? Get the authorities. We need to bring the murderer to justice. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lao Tian's grandchildren rushed forward and began to push against the door of Widow Lu's house together. As Widow Lu's door started to shake, the village chief finally arrived to prevent the situation from escalating further. Chief, you can't favor Widow Lu's family. This is about my elderly relative's life. We won't let this go easily. Wang Guangping thought to himself, You all live in the city and leave such an old lady alone in the village. You rarely come back to check on her, and now that something has happened, you all rush here. Don't worry, I won't favor anyone in this matter. But surrounding her house like this isn't helpful. The issue has already occurred, so let's calm down. The two families should sit down and discuss what to do next, don't you think? Even if the weather isn't too hot anymore, we can't just leave the elderly lady here without proper arrangements. Yi Xianglei was enjoying the scene while holding Qing Tian when suddenly someone tugged at his ear. Ouch, that hurts. Who is it? Who do you think? Yuan'er pulled her son out of the crowd by his ear. It's fine if you want to join the excitement, but why are you holding on to Qing Tian? I think you haven't been scolded lately, and now you're getting restless. As she spoke, Yuan'er took Qing Tian from her son's arms, patted her head, and asked, Qing Tian, are you scared? No, Xiao Su brought me to watch the fun. Auntie won't scold Xiao Su. Qing Tian quickly defended Yi Xianglei and leaned in to blow on his red ear, saying, Xiao Su, it won't hurt anymore. Seeing this, Yuan'er couldn't help but kiss Qing Tian's little face. Qing Tian, you're so well behaved. I wish you were my daughter, Yuan'er said. Would you like to go home with Annie? I want to find my mom. Upon hearing this, Ching Tian became anxious and squirmed, not wanting Yi Waner to hold her, fearing she would be taken home and miss her parents. Noticing that she was about to upset the child, Yi Waner quickly reassured her. Auntie is just joking. Don't cry, I'll take you to find your mom right now. Sister Yi had been startled when she couldn't find her daughter after dinner, but when Yi Waner saw that her son was also missing, she understood what had happened. Sure enough, after a short while outside, she returned holding Ching Tian. As soon as Ching Tian saw Sister Yi, she reached out for a hug. Sister Yi held Ching Tian in her arms, finally feeling at ease. It's all because of that troublemaker of a son of mine. He didn't even say a word before taking Ching Tian away. Yi Xianglei quickly apologized to Sister Yi. Sister, it's all my fault. I'm sorry for making you worry. It's fine. Since he said that, Sister Yi didn't want to blame him anymore. She just said, as long as you take her out, I won't worry too much.
Just let me know next time.
Yi Waner quickly scolded her son a few more times, and that was the end of it. In the following days, both families continued to work on the autumn harvest, threshing and drying the grain. Once their grain was spread out to dry, Yi Waner asked Lu Quan and Yi Xianglei to keep an eye on it, and finally had time to check for the latest news under the big banyan tree at the village entrance. I heard that the Tian family initially demanded 50 taels of silver. 50 taels? Yi Waner gasped. The Tian family is really bold. Life is precious. No matter how much you pay, a person can't come back to life, right? Later, the village head did a lot of work to mediate, and they finally reached an agreement. As long as Widow Lu pays the Tian family 30 taels of silver, they won't pursue the matter further or report it to the authorities. 30 taels is still a significant amount.
Ye Yuaner remarket.
Don't be fooled by Widow Lu's usual stinginess. Over the years, De Feng has helped her family quite a bit, so she has some money. Hearing De Feng's name, Yuana suddenly remembered to ask, have they harvested their crops? What harvest? This morning, they settled the matter with the Tian family, and by this afternoon, Widow Lu was going around the village looking for people to help with her autumn harvest. If it weren't for this incident, most families would have already finished harvesting, and for the sake of money, they could have found help easily. But now, with the old Mrs. Tian's incident, everyone wants to keep their distance from her family. I just saw Widow Lu, Wang Dalong, and Zhang carrying sickles to the fields. They must be going to harvest. At this point, the conversation quickly shifted. Before, they told us to hurry with the harvest, saying there would be continuous rain, but now everyone is finished, and we haven't seen a drop of rain. Exactly. It pains me to think that if we had waited a few more days, we might have had a better yield. Waner, your family is lucky, you have help. We ended up finishing our harvest several days later. Waner quickly replied, that's just luck. Next year, they'll have to farm for themselves, so they won't have time to help my family. Others agreed that it made sense, and their jealousy faded away. After hearing the news at the village entrance, Waner rushed to the old Ye's house and sat on the Kong, chatting with Grandma Yi. They got so caught up in their conversation that they lost track of time until Sister Yi came in and asked, Aunt, should we eat at my house tonight? Only then did Waner notice it was getting dark outside. She quickly stood up and said, No, I have food at home that I can heat up. As she walked outside, she saw Ching Tian trying to bring a little puppy inside. The puppy loved Ching Tian but was full of energy, running around the yard and digging everywhere. It would only come inside at night when everyone was getting ready for bed, staying close to Ching Tian. Seeing Ching Tian insist on bringing it in so early, the puppy huffed and refused to cooperate. Sister Yi said, Ching Tian, it will go back inside when it's time to sleep. Don't worry about it. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. But Ching Tian replied seriously, Mom, it's going to rain. Dad said getting wet will make you sick, so we need to go inside. Hearing this, Yi Waner and Sister Yi instinctively looked up at the sky. It had been clear all day, and even though it was getting late, there were no clouds in sight, showing no signs of rain. Yi Waner thought it was just a child playing around and didn't take it seriously. However, Sister Yi knew Ching Tian's abilities and took her words seriously. After hesitating, she said, Aunt, Is your grain still drying in the field? Yes, it's been sunny for days. If we dry it one more day, it should be ready to harvest. Sister Yi frowned and said, I think it might rain tonight. Should we help you bring it in? Really? Yi Wan'er was confused and looked up again, seeing no signs of rain. But Sister Yi looked serious, not joking at all. Aunt, it's better to be safe. What if it does rain? Sister Yi urged. I'll send my eldest to help you. We can get it in quickly. We rely on this harvest all year, and if it rains, it will be too late to do anything. Yi Wan'er started to feel uneasy. You all eat first, and we'll decide after dinner, she said, still unsure about harvesting the crops. Sister Yi, worried they might run out of time, called out to old Yi. Let's go help Aunt's family bring in the grain. I'm afraid it will rain tonight. Although Yi Laoda didn't understand why, he agreed immediately after hearing his wife speak. Yi Wan'er knew that Yi Dezhao wasn't someone who acted recklessly. Seeing her skip dinner to help harvest their crops, she gradually started to believe that it might really rain tonight. Besides, Yi Dezhao was right. If it did rain, the year's harvest could be ruined. If it didn't rain, they could just dry it out tomorrow. Then I'll trouble you all, Yi Wan'er said as she followed Yi Laoda and his wife to the drying field. Lu Quan and Yi Xianglei were still at the drying field, their stomachs growling as they waited for Yi Wan'er to bring food. Instead of food, they received news that they needed to bring the crops home.
Mom, I'm starving.
Yi Xianglei complained, holding his stomach. What are we harvesting on such a nice day? If you're not going to work, go home and heat up some food. Stop talking so much.
Ye Yuaner şo ters ona güler.
Lu Quan, confused, looked at the sky and said, Dear, there isn't a single cloud in the sky. Who said it was going to rain? Yi Wan'er also thought it was unlikely to rain, so she didn't blame Yi Dezhao. She just frowned and told Lu Quan, Is it wrong for me to worry about rain? If I tell you to harvest, just do it without all the talk. Seeing this, Yi Dezhao quickly said, Uncle, I feel like it might rain tonight. We can help you harvest. It won't take long. Once Lu Quan heard this, he calmed down. After all, the Yi family had helped them a lot during the autumn harvest, and now they were here to help. What was the big deal about harvesting? So, everyone got busy. Yi Wan'er and Yi Dezhao held bags while Lu Quan and Yi Laoda gathered the grain from the ground and started filling the bags. Then they used a cart to transport it home. At that time, most villagers were either heading home for dinner or had just finished eating and were coming out. They looked at Yi Wan'er's family harvesting grain with confusion. Yi Wan'er and Lu Quan didn't know how to explain, so they ignored the villagers and continued filling bags to take home. However, Yi Dezhao kindly reminded everyone it might rain tonight, so everyone should hurry and bring their grain home.
Rain? Haha.
If it rains tonight, I'll eat this rake. This is our area, not yours. Do you really understand our weather? Sister Yi saw that everyone was skeptical and tried her best to persuade them, saying, If you don't believe me, it's best to leave someone to watch the grain tonight. If it really rains, we can pack it up quickly. She understood the hard work of farming and knew that the villagers relied on their harvests to survive throughout the year. Not to mention, after the autumn harvest, they had to deliver grain to the government. If the harvest was lost this year, families without savings might struggle to survive. So, even with the laughter and disbelief around her, she continued to encourage everyone as much as she could. Perhaps Sister Ye's sincerity touched them, or maybe it was because they saw Lu Quan and Yi Wan'er diligently gathering grain. Others quickly shifted from scorn to hesitation. Could it really be true? Didn't the officials say there would be rain after the autumn equinox? Lu Quan is so skilled at farming. Following him must be the right choice. Are you going to gather it? Aren't you? Let's gather it then. It's just a bit of extra work. Such conversations spread among many villagers, and gradually, more families joined the effort to collect grain. Only a few remained who didn't believe it would rain, standing by to watch and make sarcastic remarks. I think you all just have energy to waste, right? They just finished the autumn harvest and can't take a break. They're making more work for themselves. As the saying goes, morning glow doesn't leave the house, but evening glow travels 1,000 miles. Tonight's evening glow? I really doubt it will rain. At that moment, Lu Quan had just loaded the last few bags of grain onto the cart and was getting ready to head home when he suddenly felt a coolness on his nose. He paused, looked up at the sky, and saw a large dark cloud drifting over, covering Rongshi village. It's raining. Hurry up. Lu Quan shouted, quickly pushing his cart home. Raining? Where? Stop yelling. You scared me. At that moment, everyone was dressed warmly, and the raindrops were small. So many didn't notice it was raining and scolded Lu Quan for startling them. But soon, the raindrops became larger and more frequent. Wow, it's really raining? No way. What about my grain? More and more people felt the rain and stopped talking, focusing on gathering their grain. Those who had been resting at home also rushed to the drying yard to collect their grain once they realized it was raining. After Lu Quan and Yi Waner moved their grain into the storage room, they didn't rest and returned to the drying field to help others gather their grain. Yi Laoda also started to help, saying to Yi Da, "You should go home and call the others to help." The rain came suddenly and got heavier. By the time Yi Da ran back home from the drying field, the raindrops were so heavy that it was hard to see. She opened the door and called out, "Air, sand, see, it's raining. Quickly grab your things and go to the drying field to help gather the grain." Before she finished speaking, the three had already grabbed their things and headed outside. Yi Lao Si said, "Da, you should go inside and change your clothes. Mom said we should hurry to help when it rains." The three brothers quickly ran to the drying field, which was now bustling with activity. Besides the sound of the pouring rain, there was no other noise. Everyone was focused on gathering the grain. The brothers joined in right away, helping whoever needed it without worrying about whose grain it was. Meanwhile, Lu Guafu's family, who were trying to gather their crops in the storm, looked at their flattened fields and felt hopeless. Once all the grain was gathered at the drying field, some families were happy, while others were worried. Except for Yi Waner's family, who suffered no losses, the other families had some grain that got wet from the rain. Fortunately, they gathered quickly, which helped reduce the damage. The families that had previously dismissed Yi Da's advice faced the most significant losses. When they started to gather their spread-out grain, the rain had already begun to fall. Not only was the grain soaked, but some was washed away by the rain. They couldn't worry about that now, and had to focus on gathering what was left. Those who had said they would eat their rakes if it rained were now silent. Looking at the heavy rain outside, Yi Waner wiped her wet hair and said, "Today we really owe it to Lauda and his wife. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster." Lu Quan was still puzzled, saying, "How could it rain tonight? It didn't look like it was going to rain at all. Did you notice that Yi Laoda is not only good at hunting but also knows how to read the weather? If they hadn't insisted that it would rain, I wouldn't have told you to hurry and gather the grain." Yejuan misunderstood what Qing Tian said earlier and thought that Yi Laoda told her it would rain, which is why she wanted to bring the puppy home. Lu Quan nodded and said, "No, one of the people from the weather station told us early that it would rain after the autumn equinox, so we should hurry to harvest the crops." It seems they were right. If we had followed the usual schedule for the autumn harvest, the crops would probably be soaked in the fields by now. When he mentioned the crops being soaked, Yejuan suddenly thought, the widow Lu's family is still harvesting. They must be flooded by now, right? Lu Quan replied, "If it doesn't rain for too long, there's still hope. But if it keeps raining, then it's hard to say." "All right, the hot water is ready. I also made ginger soup. Let's quickly dry off and drink some ginger soup before going to bed." At this time, the people from the old Yi family, soaked by the rain, were also using hot water to warm up. Grandma Yi had someone make sweet ginger water and made sure each of them drank a big bowl before she was satisfied. Yi Laosi disliked the taste of ginger the most and grimaced as he managed to drink it, feeling the strong ginger flavor make his face scrunch up. Seeing him like this, Guasha rolled her eyes and said, "You wanted to show off. It's not even our own grain. You went out in the rain to help others. I really don't understand what you were thinking. It's about helping our neighbors. The autumn harvest is important, and we should help if we can. Back when we were outside the pass, everyone helped each other like this." Guashur replied unhappily, "You said it was outside the pass. It's not the same now. How many families in the village really welcome us? They're all just waiting to see us fail. You go out to help, and do you think they'll thank you? They might even call you foolish behind your back. Yi Laosi had just helped 2 families harvest grain and felt good about it. But after Guosher said that, he did feel a bit uneasy. Everyone was busy harvesting grain earlier. Who had time to say, thank you? You worry too much. Just go to sleep. Guosher snorted, turned her back to him, and faced the wall. Yi Laosi blew out the oil lamp on the Kong, wrapped himself tightly in his quilt, and slept with his back to Guosher. Yi Sen Sa brought over the reheated dinner and said, Big brother, big sister, you didn't get a chance to eat. I saved some for you, so eat it while it's hot. Oh, thank you so much. Big sister Yi, who was drying her hair, quickly got up to take the plate and put it on the Kong table. Don't mention it. It didn't take much effort. Just as Sister Yi San was about to leave, she saw Grandma Yi carrying Qing Tian over. I didn't know when you all would be back, and seeing that Qing Tian was so tired, I let her sleep in my room. But the child didn't sleep well at all. As soon as she heard you come back, she woke up and started crying for her mother. Eldest brother Yi quickly reached out to take Qing Tian, worriedly asking Mother, You're still not fully well. You could have just called me to hold her. You didn't need to bring her over. I just have a bit of a cough. It's not that serious, Grandma Yi said dismissively. Besides, Qing Tian isn't heavy. I can still carry her a few steps. Sister Yi De quickly gave eldest brother Yi a look, signaling him to stop talking. As people get older, they often feel conflicted. On one hand, they want their children to care for and treat them well. On the other hand, they still want to prove they are capable. If others think they can't manage, they will work even harder to show they are still useful. Although eldest brother Yi couldn't quite grasp Grandma Ye's sensitive feelings, he was good at listening to his wife. So, seeing Sister Yi Da's look, he immediately fell silent. Sister Yi Da smiled and said, He didn't mean it that way. It's raining outside, and it's chilly. Dr. Gu said you should be careful not to catch a cold. Yes, Mother, it's raining and cold outside. Eldest brother Yi quickly agreed with his wife's words. Only then did Grandma Ye's expression soften a bit. All right, I'll head back now. Sister Yi Sen added, Don't worry. I'll make sure to take Mother back. Grandma Yi laughed at her words, saying, It's just a few steps at home. What's there to worry about? Who told eldest brother and sister-in-law to be so caring?
Sister Ye San tiset Grandma Ye.
If I don't take good care of you, they won't even be able to eat in peace. She successfully made everyone in the room laugh, then took an umbrella to escort Grandma Yi back to the east room to rest before returning inside. The rain fell all night, and by the next morning, it showed no signs of stopping. Now, the villagers not only admired the skills of the Qingtian Observatory in predicting the weather, but many also changed their attitude toward the Yi family. Just after breakfast, someone came knocking at the door with an umbrella. Is anyone home? Eldest brother Yi went out to open the door and saw a villager he didn't often interact with standing outside. A visitor seemed to know he wasn't familiar with the old Yi family, so he introduced himself. My name is Yi Dongfu. I'm of the same generation as your father, so you can call me Uncle Dafu. Uncle Dafu, please come inside. Yi Laoda quickly invited him in. However, Yi Dongfu said, Thanks to your brothers for helping with the grain collection yesterday. I didn't have a chance to thank you then, so here are some Yanshan chestnuts for the kids to enjoy. He handed a basket to Yi Laoda and turned to leave. Yi Laoda felt the weight in his hands and quickly held on to it, but when he looked up, the man had already walked far away. Dad, what are Yanshan chestnuts? Are they tasty? Qing Tian asked, peeking out from behind Yi Laoda. Chestnuts are just nuts, Yi Laoda replied, bending down to lift her under the umbrella. You can't run out like this in the rain. If you go outside, you need to use an umbrella, otherwise you might get sick, do you understand? I understand, Qing Tian replied, her eyes still fixed on the basket in his hands. Dad, how do you eat chestnuts? Well, you can eat them raw, cook them with chicken, roast them, or make candied chestnuts, which are also delicious. Can Mom make them? Qing Tian asked, wrapping her arms around Yi Laoda's neck. Yes, I'll ask your mom to make you some candied chestnuts later. Just as Yi Laoda placed the basket of chestnuts in the kitchen and was about to take Qing Tian back inside, he heard someone knocking at the door. Several families who had been helped by the Yi brothers last night came to express their gratitude, and none of them came empty-handed. They brought gifts like jingbai pears, golden silk jujubes, hawthorn fruits, and sweet potato chips, all as tokens of appreciation. The children of the old Yi family were all excited. With so many delicious treats, they were in for a treat. Mom, Dad said you can make candied chestnuts. Qing Tian rushed to Yi Da as soon as she saw her. Are we going to have roasted chestnuts? Yes. I'll make them for you right now. Yi Da couldn't resist any request from Qing Tian, especially since if it weren't for her, the village would have faced much bigger losses last night. When the other children heard about the roasted chestnuts, they cheered and gathered around. However, making candied chestnuts wasn't as simple as just tossing them into a pot. Yi Da pulled out a small handful of coins and sent Yi Chongrui to the general store to buy some coarse salt and sugar. Then she called Yi Laoda over, poured out half of the chestnuts, and asked him to wash them and make small cuts in each one. Making cuts in the chestnuts wasn't an easy task. He had to be careful about the depth of the cuts and avoid hurting himself. Fortunately, Brother Yi was skilled with the dagger and quickly opened a small bowl of chestnuts. He also peeled a few raw chestnuts to tease the kids. The chestnuts sent by Uncle Dafu were not only large and thin-skinned, but also particularly sweet. Eating them raw after peeling was already delicious, and if made into candied chestnuts or cooked with chicken, they would be even tastier. Sister Yi soaked the open chestnuts in water, then lit a fire and heated the pot. After the pot was dry, she added coarse salt. While the salt was still cool, she poured in the drained chestnuts and began to stir-fry them. The coarse salt helped the chestnuts heat evenly and cook slowly. After a while of stirring, the chestnuts opened up like hungry little birds. Sister Yi then increased her stirring speed, and the salt began to fall off the chestnuts. Seeing the right moment, she evenly sprinkled sugar into the pot. Once the sugar was added, the color of the salt began to deepen, and a caramel aroma started to fill the air. Sister Yi was getting tired and called Brother Yi, saying, "You take over for a bit. Make sure to push the spatula all the way to the bottom of the pot and stir quickly, or the sugar will stick to the bottom." Brother Yi, being strong, took the spatula and quickly started to stir, pushing it deep into the pot with each scoop. The kids were captivated by the smell, peeking into the kitchen. "Don't rush, it will be ready soon," Sister Yi said while keeping an eye on the pot. When it looked almost done, she immediately told Brother Yi to take it off the heat and covered the pot. Qing Tian was pushed into the kitchen by her brothers, swallowing hard and asking, "Is it ready, Mom?" "It's ready." Sister Yi had just said 3 words when cheers erupted from outside the kitchen. Qing Tian's eyes brightened, and her gaze shifted from her mother to the pot. But Sister Yi quickly changed her tone, saying, "But you can't eat it yet." A chorus of sighs came from outside the kitchen. "Why not?" Qing Tian asked, feeling like she couldn't hold back her saliva from the delicious smell. "It needs to sit covered for a while longer, so the sugar can soak into the chestnuts and make them taste even better." "How long do we have to wait?" Qing Tian asked the question that concerned her 5 brothers the most. "Let Chong Rui teach you a poem, and when you can recite it, it will be ready." "Okay." Qing Tian immediately turned to find Yi Chong Rui. Yi Chong Rui knew this was a common excuse used by adults to keep them from asking too many questions. However, he still took out the poetry booklet that young Master Qin had given to Qing Tian and started teaching her a poem that she didn't know yet. To his surprise, whether it was the tempting roasted chestnuts or Qing Tian's improving memory, after just 2 readings, she was able to recite it perfectly. "Big brother, did I do it right?" Qing Tian asked excitedly. Yi Chongrui felt a pang in his heart. If only he could learn as quickly as she did. But he could only nod and praise her, saying, "You recited it so quickly and well. Not a word was wrong." Looking at his 4 confused younger brothers, Yi Chongrui sighed but regained a bit of confidence as an older brother. It wasn't that he was slow. It was that his sister was very smart. Not long after Yi Dajia had taken Qing Tian away, she ran back. Mom, I memorized it. You memorized it so quickly? Yi Dajia asked in surprise. Yes, Big Brother said I got it right. Qingtian nodded. Yi Dajia suddenly remembered the time she took Qingtian to the city, where she could repeat the 10 or so types of noodles after hearing them just once. It seemed that was not a coincidence. Qingtian really had a good memory. Yi Dajia bent down to pick up Qingtian and gave her a big kiss on the cheek, saying, "You're getting better and better. I didn't know you could memorize so quickly. Just wait a little longer, okay?" "Okay." Qingtian's face turned red from the praise, and she shyly hugged Yi Dajia's neck to hide her blush. "Recite the poem you memorized for Mom, and then you can have the chestnuts." Qingtian began reciting the first poem from the booklet, and her clear, sweet voice filled the kitchen. After she finished reciting all the poems, Yi Dajia indeed kept her promise and lifted the pot lid, using a strainer to scoop the roasted chestnuts into a prepared basket. The aroma of the roasted chestnuts filled the entire kitchen. Yi Dajia set Qingtian down, picked up the basket, shook it a bit to cool the freshly cooked chestnuts, and then called the children over to try some. "Be careful. Don't burn your mouths." As she spoke, she broke one open, blew on it, and after confirming it wasn't hot, she put it into Qingtian's mouth. "Is it good?" "It's so delicious." Eating the sweet and soft candied chestnuts, Qingtian suddenly decided that candied chestnuts had surpassed candied hawthorn sticks and had become her favorite snack. A pot of candied chestnuts was enough to make the children at home very happy. With the rain pouring outside, Sister Yi and Sister San Yi had nothing to do, so they gathered in Sister Arya's room to chat and help her with some thread. Sister Yi said, "Cousin told me yesterday that she found a job for me, helping with a wedding feast for someone else. I can't manage it alone. Would you two be willing to help out? The host wants to prepare 5 tables of food and will pay 1 tael of silver. If you two are willing to go, I can give each of you 101. This amount was decided after Sister Yi discussed it with Brother Yi. Generally, it's hard for women in the village to find work. In the city, they can at least wash clothes and earn about 40 to 50 won a day. Helping Sister Yi with a feast would only take a morning, and they would also get a meal, so 100 won was already a good deal. Although she understood this, Sister Yi was still a bit worried that Sister Yi and Sister San Yi might think it was too little or feel unbalanced. Before Sister Yi could respond, Sister San Yi immediately said, "Sister, I'll go." Sister San Yi knew that compared to the two sisters, she had the least skills and nothing to show for herself. She had been worried about how to make money, and now that an opportunity was right in front of her, she had no reason to refuse. Most importantly, she had the right mindset. Staying at home meant earning nothing, so any amount earned from working was good. Besides, she could only help Sister Yi with washing and chopping vegetables, so 100 won was already generous of her. Sister Yi hesitated a bit, not because she thought the pay was low, but because she was concerned about the timing. "When is the feast? If my clothes are ready by then, I'll help out. If not, I might not be able to go." "Of course, making clothes for the Qin family is a priority," Sister Yi replied, turning to look at the rain outside. "I wonder how long this rain will last. If it keeps pouring like this, it might be inconvenient for Grandma Jiang to come over." No one expected Sister Ye's words to be true. In the following days, the rain continued, sometimes heavy and sometimes light, but it never stopped. Families had to spread their grain out on the floor and the kong to dry it or let it dry in the shade. The crops at Widow Lu's farm have completely fallen and rotted on the ground, with some even starting to sprout, and the peanuts have become moldy from being soaked. A year of hard work has been ruined, and she also has to pay the Tian family 30 taels of silver. Widow Lu fell ill all of a sudden and could not get up from her bed. She couldn't understand why she was suffering when she had already asked the deity to help her. Shouldn't it have been old Lady Yi who was unlucky? Hadn't old Lady Yi been sick before? How come she was fine now? Wang Dalong invited Dr. Gu to check on Widow Lu. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Dr. Gu, wasn't old Lady Yi sick before? Did you cure her?" Dr. Gu thought Widow Lu was questioning his medical skills and quickly replied, "Of course, she is fine now." When old Lady Yi was sick, it looked very serious, but she improved after taking 1 dose of medicine. In fact, Her illness turned out to be a blessing in disguise. What do you mean by a blessing in disguise? Widow Lu's eyes widened. She had a chronic cough and poor lung function. While she was traveling, the problem was building up inside her. This time, it came out all at once. Although it looked dangerous, it actually revealed many issues that could now be treated. If it had been delayed, it might have become much worse. As Dr. Gu finished checking Widow Lu's pulse, he said, "Your illness is mostly due to stress and anxiety. I will prescribe some medicine for you to try for a few days, but the most important thing is to relax. Don't dwell on what has already happened, or you will only suffer more." Dr. Gu thought Widow Lu was worried about the Tian family's issues and her crops. He didn't realize that his words about old lady Yi being blessed deeply affected her. After Dr. Gu left, Widow Lu angrily shouted, "Spring flower, come here." Jiang quickly set down the clothes she was washing, wiped her hands, and entered the room, asking Mother, "What's wrong? Do you want water or something else?" "Help me get up," Widow Lu said. Jiang didn't know what she wanted to do, but didn't dare disobey her. She struggled to help Widow Lu get out of bed. "Support me. I need to go to Wang Posey's house," Widow Lu said through gritted teeth.
Ah.
Jiang thought she wanted to go to the restroom and was about to suggest bringing in a chamber pot. But it turned out she wanted to go to Wang Posey's house. "Mom, it's still raining outside. Why do you need to find Granny Wang? If it's not urgent, can we wait until the rain stops?" "I said I need to go, so we must go now." The Widow Lu couldn't wait any longer. She had to confront Granny Wang. She had spent a whole 500 coins. She had performed rituals and made offerings, and this was the result. Jiang had no choice but to hold the umbrella with one hand and support the Widow Lu with the other as they stepped outside. To keep the Widow Lu dry, she awkwardly positioned the umbrella over her head, letting the rain soak her back. The two women braved the rain, carefully making their way to Granny Wang's house. After knocking for a long time, the gate opened, revealing Granny Wang's wrinkled face. Granny Wang seemed to know why they were there and stepped aside to let them in. She told Jiang, "You wait here for a moment. I need to speak with your mother." Then Granny Wang turned to the Widow Lu and beckoned her to follow, slowly walking into the main room. The Widow Lu had come with a lot of anger, ready to hold Granny Wang accountable. But once she entered the room, the atmosphere made her feel subdued. Granny Wang slowly knelt on a mat, fiddling with her beads, and said, "If you hadn't come to find me, I would have come looking for you today." The Widow Lu was startled by this and wondered what she meant. "I know you want to ask why your luck has been so poor lately," Granny Wang continued. "I helped you pray to the deity before, and that's why Old Lady Yi fell ill so quickly. But unexpectedly, Old Lady Yi has a lucky star protecting her, with great power that even the deity cannot confront. If you continue to stubbornly oppose the Yi family, it won't be so simple in the future." The Widow Lu felt a tightness in her chest and exclaimed, "Is it simple now? My family's entire harvest is ruined, and I have to pay 30 taels of silver because of rumors. I'm sick now, and you still say it's simple?" Granny Wang remained calm and nodded. "Of course, if you insist on going down this path, it could lead to ruin and a tragic end." Hearing this, the Widow Lu felt a sharp pain in her chest and tasted blood in her throat. She opened her mouth to speak, but blood surged out instead. Granny Wang, unfazed, continued slowly, "See? This is the deity's warning to you. You can't win against the Lao Yi family. It's better to give up early and avoid getting into a situation that's hard to fix. By then, it'll be too late to regret," said Wang Posey as she stood up and called to Jiang Shi waiting outside, "Come in and help your mother back home." When Jiang Shi entered and saw Widow Lu with blood on her lips and front, she was instantly scared and felt weak in her legs. "Mother, what happened to you?" Jiang Shi asked, and when Widow Lu didn't respond, she quickly turned to Wang Posey. "What did you do to my mother?" Wang Posey shook her head expressionlessly. If she doesn't let go of her obsession, no one can help her. After saying this, she lit a bundle of incense, bowed 3 times to the altar in the main room, and placed the incense in the burner. The incense was homemade by Wang Posey, not bought from outside. Jiang Shi found the smell of the incense strange. After a few breaths, she felt a tightness in her chest, and the oppressive atmosphere in the room grew stronger. Not daring to stay any longer, she hurriedly helped Widow Lu leave. When Wang Dalong returned home with the medicine, he found that both his mother and wife were missing. Just as he was about to scold Manhwa, he saw Jiang Shi supporting the bloodied Widow Lu back. He rushed out in a panic, carried Widow Lu inside, and settled her down before turning his anger on Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi felt very wronged, but didn't dare to explain. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and make medicine for your mother." After scolding Jiang Shi, Wang Dalong sat by the Kong, watching over Widow Lu. After a while, Jiang Shi brought in the prepared medicine and carefully helped Widow Lu take it. Wang Dalong watched as Widow Lu finished the medicine and tucked her in, saying, "Mother, drink the medicine and go to sleep. A good rest will help." Widow Lu was worried about Wang Posi's words, but felt unwilling to accept it. If old lady Yi could get better with just one bowl of medicine, so could she. So, she closed her eyes, trying hard to fall asleep. However, in the middle of the night, Widow Lu was jolted awake by sharp pains in her stomach. "Oh no, oh no." Her groans woke Jiang Shi, who quickly got up and lit a lamp. "Mother, what's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Seeing her mother sweating from the pain, Jiang Shi hurriedly said, "Wait, I'll get the doctor right away." But at that moment, Widow Lu was only thinking about the warning from the spirit. This must be the spirit's warning to stop opposing the Lao Yi family. No need to find the doctor. Lu, the widow, grabbed Wang Dalong's hand tightly. "Tomorrow at dawn we need to pack up and move." "Move? Where are we going?" Wang Dalong thought Lu was confused. "Mom, let go of my hand. I'll go get a doctor for you." "The doctor won't help." Lu, with unexpected strength, held onto Wang Dalong's wrist firmly. "We can move anywhere, but we can't stay in the village any longer." Lu was rolling in pain on the bed, but her mind was racing with thoughts of avoiding trouble. "I won't bother the old Yi family anymore. I won't even think about it." Eventually, Wang Dalong broke free from Lu's grip and went to wake up Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu had never seen a case like Lu's before. Her pulse was normal, yet she was sweating and rolling in pain. With no other options, Dr. Gu prescribed some pain relief medicine. However, after taking double the usual dose, Lu's pain only eased slightly. Dr. Gu wiped the sweat from his forehead and told Wang Dalong, "I've done all I can. You should take your mother to the city for a checkup as soon as it gets light." Strangely enough, the next morning, Wang Dalong borrowed a cart and took Lu to the city for treatment. Once they arrived at the clinic in the county, Lu's stomach surprisingly stopped hurting. This made Lu believe even more in the old woman's words, and she refused to return to Rongxi village. "Doctor, what is wrong with my mother?" Wang Dalong asked anxiously, wiping the rain from his face. The doctor was puzzled. They had traveled a long way to see him, but after checking her pulse, he found nothing serious, just some stress. "Your mother doesn't have a serious illness. The prescription from your village doctor was fine. Don't worry, she just needs to take the medicine for a few days." "But my mother was in pain all night after taking the medicine," Wang Dalong replied. "Doctor, please examine her again." The doctor checked her pulse again, looked at her tongue, and examined Lu's abdomen, finding no issues. He then called Wang Dalong outside and said, "I might be saying something inappropriate, but what is your mother's personality like? Could she be pretending to be ill?" Wang Dalong was alarmed and replied, "Doctor, what do you mean? Why would my mother pretend to be sick?" As soon as he finished speaking, they heard Lu, the widow, shouting from inside the house, "Dalong, rent a house in the county town right away and move. I will never return to Rongxi village. If you still care about me as your mother and want me to live well, hurry up and rent a place." The doctor, with a knowing expression, patted Wang Dalong on the shoulder and said, "I think you should have a good talk with your mother. If your family can manage it, it might be best to follow her wishes. Her illness is mostly due to stress, and pretending to be sick takes a lot of energy, which is causing you trouble too, right? Houses in the county town aren't all that expensive. If you look around, you'll surely find something affordable." Wang Delong was left speechless by the doctor's words. He had seen how much pain Lu was in yesterday, and it didn't seem like she was faking it. But now, hearing her shout with such energy, he suddenly felt uncertain. Due to the continuous rainy days, the villagers were stuck at home with nothing to do. Yuan'er decided to invite relatives who were marrying off their daughters to her home and called over Sister Yi to discuss the return banquet. 3 women from the other family arrived. Yuan'er introduced them to Sister Yi. This is my cousin. You can call her Xiao Hua. She married into a nearby village, not far from our Rongxi village, just a half-hour walk. This is her daughter-in-law. You can call her Sister Jiang. And this is her daughter, Qiu Yi. She'll be getting married soon. After introducing the guests, Yuan'er introduced Sister Yi. This is the eldest daughter-in-law I mentioned. She cooks really well. Since we are all relatives, if you have anything to say or ask, don't be shy. Let's clear everything up now to avoid misunderstandings later. Yuan'er spoke clearly and directly, making everything understood. Then she turned to her 3 cousins and said, since you came all this way in the rain, I, as the host, must treat you well. I have already prepared some food, so please stay for lunch and enjoy the eldest daughter-in-law's cooking. When Yihua heard about staying for lunch, her expression changed slightly. After the last comment, she sighed and said, Xiaowan, you scared me. Luckily, it's the eldest daughter-in-law cooking, otherwise, who would dare eat at your house? As soon as she said this, Sister Jiang and Jiang Qiui both lowered their heads and laughed, probably knowing about Yuan'er's cooking skills. Yuan'er wasn't upset. She had known her cooking wasn't great for a long time. You don't have to laugh at me. I know my cooking isn't good. Sister-in-law, show them your skills today. Yihua replied with a smile. Hearing you say that, I'm actually a bit excited. Don't worry, it will definitely exceed your expectations, Yuan'er assured Sister Yi. After hearing this, Yihua felt relieved. In fact, if it weren't for Yuan'er strongly recommending her, she wouldn't have considered inviting Sister Yi at all. Just the fact that she had just returned from outside the region made her a bit hesitant. It wasn't that she looked down on Sister Yi as a person. She had heard that over there, they just throw everything into the pot to cook, and it was hard to guarantee even the taste, let alone the presentation. The only reason she brought her daughter and wife along was because Yuan'er insisted. On the way, she was thinking about how to taste Sister Ye's cooking first without hurting feelings, not wanting Yuan'er to think she didn't trust her. To her surprise, Yuan'er brought it up first, which relieved her. However, Sister Yi felt a bit uneasy after hearing Yuan'er. She had kindly tried to help her make money. How could she ask her to buy things to test the dishes? Yuan'er noticed what Sister Yi was thinking and said to Yihua, You 3 sit down. I'll take sister-in-law to the kitchen. Once they were in the kitchen, before Sister Yi could speak, Yuan'er quickly said, Sister-in-law, you don't have to worry about this. Even if I hadn't helped you, I would still need to entertain relatives when they visit, right? My cooking isn't good, so I either have to buy ready-made food or ask someone for help. Either way, I end up spending extra money or owing someone a favor. So, you come help me cook for the relatives and at the same time, you can secure this deal for yourself. No one owes anyone anything. It's a win-win situation. After hearing this from Yuan'er, Sister Yi felt it made sense. But she hadn't realized that if it weren't to help her get this job, Yuan'er wouldn't have needed to invite Yihua and her family over for dinner at all. Yuan'er sincerely thought about Sister Yi and patted her shoulder, saying, This is your first time preparing a banquet for others. They don't know how good your cooking is, so they are naturally worried. But if you can take this job, it will be much easier for you in the future. Just think about it. Xiao Hua's family is hosting a return banquet with 5 tables. If we count 10 people per table, that's about 40 to 50 people. If those 40 to 50 people enjoy the dishes you make, they will spread the word without you even asking. After the autumn harvest is the perfect time for celebrations. If you seize this opportunity, you will definitely earn a good amount this fall. Aunt, you've planned this so well for me. I don't know how to thank you, Sister Yi said, touched as she held Yuan'er's hand. Don't worry, I will give my all to make this banquet. There's no need to thank me. You just returned from outside, so helping you is the least I can do. Besides, your family has always helped mine more. If I can help you this time, I'll be happier than you. Okay, Aunt, I won't be polite then. I'll go home and let my family know, and I'll come back to prepare lunch soon. Go ahead, Yuana said as she walked Sister Yi to the door. At the entrance, she remembered to add, make sure to bring Qing Tian over to have lunch together. Aunt, that's not necessary.
Qing Tian.
Sister Yi started to decline, but then Yi Xianglei popped his head out from the side room and shouted, Sister, bring Qing Tian over to play. All right, it's settled then. Yuana held up an umbrella for Sister Yi and gently pushed her out the door. Sister Yi went home to inform Grandma Yi and then told Brother Yi before taking Qing Tian to Yuana's house. Qing Tian, Mommy is going to cook. Can you be a good girl and play with your cousin in the house? Okay. Qing Tian really liked this cousin who had shared walnuts and given her a little gourd. As the youngest in the family, Yi Xianglei didn't have any younger siblings to play with. It was good enough that his older sister and brother didn't bully him when they were young, and he had never seen a well-behaved child like Qing Tian, so he spoiled her a lot. After seeing how much Qing Tian liked the little gourd last time, Yi Xianglei dug out many of his childhood toys, cleaned and repaired them, planning to give them to Qing Tian later. But with the busy autumn harvest and the continuous rain, he hadn't found the chance yet. Today, Yi Dazhao finally brought Qing Tian over, and he was very happy. Qing Tian, come here quickly and see what your uncle found for you. Yuaner comes from a modest family, and the toys Yi Xianglei had as a child were actually leftover from his older siblings. Fortunately, this child has always cherished her belongings, so even though they are old, they are well preserved. However, there are only a small box of building blocks, a tangram, a sandbag, and a few pretty little stones. If a child from a wealthy family saw these, they might look down on them, but for Qing Tian, she had never had her own toys at the Shan family. The Yi family had also escaped from hardship, so they could not think about bringing toys for the children. Yi Laoda and Yi Dazhao had never had children before, and although they loved Qing Tian, they focused more on providing for her needs and did not consider buying her toys. So, the few simple toys that Yi Xianglei had immediately caught Qing Tian's attention. Have you played with a tangram before? Yi Xianglei asked as he noticed Qing Tian staring at the tangram for a long time, and he brought it in front of her. Is this a tangram? Qing Tian asked softly. She had heard other children in her village talk about it before. There was a beautiful little girl who was very different from Qing Tian. She was quite spoiled at home. When Qing Tian went out to cut pig grass, she heard her bragging to her friends that her father went to the city to deliver goods and bought her a set of tangrams. They were very pretty and very fun. Qing Tian didn't know what a tangram was, but she remembered the word clearly. She even vaguely dreamed of Shan Laoda buying a set of tangrams for her younger brother, so she finally saw what a tangram looked like. But since she had never seen one before, even in her dreams, the tangram was hidden behind a mist, and she couldn't see it clearly. Today, she finally saw what a tangram looked like. In a shallow square wooden tray, there were many pieces of wood of different shapes and sizes, painted in bright colors. Although the paint had faded over the years, to Qing Tian, it was already very beautiful. She reached out carefully to touch it, then quickly pulled back, afraid of breaking it. Seeing her like this, Yi Xianglei felt a strange ache in his heart. Usually Yi Laoda and Yi Dazhao were quite loving towards Qing Tian, but how could this child have never seen a tangram? Yi Xianglei picked up a small wooden board from the tray and arranged it into a pattern, asking, Qing Tian, what does this look like? Qing Tian tilted her head and couldn't guess for a long time. Yi Xianglei scratched his head and explained, look, this is the mouth, here are the wings, and this is the tail. Doesn't it look like a duck? The tangram pieces were all small wooden boards, so what he created could only resemble something, not be exactly like it. Qing Tian had never seen anything like this before, but after Yi Xianglei's explanation, she could vaguely see the resemblance. Yes, it really looks like a duck. Qing Tian finally recognized it and clapped her hands happily. Yi Xianglei was encouraged and thought hard to create a few more patterns. Look, doesn't this look like a person bowing? And they are wearing a hat. And this one, doesn't it look like someone riding a horse? This is a small boat. Have you ever seen a boat? Hearing this, Qing Tian immediately nodded. I have seen one, but it wasn't like this boat. It was really, really big. She raised her arms and tried her best to show how big the boat was, but she couldn't quite express it. It was just super huge, taller than a house. My dad said that boat had many rooms and could hold a lot of people, and it could go really far away. Qing Tian was trying to remember what Yi Laoda had said back then. My dad said people could stay on those boats for 10 days or even half a month. Yi Xianglei had never seen such a big boat and thought Qing Tian might be exaggerating. However, he didn't think she was bragging. He just felt she was too young, and everything seemed big to her. So he smiled and asked, "Where did you see it?" "In Tianjin Wei." Qing Tian remembered clearly and continued to explain to Yi Xianglei. Brother Qin said those big boats come from the south, and some from other countries. Those countries are really far away, and some take several months to reach. He said there are many sailors in Tianjin Wei, and they are at sea for over a year before coming back. Some even die at sea and never return. It's very dangerous. Qing Tian had a good memory. Even though some time had passed, she still remembered what everyone had said clearly. Yi Xianglei was shocked by what Qing Tian said. He had indeed heard that Tianjin Wei was by the sea, with both canals and ports. The canal connects the north and south, while the port is for going out to sea. However, this was the first time he heard that going to sea could take so long and be so dangerous. Since that's the case, why do people still go to sea? Yi Xianglei instinctively asked, then realized it was a silly question. Qing Tian was still quite young, and it was impressive that she could remember so much. Who would know all that? To his surprise, Qing Tian actually did know. She said Mr. Wei said that most of those people go to make money. Even though a trip at sea can take 1 to 3 years, many people can earn enough in one trip to last a lifetime. Some go for adventure, just like some people enjoy climbing steep mountains. They are very curious about places they don't know. When we were in Tianjin, we also saw some foreigners who came back with big ships. At this point, Qing Tian shivered and said, "Those people looked so strange. Their hair and eye colors were different from ours, and their clothes were really unusual. When I first saw them, I thought they were monsters." Later, Mr. Wei said they were foreigners who came by ship from very far away. Compared to the foreigners, Yi Xianglei was more interested in making money. Hearing that Qing Tian remembered so much, he quickly asked, "Did Mr. Wei say why going to sea can earn so much money?" Mr. Wei said that the countries across the sea have a lot of gold and silver. They like our porcelain, fabrics, tea, and all sorts of beautiful things that they don't have. The same items that sell for 1 or 2 silver coins here can be sold for dozens or even hundreds across the sea. So, those who go to do business at sea will bring back a lot of gold and jewels as long as they survive the journey. Yi Xianglei's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely missing Qing Tian's comment about as long as they survive, and he began to dream of making money, his mind filled with thoughts of gold and jewels. Sister Yi was in the kitchen, working hard for the bright future described by Yi Wan'er. To satisfy Yi Hua and secure this business deal, she didn't dare to say she was using her best skills, but she was certainly striving for perfection from the moment she started chopping vegetables, hoping to do her best under the circumstances. Moreover, to make a stunning impression, Sister Yi even requested that everyone wait to sit at the table until she had finished preparing all the dishes. Yi Hua is not very concerned about what Sister Yi is doing. She only cares about the final result. If Sister Yi does well, everyone will be happy. But if she messes up, Yi Wan'er cannot force herself to use Sister Yi. So, Yi Hua calmly sits in the room chatting with Yi Wan'er. On the other hand, Jiang Qiui is restless and wants to check on Sister Yi in the kitchen. This is her wedding, a once-in-a-lifetime event, and she doesn't want it to be the same as everyone else's in the village. She insists on finding a chef herself. Yi Hua has only one daughter, whom she spoils, and she wants to make a good impression at the return banquet to show the in-laws how much they value their daughter. They should think twice before bullying her in the future. As the youngest and only daughter, Jiang Qiui often accompanies Yi Hua to family weddings and funerals. While she can't say she's been to hundreds of banquets, she's attended dozens, and the food is always similar. She feels like she might get sick of it. When she started to understand things better, she noticed how others would complain and pick at the food, and she secretly vowed that her wedding would not be like that. Before asking Yuaner for help, Yihua had already taken Jiang Qiui to the county town. They inquired around and found two chefs who confidently claimed they could create new dishes. However, when they tried the food, Jiang Qiui realized their so-called new dishes were just the same old recipes, only presented more elegantly. She was not impressed with either chef, which is why Yihua turned to Yuaner. Yihua's intention was to ask Lu Quan, who is from a neighboring county, to find someone skilled who would be willing to cater a rural banquet. But when Yuana heard she was looking for someone to handle the banquet, she immediately got excited and insisted on introducing Sister Yi to her. She even said things like, "I promise you won't be disappointed," not knowing how much she was influenced. However, unlike Yihua's indifference, Jiang Qiui has a different perspective. She knows Yuana well and understands that she is not someone who makes empty promises. So, she came to try the food with high hopes. After what felt like countless times of bowing, Yuhua could no longer ignore the fact that they were still guests at Yuan's house. She scolded her daughter, "You're about to get married, yet you're still so restless. I didn't want to say anything while you were at Aunt Wan's, but haven't you had enough?" Jiang Qiui's face turned red from the scolding, and she looked down. Seeing this, Sister Jiang quickly tried to ease the tension, saying, "Mom, my little sister just looks like she needs to go to the bathroom." She didn't want to interrupt your chat with Aunt Wan, so she's been shifting around on the stool. "Keep talking. I'll take my little sister to the bathroom." Sister Jiang's words not only helped Jiang Qiui but also gave Yihua way to relax without losing face in front of Yuan. Yuan couldn't help but feel impressed, thinking that her cousin must have been very lucky to have such a considerate daughter-in-law. If her two mischievous sons could marry someone half as good as Sister Jiang, she would burn paper at the family grave for 3 days and nights to thank their ancestors. As Sister Jiang accompanied Jiang Qiui outside, she quietly said, "I really wonder who you take after. Why are you so impatient? I'm worried that on your wedding day, before your brother can carry you, you'll run out of the house and jump into the carriage." "Oh, big sister, what are you saying?" Jiang Qiui felt embarrassed, but she couldn't help but smile. Sister Jiang teased her while walking towards the back of the house. "Big sister, what are you doing?" Jiang Qiui wanted to check the kitchen but was hesitant to go alone. "Just wait for me. I need to go to the bathroom first." Before long, Sister Jiang returned from the backyard and washed her hands under the rainwater at the porch. Then she accompanied Jiang Qiui to peek outside the kitchen. However, after watching for a while, all Jiang Qiui noticed was that Aunt Yu was busy inside and she couldn't see anything clearly. "Let's go back. Otherwise, if Mom finds out, we'll get scolded again," Sister Jiang said, grabbing Jiang Qiui's hand to stop her from pushing the kitchen door. "No, we can't. There are rules in their line of work. Peeking is considered stealing knowledge, and we won't be able to explain ourselves later," Sister Jiang replied, pulling Jiang Qiui back inside. Fortunately, Aunt Yu was almost done preparing, with just a few dishes left to cook. Less than half an hour later, Aunt Yu finally finished making 8 dishes with the ingredients Yuan had prepared earlier. After placing the dishes on the table in the West Room, Aunt Yu took off her apron and went out to call everyone for dinner. Yihua was talking to Yuaner about her mother-in-law, feeling envious of how Yuaner had a son-in-law living with them, which saved a lot of trouble. As they got up and walked to the West Room, just when she was about to finish her sentence, Yuaner, who had been responding attentively, suddenly fell silent. On the other side, Sister Jiang and Jiang Qiui also looked surprised. Yihua followed their gaze to the table and was immediately captivated. However, she quickly reminded herself that she had seen impressive food presentations before, and if the taste was bad, it would be a disaster. But Jiang Qiui's eyes were completely glued to the beautifully arranged dishes on the table, unable to look away. Without mentioning anything else, just the dish in the center made Jiang Qiui decide that she must invite Sister Yi to prepare a feast for her. In the center was a dish, where the head and body of a phoenix were carved from carrots, and the feathers were made from rolled tofu skin filled with meat. Besides this dish, The table also had sweet and sour pork, pork knuckle, carp, stir-fried intestines, chicken with mushrooms, and cold cabbage hearts, along with a plate of a soft, fluffy dish that was hard to name. Sister Yi said, "Xiaohua, you all should try it and see if it's tasty." Since today's lunch was meant for Yihua's family to sample the dishes, Yuaner didn't let her husband and son sit down first, but handed her chopsticks to Yihua. Yihua's first chopstick went straight for the sweet and sour pork. This dish isn't difficult to make. Many people can do it, but making it delicious requires knowing the tricks. Especially the cooking time is hard to control. If overcooked, it becomes tough. But if undercooked, the pork is too soft and falls apart, resulting in a very different taste and texture. As soon as she took a bite, Yihua's eyes widened uncontrollably, and she kept chewing, unable to speak. Jiang Qiui, anxious, asked Mom, "How is it? Is it good? Don't just eat the sweet and sour pork. Try the other dishes too, or should I try them myself?" Yihua ignored her daughter's impatience and first tried a few dishes she was familiar with. She had to admit, even the same dishes made by Sister Yi seemed magical. Not only did they look good, but most importantly, the taste was really different from local chefs. Sister Yi watched nervously as Yihua sampled the dishes. The remaining dishes were ones Yihua had never tried before. "What are these dishes?" "This is braised pork knuckle, and this dish next to it is dry-fried fish, while the one in the middle is called golden phoenix, bringing good fortune." Yihua usually loves fish, but she had never tried it prepared this way. She saw a large carp with intricate cuts on its skin, revealing chunks of fish meat. After being deep-fried to a crisp, it was seasoned and sauced. The fish meat easily separated from the bones, and the first bite revealed a sweet and sour flavor. With the next chew, a satisfying crunch echoed in her mouth, showing just how crispy the outer layer was. The fish skin was very flavorful, and the meat was tender inside and crispy outside. This unique way of preparing carp instantly won Yihua's heart. She felt she didn't need to try any other dishes. She was already very pleased with Sister Ye's cooking. Even if the other dishes were made in the usual way, as long as there was this dry-fried fish, her daughter's welcome home banquet would surely stand out among family and friends. Feeling happy from the dry-fried fish, Yua didn't continue tasting the other dishes and called everyone to sit down for the meal. As soon as Jiang Qiui sat down, she picked up her chopsticks and reached for a plate of soft, plump white dumplings that she had been curious about since the beginning. "Sister Yi, what is this dish? I've never seen it before." Sister Yi quickly explained, "This is snow-covered red bean paste. It's made with egg on the outside and filled with red bean paste inside. I sprinkled a bit of sugar on top, so it can be considered a dessert. I made it to wish Sister Qiui a sweet and happy future." Hearing this, Jiang Qiui felt delighted. But fearing Yihua would scold her again, she tried to keep her smile in check and looked down at the white dumpling in her bowl. Making this dish both beautiful and delicious requires great skill. Sister Ye's snow-covered red bean paste was not only soft and plump, but also white like fluffy cotton. The outer egg white was as fluffy as clouds, and the sugar sprinkled on top resembled snowflakes falling from the sky, sparkling on the clouds. After admiring it enough, Jiang Qiui took a bite of the snow dumpling, revealing a bit of red bean paste inside. The fluffy texture and sweet flavor were hard to describe. Only those who have tasted this dish could understand. "Mom, sister, you both have to try this snow-covered red bean paste. It's really delicious." Jiang Qiui couldn't hold back her excitement, almost moved to tears by how good it was. At the table, Sister Jiang was particularly interested in the plate of cold tossed cabbage hearts. Cabbage was the most common vegetable eaten at home every winter. However, because they ate it so often, even with her trying different recipes, her family grew tired of it before the new year, and no one wanted to eat it anymore. But Sister Ye's cold tossed cabbage hearts were not only refreshing in taste, but also crunchy, offering a flavor she had never tried before. If she could learn how to make it, she could add a new dish to their winter meals to change things up for the whole family. At that moment, the three members of the Yi family each had their own thoughts and preferences, talking over each other, but they all ended up very pleased with Sister Yi. "Waner, Thanks to you for introducing us to such a great chef. Later, I'll give you a big red envelope to show my appreciation. Jiang Qiui was even more excited. No matter how many jobs Sister Yi could take on in the future, she would always be the first to shine. She could already imagine the surprise and envy of her friends and guests at her return banquet. Now she could not only impress her in-laws but also stand out among her close friends. With this settled, there was no need to discuss further details. Yi Hua quickly called everyone to eat. With such a big spread, the food would be less enjoyable if it got cold. Yi Xianglei brought over his little sister Qing Tian, who was engrossed in playing with a tangram, and handed her to Sister Yi, saying, "Qing Tian, let's eat first, and then you can play afterward." However, Qing Tian still clung to a piece of the tangram, unwilling to let go. Jiang Qiui watched Qing Tian's cute expression, worried that Sister Yi might scold her. She had experienced similar scoldings from Yi Hua growing up. Although she understood that Yi Hua meant well, it still left a lasting impression on her. So she quickly helped Yi Xianglei persuade her, saying, "Little sister, you need to focus on eating. Please put down the tangram. I promise no one will touch it. We can play with it after we finish eating, okay?" When Sister Yi saw Qing Tian holding on to the tangram, she suddenly realized she hadn't thought to buy the child any toys. She felt a mix of emotions and, instead of scolding Qing Tian, said, "It's fine. If she wants to hold it, let her. I'll feed her while she plays." Sister Yi was filled with regret and concern for Qing Tian, completely unaware that her actions had made her look like a typical overindulgent parent in the eyes of Yi Hua and Jiang Qiui. Yi Hua, who always emphasized rules at home, frowned at the scene. Jiang Qiui, having been scolded for many years, understood her mother very well. As soon as she saw her frown, she felt uneasy, fearing that Yi Hua might stop her from helping Sister Yi because of her indulgence. Fortunately, Yi Hua only found it a bit inappropriate and frowned slightly. However, since Sister Yi's children were not her own, how others chose to spoil them was not her concern. She wouldn't stop Sister Yi from cooking just because of this. Instead, she thought it better to enjoy the food before it was all eaten by Lu Quan and Yi Xianglei. Yi Hua was puzzled, as she had heard from Yi Yuan that her family had eaten Sister Yi's cooking several times, yet they were still so focused on the meal. What she didn't know was that Yi Yuan had put in a lot of effort today to ensure Sister Yi could succeed, buying pork knuckles, tenderloin, intestines, fish, and chicken, more than they would have for a holiday feast. Sister Yi had also worked hard to prepare the meal. With so much meat and complex dishes that were not usually made, Lu Quan and Yi Xianglei couldn't stop eating. Fortunately, they both knew how to be good hosts, and since there was plenty of food, they didn't finish everything without leaving some for the guests. However, Yuan felt embarrassed seeing her husband and son so engrossed in their meal, so she kicked Lu Quan under the table. Lu Quan, caught off guard, nearly choked. "Cough, cough. Why did you kick me?" Yi Yuan, frustrated, replied, "My leg fell asleep, and I accidentally bumped into you when I lifted it." Lu Quan immediately put down his chopsticks and reached out to massage her leg, asking, "Is it still numb?" Seeing Lu Quan's natural gesture, Yi Hua felt a hint of envy. Her husband never paid attention to such things, let alone helped her. Lu Quan seemed very comfortable doing this, clearly used to it at home. Everyone enjoyed the lunch, and Yi Hua quickly confirmed the dates and dishes with Sister Yi, even giving her 200 coins as a deposit, worried she might change her mind. Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll go with her to make sure everything goes smoothly." 3 people happily said goodbye and went home. After repeatedly thanking Yuan, Yi Deseo prepared to take Qing Tian home. However, Qing Tian looked longingly at Yi Xianglei. She felt she should listen and go home with Yi Deseo, but she hoped to stay and play with Yi Xianglei a little longer. They had only played with the tangram, and she hadn't played with the bean bags or building blocks yet. Seeing the look in Qing Tian's eyes, Yi Xianglei immediately understood. He stepped forward and said, "Sister-in-law, can Qing Tian stay and play at my house a bit longer? I'll take her home later." Yi Deseo initially thought Qing Tian should go home for a nap, but seeing the tangram in her hands, she changed her mind. It's normal for kids to want to play a little longer when they first get a new toy. So she looked down at Qing Tian and asked, "Do you want to stay and play with Xianglei?"
Can I?
Qing Tian asked, lifting her little face to look at her. "Of course. As long as you behave and listen to your uncle here, your mom will come to pick you up before dinner." "Okay." Qing Tian's face lit up, and she hugged Yi Deseo's neck and gave her a kiss. The child's soft lips and the smell of milk melted Yi Deseo's heart. She even started to think about whether she had enough time in the afternoon to go into town and buy Qing Tian some toys. Kids have such simple wishes, and they're not hard to fulfill. So she handed Qing Tian over to Yi Xianglei and went home with her umbrella to discuss things with Yi Laoda. When Yi Deseo got home, she noticed a mule cart parked in the yard.
Who could it be?
She walked around to the front to take a look and found it was the Qin family's carriage. Following the sound of chatting, she entered Yi Lao Er's room and saw Granny Jiang sitting on the edge of the Kong, looking at the clothes made by Yi Er Saw. They had chosen 2 pieces of fabric. Since the black fabric was a new item brought from the south, Yi Er Saw didn't dare to use it first and made the red outfit instead. During the new year, many people prefer to choose festive red fabric for their clothes. However, if not made well, it can look as awkward as a poorly made wedding dress. So Yi Er Saw didn't use all red fabric, but paired it with deep blue to tone down the brightness of the red. At that moment, Yi Er Saw and Yi Sen Saw each held up a sleeve of the outfit to show Granny Jiang. Sister Yi Er carefully studied the album that Granny Jiang brought last time and noticed that the clothes were mostly designed to be loose for convenience in winter. So, she boldly cut the fabric and made a set of clothes that fit well and looked neat. She then used the leftover fabric to make a large cloak that could be filled with cotton or fur for warmth. Sure enough, Granny Jiang was very pleased with the style of the clothes. She held them in her hands and examined the embroidery and stitching closely. Sister Yi Er's craftsmanship was flawless, and everything was done with great attention to detail, leaving Granny Jiang unable to find any faults, repeatedly saying it was excellent. "I believe the lady will be very satisfied," Granny Jiang said with a smile. "You can start on the other piece of fabric as well." However, Sister Yi Er was still a bit unsure and asked, "Granny, shouldn't we show it to Lady Qin before making a final decision?" "Don't worry, I've served the lady for many years, and I can tell what she likes," Granny Jiang replied, carefully folding the outfit and wrapping it up securely. "For the other outfit, just follow your own ideas." Before leaving, Granny Jiang slipped a banknote into Sister Yi Er's hand. "This is the payment for both outfits, you keep it." Sister Yi Er didn't even look at it and hurried to see her off. As Granny Jiang walked out, she scanned the yard and asked Sister Yida, "Where is Qing Tian? Is she napping inside?" "She had a great time playing at her relative's house this morning and didn't want to come back after lunch, so I let her stay there," Sister Yida replied. "I wanted to tell her," Granny Jiang said. "Last time she asked me to bring back walnuts for my little master, and he loved them so much that he asked the lady to make a string for him, which he wears every day. He even plays with them carefully, saying he wants to polish the walnuts. Because he wears that walnut everywhere, it has started a trend in the capital for buying and playing with walnuts. Oh dear, the prices in the shops have doubled. Some people even bought walnuts to send home, and believe it or not, there's a pretty good string of 18 of them. The rest are just random ones, but this string was kept by the lady for my little master, saying if he really likes walnuts, he can keep them to play with slowly." Sister Yida thought to herself, could it be the string sold by Yi Xianglei? Jiang Mama continued, "There's something funny to share. Everyone says my young master likes walnuts, and someone actually sent 10 carts of edible walnuts to our house." The doorman was confused, unsure whether to accept them or not. When the delivery person went back and told others, they realized that what everyone else sent were antique items, not meant for eating at all. This made the 3 sisters-in-law laugh. 10 carts of walnuts, how long will it take to eat all of those? Sister Yi said, laughing and sighing. Exactly. Because of those 10 carts of walnuts, the kitchen has been making all kinds of walnut dishes lately. Walnut milk, walnut paste, walnut crumbs, and amber walnut kernels. Everyone in the family is complaining about it. I managed to avoid a meal today by coming to get clothes. Sister Yi Er replied, if you had come a bit earlier, you could have eaten at home. Now, you had lunch in the county and have to hurry back after picking up your clothes with no time to sit and relax. Oh, I didn't let you know I was coming. With the rain today, I thought you wouldn't have prepared anything. If I had shown up unexpectedly, it would have been a hassle for you. They were chatting under the eaves outside the room when old lady Yi heard Jiang Mama was leaving and came out, saying, "Why are you in such a hurry? Stay a little longer." Jiang Mama quickly walked over, took old lady Yi's hand, and said, "Sister, I didn't know you were unwell this time. Otherwise, I would have brought you something to help you feel better. Don't come out to see me off. Be careful not to catch a cold. I might come back in 10 days or so, and by then you'll be better and we can have a nice chat." "That's a promise," old lady Yi replied quickly. "Next time, don't eat in the county first. Come straight to our house for a meal." "Okay, next time I'll definitely come and bother you." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiang Mama told everyone not to see her off and left the Yi family. As the guests turned to go back inside, Guoshi suddenly came out from the house, standing under the eaves, and said, "Oh, Sister Heir, how much did you earn making clothes for the Qin family? Share it with us who can't sew, so we can be envious." Although Guoshi smiled, her words were not kind, making it hard for the listeners to laugh. Yi Erseo had not yet figured out how to respond when old lady Yi couldn't hold back and said, after finally having a few peaceful days, "Can't you hold on a little longer? What's going on? Now that you can finally relax, you want to meddle in other people's affairs again? As your mother-in-law, I haven't even asked, so why are you prying?" After saying this, old lady Yi turned to Yi Erseo and said, "Don't mind her. This money is what you earned by working hard, so how much you make is your own business. Keep this money to yourself and don't tell anyone. As someone who has been through it, I can tell you after having 3 sons you have to tighten your belt. The big expenses are still ahead." Thinking of how hard it was for old lady Yi to marry off her 4 sons, Yi Erseo suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulders. Isn't it even more expensive to marry a daughter-in-law inside the gates than outside? Actually, she wasn't even thinking about marrying off her sons in the future. Just the cost of schooling for her 3 sons was enough to give her a lot of gray hairs. She thanked old lady Yi and hurried back to her room. Guoshi let out a loud, cold snort from behind. Yi Erseo didn't have time to pay attention to Guoshi and closed the door before unfolding the banknote she had been holding tightly. But the moment she opened it, she closed her eyes again, not daring to look. Holding the banknote, she called, "Changrui, come here quickly. Tell me how much is written on this banknote. Just tell me quietly after you look, but don't shout or tell anyone else." Yi Changrui came over, took a glance, and his heart raced. He quickly leaned in to whisper in Yi Erseo's ear, "Mom, it says 20 taels." Yi Erseo calculated in her mind. Making a set of clothes costs 10 taels, which is about 500 won a day. Her heart filled with joy as she opened her eyes wide and carefully examined the banknote. After looking for a long time, she finally put the banknote away in the box with the money she had earned from mending skirts. After securing the banknote and locking the box, Yi Erseo still felt uneasy. She paced around the room several times, then suddenly slapped her forehead and said, "I knew something felt off. Changrui, stay here and watch. I'm going to buy some things and we'll be back soon." As she spoke, she took some money, grabbed an umbrella, and quickly went out. Guoshi, still standing at the door of the opposite room, couldn't help but say, "Oh, Erseo, just earned some money and can't hold on to it? You're going out to buy things in the rain?" Hearing this, Yi Sansa, who lived in the opposite room, couldn't help but respond, "How do you know? Are you a worm in someone's belly? You seem to know everything about what they're going to do." Gua said, "Third sister-in-law, listen to what you just said. How about we make a bet and ask the second sister-in-law if she's going out to buy something?" Before Yi San could respond, Yi Er interrupted, "No need to bet. I'm not afraid to tell you. I am going out to buy something. If you want to know what I'm buying, just wait here, and you'll find out when I get back." After saying this, Yi Er opened her umbrella and left the house. Gua muttered to herself, "I can wait. I'm not scared." She thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what urgent thing Yi Er needed to buy right now. Besides, Although she hadn't been to the village store, she had heard from Yi Laosi that it was similar to those outside the village, with nothing valuable to find. Before long, Yi Er returned with her umbrella. Guo widened her eyes to look at her, but didn't see her carrying anything. Second sister-in-law, why didn't you buy anything? Did you find the village store's items unappealing and plan to go to the city instead? Yi Er glanced at Guo and walked straight to the east room. After putting away her umbrella, she pulled something out from her pocket and shook it, saying, "You wanted to see, right? Can you see it clearly now?" From a distance, Guo could only see a yellow object. Curious, Yi-sen got a closer look and immediately burst into laughter. Guo squinted to see better and realized that Yi Er was holding a brass padlock. Second sister-in-law, what does this mean? Guo's expression changed suddenly. It means exactly what you think, Yi Er said, without looking back, as she went inside. Yi-san felt secretly pleased, not expecting the usually quiet second sister-in-law to be so sharp-tongued. Soon, everyone in the family knew about Yi Er hanging a padlock on the door. Although they all understood why she did it, having such a big lock on the door of a room where the family lived together felt a bit uncomfortable for everyone. While Yi-sen felt satisfied when Yi Er silenced Guo, after returning home, she thought more about it and began to feel that this situation might not be quite right. She wanted to find someone to talk to, but Yi Lao-sen was nowhere to be found. It was also awkward to discuss this with the other family members, as it would seem like she was gossiping behind their backs, so she decided to let it go. However, for Yi Sen-sa, although she found the situation a bit strange, it didn't really concern her. She would never steal from others, so she didn't care whether someone locked their door or not. In this whole situation, the most troubled person was actually Yi Laosi. When Guo went back to complain to Yi Laosi about it, he was clearly taken aback. He didn't hear a word of what she said afterward. Once Guo got tired and left, he quickly found an excuse to take a walk to the opposite east wing, and indeed saw a shiny yellow brass lock hanging on his second brother's door. Yi Laosi's expression instantly darkened, and he felt very uneasy. But he had no way to change things. After all, Guo had indeed stolen money from his older brother and sister-in-law, so it was understandable that the family was wary of him. Although he could rationally understand this, it still hurt him emotionally. Yi Laosi often wondered why, after his three brothers married, the family remained harmonious. Why did things change so much after he got married? Why couldn't Guo behave like the other sisters-in-law? Sometimes, when he couldn't sleep at night, he would even silently blame his father for arranging this marriage for him. On the day they buried his father in the ancestral grave, Yi Laosi knelt before the grave and didn't ask for his father's blessing for wealth. Instead, he silently wished for Guo to improve and stop causing chaos in the family. After all, it was his father who arranged this marriage, and he hoped his father could bless his future. As Yi Laosi came out of the east wing and was about to head back home, he ran into Yi Laer, who had just returned from outside. Yi Laer had spent the afternoon with Yi Lao-san at Yi Dongkue's house, first discussing work at the carpenter's shop, then talking about the different farming seasons inside and outside the city. Once they started talking about farming, Yi Laer lost track of time and continued chatting with Yi Dongkue until Yi Lao-san urged them several times to come back together. "Second brother, you're back," Yi Laosi greeted awkwardly. Yi Laer, oblivious to anything being wrong, casually replied, "Did you need something? Come in and sit for a while." Just as your second sister-in-law finished making a piece of clothing, she hasn't started on the new one yet. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any space to sit on the Kong with all this stuff piled up. Yi Laosi quickly waved his hand and said, No, I'm fine. I just got a bit confused and walked in the wrong door after coming from the backyard." After saying that, he turned and rushed out the door, forgetting his umbrella and dashing into the rain. He hurriedly entered the west wing. Yi Laodi was left confused by his sudden departure. As he reached for the door, he unexpectedly felt a heavy, cold object and looked down to find a lock hanging on his door that he hadn't noticed before. When Yi Laodi entered, he saw Yi Urseo sitting on the Kong, sorting through leftover scraps of fabric. He asked, "What's going on with the lock on the door? Why is there suddenly a lock?" Without looking up, Yi Seo replied, I bought it. I know you bought it. Locks don't just appear on their own. I'm asking why you put a lock on the door? Why else? To prevent thieves.
Yi Seo said.
I don't want to end up like Desaw, who got her money stolen and had to let it go. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yi Laodi frowned and said, if you're worried about theft, just lock up the box. We've all lived in this courtyard for so many years. What's the point of locking the door? You're hurting the feelings of your brothers and sisters-in-law. What's the use of locking the box? What if someone just takes the whole box? Yi Seo replied irritably. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Yi Laodi frowned. Or did someone upset you? I earn my money myself, so I can buy whatever I want. If you don't like it, then just stay outside and sleep on the ground. Yi Seo knew deep down that she was just letting her anger out today. If Yi Laodi hadn't come in questioning her, she might have even taken the lock off herself. But his accusations only made her more upset, and she felt the need to stand her ground. Fine, do as you wish. It's your money, and you can lock up all the doors and windows if you want. I have no right to interfere, Yi Laodi said, turning to leave, heading straight to the opposite door to complain to Yi Laoda. When he knocked and entered, he saw Yi Dajia was also home, and he felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. Yi Laoda and Yi Dajia had already heard the commotion from next door, and knew what was going on. Sister Yi gave Brother Yi a look and then stood up, saying, Second brother, since you're here, why don't you sit for a bit? I need to find your wife to ask for some scraps of cloth. I plan to make a sandbag for Qing Tian to play with. Brother Yi nodded slightly, showing he understood Sister Ye's intention. The couple tried to persuade them not to go to bed angry. Sister Yi got up and went to the opposite door. Upon entering, she saw Sister Yi sitting on the kong, sorting through scraps of cloth while wiping her tears. Oh, dear, I just came to ask for some scraps. If you don't want to give them, that's fine, but is it worth crying over? Sister Yi looked up at the sound and, seeing Sister Yi, awkwardly wiped her tears away. Sister, please don't tease me. Just think about it, you two usually get along so well. Why are you arguing over a broken lock? Is it really worth it? I'm not upset about the lock. I'm angry about his attitude. Why does he blame me as soon as he walks in? I didn't steal his money. I'm his wife. He should stand by me, but he always sides with others against me. If that's the case, why doesn't he just go to them? Listen to yourself, it's getting more ridiculous, isn't it? Sister Yi suddenly remembered something and leaned in closer, lowering her voice to ask, is it because of that person? Sister Yi nodded, knowing she was somewhat exaggerating, but her feelings of unfairness were real. Just now, second brother came to our place. Actually, you misunderstood him. Sister Yi immediately knew how to comfort her. How could he side with Sister Yi Si? He cares about Brother Yi Si. You don't know, but Brother Yi Si just secretly came to check your lock and ran into second brother. Besides, you know what kind of person second brother is, right? He can hardly say a word, so how can you expect him to say something nice? Indeed, after hearing Sister Ye's words, Sister Yi showed some regret and unease. Although Gua is quite annoying, the more she annoys people, the more they actually feel sorry for Brother Yi Si. Sister Yi may not have arrived as early as Sister Yi, but after living under the same roof as Brother Yi Si for so many years, she knows what kind of person he is. When she was pregnant with twins, Brother Yi Si was still a young boy, yet he came to help her take care of Chang Rui. As soon as Sister Yi heard that Fourth Yi had come specifically to check on the locked door, her eyes turned red instantly. Sister, you know I didn't mean to hurt Fourth's feelings. I just can't stand that Gua's behavior. Is it easy for me to earn some money? I've been busy from morning till night for days, worrying that if I don't do well, Mrs. Qin will be upset, and I can't sleep well at night. It's been raining a lot lately, and finishing this embroidery is making my eyes hurt. Finally earning a little money, and he still has to act all strange, so that's why Sister Yi patted Sister Air's shoulder. I understand. Everyone in the family is putting up with him for Fourth's sake. If you want to lock the door, just do it. You don't need to think too much about it. Fourth isn't the type to hold grudges. He'll be fine in a couple of days. I'm here to talk to you, because I don't want you and second brother to fight over this. Thank you, sister. I understand. When he comes back, I'll talk to him. Exactly. Couples should communicate well. After discussing this matter, Sister Yi started helping Sister Air clean up the scraps of fabric. Sister, do you need scraps for shoe soles? These are cut from the fabric sent from the Qin residents. It would be a waste for shoe soles. I can find you some others instead. Look at these fabrics. The colors are bright and the texture is nice. You could take some home to make pouches. I only need a few pieces. I just want to make a sandbag for Qing Tian to play with. As soon as Sister Air mentioned it was for Qing Tian, she immediately began picking out the bright and pretty scraps. She asked while selecting, why not bring Qing Tian over to choose what she likes herself? Upon hearing this, Sister Yi suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh my. I knew I forgot something. Qing Tian is still at her cousin's house. Sister Yi quickly got up. I promised to pick her up. I need to hurry. At this moment, at Yuan's house, Yi Xianglei was at a loss, looking at the tearful Qing Tian. He tentatively said, Qing Tian, would you like your uncle to take you home? Wah. Mama said she would come to pick me up. I want to wait for her here. Okay, just wait here. Yi Xianglei felt heartbroken seeing Qing Tian cry. Little lady, as long as you stop crying, you can wait wherever you want. Sister Yi rushed to Yuan's house and immediately found the little crying bundle with red eyes. Yi Xianglei ran out of the yard with Qing Tian and quickly spoke to clear his name, saying, Sister-in-law, I didn't make Qing Tian cry. I said I would take her home, but she insisted on waiting for you. Sister-in-law Yi picked up Qing Tian and apologized, saying, I'm really sorry, I got held up with something at home. She then gently wiped the tears from Qing Tian's cheeks and softly said, Mom is late, it's my fault. Don't cry anymore, Qing Tian. Qing Tian seemed a bit embarrassed herself, turning her head away so sister-in-law Yi couldn't see her. She used her little hands to wipe her cheeks, trying to erase any evidence of her crying. However, it only made her look like a little kitten washing its face, which made both sister-in-law Yi and Yi Xianglei chuckle. All right, say goodbye to your cousin. Let's go home for dinner, sister-in-law Yi said. Qing Tian obediently waved her hand and said, Goodbye, Xiao Su. As sister-in-law Yi carried Qing Tian back home and stepped into the east room, she instinctively turned to look at the door across the way. She noticed that the copper lock that had been hanging there before was now gone. Inside, she could hear Yi Lao Er and Yi Er Saw talking softly. Although she couldn't make out what they were saying, it was clear they weren't arguing. Sister-in-law Yi entered her own house and raised an eyebrow at Yi Lao. Yi Lao understood her meaning and smiled, saying, I just scolded Lao Er. He's going back to apologize to his wife now. That's better. I see the lock is gone. Did Lao Er take it off, or? It was Lao Er's wife who took it off. She has always been reasonable. If Lao Er hadn't been so clumsy with his words, he wouldn't have made her so angry earlier. Exactly. Sister-in-law Yi placed Qing Tian on the bed and bent down to take off her shoes while saying, In my opinion, that lock was originally bought to secure a box. The only reason it was hung on the door was to spite Lao Si's wife. But after Lao Er came back and said a few things, he stirred up trouble that wasn't even there. How could they not argue? Look now, after admitting his mistake, she took it down herself. Yi Lao nodded but didn't say anything. Sister-in-law Yi then asked, Did Lao Er and Lao Sin go to Uncle Dong Kuei's house this afternoon? How did the discussion go? When will Lao Sand be able to go to the city to learn carpentry? They said they would go as soon as the rain stops. Uncle Dong Kuei is getting older and has a bad leg. These past few days have been especially difficult with the cold and damp weather. Both the second and fourth brothers want to go out and explore. I thought I would mention it to Mom during dinner night. If she agrees, they can go. If not, we'll discuss it then. Mom knows that earning money is a good thing, so why wouldn't she agree? The second brother is fine, but the fourth brother's wife is pregnant. Mom might want him to stay and take care of her. Besides, it's their first child, and she might not want him to leave. Sister Yi laughed and said, If you think that way, you're mistaken. Mom probably wants the fourth brother to go out and work, ideally finding a job that provides food and shelter until the end of the year. Why is that? Yi Lao asked, confused. Do I really need to explain? Sister Yi lowered her voice. Mom wants to take care of the fourth brother's wife while he's away. Yi Laoda finally understood the meaning behind her words. As for the fourth brother's wife, she would definitely prefer him to go out and earn money rather than stay with her. They've only been married for a short time, and they don't have much money or skills. If he doesn't go out to earn, will they just wait to struggle with their child? Yi Laoda had no response to his wife's reasoning and shook his head helplessly. Actually, I originally wanted to take the fourth brother into the mountains. It would give me company and I could teach him how to hunt. Sister Yi immediately interrupted. Just think about it, but don't say it out loud. You should have seen what kind of person the fourth brother's wife is by now. From now on, we must avoid any financial dealings with them. Even brothers keep accounts clear. After Sister Yi finished speaking, she didn't hear Yi Laoda respond and thought he disagreed, so she quickly explained, I'm not saying we won't help the fourth brother anymore. We should still help when needed. But looking at the fourth brother's wife, we really can't afford to get involved. Let me put it this way. If you kindly take the fourth brother hunting, will the catch belong to you or will it be split between the two of you? If it happens once or twice, that's fine. But do you think the fourth brother's wife will just let it go? Later on, if you help the fourth brother, his wife might twist the story and say you bullied them, trying to get more money from you. Yi Laoda realized he had been too naive before, and after hearing Sister Yi's words, he nearly broke into a cold sweat. He only hoped that Yi Laosi didn't have any special skills and worried that if he really went to the city to work, it would be too far from home. What if something happened to the Gua family and he couldn't help? At this point, Yi Laoda could only be thankful that he had only thought about these things in his mind and hadn't had the chance to tell Yi Laosi. Otherwise, if he had spoken too soon, he wouldn't know how to handle it. 3 days later, the rain that had been falling for so long finally stopped. When the sun shyly showed its long-missed face, everyone in the village, whether lazy or hardworking, had only one thought. They wanted to go outside and walk in the sunshine, as they felt like they were getting moldy at home. Sister Yi looked out the window and said, That girl from Xiaohua's family is really lucky. After so many days of rain, it finally clears up today, almost as if the sun came out just for her wedding. How are you all getting there? I can drive you, otherwise it will be too tiring. Don't worry, our family has a mule cart. She also wants to go to the welcome banquet, and she promised to take me and the third daughter-in-law with her. Then I'll go drive the cart for you. It's not safe for you ladies to go alone. Yi Laoda was still trying to persuade them, as he was a bit worried about his wife going so far to an unfamiliar place. But Sister Yi suddenly leaned over and touched his forehead. What's wrong? I'm checking if you have a fever. Otherwise, why are you talking nonsense? Sister Yi looked at her husband, as if he were silly. Are we really going to leave our uncle at home while we go to the welcome banquet? Only then did Yi Laoda realize that Lu Quan was also going along. That evening, the 3 brothers who had gone to the city with Yi Dongkue returned, and their expressions vividly showed what it meant for some to be happy and some to be worried. Yi Laosan was naturally fine. Not only was he fine, but he also performed very well. After returning, Dongkue praised Yi Laosan endlessly. You wouldn't believe it. Yi Dongkue took a sip of his drink and patted Yi Laoda's leg, saying, Laosan is truly talented. To say something blunt, Laosan has been held back by your family. After a few sips of drink, Yi Dongkue started to speak more slowly. You wouldn't know, but when we arrived at the carpenter's shop today, a customer came in to repair a large, intricately carved piece of furniture. That furniture was very complicated. It wasn't something you could understand just by looking at it. Seeing that big and complex piece, even the owner looked troubled. Guess what happened? Your third brother only took a few glances and with a quick effort, he fixed it for them. The carpenter shop owner praised your third brother endlessly. There's no need for him to start as an apprentice. He could easily be given a position as a helper. However, compared to Yi Laosan's success, Yi Laer and Yi Laosi faced many obstacles today. The two of them searched hard for jobs in the city, but for some reason, they were all rejected. Yi Laer was somewhat expected, as he only knew how to farm and seemed a bit older. But Yi Laosi couldn't even find a simple labor job, which surprised the family. Yi Laodi patted Yi Laosi on the shoulder and said, "Don't think too much. Maybe it's just bad luck. Try again in a couple of days, and if that doesn't work, go to the capital. There are always opportunities." Yi Laosen packed some things and went to the city early the next morning. Seeing Yi Laosen found work, the happiest person was Yi Sansa. She had been worried about her family's income. Now that Yi Laosen could find a job at the carpenter shop, it meant a stable income. She could also help her sister-in-law with some catering to earn a little extra money. With that, the family's savings would slowly grow. The more Yi Sansa thought about it, the happier she became, completely forgetting her worries about her husband being away for a long time, even dreaming joyfully at night. The next morning, Yi Laosen took a mule cart to the city. Yi Sansa stayed home to help Yi Dajia sharpen some kitchen knives for the catering at Yi Hua's house. Of course, the host was responsible for providing all the utensils, but Yi Dajia preferred to use her own, which weren't too heavy, so she decided to bring them along. Early on the third day, Lu Quan came to pick them up with the cart. Yi Erseo continued making clothes, so she didn't go with them. It was originally agreed that only Yi Dajia and Yi Sansa would go. However, just before leaving, Yi Dajia was caught up with Qing Tian and had no choice but to bring her little shadow along. On the way, Yi Dajia held Qing Tian and said to Yuana, "Aunt, when we get there, please don't go around telling others how good my cooking is." "Why not?" Yuana asked, confused. Lu Quan, driving the cart, said, "You don't know, your aunt has been practicing how to brag about you these past few days. She even boasted that at today's banquet, she could help you get at least 5 more clients." Sister Yi was deeply moved by these words. No matter what, Yuana truly cared for her and wanted to help. Seeing that Sister Yi didn't respond, Yuana thought she was just shy, so she playfully asked Qing Tian, "Is your mom's cooking good? Shouldn't we give her some compliments?" "Yes." Qing Tian immediately replied loudly. Sister Yi Sen chimed in, "Aunt, it's definitely good to praise my sister-in-law, but we shouldn't do it until we've all eaten a bit. Think about it. If we start praising her cooking early in the morning, it will raise everyone's expectations, and when we eat, even if it's delicious, it might not seem as good." Sister Yi San's last few sentences sounded like a tongue twister, but Yuana understood. She thought for a moment and realized it was true. Yuana slapped her thigh and said, "Thanks for the reminder. Otherwise, I would have meant well but done something wrong. Don't worry, I understand now. Just wait for the good news." The adults chatted along the way, while Yi Xianglei patiently played with Qing Tian and her sandbags at the back of the cart. In the past few days, Sister Yi had sewn several small sandbags for Qing Tian. They were made from leftover fabric used for making clothes for young Master Qin, all high-quality materials with bright colors. One red sandbag even had tassels sewn on its corners. As soon as Qing Tian took out the sandbags, Yi Xianglei noticed it and couldn't help but pick it up to play with. This sandbag was so well made that even in the county, no one would have played with such a nice one. Seeing that Yi Xianglei liked it, Qing Tian generously handed it to him, saying, "Xiao Su, this is for you." Even though she liked this sandbag the most, she had other sandbags to play with. Plus, Xiao Su had given her his beloved gourd before. Qing Tian felt she should be generous. "Sweetheart, keep it for yourself." "I'm too old for these little kid things," Yi Xianglei said, but he continued to patiently play with Qing Tian, even lifting a leg to block the back of the cart to prevent her from accidentally falling. Although Sister Yi was chatting, her gaze remained on Qing Tian. Seeing how patiently Yi Xianglei was with her and how attentive he was, she couldn't help but praise him to Yuana, saying, "Xianglei really acts like an adult. It's rare for a boy his age to be so steady while helping to look after a child. He treats Qing Tian like this too." Yuana looked up and said, "You don't know how those 3 used to fight when his older brother and sister were still at home. It drove me crazy. I just wanted to send them outside. Being a younger brother is different from being an older brother or uncle." Sister Yi laughed. "That's true." Yuana looked at the boy talking gently to Qing Tian and could hardly believe he was her son. "If I had known, I should have had another brother or sister for him. Maybe he would have understood things better sooner. They were all sitting on a flatbed cart, and Yi Xianglei could hear their conversation clearly. He had been quiet until now, but finally couldn't hold back. Do you have the ability to guarantee that you can have a sister as well-behaved and understanding as Qing Tian? If not, then forget it. Yi Waner, annoyed, slapped her son's head and said, "Can you speak properly? If I could have a daughter as well-behaved as Qing Tian, would I have ended up with a little rascal like you? Always making me angry." Yi Waner turned back to Sister Yi and said, "You don't know. It's just that Qing Tian somehow got along with him. Otherwise, he has no patience for little kids. Every time his sister brings her child back home, either the child ends up crying because of him, or his sister is in tears because of him. It's always a mess. Now that Qing Tian can help temper his temper, I think it's good. Otherwise, with his bad temper, he won't even be able to find a wife in the future." Yi Hua's family in Shuanglin village was very close, just a half-hour walk away. So the few of them rode in a mule cart, chatting and laughing all the way, and soon arrived. As soon as they entered the village, Sister Yi felt the difference. Shuanglin village was clearly much wealthier than Rongxi village. At least half the houses in the village were made of bricks and tiles. Yi Hua's house was also a brick house. Although it looked a bit old, it was still better than many others in the village. Just the height and brightness of the brick house were much better than the earthen houses. Since today was the day his daughter and son-in-law were coming back, Yi Hua had already cleaned up the yard and house, even hanging red silk to make it look festive. Lu Quan skillfully led the mule to the backyard and tied it up, then tossed some hay on the ground for it. Meanwhile, Yuaner had already started chatting with Yi Hua. Sister Jiang brought Sister Yi and Sister San to the kitchen, so they could start working. "I'll help you all." Thinking of the other person as a relative, Sister Jiang felt a bit shy and turned to leave, saying politely, "No need, no need. We arrived early, and we can manage in the kitchen here. Today is Qiu Yi's homecoming, so many relatives and friends will surely come. You should go help your mother-in-law greet the guests." Hearing Sister Yi say this, Sister Jiang smiled and went out. Sister Yi Sen looked at the kitchen counter, which was overflowing with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and quietly said, "Xiaohua's family is doing really well. When I returned home, my family didn't prepare half as much food. I can't even compare to you. I remember clearly that on my homecoming day, there were only 2 meat dishes on the table, and one was cabbage with pig's blood. It made me so upset that I cried all the way home. Fortunately, your brother didn't mind me. He didn't complain at all, and said the food was great when we got home. Otherwise, when I just got married, I had my in-laws above me and 3 younger brothers below. I would have been so embarrassed." Sister Yi entrusted Qing Tian to Yi Xianglei to take care of and started to help Sister Yi San. Yi Xianglei carried Qing Tian outside and said, "Come on, I'll take you to find other kids to play with." Sister Jiang had 2 children. The older one, a daughter named Xiaoling, was 5 years old, and the younger one, a son named Suazhu, had just turned 1. When Yi Xianglei said he would take Qing Tian to find other kids, he meant to find his niece, Xiaoling. When they found her, they realized Xiaoling wasn't alone. She was with several other girls of similar age. Since the guests hadn't arrived yet, these were likely children from the village who came to join in the fun. "Xiaoling," Yi Xianglei called out, "Come here, I want to introduce you to a little sister. Can you play with her?" Seeing several older girls, Qing Tian felt a bit shy and hid behind Yi Xianglei. Fortunately, Xiaoling was a lively and friendly child. She ran over and grabbed Qing Tian's hand, saying, "Little sister, what's your name? Come on, let's play together." "My name is Qing Tian," Qing Tian replied, encouraged by her enthusiasm. "What are you playing?" "They just arrived too, and we haven't decided what to play yet." So, Qing Tian generously took out her sandbag and said, "How about we play with the sandbag? Do you have small stones at your house?" All the kids' eyes lit up when they saw the beautiful sandbag. Xiaoling looked at Qing Tian with envy. On a sunny day, when they didn't respond, I thought they didn't have any small stones, so I said, "It's okay if you don't have any. We can find some clean ones to use." "Qing Tian, your sandbag is so pretty. said Xiaoling. My second aunt made it for me, and she also made the clothes I'm wearing. My second aunt makes such beautiful things. She could even make clothes for wealthy families in the capital.
Winkt Tian pres auntie enthusiastically.
But the other kids were focused on her sandbag. One of the tallest girls said, "To find stones, we need to go inside. How about we just play with the sandbag instead?" She turned to Xiaoling and asked, "Didn't you say your grandma started cleaning the house yesterday? Can she let us in?" Xiaoling shook her head quickly. If her grandma saw so many kids playing inside, she would definitely be upset. So she agreed. "Okay, let's go to the backyard to play with the sandbag. There's more space there." After saying this, Xiaoling took Qing Tian's hand and walked to the back. Yi Xianglei saw them having fun together and reminded, "Xiaoling, you're the older sister. You must take good care of your little sister, okay?" Xiaoling nodded casually and pulled Qing Tian along to join their friends in the backyard. Qing Tian had never played with a sandbag before, so she just followed the others' instructions. The tall girl took charge again and said, "Let's count how many of us there are. We need to split into 2 teams." After counting, they found there were 7 of them. The tall girl said to Qing Tian, "For the sandbag game, both teams need to have the same number of players. We can't split 7 people evenly. And you're younger than us, so if the sandbag hits you and makes you cry, that wouldn't be good. How about this? We play first and you can help us keep score. When someone gets tired and wants to rest, you can take their place." Although Qing Tian didn't fully understand, she nodded obediently. The tall girl then reached for the sandbag in Qing Tian's hand. Soon, the 6 kids split into 2 teams and drew a large square on the ground with sticks. 3 kids stood outside the square to throw the sandbag, while the other 3 stayed inside to dodge and catch it. Qing Tian finally understood how to play with the sandbag and felt a bit worried about her own. After all, it was a beautiful sandbag that Aunt Yi had just sewn for her. Whenever she played, she would wash her hands first, clean the surface, and even make sure to wipe each small stone until it was spotless. Now, watching them throw the sandbags around, they not only keep falling to the ground but also get accidentally stepped on. The originally clean and pretty sandbags quickly become dirty, and Qing Tian's little face shows her concern. She doesn't dare to run over and stop them, so she can only shout from below, "Don't throw them. The sandbags are getting dirty." The tall girl stops and rolls her eyes, saying, "This is how we play with sandbags. Didn't you just agree? Besides, it's just a sandbag. If it gets dirty, we can wash it. Why are you being so stingy?" After saying this, she picks up the sandbag from the ground and throws it at Qing Tian's feet, then tells the others, "All right, stop running around. We can't play anymore. She doesn't want to lend us the sandbags." Qing Tian quickly picks up her beloved sandbag, relieved she didn't take the one with tassels, or it would have gotten dirty and messy too. She tries to wipe off the dirt, but no matter how hard she tries, it won't come clean, and the color is no longer as bright as before, making her feel very sad. The others, who are having fun, suddenly feel interrupted and aren't very happy. The tall girl's words stir up some discontent among them. Even Xiaoling feels a bit upset. It's not that she wants to play with the sandbags, but she feels embarrassed for Qing Tian in front of her friends. Qing Tian senses their displeasure and steps back a little in fear, but still argues, "My sandbag is so pretty. It should be played with on a clean surface, not thrown on the ground." The tall girl, sounding impatient, replies, "Do what you want. We don't want to play with you anyway. You can throw your sandbag on the surface by yourself." After that, she tells the other girls, "Let's go outside to play." Seeing her friends leave, Xiaoling gets worried and looks at Qing Tian with some disappointment. But, remembering Yi Xianglei's advice, she grabs her hand and takes her outside. "Where are we going to play?" Xiaoling asks. The tall girl smiles and says, "Let's go to the mountains behind the village and look for broken pottery pieces, okay?" Behind Shuanglin village, there is a large kiln that is from an unknown dynasty and has been abandoned for some reason. The kiln has many old pottery shards that were broken and discarded, and the village children love to come here to search for them in their free time. If the broken pieces of porcelain are beautiful, they can be taken to the general store to trade for candy. So when she heard they were going to look for broken porcelain, Xiaoling didn't think much and brought Qing Tian along. Qing Tian tried hard to keep up with the other girls, but she was younger and got tired before they reached their destination. However, seeing that everyone else was still walking, she gritted her teeth and pushed on. Fortunately, the abandoned brick kiln wasn't too far away, and soon they arrived. But looking at the dark entrance, Qing Tian felt a bit scared and asked Sister Xiaoling, "Do we have to go in?" Seeing Qing Tian was afraid, Xiaoling suddenly pulled out a red string from her collar, which had a smooth piece of porcelain tied to it. The porcelain had a beautifully painted blue flower on it. "Isn't it pretty?" Xiaoling asked proudly. "It's really beautiful." Qing Tian gently touched it. Xiaoling quickly tucked the porcelain back into her clothes and said, "I found this here. There are many beautiful pieces inside. Not only can you wear them, but you can also trade them for candy at the general store." Hearing that such beautiful things could be found inside without spending money and could be traded for candy, Qing Tian was immediately excited. Xiaoling patted her chest and assured her, "I come here all the time. Just follow me, and you'll be safe." So Qing Tian followed her into the abandoned kiln. Part of the roof had collapsed, allowing some sunlight to come in. This place was not just a kiln. Due to the damage and collapse, it was connected to other abandoned kilns and buildings, creating a maze inside. At first, Qing Tian could keep up with Xiaoling, but soon she found it harder to walk while Xiaoling was busy searching for porcelain and didn't stop to wait for her. Before long, they got separated. Qing Tian stood still, looking around at the dark paths, too scared to move forward alone. Just as she was about to turn back, someone came up behind her and tapped her shoulder. "Ah!" Qing Tian screamed, her voice echoing in the kiln. "Why are you shouting? You'll make me deaf." Hearing the familiar voice, Qing Tian turned around and realized it was the tall girl. "Sister, I'm sorry, I can't find Sister Xiaoling," Qing Tian said sadly. "Then just follow me, and I'll help you find Xiaoling." The tall girl said this and led Qing Tian deeper into the abandoned kiln. After about half an hour, several girls came out of the kiln one after another, each with some treasures in hand. Xiaoling was the last to come out. When she saw her friends from the village but didn't see Qing Tian, she prepared to turn back and look for her. The tall girl said, "No need to look for her. She went back first." "She went back alone?" Xiaoling was a bit doubtful. The tall girl replied confidently, "Yes, after she got separated from you in the kiln. She refused to go any further and was almost in tears. I went over to ask her to come with me, but she got scared and screamed. When I saw she was about to cry, I really couldn't do anything else, so I took her to the entrance. I told her to wait for us to come out and go back together, but she insisted on going home. When I came out, I didn't see her anymore. She must have gone to your house." Xiaoling was still worried and said, "But she's not from our village. She doesn't know the way to my house. We just walked here together, so she must remember. Besides, it's not far from your house. If worst comes to worst, she can ask someone for directions. She won't get lost." After being reassured by the tall girl, Xiaoling finally let go of her worries and stopped thinking about Qing Tian. She followed the others to the general store at the other end of the village to see how many pieces of broken porcelain they could trade for some candy. Meanwhile, Qing Tian was left alone in the darkest part of the kiln, unable to see her surroundings, only able to feel her way with her hands. "Woo-woo, Xiaoling? Where are you?" Mom, I miss you." "Woo-woo, I want to go home." After Xiaoling returned from the general store with some candy, she ran into Yi Xianglei, who was looking for Qing Tian. From a distance, Yi Xianglei saw the group of girls but squinted for a long time without spotting Qing Tian. "Xiaoling," he called out anxiously, "isn't Qing Tian with you?" Xiaoling was surprised by Yi Xianglei's question and replied, "She didn't go home?" Yi Xianglei became worried and quickly stepped forward to ask, "What are you talking about?" "I searched everywhere at home and didn't find you too, so I came out." "Didn't I tell you to take her with you? What were you doing? Why did she go home alone?" Xiaoling was so scared that she stammered, I don't know. It was Zhao Xiaolian who told me." She turned and pointed to the tallest girl among them. Yi Xianglei immediately looked over at Zhao Xiaolian. His anxious expression made Zhao Xiaolian take 2 steps back, and then she hesitantly said, She said she wanted to go home. I don't know if she went back, or if she might be playing somewhere else. Yi Xianglei angrily said, Do you think Qing Tian is like you? She is very well behaved and wouldn't just run off on her own. Seeing Zhao Xiaolian's flickering expression, Yi Xianglei stepped closer, grabbing her shoulder and asking, You better tell me the truth. Where did Qing Tian go? You're hurting me. Zhao Xiaolian shouted, twisting her body to try to break free from Yi Xianglei's grip. Unexpectedly, as she moved, something fell out of her pocket. Yi Xianglei instinctively looked down, and his expression changed immediately. He bent down to pick it up and saw it was Qing Tian's beautiful little sandbag, which had tassels on every corner. Realizing she was in trouble, Zhao Xiaolian took the chance to run while Yi Xianglei was distracted. However, she couldn't escape him. After just a few steps, he caught her. Frustrated and anxious, Yi Xianglei grabbed Zhao Xiaolian by the collar, lifting her off the ground as he questioned, Why does Qing Tian's sandbag belong to you? What did you do to her? Zhao Xiaolian was so scared that she started to cry, sobbing, I didn't do anything to her. I just left her in the abandoned kiln. I thought she could find her way home by herself. Yi Xianglei knew about the abandoned kiln in Shuanglin village. When he was a child visiting Yi Hua's house, Xiaoling's brother had taken him there for an adventure. He understood how deep and dark it was inside, and the thought of Qing Tian being left alone there made him extremely anxious. He released Zhao Xiaolian, dropping her to the ground and pointed at her, saying, I don't have time to deal with you right now. I need to find Qing Tian. You better pray she is okay, or I won't let you off easily. After saying this, Yi Xianglei tucked the sandbag into his pocket and quickly ran toward the abandoned kiln behind the village. Xiao Ling and the other girls looked at Zhao Xiaolian in shock, clearly not expecting her to be this kind of person. Although they had thought Qing Tian was a bit selfish while playing with the sandbags earlier, they never imagined she would leave someone in an abandoned kiln and take their sandbag. At that moment, someone quietly said, Isn't Qing Tian only 3 or 4 years old? The words made several people silent, and almost at the same time, they moved away from Zhao Xiaolian. Xiaoling felt regret and anxiety, wiping her tears as she turned and ran toward the abandoned kiln. Xiaoling, where are you going? I'm going to help Brother Xianglei find Qing Tian. Then, can we go too? Yes, I'm going too. Everyone followed Xiaoling as they ran away. Zhao Xiaolian was left alone, stomping her feet in anger. Weren't you all saying she was stingy? Why is everyone rushing to find her now? But the others had already run far away and ignored her. Zhao Xiaolian could only wipe her tears and head home alone. Yi Xianglei ran to the front of the abandoned kiln and bent down to enter. Once inside, he started calling Qing Tian. Where are you? I'm here to find you. After calling, he listened closely, hoping to hear Qing Tian's response, but all he heard was the echo of his own voice. He regretted not asking more questions earlier, but going back to find Zhao Xiaolian would waste even more time, so he continued to shout while moving deeper inside. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of stones rolling and thought it might be Qing Tian, so he hurriedly called her name and ran toward the sound. Instead, he only saw a large rat scurry past. Even though he knew such places were likely to have snakes and insects, seeing a big rat made his heart race. Qing Tian must be terrified inside, right? He wondered if she would encounter a rat. Feeling increasingly anxious, Yi Xianglei shouted as he moved deeper into the kiln. After walking for a while, he suddenly noticed a light ahead. Could he be close to getting out? But why hadn't he found Qing Tian yet? He walked toward the light, but the passage became narrower. Eventually, he had to drop to his knees and crawl to get through. If an adult had come, they would surely have gotten stuck. After finally squeezing through a hole, Yi Xianglei discovered a hidden space. Inside, besides the various abandoned kilns outside, there was a much larger porcelain kiln. The roof had long collapsed, allowing plenty of light in. The ground was covered with many broken porcelain pieces which, despite being old, were still more beautifully crafted than those collected by the villagers outside. Yi Xianglei didn't care about the broken pieces on the ground and shouted, Qing Tian, are you there? Fortunately, this time his call received a response. From somewhere, Qing Tian's tentative voice came, Xiao Su? Upon hearing this, Yi Xianglei was overwhelmed with joy. He had finally found her. Where are you, Qing Tian? I can't see you. Yi Xianglei anxiously looked around but couldn't spot her. Xiao Su, I'm here. Qing Tian raised her voice after confirming it was Yi Xianglei. However, the abandoned kiln was round, which made it hard to tell the direction due to echoes. Yi Xianglei had to run to the center of the kiln, turning in circles to look around. Fortunately, he soon saw Qing Tian emerge from behind a pile of collapsed bricks, holding something in her hands. Yi Xianglei quickly ran to her side, checking her from head to toe. Seeing that she was just a bit dirty and not hurt, he sighed in relief. But then he started to worry again. Earlier, when he took a few kids from the Yi family to the mountains, they encountered a pack of wolves, and when he returned home, his parents scolded him severely. Today, when Yi Dajia handed Qing Tian over to him, Yuaner had reminded him to take good care of her. If his mother found out that he had left Qing Tian in the abandoned kiln, he feared he would be in big trouble. Nevertheless, Yi Xianglei quickly brushed the dirt off Qing Tian and asked, What happened? How did Zhao Xiaolian bully you? Zhao Xiaolian? She's the tallest among them. Just thinking about it made Qing Tian's tears flow again. I was walking slowly and couldn't keep up with Sister Xiaoling, so I fell behind. Then she told me she would take me to find Sister Xiaoling, so I followed her. But she brought me to a really dark place where I couldn't see anything, and she took my sandbag. Woo-woo. The more Qing Tian spoke, the more upset she became, and she started crying again. Yi Xianglei wanted to wipe her tears away, but when he saw his own dirty sleeves, he quietly put his hands down. He really regretted not giving Zhao Xiaolian a good scolding to let Qing Tian vent her feelings. How could a child be so mean? Qing Tian, don't cry. Let's go back, okay? Suddenly, Qing Tian remembered something and raised the item in her hand for Yi Xianglei to see. Xiao Su, look. I found a plate. This plate is nice, you can take it home to use for serving food. Yi Xianglei finally saw what Qing Tian was holding, and it turned out to be a porcelain plate almost as big as her. Although the plate was dusty and had dirt in many places, the visible parts showed that it had very intricate and beautiful patterns. Since he often visited antique shops, Yi Xianglei knew a bit about these things. This plate was likely not for eating, but was meant to be displayed on a wooden stand. Thinking about how the broken porcelain pieces from the abandoned kiln could be exchanged for candy, he wondered if a complete plate could be sold for money. Qing Tian, where did you find this? Yi Xianglei asked, supporting the plate from underneath, worried she might drop it. Qing Tian pointed to the pile of broken bricks she had just crawled out from. Right behind that. Yi Xianglei hurried over to search. After a long time, he only found some decent broken porcelain pieces. Not even half of a complete one was in sight. It seems you were lucky to find a complete plate right away, Yi Xianglei said, reaching out. I'll hold it for you and give it back when we get home. Qing Tian trusted Yi Xianglei completely and handed the plate to him. He tucked the plate under his arm and pulled out a sandbag from his pocket, giving it back to Qing Tian. Here, keep this safe.
My sandbag.
Qing Tian exclaimed, much more excited to see the sandbag than the plate. She happily took it, checked it several times, and finally smiled when she saw it was unharmed. Seeing her smile, Yi Xianglei felt relieved. Let's go back quickly. He didn't care about whether he would get in trouble with Yuaner later. As long as Qing Tian was safe, that was all that mattered. Yi Xianglei led Qing Tian back the same way. He had to crawl through some parts, while she just needed to lower her head a little to pass. Finally back in a place where they could stand up straight, Yi Xianglei let Qing Tian hold the plate and then carried her on his back as they walked out. The plate was safely protected between his back and Qing Tian, so she didn't have to exert much effort, and it also provided protection. Just as they were nearing the exit of the abandoned kiln, they saw Xiao Linger coming in, crying. Brother Xianglei, did you find Qing Tian? Xiao Linger asked when she saw Qing Tian on his back. Yi Xianglei glanced at her, but didn't respond. Instead, Qing Tian greeted her, Sister Linger. Why are you crying? Yi Xianglei didn't even look at Xiaoling and walked away with Qing Tian. Qing Tian turned to look at Xiaoling, who was crying and following behind, and asked, Xiao Su, why aren't we waiting for Sister Xiaoling? I asked her to play with you, but she was too busy having fun and lost you. Why should we wait for her? Yi Xianglei replied, then reminded Qing Tian, you shouldn't talk to her or play with her anymore. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have let someone else take care of you. When we get back, I'll play with you. Okay. Qing Tian wasn't very familiar with Xiaoling. She only followed her because Yi Xianglei asked her to. So now that Yi Xianglei said not to talk to Xiaoling anymore, she didn't see any problem with it and agreed with Xiao Su. Yi Xianglei carried Qing Tian back to the Yi family home. Just as they reached the door, they were spotted by Yi Wan, who was outside welcoming guests with Yi Hua. Oh my goodness! Did you take Qing Tian to dig for coal? Seeing their dirty clothes and faces, Yi Wan almost fainted. Yi Hua quickly guessed, you must have gone to play in the old mine, right? Yi Wan had played in the old mine as a child and knew what it was like. Angrily, she raised her hand to hit Yi Xianglei. I told you to take good care of Qing Tian, and you brought her to the old mine? And look at how dirty she is. I'm so upset. But Yi Xianglei didn't stand there to get hit. He quickly stepped aside and said, Mom, don't be too quick to hit me. If I ruin Qing Tian's treasure, she'll cry for you. What treasure? Yuan looked at her son suspiciously. She thought, if you dare to trick me, I'll really be angry. Qing Tian hurriedly lifted a plate to show Yuan. Auntie, look. I found a really big plate. Her sweet voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. A complete plate? You found it in the old mine? Impossible. There can't be anything whole in the old mine. Everything there is broken. The village says that area was abandoned by the previous dynasty. If that's true, then this plate could be an antique. Little girl, can I see your plate? Wait a moment, I want to see it first. The entrance quickly became lively. Yuan was regretting letting Yi Xianglei speak. She should have just hit him first. Finding something good and not keeping it quiet was a mistake. Now it's a big deal, and everyone knows about it, making it hard to escape. Yi Xianglei realized that everyone had gathered around and noticed his earlier mistake. He was so focused on how to avoid trouble that he forgot the lesson about not showing off wealth. Although he didn't know whether that abandoned kiln was from the previous dynasty or this one, he was sure that it had been a ruin since his mother was a child. So, the plate that Qing Tian found must be quite old. He understood that older items sell for more, which was his basic knowledge of antiques. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd hadn't completely surrounded him yet, he quickly slipped away with Qing Tian on his back. Hey, kid, don't run away. Let us see the plate. We won't take it from you. Slow down. If you drop the plate, you'll have nothing. The entrance suddenly became chaotic. Yi Xianglei ran straight to the kitchen. Sister Yi was busy preparing food and, seeing the two of them looking like they just came out of the dirt, quickly spread her arms to protect the vegetables she was cutting. Don't come in. Be careful not to get the food dirty. After finishing cutting the vegetables, she wiped her hands and stepped out of the kitchen, frowning at Yi Xianglei and Qing Tian. Oh my goodness, where have you two been? Looking at her daughter, who had left the house looking beautiful, and now seeing Qing Tian covered in dirt, Sister Yi didn't know whether to wash her face first or clean off the dirt. If it had been Yi Chongrui who brought her back like this, Sister Yi would have scolded him already. But since Yi Xianglei was someone else's child and on the same level as her, plus this task was introduced by Yi Waner, she couldn't really say anything. Yi Xianglei quickly explained, Sister, Qing Tian and I just went to the abandoned kiln behind the village. I wanted to find her a nice piece of porcelain to smooth out and let her play with. Unexpectedly, Qing Tian got lucky and found a perfect plate there. I think it could be worth something. There were a lot of people at the entrance wanting to see it, so I hurried back to find you. Sister, please keep this plate safe. Don't let it get damaged or let anyone see it. When Sister Yi heard that Qing Tian had found it, she immediately understood what was happening. Qing Tian quickly said, Mom, this plate is beautiful. You can use it for serving food. All right, let's take it home, wash it, and then we can use it. Sister Yi was responding to Qing Tian while carefully taking a large porcelain plate from between the two of them. She wrapped it tightly in the cloth she had brought. "Don't worry, I've been in the kitchen all day, so I won't let anyone take it," Sister Yi assured Yi Xianglei, who looked worried. "Okay, then I'll take Qing Tian inside to play," Yi Xianglei said, but Sister Yi grabbed him by the collar. "Look at you two. You want to go inside like that? Be careful, or Aunt Xiaohua will sweep you out with a broom." Sister Yi went back to the kitchen, placed the plate down, and told Sister Yi Sand a quick note before bringing out a basin of warm water to wash Qing Tian's face and hands. After finally cleaning Qing Tian's dirty face, Sister Yi was about to toss out the water and get a new basin when Yi Xianglei bent down and started washing himself without any fuss. Sister Yi then thought of ways to help Qing Tian clean her clothes. It had rained a few days ago, so the old kiln was damp, and Qing Tian's clothes were covered in mud, making them hard to clean. Sister Yi had to ask her to take off her outer clothes and hang them over the stove to dry for a while. Once the mud had dried, she rubbed the clothes, and the dirt turned to dust and fell off. Finally, Sister Yi helped Qing Tian get dressed again and said, "Mom will start cooking soon. The kitchen is dangerous with fire and knives, so it's better for you to play outside with your cousin, okay?" "Okay," Xiao Su said he would take me to throw beanbags on the Kong. Qing Tian had just learned to play the beanbag game and had received some nice new beanbags, making it her favorite game over the tangram. Play on the Kong might not be a good idea. Sister Yi hesitated. Qing Tian quickly replied, "We have to play on the Kong. We can't throw them on the ground, or it'll get dirty." Yi Xianglei, worried she might reveal what happened earlier, quickly said, "It's fine, sister. You don't need to worry. I'll take her to play in the side room." He took Qing Tian away from the kitchen and headed into the east side room where Yi Hua's eldest son lived. Outside, people were still looking for Yi Xianglei and Qing Tian when, at that moment, a bullock cart arrived, bringing the newlyweds back for today's welcome feast. Everyone's attention quickly shifted to them. Yi Wana warmly welcomed them and helped Jiang Qiui get down from the cart. Son-in-law Lu Dongjin also got off the cart, politely greeting everyone. Lu Dongjin and Lu Quan are from the same hometown, but they are not related, so they can just call each other like Jiang Qiui does. Because of Yi Wana and Lu Quan's warm welcome, everyone else remembered their purpose for coming to Yi Hua's house. They didn't bother looking for Yi Xianglei and Qing Tian anymore and enthusiastically surrounded the newlyweds. "Wow, the bride is back. Qiui looks really beautiful in this outfit today. This must be the groom, right? He looks quite impressive. This couple is a perfect match." Yi Wana was busy helping them move forward. "Everyone, please make way for the newlyweds." The newlyweds slowly made their way through the crowd. Even though it was only a few steps to the house, they took their time. Inside the main room, Yi Hua and Jiang Zhongyo were already seated, waiting for their daughter and son-in-law to come in and greet them. After a while, the couple finally made it through the crowd and entered. Lu Dongjin followed the proper etiquette to greet his in-laws and presented the gifts he had brought from home. Then, Lu Dongjin stayed to talk, while Yi Hua took her daughter into the room. "How is it?" Yi Hua asked as soon as they entered. "What do you mean, how is it?" Jiang Qiui replied, but her face turned red. Yi Hua, having been through this herself, understood without needing further explanation. She asked, "How do your in-laws treat you? Have they set any rules? Have they given you any trouble?" "On the second morning, they just had me make breakfast myself, and when it came to serving, they only asked me to serve them a little before letting me sit down." Jiang Qiui felt a bit shy when talking about her in-laws. "After that, it was mostly my mother-in-law cooking, and I just helped a bit." "That's better. They probably wouldn't dare to be too strict with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't let them off the hook. It's good to be diligent at your in-laws, but don't be too submissive. Remember, you have your family supporting you. Your mother raised you for many years, not to send you off to be mistreated." "Don't worry, Mom," Jiang Qiui said, touched by Yi Hua's words, but she also thought her mother was being overly worried. "You personally chose this son-in-law. You already checked into his family, right? His parents are nice, and his siblings are friendly too. My sister-in-law always speaks with a smile and is eager to help with everything. Yihua listened and said, "This is just her putting on a show since you just arrived. Don't think too highly of her. Of course, if someone treats you well, you should respect and accommodate them. But you can't be too honest. If they treat you a little better, you shouldn't open up completely, or you might end up helping them while they take advantage of you. Whether it's between mothers-in-law or sisters-in-law, there's always a layer of distance. You need to be cautious." "Mom, don't worry, I understand." The two of them chatted for a while longer, and then Yihua said, "Your close friends are waiting for you in the West Wing. Go on, I'll go greet the guests." As Jiang Chui came out of the room, Jiang's sister-in-law grabbed her and handed her a food box. "Sister-in-law, what's this?" Jiang Chui opened it to find it filled with candies and various sweets. "Take it to share with your friends. Today is your return home day, and we can't be stingy," Jiang's sister-in-law said.
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
Jiang Chui felt even more touched and chatted with Jiang's sister-in-law for a bit before heading to the West Wing with the food box. Before she reached the door, she heard lively chatter coming from inside. Jiang Chui leaned against the doorframe and smiled at the people inside, saying, "You all are chatting so excitedly before I even arrived. I guess it doesn't matter if I come or not. We've been waiting for you forever." A girl near the door pulled Jiang Chui inside and said, "Everyone look. She's different now that she's married." Someone pinched Jiang Chui's cheek and said, "Look at her rosy cheeks." Suddenly, someone playfully patted Jiang Chui on the back and said, "Even your figure looks better." "Oh my, you all are too much." Jiang Chui blushed and, holding the food box, started to walk out. "I brought you all treats, and now I feel like I should just feed them to the dogs. Come on, just come in." Her friends pulled her into the room, and with a bang, they closed the door, ready to share some private conversations. After their private talk, everyone's faces were flushed. Feeling shy, Jiang Chui stood up and opened the window to let in some fresh air and cool down. Suddenly, someone remembered to ask, "Chui, I heard you specially hired a new chef for your return banquet? Is that true?" "Yes, it's true, but how did you find out?" Although Jiang Chui was very satisfied with Sister Ye's cooking, she didn't go around boasting about it. After all, it was her homecoming banquet, and she was the main focus. The delicious food was just a bonus to enhance her celebration, not to steal the spotlight. Who else could it be but Qin Xiaofeng? These past few days, she has been telling everyone that your homecoming banquet is going to be very grand. Yes, everyone in the village is looking forward to your meal today. Jiang Chui understood what was happening. Qin Xiaofeng wasn't spreading rumors because she knew Sister Yi was cooking. She was just waiting to see Jiang Chui embarrass herself today. Luckily, Jiang Chui was well prepared and had full confidence in Sister Ye's skills. So she said, "That's right. My mother said that since I'm the only daughter, the homecoming banquet must be impressive. I can't let anyone laugh at us. It's good that you are prepared. You scared me. I thought Qin Xiaofeng was going to try to make you look bad in front of everyone. Today, let's see who ends up embarrassed," Jiang Chui replied angrily. In the kitchen, Sister Yi had already started cooking the meats that required a longer simmering time. The guests chatting in the yard and house soon caught whiffs of the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen. "What meat is being stewed? It smells so good. I've never smelled anything like this before." The Jiang family really hired a new chef. Whether it's a new chef or an old one, with this aroma, I bet the cooking skills are top-notch. Qin Xiaofeng was among the guests, initially wanting to stir up trouble, but she realized she hadn't seen any dishes yet, and most people were already impressed by the delicious smells from the kitchen. She quickly said, "Just because it smells good doesn't mean it tastes good. Stinky tofu smells bad but tastes great." "That's true," others agreed, finding some truth in her words. Someone nearby, aware of the tension between Qin Xiaofeng and Jiang Chui, couldn't help but chime in. "Whether it smells good or bad, we'll know when it's served, right?" Qin Xiaofeng stammered, I don't know the chef the Jiang family hired, so who knows if it suits everyone's taste." Without waiting for a response, she quickly slipped away to find another spot. But as the meat dishes simmered and absorbed the flavors, the delicious aroma became more and more tempting. Some children couldn't help but drool, crowding at the kitchen door and refusing to leave. If the kitchen door hadn't been tightly shut, they would have rushed in to beg for food. After enduring the mouth-watering scent for over half an hour, with saliva almost flowing like a river, the kitchen door finally creaked open, and Yihua cheerfully stepped out. "Everyone, hurry in and take a seat. The dishes will be served soon." Yihua had already seen and tasted the food prepared for today and was extremely satisfied. She never expected that on the day of the trial, Sister Yi hadn't shown her true skills. The dishes today were even better than those from the trial. This year, no matter whose returning banquet it was in the nearby villages, her family would surely be the best. In fact, Yihua misunderstood. Sister Yi was a bit lacking in confidence. She feared that since she came from outside, her dishes wouldn't be good enough and that Yihua would dislike them, preventing her from getting this business. So, on that day, Sister Yi had put in her best effort to prepare a table of dishes. However, Yuan's family couldn't compare to Yihua's, and the ingredients prepared that day were far less fresh and abundant than today. Naturally, better ingredients made for better dishes. Friends and family outside, still lost in the aroma, slowly dispersed upon hearing Yihua's call, each finding their own seats. For her daughter's returning banquet today, Yihua set up 5 tables. In the main hall, one table was the main table, occupied by the men of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhongyo sat in the main seat with his son-in-law Lu Dongjin, while his uncles and brothers sat around them. The second table was set in the east room, accompanied by Yi Hua's eldest son Jiang Rongfei, with his cousins sitting there. The third table was in the west room, with Yi Hua accompanying the women. The fourth table was in the east wing, watched over by Sister Jiang, filled with children brought by each family. The last table was in the west wing, just for Jiang Qiui and her girlfriends. This shows how much Yi Hua cared for her daughter, not wanting her to feel constrained. Otherwise, in a typical family returning banquet, Jiang Qiui would have to sit at the women's table in the west room, facing endless questions and teasing from older women and young wives. "Your mother really loves you. She even set up a separate table for us." As the dishes were about to be served, Qin Xiaofeng finally appeared in the room. Before she even sat down, she couldn't help but make snide remarks. "If it weren't for your aunt caring about Qiui, you wouldn't even have a place to sit today." As the guest of honor at her return banquet, Jiang Qiui couldn't speak back to her. Luckily, a close friend of hers quickly defended her. "Huang Yueping, you don't need to use words to poke at me. In a few days, you'll be getting married too. How much can you learn from Qiui at your return banquet? Whatever I can learn is better than nothing." Huang Yueping's father passed away early, leaving her mother to raise 3 children alone, making them one of the poorer families in the village. As the eldest, Huang Yueping helped her mother with work and took care of her younger siblings. She was quite bold and wasn't afraid of Qin Xiaofeng's sharp words. "Qiui is great in every way. I want to learn from her. Even if I can only learn a little, it's still better than what you have."
You.
Qin Xiaofeng was speechless. Huang Yueping proudly raised her chin, looking as if to say, "If you disagree, come and challenge me." Of course, Qin Xiaofeng didn't dare to act out here. She understood the odds were against her. Deep down, she knew there was a significant difference between Huang Yueping and Jiang Qiui, and she couldn't possibly feel completely at ease about it. She was just putting on a brave front. Just then, someone invited by Yi Hua came in with 2 plates of food. 5-spice donkey meat. Cold, mixed noodles. The 5-spice donkey meat dish was added based on Yi Wan's suggestion. At that time, Sister Yi said if Yi Hua could buy donkey meat, they should make 5-spice donkey meat. If not, they could use beef shank instead. But when Yuan thought about the 5-spice donkey meat she had eaten before, her mouth watered. She quickly wiped her mouth and strongly suggested, "Trust me, you must buy donkey meat and make sure it's tender, not from an old donkey. I'm not kidding, it's so delicious you'll want to swallow your tongue." Fortunately, now that the harvest was over, more people were selling things, and in the end, Yihua really managed to buy a large piece of donkey meat. So when she saw Sister Yi take the braised donkey meat out to slice and plate, she couldn't help but grab a piece and pop it in her mouth. The moment the meat touched her tongue, It was so flavorful it left her in awe. No wonder Yiwan's mouth watered at the mention of five-spice donkey meat. She thought Yiwana was old enough and shouldn't be so greedy. But it turned out she wasn't greedy. She just hadn't experienced such delicious meat before. While Sister Yi arranged the dishes, Yihua stood nearby, eating the scraps she cut off, managing to control herself after several bites. At the dining table, as the host, Yihua didn't want to show her greed, so she observed everyone's reactions to the food. The first dish served was the spiced donkey meat, and everyone reached for it. They picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, and took a bite. The main room and the west wing suddenly fell silent, except for the faint sounds of children eating in another room. Even the men in the main and east wing, who were encouraging each other to drink, stopped talking, quickly reaching for more meat, afraid they would get less if they were slow. In the west wing, a group of young women were also amazed by the dish. Huang Yueping shouted, "Qin Xiaofeng, have some shame. Look at how many pieces of meat you've taken. If you can't afford meat at home, why come here to indulge?" Qin Xiaofeng thought everyone was still in shock and could sneak a few more pieces for herself, but Huang Yueping caught her. "There's only so much meat on the plate, and with so many people at the table, how can you only think of yourself? Didn't your family teach you any manners?" Huang Yueping's words were sharp and hurtful. Qin Xiaofeng stammered, "I just took a piece without thinking. I didn't mean to take so much. If you hadn't shouted, I would have put it down." After everyone finished the spiced donkey meat, suddenly, cries came from the east wing. Yihua heard it from the west room and hurried to see what was wrong. Sister Jiang was overwhelmed by a group of children, with only Yi Xianglei and Qing Tian behaving well. The others were unruly. "Why are they still crying?" Yihua asked as she entered the room. Sister Jiang sighed. "It's because of the spiced donkey meat. There were only 2 pieces per person, and since Xianglei and Qing Tian didn't eat, they gave up theirs to share, even giving an extra piece to the whiny little chubby one. Now everyone is upset because they didn't get enough and are crying for more." Yihua replied, "Stop crying, there are even better dishes coming. If anyone keeps crying, I'll take them away, and they won't get to enjoy the delicious food later. Okay, now let me see who else is crying." As soon as they heard they would be taken away and couldn't eat anymore, the room fell silent. The chubby boy, who had just eaten an extra piece of donkey meat, couldn't help but let out a loud sob. He quickly covered his mouth in fear, his eyes showing despair. The 5-spice donkey meat was so delicious, and if the next dishes were even better, he would miss out, which felt like a big loss. But Yihua didn't care what he was thinking. She took his hand and led him outside. The chubby boy immediately started crying loudly. Sister Jiang rushed out and asked, "Mom, isn't this a bit unfair?" "I know what I'm doing, you don't need to worry," Yihua replied. "Just go back. They will definitely behave now. Take good care of Xianglei and Qing Tian. We can't let them feel uncomfortable while eating at our home." "All right, Mom. I understand," Sister Jiang said as she returned to the room, and the children indeed became quiet. Hearing the chubby boy's cries, they were all afraid they would be taken away too and miss out on the delicious food. Meanwhile, Yihua took the crying chubby boy outside, but didn't leave him there. Instead, she brought him back to the side room and handed him over to the elderly lady who had brought him to the meal. "Grandma Wang, your grandson didn't have enough 5-spice donkey meat and can't stop crying. My daughter-in-law and I couldn't calm him down, so we brought him to you. Please comfort him. He's eating right now, and crying so much might upset his stomach." Grandma Wang felt embarrassed, but had no choice but to pull her tearful grandson closer. "If you cry again, I won't take you out next time. That would be so embarrassing." Grandma Wang whispered in the chubby boy's ear, "Tell Grandma. Did anyone bully you? How many pieces of donkey meat did you eat?" 3 pieces. The chubby boy, worried he hadn't made himself clear, held up 3 fingers. A nearby guest remarked, "Oh, that's quite a lot. We only had 2 pieces each. It seems Sister Jiang really takes care of your grandson." Grandma Wang initially thought her grandson was crying because he didn't get enough food, but she was surprised to find out he had eaten more than others, turning her face bright red with embarrassment. She pulled her grandson onto her lap and said, "All right, You stay here quietly and don't go anywhere." After everyone had eaten the spiced donkey meat, they showed little interest in the cold dish of noodles on the table, not even knowing what it was. It looked like wide rice noodles. Who wants to go home with a stomach full of noodles? So, no one reached for it, all waiting for the meat dishes to come. Luckily, the third and fourth dishes arrived quickly. Braised pig's trotters. Spicy fish. These two dishes were real treats. The pig's trotters were cut into small pieces and stewed to a rich red color, each piece glistening with sauce. Sharp-eyed people noticed that when the large bowl of pig's trotters was placed on the table, the pieces were slightly trembling. You could tell just by looking that the trotters were very tender. Floating in the sauce were bright yellow, plump soybeans. There weren't many trotters in the bowl, just about one piece for each person. So everyone focused on the trotters first, ignoring the spicy fish. Those quick with their chopsticks could grab a meaty piece, while those slower or less skilled ended up with bones and little meat. At that moment, Grandma Wang wished she could hold her grandson down and give him a good talking to. The number of trotters matched the number of people at the table. When she picked one up, there was only sauce and soybeans left in the bowl. Her grandson was watching eagerly, and she couldn't just eat for herself. She placed the pig's trotter in front of him and said, "Here, hurry and eat." The little boy didn't understand sharing. As soon as he was told to eat, he grabbed the pig's trotter with his hands, getting sauce all over himself. The trotters had been soaked in water the day before, with the water changed several times, so there was no unpleasant smell. They were tender and flavorful. Grandma Wang watched an elderly lady across from her, with hardly any teeth left, happily enjoying the tender trotters, and it made her heart ache with frustration. Just then, the little boy finished one trotter and shouted, "Grandma, I want more. The trotters are so delicious." "What do you want? Do I look like a pig's trotter?" Old Lady Wang's face darkened, but she still served 2 spoonfuls of yellow beans with sauce mixed into the rice, saying, "This is all there is. If you like it, eat it. If not, that's fine." The chubby boy took the bowl with a sad face, but after just one bite, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly dug into the rice. Seeing this, Old Lady Wang also took a spoonful of yellow beans for herself. Although the beans looked whole, they were actually soft and soaked in the broth from the pig's trotters. They required no chewing. They melted in the mouth with just a gentle press of the tongue. The flavor of the beans mixed with the broth was delicious and warm, especially suitable for someone like her, who had trouble with her teeth. Just as Old Lady Wang was enjoying this tasty bite, she suddenly thought, if the yellow beans were this good, how delicious must the pig's trotters be? With that thought, her gaze shifted to the table, where she noticed the bones her grandson had not finished. She quietly picked one up and took a bite, finding even the bits of meat on the bone to be delightful. Every move Old Lady Wang made was watched by Yi Hua, who held back laughter for a long time. Meanwhile, in the West Wing, with the chubby boy taken away and 2 more hearty dishes served, all the children, big and small, sat quietly like golden boys and jade maidens before a statue, afraid to make noise or cry, patiently waiting for Sister Jiang to serve them the pig's trotters. Sister Jiang remembered what Yi Hua had just instructed and casually placed the extra piece of pig's trotter, left by the chubby boy's departure, into Yi Xianglei's bowl. Yi Xianglei, acting very much like an elder, patiently took care of Qing Tian, as if to make up for giving Xiaoling the previous piece. He fed her each dish first, waiting until she had a couple of bites before starting on what she left behind. At this table in the West Wing, there were fewer people compared to the other rooms, so there were 2 extra pieces of pig's trotters. At the beginning of the meal, Huang Yueping mentioned that she was getting married soon and couldn't eat pig's trotters, fearing she might gain weight and not fit into her wedding dress. But watching others enjoy their food, Zhang Qiui kept saying, "Oh, it smells so good. This is the best pig's trotters I've ever had." The others at the table agreed enthusiastically. After finishing one piece, Zhang Qiui reached for another and waved it under Huang Yueping's nose. "You really won't eat? If you don't, we'll finish it all. Don't regret it." "I'm regretting it. I'm really regretting it now," Huang Yueping said, scooping a full spoonful of soup, beans, and pig trotters into her bowl. After tasting a piece of pig trotter, Huang Yueping squinted her eyes in happiness. This is so delicious. There was no trace of the usual strong smell of pig trotters. It was fragrant and tender, melting in her mouth and making her feel like she was floating on clouds. She had never imagined that pig trotters could be made this tasty. At that moment, only 2 pieces of pig trotter remained in the bowl, one large and one small, and many eyes at the table were watching, but no one dared to reach for them. Qin Xiaofang had her eye on the larger piece, so she picked up a spoon and said, "Let me see how the flavor of the yellow beans tastes." She wanted to do what Huang Yueping did earlier and scoop a piece of pig trotter into her bowl. However, Zhang Qiui moved her chopsticks at the same time and quickly took the larger piece of pig trotter. Qin Xiaofang felt dissatisfied, thinking that Zhang Qiui was being rude by taking food from a guest. To her surprise, Zhang Qiui didn't keep the pig trotter for herself, but placed it in the bowl of another little girl at the table. "Li Yan, you are the youngest and still growing, so you should eat this." With this arrangement, no one else could complain. Qin Xiaofang had nothing to say, so she turned her spoon to prepare to scoop up the last piece of pig trotter. But Huang Yueping came over to tease her, using her chopsticks to place the pig trotter in Zhang Qiui's bowl. "Hey, why are you giving it to me?" Zhang Qiui playfully complained. "Who told you to tempt me with pig trotters? If we get fat, we should get fat together." Everyone at the table laughed at this, and someone said, "Zhang Qiui is already married. What does it matter if she gains weight? I think you should eat less, or you might not fit into your wedding dress later." Huang Yueping, determined to enjoy herself, said, "No way. Qiui invited such a skilled chef for her homecoming feast. If I eat less, that would be a shame. At worst, I'll just starve for a few days after today." Zhang Qiui was amused, laughing uncontrollably. You always have something to say. So, eat a bit more today." Huang Yueping then noticed that Qin Xiaofang still had her spoon in the large bowl and teasingly said, "Xiaofang, didn't you say you wanted to try the yellow beans? Isn't what's left in the bowl all yellow beans? Go ahead and eat." Qin Xiaofang, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, forced a smile and said, "Yes, I'll eat it now." After the pig trotters were quickly finished, everyone finally had time to look at the dry-fried fish. The fish was a large carp weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, and Sister Yi even struggled to find a suitable plate for it. In the end, Yihua borrowed several bowls from the village to hold the fish. The fish was scored with a checkerboard pattern, then deep-fried until the skin was crispy and the meat tender, before being drizzled with sauce and simmered to absorb the flavors. This dish had no soup. The sauce coated the fish entirely. It shimmered with an amber glow, making it look particularly tempting. The dish had a slightly sweet and sour taste, and Sister Yi added a bit of dried chili while making the sauce, giving it a hint of spiciness. At this point, Zhang Zhongyo was already flushed from drinking, and the compliments from everyone at the table made him feel very pleased. This homecoming banquet was truly impressive. Earlier, when Yihua took his daughter-in-law and daughter to Rongxi village, Zhang Zhongyo had looked down on it. What good cooks could come from such a poor place? Little did he know that after the 3 returned and said they had already paid a deposit, Zhang Zhongyo was furious and had a big argument with Yihua. But no matter how much they argued, they couldn't reach a conclusion, especially since Zhang Qiui was determined to have Sister Yi as her cook, leaving Zhang Zhongyo with no choice. In the end, he could only say, "If this banquet fails, I can't face anyone." However, after just 4 dishes, Zhang Zhongyo was already convinced by Sister Ye's cooking. "Zhongyo, your homecoming banquet is really impressive, isn't it? These dishes are amazing." Another uncle chimed in, giving a thumbs up. "I've never had these dishes before, right? This chef must have been invited from the capital. Setting up 5 tables must have cost quite a bit, right?" Zhang Zhongyo, grinning widely, replied, "This is a homecoming banquet. It's my son-in-law's first visit. I have to treat him well. You're all benefiting from my son-in-law." His words made Lu Dongjin, sitting next to him, even more excited. After filling his glass, he stood up to toast Zhang Zhongyo, saying, "Esteemed father-in-law, I offer my respects." Jiang Zhongyo happily drank the toast from his son-in-law, then picked up a large piece of fish meat with his chopsticks and placed it in Lu Dongjin's bowl. "Quick, try this fish." Lu Dongjin took a bite, and his eyes lit up. The fish was fried twice, making the outer layer very crispy, while the fish inside remained tender. The sauce for this dish was perfectly balanced, with a mix of sweet, sour, salty, and a hint of spiciness. When you savor it, the spiciness suddenly disappears, but it reappears occasionally as you continue eating. Lu Dongjin's whole family loves fish, and trying this new cooking method that tastes so good was a double excitement for them. "Father-in-law, you should try this dry-fried fish. It's really delicious," he said, taking a piece from the least bony part of the fish and placing it in Jiang Zhongyo's bowl. While they were enjoying their meal together, others realized they needed to join in, or the best parts of the fish would be eaten up by the two of them. Everyone quickly grabbed their chopsticks to enjoy the dry-fried fish. Not only in the main room, but this dish also won the hearts of the women and children. The sweet and sour sauce combined with the fried method made it irresistible. Even if it were fried grass shoes, kids would probably eat it all up. However, this was a challenge for Sister Jiang, as there were many children in the house. The older ones were fine, but the younger ones couldn't eat fish or spit out the bones, so she had to carefully pick out the bones before feeding them. Sister Jiang felt relieved that her mother-in-law had just taken away the little chubby boy, calming the remaining children. Now they all patiently waited for her to help them with the fish, or else it would have been chaotic. At that moment, Qing Tian stood out. She didn't have to wait for Sister Jiang because Yi Xianglei had already taken a large piece of fish belly, carefully removed the bones, and was feeding it to Qing Tian bit by bit. "Is it good?" Yi Xianglei asked while feeding her. "It's delicious," Qing Tian replied after swallowing the fish. "Mom makes everything tasty. She made fish on the way here, but today it's even better." A little boy sitting next to Yi Xianglei watched Qing Tian eat happily, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that it would take a while before it was his turn with Sister Jiang, he gathered his courage and tugged at Yi Xianglei's sleeve, quietly asking, "Brother, could you get me some fish too?" But Yi Xianglei, without looking up, replied, "I don't know you. Why should I get you fish?" He finished speaking and stuffed all the leftover fish into his mouth. The little boy looked at Yi Xianglei in disbelief, probably used to being spoiled at home, and it was his first time facing such rejection. His eyes turned red immediately. Seeing this, Yi Xianglei quickly threatened him, saying, "Are you going to cry? If you cry, someone will take you away to join that chubby kid. Then we will enjoy delicious food inside while you two stand in the woodshed, hungry and crying together." The little boy was frightened and held back his tears, causing himself to hiccup. Qing Tian pointed to the untouched cold dish on the table and said, "Little Sue, I want to eat the cold noodles." Sister Jiang asked, "Qing Tian, what are cold noodles?" "Those in the plate." Qing Tian pointed to the first cold dish served. "Isn't that wide noodles?" Sister Jiang, who had been busy entertaining the noisy children, hadn't heard the name of the dish when it was served and still thought it was wide noodles, wondering why it was used in a cold dish. Although Qing Tian had eaten the cold noodles made by Sister Yi before, she couldn't explain what it was. She could only keep saying, "My mom makes it, and it's really delicious." Yi Xianglei picked up a piece and put it in her bowl. Qing Tian took small bites of the cold noodles. Seeing this, Sister Jiang quickly served each child a piece of the cold dish, saying, "First, eat some of this, and then I'll get you fish." Every family makes or buys some noodles each year to eat with stews in winter, so the children weren't very interested. They were mainly waiting for the fish, and there wasn't much else to eat, so a few bites seemed okay. However, anyone who has tried the cold noodles knows they are different from regular noodles. The cold noodles in the dish were made by Sister Yi from mung bean flour, looking crystal clear and feeling very smooth, with a slight chewiness that wasn't as tough as regular noodles. Children found the texture just right. After tasting the delicious noodles, they didn't need Sister Jiang to tell them. They started eagerly grabbing for the cold noodles themselves. But the cold noodles were very slippery, and even adults might struggle to pick them up, let alone the little kids who weren't very good with chopsticks. The children quickly made a mess of the cold dishes on the table, and in the end, they just grabbed them with their hands and stuffed them into their mouths. Qing Tian watched as one child directly reached into the plate, her eyebrows furrowing in disapproval. When Yi Xianglei asked her if she wanted some cold noodles, she quickly shook her head. It was too dirty for her to eat. Fortunately, new dishes were soon brought to the table. A bowl of braised wild rabbit meat and a plate of sweet potatoes that the children would surely enjoy. The wild rabbits were the ones that Yi Laoda had caught in the mountains and sold to Yihua's family. Now they had turned into bowls of shiny rabbit meat, cooked by Yi Dajia, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Some people at the table didn't like rabbit meat and frowned when it was served, saying, "This stuff smells bad and doesn't taste good." "Then don't eat it," Zhang Rongfei said, not caring about those comments. Having enjoyed the previous dishes, he was confident in Yi Dajia's cooking, so he quickly scooped a large spoonful into his bowl. Others also began to use their chopsticks. The person who had just complained about not eating it started to feel a bit regretful. Especially as the aroma spread more and more with everyone serving themselves, he found his mouth watering and couldn't resist picking up his chopsticks. "Didn't you say you wouldn't eat it?" Zhang Rongfei teased him. "I just want to try a little," the person replied stubbornly, but as soon as he tasted the rabbit meat, he felt a rush of heat to his face. The rabbit meat had no unpleasant smell at all. It was firm and flavorful, far better than pork. "Is this really wild rabbit meat? What were those other ones I ate before that tasted so bad?" Because no matter how it was cooked, there was always a lingering earthy taste. So unless someone wanted the rabbit's fur, very few people went up the mountains to hunt rabbits. This also meant that there were many wild rabbits in the mountains, and rabbit meat wasn't worth much. So when this dish was served, Zhang Zhongyou felt a bit displeased. In such situations, aren't the later dishes usually better? Doesn't a chef know the rules and serve the good dishes first? Otherwise, why would a bowl of rabbit meat come after pig trotters and spicy fish? But that didn't make sense. He had clearly bought other ingredients like pork knuckles and chicken to serve later. He was puzzled, but his chopsticks didn't stop, and he quickly picked up a rabbit leg and placed it in his son-in-law's bowl. Lu Dongjin reciprocated by giving another rabbit leg to Jiang Zhongyou. The other classmates secretly criticized the couple for being so shameless, especially with elders at the table, only caring about their own meal. Unfortunately, the food was limited, but everyone eating had an endless appetite. At this moment, even if they were relatives, it was hard to take care of everyone, even a grandchild. In the West Room, Grandma Wang was eating the spicy fish without paying attention to picking out the bones for her grandson. She only gave him a few pieces of sweet potato and tried to distract him by saying, "This fish has chili in it, it's very spicy, and little kids can't eat it. Here, eat this sweet potato, it's sweet and you love it, right?" But her grandson was no longer a little child who could be easily fooled. He stretched out his arm, dipped his chopsticks in the fish sauce, and shouted, "Grandma, you're lying. It's not spicy at all." "Grandma, I want to eat fish. I want to eat fish." The chubby boy kept shouting, making it hard for others to chat. However, Grandma Wang was the elder, and Yi Hua didn't know what to say, so he signaled to Yi Waner. Yi Waner immediately understood and said, "Aunt Wang, the child is already this big. A little chili in the food won't hurt." Actually, there were a few dried chilies in the yellow beans and pig trotters earlier, and I saw the child eating well. Your grandson looks well taken care of, taller and stronger than other kids. Almost grown up. He should learn to eat a bit of chili. Grandma, I want to eat fish. I'm not afraid of spicy. The chubby boy, hearing someone support him, kept pestering Grandma Wang. Having just tasted the fish, he was even more eager and insisted he must have fish. Grandma Wang had no choice. Fearing that if she continued to refuse, it would be embarrassing, she quickly picked a piece of fish for him and started to remove the bones. However, by this time, the parts of the fish with fewer bones had already been taken, leaving only the bony parts. Her eyesight wasn't great, and after a long time, she finally managed to get a piece of fish into her grandson's bowl, though it was a bit messy. The chubby boy looked at the fish, now in disarray, and pouted in dissatisfaction. Grandma Wang pinched him gently under the table and whispered, "This is your first time out to eat. What did I tell you at home? Did you promise me to behave? I'm telling you, if you keep making a fuss, I won't take you out to eat again." The little chubby boy finally settled down after hearing this. With so much delicious food at the banquet, how could he give up everything for just one bite of fish? However, he didn't yet realize that not all banquets in life would be of such high quality. This was his first time eating out with his grandmother, and the standard was set so high that every time he went to a banquet afterward, he felt a mix of pain and joy. If he was lucky enough to have Sister Yi cooking, that was great. But if he was unlucky, he might not find 2 tasty dishes among 10. At this moment, the 5 tables of guests were very satisfied, while Sisters Yi and Yi San, who were busy in the kitchen, had no idea how things were going outside. When the person who had just gone out to serve food returned to the kitchen, Yi San quickly asked, "Sister, how's it going outside? What do the guests think? You won't believe it. Besides the first dish, the response to the other dishes has been fantastic." The server said, nearly drooling, "I'm so tempted." "The first dish?"
Sister Yi asked.
"Is that the cold dish?" "Yes, it is." The server replied with a smile. "Don't take it to heart. Maybe our people aren't used to having noodles in cold dishes." Everyone enjoyed the other dishes. Hearing this, Yi-sen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister Yi was surprised that they mistook the cold noodles for regular noodles and reached for the bowl of cold dishes that still had some left. She thought they had made too many meat dishes today, so everyone would surely want some cold dishes to balance it out. She didn't expect that the people here didn't recognize the cold noodles and thought they were regular noodles, so no one had touched them. "Sister, this isn't regular noodles. It's cold noodles made from mung bean flour. You should try a bite," Sister Yi suggested.
"Ah,
"Not regular noodles?" The server was polite and took a big bite. "Wow, it really is different. It's slippery and refreshing, and the sour taste is quite appetizing. No wonder you served this dish first. It seems we didn't recognize it." The server was also straightforward. "Don't worry, I'll go tell everyone to try this special dish. Cold noodles." "Yes, cold noodles." The woman turned and left the kitchen, but soon returned, saying, "Oh no, I thought no one was eating the first dish, but it turns out they just hadn't gotten to it yet. When I went around to check, I saw that everyone had finished their plates." She grabbed a bowl of cold noodles and said, "You keep working, I'll go serve them more." Earlier, there had been several meat dishes, from donkey meat to pig's trotters, and then spicy fish and braised rabbit. Everyone was eager to eat, afraid they wouldn't get enough, and they ate quickly and hurriedly. The food was delicious, but it was a bit too much, and they felt full. At that moment, they finally appreciated the cold noodles. A few bites made their mouths feel fresh, and they started to salivate, feeling hungry again, as if they could eat a lot more. The only downside was that this cold dish didn't last long. After just a few bites, it was almost gone. Fortunately, at that moment, the server came with a bowl and started to refill the cold dish at each table. The guests immediately praised it. Jiang Zhongyo's earlier dissatisfaction with the rabbit had vanished, and he was now smiling widely. He continuously accepted compliments from others, even those praising the chef's skills, taking them as compliments for himself. Lu Dongjin, sitting next to Jiang Zhongyo, was also very excited. In terms of family background, the Lu family was not as well off as the Jiang family, and Lu village was not as prosperous as Shuanglin village. Jiang Qiui was beautiful and skilled with needlework, and many suitors had come to propose. So when it was revealed that the Jiang family had chosen Lu Dongjin, many found it hard to believe and said he was lucky. Because of this, his mother had called him aside the night before and advised him, "Jin, listen to your mother. Tomorrow, when you go to your father-in-law's house, no matter how they treat you, just be respectful. They gave you such a wonderful daughter, so you should be polite to your in-laws and not throw a tantrum. Do you understand?" Lu Dongjin agreed with his mother, but he was a bit worried. He wasn't afraid of being looked down upon by Jiang Zhongyo and Yi Hua. After all, time reveals a person's true character. He believed that as long as he treated his wife and in-laws well, they would warm up to him over time. However, at the welcome banquet, Many guests would be invited, and he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of them. After all, the two villages are not far apart. If any gossip arises, it will quickly reach Lu's family in Lu village, and his parents and relatives will feel ashamed because of him. So Lu Dongjin didn't sleep well last night. Since he got up today, he has felt anxious. Even when he sat next to Jiang Zhongyo, his heart was still in his throat. But now, halfway through the banquet, his worries have faded, and he even feels a bit proud. His father-in-law and mother-in-law must be very pleased with their son-in-law, which is why the welcome banquet is so impressive. Just the 6 dishes served at the table have already surpassed any banquet he has attended before. At first, when the first 2 dishes were served, he thought that Shuanglin village must be very wealthy to host such a grand welcome banquet. However, as he observed the reactions of others at the main table, he realized that today's banquet was far beyond what other families in Shuanglin village would offer. He couldn't wait to rush home and tell his mother that his in-laws not only didn't look down on him but actually treated him as a guest of honor. Sister Yi learned from the waitress that the previous dishes had almost all been devoured. Even the cold noodles that had initially been ignored were now gone. She quickly prepared 2 more dishes to serve. Flowers in bloom, Phoenix and Dragon Harmony. Compared to the previous dishes, these 2 stood out in appearance. The Phoenix and Dragon Harmony was a meat roll wrapped in bean curd skin, with a lifelike phoenix head carved from carrot, and the oval-shaped rolls arranged to resemble the body and tail feathers of a phoenix. Truly beautiful. The other dish, Flowers in Bloom, was a bowl of chrysanthemum tofu soup, with pieces of tofu cut into the shape of blooming chrysanthemums floating in the broth. Not to mention the taste, just the knife skills were enough to impress anyone. Zhongyo, come on. Honestly, where did you find the chef? It can't be someone from the palace, right? Oh, you really have a wild imagination. I wish I could hire a palace chef, but I would need to know one first. Jiang Zhongyo replied, slightly tipsy, but unable to hide his pride. While these 2 were talking, everyone else was quickly grabbing food. With a previous experience, once the new dishes were served, no one had time to talk. Eating was the priority. The meat filling in the bean curd rolls was mixed with mushrooms by Sister Yi. After steaming, it was drizzled with a sauce made from broth. The bean curd absorbed the flavors of the meat and mushrooms during steaming, and you could also taste the bean aroma. The different flavors blended together beautifully. When you take a bite, the outside is firm while the inside is tender. Juices burst out, filling your mouth with freshness. It's hard to tell whether the mushrooms are more flavorful, the meat is more fragrant, or if the bean aroma perfectly balances them all. Another dish, chrysanthemum tofu, is especially loved by older people. The soup in the bowl looks clear, but it's actually a broth that has been simmering since last night, made by Sister Yi. She brought it over from home in a small pot today. The soup is exceptionally delicious and refreshing, with no oil or impurities. A spoonful of broth wraps around your tongue, letting you fully enjoy its rich flavor. The tofu in the soup is not the usual firm tofu. It's incredibly soft and melts in your mouth. However, after tasting it, a new question arises. This tofu, even smoother than egg custard, doesn't need chewing. It just melts on your tongue. How is it shaped like a flower? Qiu Yi, tell me the truth, asked Huang Yueping's mother, Mrs. Yen, as she reached this point. Where did you find the chef, and how much did you pay? Jiang Qiu Yi was closest to Huang Yueping, so she had a good relationship with Mrs. Yen and knew that Huang Yueping was getting married next month. Understanding her curiosity, she gave her a knowing look and whispered, "Don't say anything. I'll tell you privately later." At this point, Yihua was also amazed and nearly speechless. She had thought Sister Yi was just someone who could make home-cooked meals a bit more exquisite and delicious, especially since she came from outside the region and could prepare some unique dishes. But now, if she still couldn't see that Sister Yi was truly skilled, she would be very short-sighted. She realized that this return banquet had opened a big door for Sister Yi. In the future, many people would want her to cater events, and naturally, her fees would rise significantly, no longer just a few coins for 5 tables of food. But Yihua knew that the Yen family was not well off, so she still wanted to help her. She planned to take Yen to talk to Sister Yi about booking a banquet before anyone else knew who the chef was. If they could get it for 1 or 2 silver coins, that would be great. If the price went up a bit, Yen should still be able to accept it. After all, Yen felt she owed her eldest daughter too much, and now that she was about to get married, she hoped to give her a grand celebration. Although Yen didn't know why Yi Hua couldn't say anything here, she didn't ask further and continued eating. Meanwhile, Huang Yueping, who was eating in the West Wing, was unaware of her mother's intentions and was excitedly shouting about the chrysanthemum tofu in her soup. Qiu-yi, did you hire a chef or a magician? They can cut tofu so finely it's almost like threading a needle. Qin Xiaofeng couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Why are you shouting? You look like you've never seen anything before." "Oh, I've never seen it, but have you? Have you ever eaten something like this? You probably haven't even seen it." As Huang Yueping and Qin Xiaofeng bickered, everyone else quickly continued eating. By the time Huang Yueping realized what was happening, the chrysanthemum tofu was almost gone, with only a little residue floating in the soup. Qin Xiaofeng lowered her eyes to hide her displeasure. However, Huang Yueping was straightforward and said to everyone at the table, "Hey, this is too much. You didn't even leave me half a piece?" The young wife sitting next to Zhang Qiu-yi smiled and pushed a small bowl toward Huang Yueping. The bowl contained a generous amount of soup with a blooming chrysanthemum floating in it. As the bowl was pushed over, the petals gently swayed, looking beautiful. "We can't leave you out," Zhang Qiu-yi said with a smile. "I saved this for you this time, but if you keep acting like this, no one will care next time." "Exactly. We can bicker any time, but can it be more important than eating?" Everyone chimed in, teasing Huang Yueping, who was too busy enjoying her chrysanthemum tofu. The tofu used in this dish was freshly made by Sister Yi, using her own soy milk and salt, making it more tender than what was sold outside. The tofu was smooth and delicate, melting in the mouth without overpowering flavors. Paired with the light yet incredibly fragrant soup, it was simply perfect. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaofeng clenched her fists under the table. Even though she didn't get to eat the special dish, others only saved some for Huang Yueping and spoke in a sarcastic manner. If it weren't for wanting to see what other good dishes were left, Qin Xiaofeng would have almost wanted to leave. She could only take a couple of slices of tofu rolls and eat quietly. The others at the table were chatting and laughing, while she felt like she was invisibly shut out and couldn't join in. The dishes named Prosperity and Harmony not only had auspicious names, but also looked beautiful and tasted great, winning the affection of the women and children. Even some older people who preferred lighter flavors praised these dishes. Especially after drinking quite a bit, having a few sips of the rich yet light soup made their stomachs feel much better. Even Jiang Yuanwei, who usually disliked attending such gatherings, couldn't help but ask, "Zhongyo, what other dishes do we have?" Jiang Yuanwei was actually Jiang Zhongyou's uncle. He was the most capable person in the Jiang family and well known in the county. In his youth, he was restless and always wanted to explore. Since he had an older brother, he wasn't too restricted. No one expected him to be so bold as to take some money from home, claiming he was going to do business in Tianjin, but he ended up leaving for the Western countries without a word. By the time his hired hands delivered a letter home, the ship had already set sail. His parents stood at the dock, holding the letter and crying almost to the point of fainting. Back then, sea travel was not as developed as it is now, and most people were more afraid than eager about it. After Jiang Yuanwei went to sea, there was no news for several years. Those who knew about it speculated that the ship must have sunk, and he had perished at sea. His mother cried daily over this, nearly losing her sight. But no one expected that one day, 5 years later, Jiang Yuanwei would finally return. Not only did he come back, but he also brought many servants and a lot of boxes with him. At that time, no one knew, but later, as more people traveled overseas, it became clear that there was gold, silver, and jewels in the Western countries, and even a little tea or porcelain could be exchanged for a lot. So everyone guessed that the many boxes brought into his home were filled with treasures. No one knew exactly how much Jiang Yuanwei had earned, but ever since he returned from overseas, his family was never the same again. After building a new house, His parents have become elderly gentlemen and ladies, accompanied by maids and servants. The small shop they once had in the county has now turned into a large establishment, opening a restaurant and tea house. Not only that, but he also spent money to secure a government position, becoming a leisurely official, so everyone refers to him as Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is one of the few people in the county who has traveled abroad, making him well known. Additionally, he is wealthy, with seemingly endless money, and he is very particular about his food and clothing. As a result, he often avoids gatherings with relatives and friends. The reason he attended Jiang Qiui's return banquet today is due to his gratitude and loyalty. During the years he made money abroad, his family was struggling, and his parents were too upset to help, leaving his brother to support the family alone. Many relatives and friends distanced themselves from his family, but Jiang Zhongyu's father remained close and often offered help. Even though Jiang Zhongyu's father has passed away, Mr. Jiang still remembers this kindness and made a special trip from the county today. So, at this banquet, although Jiang Zhongyu is the host and Lu Dongjin is the honored guest, Mr. Jiang holds the highest status among them. When Jiang Zhongyu sent the invitation to Mr. Jiang, he did it out of formality and never expected the elder to actually come. When he saw Mr. Jiang get off the carriage this morning, Jiang Zhongyu felt nervous, afraid of offending this esteemed elder. However, he was surprised by the excellent cooking skills of Sister Yi, which even impressed the well-traveled Mr. Jiang. "Please wait a moment, I will go ask," Jiang Zhongyu said, quickly getting up and heading to the kitchen. Previously, Jiang Zhongyu was quite unhappy with Yi Hua for making decisions without consulting him. After their argument, he stopped paying attention to these matters. So even now, he does not know who this chef really is. But after tasting so many dishes, Jiang Zhongyu guessed that the chef must be a highly skilled master. He does not dare to hope for an imperial chef, but perhaps it is an older chef returning to the countryside to retire and taking on a few catering jobs. As Jiang Zhongyu entered the kitchen, he scanned the room and overlooked Sister Yi and Sister San, assuming they were just assisting cooks. However, there were only the two of them in the kitchen, let alone the experienced chef he had imagined. Jiang Zhongyu had already drunk quite a bit, and now the wind made him feel a bit dizzy. Standing at the kitchen door, he raised his chin and asked, "Where is your chef?" Yi Sen-saw looked over, thinking he was a guest there for a meal. Seeing he was drunk, she worried he might cause trouble and asked, "May I ask who you are? What do you need the chef for?" Jiang Zhongyu slurred, "I just wanted to ask what dishes are left and why they aren't served yet." Hearing he was only there to check on the food and not to complain about the dishes, Yi San-saw felt relieved. She pointed to Yi De-saw, who was carefully arranging plates on the other side, and said, "My sister-in-law is the chef. The last two dishes are being plated and will be ready soon." Jiang Zhongyu looked in the direction Yi Sen-saw pointed and saw a woman in her 30s with her back to him, busy with something. He let out a loud laugh. "I'm looking for the chef who is cooking today, not a helper." "Are you saying she made today's dishes?" If she had that skill, Jiang Zhongyu stumbled over his words, feeling confused as he looked around the kitchen. Finally, he pointed at the stove and said, "I'd eat the ashes from the stove without a drop of water." Yi Sen-saw nearly laughed at this and reassured him, "All right, you should go back for now. The food will be out soon." "I'm not going back." Jiang Zhongyu had completely forgotten why he was there. "I need to see your chef before I leave." Just then, the person responsible for serving the dishes came back in and asked, "Yi De-saw, are the last two dishes ready? They're rushing us outside." She often helped people in the village with light tasks to earn a little extra money. But after a few years, this was the first time she had seen such a situation where they were running out of food. After urging Yi De-saw, she noticed someone beside her and turned to see it was Jiang Zhongyu. "Oh, why aren't you in there with your son-in-law and the guests? What are you doing here?" When Yi Sen-saw realized this drunken man was actually Yi Hua's husband, the head of the household, she felt relieved that she hadn't said anything inappropriate. Otherwise, if she offended the owner, they might not get paid for their work, and that would mean all their efforts today were for nothing. The server wanted to persuade Jiang Zhongyu to go back, but he insisted on wanting to see the chef. After Sister Yi arranged the next dishes, She called for the food to be served and then wiped her hands before walking over to take a look. He's just drunk. I'll make him a bowl of sobering soup. The server picked up 2 plates and said, I'll serve the dishes first, then I'll call his wife over. We can't handle him. She can take care of it. Before long, Yihua hurried in. As soon as she entered, she saw Jiang Zhongyo following Sister Yi, mumbling. You say you're the chef?
Who can prove that?
Did you really make all those dishes today? I don't believe it. You look like you're in your 30s.
Who taught you?
Isn't this a skill passed down to men only? Yihua was almost furious and stepped forward to pull him outside. Xiaohua, don't be anxious. I made sobering soup. Let your uncle drink a bowl and sit down for a bit. He'll be fine soon, Sister Yi said, handing a bowl of soup to Yihua. Although Yihua was angry, she stirred the soup with a spoon while gently blowing on it to cool it down. She took a moment to apologize to Sister Yi. My family member is like this. After a little drink, he forgets everything. If he says anything rude, just ignore him. It's all on me. Xiaohua, you're being too harsh. Your uncle is just drunk. Whatever he says is nonsense. I wouldn't hold it against him. Yihua thought the soup was ready to drink, so she forced Jiang Zhongyo to finish it in one go. After drinking the soup, Jiang Zhongyo smacked his lips and said, What kind of soup was that? It was actually quite good. Yihua was too annoyed to respond. He didn't expect an answer and continued talking. However, soon the soup took effect, and Jiang Zhongyo began to sober up. He vaguely remembered what he had done and, seeing Yihua's stern face, he quickly admitted, I was pressured into drinking and got a bit too tipsy. Honestly, this chef's sobering soup is really effective. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and said to Sister Yi, Your sobering soup is both tasty and effective. Why bother running around helping others? It's tiring and doesn't pay well. Just make a big pot of sobering soup and sell it at the taverns in the capital at midnight. You'll make a fortune. Yihua could no longer hold back and slapped Jiang Zhongyo on the forehead, scolding, I don't think you're drunk. I think you've damaged your brain with all that drinking. With such great cooking skills, how could you not make money? Why do you have to sell hangover soup? At this point, Jiang Zhongyo was becoming more sober. Hearing his wife's words, he widened his eyes in surprise, his mouth half open, and turned his neck slowly, like a rusty axle to look at Sister Yi, struggling to speak. Why, you mean who? Are you saying today's dishes were all made by her? Who else could it be? Is it you?
You need to have the skill for that.
Yihua continued to scold. Are you sober now? If you are, hurry back. You're really embarrassing yourself. Jiang Zhongyo walked back to the main room as if he were walking on cotton, stumbling along the way. When the people at the table saw him return, one cousin teased, You were gone with your wife for so long. What were you up to? Go away. Jiang Zhongyo sat down with a dazed expression, almost tipping over his chair. The others at the table looked at him in surprise. What happened to him after just one trip outside? I just saw the chef in the kitchen. Jiang Zhongyo slowly regained his senses, and it turned out to be a woman in her 30s. At first, I thought she was just a helper. When Jiang Yuanwei heard that the chef was a woman, he paused while picking up a piece of pork. Zhongyo, after everyone finishes eating, you must take me to meet this chef. Uncle, do you want to invite the chef for a meal? Jiang Zhongyo asked, scratching his head, thinking that his family didn't have any celebrations recently. Besides, no one could predict a funeral in advance. Just introduce me to her. You don't need to worry about what I want to do. Jiang Yuanwei's face turned serious, making Jiang Zhongyo too scared to say more. He was much more effective than Yihua. Jiang Zhongyo quickly smiled and said, Okay, don't worry. I'll arrange it after dinner. As he spoke, he glanced at the table. When he was in the kitchen, he was too drunk to notice what new dishes had come out. After looking around the table, he saw there was a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms and a whole piece of pork. However, he had returned too late, and the pork had already been devoured, leaving only a bare bone on the plate. The chicken stew looked like it still had some left. Under the broth, he could vaguely see a few pieces of meat. Jiang Zhongyo thought to himself that these people were still somewhat reasonable, leaving him a little bit. However, when he picked up his chopsticks to serve himself, he found that there was only a chicken head and a piece of chicken left in the soup. Fortunately, Lu Dongjin, sitting next to him, quickly pushed over a bowl containing a chicken leg and a large piece of meat with skin. "Father-in-law, I noticed you hadn't returned for a while, so I saved some for you," he said. Jiang Zhongyo's previously gloomy expression brightened immediately. The others at the table also praised him. "Zhongyo, your choice of son-in-law is excellent. You didn't pick the wrong person. Your son-in-law cares about you. He put food aside for you before eating much himself. Your Chio-yi is lucky. This young man clearly knows how to treat others well and will surely take care of his wife in the future." Jiang Zhongyo was so flattered that he lost track of everything else and raised his glass to drink. Yi Hua, listening from the other room, felt angry. This son-in-law was clearly her choice, and she had made the decision. At that time, Jiang Zhongyo was upset, thinking Lu's family was not good enough for his own. Today, he invited Yi Dajia to cook, and even after arguing with her, he was now happy at the table, taking all the credit for himself. It was one thing for outsiders not to know, but didn't he realize it himself? He really knew how to flatter himself. Yi Hua was upset, but today was her daughter's return feast, so she had to keep a smile while hosting the guests. Yuan noticed her mother was not in a good mood and pulled her aside to ask, "What's wrong? You seemed happy earlier. Why are you upset now? Is it because of your brother-in-law drinking? With so many guests today, it's normal to drink a little.
Why would I be upset about that?"
Yi Hua initially hesitated to speak, thinking it would make her seem petty. But after a few questions from Yuan, she couldn't help but express her feelings. "I thought it was something serious." Yuan laughed. "Aren't men usually like this? Getting upset over this would only make you feel worse. Besides, you know what those men in the main room are like. If you had said right away that the son-in-law was your choice and the chef was also your pick, would they still praise you? They would find fault with everything. So, I think it's fine as it is now. Why bother with those drunkards? As long as my daughter is happy and my son-in-law is satisfied, the young couple will have a sweet life together. That's what we mothers hope for, right?" Yihua felt much better after hearing a few words from Yuaner. "You really know how to comfort people. Just hearing you say that makes me feel relieved." Yuaner pulled her and said, "Come on, since we're out, let's go check the West Wing." "Check what in the West Wing?" Yihua didn't understand her intention. "To see the rabbits." Yuaner joked, but when she saw Yihua still looking confused, she leaned in and whispered, "Don't you want to see how the young women in the village envy your Chio-yi? Their eyes must be green with envy." Only then did Yihua understand what she meant by checking the rabbits. "You really have a sharp tongue." That said, how could she not want to see? So the two of them went to the West Wing together. As soon as Yihua entered, she smiled and asked, "I came to see if you enjoyed the meal today. Did Chio-yi take good care of you?" The guests in the West Wing were all peers of Chio-yi. When they saw Yihua come in, they all stood up to greet her. "Please sit down, no need for formality. I was worried you might feel uncomfortable, so I arranged a separate table for you. Chio-yi can keep you company. You're all about the same age and have known each other well, so it's easier to talk, right?" "Yes, thank you, Aunt Hua." Huang Yueping was the first to respond. "The food today is so delicious. Look, my stomach is already full. Is there more food coming? I really can't eat anymore." Occasionally eating a lot is fine. Seeing that most of the dishes were nearly finished, Yihua was very pleased and said to Huang Yueping, "But if you really can't eat anymore, don't force yourself. After all, when you go back home in a few days, you can have another meal."
Huh.
Huang Yueping was surprised by this. Chio-yi quickly explained, "My mom means you'll need to come back for the homecoming banquet." Qin Xiaofeng chimed in, "The homecoming banquet is different from a regular meal. Not everyone can afford such a great chef." At this moment, she couldn't resist praising the Yi family to tease Huang Yueping. "I can't wait to see how grand your homecoming banquet will be." Huang Yueping turned her head and said, "Even if it can't compare to Chio-yi's, it will definitely be better than yours." Upon hearing Qin Xiaofeng's words, Huang Yueping instinctively hoped that Yihua would say something. However, Yihua remained silent. Huang Yueping's heart raced, thinking that perhaps Yihua had received some news from her mother and was teasing her. But she quickly calmed down, realizing that they couldn't afford such a great chef, and that Yihua was likely just joking about her marriage. Yihua didn't explain for two reasons. First, because Yanshi was still considering her feelings and hadn't confirmed anything with Sister Yi. Second, she hoped that Yanshi would personally share the good news with Huang Yueping. Yihua had already decided that as long as Sister Yi didn't raise the price, she would encourage Yanshi to plan a wonderful event for Huang Yueping. After all, Huang Yueping had endured many hardships over the years, and a proper return banquet would help her gain some respect in her new family, serving as a small reward for her sacrifices. As they spoke, the last two dishes of the day were finally served. One was a sweet dessert called snow-covered red bean paste, and the other was a main dish of steamed 8-treasure rice. With all the young women present, their attention was immediately drawn to the dessert. Jiang Qiui quickly urged everyone, "You must try this snow-covered red bean paste. It's delicious. When I tasted it with my mother the other day, I thought, this is it. My return banquet must have her as the chef." Hearing this, everyone realized that Jiang Qiui had highlighted this particular dish over all the others, making it a must-try. Young women seemed to have an innate weakness for beautiful and tasty sweets. The soft and sweet snow-covered red bean paste was so delightful that even Qin Xiaofeng, who had been acting strangely throughout the meal, couldn't help but squint her eyes in enjoyment. Seeing this, Yihua exchanged an excited glance with Jiang Qiui. They both felt pleased that they had chosen the right chef for the banquet. Just as Yihua was about to take Yuan away, a little girl named Jiang Bailing, with a piece of snow-covered red bean paste in her mouth, suddenly started to cry. Yihua immediately stopped and went over, concerned, Bailing, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did you burn yourself?" Jiang Bailing was 2 years younger than Jiang Qiui and had always liked following her and Huang Yueping around, like their little sister. So, seeing her cry, Yihua hurried over to check on her. Little Jiang Bailing was crying while trying to finish her sweet red bean dessert before speaking. Aunt Hua, this chef you hired cooks so well. When I have my return banquet, I want her to cook for me too. Do you think my mom will agree?" Hearing this, everyone in the room couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Qiui laughed so hard that she held her stomach and leaned against Huang Yueping. "You little girl, you're already thinking about your return banquet before even getting engaged? If you want to have a return banquet, you need to find a suitable husband first." Jiang Bailing realized what she had said, and her face turned bright red. Yihua smiled as she took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and said, "What's the rush? When you're really ready to get married, your mom will help you plan it." But even though she said that, Yihua couldn't shake off her worries. With Sister Ye's skills, it would be fine as long as no one found out. But if someone did find out, who knows what the situation would be like in a year or two. Whether they could afford it, or if they would even be able to host it was uncertain. Meanwhile, Sister Yi, who was being thought of by many, was sitting in the kitchen eating with Sister Yi-san. After working all morning, all the dishes were finally on the table, and they could sit down to eat. Although Yihua had already said they could eat whatever from the kitchen, Sister Yi was particular. She carefully used all the ingredients and saved any leftovers neatly. Sister Yi cut some cabbage and used the leftover broth to cook some noodles. Each held a bowl and enjoyed the remaining meat dishes from earlier, finding it quite delicious. Yihua was thinking about the matter with Yen and wanted to ask Sister Yi before prices went up, so she took the chance while others were still eating to pull Yen straight to the kitchen to find Sister Yi. Upon entering and seeing them eating, Yihua immediately said, "Oh, sister-in-law, I told you before, you can eat whatever you want from the kitchen. Why are you just having noodles? You've been busy all morning and are only eating this? People will think I'm treating you poorly. No, this is really good, and there's still meat." Seeing Yihua come in, Sister Yi quickly put down her bowl, stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, and a bit shyly asked, "Little Hua, how was the food today? Did the guests enjoy it?" Yanshi was still shocked that Sister Yi was not just helping in the kitchen, but was actually the head chef today. Upon hearing this, she quickly said, "You are being too modest. You should have seen it." Almost every dish was cleared off the table. I haven't seen such a scene in years. Really? Sister Yi felt more convinced hearing this from a stranger and smiled with relief. As long as I didn't embarrass Xiaohua, that's all that matters. Embarrass who? Today's dishes brought us great honor.
Yihua said.
Look, even before we finished eating, people wanted to come and support your business. Sister Yi didn't expect the visitors were actually looking for her to cater an event, and her eyes lit up instantly. It seemed Yuan was right. As long as she did a good job with the return banquet for Yihua's family, business would come knocking. Yihua had no intention of hiding anything from Sister Yi and said honestly, my sister has had a tough life. She lost her husband at a young age and is raising several children on her own. Her eldest daughter is the same age as my Chiu Yi and is getting married soon. That girl has been helping the family since she was little, taking care of her younger siblings and enduring a lot of hardship. Now that she is getting married, my sister wants to give her a nice celebration. However, she doesn't have much money, so she wanted to ask if you could do her a banquet at the same price as ours. After Yi Hua finished speaking, she and Yanshi eagerly looked at Sister Yi, waiting for her response. Sister Yi thought Yi Hua was trying to negotiate after hearing all that. She started calculating in her mind whether giving Yanshi a discount of 100 coins would be worth it for all her hard work that morning. So when she heard the last part, she was a bit confused and thought she misheard. Xiaohua, what did you say? The same price as your family? Yes, yes. 5 tables, 1 tael of silver, is that okay? Yanshi quickly added, but my family isn't well off, so I might not be able to buy that much chicken, duck, and fish. I'll do my best to prepare. Sister Yi laughed. Oh, that's the price. Why are you saying so much? I thought you were trying to negotiate. But Yi Hua patted her shoulder and whispered in her ear, except for you, Ping. I've told everyone else it's 2 taels of silver. If someone comes to ask you later, don't let it slip. 2 taels of silver? Sister Ye's heart skipped a beat. The price had suddenly doubled. Would anyone really come looking for her? Yi Hua immediately said, hurry up and eat. I'll go check if the men at their table are done eating. Mr. Jiang enjoyed the dishes you made and said he wants to meet you after the meal.
Ah?
Mr. Jiang? Sister Yi became nervous again, looking at her old clothes. Is it appropriate for me to meet Mr. Jiang like this? It's fine. He's not a high official, just a wealthy man. Technically, my husband should call him uncle, but they're more like distant relatives, so we don't usually get too close. However, he is a decent person. He's willing to help out financially when relatives face difficulties. When my father-in-law was alive, he helped his family, so he has always taken care of ours since then. Sister Yi felt a bit relieved after hearing this. Someone who values old friendships and knows how to be grateful should be easy to get along with. Yi Hua continued, but he has been to the West before, so sometimes he says things we don't understand. Don't worry if you don't understand, just listen. Oh, it's too troublesome. Why don't you just come with me? I can help you out a bit. As Yi Hua spoke, she pulled Sister Yi outside. As they stepped out of the kitchen, they ran into Yi Xianglei, who was holding Qing Tian. Sister, Qing Tian is full and starting to feel sleepy. She wants to find you. Sister Yi quickly took off her apron and took Qing Tian from Yi Xianglei's arms. Qing Tian was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open, instinctively leaning against her.
Mom.
She mumbled, resting her face against Sister Ye's neck. Perhaps sensing the familiar scent, she tilted her little head and fell asleep in Sister Ye's arms. Sister Yi gently patted Qing Tian and looked at Yi Hua with a worried expression. Yi Hua thought, Sister Yi won't skip this opportunity just because the child fell asleep, will she? Put the child in my room and let Wanner or your sister-in-law watch her. Come with me first. To be honest, many people have been asking about you today. If you seize this opportunity, you might not have to worry about work until the new year. Today's welcome banquet was a great success, and Yi Hua found herself fully supporting Sister Yi, wanting to help her out. Sister Yi is not someone who doesn't know what's good for her. She understands that Yi Hua is looking out for her. I'll just hold on to Qing Tian, Sister Yi said. This child is shy, but as long as I'm here, he can sleep soundly and won't cause any trouble. Yi Hua was speechless. In her life, She had never seen anyone from the countryside treat a child so delicately. However, after witnessing it a couple of times, she was getting used to it. She didn't think holding the child would affect others wanting to host a banquet. Her only concern was that too many people might wake the baby. Yi Hua led Sister Yi to the main room. The dishes on the table had mostly been eaten, and some people were still lingering, enjoying drinks and chatting. Mr. Jiang was surrounded by people trying to flatter him, but he was half-closed eyes, leaning back in his chair, and it was hard to tell if he was listening to them. "Master, I've brought the chef for you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her directly." Although Yi Hua had just said that Mr. Jiang was just a wealthy man, she still spoke respectfully in front of him. When Sister Yi entered and saw Mr. Jiang seemingly resting his eyes, she boldly took a second glance. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, not the plump figure she had imagined, but rather quite lean. As soon as it was mentioned that the chef had arrived, everyone's attention in the room turned to Sister Yi. Mr. Jiang opened his eyes and looked over as well. Sister Yi was caught off guard when their eyes met, startled, and quickly looked down, feeling more anxious as she held Qing Tian tightly, as if drawing strength from him. "She's actually a woman? She looks quite young, but her skills seem impressive." "Really? She doesn't look like someone with such good skills." "That's a strange thing to say. Can you tell if food is good just by someone's appearance?" "Well, you don't need to scoff. I have my reasons for saying this." "What reasons?" "Tell me." "Think about it. If you cooked as well as she does, wouldn't you be making different dishes every day? How could you stay so thin?" The men in the main and east rooms had all had a bit to drink, and as they spoke, their words became slurred. Their minds were likely not very clear, and the conversation drifted further off track. Mr. Jiang ignored them and, noticing that Sister Yi was holding a child, lowered his voice slightly to ask, "Did you cook all the dishes today?" As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Everyone else quickly closed their mouths and turned to look at Sister Yi, waiting for her response. "In response to Mr. Jiang, I made all the dishes today, with some help from my sister-in-law," Sister Yi replied honestly. Immediately, a buzz of excitement filled the room. It really was her cooking. She made 5 tables, each with 10 dishes. That's impressive. Where did such a talented chef come from? And she's a woman. I bet she was hired from another place. Otherwise, with her skills, she wouldn't be unknown in Fengli County. Mr. Jiang listened to the chatter behind him, which was not very quiet, and remained silent for a while. It wasn't until the others sensed something was off that they quickly quieted down. "Your dishes are very delicious," Mr. Jiang praised, then asked, "What should I call you?" "Everyone in the village calls me Sister Yi, or you can call me Qing Tianyang," she replied. At this point, Sister Ye's expression softened as she looked down at the little girl, whose face was pressed against her, and smiled. When she fled from her village during the famine, Sister Yi never imagined she would not only survive but also have a sweet and obedient daughter. Even the title she thought she would never have, Qing Tianyang, filled her with happiness. However, Mr. Jiang shook his head repeatedly. No, I meant how to address you, not your husband or your child." This left Sister Yi confused, and she turned to look at Yi Hua. Yi Hua had a look that seemed to say, "What did I tell you?" Sister Yi felt a bit lost. She had thought Mr. Jiang was just speaking a foreign language he learned abroad. When she was in Tianjin, she had heard foreigners talking, and it sounded strange and completely unintelligible to her. Not knowing how to respond, she realized that everyone around her used those titles. After marrying into the Yi family, she gradually became known as Sister Yi, and now she also had the title of Qing Tianyang. She didn't know how to respond and could only look at Yi Hua for help. But Yi Hua also didn't know what Yi Dajia's surname was and had to ask, "Are you asking what your surname is?" "Oh, my maiden name is Yu, like in a play," Yi Dajia quickly replied. After saying that, she thought it was a bit strange that Mr. Jiang didn't just ask directly about her surname, but spoke in such a roundabout way that was hard to understand. "Mrs. Yu," Mr. Jiang nodded and continued, "Who did you learn your cooking skills from?" "I learned from my father and my family," Yi Dajia answered honestly. The room suddenly became noisy again. "You learned from your family? With such good skills, it must be passed down to the son," not the daughter, right? Are you silly? What if she is the only daughter, and they married a son-in-law? Well, it should still go to the son-in-law. Passing it to the daughter would be chaotic. Oh, I can't explain it to you. This time, Mr. Jiang waited for a while, but the chatter continued, so he frowned and said, "Am I the one asking, or are you? If you have so many questions, I won't ask anymore. You can go ahead." As soon as he said this, everyone in the room immediately fell silent. Yi Hua quickly signaled to her son. Jiang Rongfei also understood and went to send the last two people in the east room out, allowing Mr. Jiang to speak with Yi Dajia. To avoid suspicion, Yi Hua followed them inside. The door to the east room was intentionally left open, so those who stayed in the main room could still hear the conversation. "Mrs. Yu, you don't need to be nervous. The reason I called you here is..." Mr. Jiang spoke a bit slowly, and Yi Dajia felt anxious, but didn't dare to rush him. Since autumn has arrived, the harvest is over, and people in the countryside are busy with weddings, while the wealthy in the city are busy enjoying the flowers, the moon, and the autumn scenery. I have a farm in the suburbs of the capital, and this year I spent a lot of money to acquire many rare chrysanthemums to host a flower viewing banquet. Since I'm inviting the noble women and young ladies from the capital, I prefer not to have any men serving at the farm. Most of the staff are easy to find, but I can't seem to find a suitable master chef. To be honest, I even considered setting up a temporary kitchen outside the farm if necessary, so the chef could cook outside and the maids could bring the food in. I don't know if it's because I've been too worried about this matter lately, but it seems like fate is helping me. Today, I came to a welcome back banquet and unexpectedly found what I was looking for. Mr. Jiang has been trying to build connections in the capital for the past few years. It's not for himself. At his age, he no longer has the same drive he had when he was younger. Besides, he has different ambitions now. However, his youngest son, who he had later in life, has shown great talent since childhood and has always excelled in his studies. 2 years ago, he passed the entrance exam for a prestigious school and is now continuing his education in the capital. Many children from small towns are outstanding, but once they arrive in the capital, they often get overshadowed by even more talented peers. But Mr. Jiang's son is different. He continues to excel, and even the teachers at the academy praise him, saying he will surely become a pillar of society in the future. Having such an ambitious son has brought Mr. Jiang both joy and concern. The joy is obvious. Who wouldn't want their child to succeed? The concern comes from his own past, where he focused solely on making money and became a complacent, wealthy man without any ambition. If his son were living in Fengli County, he could easily help him with anything he wanted to do. But now that they are in the capital, he feels powerless to assist. Therefore, for his son's future, Mr. Jiang, despite his age, has started to work hard to expand his network, hoping to establish connections in the capital that could help his son later on. He invested a lot for this flower viewing banquet, but he has yet to find a suitable chef. He has tried dishes from several female chefs he could contact, but none met his expectations. Today, he initially came just to attend the Jiang family's welcome-back banquet to repay a favor and give Jiang Zhongyo some face. Little did he know that after tasting the food, he felt energized and wanted to secure the chef, regardless of whether they were male or female. So when he heard Yi Hua introduce that Sister Yi was the chef for today, he appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was overjoyed. It truly felt like a long search had ended effortlessly. Upon hearing that she would be serving the ladies of the capital, Sister Yi immediately felt a wave of self-doubt. "Sir, Yi Hua saw her expression and knew what she wanted to say, so he quickly interrupted, "Sir, you need to tell us when this flower viewing banquet is and how much you will pay. Otherwise, how can we agree? I'm telling you, this isn't just anyone. She is related to my family and calls me aunt. In terms of family ties, she should even call you grandpa. You can't treat the younger generation unfairly." Yi Dasa felt nervous and hugged the child tightly, wondering if it was too direct to talk about money. But in fact, Jiang Yuanwei was a businessman and didn't mind these discussions. He preferred being straightforward. "I've already arranged the date. It's in 8 days. Yi Hua sighed in relief when he realized it didn't conflict with Huang Yueping's return banquet, and his smile grew brighter. Jiang Yuanwei continued, "You'll need to prepare 3 meals, lunch and dinner on the first day, and breakfast the next day. The number of people won't be too many, definitely not as many as today's banquet. If you agree, I'll pay you this amount." As he spoke, Jiang Yuanwei crossed his fingers to show the number 10. Seeing this, Yida Saw's heart raced uncontrollably. 10 taels of silver. That's 10 taels. Not only can you prepare 3 meals, but you could even manage 6. She could ask the third sister-in-law for help and easily give her 1 tael. Everyone in the main room, eagerly waiting to hear, leaned in curiously. But only Jiang Rongfei, standing at the door, saw the number Jiang Yuanwei showed and gasped. 10 taels for 3 meals? He wondered how much the banquet today had cost. He couldn't help but calculate in his mind. If the chef's fee was 3 taels and they had bought so much meat, it must have cost a lot. Jiang Rongfei felt a bit pained but thought about how today's banquet had brought honor to the family. During the meal, all the cousins had praised the feast, which made him feel a bit better. Besides, it was just 1 sister and 1 return banquet. It was right to make it special. Meanwhile, Yida Saw, after a moment of joy, quickly calmed down. "Jiang Yuanwei, besides preparing the 3 meals, you must have other requests, right?" Indeed, Mr. Jiang looked at her in surprise, as if he didn't expect her to be quite clever. "That's right. If you agree, starting tomorrow, you must go to the county. You need to prepare all the dishes at least once in front of me, and I will only approve if I am satisfied with the taste. There isn't much time left before the flower viewing banquet, so we need to hurry." Sister Yi thought for a moment. Testing the dishes for 8 days plus 2 days for cooking adds up to 10 days. By that calculation, 10 days for 10 taels of silver isn't too much. Then she heard Mr. Jiang say, "During these days of testing, I will cover your meals and lodging, and I will give you 500 won each day. How about that? If you cook well and the nobles enjoy the food, they might even give you extra rewards." Sister Yi felt tempted again and was about to agree when her child, Qing Tian, suddenly moved and changed positions in her arms. She hesitated immediately. There wasn't much going on at home, but since Qing Tian was so attached to her, if she left for 10 days, the child would surely cry for her mother. Yi Hua understood Sister Ye's thoughts very well. Seeing her look down at the child, he knew she was overthinking again. If this were her own niece, she would have already woken her up with a couple of slaps. The child was already over 3 years old, almost 4. Why couldn't she let go a little? Yi Hua sighed internally and spoke up for her, saying, "Mr. Jiang, this matter should be discussed with her family, right? Besides, her child is still young and needs her mother." Mr. Jiang thought Sister Yi had younger children at home, so he said, "You can bring your husband and child to the city with you. I will cover their meals and lodging," but Sister Yi perked up at the mention of bringing her husband and child. To be honest, she would have felt a bit scared going alone. But upon hearing the last 3 words, her heart sank again. Mr. Jiang continued, "But they won't receive any wages." Of course, of course." Sister Yi quickly replied, then hesitated and asked, "Actually, I have a sister-in-law who came with me to help with the cooking." Mr. Jiang responded, "I have already hired several cooks for my household. The reason I want you to come to the city tomorrow is to help you all work together and get used to each other." Sister Yi quickly said, "You don't need to pay her extra. I will give her from my wages." She understands that Sister Yi is eager to make money and wants to help her, not leave her alone. Also, everything Mr. Jiang said felt too unreal and unfamiliar to her, so she really needed someone she knew to support her. Mr. Jiang didn't expect that while Sister Yi had been hesitant about her own matters, she suddenly became quite determined about having her sister-in-law help in the kitchen. He guessed that Sister Yi wanted someone she could trust nearby, so he said, "You don't need to spend your own money. Adding another helper isn't a big deal. Just give her the same treatment as the other helpers." "That's great. Thank you so much. We'll go first thing tomorrow," Sister Yi replied gratefully, then asked, "But where should we go to find you in the city?" Seeing that everything was finally settled, Yi Hua relaxed and quickly told her, "Once you're in the city, Just ask any passerby where Mr. Jiang lives. Everyone knows.
Got it, Aunt Hua, Sister Yi said.
Mr. Jiang, seeing that everything was agreed upon, stood up to leave. The hall was already crowded, and as soon as he appeared, people quickly parted to make a way for him to exit smoothly. Jiang Zhongyou and Jiang Rongfei went out to see him off, while others rushed into the East Room, surrounding Yi Hua and Sister Yi. Chef, I want to celebrate my father's birthday on the 6th of next month. It won't conflict with Mr. Jiang's flower banquet. And I'll be turning 60 at the end of the year. I want to celebrate my son's wedding. Please help with the banquet.
I can give you a deposit right now.
At first, people were just shouting to set a time. Suddenly, some started offering deposits. Those wanting to invite Sister Yi to the banquet were stunned. Everyone knew that those who paid first had the advantage. The room quickly became chaotic, with everyone holding money. Some had coins, others had silver, and Yihua even saw someone with a banknote. Sister Yi didn't know any of these people and couldn't tell who was who. She was almost frightened by the commotion. But with people all around her, she had no way to escape, let alone hide. Earlier, Mr. Jiang had spoken to Sister Yi in a low voice, so Qing Tian had been sleeping soundly. But at that moment, so many people were making noise in the room that the roof seemed like it would lift off, and Qing Tian was naturally awakened. Mom? Qing Tian had not finished her nap, and her voice carried a hint of grievance as she tried to snuggle into Sister Ye's arms. Old Lady Wang had rushed in earlier and was lucky enough to take a spot next to Sister Yi. Seeing that Qing Tian was awake, she deliberately tried to please Sister Yi by reaching out to pat Qing Tian's little head. This child is so well-behaved. Before Old Lady Wang could finish her compliment, Qing Tian suddenly cried out. Sister Yi quickly protected Qing Tian's head and tried to step back, but someone blocked her, so she could only slightly turn her body away from Old Lady Wang. Old Lady Wang's hand hadn't even been pulled back yet, and she awkwardly stammered, unsure of what to say next. Those nearby who had witnessed the scene immediately began to speak up. Aunt Wang, the child just woke up. How can you touch her like that? Exactly. Little kids are sensitive. If you scare them, it's not a joke. Aunt Wang, you've taken care of many children. How could you make such a mistake? To reduce competition, several people around started criticizing Old Lady Wang. Old Lady Wang was so angry that she stomped her foot and said, Do you really need to meddle? Seeing that the chaos was not helping, Yihua took the opportunity to shout, Everyone, please calm down. If you all shout, the child won't remember anything. How about this? You all step aside so I can help calm the child. I'll go get my son Rongyu, and we can write down the dates you want to invite the chef, check for any overlaps, and then discuss it, okay? As the host, Yihua's words carried weight, and everyone agreed to listen. Moreover, her suggestion made sense. With everyone shouting, no one would be able to schedule anything. With Yihua's help, Sister Yi finally managed to squeeze out of the East Room while holding Qing Tian. Why don't you take a break in the West Wing? Xiao Yi is in there. Yihua instructed Sister Yi, then turned to her younger son Zhang Rongyu and said, Bring some paper and a pen and come with me. I need your help to write some things down. Qing Tian was still softly whimpering, so Sister Yi decided to leave everything to Yihua and, holding Qing Tian, knocked on the door and entered the West Wing. In the side room, Qiui and her friends had already eaten their fill, but they were so engrossed in conversation that no one had gone outside, completely unaware of what was happening in the main room. Although they vaguely heard a lot of noise from that direction, they thought it was just the men drinking too much and making a fuss, so they didn't pay much attention. When they saw Sister Yi entering the room with Qing Tian in her arms, everyone was a bit confused. Who was this person? Did she come to the wrong room? Seeing everyone staring at her and Qing Tian, Sister Yi quickly said, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Then she turned to Qiui and explained there were too many people in the main room, and it was chaotic. The noise scared the child, so Aunt Hua asked me to bring Qing Tian over here to stay for a while. Qiui, who had enjoyed a delightful meal, immediately smiled and introduced Sister Yi to her friends, saying, You all asked me who made such delicious food today. Well, Here she is, right in front of you. The young women in the room were taken aback. A female chef?
And
She didn't look very glamorous. Sister Yi had been busy in the kitchen all morning and had just come from a tense meeting with Mr. Jiang. After finally escaping from a crowd, she was now sweating, with strands of hair sticking to her face, and holding a child in her arms. She looked quite flustered, not at all like a professional chef. Huang Yueping curiously asked, "Did you really make all the dishes today?" "Yes, I did," Sister Yi replied with a smile. Seeing that Sister Yi was friendly, Huang Yueping gained a bit more courage and asked, "How many years have you been learning to cook?" "Oh, it's been quite a long time," Sister Yi recalled. "My father started teaching me how to handle a knife as soon as I was old enough to hold one. He insisted that I practice my knife skills. Later, I began learning to cook from him, and I continued until I got married." "Your father is really nice. He didn't say anything about passing skills only to sons," another girl at the table said enviously. "My father only taught my older brother and younger brother, and he did it secretly, as if he didn't want me to know." Sister Yi had never thought much about this before, but after being asked, she realized it was indeed quite unusual. There were 5 children in her family, 3 boys and 2 girls. Since her older sister had no interest in cooking, her father started teaching her from a young age. Sister Yi didn't have a good family background when she was young. She doesn't remember ever going out to eat, so she had nothing to compare her father's cooking to. It wasn't until she married into the Yi family and tasted the meals made by Grandma Yi and later by Mrs. Gua that she realized her father's cooking was actually quite good. She then smiled and said, "Maybe my family is different from others. We pass down skills to daughters, not sons." Such a nice thing. Huang Yueping was more interested in Sister Ye's cooking skills. Seeing the little girl in her arms had woken up and was no longer fussing, she leaned in and asked, "If skills are passed to daughters, then you should learn well from your mother. When I turn 80, I will invite you to cook for my celebration." Everyone in the room laughed at this. Qing Tian was a bit confused, only catching bits about daughters and sons. Thanks to the influence of her parents, she still had some lingering feelings about the preference for sons over daughters. She vaguely understood that such comments weren't good. Eager to defend Sister Yi, she quickly turned to Huang Yueping and said, "Mom will have a little brother for me. Since your mom cooks so well, don't you want to learn from her?" Qing Tian shook her head and replied, "I don't like cooking." After saying this, she quickly turned and jumped into Sister Yi's arms, whispering, "If Mom really wants me to learn, I will definitely try my best." "All right, you have the sweetest little mouth," Sister Yi said, feeling both amused and touched by her daughter's promise. While they were chatting, Yanshi suddenly came in with a big smile. "Yueping, I have good news for you." "What good news?" Huang Yueping finally shifted her attention from Qing Tian. "Oh, Sister Yi is here too, perfect," Yanshi said as she took out 200 coins and handed them to Sister Yi. "This is a deposit for the banquet when my daughter returns home. I will rely on you then." Huang Yueping was stunned by this. She looked at Sister Yi and then at Yanshi, and seeing both of them nodding with smiles, she finally felt it was real. She jumped up from the bed, leaping 3 feet high, and exclaimed, "Mom, you are the best." Qin Xiaofang, listening in disbelief, suddenly stood up and pointed at Sister Yi, saying, "Stop joking. She can't possibly be the chef today. Just because you say it isn't, doesn't mean it isn't." Jiang Chui finally couldn't hold back any longer. She had been thinking that this was her homecoming banquet, and guests should be treated well. If there was a scene at the table, it wouldn't look good. But Qin Xiaofang, who had been quiet, was becoming more and more outrageous. Today, Sister Yi had prepared such a beautiful banquet for her, making both her in-laws and her family proud. So when Qin Xiaofang brought up Sister Yi, Jiang Chui couldn't contain her anger anymore. "Qin Xiaofang, are you here as a guest or to cause trouble? Don't think I don't know that since you stepped into my house, you've been looking for things to criticize. I never told you that we hired a chef, so what do you mean by saying those things? Fortunately, my parents care for me and really hired a skilled chef. Otherwise, my family would have been embarrassed today." I kept thinking that today was my homecoming banquet, and you were a guest, so I tried to keep things pleasant and ignored you. Who knew you would take advantage of that? Since there were many guests today, Yihua was attending to the elders and hadn't noticed what Qin Xiaofeng was doing. So when she heard her daughter say this, Yihua's expression changed immediately. Before Jiang Qiui could finish, she continued, "During dinner, your sarcastic comments never stopped, yet you ate like there was no tomorrow. What? Did my family invite you here to annoy me with good food and drink?" Yihua's face darkened as she frowned at Qin Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, I invited you to come with your mother because I thought you and Qiui grew up together. What do you mean by this? Did Qiui offend you in some way? Should I call your mother over so we can clear this up and avoid any misunderstandings?" As soon as Qin Xiaofeng heard that her mother might be called, she was immediately frightened and denied it repeatedly. "Aunt Hua, there must be some misunderstanding. How could I say such things outside?" Even at this point, she was still not honest, glancing at Huang Yueping and saying, "Someone must be trying to slander me to make Qiui think that." Her mother, Lin, was the best friend of Yihua. They were like sisters. Especially when she was 2 years old, her father had suffered a serious injury, and the family had no money for treatment. In the end, Yihua went against her in-law's objections and took out her savings for her dowry to give to Lin, urging her to quickly take someone to the capital for medical treatment, which saved her father's life. Even now, Lin often mentions the life-saving favor from over 10 years ago. When the incident happened, Qin Xiaofeng was too young to remember. However, since she started to remember things, she has heard her mother talk about it every day. Although she is a few months younger than Jiang Qiui, Lin has always made her give way to Jiang Qiui, prioritizing Yihua and Jiang Qiui in everything. At first, Qin Xiaofeng didn't mind and was very obedient. But as the two children grew older, she began to feel more and more resentment, which eventually turned into bitterness. Because Lin has a fiery temper, Qin Xiaofeng didn't dare to show her feelings and had to keep being friendly with Jiang Qiui. However, such feelings cannot be suppressed forever, and over time, Qin Xiaofeng poured all her accumulated emotions onto Jiang Qiui. Jiang Qiui had already sensed something was off, and Huang Yueping would privately complain to her about Qin Xiaofeng. Jiang Qiui thought that since she was about to get married and would no longer live in the same village, things would naturally calm down. However, unless something unexpected happened, Yihua and Lin would live in Shuanglin village for the rest of their lives. Their relationship was so good that if she and Qin Xiaofeng fell out now, it would be awkward for Yihua and Lin once they all got married and left the village. Little did she know that Qin Xiaofeng not only couldn't appreciate her good intentions, but also wanted to take this last opportunity to make things difficult for her. Yihua had just said she would call Lin over out of anger, intending to scare Qin Xiaofeng a little. "Just now, your mother said that in the next 2 years, you should save money well, and when you get married, you should ask Sister Yi to prepare a welcoming feast for you. She said as the eldest in the family, you should set an example for your younger siblings and not let anyone look down on you or your family." Before Yihua could finish, Sister Yi interjected, "Little Hua, I think if Miss Qin doesn't want me to cook, there's no need to force her. After all, everyone has their own preferences, and I'm not gold that everyone would like me. Anyway, there are so many people from the East Room wanting to invite me to prepare a feast that I can hardly keep up. Wouldn't that be beneficial for both sides? Miss Qin, you don't need to tighten your belt and save money because of this, right?" As soon as Sister Yi said this, everyone in the room, except for Qin Xiaofeng, couldn't help but laugh. Huang Yueping, being the most honest, burst out laughing, which made Qin Xiaofeng's eyes turn red with anger. She stomped her foot and said, "Do you really think you're a great chef? Who would tighten their belt to hire you?" After saying this, she turned and ran outside. Unexpectedly, as she came out of the West Wing, she ran into other guests who were also getting ready to leave. Many people smiled and greeted Qin Xiaofeng. "Young lady, when you said that before, I didn't believe you. I thought you were exaggerating. Who knew after today's feast that you weren't exaggerating at all? You were actually holding back." "Exactly. Who would have thought that the chef's skills were this good?" Yen said, Oh, so you were talking about her? I thought it was some child who didn't know better. You didn't know her, so you didn't believe it. If I had known it was Xiaofeng, I would have believed it right away. The Qin and Yi families are so close. Maybe they are helping spread the word so that we, who haven't had good food, would be prepared. Otherwise, if we suddenly had such delicious dishes, we would be completely amazed. Everyone laughed at Yan's words, nodding in agreement. While her words were amusing, they also made some sense. Now, Qin Xiaofeng had just said she didn't say those things, and as soon as she stepped outside, the guests revealed the truth. Although she didn't dare to look back, Qin Xiaofeng could still feel Yi Hua's intense gaze locked on her. Feeling burned, she didn't wait for her mother and hurriedly left the Jiang family, taking 2 steps at a time. Yan, not understanding why, instinctively chased after her, calling out, "Hey, Xiaofeng, why are you running? Aren't you waiting for your mother?" There were too many people around, so Yi Hua didn't say anything further and just gave Yan a look. Yan immediately understood and stopped asking questions. After most of the guests had left, there was no one left in the East Wing. Jiang Rongyu handed Sister Yi the neatly organized content he had prepared and some deposits he had collected in advance. "Sister, there are a total of 12 families who want to hire you for the feast. 5 for birthday celebrations and 7 for weddings or homecoming banquets. 10 families have already paid the deposit, and I took the initiative to charge each of them half a tael of silver. However, I made it clear to them that paying the deposit was not your requirement. I just wanted to help them as much as I could. So, it doesn't mean that paying the money makes it final. If you find any family inconvenient to deal with, just let them know early, and you can return their deposit." Sister Yi didn't expect Jiang Rongyu, who looked only in his teens, to handle things so carefully and thoughtfully. It was as if he had considered every detail. "Thank you so much. You thought of everything," Sister Yi said as she took the final results he had copied. She turned to Yi Hua and praised, "Xiao Hua, you have raised a wonderful son. He will surely achieve great things." "Achieve great things? As long as he is better than his father and brother, I will be satisfied," Yi Hua said, but her eyes were filled with pride. Jiang Rongfei, feeling wronged, said, "You want a second son to surpass his father, which is fine, but at least that can be said to be learning from the best. Why do I always have to be included? I'm already a father myself. Can't you give me a little respect?" Everyone laughed at this. After laughing, Yan said to Yi Hua, "All right, the guests have all left. Let me help you clean up." Before she finished speaking, Lin came out of the room carrying a basin of used dishes. "Oh, you all are standing outside talking? I was wondering why no one was around to send the guests off. Did you take them home?" Seeing Lin so actively helping, both Yi Hua and Yan felt a moment of embarrassment. However, Yi Hua quickly realized that no matter what Qin Xiaofeng had done, it shouldn't affect her feelings toward Lin. So she reached out to take the wooden basin and said, "Who knew you wouldn't wait for us," and started cleaning up in such a hurry. "Come on, help me clear the table while I wash the dishes." Sister Yi instinctively reached out to help, as she had previously helped with banquets outside and was expected to stay and help clean up afterward. They didn't even get paid for doing this outside. But Yuan quickly stopped her and pulled her aside, whispering, "Are you silly? You're a head chef now. How can you still be doing things like clearing tables and washing dishes?"
"Huh.
"Aunt, what do you mean?" Although she had gained recognition from Jiang Yuanwei and received so many orders, Sister Yi still didn't realize the change in her status. "Did Mr. Jiang not invite you to prepare a feast for the nobles in the capital? He has already arranged for a helper for you, hasn't he? This matter has been heard by so many people today. Soon, it will spread far and wide, and everyone will know. Your value will be completely different then. In the future, when you cook, they will have to prepare their own helpers. You will only be responsible for seasoning and cooking. They will handle everything else. At that time, you can't do the heavy work of cleaning tables and washing dishes, as that would lower your value. Do you understand? Once Mr. Zhang's flower banquet is over, as long as you don't make any mistakes, you will be quite remarkable." "Aunt, you are exaggerating. What do you know? Trust me, you won't go wrong. Remember that?" "Okay, Aunt, I will remember." Just as Sister Yi finished speaking, her stomach let out a loud growl. Sister Ye's face turned red. She had only eaten a couple of bites before being called to see Mr. Jiang, so she hadn't filled her stomach. Qing Tian, who was listening closely in her arms, immediately asked with concern, "Mom, your stomach is growling. Are you hungry? Didn't you eat lunch?" She understood the pain of being hungry, so when they had lunch earlier, she had repeatedly asked Yi Xianglei to confirm that Sister Yi had food to eat before she felt at ease to eat with him. At that time, she thought all the children were in one room while the adults were in another, so she assumed Sister Yi was eating with Yi Wan and the others. Before leaving, Sister Yi had reminded her to behave at other people's homes and to listen to Yi Xianglei once they arrived. So, during lunch, Qing Tian didn't insist on finding Sister Yi and obediently accepted Yi Xianglei's feeding. Now, realizing that Sister Yi might not have eaten at all, Qing Tian couldn't hold back her tears.
Brotershuli.
He clearly said Mom had lunch.
Woo-woo.
As Qing Tian spoke, she remembered how delicious her lunch was, how many dishes her mom had made, while she hadn't even had a bite herself, and she couldn't help but cry. Yihua had just placed a basin of dishes by the well and was returning to tidy up when she overheard Qing Tian's words. She slapped her forehead and said, "Oh no, I called you out before you finished eating. After all this fuss, I completely forgot you hadn't had lunch." Yihua quickly pulled Sister Yi to the kitchen. Sister Yi-san was already full and even saved a bowl for Sister Yida. She wondered why Sister Yida was taking so long to return and felt too shy to wander around. When she saw her come back, she quickly said, "Sister, you barely ate. Let me heat this up for you."
"Oh, don't heat that.
Just warm up some 8 treasure rice," Yihua said, ignoring Sister Yida's objections, and took out some of the meat dishes that hadn't been served today. She cut them up nicely and filled a plate, then personally cooked a dish. "Thanks to you today, I can't let you just have a bowl of soup. If word gets out, people will talk behind my back." Yihua then called out to Sister Yi-san, "You should come and eat a bit more too. I was so busy with the guests that I completely forgot about the kitchen." "I'm really sorry." No, I'm really full." Sister Yi-san quickly declined. "Just let Sister Yida eat." Seeing Yihua's attitude, Sister Yi-san knew that today's banquet must have been a great success, and they might even continue to get business in the future. So even though she only had a bowl of soup at noon, she couldn't help but smile. With the banquet order in her hands, Sister Yi-da was overjoyed. However, because Yuan urged her to stay calm, she tried to hold back her excitement while at the Jiang family's place. Once she got home, she pulled Sister Yi-san into her room and shared everything that happened at the Jiang family.
"What?" Sister Yi-san was stunned.
"Sister, slow down. What did you say? I feel like I must have misheard you. I said we booked 12 banquets today, and 10 of them paid a deposit. It's definitely going to work out. Plus, with Mr. Jiang's, if we work hard, we can save up quite a bit in a month." After saying this, Sister Yida looked a bit hesitant, as if there was something she couldn't say. Seeing this, Sister Yi-san felt a bit anxious. Although she had gone to help Sister Yida in the kitchen today, she honestly hadn't contributed much. Besides washing vegetables and handling the chicken, fish, and meat at the beginning, she hadn't been able to help much after that. Her knife skills were nowhere near as good as Sister Yida's. She could manage cutting vegetables, but cutting meat was a struggle. The spiced donkey meat that Sister Yida sliced was perfectly thin and almost transparent. When she tried to cut, she either tore the meat or made uneven slices, so in the end, Sister Yida had to take over again. Secondly, although Yi-san Saw usually helps Yida Saw cook simple home dishes at home, the dishes for the banquet are quite different, and many of them are new to her. She doesn't know how to assist, and can only watch Yida Saw work. If Yida Saw decides not to take her along anymore, she would feel a bit sad but would understand, as her ability to help is limited. Seeing Yida Saw hesitate, Yi-san Saw took the initiative to ask, "Sister-in-law, we've been family for many years, like sisters. You can say whatever you want without feeling awkward." "Here's the thing," Yida Saw said. "Before we went to the Jiang family for the banquet, we agreed to give you 101. I thought it would only be this one time, but unexpectedly, We have so many banquets now. From what I heard from Xiaohua, if we successfully complete this business with Jiang Yuanwei, we won't have to worry about work in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Sensa felt that Yi Sa might not be unwilling to give her more. Perhaps she thought Yi Sensa's performance today was not good, so she wanted to offer less. However, Yi Sensa was okay with it. Earning a little is better than staying home without making any money and still having to spend on food. Going out not only earns money, but the host also provides lunch, and she can bring some food back for the kids. To her surprise, Yi Sa said, "So, on my way back, I thought about it, and 101 is indeed a bit low. If you are willing to keep working with me, I will give you 151 for every 2 silver coins we earn. If one banquet earns 2 silver coins, I will give you 301. How does that sound?"
Ah?
Yi Sensa was stunned. She had just been wondering if Yi Sa would give her 70 or 81, or maybe even 51. Suddenly hearing Yi Sa's words, she couldn't react right away. 3. Yi Sensa was still caught up in her own thoughts, wondering if 31 might be too little. Yi Sa, sensing Yi Sensa's dissatisfaction, started to panic. Mainly, it's because your knife skills aren't very good yet. But this can be improved with practice, Yi Sa said, somewhat flustered. If you are willing to work with me, I will teach you slowly, and once you get better, I can raise your pay, okay? When Sister Yi San heard that her sister-in-law was willing to teach her and even raise her pay, she felt energized and thought 30 coins were not too little. That's fine. If I go out to be an apprentice for someone else, I wouldn't earn any money and would have to give gifts to my master. Working with you, I can learn skills and earn 30 coins. What's there to complain about? Sister-in-law, don't worry. As long as you're willing to teach me, I will definitely study hard. Sister Yi was initially worried that Sister Yi Sen would refuse and didn't even notice that she mentioned 30 coins. Finally, it was Qing Tian, who was confused by their conversation, that told Sister Yi San, "Aunt San, my mom said she would give you 300 coins, not 30. Sister Yi Sen thought she was just a child talking nonsense and smiled, ruffling her hair. "Okay, Aunt San will study hard and try to make your mom happy so that I can earn 300 coins soon." Sister Yi recalled and realized something was off, quickly repeating her previous words. "What are we doing? We can't even talk without getting confused." Sister Yi San was surprised that Sister Yi not only didn't take away her money, but also wanted to raise her pay. She waved her hands, saying, "Sister-in-law, no. I feel like I haven't helped you at all today. How can you raise my pay? How about this? You teach me first, and once I learn, then you can raise my pay. How does that sound?" "Don't rush to refuse. Let me explain," Sister Yi said. "Mr. John's job starts tomorrow in the county. We need to taste the dishes every day and make sure he is satisfied. During this time, he will pay for our wages, food, and accommodation. I will teach you more, and you can practice while we have this opportunity. I think by the time we finish Mr. Zhang's flower banquet, you will have learned a lot. After that, you can help me with the feasts, and then it will be the perfect time to raise your pay." Sister Yi San thought this made sense and nodded repeatedly. "Sister-in-law, as long as you don't think I'm slow, I will follow you from now on." Finally, they managed to clear things up. Sister Yi had been worried that Sister Yi San would feel uneasy seeing her earn more. Now, seeing her so cheerful, Sister Yi couldn't help but blame herself for thinking too negatively. Sister Yi leaned closer and whispered, "I've been so anxious lately because of the fourth brother's wife, afraid you would also find fault with me. Come on, sister-in-law, even if you don't compare me to good people, you shouldn't compare me to her." As soon as Sister Yi San finished speaking, they heard Gu's voice at the door. "Who are you comparing with?" "Big sister, I'm sorry. I just got tired when I reached the door and stopped to rest for a moment, and I happened to hear you two talking." Sister Yi felt a pang in her heart when she saw her come in. No wonder the old saying goes, "Don't speak ill of others in casual conversation." She rarely talked about people behind their backs, and now she had been caught. Sister Yi was mentally prepared for Gua to get angry, but unexpectedly, Sister Yi San patted her hand gently and whispered, "Didn't hear anything." When Sister Yi spoke, her voice was very soft, and although Sister Yi San spoke loudly, she didn't mention Gua's name. Sure enough, Gua stepped a few more paces into the room, still smiling, looking nothing like someone ready to cause trouble. What didn't Sister San hear? Gua asked with a smile. I said I didn't hear you come in. You startled me when you suddenly spoke, Sister Yida replied. I just came over, Gua said, turning her gaze to Sister Yida and smiling even more sweetly. Big sister, even though my sewing skills aren't great, I can definitely help in the kitchen. Second sister is busy with her own work, so you can't just take Sister San and leave me out. Even though we all escaped together from the outside, you all still have some savings. My husband and I spent almost all our money on our wedding, and the furniture in our house is all piled up. Even if it's not damaged, we can't bring it all here. Old Ford didn't find any suitable work before, so I have to go out and earn some money. Otherwise, what will we do when the baby arrives in a few months and we have no money? After hearing Gua's long speech, Sister Yida started to feel a headache and quickly said, Sister-in-law of Old Four, it's not that I don't want to take you, but this time we have to stay at Mr. Zhang's house for several days. They have already prepared help in the kitchen, and I had to beg to get Sister-in-law of Old Three in there. I really can't take anyone else. Upon hearing this, Gua's expression changed instantly. She had been smiling just a moment ago, but now her face was long, making it seem like Sister Yida owed her money. Big sister, Sister San and I are both your sisters-in-law. Isn't there a limit to favoritism? Or, do you think my husband Old Four is not as important to you as Old Three, so you only want to take Sister San and not me? You're not pregnant, are you? It's not good to be moving around so much. It's better to stay home and rest. Just let the fourth son go find work, Gua said, noticing that Sister Yi was stubborn and unwilling to listen. She wasn't really looking to help out in the kitchen. Her true aim was to learn the cooking skills. She had always cooked at home and believed she had some talent for it. But after marrying into the Yi family, she pretended not to know how to cook to avoid doing too much work. When she heard Sister Yi say she would teach Sister San Yi how to cook, her interest was piqued. She remembered that Sister Yi had sold a recipe for 50 taels of silver. If she could learn Sister Yi's skills and sell them in the capital, it would be like money falling from the sky. Gua was excited about her plan, but no matter what she said, Sister Yi kept making excuses and wouldn't agree. Finally, Gua took a deep breath and pleaded, Sister, I'm just bored staying at home all day. Please take me with you. I just want to relax and learn something new. I won't even ask for payment. Seeing Gua's determination, Sister Yi felt unsure about how to refuse. She wasn't usually one to turn people down, and if it weren't for Gua's past behavior, she might have agreed already. But now, with Gua being so persistent, Sister Yi felt overwhelmed. Sister San Yi quickly nudged her from behind and said, Fourth son's wife, it's not that we don't want to take you. It's just that this trip will take about 10 days, and it's not convenient for you to travel while pregnant. If you feel unwell, we wouldn't know how to explain it to the fourth son when we get back, right? Seeing that the two were adamant about not agreeing, Gua immediately dropped her pleading expression and angrily turned to go back to her room. After Gua left, Sister Yi let out a big sigh of relief and patted her chest, saying, Oh, thank goodness you were here. If you hadn't spoken up, I might have agreed to her. She thought the matter was settled, but little did she know that Gua went home and somehow convinced Yi Laosi, who ended up asking Grandma Yi for help. So, during dinner, Sister Yi brought out the things she had collected from the Jiang family and served them for everyone to eat. The children were very happy to see the meat, while the adults only took a few pieces, mostly letting the children eat. When Sister Yi served meat to Qing Tian, she shook her head and refused to eat. Let my brother have it, she said. Seeing this, Grandma Yi praised Qing Tian for being thoughtful. Sister Yi smiled widely at the compliment and humbly replied, Oh, she already ate these dishes at noon, so it's right for the brothers to eat more. After some light conversation, Grandma Yi suddenly got to the point. I heard you took a job to go to the county to help with a banquet? It will take several days, right? Sister Yi was surprised. She hadn't even told Yi Lao yet, so how did Grandma Yi find out? She looked at Guasher, only to see Yi Lao suddenly lower his head. So he knew. Grandma Yi continued, Lao Si said his wife wants to go too, and she won't take any pay. can you take her along to see the world? If this had come from Guasher, Sister Yi might have been able to refuse firmly. But since it was from Yi Laosi, her heart softened. After all, he was her little brother who had grown up under her care, and he was indeed in a difficult situation lately. He couldn't refuse his wife's request and felt embarrassed to ask her directly, so he had to rely on Grandma Yi to bring it up. Sister Yi felt sorry for him. Well, it was just a few days of wanting to go along. After thinking for a moment, Sister Yi said, originally, Mr. Jiang agreed to let me bring my husband and child because he saw that Qing Tian was young and attached to me. I managed to add Lao San's wife as a helper. Lao Si, since your wife wants to go, we shouldn't take advantage of others. I won't bring your brother and Lao San's wife. You two can come with me, and you don't have to help with anything, just keep an eye on your wife. As soon as Sister Yi said this, the room fell silent, with only the sound of a few children eating meat. Sister Ye's intention was to find a way to bring Guasher along without making things difficult in front of Mr.
Jiang.
Lao San's wife could at least help a bit, but what could Guasher do? It would be good if she didn't cause any trouble. To be honest, she has no trust in Guasher at all now, fearing that she might cause some trouble at Jiang Yuanwai's house. So, she must bring Yi Laosi along to keep an eye on his wife. Only she knows that if it weren't for her insistence today, Jiang Yuanwai wouldn't have even wanted to invite the third daughter-in-law at first. After all, they would have to eat and stay there. She doesn't think she can maintain her dignity in front of Jiang Yuanwai. Therefore, if she insists on bringing Yi Laosi and his wife, she can't let Yi Laoda and the third daughter-in-law go. However, to others it sounds like she is subtly criticizing Guasher. Yi Erseo and Yi Sansa exchanged glances, both surprised by how brave the eldest sister-in-law was. They were curious about how Guasher would react and how the old lady would decide. After Yi Dajia finished speaking, she thought she had considered everything thoroughly, but the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Guasher slammed her bowl on the table and left the main room without finishing her meal. Just as Yi Laosi was about to get up and follow her, he was stopped by the old lady. Laosi, sit down. The old lady sensed from Yi Dajia's words that things might not be as she thought. Eldest daughter-in-law, tell me what exactly is going on. Yi Dajia explained Jiang Yuanwai's identity and what the matter was in detail to the whole family. Before they could finish, both the old lady and Yi Laosi's expressions changed. Guasher hadn't mentioned these details at all. She only said that Yi Dajia wanted to take Yi Sansa to the city for a few days to help with the banquet. Under Guasher's deliberate concealment and misdirection, Yi Laosi thought a wealthy family wanted them to prepare several banquets. By the time the news reached the old lady's ears through Yi Laosi, it had naturally changed shape. That's why the old lady spoke to Yi Dajia this way. Now, after hearing the real situation, both of their faces changed. The old lady frowned and asked Laosi, "Did you know about this?" Yi Laosi shook his head repeatedly and said, "Mother, I really didn't know." He then anxiously explained to Yi Dajia, "Eldest sister-in-law, please don't be angry. I truly had no idea. If I had known it was Jiang Yuanwai asking you to prepare a banquet, I wouldn't have come to ask Mother. Sister-in-law, you watched me grow up. You know I'm not someone who lacks sense." Yi Dajia thought to herself, didn't I agree to this? What happened? But seeing the expression on Grandma Ye's face and the anxious look on Yi Laosi's face, she felt she must have misunderstood something, so she wisely remained silent. "All right, let's pretend this never happened," Grandma Yi finally said. "Eldest daughter-in-law, just do everything as you discussed with Mr. Jiang. You don't need to worry about anything else." Grandma Yi understood well that if this banquet went well, the eldest daughter-in-law would not have to worry about business in the future. Customers would come to her. Thinking of this, Grandma Yi couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Back when they were outside the city, the men worked in the fields while the women stayed home. But now that they had entered the city, the three daughters-in-law had each found suitable jobs, and both the eldest and second daughters-in-law were doing well. In contrast, among the four sons, only the third son, who could do carpentry, had found work. It seemed that just knowing how to farm was not enough. Having a skill ensured steady income. After dinner, Yi Erseo eagerly took on the task of cleaning the table and washing the dishes. You all worked hard today and still have to pack for tomorrow's trip to the county. You don't need to worry about this. Go on and do what you need to do, then rest early. As Yi Erseo spoke, she quickly gathered the dishes. Yi Er, her husband, followed her into the kitchen. What are you doing here? Yi Erseo asked, placing the dishes aside and turning to lift the pot lid. There was a large pot of water, warmed by the residual heat from the stove. She used a ladle to pour hot water into a basin to wash the dishes. But Yi Er had already rolled up his sleeves and nudged her aside, saying, "Let me do it. You still need to make clothes, so you should protect your hands." "Oh, you're being so thoughtful today." Yi Erseo was surprised to see this caring side of her husband. In the past, he had been quite rough and focused more on the crops than on himself. "You've been busy making clothes lately, and the eldest sister-in-law and the third daughter-in-law have been taking care of you. Even if I didn't understand before, I should have figured it out by now, right?" Actually, Yi Er was also feeling anxious. He hadn't found work in the city. Now the family relied on his wife to earn money stitch by stitch, and any man would feel uneasy about that. But finding work wasn't easy, so doing what he could at home to allow his wife to focus on her sewing was all he could do for now. Meanwhile, Yi Dage and Yi Dajie returned to their room with Qing Tian. Sister Yi placed Qing Tian on the Kong to play with the sandbags and began to tidy up. The family of three would be away for several days, and they needed to prepare several sets of clothes. However, when she opened the box, Sister Yi couldn't help but sigh. Yi Lao didn't have many clothes, and most were slightly worn, with 2 sets even having patches. "Once we settle down, I should make you some new clothes. Now that we're going to the city, I don't even know what to wear." Yi Lao looked at his clothes and said, "These clothes are fine. They aren't damaged or torn." "But you," he continued, "didn't you buy several pieces of fabric in Tianjin? Why haven't you made yourself anything?" Seeing the 2 old outfits Sister Yi had pulled out, Yi Lao couldn't help but comment. "I'm always busy cooking, so wearing new clothes would just be a waste. The old ones are perfectly fine. However, this year we have a bit more money, so when the new year comes, we can each make a new outfit, and we can also make one for Mother." Yi Lao thought she made a good point and was about to nod when he saw Sister Yi take out a large stack of new clothes for Qing Tian from the side cabinet of the Kong. Before Yi Lao could say anything, Sister Yi laughed. "It's all my fault. I was too busy making clothes for Qing Tian and forgot about us." Although children grow quickly, and the clothes made this year would likely not fit next year, Sister Yi generously made several outfits for Qing Tian. Yi Lao didn't see anything wrong with that. After all, earning money was for spending on the children. Qing Tian was both beautiful and adorable, and when she wore lovely dresses, he could only smile foolishly, unable to think of anything else. After packing the clothes they would take, Sister Yi was about to gather her usual kitchen knife and other items. As she lifted the clean cloth covering the basket, she saw the plate Qing Tian had brought back from the old pottery kiln today. Sister Yi had forgotten about it until now. "Dear, come over and take a look at this plate that Qing Tian found in the kiln," she called out. Yi Lao came over and took it to examine closely. It felt surprisingly heavy. The plate was covered in dirt, likely from being abandoned for many years. Yi Lao blew on it a couple of times, but the stains didn't budge. "I already cleaned the surface dust. I just didn't have time to wash it when we were at Zhang's. I thought I should soak it in water first. It might be easier to clean that way." Brother Yi saw the plate and immediately reacted, "This plate looks quite nice, but what kind of dish can we make to use such a big plate?" Sister Ye's thoughts were quickly diverted by him. "What's wrong with it being big? If it's too large, we can make a cold platter. Things like pig head meat, elbow meat, beef and sauce, jelly, and pig trotters. We can put anything on it. No matter how big it is, I can fill it up for you. Do you believe me? You even included pig trotters in that. What is there for me not to believe?" Brother Yi said as he went out to bring back a basin of warm water. "Let's soak the plate in here. I'll clean it before bed." However, Sister Yi clearly had a deeper understanding of Qing Tian's capabilities, so she cautiously said, "On the way back from the Jiang family, Xiang Lei mentioned that the abandoned kiln behind Shuanglin village has been there for many years. Even the oldest villagers say they have never seen smoke coming from that kiln since they can remember. so it must have been there for decades. What if it's some kind of antique? Then our family would be in luck. You think antiques are as common as vegetables on the street? Brother Yi dismissed her. If antiques were that easy to find, everyone would be out searching for them. Besides, even though Xiang Lei knows a bit about walnuts, he's just a kid. What does he know about antiques? He probably hasn't even seen one. Sister Yi didn't want to argue with him, so she warned, just be careful when you clean it later. Don't break it. That's something Qing Tian treasures. If it gets damaged, she'll be upset. Don't worry, I'll make sure to clean the plate thoroughly for our daughter. I think we shouldn't put anything on it. Let's wait until the third one has time to make a stand for it. And then, he said, turning around and pointing to the wall, we can display it on our family chest. It will definitely look nice. That's not a bad idea, Sister Yi nodded, but I was thinking, why not take it to the city tomorrow and see if we can find someone knowledgeable to help us check it out. Brother Yi chuckled and teased her, as the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. If you take the plate to show someone and it's not an antique, it might be a bit embarrassing. But if it really is an antique, you might attract thieves. The group of bandits who killed and robbed people hasn't been caught yet. Big Brother Yi was just joking, but Sister-in-law Yi took it to heart. You make a good point. I'll go tell Sister-in-law San not to spread this around, Sister-in-law Yi said, then turned and left, heading straight to the west wing to find Sister-in-law San. Big Brother Yi stood there, puzzled, and turned to Qing Tian, asking, Daughter, do you think your mother is just joking with me, or is she serious? As he spoke, he picked up the dirty plate and examined it several times. It was just an ordinary porcelain plate. How could it be considered an antique? Now, Big Brother Yi San was working in a carpenter's shop in the city, and only Sister-in-law San was at home with the children. So, Sister-in-law Yi didn't knock, but called out at the door before pushing it open and entering. Have you packed everything? Bring a warm coat. It's going to get colder the longer you stay. Don't worry, Sister-in-law. I've packed everything, Sister-in-law San replied, suddenly giving a thumbs up to Sister-in-law Yi and whispering, Sister-in-law, you were really something today. What do you mean? Sister-in-law Yi asked, confused. At dinner tonight, Sister-in-law San said with a smile. When you suddenly said I couldn't go, my heart skipped a beat. But your strategy of retreating to advance was brilliant, Sister-in-law San added, raising her eyebrows and indicating her own door, whispering, After you left, there was a big mess, and there was a fight with Brother C. This time, Brother C didn't let her off easy. He scolded her and then left. She was left crying in the house for a long time, making my head hurt. You arrived just as she was finally calming down. Sister-in-law Yi realized later that her good intentions had been misunderstood. Fortunately, since Gua had lied first, under the mediation of old Lady Yi, things were resolved quite well. Except for Gua and Brother Yi Si, everyone else was satisfied, so she didn't want to bring it up again, saying, It was all a misunderstanding. Let's not mention it again to avoid upsetting Mother and Brother C. Of course, I was just talking to you privately. What about the kids if you go to the city? Mother hasn't been well lately. Can she help take care of them? They're not little kids anymore. They don't need that much care. I've arranged for Chang Rui to look after them during the day, and second sister-in-law can help a bit too. At night, I'll just sleep in the main room with Mother. As long as you have everything arranged, that's fine. Sister Yi nodded. It's great to come to the city this time. If I have time, I can also visit the third brother. Oh no! Sister San exclaimed, slapping her forehead. I almost forgot about him until you mentioned it. I need to bring him some warm clothes. Otherwise, I'll have to make another trip later. Sister Yi replied, You really are something, forgetting your own husband. Sister San laughed and said, Who cares about a stinky man when there's money to be made? The next morning at breakfast, Gua didn't show up, claiming she wasn't feeling well. However, besides Grandma Yi and Fourth Yi, the others in the house no longer cared what she did. As long as she didn't cause trouble, they treated her as if she didn't exist. In the past, Sister Yi would have asked about her, but after yesterday's events, she hesitated and kept quiet. Fourth Yi looked a bit disappointed, but knew it wasn't anyone else's fault. To be honest, if it weren't for Sister Yi's kindness, anyone else would have lost patience with Gua long ago. Now that Guo was pregnant, all he could do was sigh deeply and wonder what he could do. After breakfast, the eldest family, along with Sister San, set off for the county town. Since this trip would take at least 10 days, they decided not to use the family cart but to catch a ride at the village entrance. Usually, 2 people from the village drive carts into the city. One is Wang Fugue, the shopkeeper, and the other is an elderly man living at the north end of the village. He is nicknamed Dachin because he was born in the morning. However, before he could get a proper name, his parents passed away. Dachin was only 5 years old and grew up eating at various households in the village. As he grew up, he couldn't afford to marry, so he lived alone. Now older, he is known as Uncle Dachin or even Grandpa Dachin in the village. He can no longer do heavy work, so he used his savings to buy a donkey and now goes to the city daily to earn some money by transporting people or goods. Wang Fugue's cart is pulled by a mule and is better than Uncle Dachin's, but he doesn't go to the city every day, only when he has business or needs supplies, so it's all about luck. Sure enough, when they arrived at the village entrance, they only saw Uncle Dachin's donkey cart, which already had a woman sitting on it. Seeing the group with their things and a child, Uncle Dachin called out, "Going to the city?" "Yes, Uncle Dachin, we're going to the county. You 3 adults and 1 child, plus all this luggage, will cost you 4 people a total of 12 coins.
All right.
Yi Laoda agreed, without haggling. Uncle Dachin is older, and it's not easy for him to earn money, so the villagers try to take care of him. After the 4 of them got on the cart, they waited a little longer. When no one else from the village came out, Uncle Dachin called out, "All right, let's go." The donkey cart moved slowly, and halfway there, they picked up another passenger. By the time they reached the county, the sun was already high in the sky. Yi Laoda casually asked someone on the street for directions and found out where Mr. Zhang's residence was, so they headed there. Mr. Zhang's front gate looked very impressive, with walls on both sides that seemed to stretch endlessly. It seems Mr. Zhang made quite a bit of money from his previous sea trade. Yi Laoda knocked on the door, and soon a servant opened it. Seeing the group, he asked, "Are you the party of Madame Yu?" This title was a bit unfamiliar to Yi Laoda, but he realized, when he saw Yi Dazhao nod, that it referred to his wife. "My master has instructed me to welcome you inside," the servant said, letting the 4 of them in, where another person came to greet them. "I'll first take you to your accommodations to drop off your things, and then I'll show you the kitchen. Once there, you can meet the helpers and get to know them. My master will return in the afternoon to discuss the menu for the flower banquet with you." "Thank you for your help," Yi Dazhao quickly replied. The maid led the 4 of them along a path for a while before turning into a small courtyard. "My master has reserved these 3 main rooms for you," the maid said as she opened the door. "Madame Yu, you can unpack and rest for a bit. I'll come back in half an hour to take you to the kitchen." The helpers staying in the side rooms were invited by my master, and they are currently in the kitchen, so you will meet them soon. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, and thank you, miss." Mr. Zhang's house was bright and spacious, with bedding and some daily necessities already prepared inside. Yi San-saw happily said, "I didn't expect the conditions to be so good. You all stay in the east room, and I'll stay in the west room. But this Mr. Jiang really seems to be wealthy." "Of course," Yi Dazhao replied, urging her, "Hurry and put your things down. It's best to keep the valuable items close to you. If we lose something here, we definitely won't be able to find it again." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Sister Yi nodded repeatedly, not bothering to admire the tall and spacious house, and went into the west room to put things away. Sister Yi quickly arranged her clothes and items, taking out the kitchen knife she brought from home and setting it aside to take to the kitchen later. "You stay here with Qing Tian. I'll go with Sister San," Sister Yi told Brother Yi. "I'll ask later. Since we aren't doing much this morning, it should be fine for me to accompany you and Qing Tian," Brother Yi said, still a bit concerned. Even though they were staying in such a large house with many servants, it seemed unlikely they would take advantage of them. But since they were already there, he felt it was best to go along and see for himself. After both sides finished arranging things, they waited a little longer until the maid who had led them came back. She paused when she saw Sister Yi and Sister San, hesitating for a moment before saying politely, "Did I come too early? Has Madame Yu not had time to change?" We arrived by carriage, and our clothes are clean, so there's no need to change. Actually, Sister Yi was already wearing her best outfit, but upon arriving at Mr. Zhang's house, she realized that her best clothes were not as nice as what the maid was wearing. However, Sister Yi didn't care about such things. They were poor and had come to earn money, not to compare with others. Seeing this, the maid didn't ask further and led them a bit further before turning into the kitchen. Compared to the small kitchen of an ordinary family, Mr. Zhang's kitchen was quite large, almost like a courtyard. The main room had 3 spaces that were opened up in the middle, creating 2 rows of cooking stations, and the sound of chopping vegetables filled the air. The helpers the master found have all arrived in the past few days. They come to practice their knife skills during the day. Madam Yu, please come in and take a look. As the maid entered the kitchen, the chopping sounds abruptly stopped. I have good news for everyone. Our master has finally found a satisfactory chef. I brought him today. He's just outside the door. Now I'll invite him in to greet everyone and introduce himself. After saying this, the maid stepped aside. The Yi family members then walked in. There are 5 women in the room, and they all look unhappy, their eyes filled with scrutiny as they glance at a few people. One woman, appearing to be in her early 30s and quite charming, spoke up. It seems the chef is very confident in her skills. Even holding a child doesn't stop her from cooking. This made Sister Yi, who was about to step forward to introduce herself, pause. The maid, realizing the helpers had mistaken identities, quickly walked over to Sister Yi and emphasized, "This is Mrs. Yu. She is the chef hired by the master." Mr. Yi added directly, "I'm not the chef. My wife is the chef. I'm just here to help take care of the child." Mr. Jiang had mentioned a chef yesterday, and it turned out to be a woman? The 5 helpers were all shocked and widened their eyes. While many women can cook, very few have made a name for themselves as chefs, and most renowned chefs are men. No one knew better than them how much effort Mr. Jiang had put into selecting a chef. He didn't want to hire a chef from a well-known restaurant in the capital because the guests at the flower banquet would have already tasted their food, lacking freshness. So, he had to look for chefs from the surrounding areas, or even Tianjin. However, compared to the chefs in the capital, those from other places were generally less skilled. Yet, Mr. Jiang didn't want to settle for less. The helpers had been practicing their knife skills for over 10 days, but the choice of chef was still undecided. After returning from a meal outside yesterday, Mr. Jiang was beaming with joy. In the afternoon, he suddenly came to the kitchen, rewarded one of the helpers with a small amount of silver, and announced that they had found a suitable chef who would bring a helper, so one of them would need to leave. The 6 helpers had been living together for a while and were familiar with each other. There was no competition among them, so they got along well. Suddenly being told that one would be sent away not only made them feel uneasy, but also made them sympathize with the one being dismissed. So, before Sister Yi arrived, the 5 helpers had a poor impression of her. Not to mention, seeing that she was not only a woman but also dressed very simply, she really didn't look like a chef. If it weren't for the fact that she was brought by the maid from the master's house, they would have thought she was a fraud. The group immediately began to ask questions. "Miss Chiu, could there be some mistake? Could it be that the master was deceived? Are you saying that she is the chef the master praised so much?" "Yes, that's right." Chiu nodded. "Don't worry. The master went out to a banquet yesterday and tasted dishes made by Madame Yu, which is why he decided to invite her to be the chef for the flower appreciation feast." The 5 helpers exchanged glances, clearly curious. The woman who spoke earlier thought for a moment and then asked, "Can we start tasting the dishes now?" Chiu explained, "I just brought them here to see the kitchen and meet you. As for tasting the dishes, we will have to wait until my master returns this afternoon. I also don't know what the tasting will involve. My master is very secretive and hasn't shared any details. Even though the master has tasted Madame Yu's dishes, we haven't seen them yet, so we don't know." At this point, it was clear that the 5 helpers wanted to see Sister Yi showcase her skills. Sister Yi felt a bit uneasy. Although she had a good temperament, she could sense that these people looked down on her. In this situation, even if she wanted to cook, she would likely face harsh criticism, which could backfire. But if she refused, It would seem like she was afraid, and the helpers would only look down on her more. Just as Sister Yi was feeling conflicted, her daughter, Qing Tian, who had been quietly sitting in her arms, suddenly burst into tears. What happened? Sister Yi was startled and quickly checked. She saw a small red bump on Qing Tian's hand, as if it had been stung by something. "Mom, it hurts," Qing Tian cried, reaching out for Sister Yi to hold her. "What bit you?" Sister Yi worriedly examined her daughter's hand. It didn't seem like a mosquito bite, or else it wouldn't hurt so much. Sister Yi leaned in and gently blew on Qing Tian's hand, hoping to ease her pain. Seeing this, Chiu quickly said, "Madam Yu, there's a first aid kit in the house. Let's hurry back and put some medicine on the child." Although she had her own opinions about the Yi family's appearance and had wondered if her master had been deceived, she showed none of it on the surface. Her position was different from the helpers. She only needed to follow Mr. Zhang's orders and had no reason to make things difficult for Sister Yi and her family. At this moment, if she hadn't seen the back of Qing Tian's hand slowly turning red, she would have doubted whether Sister Yi was doing this on purpose, pretending to be harmless while hiding her true strength. Sister Yi, however, was completely focused on her daughter's hand, having forgotten about the 5 helpers. Watching the 3 adults anxiously holding the child and rushing away, the 5 helpers were left behind, looking at each other, unsure of what to say. They had intended to show their authority, but the other party didn't respond at all. Once the people left, the kitchen suddenly became noisy. Have you ever seen a female chef before? Is she reliable? I've seen cooks in wealthy families. They are treated like treasures and have more grace than those delicate ladies. With someone like her today, I haven't even heard of such a chef. Could it be that the master was tricked? Didn't he say he had tasted her food? That shouldn't be the case. Maybe because they couldn't find anyone for so long, they just picked someone randomly and got fooled. Exactly. Just look at what she was wearing. If I had known we would get such a chef, I should have left with Sister Hong Qin yesterday. I really don't want to serve someone like her. After returning from the kitchen, Chiu found the medicine box and took out some ointment for Sister Yi to apply on Qing Tian's hand. The ointment was cool and soothing, making the swelling feel much better. Qing Tian sweetly said to Chiu, "Thank you, pretty sister." Hearing this, Chiu smiled and, after putting away the medicine box, turned to her and said, "You really know how to speak, little girl. You have such a sweet mouth. Sister is just beautiful," Qing Tian said earnestly, blinking her eyes. Chiu was delighted by her words and pulled Sister Yi aside, saying, "Sister Yu, I see you are a genuine person, so I want to share a few heartfelt words with you. You don't need to worry about those people in the kitchen. Just focus on your cooking. You are the chef chosen by our master. They're just helpers and shouldn't intimidate you. To be honest, as long as you can make dishes that satisfy our master, they don't matter. With just one word from you, they can be replaced anytime." At first, Chiu had some doubts about Sister Ye's abilities, especially since only Qing Tian was dressed nicely. The others were quite ordinary. However, as a servant of the master's household, she had a blind trust in her master. After all, Zhang was never someone who played by the rules, even from a young age. But it turned out that from the very beginning, when he secretly went out to sea to do business, to later starting a nursery and building gardens, every step he took seemed risky at the time, leading many family members and friends to oppose him. However, the results repeatedly proved that his choices were correct. Therefore, Chiu firmly believed in her master's judgment and didn't think that Sister Yi could outsmart Jiang. The only explanation was that Sister Yi must be a hidden expert. After Chiu left, only family remained in the room. Sister Yi Sen let out a sigh of relief and sat down, saying, "Oh dear, we haven't even started working yet, and I'm already feeling a bit nervous. There will always be gossip where there are people. There's no way around it," Sister Yi said, feeling a bit unsettled before, but she felt more at ease after hearing Chiu's words. As long as she prepared the dishes well, what else mattered? After all, they were only collaborating this time and wouldn't be working together in the future, so she could ignore them. She then said to Sister Yi San, "We're here to make money. not to make friends. I'll focus on preparing the dishes, and you can practice your skills. We can keep each other company, regardless of their attitudes. Hearing this, Sister Yi Sen felt revitalized and replied, Sister, you see things clearly. That's exactly the point. Soon it was noon, and Xiaowei came with lunch. There were 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetables, along with a bowl of egg drop soup, and the main staples were rice and steamed buns, with generous portions. Usually, they only ate cornmeal buns at home, and the kids were lucky to have a mix of flour buns occasionally. They rarely had white rice, and the most they had was sorghum rice. White flour and rice were treats saved for special occasions. So when they saw the rice and steamed buns, all 3 adults couldn't help but swallow hard, even on a sunny day. Xiaowei smiled and said, You all enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you. Just put the dishes back in the food box when you're done. My master has already returned home and is having lunch. But there's no need to rush. I'll come back to call you when he finishes eating and is ready to try the dishes. Thank you very much, Xiaowei, Sister Yi said, expressing her gratitude as she saw her out. After returning, the 4 of them enjoyed a hearty meal together. The rice is so delicious, Mom. I wish we could have rice every day, said Qing Tian, patting her full belly. Sister Yi smiled and leaned over to kiss her cheek, saying, Good girl. With your words, our family will surely have such a good life soon. Once everyone finished eating and put down their chopsticks, Yi Laoda quickly cleared the remaining dishes and rice. Although Qiuwei said there was no need to wash the dishes, Sister Yi and Sister Sand Yi felt embarrassed to put their bowls, which only had soup left, into the clean food box. Fortunately, there was a well in the yard, and Yi Laoda brought them water, so they quickly washed all the dishes and set them aside to dry. After washing the dishes, Sister Yi had just put Qing Tian to sleep when Qiuwei came to call her. Sister San Yi placed the clean dishes into the food box and took it outside. Sister Yi covered Qing Tian with her little blanket and asked Yi Laoda to watch the child while she hurried out. Qiuwei wanted to take the food box, but Sister San Yi wouldn't let go, so she gave up. As she led the way, she said, My husband usually takes a nap after lunch, but today he didn't rest and asked me to bring you to the kitchen right after eating. As soon as Sister Yi entered the kitchen, she saw Mr. Jiang sitting at the head of the table. The several helpers who had been picky earlier were now huddled quietly in the corner, not daring to make a sound. Mr. Jiang noticed Sister Ye's arrival. Although he didn't stand up, he nodded and greeted her. You're here, Mrs. Yu. Just this simple greeting was enough to surprise the 5 helpers. They had never received such treatment before. Mr. Jiang usually didn't even glance at them. Could it be that this seemingly simple Mrs. Yu is actually someone special? Mr. Jiang didn't care about their thoughts and directly invited Sister Yi to sit beside him, asking her what dishes she could cook. Sister Yi hesitated and rubbed her nose, saying, Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I learned my cooking from my parents. I can make some dishes, but I don't even know their names. With your sudden question, I'm a bit at a loss. Before Sister Yi finished speaking, a snicker came from the helpers who were looking down. Mr. Jiang frowned and glanced over, but he could only see the tops of their heads and didn't know who had laughed. Mr. Jiang was too lazy to engage with them, but after a moment he asked, Do you have any dishes that use flowers? Yes, we can use flowers like locust blossoms, rose flowers, daylilies, pumpkin flowers, rhododendrons, peach blossoms, chrysanthemums, and plum blossoms in cooking. There are also southern flowers like magnolia, lotus, wisteria, and osmanthus that I've heard my father mention. However, we don't have these flowers here, so I haven't cooked with them myself. But I know the methods, and if you want me to try, I think it would be fine to test it out in advance. When Mr. Jiang heard about cooking with chrysanthemums, he became interested and asked, What can you make with chrysanthemums? Oh, there are many options, Sister Yi said confidently. For example, chrysanthemum hot pot, chrysanthemum duck soup, chrysanthemum fish and lamb, chrysanthemum chicken, chrysanthemum shrimp cakes, and cold dishes like scallion oil chrysanthemum with peach nuts and chrysanthemum with shredded pears. For main dishes, we have chrysanthemum rice dumplings, chrysanthemum fish porridge, and chrysanthemum sticky rice. For drinks, there are chrysanthemum honey drinks and chrysanthemum rice wine. Hearing these dish names, Mr. Jiang's eyes lit up as he began to think. If he could host a chrysanthemum feast at the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet, it would be something no one had done before. If successful, wouldn't those nobles in the capital remember him? Mr. Jiang happily said, "Someone quickly bring a seat for Madame Yu." Chiu Wei hurriedly brought over a small stool for Sister Yi to sit on. Mr. Jiang's attitude became even friendlier. "Now, please tell me more about each dish. Don't worry about how to make them. Just explain how the chrysanthemums are used in each dish and what they taste like." With so many dishes to describe, Sister Yi, who wasn't very talkative, found it challenging to explain. After finally finishing, her mouth felt dry. Fortunately, Mr. Jiang was patient and often asked questions to help her elaborate. After listening to everything, Mr. Jiang's usually half-closed eyes widened in surprise, shining with excitement. He had thought that using chrysanthemums in cooking meant just using them as decoration, but he was amazed to learn that Sister Yi was talking about using them as a main ingredient. As he called for tea, he began to form a plan in his mind. "I think we should have a full chrysanthemum feast for lunch on the day of the Flower Appreciation Banquet, set up in the garden surrounded by chrysanthemums, with dishes featuring chrysanthemums on the table." When evening came, the weather turned cool, so we couldn't eat outside anymore. Instead, we would have a hot pot with various fresh ingredients. They could dip whatever they liked. The next morning, we would make the chrysanthemum fish porridge you mentioned and prepare a few side dishes with chrysanthemum. Oh, by the way, is it still possible to make that chrysanthemum rice wine you talked about? Yes, if we have chrysanthemum at home, I can make it this afternoon and let you taste it in a couple of days.
Great,
Mr. Jiang said happily, clapping the armrest of his chair. "Let's do that. We'll make the rice wine today and have a chrysanthemum hot pot for dinner." He thought making the chrysanthemum hot pot would be simple, just boil some broth, add chrysanthemum, and it would be ready. He planned to try it out. However, Sister Yi shook her head and said, "Sir, if you want to make the chrysanthemum hot pot, it might be too late today. If you want to eat it, we should send someone to buy the ingredients now, and we should be able to have it by tomorrow noon." "Is it that complicated?" Mr. Jiang was taken aback, but then understood. The more complex the dish, the more it reflected its value, and it would be worthy of the guests at the flower viewing banquet. "All right, tell Chiu Wei what you need, and let her arrange for someone to buy it. We'll try the chrysanthemum hot pot tomorrow at noon. What would you like to eat today?" Sister Yi asked. Mr. Jiang, now older, had started to pay attention to his health and usually ate lightly in the evenings. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Since you have to make rice wine and prepare the hot pot this afternoon, let's keep dinner simple. You decide. I'll just wait to eat. How about I make you a bowl of chrysanthemum fish porridge, paired with chrysanthemum shrimp cakes and chrysanthemum mixed pear shreds?" "Sounds good. Let's have that." Mr. Jiang nodded. "Chiu Wei, whatever you need from Sister Yu, quickly arrange for someone to buy it. Why not do this? For the next few days, you can follow Sister Yu." "Yes." Chiu Wei quickly bowed in agreement. Although she hadn't tasted Sister Yu's cooking yet, hearing her effortlessly list so many dishes made with chrysanthemum made Chiu Wei feel her earlier guess was correct. Sister Yi was definitely a hidden expert. So when Mr. Jiang asked her to follow Sister Yi, she not only accepted but felt quite happy, as this might allow her to taste Sister Yi's skills firsthand. After Mr. Jiang left, the servants moved his chair away, and the kitchen returned to its earlier state. Chiu Wei smiled and said to Sister Yi, "Madam Yu, I will follow you for the next few days. Just let me know if you need anything." "Let me tell you what I need to buy," Sister Yi replied, realizing time was tight, so she didn't waste much time on pleasantries. "I need glutinous rice, fish, shrimp, pork trotters, and chicken." She listed a long string of items in one breath. Chiu Wei remembered the beginning, but forgot the end. She thought she had a good memory, but now she was completely confused. No, I remembered the end but forgot the beginning," Chiu Wei interrupted Sister Yi. "Wait a moment, I'll find someone who can write to make a list. We should send someone to buy according to the list. Otherwise, it won't be good if we get it wrong." As Chiu Wei spoke, she quickly walked out to find someone. In the kitchen, only Sister Yi-san, and the 5 helpers remained. Soon, the gossip began again. The 3 friends, who usually got along well, huddled together and whispered, but their voices were not quiet. Sister Yi could hear them clearly. They talk so confidently, but I wonder if they're just making things up. Where's the confidence? It's clearly a mess.
Haha, isn't that right?
Don't they say that con artists are good with words? I think that's all it is. Meanwhile, the two smarter ones, noticing Mr. Zhang's attitude towards Sister Yi, had already quietly distanced themselves from the three. One younger lady even took the initiative to approach Sister Yi and introduce herself. Madam Yu, my name is Lin Yumei. My husband's surname is Wang, so everyone usually calls me Madam Wang or just Yumei. Sister Yi smiled and said, that sounds friendly. I was brought back by Mr. Jiang as a helper. If you need anything this afternoon, just let me know. As Sister Yi finished speaking, one of the whispering trio suddenly let out a loud, mocking laugh. Since there were many items to buy, it would take some time. Sister Yi kept busy, asking Lin Yumei to help her wash and soak the glutinous rice. Then, she, along with Sister Yi-san and Lin Yumei, began to prepare the chrysanthemums. They washed the prepared chrysanthemum petals in warm water, spread them out on a bamboo tray, and placed them outside to dry in the breeze. At this point, the glutinous rice had soaked enough. After steaming it until cooked, it was spread out in a wooden basin to cool. Once it was no longer too hot to touch, the chrysanthemum petals and fermentation starter were mixed in. Then, it was packed tightly in a large wooden basin, and a hole was made in the center, covered with a clean cloth. Lin Yumei was busy helping throughout. Later, another person quietly came over to assist. Noticing she was silent, Lin Yumei introduced her to Sister Yi, saying, "This is Mrs. Feng Yueying. She doesn't talk much, but she's really good at her work, especially with her knife skills." Okay, I understand. Sister Yi thought it was nice to have two people on her side so quickly. Meanwhile, the three people who had been gossiping in the corner continued to whisper and occasionally cast disdainful glances their way. Since Sister Yi had enough help, she ignored them. After preparing the chrysanthemum wine, it was set aside to ferment, and over an hour had passed. The person responsible for shopping finally returned, bringing several items to the kitchen. There were several chickens, a duck, pig trotters, ham, pig stomach, and even pig's blood for the broth. There's a saying about broth: no chicken, no freshness, no duck, no fragrance, no stomach, no clarity, no trotters, no richness, no legs, no smoothness. The key to making chrysanthemum hot pot is freshness. Both the broth and the ingredients for dipping need to be fresh to taste good. Once all the ingredients were laid out on the table, the three people in the corner began to whisper again. Whose broth needs so many ingredients? These country folks have never seen much. They finally have an opportunity and are buying everything they think is good. I've worked as a helper in big families in the capital, and I've never seen anyone use so many ingredients for broth. Sister Yi ignored their comments, but decided not to tolerate them this time. She directly instructed, "You three come over and clean the chickens and duck." The three were shocked, unable to believe their ears that this country woman dared to order them around. But Chiu-wei was standing next to Sister Yi and looked over to say, "Mrs. Yu is calling you, didn't you hear?" With no choice, they walked over. Sister Yi quickly assigned tasks. 5 chickens and 1 duck. That's 2 for each of you. Go clean them up. Yumei, you handle this pig's stomach. Sister-in-law, you take care of the pig trotters. Sister Yi easily sliced the ham and then asked Chiu-wei beside her, "Can I have a separate room with a stove? It would be best if it can be locked." Chiu-wei was taken aback, seeming not to expect Sister Yi to make such a request. However, thinking about the 3 helpers, she felt that Sister Ye's request was reasonable. Besides, she might have some special recipes she didn't want others to know about. Moreover, the master had instructed her to meet Sister Ye's requests. So, Chiu-wei nodded and said, "Of course. Would you prefer the main room or the east wing?" The main room is spacious, but the east wing is also nicely arranged. Let me take you to see. The main room was indeed spacious, but Sister Yi felt it would be a bit of a waste for her, so she followed Chiu-wei to the east wing. As soon as she entered, she liked it. The east wing had 2 rooms. The outer room had 2 large water tanks, and there was a long table inside. The inner room had 3 stoves lined up against the east wall, with shiny iron pots that looked well cared for. There was also a separate stove on the north side, without a pot, just right for hanging a large pot for broth. Sister Yi took one look and said, "I'll stay here. All right, I'll find a lock and give you the key. This place will be yours to use." After getting the lock and key, Sister Ye's first task was to call Sister Yi-san to help remove the wooden tub filled with chrysanthemum rice wine over. "You can help me here and I can teach you some things. If there's anything, just have you may relay the message, so we don't have to deal with those people's sour remarks or their expressions." "Sister, you really think ahead," Sister Yi-san said quietly. "Dealing with their expressions and remarks is minor. I'm more worried about them causing trouble behind our backs." "Exactly." Sister Yi checked the doors and windows of the east wing and found that the windows could be locked from the inside. She decided to make sure to lock the doors and windows every day before leaving to avoid any accidents. The ingredients for the broth were quickly prepared, and Lin Yumei and Feng Yuing brought them over. Sister Yi chopped the chicken and duck into pieces, set aside some chicken legs and breasts and told the two, "You both go skin and deb one the chicken legs and breasts, then chop them into paste." "Okay," they replied without asking further and took the items back to process. Meanwhile, Sister Yi started blanching the ingredients and then began making the broth. After boiling the soup, Sister Yi asked Sister San to watch the fire and not let it go out. She then went to prepare the food for Mr. Jiang for dinner. In the evening, Chiu Wei brought a tray and took Sister Yi to Mr. Jiang's courtyard. "Sir, Madam Yu has prepared dinner. Please give it a try," she said, placing the chrysanthemum shrimp cakes, chrysanthemum pear salad, and chrysanthemum fish porridge on the table in front of Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang first noticed the colors and presentation of the dishes. The chrysanthemum shrimp cake was made by grinding shrimp into a paste, shaping it into small round cakes, and pressing a whole chrysanthemum flower on top. After frying, the shrimp cakes turned a pink color, with a golden chrysanthemum blooming on top. The round shrimp cakes were arranged in a circle on the plate, with a flower-shaped dish in the center holding the dipping sauce. Though he had yet to taste it, just from the appearance, it had already passed Mr. Jiang's inspection. The side salad featured finely shredded snow pear mixed with golden chrysanthemum petals, topped with a few red chili threads, making it look particularly refreshing. Finally, there was a bowl of chrysanthemum fish porridge, with tender fish slices floating in the white porridge and flower petals sprinkled throughout, making it very appetizing. Mr. Jiang picked up a piece of chrysanthemum shrimp cake and took a bite to savor it. The shrimp cake was firm and bouncy, with no fishy taste, bursting with freshness and a hint of floral fragrance. For a second bite, he dipped it in the sauce and finished the rest of the shrimp cake in one go. The dipping sauce was tangy and spicy, exciting his taste buds and instantly making him hungry for more. Before he had even swallowed the shrimp cake, he gave Sister Yi a thumbs up. After successfully tasting the first dish, Mr. Jiang picked up a bite of the chrysanthemum pear salad. The sweetness and freshness of this dish calmed his tongue, which had been stimulated by the previous dish. It felt like it didn't need any seasoning, yet the flavor was just right. After trying both dishes, Mr. Jiang finally took a spoon and gently stirred the fish porridge, scooping up a piece of fish, blowing on it, and then tasting it. The fish was boneless, sweet, and tender. When he bit into it, he could still feel the firmness and slight bounce of the fresh fish. The rice at the bottom of the porridge looked distinct, but upon tasting, he found it had already cooked down to a soft, melt-in-your-mouth texture. The rich aroma of rice mixed with the fresh sweetness of fish and the fragrance of chrysanthemums truly delighted Mr. Jiang, who has started to pursue a healthy lifestyle. After tasting it, he couldn't stop eating. He finished most of the bowl of porridge before slowing down and said to Sister Yi, "You have amazing skills. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's chrysanthemum hot pot. I believe you won't disappoint me. Don't worry, sir. The broth is already simmering, and you will definitely enjoy the chrysanthemum hot pot tomorrow at noon." After leaving Mr. Jiang's courtyard, Chiu Wei was deeply impressed by Sister Yi. "Sister Yu, you are so talented. How do you cook so well? My father used to be a chef in the capital. Later, for some unknown reason, our family moved to the outskirts. I learned my skills from him. So you used to be a chef in the capital. No wonder you're so good. However, being a chef is a profession that gets better with age. Given Sister Ye's excellent skills, her father must have been quite skilled too. It's puzzling why he didn't stay in the capital to earn money and enjoy a comfortable life, but instead moved the family to a remote place. It must have been due to some trouble with someone powerful. Many people believe that the capital is full of opportunities to make money. With talent, one can quickly rise and earn a fortune. But hidden within those opportunities are also dangers. One careless mistake could anger a powerful person, leading to losing everything, or even worse. After leaving Mr. Zhang's courtyard, Sister Yi returned to the kitchen. There was still some porridge left in the pot, and the best parts of the fish had already been sliced for Mr. Zhang. The remaining pieces, after removing the bones, were quite small. Following her principle of not wasting food, Sister Yi added the small pieces of fish to the porridge, brought it to a boil, and immediately removed the pot from the heat. She served a bowl of porridge to Chiu Wei and said, "Thanks to you, Miss Chiu, I managed to get everything done today.
Try this.
The fish is a bit broken, but I hope you don't mind." Chiu Wei would never complain. She almost drooled watching Mr. Jiang eat earlier. A few broken pieces of fish were no big deal. As a servant, she shouldn't expect to eat the same as the master. After serving Chiu Wei, only a small bowl of porridge was left in the pot. Sister Yi scooped it out, planning to take it back for Qing Tian's dinner. Sister Yi would return to deliver dinner to Yi Laoda and Qing Tian, while Yi San-sa stayed in the kitchen to watch over the broth. Chiu Wei didn't know where she found some pickled vegetables, but she sat down and started to eat porridge. As soon as she took a bite of the fish porridge, her eyes widened in surprise. The porridge was so delicious. No wonder the master had been eating it without looking up. She couldn't stop eating, even ignoring her favorite pickled vegetables. After tasting the porridge, she felt that eating anything else would ruin its wonderful flavor. After finishing a warm and tasty bowl of fish porridge, Chiu Wei was completely impressed by Sister Ye's cooking skills. She couldn't help but think how amazing her master was to find such a hidden talent. Chiu Wei had a feeling that the upcoming flower viewing feast would be a great success. After finishing her porridge, she glanced at the broth bubbling on the stove and looked forward to the chrysanthemum hot pot for lunch tomorrow. Every time Mr. Jiang finished the hot pot, the leftover broth and ingredients were given to the servants. She expected to enjoy another delicious meal tomorrow. Sister Yi had been simmering the broth since the afternoon until the next morning. The broth was now a creamy white, and the rich aroma could be smelled without entering the kitchen. The early rising servants passing by the kitchen couldn't help but take a few deep breaths of the fragrant smell. What are they cooking so early? Whatever it is, it's for the master, not for us. Sister Yi woke up early today. She went to the kitchen alone, unlocked the door, and checked the broth. She added 2 more pieces of firewood to the nearly burnt-out stove. After washing her hands, she took out the minced chicken and pig's blood prepared by Lin Yumei and Feng Yueying yesterday, ready to clarify the broth. Clarifying the broth is a labor-intensive process that most people wouldn't bother with. But Mr. Jiang said he was inviting the noble ladies of the capital. These guests preferred light and clean food over greasy dishes. Sister Yi mixed the minced chicken and pig's blood into balls, making red sweeps, and formed the chicken breast into white sweeps. She took the pot down, poured the broth into another large pot, and placed it on low heat. She first added the red sweeps to the pot, stirring while simmering for half an hour. The red cloth absorbed all the impurities and grease from the soup. At this point, the broth in the pot was much clearer than before, with the various floating oils and foam almost completely gone. Sister Yi took out the red cloth and put in the white cloth, continuing to simmer it on low heat for another half hour before removing it. After doing this twice, she ended up with a pot of pure, top-quality broth. After Sister Yi finished preparing the broth, it was almost noon. She asked Chiu Wei for a set of pots commonly used in the mansion, added charcoal underneath, and poured the broth into the pot, sprinkling in the already cleaned chrysanthemum petals. Along with the ingredients prepared by Lin Yumei and Feng Yueying, she had someone carry it to Mr. Jiang. After having dinner the night before, Mr. Jiang had been looking forward to the chrysanthemum hot pot for lunch. When he saw Sister Yi bringing the pot, he perked up, got up from the room, and sat at the table. A brass pot was placed in the center of the table, and when the lid was opened, a creamy white broth was bubbling inside, with golden petals occasionally appearing. The rich aroma of the broth mixed with the fresh scent of the chrysanthemum made Mr. Jiang swallow hard. Then, the maid began to place plates of ingredients on the table. Sister Yi said, "For the chrysanthemum hot pot, we focus on 4 types of fresh slices, 4 types of fried items, and 4 types of vegetables. Today, the 4 fresh slices we prepared for you are fish, beef, kidney slices, and liver. The 4 fried items are fried dough sticks, fried twists, crispy meat, and fried tofu skin. The 4 vegetables we prepared are spinach, cabbage hearts, garland chrysanthemum, and winter melon. Of course, the ingredients can be adjusted based on your preferences." Mr. Jiang picked up a spoon, scooped some broth, blew on it, and took a sip. As soon as the broth entered his mouth, he showed a look of surprise and leaned closer to see the bubbling broth. He had seen rich, white broth before, but he had never seen one so clean and free of impurities. "It really is broth. When it was brought in, I thought it was milk or goat's milk. If I hadn't tasted it myself, I wouldn't have believed it even if I saw it with my own eyes." He skeptically stirred the pot with a long spoon, and even when he stirred the broth at the bottom, there was not a hint of grease or impurities. The soup tastes incredibly rich, and Mr. Jiang couldn't stop drinking it, bowl after bowl. After getting Mr. Jiang's permission, Sister Yi began adding various ingredients to the pot. Different ingredients need to be cooked for different amounts of time, but as long as they are cooked through, they are fine to eat. However, to ensure Mr. Jiang enjoys the best flavors and textures, Sister Yi stood by, helping him cook the ingredients. As a result, Mr. Jiang had the best hot pot meal he had ever experienced. By the end, Chiu started to worry, as Mr. Jiang had already eaten twice his usual amount for lunch. Seeing Mr. Jiang enjoying his meal, Sister Yi said, "It would be even better with pea shoots and asparagus, but those are hard to find." Pea shoots were out of season, and asparagus was difficult to buy. Asparagus is usually only found in the palace or among wealthy families, so the common people jokingly call it the dish of 1,000 gold. However, 1,000 gold does not refer to its high price, but rather to how hard it is to obtain. Mr. Jiang thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask someone to see if they can find it. If we can get it, great. If not, today's meal is already delicious." "Okay," Sister Yi nodded. "Do you think there's anything that needs improvement with today's chrysanthemum hot pot?" "Everything else is quite good, but there's just one thing."
Ah.
Mr. Jiang paused and couldn't help but burp. Sister Yi felt nervous, secretly wiping the sweat from her palms on her apron, and focused intently on what Mr. Jiang would say next. After burping, Mr. Jiang continued, holding his stomach. "There were just too many ingredients. I'm stuffed." Sister Yi was taken aback by this feedback. Mr. Jiang went on, "That day, I had someone prepare extra ice, sprinkle some flower petals on it, and then arrange the fish slices and meat slices on top. Each item should only be in a thin layer. Just remember one principle: less is more. Otherwise, once you start eating, you can't stop, and the guests are not like me. If someone ends up feeling unwell or gets embarrassed in front of others, that wouldn't be good." Only then did Sister Yi realize he was subtly complimenting himself. She was almost overwhelmed by Mr. Jiang's praise. Mr. Jiang then said, "I have some matters to attend to tomorrow, so there's no need to prepare a trial dish. You 3 don't need to stay cooped up at home. Relax a bit and take the child to the city to shop and explore." Before trying this special hot pot, Mr. Jiang would never have said such things. Even when he wasn't home, he would have asked Sister Yi to practice in the kitchen. But after tasting the hot pot today, Mr. Jiang suddenly realized that Sister Ye's cooking skills were more impressive than he thought. After this flower-viewing banquet, she would surely rise to great heights. So, Mr. Jiang felt that, first, with Sister Ye's talent, there was no need for her to keep practicing in the kitchen. Second, since he had the chance to support her, he should seize it. It seemed like he was helping her now, but in the future, who would help whom was uncertain. Therefore, Mr. Jiang was generous in complimenting Sister Yi, especially since it only required a few kind words from him. Sister Yi was quite pleased to hear this. As soon as they arrived in the city, they headed straight to Mr. Jiang's house and didn't have time to see Brother Yi or check how he was doing at the carpenter's shop. If they could go out tomorrow, they would visit Brother Yi and bring him the warm clothes they had brought along. So Sister Yi thanked Mr. Jiang, saying, "Thank you, sir. Since we have time tomorrow, we will go see my brother who is working in the city." After chatting with Sister Yi for a while, Mr. Jiang felt that the lunch that had almost stuck in his throat had finally eased a bit. He then casually picked up a piece of something from the pot and put it in his mouth. It was a small piece of beef, likely dropped when Sister Yi was serving it. However, as soon as he tasted it, Mr. Jiang's expression changed. The beef, which should have been tender, was now overcooked and tough. What happened? Mr. Jiang asked in confusion. Shouldn't the meat get softer the longer it cooks? To answer your question, sir, the beef was cooked too long and wasn't taken out in time, so it doesn't taste good now, Sister Yi explained. Hearing this, Mr. Jiang recalled that every bite he had taken earlier was cooked and served by Sister Yi herself. She had done this to ensure it was served at the perfect time. Mr. Jiang immediately regretted giving Sister Yi a day off earlier. But it was too late to change that now, and he figured it wouldn't hurt to give her some time to prepare. Madam Yu, I will hire some maids to help you. You will teach them how to prepare the ingredients for the hot pot, including timing and important details. Each hot pot station will have 1 or 2 maids to assist. They will be responsible for preparing the ingredients for all the guests at the flower viewing banquet, ensuring they get the timing right for the best taste and texture. Sister Yi thought for a moment. Although it was an extra task, it didn't seem too difficult. Plus, during her stay at the Jiang family, everything had been well taken care of, so she happily agreed. Mr. Jiang looked at Sister Yi with gratitude, feeling that his son's future might depend on her. Madam Yu, I will rely on you for the flower viewing banquet in a few days.
Don't worry, sir. I will do my best.
Mr. Jiang smiled and said, There's no need to be so nervous. With your skills, as long as you perform normally, it will be perfect. That evening, Mr. Jiang tried 2 more dishes. This time, he was no longer just testing the food. He was curious and eager to taste. He considered himself well-traveled and experienced. After making his first fortune at sea, he had traveled across the country for business, always treating himself well. Little did he know that he would be captivated by Sister Ye's dishes made with chrysanthemums. It was truly a stroke of luck to find such a talented chef at a banquet he attended out of gratitude. When Sister Yi returned to the kitchen, she saw Sister San Yi learning how to cut vegetables from Feng Yueying. Although Sister San Yi had helped with a banquet before, she didn't think cutting skills were very important. For her, the taste of the dish was what mattered most. She believed her cutting skills were decent, just not as refined as Sister Ye's. However, while preparing the ingredients for the chrysanthemum hot pot, Feng Yueying's impressive cutting skills opened her eyes. All the ingredients behaved perfectly in her hands. She could arrange and cut them however she wanted. Watching Feng Yueying slice fish paper thin and shape the liver into chrysanthemum patterns, Sister San Yi finally understood why Sister Yi had encouraged her to practice. With her current cutting skills, she felt she didn't deserve the pay Sister Yi had given her. After Sister Yi and Xiaowei left with the pot, Sister Yi Sen took the initiative to talk to Feng Yueying, asking how she became so skilled with a knife. Feng Yueying was quiet, so Lin Yumei spoke up for her. Yueying has been practicing since she was little. Learning knife skills like hers was the toughest job among those of us who trained to help in the kitchen. Back then, our master was very strict. We only got to go home once a month. It was really hard work, practicing in the summer heat and the winter cold. My family wanted me to learn knife skills too, but I was too young. Just holding a knife all day was exhausting, let alone cutting vegetables. I cried every day, wanting to go home. Out of the 30 kids who started with us, only Yueying stuck with it. Later, when we started working, I realized the benefits of her knife skills. For someone like me who helps in the kitchen, the pay is low, and there are many people competing for jobs. But Yueying is different. With her knife skills, She has work all year round and earns 2 or 3 times more than I do. So now, I work with her and she takes me along for jobs. Sister Yi-san was amazed and then a bit discouraged, saying, I didn't realize you had to start learning knife skills so young. I guess I have no hope. Feng Yueying rarely spoke, but said, if you want to reach Yumei's level, you just need to practice more. Lin Yumei was taken aback by her sudden comment and almost rolled her eyes. Oh, my dear sister. You really know how to speak. Luckily, you said that to me, otherwise someone else might have gotten upset. Feng Yueying looked confused, but decided to stay quiet. The reason they worked together was not just because they were friends and Lin Yumei wanted to help her. Another important reason was that Feng Yueying was not good at socializing and often offended people without realizing it. The circle in this line of work is small, and if she upset everyone, it would be difficult for her in the future. So, having Lin Yumei with her was not a burden, but a great advantage. All communication with outsiders was handled by Lin Yumei, allowing Feng Yueying to focus on cutting vegetables in the kitchen. Just then, Feng Yueying had spoken up to Sister Yi-san because she seemed honest and straightforward, thinking she was giving good advice, but didn't expect Lin Yumei to interrupt her. The three of them were chatting happily, and none of them noticed Sister Yi returning from outside. Sister Yi listened to the conversation of the three people outside and quickly walked in, saying, Actually, Yueying is right. Rough words can still hold truth. After saying this, she turned to Sister Yi-san and added, You don't need to match Yueying's skills in cutting. As long as you're close to my level, you can help me. Sister Yi-san suddenly seemed to have an idea and slapped her thigh, saying, Sister, I think once you really get this business going, we can just hire Yueying to help us with the cutting. What's this? You haven't even started practicing and you're already backing out? I can practice, but as you all said, I won't reach Yueying's level, so it's better to bring her on board directly. Lin Yumei immediately got worried and quickly took hold of Feng Yueying's arm, saying, That won't do. If you take Yueying away, what will I do? Sister Yi laughed. Don't listen to her nonsense. We're just casually taking a few village orders. We won't earn much money, so how can we afford to hire help? Lin Yumei, who was joking before, became serious and said, Sister Yu, even though I'm just a helper, I've seen many great chefs over the years. Believe me, your skills are far beyond this. Don't think that just one cutting and one helping is all you can do. If you want, you can handle any big business. If we two sisters come to join you later, I hope you won't mind us. Sister Yi smiled and said, Then I'll take your good wishes to heart. The group was in the kitchen, using leftover broth to cook some vegetables. When Sister Yi-san, Lin Yumei, and Feng Yueying tasted the first bite, they all showed surprised expressions. Lin Yumei exclaimed after tasting the broth, What did I just say? Even the broth can taste this good. Sister Yu is amazing. I've been a helper for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've tasted such rich broth. Feng Yueying didn't say anything but showed an expression of enjoyment, nodding in agreement with Lin Yumei. Sister Yi-san said, I didn't even know that Sister Yi had such skills. Lin Yumei asked Sister Yu, Haven't you made this at home before? Sister Yi replied helplessly, This pot of broth used trotters, ham, pig stomach, duck, and several chickens. We can't afford to eat like this at home. That's true. Lin Yumei nodded. If it weren't for the flower banquet, the master wouldn't be so particular about his food and drink. As for us common folks, we don't need to worry about that at all. Sister Yi, while eating, remembered what Master Jiang had just said and told Sister Yi-san, The master has something to do tomorrow, so he gave us a day off. Let's call your brother and go visit the third brother, and we can also bring him some clothes and bedding. It's getting colder every day, so we should send it to him soon to avoid him getting too cold. Lin Yumei curiously asked, Is the third brother in the city? Where does he work? At some carpentry workshop, but I don't remember the name. I just know it's on Xinguang Street, Sister Yi-san replied. We can find out more when we go tomorrow. Xinguang Street? It can't be Zhang's carpentry, can it? Lin Yumei suddenly got excited. My husband works there. I'll take you all there tomorrow. Isn't that a coincidence? Sister Yi-san didn't expect such a connection. Lin Yumei thought for a moment and asked, Sister San, when did the third brother start working at the carpentry shop? Just a few days ago. He hasn't been there long. My husband recently said that a new carpenter from out of town joined the workshop. Although he learned on his own, his work is very beautiful, and most importantly, he's very clever. He understands everything quickly. It must be the third brother, right? Sister Yi and Sister Yi San exchanged glances, thinking it might be Yi Lao-san, but they weren't completely sure. We'll find out tomorrow, Sister Yi said, putting down her chopsticks after finishing her meal and getting up to check the wooden barrels for brewing chrysanthemum rice wine. There was already a little wine seeping out of the round hole made in the glutinous rice. Sister Yi covered it back up with cloth. It should be ready to drink in a couple of days. Since they didn't have to cook for Master Jiang that evening, Sister Yi and the others finished their meal and left the east wing. Sister Yi was the last to come out. She made sure to close and lock all the windows, and after stepping outside, she secured the door tightly with a padlock. The other 3 helpers had nothing to do, having already eaten lunch, and were sitting at the front door, chatting and snacking on seeds. Seeing Sister Yi come out and carefully lock the door, they couldn't help but laugh. From Lin Yumei's earlier introduction, Sister Yi already knew the identities of these 3 people. There were many wealthy families in the capital, and numerous businesses like restaurants and catering services. In the areas surrounding the capital, many ordinary families like to send their children to learn cooking or how to be a good kitchen helper. Learning culinary skills is not only expensive, but also requires finding a chef willing to take on apprentices, making it quite challenging. However, Lin Yumei and Feng Yueying's training as kitchen helpers has a lower barrier to entry. Anyone can learn as long as they pay. Some people, like Lin Yumei, end up only being able to do basic tasks like washing vegetables, chopping, and preparing meat. A few, like Feng Yueying, master specialized skills. For instance, Feng Yueying has developed exceptional knife skills, while others focus on making soups or baking. There are many different specialties, and even Yi Dazhao and Yi Sanzao feel like they are missing out. As a result, being a kitchen helper has become a common profession in the capital and nearby areas. Just like Lin Yumei often teams up with Feng Yueying, other kitchen helpers also form their own groups. This time when Mr. Jiang sought kitchen helpers, he found 6 people in total. Feng Yueying, with her excellent knife skills, was irreplaceable, and Lin Yumei was brought in by her. The other 4 were a small group that often worked together. Among the 4, the leader was a woman named Jin Donglan, who had previously made snide remarks towards Yi Dazhao. However, the most sensible and steady among them was actually Hong Qin, who had been dismissed by Mr. Jiang. Usually, Jin Donglan would take the lead, while Hong Qin held things together, with Wu Ying and Tian Shaohui often helping them out and taking others' jobs. Despite Feng Yueying's skills, she and Lin Yumei often faced pressure from the 4 of them. When Lin Yumei noticed that Qiuwei's attitude towards Yi Dazhao was unusual, she took the initiative to be friendly, followed by Feng Yueying. Now, Lin Yumei was sure that Yi Dazhao's cooking skills were exceptional and not what Jin Donglan had claimed. Watching the 3 without Hong Qin make mistakes brought her great joy, as she could already see their downfall. You don't need to keep locking the door. Who cares about what's inside? If you don't care, then why do you care if we lock the door? Lin Yumei quickly retorted before Yi Dazhao could respond. Lin Yumei, I never realized you had such a knack for being a sycophant. Is being Feng Yueying's follower not enough for you? Now that a new person has arrived, you can't wait to attach yourself? It's embarrassing just to watch. Yao Nyang and Yu Ying are both capable people, and I admire them. That's why I'm willing to help them. If you call that being a sycophant, then what do you call someone who looks down on others because they lack ability themselves?
You.
Jin Donglan suddenly stood up, throwing away the sunflower seeds in her hand, looking like she wanted to fight. Sister Yi and Sister Yi San quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Lin Yumei. Seeing the 3 against 4 situation, Jin Donglan hesitated for a moment, but decided it was better not to make a scene and sat back down on the small stool at the door, sarcastically saying, "You don't need to be so tough with me. You lock the doors and shut the windows every day, and I don't know what you're doing inside. Be careful you don't get sent home before the flower viewing banquet. You don't need to worry about that. We don't even know who might get sent home." Lin Yumei, now confident in Sister Yi, dropped a sharp remark and followed her. After watching them leave, Jean Donglon angrily shouted at the two people beside her. Are you both mute? Can't you say something for me? Wu Ying looked troubled and hesitantly said, Sister Donglon, I feel like that Yao Nyang is not an ordinary person. She cooked for the master last night and made another dish for lunch today. Although we don't know what the master said, it seems like he was satisfied with last night's dinner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to cook again instead of sending her away. Also, the broth she made tasted different from anything I've smelled before. It was so fragrant that it made me want to taste it. Wu Ying's words were quite honest. They were all there to help in the kitchen, and as long as they served the head chef well, they didn't need to worry about anything else. But ever since Hong Qin was sent away, Jean Donglon's mood had been a bit unstable. After seeing Sister Yi, she even thought about becoming a chef herself. With this bias in mind, it became hard for her to objectively evaluate Sister Ye's cooking skills, especially since she hadn't had the chance to experience them. Hearing Wu Ying say this, Jean Donglon became very angry. She interrupted Wu Ying and turned to Tian Xiaowei, asking, Do you think the same way? Tian Xiaowei, the most timid among them, shook her head repeatedly. Wu Ying said, I said it, so if you have a problem, come at me, not at Xiaowei. Sister Yi had no idea that even before she had done anything, the three of them were already on the verge of conflict. Sister Yi returned home and saw that Qing Tian was so sleepy that her little head was nodding, yet she still refused to take a nap. Why aren't you putting her to sleep when she's this tired? Sister Yi asked Brother Yi. Brother Yi sighed, I tried, really, but she insists on waiting for you to come back. She won't sleep no matter what. Upon hearing this, Sister Ye's heart softened. She picked up her daughter, gave her kisses, and lay down beside her, gently patting her to sleep. Sister Yi had barely patted her 5 times when Qing Tian fell asleep with her fingers in her mouth. How was the chrysanthemum pot today? Did the gentleman like it? Brother Yi asked. The gentleman seemed satisfied, and even said I could take a day off tomorrow. We can take our little family out for a stroll and buy some toys for the child. Brother Yi, sensing something was off, asked, Does the gentleman really want you to buy toys for Qing Tian? Come on, are you teasing me? I added that part myself. The gentleman just said we could have a break and go out as a family. He wouldn't be that specific about what to buy. I know, I was just joking with you. Brother Yi didn't expect his casual joke to provoke such a strong reaction from Sister Yi, so he quickly apologized. Sister Yi realized she had overreacted and said apologetically, It's not aimed at you. It's just that there are 3 helpers in the kitchen who have been acting strangely. I keep telling myself to ignore them, but it's hard not to care. When Brother Yi first went to the kitchen, he noticed their attitude and frowned. If it gets too bad, should we tell Mr. Jiang? Those helpers should be supporting you, but instead, they are making you upset. What good are they? Sister Yi shook her head. We've only been here for a day, and they've been practicing for over 10 days. Since I brought the 3rd sister-in-law here, Mr. Jiang already let one go. If I complain again, what will that make me look like? This reasoning had some merit, but Brother Yi still felt it was unnecessary to tolerate their behavior. But you shouldn't have to keep suffering like this. Sister Yi held Qing Tian's soft little hand and said softly, It's okay. As the saying goes, good deeds bring good rewards and bad deeds bring bad rewards. They will eventually face the consequences of their actions. To avoid continuing the conversation, Sister Yi quickly changed the subject and talked to Brother Yi about visiting Brother Yi-san tomorrow, also relaying Lin Yumei's words. Brother Yi confidently replied, I knew long ago that San has talent. It was just that our family was poor back then, which held him back. Look at you. They are praising San, not you, and besides, it might not even be San. I'm happy to hear them praise San. Brother Yi said, We'll find out tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Yumei came over and said, I asked last night, and Brother Yi-san is indeed at Zhang's workshop. My husband also said that San is quite impressive. Hearing this, Brother Yi looked proudly at Sister Yi. Sister Yi chuckled, All right, your brother is impressive, okay? Of course. Brother Yi replied, looking proud. After a simple breakfast, Lin Yumei led the 4 members of the Yi family straight to Zhang's woodworking shop. When they arrived, seeing the long line of people, Lin Yumei was almost unrecognizable. She looked up at the sign. It was indeed Zhang's woodworking shop. How could business be so booming after just half a month? Ignoring the complaints of the people around her, Lin Yumei finally squeezed in and asked the busy doorman, "Dawei, what's going on?" The doorman, seeing it was Lin Yumei, immediately shouted, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here today? Are you looking for my brother Wang?" Lin Yumei was startled by his loud voice and slapped him lightly, saying, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" The doorman wasn't shouting for her. He was actually addressing the people in line. If he just let Lin Yumei in, the waiting crowd would have been upset. The doorman turned and shouted into the courtyard, "Brother Wang, your sister-in-law is here to see you." Soon, a sweaty man ran out and said, "You're here. Come inside with me." Lin Yumei quickly turned to the Yi family and said, "Come on, let's go in." The doorman was surprised to see so many people and watched as Brother Wang led them inside, only to be overwhelmed by the crowd outside. "Weren't we told no one could go in? I arrived before dawn. Why should they be allowed in? If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave." The doorman, pushed around, shouted, "They are here to see their own man, not to fix furniture. I'll tell you, among those who just went in, there's Yi San's wife. If you keep causing trouble, you'll upset Yi San, and he might not take your family's business anymore." After hearing this, the people at the door finally settled down and lined up again in the order they had before. Lin Yumei followed her husband inside while constantly looking back at the door. Are all these people here to make furniture? Why are they all being kept outside? They're all furniture repairers, but Yi San is the only one here, and he can't handle it all, Wanga said as he led a few people to the backyard. The backyard of the workshop was quite large, filled with a lot of wood and several set-up workstations. There were people busy working at each station. "Yi San, look who has come," Wanga shouted as he entered the backyard. At the innermost workstation, someone looked up, and it was indeed Yi Lao San. "Big brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Yi Lao San first glanced at his wife, but then greeted Yi Laoda and Yi Sa. Yi Sa pushed Yi San's wife forward and said, "Don't you see your wife?" Just then, a young man came out of the house. Seeing a few unfamiliar faces, he asked, "Wanga, who are these?" Wanga quickly introduced, "This is our young master, Zhang Pingjia. These are Yi San's family members who came to see him and bring him warm clothes and bedding." Upon hearing that they were Yi San's family, Zhang Pengjia's attitude immediately became warm. "Oh, so you are Yi San's family. Please come in and sit down. Sanga, you don't need to work right now. Come inside and talk with your family." As Zhang Pengjia spoke, he signaled to Wanga. Wanga quickly understood and took the bundle from Yi San's wife's hands. "Sister-in-law, you all go inside and sit down. I'll take these things to San Ji's room. Don't worry, our boss is very nice and has already prepared warm bedding for Yi San, so he won't be cold." After settling in, Yi Laoda said, "Young master, my brother San is a bit quiet and doesn't talk much. But he is honest and never cuts corners in his work. If he ever falls short in his tasks, I hope you can be understanding." Zhang Pingjia replied, "Yidaga, you might not know, but Yi San is now a valuable person in our workshop. When you came in earlier, you must have seen that there are many people outside waiting for him to repair furniture. Since Yi San joined us, our business has been getting better and better." Big brother Yi looked at little brother Yi in surprise. He knew that little brother Yi liked woodworking and often helped people in the village make furniture when they were outside the city, but his skills couldn't be that good, could they? Seeing his brother looking at him, little brother Yi said, "I just got lucky." This didn't explain much, so in the end, Zhang Pingjia shared the whole story with the others. It all started when Yi Dongkue brought little brother Yi to the woodworking shop to find work. At that time, someone needed help repairing a carved piece of furniture. The carving was quite complex and the material was expensive, so the workers at the shop were hesitant to take it on. If they messed it up, it would cost them money. The old shopkeeper had a sudden idea. Since Yi Dongkue praised little brother Yi so highly, why not let him give it a try? So, the shopkeeper said that if little brother Yi could fix the furniture, he could stay on and work. Little brother Yi didn't hesitate. After studying the furniture for a while, he managed to repair it. This impressed the shopkeeper, who then hired him as a carpenter, and his reputation began to spread. Once little brother Yi started working at the shop, people began coming to have their furniture repaired. Eventually, even the county magistrate heard about him and sent someone to invite little brother Yi to the official residence to see if he could fix a valuable bed that had been accidentally damaged by a servant. If little brother Yi had only gained a small reputation before, fixing the magistrate's bed made his name well known, and soon many people came seeking his help with their furniture. At first, Zhang Pingjia thought it was a bit troublesome to have so many people coming for repairs, but as little brother Ye's fame grew, the reputation of Zhang's woodworking shop also improved.
More customers started coming in.
Now, the carpenters in the shop were extremely busy, and the old shopkeeper even put up a notice to hire more workers. Little brother Yi only needed to focus on repairing furniture, which wasn't too tiring. After finishing, Zhang Pingjia praised, "Little brother Yi is smart and meticulous. No matter what kind of furniture or technique he encounters, as long as he studies it carefully, he knows how to fix it. Even my father keeps praising him for his talent and skills." Big brother Yi felt very happy for little brother Yi and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Just keep working hard and don't let the shopkeeper and the young master down." Zhang Pingjia chatted for a while and then politely stood up, saying, "I have some matters to attend to at my shop, so I won't keep you company. Sang-gu can take you to his place to rest for a bit. Don't rush to leave. Stay for lunch. I'll have someone." Yi Laoda quickly replied, "No need to trouble you. We can eat out at noon." "Since you're here, don't be polite," Zhang Pingjia insisted, making the decision for them. After Zhang Pingjia left, Yi Laosen asked, "Big brother, why did you all come?" Looking around the somewhat empty hall, Yi Laoda stood up and said, "Let's talk at your place. It's too big here, and it feels like there's an echo when we speak." This place wasn't really meant for hosting guests. Even the few chairs they sat on were brought in just now. Most of the time, everyone worked in the yard. However, when the weather was bad, like rain or snow, they could move things inside to work. Yi Laosen stood up and led everyone out of the hall, walking north. After passing through a small corridor, they arrived at a small courtyard behind. The courtyard was not large, with 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each side, which served as the living quarters for all the carpenters. Perhaps because he had been away working for days and suddenly saw family, even Yi Laosan, who usually didn't talk much, spoke more. "When I first arrived, I shared a big dormitory in the west side room with others. Later, after I repaired furniture for the county magistrate, the young master had someone prepare the west room in the main house for me." As Yi Laosen spoke, he led a few people into the west room, where they saw the bundle brought by Yi Sen-saw already placed on the table. "Do you live here alone?" Yi Laoda asked. "Yes, the main house is usually locked. It's only opened when the young master or the old master stays here for work." "That's great," Yi Laoda said, clearly pleased. "It seems the old manager and the young master really value you. Just focus on your work here. You don't need to worry about anything at home." Yi Sen-saw entered the room, but remained silent. After hearing that only Yi Laosen lived there, she began to look around. She first checked the bedding on the Kong and found, as Wang Ge had said, that it was no longer the set brought from home, but had been replaced with thicker ones. Then she opened the Kong chin to check the clothes inside. Before coming, Sister Yi San was prepared to help him with laundry, as woodworking can easily dirty clothes. Although Yi Laosen could wash clothes himself, men tend to be careless and find it hard to get clothes clean. However, when Sister Yi San opened the trunk, she found several sets of clothes not only clean but also neatly folded. "Did you wash these yourself?" Sister Yi San asked in disbelief. "No," Yi Sen-ge replied, "in the carpentry shop, there are only men who don't really know how to wash clothes. The young master hired a woman from nearby to help us wash clothes from time to time, so we don't have to do it ourselves." Sister Yuta said, "Your employer seems quite nice. The biggest problem with men washing clothes isn't that they can't get them clean, but that they don't know how to be gentle. Sister-in-law, you don't know, there was a time I got sick and your brother accidentally got the clothes dirty. I was worried it would take too long to wash, so I told him to wash them by the river. Guess what happened? When he came back, those clothes were so ruined, They could have been used as a mop. Yi Laoda awkwardly touched his nose and said, "It was my first time washing clothes. I didn't know how to be gentle. Besides, I can't take all the blame. The fabric was so poor that even with little effort, it fell apart. Listen to you. Even after all these years, you're still making excuses." Sister Yi said as she stood up. "I'm tired of hearing you. I'm taking Qing Tian to see how they make furniture." As she walked out, she gave Yi Laoda a knowing glance. After being married for over 10 years, Yi Laoda immediately understood and got up to take Qing Tian from Sister Yida, saying, "You've carried her long enough. Let me help. I'll go with you both." So, only Yi Lao-san and Sister Yi-san were left in the room. It was then that Sister Yi-san told him why she had come to the city and about Sister Yi getting a job for Mr.
Jiang.
"Previously, when I went with Sister Yida to Xuanlin village, I earned 100 coins in a day and got to eat a lot of good food. When I got home, I even brought meat for the kids. Sister Yida has already said that as long as I'm willing, she will take me wherever she goes for banquets, and even raised my pay. So, you don't have to work too hard for money. I can earn a little to help with household expenses." Seeing Yi Lao-san's face, which had become thinner since he left home, Sister Yi-san felt very sorry for him. "You've lost weight. Is it because work here is too tiring or because you're not eating well?" "The food isn't that great," Yi Lao-san said honestly. "Even though there's meat and vegetables every day, the cooking skills are nowhere near as good as sister-in-law's." When Yi-san heard the first part, she thought it was because the Zhang family was being stingy and not treating the cooks well. She didn't realize it was because the cooking wasn't good. "Everyone else eats the same, so just make do with it," she said, recalling the meals sister-in-law made at the Zhang family. "After all, even if you leave here, it will be hard to have sister-in-law's cooking every day. You don't know, nowadays, people are booking sister-in-law for banquets a month in advance. I think after the flower viewing banquet, sister-in-law will be extremely busy." "Is sister-in-law really that amazing?" Yi Lao-san asked, a bit incredulous. After all these years enjoying sister-in-law's cooking, it was good, but not to that extent, right? This is the capital, after all. Surely people have had better food. You don't understand. The simple meals sister-in-law makes at home are because we can't afford better. Yesterday, she made soup at Jiang Yuanwai's house, and the ingredients were almost as much as we used to eat in a year outside the city. That soup was so delicious it could make anyone's eyebrows raise. We could never afford that." "Well, you must be in for a treat," Yi Lao-san said. "Oh, I'm not just here for the food. The most important thing is to earn money," Yi-san replied, playfully hitting him. "I have 3 boys waiting to go to school, and I'm not as capable as sister-in-law or second sister-in-law. Thankfully, sister-in-law is willing to take me along. Otherwise, I'd just be at home cooking and taking care of the kids. Seeing that the young master here treats you well and that you're eating and living comfortably makes me feel better. Once the flower viewing banquet is over, I can confidently work with sister-in-law and might not have time to visit you. I'm doing well here. There's nothing to worry about," Yi Lao-san said. "But I'm earning enough here. You don't need to push yourself so hard.
Don't wear yourself out."
As the couple shared their thoughts, Yi Lao-san said a few comforting words that warmed Yi Sanseo's heart, making her lean closer to him. Just as Yi Lao-san placed his hand on her waist, the door suddenly swung open, and a woman in her 30s walked in carrying a wooden basin. Yi-san's wife immediately pushed Yi Lao-san away and awkwardly raised her hand to smooth her hair. Yi Lao-san almost fell over from the push and steadied himself while looking at the newcomer. "Sister Lu, you came." Sister Lu probably didn't expect anyone to be in the room at this hour and quickly said, "Oh, Yi brother, I didn't know you were here. I just came to get some dirty clothes to help you wash them." At first, Yi-san's wife felt embarrassed to be caught in a private moment, but when she noticed that Sister Lu was not only young but also quite attractive, she felt a pang of jealousy. Yi Lao-san still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. He picked up the dirty clothes he had changed out of yesterday to hand to Sister Lu, but Yi-san's wife snatched them away, saying, "No need to trouble her. I can wash them." Yi Lao-san looked at Yi-san's wife, confused about her sudden reaction, and tried to explain. Sister Lu is here to help us wash clothes. Didn't I tell you that earlier? He had indeed mentioned it, and at the time, Yi-san's wife didn't think much of it, assuming it was an older woman. After all, washing clothes is a low-paying job usually done by older people to help with household expenses. Younger women often have better-paying jobs to choose from, so it's rare for them to wash clothes for others. Little did she know that the person washing their clothes was a woman who was not too old and had some charm. Yi-san's wife's expression made Sister Lu sense something was off, and she awkwardly said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't know someone was in here. I'll check other rooms to see if there are clothes to wash." After saying that, she turned and left. Yi-san's wife then sat on the edge of the bed, turning her back to Yi Lao-san. Yi Lao-san, feeling puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? You're happy to have her wash your clothes, right?" Yi Lao-san was even more confused. "Isn't it good not to have to wash clothes yourself? Didn't you just praise the young master for being considerate?" Yi-san's wife didn't want to admit she was feeling a bit jealous. Frustrated, she threw the clothes she was holding at Yi Lao-san and turned to leave, saying, "If you want her to wash, let her. I'm going to find my brother and sister-in-law." Yi Lao-san held the dirty clothes, completely unaware of how he had upset his wife. Sister Lu came out of the side room, her basin already filled with clothes to wash. Seeing Yi Lao-san standing at the door with clothes in his hands, lost in thought, I approached him and said, "Just give them to me. You should go and make up with your wife." Yi Lao-san sighed, "Everything was fine just a moment ago. I don't know why she got upset." Sister Lu understood but felt shy to say so. She replied, "No matter why she's upset, you need to make her happy first. You men always focus on right and wrong or reasons. The most important thing is to cheer her up. If you can make her happy, then everything else will be easier to talk about. But if you can't even make her happy, who will listen to you?" After hearing this, Yi Lao-san realized Sister Lu had a point and hurried after Yi-san saw. In the yard, Yi Lao-da was holding Qing Tian, watching Wang Go work. Wang Go was finishing a large wardrobe, adding decorations. Wealthy families often have intricate carvings or inlaid mother-of-pearl for decoration. However, those who can afford such furniture wouldn't come to a small workshop like Zhang's. Wang Ji's project was a simple order for an ordinary family, decorated with some patterns for a son's wedding. Qing Tian was fascinated by his painting, while Yi Lao-da stood beside his daughter. Yi Dajie and Yi Sansa were whispering to each other, not revealing what they were discussing. Although Yi Lao-san thought Sister Lu was right, he didn't know how to cheer anyone up. He just stood next to Yi Sansa like a wooden post. Yi Sansa ignored him and continued talking to Yi Dajie. Noticing the tension between the couple, Yi Dajie quietly asked, "Did Lao-san upset you again?" "No," Yi Sansa replied, feeling it would make her seem petty. "Isn't Lao-san working here for your little family? After not seeing each other for so long, why start arguing right away?" Eventually, Yi Sansa couldn't hold back and shared what happened with Sister Lu. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's just jealousy."
Ye Daji laughed.
"You always ask questions, and when I answer, you laugh at me," Yi Sansa said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she playfully pushed Yi Dajie. "Trust me, you have nothing to worry about. Lao-san has never been the type to have tricks up his sleeve. Sister Lu doesn't just wash clothes for him, she's just earning some honest money." Actually, what Sister Yi said, Sister Sanyi understood. But when she suddenly saw a woman walk straight into Brother Sanye's room, she felt uneasy. Especially since Brother Sanye lived alone here. If something unclear happened, how would they live in the future? Seeing that she still looked a bit uncomfortable, Sister Yi found a chance to whisper to Brother De Yi, then took Qing Tian from her arms, signaling him to remind Brother Sanye. After hearing Brother De Yi's words, Brother Sanye still looked confused. Did she talk to Sister De Yi? What does that have to do with me and Sister Lu? Isn't she just being paid to do our laundry? Why is there jealousy? Anyway, I told you. You decide how to handle it. Brother De Yi shook his head, looking like he thought it was hopeless. He felt the same as Sister Yi. With Brother Sanye's thick-headedness, even if Sister Lu was just doing her job, he wouldn't notice if she had any other intentions. Brother San Yi really wanted to please his wife, but didn't know how. He followed her slowly, and soon it was time for lunch. Zhang Pingjia kept his word, and indeed sent over 2 tables of food, set up in the hall where they spoke in the morning. He accompanied Brother Wang and sat at a table with Brother De Yi and Brother San Yi. The women's table was accompanied by his wife, Feng, with Lin Yumei helping to arrange things, inviting Sister Yi, Sister San Yi, and Qing Tian to eat together. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Pingjia raised his glass and said, "Brother San Yi, I'd like to toast you first. I should have invited you for a meal earlier, but I've been too busy with work lately. So today, taking this chance to see your family, I want to treat you to this meal. To be honest, before you came, I didn't think much of small businesses like furniture repair. But after you arrived, I realized that any business can succeed if done well. Now that my business is thriving, a big part of the credit goes to you, Brother San Yi, so I raise this glass to you." Brother San Yi quickly stood up, clinked glasses with Zhang Pingjia, and drank his wine in one go. "Young master, you are too kind." Seeing that Brother San Yi had quickly dismissed him with just a short reply, Brother De Yi also raised his glass and said, "Although many customers come because of my brother, it's the strength of the workshop that keeps them satisfied." Previously in the village, Uncle Dong Kue always told us that Zhang's carpentry workshop has the best skills in the county. Customers are not foolish. If they're spending real money on furniture, they naturally want to be satisfied before they spend. So ultimately, it comes down to your family's excellent craftsmanship. With a solid foundation, your business will surely get better and better in the future. Zhang Pingjia was pleased by what Brother Yi said, raised his glass to toast, and quickly downed another drink. Brother Wang hurriedly said, "Come on, everyone, don't rush to drink. Let's eat some food first. This is specially ordered from the biggest restaurant in the city, and it's hard to get normally. I'm lucky to enjoy it today, thanks to Brother Yi." With Brother Wang and Brother Yi at the men's table, the atmosphere quickly became friendly after a few drinks. At the women's table, the Zhang family kept praising the dishes. This food was specially delivered from Wanlong restaurant, and it's hard to come by. "Everyone, don't be shy, eat more." At the men's table, this was said by Brother Wang, so no one thought much of it. But when it came from the host, Mrs. Feng, along with her expression and tone, it felt a bit boastful. Sister Yu was already feeling a bit unhappy. After tasting a couple of dishes, she thought they weren't as good as what Sister Yi made, so she quickly lost interest and put down her chopsticks. Sister Yi didn't show her feelings as clearly. She slowly fed her some suitable food for a sunny day. Surprisingly, only Lin Yumei ate the most at the table. Seeing this, Mrs. Feng was puzzled. After all, she rarely got to eat food from Wanlong restaurant and thought that Sister Yi and Sister Yi would at least keep eating, but their reaction was unexpected. "What's wrong? Is the food not to your taste?"
Mrs. Feng asked.
"Of course not," Sister Yi quickly replied. "I just need to feed the baby first. Sister San hasn't seen Brother San in a long time, and since we'll be apart again soon, it's just a bit hard on my heart, which is why I'm eating less." Although Mrs. Feng looked down on them a bit, she knew that their recent business success was thanks to Brother Yi, so she remained quite polite to his wife. "Actually, if Sister San has nothing to do, she can stay at our place too. You saw this morning that Brother San is living alone in the main house, so it would be no problem for you two to stay together. Madam, you may not know, but Sister Yi-san is also quite busy." Lin Yumei chimed in. "Both of us are currently helping Sister Yi in preparing for the flower appreciation banquet at Mr. Zhang's house." "Oh, so Sister Yi and Sister Yi-san are both working as helpers," Mrs. Feng said, realizing. The news about Mr. Jiang hosting a flower appreciation banquet had spread everywhere as he was searching for a chef, and almost everyone in the town knew. Curious, Zhang asked, "Has Mr. Jiang found a chef yet?" "Yes, he has," Lin Yumei replied with a smile. "Madam, the chef is right here. It's Sister Yu, also known as Sister Yi."
"What?"
Mrs. Feng's surprise was evident. "Is that true? Don't joke with me." "Oh, I wouldn't dare," Lin Yumei said. Sister Yu cooks delicious food and was specially invited by Mr. Jiang. Sister Yi-san usually helps Sister Yu in the kitchen, which is why she came to the county town. Mr. Jiang is not home today, so he gave Sister Yu a break, and that's why she came to see Brother Yi-san. Although Mrs. Feng knew Lin Yumei wouldn't lie, she still found it hard to believe. After all, when Mr. Jiang was looking for a chef, the chef from Wanlong restaurant had also recommended himself, but didn't pass Mr. Jiang's test. This Sister Yi seemed unremarkable. What skills did she have? No wonder they weren't interested in the dishes from Wanlong restaurant. It turned out that she was the chef. After the initial shock, Mrs. Feng regained her composure and politely said, "I didn't expect that besides Brother Yi-san, your family has such a talented chef recognized by Mr.
Jiang.
Truly impressive." Sister Yi humbly replied, "It's all thanks to Mr. Jiang and the owner. We just have some skills to earn a living." After lunch, Zhang Pingjia was already drunk, and Mrs. Feng helped him back home. Sister Yi and Sister Yi Sen also had to support their slightly intoxicated husbands. Lin Yumei helped hold on to Qing Tian and said, "Sister Yu, your daughter is really well-behaved. If it were my little troublemaker, she would never let anyone carry her. Qing Tian is just too well-behaved. It makes me worry that she might get bullied outside and not even know to come home and tell me." That's true. Being too honest isn't always good. Girls should be a bit more assertive to manage their husbands and handle their mothers-in-law. Sister Yu was actually just reminded of the time when Qing Tian was bullied by Wang Zhengbao and Chunhua, which made her feel emotional. She didn't expect Lin Yumei to suddenly bring up the topic of marriage. Thinking about her daughter marrying into another family and possibly facing difficulties with a mother-in-law made Sister Yi feel a pang of sadness. However, she kept her feelings to herself and didn't show it on her face. Yi Laoda, who had a bit to drink, suddenly shouted, "Who dares to bully my daughter? I'll fight them. Keep your voice down. No one is bullying your daughter." Sister Yi quickly reassured him. "Even if it's a mother-in-law, she can't bully my daughter." Yi Laoda emphasized again. "No one is bullying her. Our Qing Tian is so lovable that everyone dotes on her. How could anyone bully her?" Lin Yumei said with a smile, "It's clear that you and your husband love your child. Even if Qing Tian gets married in the future, she will have her family to support her." "What do you mean married?" Yi Laoda finally understood Lin Yumei's words and suddenly grabbed Qing Tian from her arms, saying, "No one is allowed to bully my daughter." Lin Yumei laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. A father can say anything when it comes to his daughter. What woman doesn't get married? Our Qing Tian can marry if she wants to, and if she doesn't want to, that's fine too. It's no big deal. I can support her for life. He's had too much to drink. Just ignore him, Sister Yi said with a laugh as she helped Yi Laoda into the house and laid him on the bed. Sister Yi Sen also helped Yi San go onto the bed. Lin Yumei handed Qing Tian back to Sister Yi and left first. Sister Yi Sen looked around the room and didn't see the dirty clothes from before, which made her frown. "I told you I washed them."
He's just worried about you. Sister defended Yesam.
"The employer has already paid, so we might as well use it. Don't think too much about it. Later this afternoon, when we go shopping, let's buy him a lock so he can lock the door when he goes out." Sister Yi Sen thought to herself, who worries about him not being home? Isn't it more about worrying when he is home and someone comes in? But when she looked down, she saw Qing Tian's bright eyes, and in front of the child, she didn't want to say anything. Sister Yi coaxed Qing Tian to take a short nap. When she woke up, the child seemed much more energetic. "Mom, are we going shopping this afternoon?" Qing Tian asked. "You want to go, so let's go," said Sister Yi. "I want to go." Qing Tian thought about all the toys Yi Xianglei had mentioned. Although she didn't want to let Yi Laoda and Sister Yi spend money, she was just a child at heart. So she wanted to see if the toys were really as fun as Yi Xianglei said. Hearing Qing Tian's voice, Yi Laoda quickly woke up and called Yi Lao San. The men in the Yi family could hold their liquor well, and after a nap, they looked perfectly fine, showing no signs of having drunk too much at noon. "San, we just couldn't stop worrying about you, so we came to check. Now that the boss values you so much, you're doing well here, so we won't disturb you while you work this afternoon." Although Yi Sen-saw felt a bit jealous, she still put the bedding and clothes she brought for Yi Lao San into the Kong, reminding him, I've left your clothes here. It's getting cold, so remember to add more layers and blankets. Don't be silly and freeze yourself. Wait a moment. Yi Lao Sen finally showed some awareness. He pulled out a beautifully crafted wooden hairpin from a drawer in the Kong. A guest came to fix furniture and brought a piece of fine rosewood. I saved some wood for him and fixed it up. The guest was so pleased that he only took the big piece and left the rest for me. I sold the small pieces to the spice shop, but I kept this one because I thought it looked nice and made it into a hairpin for you. When Yi San saw the hairpin, her earlier annoyance vanished instantly. Knowing Yi Lao San's character, he would never do personal work during his time at work. This hairpin was clearly made with great care, which meant he spent time making it every day after work. That meant he was thinking of her every day when he returned home. With this thought, Yi Sen Saw's expression brightened, and she smiled. At least you were thinking of me. Now put it in my hair. Yi Lao Sen carefully placed the hairpin in her hair after looking it over. After leaving Zhang's woodworking shop and seeing Yi San Saw's beaming face, Sister Yi couldn't help but tease. Are you finally feeling better now? I told you long ago, Lao San is not that kind of person. Besides you and the kids, he only thinks of his mother. Yi Sen Saw touched the hairpin on her head, her smile growing wider. Yi Laoda asked, "What are we going to do this afternoon?" "First, let's see if we can find any toy shops." Sister Yi has been thinking about this matter. When Qing Tian heard Sister Ye's words, which matched her own thoughts, she immediately leaned in and gave her a kiss. "Mom is the best." "Is it just Mom? Isn't Dad good too?" Yi Laoda immediately acted childishly. Seeing Yi Laoda, who was still vying for attention in front of his daughter at his age, Sister Yi Sen felt that Yi Lao San was quite good after all. The group asked for directions at the carpenter's workshop and chatted happily as they headed to their destination. The carpenter's workshop was located in a remote corner of the county town due to its large area. Aside from the wide road left at the entrance for transporting wood and furniture, the rest of the paths were mostly narrow alleys. The group turned into a messy little alley, where items were piled up on both sides, leaving just enough space for one person to pass. "This is too cramped. We can only walk, no vehicles can get through," Sister Yi complained as she followed behind Yi Laoda, having to dodge protruding objects. Suddenly, someone from a nearby house splashed a basin of water out. The person in the yard shouted after splashing the water, "If you think it's too narrow, don't walk here. If you can, take the main road. You don't even have a vehicle yourself, yet you worry about others like you're the county magistrate." Fortunately, Sister Yi had fallen behind due to the many items, so she wasn't splashed. However, she recognized the voice and couldn't help but turn to look inside the door. At this moment, Yi Dago was already displeased and called out, "It's our first time coming this way. How are we to know there would be so many things piled up? Can't we complain a little?" Then, an old woman came out of the yard carrying a wooden basin. Upon seeing each other, Sister Yi was startled. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It was Widow Lu. Widow Lu was also surprised to see someone from the Yi family after she had moved to the county town. Her first reaction was to drop the basin and run back home.
Don't come looking for me.
"Can't I just stay far away from you? Please leave me alone." Widow Lu ran into the house, jumped onto the bed, buried her head in the blankets, and trembled. "Mom, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" Wang Dalong asked a few questions, but when he couldn't get any answers from Widow Lu, he got up to go outside to see who it was. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his wooden basin lying on the ground outside and turned to see the backs of several people. Wang Dalong shouted at the figure in the distance, "Stop. Are you trying to leave after bullying my mother?" Yi Laoda paused, turned around and frowned at Wang Dalong, saying, "Now that we've moved to the city, why haven't you changed your habit of making false accusations? Who bullied your mother?" "It was your mother, who almost splashed us with water." When Wang Dalong realized it was the Yi family, he felt momentarily dazed. Their house was in such a remote area, yet they could still pass by his front door. Could it be true, as Widow Lu said, that the Yi family was out to get them? Wang Dalong didn't really believe in such superstitions, but he had been troubled by Widow Lu before. Last time, when she claimed to have a stomach ache, He took her to the city for a checkup. After the visit, she refused to return to Rongshi village, saying that Granny Wang had predicted she couldn't compete with the Yi family. Not only could she not compete, but even Granny Wang's protective spirit couldn't stand up to old Lady Yi. If she had to go back to the village, she believed she would be harmed by the Yi family. At first, Wang Dalong didn't believe in these strange ideas, but after spending 2 days in the city with Widow Lu, he insisted on bringing her back to the village when she seemed fine. However, halfway back, she suddenly claimed to feel unwell. By the time they reached the village entrance, she was complaining of stomach pain, and once home, she was rolling on the floor in agony. They had to turn back immediately and take her to the city clinic again. But as soon as they arrived at the clinic, Widow Lu was fine. Eventually, Wang Dalong couldn't handle it anymore. Since Widow Lu controlled the family's finances, she insisted on renting a house in the city, and no one in the Wang family could stop her. So, Wang Dalong went back to the village to pack their things, and the next day hired 2 carts to head straight to the county town. However, renting a house in the county town wasn't easy. They were in such a hurry that they wanted to complete the paperwork and move in the same day. Widow Lu thought the nice places were too expensive, while she didn't like the cheaper options. They had no choice but to stay at an inn for a few days. The inn charged by the day, and even for the cheapest room, Widow Lu was quite upset about the cost. She urged the agent to find her a house quickly, and when they found a suitable place, she hurriedly signed the contract and paid the money. Little did they know, after moving in, they discovered they had been deceived by the agent. The agent had shown them an entire courtyard with 3 main rooms and 2 rooms on each side, but the contract only listed 2 rooms in the east wing, while the 3 main rooms and the west wing were occupied by other families. Wang Dalong spent almost all the rent for the entire yard but ended up renting only 2 small rooms and had to share them with 2 other families. After realizing he had been tricked, the middleman disappeared without a trace. Unable to find the middleman, Wang Dalong had no choice but to go to the county office to ask for help. The response he received was that they had signed the contract themselves, and it was already in effect. Since they hadn't read it carefully at the time, there was nothing they could do now. Lu Guofu had never experienced such humiliation in her life and was so angry that she nearly fell ill again. In the end, with no other options and money already spent, they had to live in the house. Now, the family of 6, including 4 adults and 2 children, was squeezed into 2 small eastern rooms. They could only cook by setting up a small shelter in the yard with a makeshift earthen stove. Wang Dalong and Wang Dahu were very unhappy with their living situation, but Lu Guofu insisted that since she had paid, they must stay for a full year. So, when they unexpectedly saw members of the Yi family, Wang Dalong couldn't help but wonder if what his mother said was true. Was their family really at odds with the Yi family, leading to this situation? This thought made Wang Dalong, who initially wanted to support Lu Guofu, lose his confidence. However, letting them go seemed quite embarrassing. Just as he was thinking about what to say to regain some dignity, Wang Zhengbao suddenly returned from the other end of the alley. Upon seeing the Yi family, his expression changed immediately. He had been bullied by them before, so he quickly turned away and buried his face in Sister Ye's arms. Sister Yi gently patted his back and said, "Don't be afraid. Your parents are here. They won't let him bully you again." What was meant to be comforting words for a child caused Wang Zhengbao to break down in tears. "I only bullied her once. How much longer are you going to hold this against me? My family has already moved to the city. Why are you still bothering us?" His outburst left the Yi family confused. Old Yi said, "What does a child know to say such things? We had no idea your family lived here. We just happened to pass by. Besides, you bullied Qing Tian and then came to extort us. We didn't do anything to you, did we? At your age, you should learn better things instead of how to extort people from home. Who extorted anyone?" Wang Zhengbao suddenly cried. "Before, in the village, Yi Xianglei beat me up and told me not to bully Qing Tian again. I've moved far away from your family. Why can't this be over?" Wang Zhengbao was raised by Widow Lu and had always believed in her stories about ghosts and spirits. After moving from Rongshi village to the city, he felt very lost. In the village, he was somewhat of a little leader, always surrounded by several mischievous kids. Now in the city, there was nowhere to play, and the neighborhood kids looked down on him. They didn't want him as a little brother, nor did they even care to accept him. As for living conditions, he used to live in a spacious house with large front and backyards, raising chickens, pigs, and growing vegetables. Wang Dafeng often brought home delicious food and fun things, making life very comfortable. But since the old Yi family returned to the village, they moved back to their old house, and Wang Dafeng never came back. Now, they had moved to a small, rundown place with only 2 rooms, and the neighbors often argued about who was blocking whom at the entrance. At Wang Jingbao's age, he couldn't understand why his family had suddenly fallen to such a state. When Widow Lu tucked him in at night, she sometimes mentioned how the Yi family had brought them bad luck and that he might end up in trouble because of them. This made Wang Zhengbao live in fear and gloom since arriving in the city. So when he saw someone from the Yi family, he couldn't hold back and started to cry loudly. "Did Xianglei hit you?" Sister Yi said in surprise. "I didn't know about that." Wang Dalong remembered how his son had come home with a bruised face and scoffed, "Enough with the act. Xianglei made it very clear that if my Zhengbao got close to your Qingtian again, he would be hit every time. If it weren't for your family, he wouldn't have bothered to defend your daughter." Sister Yi ignored him and whispered to old Yi, "Xianglei usually cares for Qingtian, but I didn't expect him to help us like this behind the scenes. No wonder Wang Zhengbao hasn't caused any trouble since then. I was always on guard, not letting Qingtian go out to play, but it seems Xianglei already took care of it. We should get him a gift to thank him when we go back." Wang Zhengbao saw old Yi and his wife whispering and became even more scared. He ran to the door and jumped into Wang Dalong's arms. "Dad, are they here to harm us?" Old Yi frowned at Wang Dalong and said, "You should teach the child better. What kind of thoughts does he have every day?" After they finished speaking, a few people carried Qingtian away from Widow Lu's house. When did Widow Lu move to the city? After leaving the alley, Sister Yi wondered. She had been busy lately and hadn't paid attention to Widow Lu's situation. "Who knows?" Old Yi replied, "This is better. It saves us from them causing trouble for us in the village. That whole family is quite strange, from the oldest to the youngest. Now that we know where they live, we can just stay away from them." The 3 of them took Qingtian to a toy store. Sister Yi had wanted to buy her toys for a while, especially since she was worried about her staying indoors all day, so she bought her tangram and a puzzle. Sister Yi originally wanted to buy a large box of building blocks, but Sister Sen stopped her, saying, "No need to buy those. We can just have Lao Sen make a set for Qingtian. Lao San is so busy every day. I'll just buy a box for Qingtian." Sister Sen had her own thoughts. First, she wanted to thank Sister Yi for bringing her along to work. After seeing the skills of Feng Yueying and Lin Yumei, Sister Sen felt her own skills didn't match the pay Sister Yi was giving her. So, she was determined to work hard and felt increasingly grateful to Sister Yi. Secondly, she wanted to find something for Lao San to do, so he wouldn't have time to think about unnecessary things while he was out. "Big brother, big sister, you take Qingtian home first. I'll go to the carpenter's shop and deliver the shoes I bought for him." Sister San had seen Lao Sen still wearing his old shoes when she was at the carpenter's shop, so she wanted to buy him a pair of warm shoes. In previous years, she would have made them herself, but lately, she had been busy helping Sister Yi with the banquet preparations. Even if she found the time to make them, it would take a long time, so it was better to buy a ready-made pair. So when she saw a suitable pair, she bought them right away. Sister Yi, concerned, asked, "Can you manage on your own? We can go with you." "No need, I remember the way." Sister San replied, "You 2 are carrying the child. You should head back early." "All right, let Lao San take you back. It's good for him to know the way, just in case something happens in the next few days." "Okay, don't worry." When Sister San returned to the carpenter's shop with the warm shoes, it was already getting dark. The door attendant recognized her and greeted her with a smile. "Sister San, did you forget something?" "No, I bought a pair of cotton shoes for the head of the household and brought them over." "Wow, Brother Yi-san is so lucky. Sister-in-law is so thoughtful." The doorman said with a smile. Everyone should be back in their rooms for dinner now. Sister-in-law, just go straight back to find brother Yi-san. Thank you, sister-in-law Yi-san said, handing him a bag of snacks she had bought on the way. He's all alone in the city, and it's thanks to you all for taking care of him. I'll need your help in the future. The doorman took the snacks, smiling even more happily. You're too kind, sister-in-law. We also rely on brother San for support. Sister-in-law Yi-san headed straight to the backyard. Before entering, she heard a lot of noise inside and worried about walking in unannounced, so she called out to Yi-Lao-san. Yi-Lao-san came out with dinner and was surprised to see sister-in-law Yi-san. What brings you here by yourself? Is it okay for me to go in now? Sister-in-law Yi-san asked. Yi-Lao-san misunderstood and said, What could be inconvenient? I already told Sister Lu not to come into my room anymore. I'll just leave my dirty clothes outside. Sister-in-law Yi-san quickly pinched him at the waist and whispered, That's not what I meant. I'm saying there are only men living here, and I'm worried about it being awkward. Oh, it's fine. Everyone is having dinner, Yi-Lao-san said, pulling her into the yard. Immediately, voices calling out filled the yard. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is here. Most of the people living there were young men who were not married, as married ones usually went home. Yi-Lao-san was among the oldest, so it was fine for them to call her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Yi-san took the opportunity to share the snacks she brought and exchanged a few polite words. Most of the young workers in the carpentry shop were still apprentices, often short on money and reluctant to buy snacks. So when they saw the treat sister-in-law Yi-san brought, they cheered with joy. Yi-Lao-san initially wanted to tell everyone not to eat them all and to save some for those going home. But unexpectedly, sister-in-law Yi-san pulled him into the room, placing the cotton shoes and the remaining 2 bags of snacks on the table. You can share these 2 bags with the others tomorrow. I bought you a pair of cotton shoes. Come try them on to see if they fit. Why spend this money? Yi-Lao-san said, looking at the brand new shoes with a bit of concern. But he sat down obediently, put on the shoes, and stood up to walk around a bit. They're great, Yi-Lao-san said. Yi-san's wife squatted down to adjust the tip of her shoe and said, I bought them a bit big. I can use thick insoles or wear thick socks inside when the time comes. Okay, Yi-Lao-san replied, taking off his new shoes and placing them aside. I'll wear them when it gets cold. Yi-san's wife ate with Yi-Lao-san and then took her back to Mr. Zhang's house. We'll be staying here for a few days. If you need anything, just come find us. Before entering, Yi-san's wife suddenly remembered the building blocks and quickly said, Can you help Qing Tian make a set of building blocks when you get back? I promise my sister-in-law. I can help in the kitchen. My sister-in-law has helped a lot, so we can't just ignore it, right? You can check the store later. They have colorful building blocks that look great. Just make a similar set for Qing Tian. Sure, that's easy. I'll make it when I have time, Yi-Lao-san agreed readily. Just as Yi-san's wife returned, Mr. Jiang also came back in a carriage. Today, he went to confirm the garden for the flower appreciation banquet, where various chrysanthemums were already arranged in their places. The next day, Mr. Jiang focused on tasting the dishes. He not only sampled each dish's flavor, but also had someone record all the ingredients needed for each dish, so they could arrange for shopping and kitchen help on the day of the banquet. As a result, Jin Donglan and the others had to stop slacking off and join in the work. Wu Ying and Tian Xiaowei didn't say much on the surface, but they had already softened in their hearts, especially under Mr. Zhang's watchful eye. They didn't dare to be lazy or throw tantrums. Only Jin Donglan, while working, always had a disagreement with Sister Yi. Although Sister Yi had learned good cooking skills from her family, she had spent most of her time in the countryside and lacked some experience. Thus, in terms of cutting and plating styles, some of her techniques seemed a bit outdated. Of course, they were more than enough for rural banquets. However, some things didn't seem refined enough in Mr. Zhang's eyes. Sister Yi was quite troubled by this, and often sought everyone's opinions. At these times, Jin Donglan couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Feng Yueying, who had good knife skills, offered Sister Yi many useful suggestions for plating. After 3 busy days, there were still 2 dishes that Mr. Jiang was not satisfied with. Mr. Jiang also mentioned that he wanted to go to the garden for the flower appreciation banquet a day early to familiarize himself with the kitchen and prepare the seasonings and various items. So she only has 1 day left. Aunt Yi felt a bit anxious and spent the evening with Feng Yueying, Lin Yumei, and Aunt Yi-san in the kitchen discussing how to arrange the dishes, while Big Brother Yi held Qing Tian nearby. Jean Donglan came over on purpose and stood at the door, mocking, "Oh, you're working so hard. It's already dark, and you're still putting in effort. Too bad. Some things can't just be done with hard work. You also need talent." Lin Yumei frowned and said, "What are you going on about now? Madam Yu cooks so well that even the master praises her. If that's not talent, do you think you have more? What good is cooking well if you can't even arrange the dishes? It lacks elegance and isn't fit for a grand occasion." Although Qing Tian didn't fully understand Jean Donglan's sarcasm, she could tell from Big Brother Ye's tense posture and the reactions of Aunt Yi-san and Lin Yumei that Jean Donglan was bullying her mother. Why does such an annoying person have to cook with her mother? The other aunts are nice, but Jean Donglan is the worst. If only this mean aunt weren't here, Qing Tian thought to herself, pouting and glaring at Jean Donglan. Jean Donglan naturally didn't take a child seriously, but since Qing Tian was being held by Big Brother Yi, she felt a bit intimidated by his strong presence. Still, she shot a fierce glare back at Qing Tian. Her glare was so fierce that it scared Qing Tian into hiding her face in Big Brother Ye's embrace. Lin Yumei, angry, rolled up her sleeves to argue with her, but Aunt Yi stopped her, saying, "We're short on time. Let's not pay attention to her." Seeing this, Jean Donglan thought Aunt Yi lacked confidence and sneered, "I say, although the master has always had good judgment, this time he must be mistaken. Whether he's mistaken or not, you know better than I do." Suddenly, they heard Master Zhang's voice from the yard, startling everyone. "Master, you came here." Jean Donglan's voice trembled. Though she always felt superior in front of Aunt Yi, she didn't feel the same in front of Master Zhang. Master Zhang said angrily, "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known how arrogant you are. I brought you here to help Madame Yu, not to upset her." As he spoke, he walked into the kitchen and said to Aunt Yi, "Madame Yu, you don't need to feel so much pressure. It's actually my fault because your cooking is so good that I kept thinking about making it even better with the time we have before the flower viewing banquet. Honestly, the presentation and taste are already great, and I'm quite satisfied. Your skills are impressive, and your humility and hard work make me admire you even more. But it's too late today, so let's stop here and continue our work tomorrow." After saying this, Mr. Jiang turned to Jean Donglan, who was hunched over like a quail, looking down and silent, and said coldly, "As for you, pack your things and go home tonight. You don't need to come back." Jean Donglan was stunned by his words. She didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be so harsh. She couldn't help but say, "Mr. Jiang, you previously asked my godmother to help find some kitchen assistants. We have been working hard since we arrived, and now you've sent Sister Hongqin away and want to send me away too?" Jean Donglan's godmother, Gong Hongqiao, was a prominent figure in the county, mainly because her late husband, Gung Hongen, was the president of the county's business association. Gung Hongen was known for his generosity and had helped many people, so after his passing, Gong Hongqiao maintained a strong presence in the county. Some called her Sister Gung, while others referred to her as Sister Hongqiao. To strengthen her connections and status, Gong Hongqiao had taken in many so-called godsons and daughters over the years. Hongqin and Jean Donglan were 2 of them. Jean Donglan was unhappy about Hongqin being dismissed, not because of a close relationship, but because she felt Mr. Jiang was disrespecting her godmother. Wu Ying and Tian Xiaowei had supported her before, but that was mainly due to their fear of Gong Hongqiao. However, when faced with Mr. Jiang and Gong Hongqiao, they ultimately chose to side with Mr. Jiang. Only Jean Donglan felt upset, and hearing Mr. Jiang wanted to dismiss her too, she decided to stop pretending and even brought up Gong Hongqiao to make Mr. Jiang reconsider. Mr. Jiang was both amused and angered by her. "Let me tell you, Gong Hongqiao wouldn't dare speak to me like that. If it were Gong Hongqiao standing here, I might have given her some respect. But who are you to threaten me? After saying this, Mr. Jiang waved his hand. Someone, take her and her things out of the house and send them to Gong Hongqiao. Just tell them that I, Jiang, cannot command my goddaughter and let her take the person home to care for. Upon hearing this, Jin Donglan finally felt a bit anxious, vaguely remembering that Gong Hongqiao had previously instructed her to do her job well. No matter how capable Gong Hongqiao was, her influence was limited to the county, and it was mainly due to others giving her face. She didn't have a solid foundation herself. But Jiang was different. His power extended beyond the county and was starting to reach the capital. Just by looking at how he organized the flower appreciation banquet, he was able to invite many noble ladies from the capital, which showed how extensive his connections were. Jin Donglan trembled and knelt down, hoping to ask Jiang for another chance. Seeing that Jiang was unyielding, she thought about asking Sister Yi for help. However, Sister Yi directly picked up Qing Tian, instructed Sister Yi-san to lock the door, and turned to leave. The next morning, when she arrived at the kitchen, Jin Donglan was indeed missing. Sister Yi was in a great mood, and inspiration followed. The last 2 dishes that had been stuck in the plating process finally met Jiang's strict requirements. Not bad. It seems the troublemaker is gone, and the morale and efficiency are indeed different. Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Lin Yumei took the opportunity to say, "These 2 plates were thought up by Madame Yu. We can't take credit. Actually, the inspiration for these 2 plates came from playing tangram with my daughter last night, where I saw the patterns she created." Very good. Jiang nodded happily. That's how it should be. When you're in a good mood, you can find inspiration in life. Jiang's praise lifted the spirits of Sister Yi and the other helpers. Now that the dishes are confirmed, tomorrow I'll take you to the garden where the flower appreciation banquet will be held, so you can get familiar with the kitchen there. If anything is lacking, let's quickly arrange for it. We've worked hard for so many days. The success or failure hinges on this one event, so we mustn't be careless. We can't have any embarrassing situations. For this flower appreciation banquet, I've staked most of my connections and resources. You all are not in competition with each other. We need to work together, support one another, and avoid any mistakes. Once the banquet is a success, everyone will be rewarded. Thank you, Jiang. Everyone in the room responded eagerly. After Jiang left, they tidied up the kitchen and returned to their quarters. The main house was originally left empty for the chef to move in, but now it is occupied by Sister Yi and her family of 3, along with Sister San Yi. Originally, Hong Qin and Jin Donglan lived in the East Wing, each in their own room. The remaining 4 shared 2 rooms in the West Wing. Sister San Yi living alone in the main house's West Room was one of the reasons Jin Donglan was quite unhappy. Now, with Hong Qin and Jin Donglan gone, Wu Ying and Tang Xiaoi decided to move into the East Wing by themselves. However, Lin Yumei and Feng Yueying, who have a good relationship, still share a room and haven't changed places. After everyone finished washing up and went to bed, Sister Yi was so nervous that she couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Yi Laoda asked as he pulled the blanket over Qing Tian and leaned in to check on Sister Yi. "I'm really nervous and can't sleep," Sister Yi replied quietly, turning to face Yi Laoda. Yi Laoda found her hand. It was cold and sweaty. "Didn't you say Mr. Jiang was very satisfied? What's there to be nervous about?" "That's what I said, but what if I mess up?" "If you mess up, just do it again."
Yi Laoda ri susuret her.
"Those ladies and young women aren't in the kitchen watching you cook, so what's there to worry about?" Hearing this, Sister Yi felt a bit less anxious, but still had a knot in her stomach. Yi Laoda continued, "I'll bring Qing Tian to support you, and everything will go smoothly." At this, Sister Yi felt a wave of relief and smiled, giving her daughter a couple of gentle pats. "Yes, with Qing Tian here, everything will definitely go well. Qing Tian is my little lucky charm. So I have no role at all? Who says that? You're very important."
Sister Yi lafet, covering her mouth.
"Without you, who would watch over Qing Tian? If no one is watching her, how can I cook? I'll make sure to give you credit once it's all done." Seeing Sister Yi finally smiling and chatting, Yi Laoda's worries faded away. He ruffled her hair and said, "All right, hurry up and sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow." The main house fell quiet, but in the west wing, Lin Yumei was still whispering with Feng Yueying. Mr. Jiang was really too impulsive yesterday. Even though he isn't afraid of Gong Hongqiao, he should consider that she has connections in various fields. Aside from herself, no one knows who she can reach out to. Now Mr. Jiang has sent Hongqin away, and with the date approaching, he has also chased off Jin Donglin. Although seeing Jin Donglin go from arrogant to begging on her knees was quite satisfying, I still feel it was impulsive, Lin Yumei sighed. We need to be very alert in the next couple of days. If something goes wrong and Mr. Jiang blames us, I won't be able to accept it. Feng Yueying, who is usually quiet, listened attentively. Lin Yumei had known her for many years and was used to talking without feeling awkward. However, Feng Yueying suddenly said, "Shouldn't we give Madame Yu a heads up?" After spending time together, they both felt that Sister Yi was a genuinely nice person. At the same time, they noticed her weaknesses. She didn't know much about the situation in the capital and lacked confidence. Knowing that Sister Yi had just returned from outside the city, they understood where her lack of confidence came from. If they could successfully host the flower banquet and gain the approval of the important people in the capital, Sister Yi's status and perspective would greatly improve. Therefore, Feng Yueying thought it was important to inform Sister Yi to prevent her from being caught off guard. However, Lin Yumei hesitated and after a moment said, "It's not that I don't want to tell Madame Yu. Didn't you notice how nervous she was when Mr. Jiang spoke? Her hands were shaking. She mentioned that she had never hosted such an important event before and had only done it once for someone else. She's already very anxious. If we tell her this, I'm afraid the pressure might overwhelm her." Feng Yueying considered this and agreed, falling silent again. "So I think we should both be more cautious," Lin Yumei added, then leaned closer to Feng Yueying and whispered, "Also, I don't think we can trust Wu Ying and Tian Shaohui too much. They've been with Hongqin and Jin Donglin for so long, and now they suddenly side with Madame Yu. That raises some doubts. Tomorrow, you focus on the cutting and plating, and I'll privately talk to Sister Yi. One of us needs to stay by the pot to make sure no one adds anything while we're distracted. That should prevent any issues. And don't forget about serving the dishes," Feng Yueying reminded her. "I've thought about the issue with the dishes too, but tomorrow there will be so many people, and it's not just one dish. Gong Hongqiao, no matter how capable she is, can't possibly have all the dishes taken care of by her people. If someone wants to tamper with the dishes, it would be too obvious and they would be caught right away." After hearing her say this, Feng Yueying remembered that tomorrow they wouldn't be having a big meal together, but rather individual servings, which eased her mind. "Let's sleep, I'm tired." As soon as Feng Yueying finished speaking, she quickly fell asleep. Only Lin Yumei became more and more excited, and it wasn't until dawn that she finally managed to close her eyes, feeling like she hadn't even slept before Feng Yueying called her up. Sister Yi went to the east and west rooms to remind everyone, "Hurry up and wash up. After breakfast, we need to set off. Make sure you pack everything you need. We will be staying in the garden for 2 days before coming back." In the main room, Yi Laoda had already packed everything. Sister Yi went to the kitchen to make dumpling soup for breakfast. After a warm meal, everyone felt cozy. 3 carts were waiting at the door. The first one was naturally Mr. Zhang's horse-drawn carriage, with 2 mule carts behind it. The Yi family of 4 sat in one, and the remaining 4 helpers sat in the other, just right. Everyone placed their things and got on the carts, waiting. After a short while, Mr. Jiang also came out of the house and got into the carriage. The convoy set off from the county town and traveled for nearly 2 hours before arriving at the garden where the flower viewing banquet was held. Sister Yi thought to herself, "No wonder Mr. Jiang went to the garden early to check on the flower arrangements and only returned home after dark, having just one breakfast at home all day." It turns out this place is quite far from the county town. As the cart entered through the back gate of the garden, they were greeted by a faint floral scent. Everyone couldn't help but lift the window curtains to look outside. Once they looked, they were amazed. The garden was filled with blooming chrysanthemums of various colors and shapes. Some were as large as plates, while others were as small as pearls. All were in full bloom, and from a distance, it seemed as if the entire garden was submerged in a sea of flowers. Looking out from the cart, they couldn't see the ground, only the nearby chrysanthemums, making it feel as if they were sailing through a sea of flowers. Qing Tian was held by Yi Laoda, peering out of the window on the other side. So many flowers. Qing Tian exclaimed in shock. Dad, what kind of flowers are these? Hearing his daughter's question, Yi Laoda finally snapped back to reality from his amazement and replied, they should all be chrysanthemums, I think. Although there are wildflowers blooming in the mountains outside the city around May and June, the sight of them cannot compare to the carefully cultivated chrysanthemums here. The 4 members of the Yi family were truly amazed, as they had never seen anything like this before. Since there were no outsiders in the car, everyone felt comfortable expressing their surprise without holding back. Even the 4 helpers in the back were left speechless. Lin Yumei, noticing their reaction, exclaimed, wow, how many pots of flowers did it take to create this effect? No wonder Mr. Jiang said he was betting everything on this. I'm starting to feel nervous. What should we do? She grabbed Feng Yuang's hand dramatically and added, feel this. My palms are sweating. I'm so anxious. I feel like I need to go to the restroom. If Mr. Jiang has put so much effort into this, what if our dishes aren't good enough and ruin everything? He might be really upset with us. Feng Yuang understood her concern and replied dryly, then we won't be able to work in Fengli County anymore. Wu Ying and Tian Shelwei, hearing their conversation, also felt a bit more anxious. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Lin Yumei stopped talking. Although Mr. Jiang had checked the setup a few days ago, he was still impressed by the sight of so many blooming chrysanthemums. He believed that with such beauty combined with the delicious food from the chef, even the most experienced ladies would be captivated and left with a lasting impression. The path in the garden was wide, allowing the car to drive right up to the back kitchen door. Everyone got out and, seeing the chrysanthemums up close, felt a different kind of awe than when they were in the car. Mr. Jiang, pleased with their astonished expressions, stroked his beard without urging them to hurry. This beautiful scene was something he had personally overseen as the gardener set it up, and he felt proud. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? He asked, wanting to keep the surprise under wraps and not inviting anyone else. The Yi family, along with the gardeners and Mr. Jiang, were among the first to appreciate such a stunning sight. This is so beautiful. I don't even know what to say, Sister Yi murmured. Everyone else was still lost in their thoughts, not even speaking. Mr. Jiang felt increasingly proud and waved his hand, saying, look at you all. You seem too distracted to work. Why not take half an hour to stroll in the garden? After that, come back and focus on your tasks. Remember, you can look but don't pick any flowers. Unexpectedly, Mr. Jiang was so generous, and everyone became excited. After thanking him, they hurried off to the garden in small groups. Sister Yi San didn't react in time and was pulled by Lin Yumei. Sister San, let's go explore together. Sister Yi San looked at the Yi family of 3 and felt it was not quite right to join them. She greeted Sister Yi Da and then followed Lin Yumei and Feng Yuang. Seeing that only their family was left, Yida put down Qing Tian and said, Qing Tian, where do you want to go? Your mom and dad will follow you. Really? Qing Tian was thrilled and ran towards the direction she had wanted to go, saying, I saw some flowers over there that are huge, bigger than my head. Yida and Sister Yi Da exchanged smiles and walked leisurely behind Qing Tian through the flowers. Qing Tian ran further away and soon disappeared among the blooms. Sister Yida, not seeing her anymore, called out, Qing Tian, slow down, don't run. Your mom and dad will follow you. Really? Qing Tian was thrilled and ran towards the direction she had wanted to go, saying, I saw some flowers over there that are huge, bigger than my head. Yida, as the two turned the corner, they saw Qing Tian standing still not far away. Sister Yida sighed in relief and rushed over, saying, Why are you running so fast? You didn't respond when I called. You scared me. Qing Tian still didn't speak and pointed ahead. Sister Yida followed her finger and was immediately shocked. Yida, who had just arrived, also stopped in his tracks, alarmed. Not far ahead, the chrysanthemums near the corridor and pavilion were nearly destroyed, with the ground covered in fallen petals, leaves, and broken flower pot pieces. The kitchen yard was already located near the back door and close to the wall. Everyone who had just arrived had gone towards the center of the garden where the most beautiful flowers were. It was only because Yida and Sister Yida were following Qing Tian that they discovered the damage here. Quickly go tell Mr. Jiang. Sister Yi was the first to regain her composure. She stepped forward, picked up Qing Tian, and moved away from the damaged area. Yi Laoda was unsure if the person responsible was still nearby, so he didn't dare to leave Sister Yi and Qing Tian alone. He stayed behind them as they walked back. When they returned to the spot where they had gotten off the car, they found Jiang Yuanwei still standing there, unmoved. Seeing them return early surprised him. He asked, "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you explore more?" But in his mind, Jiang Yuanwei wondered how there could be someone who wasn't captivated by the garden he had arranged. Could it be that the lady was truly a hidden expert who had seen the world before? But that didn't seem likely. Then, Jiang Yuanwei noticed that the expressions on Yi Laoda and his wife were off, and he quickly asked, "What happened?" "Please send someone to check. The flowers around the corridor and pavilion are ruined, and everything is a mess," Yi Laoda replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanwei's expression changed, and he hurriedly called for help, asking Yi Laoda to lead the way to see the damage. When they arrived and saw the terrible scene, Jiang Yuanwei's face turned dark and his heart ached. Though this area was somewhat secluded, it had a corridor connecting it with a pavilion and a rockery, making it a peaceful spot that many nobles liked to escape to. Jiang Yuanwei had even arranged for it to be beautifully decorated with precious chrysanthemums. Now, a large part of it was destroyed. Thinking about the cost of the damage, even though he wasn't short on money, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The financial loss was one thing, but it clearly indicated to Jiang Yuanwei that someone in the garden had betrayed him. While he couldn't be sure it was Gong Hongqiao's people, she was the prime suspect. With so many people in the garden, everyone was under suspicion. This might have been the intention of the person who caused the damage, to stir up Jiang Yuanwei's doubts. Knowing this, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. He could handle the financial loss, but if he allowed an unstable element to remain in the garden, it could lead to more trouble in front of his esteemed guests. If something else happened tomorrow, he would have no place to express his frustration. As he contemplated all this, Jiang Yuanwei's expression grew grim, almost beyond words. However difficult the situation was, he knew he had to act quickly. The longer he delayed, the worse it would get. Jiang Yuanwei first began to look for the person in charge of the garden. "Where has Sun Yuan gone? I asked him to take good care of this place, and look at it now." Before long, Sun Yuan was called over. Seeing the mess, he was completely stunned. He started to tremble all over, his teeth chattering, and after a long time, he couldn't even say a complete word. Sun Yuan had worked at Jiang Yuanwei's house for many years. This time, as Jiang Yuanwei prepared for the flower banquet, he had been busy from the start, knowing well how much money was spent on these chrysanthemums. Even though it wasn't his own money, he felt pain to see it spent so freely. Last time, Jiang Yuanwei had even come to check on the chrysanthemums and adjusted their positions. This morning, everything had looked fine. How could it have changed so much in just a few hours? After trembling for a while, Sun Yuan finally knelt down and said, "Sir, it's all my fault for not taking care of the flowers properly. Please punish me." "Will punishing you help?" Jiang Yuanwei said angrily. "Is this the time to talk about that? Go and count how many chrysanthemums are left, and quickly clean this place up. Bring the remaining chrysanthemums over and set them up again." Sun Yuan looked up at Jiang Yuanwei in shock. "Sir, do you believe me?" "Of course," Jiang Yuanwei replied with a look of disbelief. "After all these years, if I can't trust you, who can I trust?" His words moved Sun Yuan to tears. "Sir, enough talking, get to work." Jiang Yuanwei sent Sun Yuan to reorganize, but he began to doubt the loyalty of the others in the garden. After thinking for a moment, he said to the steward behind him, Haisheng, go back and bring the young maids and servants from home. Replace everyone who is serving food. Yes, the steward Zhou Haisheng replied respectfully. Who else in the garden is hired from outside? Jiang Yuanwei asked. There are the gardeners, some rough servants, and the guards, he answered. Jiang Yuanwei frowned and said, have the gardeners water the plants and trim the branches as needed, then remove them tonight to avoid any issues with the guests tomorrow. Tomorrow night, after the guests have rested, we will call someone to bring them in for a check. We need to tidy up everything properly. If we have enough household staff, we can use them. If not, we will hire people from the capital. I can't believe that Gong Hongqiao has become so powerful that she can even meddle in matters from the capital. Yes. Zhou Haisheng noted everything down and, after confirming that Mr. Jiang had no other instructions, bowed and left. Once Mr. Jiang had finished all the arrangements, he sighed in relief, stepped forward, and patted Yi Laoda on the shoulder, saying, thanks to you all today. If no one had discovered this until the guests arrived tomorrow, it would have been a disaster. Qing Tian just saw the big chrysanthemums from the carriage and wanted to take a look, which is how we stumbled upon it. Besides, even if we hadn't discovered it, with so many people in the garden and regular patrols, it would have been found eventually. Every little bit helps. Having more time to think of solutions and handle things is better. I truly appreciate your efforts. While Mr. Jiang was talking to Yi Laoda, Qing Tian was whispering to Yi Dazhao. It was unclear what she said, but it made Yi Dazhao smile. Seeing this, Mr. Jiang casually asked, what's making you so happy? Qing Tian suddenly felt shy and buried her head in Yi Dazhao's shoulder. Yi Dazhao felt a bit awkward. Mr. Jiang had just been urgently handling matters, and her playful demeanor seemed disrespectful at that moment. Hearing his question, she quickly explained, Qing Tian just told me that Mr. Jiang is really amazing, and she wants to be like you when she grows up. Like me? Mr. Jiang couldn't help but smile. You mean someone who gives orders to others? Yi Dazhao thought to herself that this was not how to talk to a child. But Qing Tian suddenly turned to Mr. Jiang, her eyes shining as she nodded eagerly. Wow! At such a young age, she already understands this? Yi Dazhao playfully pinched Qing Tian's little nose. Wanting to be like Mr. Jiang is not easy. You need to work hard. Okay. Qing Tian clenched her little fist and made a cheering gesture, her face full of determination. Yi Laoda didn't understand Qing Tian's gestures and could only look at Yi Dazhao for help. Sister Yi quietly told him, I learned from Xiang Lei, but I didn't quite get it. I only remembered to make a fist, and then I just started drawing randomly. Upon hearing this, Brother Yi immediately praised, Qing Tian is clever. I think her drawings look much better than what Xiang Lei did. Sister Yi thought the same, but she felt embarrassed to say it in front of Mr. Jiang. Qing Tian, with her round little face, managed to look very serious, which made her incredibly cute. Even Mr. Jiang, who had been quite upset earlier, felt much better after this light-hearted moment. However, Mr. Jiang's good mood didn't last long. Once the kitchen staff returned from enjoying the flowers in the yard, he handed them over to Sister Yi. The kitchen here is pretty much the same as at home. You all can prepare something to eat first. After your meal, check if anything is missing and report it to Mrs. Yu. I will send someone to buy what you need later. Also, I need to make it clear that the kitchen is well equipped with food, drinks, sleeping areas, and restrooms, so once you come in, please don't wander around. We still need to finalize the arrangements in the garden today, and if you come out, it might cause confusion. Tomorrow, we will have important guests, and if anything goes wrong, it won't be good for you. I'll leave the kitchen in the care of Mrs. Yu's husband temporarily. With just a few of you, it should be manageable. Brother Yi didn't expect that he would be assigned a task just for bringing his daughter to accompany his wife. Seeing Brother Yi hesitate, Mr. Jiang added, Don't worry, I'm not asking you to work for free. I will pay you. Brother Yi quickly replied, Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. It's not about the pay. I just think everyone in the kitchen is honest and reliable. Since you've explained the situation, I'm sure no one will wander around. But since you trust me, I will take this task and please don't mention payment again. Mr. Jiang didn't argue further. As long as the flower banquet went smoothly tomorrow, he could just give Sister Yi a little extra in her red envelope later. So, Brother Yi transformed into the little manager of the kitchen. After Mr. Jung left, Sister San and Lin Yumei couldn't help but tease him. Who would have thought that brother would come here and end up as a little manager? Isn't that right? He's officially in charge of several people. Lin Yumei counted. 1, 2. I'm really in charge of 6 people. You got that wrong. It's clearly 5 people, Yi Sen-saw said, pushing Yi De-saw from behind. Why don't you ask my brother if he dares to manage our sister-in-law? Lin Yumei suddenly had an idea and picked up Qing Tian, saying, I didn't count you Nyangzi. I included Qing Tian. Isn't that 6 people? Yi Sen-saw shook her head even more and said, You're even more mistaken. Qing Tian is my brother and sister-in-law's treasure. Whatever she says, they listen. Really? Is our little Qing Tian that amazing? Lin Yumei turned to look at Qing Tian in her arms. I listened to my parents. Qing Tian said. Yes, my Qing Tian is the most obedient. That's right, my Qing Tian is very obedient. Yi Laoda and Yi De-saw spoke at the same time, making the people in the kitchen laugh. It's indeed rare to see such an obedient child like Qing Tian, Wu Ying chimed in. My girl is over half a year older than Qing Tian, but she's nowhere near as good. She causes me headaches every day. I'd rather work than stay home with her. The topic of children opened up a lively conversation among the women. As they prepared lunch, they chatted enthusiastically. Yi Laoda picked up Qing Tian and said, How about I take you for a little walk? Let's see how big the kitchen yard is. Great. Qing Tian clapped her hands happily. She didn't want to stay in the kitchen listening to stories about how disobedient other kids were and how many times they got scolded. Yi Laoda carried Qing Tian and walked around the yard. The yard had 2 sections. The first section was the kitchen, and the second was the living area, a bit more spacious than the small courtyard at Jiang Yuanwai's place. There was another door at the back, but Yi Laoda checked it and found it securely locked. The rusty lock suggested that even with a key, it might not open. While walking around, he not only talked to Qing Tian but also carefully inspected the yard walls, confirming there were no damages and no trees to climb. After checking everything, Yi Laoda felt much more at ease. It seemed that for the next few days, he just needed to guard the main entrance and there shouldn't be any problems. Lunch is ready. Yi De-saw called out from the kitchen door. Coming. Yi Laoda replied, carrying Qing Tian back to eat. In the capital, at the Qin residence, the maids in the main house were quickly tidying up. Qin Huishuan watched as they packed his clothes into boxes, frowning slightly, but still spoke respectfully. Mother, the flower viewing banquet only invites ladies. Although I am not yet of age, I am already at the age where boys and girls do not sit together, so I will not accompany you. Take that bean red jacket for me. I remember I made a light camel-colored skirt this autumn. Please pack that too, Madame Qin instructed the maids while speaking to Qin Huishuan. Stop saying childish things, your aunt is going too. She sent someone early to say she hasn't seen you in a long time and wants to take you along to have some fun. Upon hearing Madame Qin mention his aunt, Qin Huishuan fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll choose what to wear and take. All right, it's all up to you. Madame Qin sighed and exchanged a glance with her maid, Yuetao. Yuetao immediately smiled and said, Young master, I will help you pick out clothes. Watching her son lead Yuetao to choose clothes, Madame Qin sighed and said to the old maid, Granny Jiang, I really regret sending Huishuan to my family. Although he excels in studies and skills, he has picked up all of his father's stubbornness.
How old is he?
He always wears dull colors, and his behavior is so mature for his age. Granny Jiang laughed and replied, Madam, have you forgotten the outfit made by Sister Yi? The young master looks so good in it. I have lived in the capital for most of my life, and I have never seen a more handsome young man than our young master. Hearing Granny Jiang say this, Madame Qin smiled. When he was little, I thought he looked good in red, so I prepared many red clothes and blankets for him. But when I returned to my family this year, all his clothes were either black, gray, or dark blue. I couldn't find a single light-colored one. Sister Ye's craftsmanship is indeed excellent. That outfit is just to my liking. I just wonder if Heshwan will be willing to wear it during the new year. This child, even though he seems polite, actually has a stubborn temper. Granny Jiang leaned closer to Madame Qin and whispered, "Don't worry, madam. I guarantee the young master will wear this outfit." The young master wears the walnuts given by Qing Tian every day, and Granny Jiang has noticed. So when they returned from Rongxi village with the finished clothes, seeing that Qin Heshwan looked like he didn't even want to try them on, Granny Jiang casually mentioned, "This fabric was specially chosen by Qing Tian." Hearing this, Qin Heshwan was curious and asked, "Chosen by Qing Tian?" "Of course." Granny Jiang quickly replied, "Qing Tian even said that Qin Gij would look great in it." Only then did Qin Heshwan get up to try on the clothes. However, Mrs. Qin, who was unaware of this little exchange, was quite surprised and raised an eyebrow at Granny Jiang, asking, "How can you be sure of that?" Granny Jiang teased, "Well, just trust me." Before she could finish, Yuedao hurried in. Mrs. Qin asked, "Have you chosen Heshwan's clothes? If he doesn't like those incense, there's no need to use it. Just have someone iron them and hang them by the bed." Yuedao looked troubled and said, "Madam, the young master chose the red outfit, the one you prepared for him to wear when he goes to the palace to pay respects." Mrs. Qin thought to herself, she was just worried he wouldn't wear it, and now he wants to? Not to mention that outfit was meant for the palace. It was also made for the new year, and it was quite thick, so wearing it now would be too hot. Just tell him. "Never mind, I'll go myself." Mrs. Qin had to get up to check on it personally. Although it was only a 2-day trip, with one night spent away, the servants of the Qin family managed to pack several boxes of items to take along. They brought everything needed for eating, drinking, and using, except for the house itself. Other invited families were making similar preparations. Even if they weren't as thorough as the Qin family, they still packed enough supplies for 10 days to half a month. While these guests were preparing, Mr. Jiang was extremely busy on his end. In such a large garden, hosting so many guests required many servants behind the scenes to keep things running smoothly. However, due to the damage to the chrysanthemums, Mr. Jiang had to make quick changes and replace most of the staff, causing chaos in the garden. Though Mr. Jiang agreed to give everyone a little extra pay, it was certainly not as much as they would earn from working. Moreover, the wealthy guests from the capital were quite generous, and those who could be seen by them would receive some tips. If luck was on their side, they could earn a few extra taels of silver over the 2 days. Many people had strong opinions about this and were shouting at the back door, refusing to leave. "It's a busy time right now. I turned down many other jobs to take this flower viewing event. Now you say we don't need to do it? We deserve an explanation." "Exactly. We prepared for this for several days and didn't do anything wrong. Why can you just say we don't need to do it? You say it doesn't matter, but we want to see Mr. Jiang. You can't just dismiss us without a reason." Most people were arguing, while some whispered to each other. Only Wang Hao and Ding Shuangbao were hiding at the back of the crowd. Since everyone was shouting for answers, they were worried about being suspected, so they didn't dare to leave first. But feeling guilty, they also didn't want to join the shouting, afraid of attracting too much attention. Unbeknownst to them, the servants of the Jiang family had already noticed them. As more and more people gathered at the back door, causing a scene, passers-by began to look over, creating a bad impression. Zhou Haixing had no choice but to go find Mr. Jiang for advice. Mr. Jiang had just been calculating and realized he might lose nearly 100 taels of silver, which made him very upset. Zhou Haixing bumped into him just then. Mr. Jiang, in a bad mood, snapped, "Why do you come to me for everything? What do you expect me to do?" Zhou Haixing quickly apologized and finally said softly, "Sir, you should go out and calm them down. Otherwise, it could harm your reputation." "Calm them down?" Mr. Jiang stood up and walked straight to the back door. Zhou Haixing hurriedly followed him. When Mr. Jiang stepped outside, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted for a moment, then erupted into even louder shouts. "Mr. Jiang, why did you suddenly cancel our work?" "Exactly. We didn't do anything wrong, so why can you just say we don't need to work?" You wealthy people shouldn't bully us. Mr. Jiang kept a serious face and listened silently to their complaints. As they shouted and saw that Mr. Jiang was unresponsive, they gradually quieted down and all looked at him. Weren't you all so loud? Why have you stopped? Mr. Jiang said with a stern tone. Don't you want to know why everyone was let go? Well, I'll tell you. It's because over 100 pots of precious chrysanthemums in the garden were destroyed. You have been living in the garden for a few days, so you should know that no one has come in or out during this time. I just arrived from home this morning, and as soon as I entered the garden, I encountered this situation. Who do you think did it? Everyone had been in the garden for days, and the manager had repeatedly stressed that the chrysanthemums were very valuable and should not be picked without permission. So when they suddenly heard about the damage, they were all shocked and started to look at each other suspiciously. Just moments ago, they were united in criticizing Mr. Jiang, but now everyone seemed like a suspect. Our distinguished guests are arriving tomorrow, and I am feeling overwhelmed. I don't have the time or energy to investigate who did this, so I will have to replace everyone. I sincerely apologize for this, which is why I have increased your pay. If anyone is still unhappy, I will have to report it to the authorities. I just calculated the losses, and it's already close to 100 taels of silver. I really wish someone would help me cover this. Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had been angry just moments ago, fell silent. As Mr. Jiang said, ever since his last inspection of the garden, he had ordered that both the front and back doors be closed, allowing only entry and no exit for these few days. With so many people in the garden, the culprit must be among them. However, no one wanted to go to the government office, wasting time and risking being blamed for the crime. Who could afford to pay back 100 taels of silver? Even selling the whole family wouldn't be enough. Thinking about it this way, since Mr. Jiang had already increased their pay, leaving now might still allow them to find other small jobs in the next couple of days, so it wouldn't be a total loss. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, the crowd gathered at the back door gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, the two who had been hiding at the back, Wang Hao and Ding Shuangbao, were about to sneak away in the chaos when someone grabbed their shoulders from behind. Shoo, don't shout. The strong hand on their shoulders was firm, pretending to be friendly while holding them. Instead of leaving, they turned and walked deeper into the garden. Caught between two strong men, Ding Shuangbao's legs felt weak, and he was practically dragged along. Wang Hao was a bit braver, but he couldn't shake off his nervousness and said, "Brothers, is there a misunderstanding? I didn't do anything. You have the wrong person." The man on his left couldn't help but chuckle. "We didn't say you did anything, did we? You're confessing on your own." Wang Hao, frustrated, fell silent. At this moment, Ding Shuangbao was about to wet his pants. The two were quickly taken to a room near the back door, where Mr. Jiang was already waiting for them. Without asking any questions, he immediately accused them. "Gong Hongqiao sent you here? News travels fast. I just chased Jin Donglan away, and now someone is sent to confront me?" Wang Hao turned his face away and remained silent. Ding Shuangbao was trembling, struggling to hold it in. "What's wrong? Not talking? You two are quite loyal, huh? Fine, I'll let you decide. Whoever did it will take the responsibility." As Mr. Jiang spoke, he pulled out some papers from his pocket and threw them at the two. "This is the damage in my garden. Look carefully, it totals 98 taels and 3 coins. Now tell me how you plan to compensate. Will it be 50-50 or 60-40? Or are you going to argue about who is the main offender and who is the accomplice?" Wang Hao didn't speak, but he was starting to panic. Ding Shuangbao suddenly knelt on the ground, and a foul smell began to fill the room. Mr. Jiang raised his hand to cover his nose, showing his disgust. Ding Shuangbao, however, didn't care and said, "Mr. Jiang, since you already know who is responsible, why do you need to come to us for an account?" Hearing this, Wang Hao realized that resisting further was pointless and said, "When the powerful fight, the weak suffer. We were forced into this situation. If there's a debt, it should be settled with the right person." Mr. Jiang was amused by his words. "It's true that debts should be settled with the right person, and I know you are working for Gong Hongqiao. But you two caused the damage, right? Whoever caused it should pay. That's fair, isn't it? Ding Shuangbao became even more frightened. Mr. Jiang, I really don't have any money. I have an elderly parent and young children to support. I rely on my work to provide for my family. Upon hearing about the compensation, Wang Hao lost all his earlier defiance. Mr. Jiang, we truly don't have any money. If I had dozens of taels, I wouldn't be doing this kind of work. Just because you're poor doesn't mean you're right. Did you think about your ability to pay when you caused the damage? Mr. Jiang said with a half-lidded gaze, if you can't pay, then you'll face some consequences to learn a lesson. After saying this, Mr. Jiang stood up and left the room. The 4 strong men from earlier came in and dragged Wang Hao and Ding Shuangbao away. Soon, their cries could be heard from the backyard. That night, after dinner, Gong Hongqiao reclined on a beauty couch, allowing her maid to apply a facial mask made from pearl powder, egg whites, and honey. As the mask gradually dried, her skin felt tight and pulled. Gong Hongqiao couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. As she got older, her skin was becoming looser day by day. If she didn't take such good care of herself, she feared she would look unrecognizable by now. Unfortunately, no amount of money could restore her youth. If it were possible, she would do anything to look like she did at 16 again. While she was lost in thought with her eyes closed, a servant suddenly rushed in, saying, "Madam, just now a carriage passed by and dropped off 2 people before leaving." Gong Hongqiao was startled and sat up quickly. What happened? Who were they? At that moment, the mask was mostly dry, making her skin feel tight and her mouth unable to open properly, so she struggled to speak clearly. I don't know the details, but those 2 seemed to have been beaten up pretty badly, lying on the ground at the entrance and moaning. Hearing that they were still alive, Gong Hongqiao sighed in relief. She didn't even bother to wash her face and hurried outside to see what was going on. When she saw that the 2 people left at the entrance were Wang Hao and Ding Shuangbao, her heart sank. These 2 useless individuals had been discovered by Jiang Yuanwei. The next morning, a line of carriages was already waiting at the Qin residence. The first 2 were for the master, followed by those for the nurses and maids, and the last one was for luggage. Although there had been some disagreements about clothing the day before, seeing Qin Heshuan dressed in a light blue long robe today confirmed that Madame Qin had won in the end. Madame Qin approached the carriage and waved to Nurse Jiang, saying, "Today, please ride with me." Nurse Jiang understood that Madame Qin had agreed to prepare a separate carriage for her youngest son to convince him to wear this outfit. However, in front of others, Madame Qin didn't want to appear distant from her son. So, Nurse Jiang quickly stepped forward and said, "It's the end of the year, and I have many matters to report to you, madam, so the young master will have to ride alone." Once everyone was in their carriages, Madame Qin couldn't help but sigh. When children aren't raised close by, it's hard to feel close to them. "Madam, you know you had no choice back then," replied Nurse Jiang. "The days ahead are still long, and the young master will slowly understand the lady's kind intentions." "I hope so." Although Madame Qin was not very optimistic about it, she sincerely wished for that day to come. After leaving the Qin residence in the capital, they walked for over an hour after passing through the city gate and arrived at the garden where the flower viewing banquet was held. The sign at the entrance of the garden read "Le Ting" in large characters. These characters are quite impressive, but it seems we haven't been here before. Madame Qin asked the nearby Nurse Jiang. "You are correct, madam. We have not been here before." Nurse Jiang, being a trusted aide of Madame Qin, was knowledgeable and well-prepared. This garden was built by an official from the previous dynasty. After falling into disrepair, it was taken over by private merchants. In this dynasty, it changed hands several times, but it remained with merchants who could not invite someone of your status. Until last year, when a gentleman named Jiang bought it and renovated it. This is the first time a flower viewing banquet is being held here. I wonder what kind of connections this Mr. Jiang has to persuade the princess to come and enjoy the flowers. As you know, it is very difficult to invite the princess. She often cannot attend even banquets in the palace due to illness. So, once it was known that the princess would come, Everyone in the capital was eager to attend. Who would miss it? I was also surprised when I heard that my sister agreed to attend the flower viewing banquet. Madam Qin said. In any case, it is a good thing for her to get out and relax. Staying at home all the time can be stifling. I hope this Mr. Jiang has some skills. Please remember to reward him well if he can make my sister enjoy herself these days. Nurse Jiang hesitated to speak, but eventually just nodded. Shortly after the carriage entered the garden, a small gasp of surprise arose from outside. Curious, Madam Qin lifted the curtain of the carriage to look out and saw a vast sea of chrysanthemums. The surprise was not due to the number of chrysanthemums, but because the arrangement featured white chrysanthemums as a base, with yellow ones forming a blooming flower in the center. What was remarkable was that the yellow chrysanthemums in the center varied in shade, creating a clever gradient that made the assembled flower appear to have a play of light and shadow, almost like a lifelike chrysanthemum. Even the servants of the Qin residence couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Madam Qin was also impressed by the beautiful scenery and quickly changed her tone, saying, "This Mr. Jiang can afford to buy this garden, host such a flower viewing banquet, and invite my sister, so it must be for a good reason. Please keep an eye on him and see if he needs any favors. If it's not too difficult, just help him out." With Madam Qin's status, she could solve problems with just a word, which someone like Mr. Jiang might not be able to achieve even with a lot of money. So her words already gave Mr. Jiang a lot of respect. If Mr. Jiang had been nearby, he might have even knelt down to thank Madam Qin. The servants in the garden led Madam Qin's carriage to the east courtyard. "Madam Qin, this is your and young Master Qin's residence, and the princess's residence is right next to yours. The garden is decorated with many chrysanthemums, and the view is quite nice. Once you're settled, you can stroll around the garden, enjoy the flowers, and take in the scenery. My master has arranged for maids outside each courtyard, so if you need anything, just ask them." Madam Qin asked, "Has Princess Rui arrived?"
Not yet.
The servant replied, bowing. "As soon as Princess Rui arrives, I will send someone to inform you immediately." Madam Qin nodded, saying, "Just let me know. No need to tell anyone else, as Princess Rui prefers peace and quiet." "Understood. I will take care of it," the servant said before stepping back. The east and west courtyards were used to accommodate honored guests, and while they were decorated with some chrysanthemums, they were not as vibrant as the garden, but still had their own charm. Madam Qin entered the main room with Qin Hshuan and saw that the decorations were exquisite, saying, "Mr. Jiang has really put in a lot of effort." Nanny Jiang smiled and said, "Madam, you may not know, but Mr. Jiang is quite a legendary figure. He even received verbal praise from the late emperor."
Oh,
"Really? I had no idea," Madam Qin said, looking surprised at Nanny Jiang. Young Master Qin Hshuan was also intrigued and waited for Nanny Jiang to continue. Nanny Jiang had not mentioned this while in the carriage, thinking that the young master would be interested, and she was right. "Please sit down and I will explain. When the late emperor was in power, he opened the seas and encouraged ships to go out, which you both should know. However, at that time, the few Westerners who came from overseas looked quite frightening. Sometimes, damaged shipwrecks or foreign bodies wash up on the shore. So, our people are afraid to cross the ocean, worried they might die far from home. Later, the late emperor had no choice but to use his own funds to build 2 large ships and recruited talented individuals from the community to set sail. This Mr. Jiang was one of them. At that time, the late emperor encouraged everyone to travel overseas by allowing each person boarding the ship to bring some of their own goods to sell to foreigners. People brought all sorts of items, many carrying valuable possessions. But Mr. Jiang brought something different from the others. Can you guess what he brought?
what?
Mrs. Qin listened intently. Qin Hshuan said, "It must be one of porcelain, tea, or silk." The young master is truly quick-witted. He guessed it right away. Praised Grandma Jiang. Mrs. Qin asked Hshuan, "How did you know?" "These 3 items are known to be the most profitable when going to foreign lands." Since Mr. Jiang received praise from the late emperor, it shows that what he brought was favored and snatched up by foreigners. Others saw the huge profits through him, which motivated them to continue sailing in the future. You could say he single-handedly helped the late emperor advance maritime trade significantly, leading to the bustling sea traffic we see today. Porcelain, silk, and tea have brought back countless riches to our kingdom over the years. That's why even Mr. Wei praises the young master for his intelligence. He knows more than I do. So he became wealthy through overseas trade. No wonder he has such vision and resources. The brief glimpse in the garden left a deep impression on Mrs. Qin, making her quite fond of Mr. Jiang. When my sister arrives, let's invite her to take a stroll in the garden. Just then, Yuedao came in to report, "Madam, the princess of the Rui prince has arrived and is getting out of the carriage now." "Then let's hurry over." When Mrs. Qin returned from outside the city, she had already seen her sister at the prince's residence, and it had been a while since then. The princess's arrival naturally had a grander display than Mrs. Qin's. She was already seated inside, while servants were busy moving things in and out. Seeing Mrs. Qin and Qin Huishuan approaching, Hong Ying, who was directing the servants at the gate, hurried over and said, "I greet Madam Qin and young Master Qin. Please rise. Is my sister inside?
Can we go in now?"
"Look at what you're saying. Anyone can enter, and surely the young master can too," Hong Ying said as she led the way. When we set off today, the princess regretted not arranging a time to leave together, so we could have someone to talk to on the way. I told her that as soon as we arrived at the garden, Mrs. Qin would definitely be the first to come looking for her.
See, didn't I just say that?
As they spoke, the three of them reached the entrance of the main house. Hong Ying lifted the curtain and called inside, "Princess, look who has arrived." Inside the main house, a beautiful woman in her 30s sat on a couch. Although she resembled Mrs. Qin, she was even more beautiful. However, there was a hint of sadness in her expression that made one feel a pang of sympathy, wanting to smooth the worry lines on her forehead. "Sister," Mrs. Qin called out, quickly walking into the room. "Yan Qin, it seems you arrived before me." Qin Huishuan followed Mrs. Qin into the room and politely greeted, "Huishuan greets you, Auntie." "Good boy, no need for too much formality," the princess said happily, inviting him to sit beside her. "This outfit looks nice on you. It brightens up your complexion." Hearing this, Mrs. Qin immediately said to her son, "Did you hear that? Even your aunt says so. At your young age, you should wear lighter and brighter colors, not dress like your grandfather all the time. You can wear such clothes when you're older. Now is the time to wear bright colors while you're young." "Yes, mother," Qin Huishuan replied. The princess quickly intervened, saying, "Huishuan grew up beside his father, so it's normal for him to dress that way. Don't be too hard on him. Take it slow." "I admit I was a bit too anxious," Mrs. Qin conceded, then changed the subject. "I didn't expect you to come to the flower viewing banquet. When I first heard about it, I thought it was just a rumor from that Jiang Yuanwei trying to invite people. It wasn't until you sent someone to my home that I believed it." The princess smiled with a hint of resignation, saying, "I naturally didn't want to go out, but this Jiang Yuanwei has some connections with the royal family."
"Oh?"
Mrs. Qin was even more surprised. Who exactly was this Jiang Yuanwei, who not only received praise from the late emperor, but could also earn the favor of the Prince of Rui? It was about the time when the sea ban was first lifted. The late emperor pushed for it, but there was hardly any progress. Who knew that later, a young man named Jiang would open up the situation? Although he was also looking to make money from the sea, he helped create opportunities, so we owe him that favor. He is quite understanding and has never asked the royal family for anything. Now, because he has a son late in life, this precious child is talented and has passed the entrance exam to study at the academy in the capital. He has started to build connections again. When the invitation arrived at the royal residence, the prince said that helping him out wouldn't be a big deal. Plus, since the weather has cooled down, the prince has been encouraging me to go out and relax, so I agreed. "I didn't know it was like this. There are so many stories behind it," Mrs. Qin said with a sigh. "The weather has been nice lately, not too hot or cold. It's good for you to come out, sister. When I came in, I noticed the garden was nicely arranged. Why don't we take a stroll while there are fewer people? He's Xian, and I can accompany you." "That sounds good. You sit for a moment. I'll change into something else, Princess Rue said as she went inside to change her clothes and touch up her makeup. Although she didn't enjoy this, she had to consider the image of the Rue royal family when going out. The three of them, along with several servants, went to the garden, where the sisters admired the various chrysanthemums while chatting quietly. Most of Princess Rue's questions were about her family, and Mrs. Qin answered her in detail. He Xian must be bored with us, right? Princess Rue suddenly said. Why don't you go explore on your own? I'd like to talk with your mother for a bit. Qin He Xian understood that his aunt wanted to discuss something private with his mother, so he politely bowed and took his servant down a different path. He wandered aimlessly in the garden, not knowing where he was going, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice call out, Qingage? Qin He Xian stopped in his tracks, looking around but not seeing Qing Tian. His servant, Song Tao, asked in confusion, Young master, should we head back? Did you hear someone call my name? Qin He Xian asked.
Ah?
Song Tao was startled and quickly looked around, but aside from clusters of chrysanthemums, there was no one in sight. Feeling a bit scared, he rubbed his arms and pleaded, Young master, please don't scare me. It's just the two of us here. There's no one else calling for you. Could it be just the wind? Did I miss here? Qin Heshuan also felt uncertain. After all, Qing Tian should be with the Yi family in Rongxi village right now, so how could she be here? Thinking this, Qin Heshuan felt he must have imagined it. He touched the jade pendant hanging at his waist and prepared to head back with Song Tao. This place was too remote. Not even the servants who usually appeared at corners and hidden spots were around. Just as the two were about to turn and leave, a very clear voice suddenly called out, Brother Qin. This time, both Qin Heshuan and Song Tao heard it. Song Tao was so scared that he fell to the ground. A ghost? But Qin Heshuan was increasingly sure it was Qing Tian and quickly asked, Qing Tian, where are you? I can't see you. Brother Qin, I'm here. I'm inside the door. Qing Tian shouted, raising her voice. Once they were in the garden, Aunt Yi had been busy with a few helpers since last night, and this morning they couldn't afford to be idle. They had to start cooking early for the guests. There were so many dishes to wash and prepare. With more guests this time, everyone was working hard. Even Aunt Yi joined in whenever she wasn't cooking, making sure Yi Laoda stayed busy too, sending him to help with the fire. She specifically reminded Qing Tian, your parents are busy, so you play nicely in the yard, okay? Absolutely do not leave this yard, do you hear me? I understand, Mom. Qing Tian replied, taking her tangram to play at the stone table in the yard. After a while, she got a bit bored but saw the adults in the kitchen were still busy, so she looked for fun in the yard. Later, hearing someone pass by outside, she peeked through the door crack and saw Qin Heshuan, unable to resist calling out. Qin Heshuan followed the sound of the door and said, Qing Tian, is the door secured? No. Qing Tian looked up and replied. All right, step back and don't lean against the door. Be careful I don't bump into you when I open it. On a sunny day, Qing Tian stepped back several paces and asked, Brother Qin, is that enough? That's enough, that's enough. As Qin Heshuan was about to push the door, Song Tao hurriedly ran forward, saying, Young master, please stand aside a bit. I'll handle this. It's just opening a courtyard door. If someone didn't know better, they might think it was a tough task. After Song Tao opened the courtyard door, Qin Heshuan could see Qing Tian standing not far away, smiling brightly at him. Seeing Qing Tian's sun-kissed cheeks and the light sweat on her forehead, Qin Heshuan walked over, took her hand, and led her to a shady spot to sit down, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Song Tao stood by, astonished. He hadn't always been by Qin Heshuan's side. He was assigned to assist him after Madame Qin brought him back from her family. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Song Tao noticed the distance behind Qin Heshuan's usual politeness. This was the first time he had seen him be so gentle with someone else. However, seeing that the other person was a lovely little girl, it was indeed quite endearing. People say it's an autumn tiger. Although the weather is cooler now, the sun is still quite strong. You shouldn't stay in the sun too long. Be careful not to get sunburned. Brother Qin, how come you're here? Qing Tian asked. I came with my mother. Qin Heshuan replied, then asked her the same question. How about you?
Who did you come with?
I came with my parents and Aunt San, Qing Tian said, counting on her fingers for Qin Heshuan. The four of us came together. Are you here for the flower viewing banquet too? Qin Heshuan asked, but he knew that wasn't possible, so while talking to Qing Tian, he observed the situation in the courtyard. The person who guided them earlier mentioned that guests from the capital stayed in the east and west courtyards, and it was surprising that Qing Tian's courtyard was in the garden. Could it be that Yi Laoda, Yi Dazhao, and Yi Sanzao found temporary work here as servants? But that didn't seem likely. What family would bring children to work as servants? While he was pondering, he heard Qing Tian say, My mother is here to cook, and Aunt San is helping her. My dad was supposed to play with me, but Mom said he was too busy today and asked him to help with the fire, so I'm just playing here by myself. Qin Heshuan nodded. That made sense. Before, my mother and Mr. Wei praised your mother's cooking skills. After returning to the capital, Mr. Wei occasionally remembers the dishes your mother made and says she will eventually become a famous chef. I didn't expect she would be cooking here now. To know, this flower viewing banquet is attended by the esteemed Princess of Rui, so all the ladies from prominent families in the capital who received invitations came, without fail. Although there are no nobles from the palace present, the scale of today's event is comparable to a banquet hosted by the palace. After hearing the conversation between the Princess of Rui and Aunt Jiang about Mr. Jiang, Qin Heshuan realized that Mr. Jiang is not just a simple country landlord. Since he chose Sister Yi to cook, he must appreciate her cooking skills. If Mr. Wei knew I was attending the flower viewing banquet and could taste Sister Ye's cooking, he would surely sigh and complain for days. While they were talking, Qing Tian looked down and noticed the tassel hanging from Qin Heshuan's waist. Excitedly, Qing Tian asked, Brother Qin, is this the walnut I gave you? Yes. Qin Heshuan picked up the jingbaling from the tassel to show Qing Tian. I play with it every day. Look, isn't it shinier than when you gave it to me? Qing Tian nodded repeatedly. Xiao Su said that once it's polished, it will look as beautiful as jade. Brother Qin, you must take good care of it. Who is Xiao Su? Qin Heshuan asked. Is he a new friend from Rongxi village? Qing Tian said, a bit confused about how to explain. Is Xiao Su a boy or a girl?
How old is he?
Qin Heshuan inquired. Xiao Su is definitely a boy. Qing Tian looked at Qin Heshuan in surprise. If he were a girl, he wouldn't be called Xiao Su. Seeing her expression, Qin Heshuan felt he might have made a simple mistake but still didn't understand. So he asked, Can you tell me more about him? At this point, Qing Tian had sorted it out in her mind and confidently explained to Qin Heshuan, Xiao Su is my great-grandson. My great-aunt is my grandfather's cousin, and she is my parents' cousin. Qin Heshuan mentally organized the family relationship she described and finally understood. Xiao Su is her uncle, and Qing Tian, being young, mispronounced it. Got it. So he's your uncle.
Right.
Qing Tian immediately smiled, showing a look of you learn quickly. But my great-aunt's family also has another cousin, and that's Xiao Su. Your Xiao Su is quite impressive, knowing about Qingbang. Yes. Talking about this excited her again. Xiao Su is really amazing. Last time I found a big round plate in an abandoned kiln. Xiao Su told me to keep it well and take it to the capital later. It might sell for a lot of money. What abandoned kiln? What disc? Qin Heshuan realized that in the short time he hadn't seen Qing Tian, many interesting things seemed to have happened around her. During this time, aside from studying and practicing archery and martial arts every day, he had only been visiting friends and family, which was quite boring. When Qing Tian heard his question, she began to tell him about going to Shuanglin village with Sister Yi and how she accidentally discovered the disc in the abandoned kiln. Her memory was particularly good, unlike most kids her age who quickly forget things. She spoke vividly, even recalling what others had said at the time. At first, everything seemed normal, but before she could finish talking about the disc, Qin Heshuan felt something was off. Qing Tian, wait. Are you saying that person left you in the abandoned kiln on purpose? Yes. Qing Tian looked down, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, but quickly adjusted herself and smiled, saying, "If she hadn't left me, I wouldn't have found that big plate." "Brother Qin, let me continue." Qin Huishuan suppressed his anger and said, "Okay, go on, I'm listening." Hearing that Qing Tian had cried alone in the pitch-black kiln, Qin Huishuan clenched his hands at his sides. He couldn't understand how someone could bully such a sweet girl. "I cried for a while, and no one came to find me. Then I stopped crying and started feeling around for a way out. But I think I went the wrong way and ended up in another place. I could see the sky and the sun from there, so I wasn't scared anymore." What happened to Qing Tian in the kiln was something even Yi Xianglei didn't dare to ask about. Today, she stumbled through the story for Qin Huishuan. After reaching the part of the kiln where the ceiling had collapsed, Qing Tian searched for a way out. Suddenly, she noticed a piece of a porcelain plate sticking out of the ground with a beautiful pattern. Thinking it was a broken piece, she remembered the pendants other girls in the village wore and wanted to dig it out to take back for Yi Laoda to turn into a necklace for Sister Yi. To her surprise, the more she dug, the bigger the piece became, until she uncovered a complete large porcelain plate. Just as I dug the plate out, Xiao Su came to find me. I initially wanted to use the plate for serving food, but Xiao Su said it might be valuable and advised me to keep it safe. My dad said that the next time we go to the capital, we should take the plate along and have someone at the shop check its value. Wherever you go, those shops are all tricky and will take advantage of you. Later, you can ask your dad to bring the plate to my house, and I will find someone to help you look at it. But Qing Tian lowered her head and said, "But Mom said you are busy studying and shouldn't be disturbed." However, Mom also said that if I behave, she will take me to visit Madame Qin during the New Year shopping. "Brother Qin, what does it mean to visit?" Hearing this, Qin Huishuan realized that Sister Yi was worried about their family status and didn't dare to visit. Saying they would visit later was just to comfort the child. Thinking of this made Qin Huishuan a bit sad. He grew up by his grandfather's side. His grandfather was a military general, a rough man without many rules. Although he would find someone to teach Qin Huishuan manners, their home often had subordinates coming over to drink and chat, or even staying at the house. Those who came often had taught Qin Huishuan martial arts, so everyone was quite familiar with each other. No one treated him as the young master of the Qin family, nor did anyone feel they were unworthy. But after returning to the capital, Qin Huishuan finally understood why his grandfather always found someone to teach him various etiquettes. In the capital, everyone wears a mask, hiding their true selves behind a perfect appearance. When interacting, people first consider if their families are allies or rivals, then look at each family's background and status, and finally assess the other person's role and favor within their family. After considering all this, they hardly care about the person themselves. On the journey back from the border, he met Yi Changrui and Qing Tian, especially Qing Tian, who didn't understand his identity or the Qin family status, so she never treated him as the young master, but just as Brother Qin. He didn't want even this last bit of purity to disappear. Thinking of this, Qin Huishuan suddenly took off the jade pendant from his waist and placed it in Qing Tian's hand. "Brother Qin, what is this?" Qing Tian asked, playing with the jade pendant, which was larger than her palm and felt smooth and cool. "You gave me a Beijing walnut, right?" Qin Huishuan ruffled her hair and said, "This is my gift to you." Watching Qing Tian play with the pendant, his heart raced, and he felt like he might faint. "Oh, young master, my little ancestor. Was that just an ordinary jade pendant? If it broke, it wouldn't be a joke. Not to mention how much a flawless piece of Hetian jade is worth. That is an item with the Qin family's emblem, which shows the identity of the young master of the Qin family. How could it be given away so easily? If the lady finds out when we return, I might as well lose my skin." Song Tao wanted to stop him but saw Qin Huishuan directly hang the jade pendant around Qing Tian's neck, saying, "Next time you go to the capital, just take the jade pendant and come find me at the Qin residence. I guarantee no one will dare to stop you." "This feels so nice," Qing Tian said curiously, playing with the jade pendant hanging on her chest. She had never seen anything like it before. Song Tao felt that what Qing Tian was playing with was not just a jade pendant, but his own life. When they returned, if the lady discovered the young master's jade pendant was missing, his job would likely be over. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, this jade pendant." Before he could finish, he was met with a fierce glare from Qin Hishuan. Song Tao was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and swallowed his words. However, Qing Tian had already heard him. "Brother Qin, is this jade?" Qing Tian had never encountered jade before and only knew it was something valuable. "Will it look like this after being polished?" "The color won't change like this, but the feel and shine should be similar," Qin Hishuan replied, even though he wasn't sure. He just went along with her words. Song Tao felt speechless. His young master would say anything to please a child. No matter how much you polish it, a walnut can't feel like jade. But after that glare from Qin Hishuan, his heart was still racing, and he didn't dare say anything else. After playing for a while, Qing Tian wanted to take off the jade pendant and return it to Qin Hishuan. "Here, you keep it and wear it well," Qin Hishuan said, holding her small hand to stop her from taking it off. "But this is so expensive, right?" Qing Tian blinked and asked. "Mother said not to accept valuable things from others. Don't you know this saying, reciprocity? I accepted the walnut you gave me, so why won't you accept my return gift of the jade pendant?"
"But..."
Qing Tian hesitated for a long time and finally said, "But this is really expensive. What I have is just something I picked up on the mountain. I didn't spend any money. But I think the time and effort you spent going to the mountain to find a perfect walnut and having Grandma Jiang bring it back to the capital for me is much more valuable than money, isn't it?" Qing Tian's little mind couldn't keep up with Qin Hishuan, and with just a few words, he convinced her. Although Qin Hishuan gave the jade pendant to Qing Tian, he still felt concerned, fearing that it might bring her trouble. So he advised, "Remember to keep the pendant hidden inside your clothes and wear it close to you, so that no one with bad intentions sees it and tries to take it, like they did with your sandbag." As soon as Qin Hishuan mentioned the sandbag incident, Qing Tian's attention quickly shifted. From her previous experience, she understood that not all good things should be shared with others. Some people might not appreciate your generosity and could take your belongings for themselves. Hearing Qin Hishuan's words, Qing Tian immediately tucked the pendant into her collar and said, "It's safe now, Brother Qin. I won't tell anyone except Mom and Dad." While they were talking, Yi Dezhu came out of the kitchen looking for Qing Tian. After searching around, he came to the front and was startled to see the gate wide open, thinking Qing Tian had run out by herself. In such a large garden, what if she got lost? It would be even more troublesome if she accidentally bumped into someone important. Yi Dezhu called out for Qing Tian as he rushed outside, eager to find his daughter. "Dad?" Qing Tian watched in confusion as Yi Dezhu ran out calling her name. Seeing this, Qin Hishuan instructed, "Song Tao, hurry and bring her back." Song Tao quickly ran after him and took a while to bring Yi Dezhu back. "Uncle Yi, it's been a while," Qin Hishuan greeted him. Seeing Qing Tian sitting safely next to Qin Hishuan, Yi Dezhu sighed in relief and said, "Young Master Qin, I didn't realize you were here. I thought Qing Tian had run off to play." Qin Hishuan replied, "No, Qing Tian is very well behaved. I'm very obedient." Qing Tian chimed in.
Both of them spoke at the same time.
Yi Dezhu was momentarily at a loss for words and finally asked, "Is young Master Qin here for the flower viewing party?" "Yes, I came with my mother," Qin Hishuan replied politely. Yi Dezhu then thought about the deer hide he had prepared in the city and decided to check on it later. If it was ready, he could give it directly to young Master Qin. Soon, they heard Yi Dezhu's wife calling from the kitchen, "Dear, weren't you going to gather firewood? Where are you?" I'm coming." Big Brother Yi quickly agreed and reminded Qing Tian, "You stay here and play with young Master Qin, but you must not leave the yard, okay?" "Dad, I know. I can't go out, or I might disturb the important guests." Qing Tian obediently repeated what her parents had told her. Hearing this, Qin Hishuan felt a bit uneasy and asked, "Qing Tian, haven't you gone to the garden since you arrived?" "I walked around a bit when I got here yesterday," Qing Tian replied. "But when I reached the pavilion, I saw some flowers had been damaged. Mr. John got very angry when he found out and said that Dad should keep an eye on the kitchen staff and no one is allowed to go out. So, does Ching Tian want to go out and see the flowers? Young Master Qin can take you out, okay? I want to see the flowers, but Dad just said I can't go out. Ching Tian found herself in a difficult position. Let Song Tao go tell Uncle Yi that it's safe to go out with me. As soon as Song Tao heard his name, he immediately went to find Big Brother Yi without waiting for Qin Huan to give him instructions. The kitchen was busy, with sounds of chopping, frying, and stirring filling the air. Song Tao found Big Brother Yi, who was adding firewood to the pot for stewing meat, and leaned closer to his ear, saying, "My young master said he wants to take Miss Ching Tian out to see the flowers and will bring her back afterward. He asked me to let you know." Having observed how Qin Huan treated Big Brother Yi and Ching Tian, Song Tao naturally used the respectful you form. Big Brother Yi nodded, indicating his agreement. Following Qin Huan outside, he had nothing to worry about, especially since he had noticed that although young Master Qin was young, he was very mature and responsible. Taking Ching Tian out was much more reassuring than letting someone older, like Yi Xianglei, take her. Moreover, the garden was so beautiful, and it would be a shame to keep the child cooped up in the yard. It was good for her to go out with young Master Qin. Most importantly, he knew the Qin family status, so even with many important guests in the garden today, Qin Huan could protect Ching Tian, and there was no need to worry. So, Big Brother Yi nodded without hesitation and told Song Tao, "Please take care of young Master Qin. Just make sure to bring her back before lunch." "Okay, you can count on me," Song Tao promised as he left. In just a few moments, Big Sister Yi, who was busy cooking on the other side of the room, had no idea what was happening. However, Tian Shelwi, who was washing vegetables nearby, witnessed the whole scene. She paused while washing the vegetables, showing a moment of struggle and hesitation on her face. But she quickly returned to normal and continued washing the leaves in her hands. After getting consent from Elder Yi, Qin Huan took Ching Tian's hand and left the kitchen. Song Tao closed the door and followed behind them. Qin Huan led Ching Tian to the best spot in the garden. By this time, more guests had arrived, and many people were out enjoying the flowers. For many in the capital, Qin Huan was a stranger. His attire suggested he came from a wealthy family, yet he was holding hands with Ching Tian. Although Ching Tian's clothes were made by second sister Yi and were well-designed and tailored, they were still not as luxurious as those worn by the daughters of rich families. The women around had sharp eyes and could quickly estimate the value of what others wore. So when these two, dressed so differently, appeared together with a young servant, those who saw them looked puzzled. Didn't they say only to invite the ladies? Who brought a boy? Can't you see he's still young? It's not a big deal to bring him along. Whose young master is this? Is he holding his sister's hand? Why do they look so different? These whispers didn't reach Ching Tian, as she was enchanted by the chrysanthemums all around. Qin Huan heard them, but didn't mind. So many types of chrysanthemums. They came in various colors and sizes, with some petals curling. "Brother Qin, there are so many flowers." Ching Tian didn't know what else to say, repeating, "So many flowers, they look so nice." "Do you like these pots of chrysanthemums, Ching Tian?" To help her see the flowers better, Qin Huan bent down and picked her up. Song Tao quickly stepped forward and softly said, "Young master, maybe it's better if she stays down. Just follow along." Qin Huan carried Ching Tian over to the chrysanthemums. There were several precious pots of chrysanthemums that attracted many guests who lingered nearby. Qin Huan noticed Ching Tian looking at them several times, so after the first few flower admirers left, he directly carried her over for a closer look. He saw that the petals of these chrysanthemums were very delicate, with the outer petals being a reddish-brown and the center a bright yellow. After the flowers bloom, the petals stretch outwards and curl upwards. However, unlike other chrysanthemums that open symmetrically in layers, these petals are more casual, with varying degrees of curl in the outer petals, resulting in a unique flower shape. These pots of flowers, in red and yellow, are striking and beautiful, making them one of the top 10 famous chrysanthemums, known as phoenix spreading its wings. Although Qin Huishuan does not know much about chrysanthemum varieties, he can tell that these flowers, placed separately on stone pedestals, must be quite rare. He casually asked the girl in his arms, "Do you like this?" His tone was so casual that it led to some misunderstandings among those nearby, as if he would immediately pick the flowers for her if she said she liked them. When Qing Tian was placed next to the chrysanthemums, she reached out her small hand to gently touch the flowers. She had been looking at them because one of the petals had been blown askew by the wind, causing several long petals to tangle together. Knowing how much Mr. Jiang valued these chrysanthemums, she wanted to help untangle them and restore the petals to their original positions. However, not far away stood a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old, hesitating to speak since Qin Huishuan started talking. Behind her stood a girl who looked around 12 or 13, presumably her sister, who kept tugging at her clothes, telling her not to interrupt. But when the little girl saw Qing Tian reaching for the flowers, she couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward and exclaimed, "Don't pick the flowers. They are here for everyone to enjoy, and it's very rude to pick them just because you like them." Qing Tian was startled and quickly withdrew her hand. Feeling a bit wronged, she explained, "The petals are tangled together. I just wanted to help separate them, not pick the flowers." She clearly remembered Mr. Zhang's instructions that everyone could only admire the flowers and not pick them. Qin Huishuan glanced at the little girl. His handsome face made her blush instantly, but his stern expression caused her to take 2 steps back. He said coldly, "Young lady, to publicly accuse someone without understanding the situation and based solely on your imagination is even ruder." Song Tao, listening from behind, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The young master certainly wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Yet, he felt strangely relieved, as this seemed to be the normal behavior of their young master. Earlier, when the young master was gentle with Qing Tian, it was like he had become a different person, which made him feel uneasy. While Song Tao was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of a girl sobbing. He quickly looked up and saw the girl who had been speaking earlier, her cheeks flushed and tears streaming down her face. Did the young master really make her cry? The other girls around them gathered, looking disapprovingly at Qin Huishuan. The girl's sister stepped forward, holding her sister close, and said to Qin Huishuan, "What are you doing? Is it appropriate to be so harsh with a young girl? Is it appropriate for her to falsely accuse my sister and shout at her? When she was being rude to my sister, why didn't you say anything? I only treated her the same way she treated my sister, and I spoke the truth. How could she not handle it?" After saying this, Qin Huishuan looked up and down at the girl's sister and added, "At your age, you should be educated and understand the principle of treating others as you wish to be treated. It's understandable for a child to make mistakes, and it's good if they can learn from them. However, if family members blindly protect them without reason, it will only encourage their rudeness. I hope you understand this, sister." With that, Qin Huishuan turned and left with Qing Tian. Song Tao noticed that the girl's sister was also in tears, which made him feel a bit sad. The young master was really impressive. With just a few words, he had made both sisters cry. As more guests arrived in the garden, Princess Rue and Madame Qin were joined by several others, and they eventually found a spacious place to sit and chat. Mrs. Kong, the wife of the Minister of Personnel, also brought her daughter-in-law, Mrs. Hong, to join them. However, only a few noble ladies were familiar with Princess Rue, so Mrs. Kong couldn't get a word in, and Mrs. Hong was even less able to speak. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could only smile and listen to the lively conversation around them. At that moment, a servant from the Fu family gestured for Mrs. Hong to step outside. Confused, Mrs. Hong quietly explained to Mrs. Kong and then slipped out of the room. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw her 2 younger sisters-in-law with red eyes, which startled her. What happened? Mrs. Hong turned to question their maids. How did you take care of the young ladies? The maids of the 2 sisters were so frightened that they fell to their knees. One hurriedly explained, Dear madam, it's not that we didn't serve well. The 2 young ladies. They were bullied. Her voice started to tremble. Who is so bold as to bully the daughters of the Fu family? I don't recognize them. I don't know which young master it is, replied the servant. Hearing this, Mrs. Hong couldn't help but murmur to herself. Wasn't it said that only women were invited to the flower banquet? Which family was so clueless that they brought their son along? The sounds of crying and talking outside quickly caught the attention of some people in the hall. Seeing that some people sitting by the side were looking outside, Princess Rue said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time, and we've only been chatting about family matters. I think everyone is getting a bit impatient. Mr. Zhang's garden is indeed beautiful. It would be nice to go out and enjoy the flowers." Her words not only indicated her acquaintance with Mr. Jiang but also hinted that she wanted to disperse the crowd. Over the years, she had not enjoyed lively gatherings and rarely met new people. The only ones she could talk to were her younger sister, Mrs. Qin, and a few old friends. So, even though everyone was quiet, she felt a bit restless with so many people around. However, a young woman sitting at the edge quickly replied, in response to the princess, "We just walked around the garden, and it truly is stunning. But everyone is looking outside because a young lady has been bullied and is crying out there." Her words were quite tactless. She failed to understand Princess Rue's hint and ended up offending Mrs. Kong. The only ones who benefited were those who turned to see the commotion. Yet, these people wouldn't feel grateful. Instead, they laughed at her foolishness in their hearts. When Mrs. Kong heard that a young lady was crying outside, she felt a jolt in her heart. Mrs. Hong had just stepped out and hadn't returned yet. Could it be her daughter? Mrs. Kong felt restless and wanted to go out and see, but everyone's attention was on this matter, and suddenly standing up would attract too much attention. As Mrs. Kong leaned forward to peek outside, trying to find out whose daughter it was, she heard Princess Rue say, "Quickly bring her in and ask. If she has truly been bullied, I will take care of it." A maid beside Princess Rue immediately went out and soon brought them in. When Mrs. Kong saw that it was indeed her daughter-in-law, Mrs. Hong, along with her two daughters, Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue, she immediately stood up. Both daughters cried until their eyes were red, which made Mrs. Kong very upset. Princess Rue raised her hand, calling the two girls to her side, and gently wiped their tears with a handkerchief. "What beautiful little girls. If you cry so much, your faces won't look nice anymore." Fu Rongqi, the older one, felt a bit scared when suddenly called over, and upon hearing this, she sniffled loudly. This lightened the mood in the room, and some people couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mrs. Kong hurried over to her daughters and said, "Don't be afraid. Who bullied you? Tell the princess, and she will help you." Fu Rongyue sobbed and explained what had just happened, making the atmosphere in the room a bit awkward. From what the little girls said, it was hard to tell who was right or wrong. After all, everyone present at the flower viewing banquet came from families of some standing. Without knowing the full situation, it was risky to blame others. They probably didn't fight because the other side respected them as girls. Since Fu Rongyue mentioned that the other party brought a younger sister, Mrs. Qin didn't think of Qin Heshuan at all. Instead, she wondered if someone else had brought their son to the banquet. Madame Lu, the wife of the Marquis of Wuhan, who had been sitting beside Princess Rue and chatting, broke the silence in the room with a smile, saying, "Luckily, there are two little girls here. If there were boys on both sides, they would probably be fighting by now." Upon hearing this, Princess Rue and the people chatting around her smiled knowingly. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces below, Madame Lu continued to explain with a laugh, "You don't know, I'm talking about my husband and the Marquis of Xianping when they were young." Everyone present knew about the close relationship between these two marquises, but they were curious about her point. Madame Lu continued, "You may not know, but despite their brotherly bond now, they used to fight at the slightest disagreement. One year during the New Year, when they went to the palace for a banquet, they ended up in a fierce fight there, and even the emperor heard about it." As she spoke, Madame Lu looked at Madame Ding, the wife of the Marquis of Xianping, and they exchanged smiles. Then Madame Ding added, "Who would have thought that as they grew up, they became the best of brothers, making Madame Wuan and me as close as sisters now." Everyone was surprised that these two lords had such a moment, and they all chuckled lightly. Only Mrs. Kong felt dissatisfied. The Princess Rui had just said she would support her daughter, so why were the Liu and Ding families changing the subject? Thinking this, Mrs. Kong stepped forward and deeply bowed to Princess Rui, saying, "Your Highness, please support my daughter." The expression on Princess Rui's face suddenly became awkward. The people around looked at Mrs. Kong in disbelief. Did Mrs. Fu not understand what others were implying? Princess Rui had indeed said that if the daughters of the Fu family were wronged, she would help them. But once this was said, it was not mentioned again. Liu and Ding had even come out to smooth things over. Did Mrs. Kong not grasp the situation? Did she need someone to directly say that her daughter was not entirely in the right? While discussing this matter in the open hall, Qin Huishuan had just learned from someone in the garden that Princess Rui and Madame Qin were in the hall, so he planned to take Qing Tian over. "Brother Qin, where are we going now?" Qing Tian felt like they were walking farther away. "I'm taking you to meet my mother." Qin Huishuan said matter-of-factly, "You haven't forgotten about my mother, have you?" "No," Qing Tian replied. "How could I forget your mother? I haven't even forgotten the poem you taught me." "Really?" Qin Huishuan, although the youngest son of the Qin family, had younger cousins from his maternal side. He knew that for a child like Qing Tian, forgetting something after a day was normal. He was surprised that she still remembered after so long. "I really remember." Qing Tian thought Qin Huishuan didn't believe her, so she immediately recited, "After the rain, the misty scenery is green, the clear sky disperses the remaining clouds, the east wind returns with spring, and blossoms bloom on my branches." Hearing Qing Tian recite it perfectly without hesitation made Qin Huishuan very happy, and he praised her. "Qing Tian, you are amazing. After all this time, you still remember it so clearly. The booklet you wrote for me, my brother also taught me to recite the poems in it, and I can recite several now. After we finish eating, will you recite them for me?" As soon as he mentioned eating, Qing Tian became anxious. "Is it time to eat? I should go back. My father said I need to return before dinner, or my parents will worry. Let me take you to meet my mother first, and then I'll take you back, okay?" Hearing Qin Huishuan ask this, Qing Tian hesitated for a moment before gently nodding her head. Qin Huishuan realized that Qing Tian just didn't want to reject him, and he felt anxious to return quickly. Then he thought about how Qing Tian was not the biological daughter of Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo, which led to a misunderstanding. He believed that since they were not her real parents, Qing Tian must be especially worried about Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo getting upset. Thinking this way made sense to Qin Huishuan. He didn't get angry at Qing Tian for being inconsistent. Instead, he felt even more pity for her. At such a young age, Qing Tian had to face such complicated relationships and live carefully, unlike children who grow up with their biological parents and can act freely. Although their situations were different, Qin Huishuan felt he could understand Qing Tian's feelings. He had been raised by his grandfather, who loved him dearly but was quite rough around the edges. Besides providing for him, his grandfather mostly left him in the care of servants. Unlike his cousins who grew up with their parents, Qin Huishuan matured quickly and learned to read people's emotions without any formal training. Madame Qin thought Qin Huishuan resembled his grandfather because he had been influenced by him since childhood. In reality, it was more of Qin Huishuan's deliberate imitation. He noticed that when others praised him for looking like his grandfather, they were particularly happy. So he began to mimic his grandfather's words and actions. This little trick indeed made his later life much more comfortable. When he saw Qing Tian, it reminded him of himself when he was first sent to his grandfather's house. In fact, Qing Tian seemed even more unfortunate than he was back then. In such circumstances, Qing Tian's ability to maintain her sincerity was especially rare and precious. It made Qin Huishuan want to protect the innocence and simplicity he had already lost. So Qin Huishuan said, "All right, I'll take you back. There's no rush to leave. After lunch, I'll take you out to play, okay?" "Okay." Qing Tian finally smiled genuinely. "Thank you, Brother Qin." After taking Qing Tian back to the kitchen, Qin Huishuan then went to the open hall with Song Tao. The kitchen wasn't far from there. It was just that after walking in circles, Qing Tian thought they had gone much farther. So, after returning Qing Tian, Qin Huishuan quickly arrived outside the open hall. At that moment, Mrs. Kong was preoccupied with thoughts of her daughter being bullied, unable to think clearly, and just wanted Princess Rue to keep her promise and stand up for her daughter. Just as Princess Rue was feeling awkward, someone outside announced, "Young Master Qin has arrived." "This child is finally back," Lady Qin said as she tapped the armrest of her chair. "Sister, I think we should let him handle this matter. They're all boys, so it should be easier to talk things over." Lady Qin was trying to help Princess Rue, as her status made it inappropriate to trouble another family's child over such a minor issue. It would not only harm her reputation but also be beneath her dignity. Hearing her sister's suggestion, Princess Rue's eyes lit up, and she smiled, saying, "You're quick-witted. That's a good idea. He's a sensible boy, so it's best for him to handle this." Princess Rue then looked at Mrs. Kong. Mrs. Kong didn't want Princess Rue to step in personally. She just needed her approval. Hearing that the task would be given to young Master Qin, Mrs. Kong felt quite pleased. The Qin family had a good reputation, and young Master Qin was also Princess Rue's nephew, making him a suitable choice. Having him handle the matter would show it was taken seriously, more so than if one of Princess Rue's subordinates stepped in. So, Mrs. Kong quickly pulled her two daughters to thank Princess Rue. While they were speaking, Qin Huishuan had already walked in. Having practiced martial arts and archery with his grandfather since childhood, Qin Huishuan was quite tall for his age. When he was outside the city, he was about the same height as other children his age, so he didn't stand out. However, back in the capital, it was clear he was noticeably taller than his peers. So when he entered, no one thought he was under 10. He looked more like a 12 or a 13-year-old. The women in the hall couldn't help but stir a little, especially the young girls around 10, who didn't know where to look. Lady Qin waved for Qin Huishuan to come to her side and introduced him to everyone, saying, "This is my youngest son, who is 9 years old. I just brought him back from his maternal home, so you may not have met him yet. Huishuan, greet everyone." Qin Huishuan immediately cupped his hands and bowed to the crowd. The people below stood up to make way, not daring to return his bow directly, but their gazes toward him grew warmer. Especially the ladies with daughters of similar age, who began to look at Qin Huishuan as if he were a potential son-in-law. Even Mrs. Kong couldn't help but think that 9 years old was just the right age. The two daughters in the family, one 3 years older and the other 3 years younger than him, would be a good match for either of them. Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue, however, widened their eyes in surprise. Qin Huishuan was already used to the curious gazes from everyone, so after greeting them, he stood beside his mother. Fu Rongqi was stunned. She never expected that the person her sisters had conflicts with was the young master of the Qin family, who had been the topic of discussion in the capital recently. Years ago, when he was sent away from the capital, there had been a lot of talk about the young master of the Qin family. However, Fu Rongqi was too young at that time, and Fu Rongyue had not even been born, so they were unaware of the situation. This year, when Madame Qin returned from the outskirts with the young master, the events from years ago were brought up again for everyone to discuss. After Madame Qin gave birth to the young master, the Qin family was very happy and loved the child. The old master even personally named his grandson. But, coincidentally, during the celebration for Qin Huishuan's first birthday, the old master suddenly fainted at the table. Although he recovered after a period of rest, this incident left a mark on his heart. With others in the family stirring up trouble, they found a master who insisted that Qin Huishuan's fate clashed with the old master's. They believed he must be sent away to be raised until he turned 9 before being brought back. The old master believed this and decided to send Qin Huishuan to the countryside. At that time, Qin Huishuan's father, Qin Songyin, had no power in the family and could not resist. In the end, it was only through Madame Qin's insistence that the child was sent to his maternal grandparents for care. This year, Qin Huishuan turned 9, so Madame Qin was eager to bring her son back. However, due to his declining health, the old master was very opposed to this, feeling that once Qin Huishuan returned, his own time would be limited. But now, the situation in the Qin family was very different from 8 years ago. 8 years ago, the old master held all the power in the Qin family. Now, Qin Songyin was favored by the emperor and was a prominent figure in the court. In contrast, the old master's health was failing, and he was no longer the vigorous head of the family he once was. Now, even when mentioned by the emperor, it is thanks to his own son. The emperor occasionally asks about family matters, like how they are doing, how the son's studies are going, and how the father's health is. However, these are just ways for the emperor to show concern for his favorite officials. He likely doesn't care much about Mr. Qin's health. Qin Songyin's eldest son is already engaged, so the younger son has naturally become the center of attention. With his unusual background, Qin Huishuan is now the hottest topic in the capital. Fu Rongqi has heard about these matters from her mother, but she never expected to see Qin Huishuan at the flower viewing banquet today. As Fu Rongqi was lost in thought, she suddenly heard the princess of Rui speaking. "Huishuan, you arrived just in time. We were just talking about you." Fu Rongqi was startled and instinctively reached out to cover her younger sister's mouth. Unfortunately, she was too late. Fu Rongyue was too quick and had already pointed at Qin Huishuan, shouting, "Princess, it's him." "What about him?" the princess of Rui asked, confused, looking at Fu Rongyue. Fu Rongyue, filled with anger, said, "He was the one who bullied my sister and me. You must stand up for us, Your Highness." As soon as Fu Rongyue finished speaking, the room fell into a deep silence. Fu Rongqi didn't dare to look at the expressions of those around her. Mrs. Kong was also stunned, glancing between her daughter and Qin Huishuan, hardly believing her ears. The princess of Rui was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Are you saying that Huishuan bullied you and your sister?" So shocked, the princess even called Qin Huishuan by his nickname. At that moment, whispers began to spread through the room. Isn't Qin Huishuan the youngest child of Lord and Lady Qin? Why was he just holding his sister? Maybe it was a cousin? When the young master of the Qin family returned, he visited relatives and friends, and everyone said he was polite and composed. How could he bully 2 young ladies? I thought something was off when they were speaking earlier. Exactly. It's not about who cries the loudest. There's always a reason behind everything. Although Mrs. Qin didn't believe her son would bully young ladies, she had to ask in front of everyone, "Huishuan, what is going on? Do you know these 2 young ladies?" Although she wanted to ask, Mrs. Qin didn't want to say that her son bullied another family's girl. "I don't know her." When Qin Huishuan said these 3 words, Mrs. Qin felt relieved. She knew her son would never do such a thing. However, she was surprised when Qin Huishuan continued, "But I met her briefly, just now." Mrs. Qin's heart sank again. Although the Fu family posed no real threat to them, even if her son had bullied their child, the Fu family wouldn't dare to demand an explanation. But she had just brought Qin Huishuan back from outside, and her motherly love, which had been unfulfilled for 8 years, made her unable to tolerate any negative news about her son. At this moment, Mrs. Kong finally came to her senses and quickly said, "Mrs. Qin, it's just a small disagreement between the children. It can't be Qin Xiao's fault. Let's just let it go." Mrs. Kong wanted to move on, but Mrs. Qin did not. Hearing such vague words made her a bit angry, and she spoke more directly. "Mrs. Fu, you are mistaken. Although it is a disagreement among children, there should still be a clear right and wrong. In my opinion, it would be better to clarify things publicly. Otherwise, how can the princess make a decision?" Mrs. Kong silently groaned, realizing that this matter might not end well today. She could only pray in her heart that her daughter's explanation would hold up. Even if it was a 50-50 situation, it would be better than nothing. Mrs. Qin turned to her son and said, "Huishuan, you tell us what happened just now." "I met Qing Tian in the yard, so I took her to see the flowers. When we got to the phoenix wings, we found a pot of petals tangled together, for some reason." At this point, anyone familiar with chrysanthemums would immediately understand what was happening. The phoenix wings variety is named for its petals of varying lengths that resemble a phoenix in flight. However, getting a perfectly shaped flower is very difficult. Many flowers become messy as they bloom or get tangled by the wind. At that point, they look more like a scruffy chicken than a phoenix, requiring someone to tend to them patiently. But among all those present, only Mrs. Qin knew who Qing Tian was. Everyone else could only look at each other, as if hoping to find the answer on someone else's face. On a sunny day, when I saw the flower petals tangled, I reached out to help untangle them. Unexpectedly, this young lady, Qin Heshuan, looked at Fu Rongyue. This young lady suddenly scolded me harshly, even accusing me of wanting to pick flowers without knowing the whole story, and publicly saying that my behavior was rude. You should know that I am younger than this Miss Fu, and I almost cried from being scared. I spoke up for myself, but then another Miss Fu criticized me. Mother, my grandfather taught me to be strict with myself and lenient with others. So I thought, in such a situation, these two young ladies should reflect on themselves and control their behavior, so I offered a few words of advice. If this is what the two young ladies call bullying, then I have nothing to say and will leave it to you and Mother to handle. Qin Heshuan's last words startled Mrs. Kong again. Indeed, even if Qin Heshuan had made a mistake, only the princess and Mrs. Qin could address it, not her. Moreover, from what he said, it was clear that her two daughters were in the wrong. Madame Fu's face turned red and pale as she turned to Fu Rongqi and asked, "What really happened? Is it true what young Master Qin said?" At that moment, Fu Rongqi was also confused. How could the same event sound so right when told by Qin Heshuan, yet feel completely wrong? How could he place all the blame on her and her sister? But Qin Heshuan was indeed not lying, which left her unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, the princess turned to Qin Heshuan and asked, "Heshuan, which young lady are you talking about?" Mrs. Qin was startled, although she didn't know why the girl was in the garden. She quickly replied before Qin Heshuan could, "She is a child we know, a clever and lovely little girl whom both Heshuan and I like very much. Heshuan probably met her while wandering in the garden and took her to enjoy the flowers." Hearing this, the princess laughed. "I didn't expect our Heshuan, who usually seems so cold, could actually play with someone else's child." The exchange between the princess and Mrs. Qin made Mrs. Kong feel embarrassed. If Qin Heshuan could play with another little girl, it showed he was patient and liked children. This completely undermined the claim that he was deliberately bullying Fu Rongyue. Mrs. Kong even felt that when Mrs. Qin praised the little girl, it was a hint that her own daughters were not as clever or charming. At this moment, she wished she could disappear from the hall immediately, but she had to gather her courage to wrap things up. "Your Highness, Lady Qin, it's all my fault for not raising my daughter properly. After we return today, I will definitely teach them both a lesson, and I hope you can forgive us this time. Perhaps we could invite this Miss Qing Tian to come, so my daughter can apologize to her in person." Ms. Kong did not know who Miss Qing Tian was, but she was sure that her family could not be of a higher status, or she would have heard of her. So she tried to play a trick to call the girl over and see who was truly responsible for today's incident. She thought her words were very appropriate and well hidden, but in reality, both the princess and Lady Qin could easily understand her meaning. Even the princess, who had just felt sympathy for the two young girls, began to feel disgusted because of Ms. Kong. Before Lady Qin could refuse, the princess said, "There's no need for a face-to-face apology. If you truly mean it, you can let He Xian convey your message. The children are young and have already been frightened and blamed, so let's not trouble her further." The princess's words were like a final verdict, placing all the blame on Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue. Ms. Kong felt frustrated but could only grit her teeth and accept it, maintaining a smile and not daring to show any real emotion. "Your Highness is absolutely right. I did not consider this properly." Ms. Kong then looked at Qin Hixian and said, "I hope young Master Qin can convey my apologies to Miss Qing Tian. I will prepare a gift to ease her worries and ask you to help me deliver it." Qin Hixian nodded slightly, indicating he would accept the apology on behalf of Qing Tian. Once the matter was settled, the hall returned to its previous lively atmosphere, with everyone focusing their praise on Qin Hixian. The Fu family, however, felt extremely uncomfortable, but in front of everyone, they could not leave early. Fortunately, at that moment, a servant from the Jiang family came in and said, "I have seen the princess, and greetings to all the ladies, gentlemen, and young ladies. Lunch is ready, and we kindly ask all esteemed guests to move to the flower hall for the meal. Today's lunch is a chrysanthemum feast, prepared by our master with great effort, and we hope it will satisfy everyone." Only then did Ms. Kong feel relieved and, trying to attract as little attention as possible, she stood up with her daughter-in-law and 2 daughters to leave the hall. After leaving the open hall, everyone did not stay together but instead formed small groups, chatting as they leisurely made their way to the flower hall. It was obvious what they were talking about, the embarrassing incident involving the Fu family earlier. Some walked quickly, while others took their time, and with the various paths in the garden, they soon dispersed. The Princess of Rue was weak, so Mrs. Qin and Qin Huishuan accompanied her slowly, quickly falling behind. Once they noticed no one was around, the princess asked Huishuan, "Who is that Qing Tian you mentioned earlier? I can't think of any child with that nickname." Just as Qin Huishuan was about to speak, Mrs. Qin interrupted, "Sister, it's actually a family we met on our way back to the capital. Their daughter is named Qing Tian. I don't know how she ended up in the garden today, but Huishuan saw her." "Oh, I see." The Princess of Rue realized her sister didn't want to elaborate and didn't press further. When they reached the courtyard entrance, they agreed to meet later at the flower hall and then went their separate ways to change clothes. Back in her room, Qin Huishuan curiously asked, "Mother, why didn't you want me to tell Aunt about Qing Tian?" "Dear child, don't you remember? If your aunt's child had lived, she would be the same age as Qing Tian now. Qing Tian looks a bit like your aunt when she was young. If she sees her, it might upset her. She could end up feeling unwell again." After saying this, Mrs. Qin reminded her son, "You can play with Qing Tian, but make sure your aunt doesn't see her, understood?" Qin Huishuan then understood his mother's concern and quickly replied, "Don't worry, mother, I know what to do. I was going to bring Qing Tian to see you after lunch, but since you'll be with aunt this afternoon, I won't bring her over." Mrs. Qin nodded. "Today's gathering is all women, so there aren't any playmates your age. If you want to find Qing Tian to play, that's fine. Now hurry and change your clothes. We don't want your aunt waiting for us." After saying this, Mrs. Qin sent her maid, Yuetao, to help Qin Huishuan change. Having just returned from outside, Qin Huishuan found it hard to understand the need to change clothes several times in one day. When he was outside, he only changed clothes after sweating too much from training. What puzzled him today was that the clothes he had chosen yesterday were not worn this morning. After arriving at the garden in a different outfit, he changed into the clothes he had picked earlier. He had only worn this outfit for half a day, and now, just for lunch, he needed to change again. Qin Huishuan asked Yuetao about it. Yuetao had always learned to do things this way since she was young, following Madame Qin, and had never thought about why. So, she was taken aback by his question. "Isn't this how people of status behave?" Hearing her response, Qin Huishuan understood. There was no real reason, it was just that wealthy people liked to fuss over appearances. Fortunately, their fussiness wasn't extreme. He only needed to change his outer robe. Qin Huishuan quickly got ready and waited at the door for Madame Qin. Madame Qin's changing took a bit longer. She had to change her dress and match her accessories to the outfit, and finally, she needed to touch up her makeup. Thankfully, Qin Huishuan was more patient than his peers, standing at the door without showing any impatience. Yuetao watched and couldn't help but feel impressed. She was used to seeing spoiled young masters from other families, so encountering someone so composed was a bit unusual for her. No wonder Madame Qin often felt she owed Qin Huishuan, making him lose the liveliness and playfulness typical of his age. Worried that Princess Rue was waiting for her, Madame Qin moved faster than usual, timing everything perfectly. As mother and son stepped out of the courtyard and stood at the door, Princess Rue came out from the garden. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Not at all. We just came out and haven't even settled yet." The two sisters chatted and laughed as they walked into the flower hall. The flower hall was spacious, filled with many tables and cushions, so it didn't feel cramped. Princess Rue naturally took the seat at the head of the table, while Madame Qin and Qin Huishuan were seated closest to her, with the others spreading out to find their places. Once most people were seated, Princess Rui asked, "Is everyone here?" Madame Qin scanned the hall and quickly noticed that 4 people were missing: the Kong family, the Hong family, and Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue. As Madame Qin checked, others also looked around curiously and soon realized who was absent, leading to a murmur of discussion in the hall. I wondered who arrived late, but it turns out someone was just too shy to come. After losing such an important person, if they could still come to dinner without a care, that would be quite impressive. If it were me, I wouldn't even be here for dinner. I'd already be on my way home. What do you think Lord Fu would say if he knew about this? Oh, that would be quite a show. Everyone in the capital knows that Lord Fu has been trying hard to win over Lord Qin lately. Now look, there's a flower viewing banquet, and not only did he miss the chance to build a connection, but he also offended someone. If I were Lord Fu, I would be so upset I might faint. Even Lord Fu would have to be upset. Don't forget, he didn't just offend the Qin family. The person in charge up there is actually the aunt of young Master Qin. Her nephew just returned from the border and faced such humiliation. Could Princess Rui just stand by and watch? Upon hearing this, everyone felt deep sympathy for Lord Fu Heng, but they were also eager to see the drama unfold. Fu Heng is somewhat of a controversial official in the court. To be fair, he is capable, otherwise, he wouldn't hold such an important position as the Minister of Personnel. However, he has a flaw: he loves to build connections. Even when things could be handled officially, he insists on finding connections and asking friends for help. It seems like he has friends everywhere and is very familiar with everyone. But in reality, when he could handle things directly, involving others often leads to needing to return favors. Because of this flaw, the Fu family wastes a lot of money each year. More than half of the household expenses go toward this. A few years ago, when Qin Songyin suddenly rose to prominence and became a favorite of the emperor, Fu Heng wanted to build a good relationship with him. However, they had little interaction, and since Qin Songyin dislikes Fu Heng's personality, they never became close. This year, the emperor suddenly assigned Qin Songyin and Fu Heng to work together for next year's spring examination. So, Fu Heng stuck to Qin Songyin like glue. The capital is large, but the social circle is small. Everyone knows what's happening in each family. Usually, when Mrs. Kong goes out to banquets, she only brings her daughter-in-law Hong and rarely takes her 2 daughters. Why did she suddenly bring both daughters today? It might be that she heard young Master Qin was coming. If that's the case, this situation becomes even more ridiculous. After everyone discussed for a long time, Princess Rui finally figured out who the few people were. Naturally, she thought they wouldn't come, so she said, "Everyone must be hungry. Let's call the kitchen to serve the dishes." When it came to serving the food, Mrs. Qin remembered what her son had said earlier. She turned to ask Qin Huishuan, "Did you say that Sister Yi is the chef invited by Mr. Jiang?" "Yes, Qing Tian told me." Qin Huishuan nodded. "Didn't you really like Sister Ye's cooking? Today is a good chance to try it again." Mrs. Qin didn't respond, but had some doubts in her mind. Sister Ye's cooking was indeed delicious, but the style was a bit rough. It felt completely out of place for a flower viewing banquet. Was Mr. Jiang aiming for some kind of contrast? But didn't they say they would have a chrysanthemum feast? Could Sister Yi really handle it? Just as Mrs. Qin was lost in thought, the first dish was already served. Chrysanthemum tofu. A maid placed a covered bowl in front of her and lifted the lid. Inside was a bowl of clear soup, almost half full. Floating in the soup were 2 chrysanthemums, one white and one yellow. The flowers were beautifully arranged, and at first glance, they looked real. Someone quickly asked, "Where's the tofu?" "I only see chrysanthemums." Another person replied, "Look closely, isn't the white part tofu?" "This is tofu." The hall is filled with exclamations of admiration. The knife skills are amazing. It looks so real. I didn't even notice at first. If I hadn't had chrysanthemum tofu before, I might have been fooled too. But the one I had before was nowhere near as good. Everyone examined the tofu flowers in the bowl, reluctant to take a bite for fear of ruining the perfect shape. Finally, A servant reminded them that the soup would get cold if they didn't eat, and everyone remembered they could try the broth. However, the broth looked much less appealing than the tofu flour. Is this really soup? It looks like water to me. Yeah. How can soup be this clear? Why not taste it and find out? As more people picked up their spoons to drink the soup, the chatter in the hall grew quieter. Everyone was captivated by the flavor of the broth, and it wasn't until they had nearly finished the bowl that someone finally spoke up. This soup is incredibly fresh. It looks like plain water, but the taste is extraordinary. How did they do this? Mr. Jiang really put in effort today. This chef's skills are truly impressive. Isn't it amazing? This is just the first dish, and it's already so impressive. I wonder what other great dishes are coming next. Hearing this, everyone became even more excited. If the first dish was this good, the next one surely wouldn't be any less impressive. Before they could wait for the second dish, the 4 members of the Fu family arrived. The princess felt a bit awkward. She thought the Kong family was too shy to join them for dinner, so she didn't wait for them and asked the kitchen to serve the food. Although they arrived late, it wasn't fair to say they were tardy, since there was no set time for the meal. Fortunately, the Kong family didn't seem to mind. Upon entering, they smiled and apologized to everyone. "I'm sorry for the delay. My child took a bit longer to get ready." This statement made the atmosphere in the hall a bit uncomfortable. Why would getting ready take so long? It was clearly because the child had been crying. Surprisingly, Mrs. Kong was bold enough to say this openly. However, everyone soon noticed something odd. Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue had not just tidied up, they had completely changed their outfits, hairstyles, and accessories. With such a big change, it was no wonder they arrived late. But why did they do this? As everyone puzzled over this, someone whispered, "Could it be that they want to catch young Master Qin's attention?" The people around shook their heads and quickly disagreed. That's impossible. That's too ridiculous. Although Mrs. Kong isn't from a noble family, she comes from a cultured background. She should have some modesty. Before they could finish, Mrs. Kong brought her 2 daughters in front of Qin Hishuan and said, "Young Master Qin, I sincerely apologize for what happened this morning. I have already scolded them when we got home, and I hope you can forgive us." After she spoke, Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue bowed to Qin Hishuan in apology. Qin Hishuan frowned and stepped aside to avoid their gesture. "Mrs. Fu, what are you doing?" "I can't accept this," Qin Hishuan said. "Even though I wasn't the one hurt, I will convey your apology to Qing Tian. This is a small gift I prepared. Please help me pass it to Miss Qing Tian and apologize on my behalf for not properly raising my daughters." As Mrs. Kong spoke, she took a box from her maid and placed it on Qin Hishuan's table. "You 3 are of similar age. If it weren't for today's incident, you might have become good friends by now." Before, it was just awkward, but now Qin Hishuan was truly stunned by Kang's boldness. Just moments ago, those who said Kong couldn't be this outrageous were now shocked. There really is no limit to how outrageous things can get. Is Kong crazy? After all this, he still wants young Master Qin to be friends with his daughter? His eldest daughter is already a teenager, not a child. Doesn't she understand the difference between boys and girls? Fortunately, at that moment, the second dish was served. Princess Rui regained her composure and quickly spoke up to help Qin Hishuan. "Madame Fu, you might not know, but today's chef is very skilled. You arrived late and missed the first dish. Now that the second dish is here, let's sit down and enjoy it." Kong reluctantly took his wife and daughter to the corner of the flower hall. The second dish was chrysanthemum fried fish balls. In the center of the plate was a small dish of dipping sauce, with floating flower petals, looking very beautiful. Around the sauce dish were scattered chrysanthemum flowers, each with its center carefully removed and replaced with a golden, crispy fried ball. The ball looked ordinary, but when you took a bite, you discovered something special inside. Although it was fried, the addition of chrysanthemum petals made it not greasy at all. When you bit into it, you could clearly feel the crisp shell and the tender, juicy inside. Finely chopped fish meat mixed with fragrant chrysanthemum petals, then shaped into balls and fried until golden. The dipping sauce was sweet and sour, very appetizing. The delicious food quickly eased the earlier awkwardness, and the flower hall became lively again as everyone began discussing who the chef was today. I've never had these two dishes before. I wonder which chef created these new recipes, keeping it all so secret that no one heard a thing. I feel like they might have brought someone in from outside the city. We've eaten from many chefs in the capital and nearby, but this chef's style seems different. No wonder Mr. Jiang dared to invite the princess. He must have a great talent. This trip was worth it. Not only did we see a great show, but we also enjoyed such delicious food. No, after we finish eating, I need to ask about the chef's skills. They really suit my taste. You can invite him home. We still want him to come back for the banquet. The discussion continued, and Princess Rue, sitting above, was enjoying her meal very much. After trying the chrysanthemum fried fish balls, she turned to Madame Chin and said, I feel like the flavors of today's dishes are somewhat familiar, almost like the royal chef skills I experienced when I accompanied my father to the palace for banquets years ago. Everyone in the flower hall was praising the food, while the kitchen was busy preparing. Most of the initial preparations were done, and Wu Ying, Tian Xiaowei, and Sister Yi San were mostly free, leaving the busiest tasks to Sister Yida and Feng Yueying, with Lin Yumei occasionally helping out. The third dish was a cold platter, which included scallion oil fresh chrysanthemum with peach nuts and chrysanthemum with shredded pears, along with marinated beef and cold shredded chicken. Sister Yida and Feng Yueying arranged the cold dishes and called for someone to serve them. Suddenly, Sister Yi San remembered, Sister, the drinks haven't been served yet. Sister Yida slapped her forehead. You're right. I completely forgot. She quickly walked over to the corner of the kitchen where several wooden barrels were placed. Inside were the chrysanthemum honey drinks prepared in the morning. This drink could be served cold or hot. Those who liked cold drinks could add ice, while those who preferred hot drinks could have it warmed up. However, when Sister Yida opened the lid of the barrel, she noticed something was off with the smell. She looked closely at the chrysanthemum honey drink but didn't see anything unusual. Still, the scent seemed strange. Has anyone tampered with the chrysanthemum honey drink today?
Sister ya da asket.
Tian Xiaowei's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure, confident that no one would notice anything wrong. Sure enough, when Sister Yi San, Lin Yumei, Wu Ying, and others came over to check, they also didn't find anything unusual. Sister, it looks the same as this morning, just a bit darker in color. But the petals have been soaking here all morning, so a deeper color is normal, right? It's not just the color, Sister Yida hesitated. I just feel like the smell is a bit strange. After hearing this, everyone leaned in to sniff again, but they still didn't find anything wrong. Sister Yi and Wu Ying both said everything was fine, but Lin Yumei was more cautious and said, Sister Yi, you made this. You know it better than we do. If you think there's a problem, then we shouldn't serve it. Tian Xiaowei, feeling a bit anxious, pretended to casually step forward and said, Yumei, is that really necessary? Everyone says it looks fine, right? Today's guests are important people from the capital. If something goes wrong, none of us can take the blame. So, I think we should be extra careful. Just then, Mr. Jiang and his team arrived. Madam Yu, we've already served the third dish. Why hasn't the chrysanthemum honey drink been brought to the table yet? Before Sister Yi could respond, Lin Yumei quickly mentioned that the taste of the chrysanthemum honey drink seemed off. Mr. Jiang frowned at her words, leaned in to sniff, and then took some wine grapes to taste. Although he had tried the drink before, he suddenly felt unsure. Whether it was Lin Yumei's comment, or if there was indeed a problem with the drink, he sensed a subtle difference in flavor. Sister Yi finally made up her mind and said to Mr. Jiang, Sir, how about we serve the chrysanthemum rice wine for lunch first, and I can prepare another batch of chrysanthemum honey drink for dinner? Mr. Jiang nodded. That sounds good. Better to be cautious. At noon, before he could finish, his stomach let out a loud growl. Lin Yumei couldn't help but chuckle and said, Sir, you must be so busy today that you haven't had a chance to eat. Why not have a few bites in the kitchen to tide you over? Mr. Jiang, however, looked pained, bent over, and quickly ran outside. After a while, he came back from the restroom, looking quite unwell, and instructed those around him. Wasn't a doctor arranged for the garden? Bring them here immediately and say I have a question. Also, get a few people to keep an eye on the kitchen doors. When Mr. Jiang returned to the kitchen, Sister Yi was already busy with the fourth dish. Seeing the few people standing idly by, Mr. Jiang sternly said, "If you have nothing to do, go rest in the guest room. Don't just stand here getting in the way." Seeing Mr. Jiang's bad mood, Lin Yumei bravely asked, "Sir, could it be that the chrysanthemum honey drink really has a problem?" Sister Yi, surprised by this, turned around and said, "That can't be true, can it? The weather is so cool now, and it has only been half a day. There shouldn't be any problems." Mr. Jiang waved his hand and said, "You focus on your cooking. This has nothing to do with you." Tian Shaohui didn't expect Mr. Jiang to discover the problems so quickly. Her legs felt tense with anxiety. "If you don't want to leave, you can wait here," Mr. Jiang said, turning and heading outside, making a beeline for the restroom. By the time the doctor finally arrived, Mr. Jiang had already made 3 trips to the restroom, and his face was visibly getting worse. At this point, not only the other helpers but even the busy Yi Dazhao and Feng Yueying sensed that something was wrong. However, even though they were worried, they could only think about it in their minds while continuing to work tirelessly. Seeing the doctor arrive, Mr. Jiang said, "Doctor, can you check this wooden barrel? Is there something wrong with it? I just had a few sips and can't stop running to the restroom. I've already gone 3 times in such a short time." Before Mr. Jiang finished speaking, he doubled over in pain and rushed outside again. Poisoning? Mr. Jiang's words startled everyone in the room. Yi Dazhao was so shocked that she almost dropped her spatula. She initially thought the strange taste was due to her cooking too early or letting the chrysanthemum honey drink sit too long, but she never considered the idea of poisoning. However, there were only a few people in the kitchen, and no outsiders had come in. Who would poison it? "Sir." Yi Dazhao wanted to say something but was stopped by Mr. Jiang raising his hand. "Let the doctor check, and we will know." The doctor first checked Mr. Jiang's pulse and then examined the drink in the barrel. He confidently said, "It seems someone has added senna leaves to the water. The taste of senna is slightly bitter with a sweet aftertaste, which can be hard to distinguish when mixed in. But don't worry, it's not toxic, just has a cooling effect that helps with digestion. It can be particularly strong for older or weaker individuals." As the doctor spoke, Mr. Jiang rushed to the restroom again. Everyone felt a cold sweat on their backs upon hearing the doctor's words. Although the guests at the banquet were not particularly old, everyone in the capital knew about the health issues of the Princess of Rui. If she drank this and something happened, not only would Mr. Jiang be in trouble, but everyone else would also face serious consequences. Lin Yumei, known for her straightforwardness, turned to look at Wu Ying and Tian Shaohui after hearing this. "There are only a few people in the kitchen. Who did it? It's best if you come forward." Wu Ying shook her head in fear, saying, "I didn't do it. I haven't even been in that direction today." Tian Shaohui replied, "Who says there are only a few people in the kitchen? I clearly saw someone come looking for Brother Yi today." Sister Yi was startled by this, and quickly turned to look at Brother Yi. They didn't know anyone here, so who would come looking for him? Lin Yumei, however, sensed what Tian Shaohui meant and glared at her, asking, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that Brother Yi could have someone come to harm Sister Yi?" Tian Shaohui was taken aback by the question and quickly said, "That's not what I meant. I'm saying that since someone could come in to see Brother Yi, maybe someone could sneak in and do something bad. Why are we the only ones being suspected?" Mr. Jiang also looked at Brother Yi after hearing this. After Sister Yi finished preparing the 4th dish, she handed it to Feng Yueying for plating and hurried over to ask, "Who came to see you just now?" Brother Yi replied, "Someone did come in, but he definitely couldn't have poisoned anything. Just because you say it's impossible doesn't mean it is." Tian Shaohui said, her voice rising in urgency. "Please just tell us. This is so frustrating." Sister Yi knew her husband wasn't that kind of person, so she was even more anxious for him to clarify. Brother Yi didn't want to reveal that they knew the Qin family in front of others, but given the situation, he felt he had to speak up. The person who came earlier was young Master Qin and his attendant. He came to play with Qing Tian. I had gone out earlier and saw young Master Qin chatting with Qing Tian at the door. Then you told me to hurry back. I didn't think young Master Qin was a bad person, so I reminded Qing Tian not to go out and came back to help you cook. Later, young Master Qin wanted to take Qing Tian out to see the flowers, so he sent his attendant to let me know. I told him to bring Qing Tian back before lunch, and then I agreed. Tian Shelby didn't know who young Master Qin was, but someone called young master must be one of the guests today. However, because of this, she felt Brother Yi was definitely lying. Maybe he thought that mentioning a guest's name would make Mr. Jiang stop pursuing the matter. Just because you say it's young Master Qin doesn't mean it is. How do we know you're not lying? All the people here today are important figures. How could they possibly know a countryman like you? Brother Yi looked up at Tian Shaohui and said, "Why are you so worked up? Do you really have to put this blame on me?" Tian Shaohui's face turned pale as she hurriedly said, "How could that be? I only mentioned that someone came in. I never said it was you." After saying this, she turned to look at Jiang Yuanwei, wanting to see his attitude about the matter. What Tian Shaohui didn't know was that Jiang Yuanwei was well aware of all the guests today. There was only one family with the surname Qin. Yi Laoda even mentioned that young Master Qin was playing with her daughter. Could that be true? Jiang Yuanwei was about to get angry, thinking he was being made a fool. However, when Tian Shaohui voiced her doubts first, Jiang Yuanwei calmed down. Through these days of interaction, he believed he knew Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo fairly well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Yi Laoda to help supervise the kitchen staff. He felt that Yi Laoda was not someone who would lie. To be honest, Yi Deseo was the chef today, and if the flower viewing banquet went well, her reputation would surely rise, and making money in the future wouldn't be a problem. But if it went wrong, especially if everyone got sick, it would ruin their reputation and could even lead to serious consequences. Only someone out of their mind would do something so harmful to themselves. "Does your family know the Qin family?" Jiang Yuanwei asked, even though he felt it was unlikely. Madame Qin went to the outskirts to bring young Master Qin back to the capital, but on the way, they were attacked by bandits and lost several guards. By chance, we four brothers met them and agreed to travel together for safety, so that's how we got to know each other. Jiang Yuanwei, if you don't believe me, you can ask my daughter Qing Tian to confirm. She's only a little over 3 years old and wouldn't lie. Jiang Yuanwei found Yi Laoda's explanation reasonable, but to be safe, he nodded. The servants of the Jiang family quickly went out to bring Qing Tian in. "Qing Tian, tell Grandpa what you did this morning." Qing Tian replied, "I played with sandbags in the yard and also played with tangram. Later, I heard someone talking outside, so I peeked through the door and saw Brother Qin. I called him, and he came in to play with me, then took me out to see the flowers." Qing Tian's words were very clear, and everyone turned their suspicious gazes toward Tian Shaohui. Tian Shaohui exclaimed, "Qing Tian is their daughter. Maybe they taught her what to say. How can this be considered evidence?" Jiang Yuanwei found himself in a difficult situation. He couldn't confront young Master Qin about this matter. Seeing their disbelief, Qing Tian touched the jade pendant hidden under her clothes. If she showed them the pendant, everything would be clear. However, Qin Hishuan had previously told her to keep the pendant hidden and not let others see it to avoid trouble. So, in the end, Qing Tian did not take out the pendant. Instead, she said, "Brother Qin said he would come to find me after lunch. If you don't believe me, you'll see him come later." Qing Tian firmly believed in what Qin Hishuan had told her, convinced he wouldn't lie to her, so she spoke with confidence. Jiang Yuanwei thought that since Qing Tian was only a little over 3 years old, even if she were lying, she wouldn't be so sure of herself. Her eyes showed no signs of deceit. His stomach wasn't hurting as much as before, so he called for a chair to be brought over and sat down, saying, "I'll stay here and watch. The remaining dishes must not have any more problems. As for whether Yi Dezhao lied, we'll know after lunch when we see if young Master Qin comes." After saying this, Jiang Yuanwei looked at Tian Shaohui, who had a strange expression. Having lived for many years, he knew that his success was not just due to luck but also his insight and ability to read people. Compared to Yi Dezhao's family, He was more suspicious of Tian Xiaohui, thinking she might be the one causing trouble. Although Jiang Yuanwei was present, Sister Yi remained unaffected. She had nothing to hide, so she felt no guilt. With her calm demeanor, Feng Yueying and Lin Yumei quickly regained their composure and followed the steps they had practiced to prepare the dishes. The remaining dishes were served one after another, and everyone in the flower hall enjoyed some chrysanthemum rice wine, making the atmosphere more lively. Madame Qin was genuinely surprised that Sister Yi had such skills. It seemed she had underestimated her on the way to the capital. Remarkably, even Princess Rue, who usually had a poor appetite, ate quite a bit today, trying nearly every dish and drinking half a pot of chrysanthemum rice wine. A faint blush appeared on her face, and she looked much healthier. Nearby, several people shared amusing stories and mishaps from the capital, making Princess Rue laugh continuously. This was the happiest Madame Qin had seen her in years. Because the food was delicious and the atmosphere was pleasant, lunch lasted over an hour before it finally ended. Before the end, Princess Rue happily said, "Today's chrysanthemum feast was excellent. Let's reward the head chef with 20 taels of silver and each assistant with 5 taels." Madame Qin responded, "Sister, since you are giving a reward, I will join in too. I'll give the head chef 15 taels and each assistant 3 taels." Seeing that both of them had given rewards, others also joined in, though they didn't dare to give more than them. However, the combined amounts of 3 and 5 taels added up to a considerable sum. At this moment in the kitchen, Sister Yi had just finished the entire chrysanthemum feast and felt relieved. She should have eaten something and taken a short nap before preparing for the evening's chrysanthemum hot pot. However, Mr. Jiang was still sitting by the stove, and the matter of the drugged chrysanthemum honey drink had not yet been clarified. While everyone was waiting for Qin Heshuan to find Xing Tian, a servant from the Jiang family came in and whispered a few words to Mr. Jiang. After listening, Mr. Jiang looked at Sister Yi, stood up, and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Congratulations, Madame Yu. Princess Rue and the other ladies have given rewards. I will accompany you to express gratitude and collect the reward." Sister Yi was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected reward. She quickly untied her apron and looked at her somewhat worn clothes, asking, "Is it okay for me to go dressed like this?" "Don't worry, I'll take you, mister." Jiang replied, then turned to the others, saying, "You all stay in the courtyard and don't go out. I will deal with the matter of the senna leaves when I return." Tian Xiaohui felt a surge of joy at Mr. Jiang's departure. After he left, she needed to quickly dispose of anything related to her. As Sister Yi followed Mr. Jiang out of the kitchen, she saw a line of servants holding trays at the door. "Mr. Jiang, what is this?" Sister Yi asked, puzzled. "This is the reward from the princess and the other ladies for you," Mr. Jiang said, lifting the red cloth covering the tray. "This entire tray is for you. The rest for everyone else is in the trays behind." "Is there really this much?" Sister Yi could hardly believe her eyes. How much could she earn from preparing the feast? Yet, the reward alone was already several times more than she expected. But after looking, Sister Yi asked in confusion, "But didn't you just say we were going to express gratitude?" "I was just making an excuse to come out. Otherwise, if I stayed inside, how could the person who drugged the drink reveal themselves?" "Are you saying the person who drugged it is really in?" Sister Yi couldn't finish her sentence. Mr. Jiang calling her out clearly indicated that their group had no suspicion. In that case, the person who did this must be one of the remaining 4 helpers. "Surely it's not Lin Yumei or Feng Yueying, right?" Sister Yi asked with concern. After working together these past few days, she genuinely wanted to bring the 2 of them under her wing to help with the banquet. If they were the ones causing trouble, she wouldn't be able to accept it. Mr. Jiang smiled slightly and said, "It's easy to see who is most active. They are likely involved." "Are you saying it's Tian Xiaohui?"
Sister Yi was a bit surprised.
To be honest, Tian Xiaohui seemed very honest, spoke little and followed instructions well. Sister Yi had previously suspected Wuing. Wuing was more impatient than Tian Xiaohui and often complained, and she seemed to have a better relationship with the recently dismissed Jin Donglan. She didn't expect to have misjudged the situation. Mr. Jiang said, Once we have evidence of Tian Xiaohui's wrongdoing, her reward will be shared among you. While they were talking, Mr. Jiang suddenly saw a well-dressed young master approaching with attendants. It was Qin Huishuan and Song Tao. Since today's flower appreciation banquet was attended only by women, Mr. Jiang had not shown himself to the guests and did not recognize Qin Huishuan, who had just returned from outside the pass. However, as the organizer of the banquet, he was well aware of who was present and who was not. Today, only Mrs. Qin brought her son, and based on what Elder Yi and Qing Tian had said earlier, it was clear that this person must be Qin Huishuan. Sure enough, before Mr. Jiang could greet him, Qin Huishuan had already greeted Sister Yi. Madam Yi, it's been a while since we last met. How is your family? Is the old lady well? Is Changrui studying hard? Young Master Qin, Sister Yi turned and saw Qin Huishuan, quickly bowing and responding, "Thank you for your concern. Everything at home is well. The old lady was ill for a while, but she is much better now. Changrui reads the books you gave him every day. Now that the autumn harvest is over, it's almost time to send him to school to continue his studies." Qin Huishuan nodded and said, "The dishes you prepared today are excellent. Everyone in the flower hall praised them. Even my aunt had more than usual today. My mother just said that it seems Madame Yi was just teasing us with the food on the way here and didn't show her true skills." Qin Huishuan was joking, but Sister Yi didn't realize it and was startled, quickly explaining, "The conditions on the road were limited, so I only made simple home-cooked dishes. My cooking skills aren't that great. Many of the dishes today were guided by Mr. Jiang." Hearing their familiar conversation, Mr. Jiang stood aside, stunned. It seemed that Sister Yi was not only telling the truth, but also being careful with her words. Their relationship was clearly deeper than it appeared. While he was thinking, he heard Sister Yi turn the topic to him. He quickly responded humbly, "It's mainly because Madame Yi's cooking is good. I only suggested some minor details about the presentation." After speaking, Mr. Jiang noticed that the three of them standing at the door looked awkward, so he asked, "Young Master Qin, are you here to find Qing Tian?" Sister Yi added, "Qing Tian is inside. I'll go call her out." She turned to go inside, but suddenly remembered why Mr. Jiang had called her out and paused to ask, "Can I go in now?" Yes. Mr. Jiang thought, "How could I say no?" Just as Sister Yi was about to enter, two servants from the Jiang family were escorting Tian Xiaohui out. "Sir, we caught her red-handed," one servant said, not noticing Qin Huishuan and his servant, holding a bamboo tube with a stopper. She claimed she was going to the restroom and tried to secretly dispose of this bamboo tube, but we caught her in the act. We've already had a doctor check it. The tube indeed contained water boiled with senna leaves. At this point, the servant noticed Mr. Jiang was signaling him urgently. However, out of habit, he still finished his sentence. Mr. Jiang could only smile wryly. There was no way to keep this a secret now. Qin Huishuan, who had overheard everything, immediately asked Mr. Jiang, "What is going on?" Before Mr. Jiang could think of a response, Sister Yi quickly explained the situation to Qin Huishuan, taking the blame for it. Even so, Mr. Jiang felt uneasy. Although the situation was handled quickly and no harm was done, it was still a significant oversight. If the Qin family decided to pursue the matter, he would be held responsible. After hearing about the incident, Qin Huishuan frowned. Senna leaves were not a deadly poison. It seemed that the person behind this was not trying to harm anyone seriously, but just wanted to cause some trouble for Mr. Jiang. However, this medicine may not be very harmful to most people. It just means more trips to the restroom. For Princess Rui, who is already in poor health, it could be different. Even if it won't be life-threatening, it will definitely be very harmful to her body. Moreover, 2 dishes had already been served before preparing the drinks, and everyone went from being skeptical at first to praising the food later. At this point, no one would doubt the drinks. They would only rush to taste them. This way, it would be hard for anyone to escape the consequences. Thinking of this, Qin Huishuan looked at Aunt Yi with both fear and gratitude. Today, I really appreciate Aunt Yi for noticing something was wrong. Otherwise, if that chrysanthemum honey drink had been served, everyone would have certainly drunk it. Since this incident didn't happen in the end, it won't do anyone any good to talk about it. As long as Mr. Jiang can hand over Tian Xiaowei to me, we can consider this matter settled. How about that? Mr. Jiang didn't expect Qin Hshuan to take the initiative to help cover things up. He was so moved that he almost wanted to kneel down and thank him. He quickly bowed and said, "Young Master Qin, don't worry. I will lock Tian Xiaowei in the woodshed right away. You can send someone to take her away, and we will treat this as if it never happened." Qin Hshuan nodded and said, "Be extra careful with dinner tonight. We can't let this happen again." "Absolutely. I will sit in the kitchen and watch them prepare it tonight to ensure everything goes smoothly." Mr. Jiang nodded and followed behind Qin Hshuan. When he looked up, he saw Qing Tian coming out of the house. "Brother Qin, you're here." Qing Tian greeted him and immediately turned to Mr. Jiang, saying, "Grandpa Jiang, see, I told you Brother Qin would come to find me after dinner." Yes, Grandpa Jiang knows. Our Qing Tian is so well behaved, she would never lie." Then Mr. Jiang watched as Qing Tian ran up to Qin Hshuan. Qin Hshuan, who had just been speaking like an adult, immediately smiled and even squatted down to catch the running Qing Tian. "Have you eaten? What did you have for lunch?" Although Aunt Yi and the others hadn't eaten yet, she would never let Qing Tian go hungry. After finishing the meal, she quickly made noodles for Qing Tian with broth. The noodles had a small handful of pea shoots, a few slices of beef, and a plump fried egg on top. Qing Tian was very happy eating it, and she looked quite satisfied as she talked to Qin Hshuan. However, Qin Hshuan felt a bit sad, remembering that he had eaten many dishes for lunch while Qing Tian could only have a bowl of noodles in the kitchen. He felt even more that Qing Tian must not be living well with her adoptive parents. He originally wanted to say that he should have taken you to the flower hall to eat together. But remembering what Madame Qin said about not letting Aunt see Qing Tian, he swallowed his words. He reached out to pick up Qing Tian and weighed her in his arms, saying, "Little kids need to eat well to grow taller. You're still too thin. You're so light." Song Tao stood behind him with a numb expression. When Qin Hshuan took Qing Tian to see the flowers before, he hoped to find something special about the little girl that would explain why his young master favored her so much. But after looking closely, while Qing Tian was indeed fair and pretty and very well behaved, there were plenty of such girls in the capital, and he had never seen his young master treat anyone else differently. Mr. Jiang didn't know what to say. He suddenly remembered that a servant had reported earlier about a young master holding his little sister who had a conflict with two young ladies from the Fu family. Mr. Jiang hadn't thought much of it at the time because he knew that young master was from the Qin family and Madame Qin would handle it. He had been curious about when Madame Qin had gained another daughter. Now he realized that it wasn't another daughter at all. It was Qing Tian who was being held by the young master while looking at the flowers. Thinking of this, Mr. Jiang looked at Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo with a different expression. These two were really calm. With such strong connections, they still went to the countryside to bring back a banquet like this. He was finding it harder to understand this family. However, he felt fortunate that Yi Deseo hadn't clung to Madame Qin but chose to be self-reliant. Otherwise, where would he find such a good chef? The flower viewing banquet wouldn't have gone so well. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the pay he gave Yi Deseo was too little and decided it should be doubled. Yi Deseo was unaware that Mr. Jiang had secretly increased her pay in his mind and was following behind Qing Tian, reminding her to be good and not to trouble young Master Qin. Before Qing Tian could speak, Qin Hshuan quickly interjected, "Qing Tian is already very well behaved. There's no need to remind her to listen. I think a child her age should be a bit mischievous and not always obedient," he added. Yi Deseo was caught off guard by Qin Hshuan's words and could only awkwardly smile. "I just don't want her to trouble you." Qing Tian quickly replied, "Mother, I will be good." After Qin Hshuan carried Qing Tian out, he waited until they were in a secluded place to ask, "Are your parents good to you?" "They are especially good." Qing Tian replied without hesitation. "My parents love me a lot. My mom worries that I won't sleep well if I leave her, so she takes me with her when she works." Qin Hshuan thought to himself, "What's so good about working outside?" But if Sister Yi hadn't brought Qing Tian, he wouldn't have seen her today. Do you eat well at home? Do you have meat to eat? Yes, my dad hunts. He has caught deer, wild chickens, and rabbits before, so we often have meat at home. Hearing this, Qin Hshuan felt a little relieved and reminded Qing Tian, if anyone bullies you again, just tell me, okay? But you're so far away, and I've never even been to the capital.
How can I find you?
Qin Hshuan was taken aback. That was indeed a problem. You shouldn't have gone back to the village. It would have been better to come to the capital with my family. Although Qing Tian was young, she understood these matters. It's unfamiliar in the capital, and my family doesn't have money to buy a house. How would we live? Back in the village, at least we have the old house left behind and relatives to help each other. When my family first returned to the village, we even had to stay outside for several days. If it weren't for Grandma Jiang, I don't know if we could have moved into our house. Grandma Jiang only told Madame Qin about this and didn't mention it to Qin Hshuan. So, he only knew that Grandma Jiang went to Rongxi village and returned saying everything was fine with the Yi family. Why did Qing Tian's account sound so different? Qin Hshuan asked Qing Tian in detail and finally understood the situation. Are you saying that the son-in-law of that family is the steward of my family? Qin Hshuan asked. Thanks to Qing Tian's excellent memory, most children wouldn't remember such details. That's what Grandma Jiang said. It seems they both work for your family. Qin Hshuan asked a few more questions and memorized the names of those two people, planning to send them away from the residence when he returned. How dare a mere steward use the Qin family's name to act arrogantly? This was unacceptable. After talking for a while, Qin Hshuan picked up Qing Tian again and walked toward a direction they hadn't visited in the morning. There are many flowers over there. I'll take you to see them. The garden in the afternoon was much livelier than in the morning, with many ladies and young girls enjoying the flowers. Fortunately, Qin Hshuan was still young, so blending in wasn't too awkward. After a noon spent there, everyone had basically learned about Qing Tian's background. Although it's unclear why the daughter of a chef has caught the attention of the young master of the Qin family, everyone present immediately set aside her background and began to praise her. What a pretty girl! So fair and clean. Indeed, look at those big eyes, like two shiny black beads. Where did she get that outfit? The cut and stitching are really well done. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the compliments, Qing Tian quickly replied, My second aunt made it. She's really talented. Hearing her accented words, many young girls around couldn't help but giggle, unlike the older ladies who maintained their composure. To them, Qing Tian's outfit seemed nothing special, just a bit nicer than what their own servants wore. Qin Hshuan understood that they were teasing Qing Tian, so he said, Aunt Ye's skills are excellent. My mother had her make my seasonal clothes this year. The girls who had been laughing immediately stopped. Although they didn't understand why Qin Hshuan was so protective of Qing Tian, they remembered the lesson from the Fu sisters earlier that morning. Qin Hshuan had just returned from outside the borders, and no one was sure of his temperament. With the princess and Madame Qin being so protective, no one dared to provoke him. The ladies who had been praising Qing Tian became even more enthusiastic after hearing Qin Hshuan's words, surrounding her and showering her ordinary outfit with compliments. They eagerly asked Qin Hshuan how to find Aunt Yi for custom clothes. Being young, Qing Tian didn't grasp the superficiality of it all. She genuinely believed her second aunt was very skilled. Since her aunt could make clothes for the princess and Qin Hshuan, she could surely make them for others too. To help her aunt's business, she detailed where they lived. Noticing Qin Hshuan's slight impatience, the group quickly wrapped up their conversation, exchanged polite remarks, and left with their children. After walking a bit, a teenage girl pouted and said, Mom, you're not really going to that remote place to get clothes made, are you? If you want to make something, just make it for yourself. I don't want any.
Don't be silly, dear.
I was just being polite to young Master Qin. Do you really think young Master Qin needs to go that far to find a skilled embroiderer? The Qin family can find anyone they need. He only said that because he saw you all secretly laughing at that little girl. It's strange. I don't know how that little girl caught young Master Qin's attention, but he protects her so much. If I had known young Master Qin liked children, I would have brought my sister along today. Thinking of her mischievous sister, the young woman couldn't help but frown. Her? She's always either shouting or crying. Bringing her would only upset people. What are you saying? She's your own sister. Besides, it's normal for children her age to be a bit naughty. The young woman pouted, but that little girl young Master Qin is holding seems very well behaved. When you were her age, you were much more difficult. Your nurse almost quit because of you. And anyway, everyone has their well-behaved moments. Your sister doesn't cry all the time. As the mother and daughter walked away, Qin Huan came out from behind a tree, holding Qing Tian, and said to her, "Did you hear that? It's normal for kids your age to be a little naughty and cry sometimes. Don't you get tired of always being so well-behaved?" Qing Tian didn't understand Qin Huan's words and tilted her head, asking, "Is being well-behaved bad? Why would it be tiring?" Back at the Shan family, the couple always told her to be more obedient. Even neighbors and friends would say, "This little girl is so lucky. If your father hadn't saved you, you would have been eaten by fish. Make sure to listen and be good so you can take care of your parents when you grow up." So in Qing Tian's memory, children should be well-behaved, obedient, and not cry or make noise for adults to like them. But now Qin Huan was saying she could be a little naughty.
Who should she listen to?
And honestly, if she were to be naughty, she wouldn't even know how to do it. As for crying, there was no need for that. Life at the Yi family was so good. Why would she cry? Seeing Qing Tian looking at him with her clear, bright eyes, Qin Huan suddenly felt guilty for teaching her to be naughty. All right, you're doing just fine as you are. As long as you're happy and not feeling wronged, that's what matters. Qing Tian understood this and smiled, saying, "I'm always happy. Before coming to the city, my second aunt made me a sandbag. After arriving, my mom bought me a tangram. My third aunt even had my third uncle make me some building blocks." Qin Huan recalled, "I still have many toys from my childhood at home. I'll have someone pack them up and send them to you." Since Qin Huan was sent to his grandfather's house outside the city when he was just 1 year old, his parents always felt they owed him something. Every year, they would prepare many gifts for him based on his age, including lots of toys. This time, when returning to Beijing, Mrs. Qin had someone bring all the toys back. However, she wasn't sure if there were any suitable for little girls. But Qin Huan had already decided that if there weren't, he would buy some toys for Qing Tian. The two of them were strolling in the garden when, by coincidence, they ran into the Fu sisters again. From a distance, Fu Rongyue saw Qing Tian and immediately felt her eyes well up with anger. The sisters had not only been scolded by Qin Huan earlier, but had also embarrassed themselves in front of everyone. When they returned home, they were harshly reprimanded by Mrs. Kong and had to apologize to Qin Huan publicly, which left them both feeling upset. After lunch, when they went out to the garden, they noticed that the girls who had been friendly with them in the morning were now avoiding them, which made them feel even worse. Especially after learning that Qing Tian was not Qin Huan's sister or a wealthy young lady, but just the daughter of a cook. Fu Rongyue felt that Qin Huan was using this as an excuse to humiliate her and her sister. So, seeing Qing Tian, the instigator, made them both even angrier. However, no matter how upset they were, they didn't dare approach Qing Tian, who was being held by Qin Huan. Yet, they were not ready to give up and secretly followed them from behind. After carrying Qing Tian for a while, Qin Huan felt a bit tired and found a nice pavilion nearby with no one inside to rest for a moment. Qing Tian took out a sandbag and a few pretty little stones from her pocket, blinking her eyes as she asked Qin Huan, "Brother Qin, do you know how to play with this?" Qin Huan looked at the sandbag and stones, unsure of what to say, as he hadn't played such childish games since he was 5. But Qing Tian eagerly continued, "Look at how beautiful this sandbag is. My second aunt made it for me. Aren't these stones nice? Little Sue picked them up for me by the river. He said he chose only the nice and smooth ones. Feel them. They're really nice to touch." As she spoke, Qing Tian placed the stones in Qin Huan's hand for him to feel. Qin Huan held the stones and suddenly asked, How old is your uncle? Does he still play with you? Little Su seems to be about the same age as my big brother, Qing Tian replied. Qin Huan immediately picked up the sandbag and weighed it in his hands, saying, I'll play with you. At first, he looked down on this childish game, but perhaps because he connected well with Qing Tian, he soon got into it and occasionally smiled. Laughter like silver bells echoed in the pavilion as they played happily. The Fu sisters hid in the bushes nearby, their legs growing tired. It wasn't until the sun began to set that Qin Huan realized it was getting late. He packed up and prepared to take Qing Tian home. Just then, a servant from the Qin family approached, saying, Oh, my young master, why aren't you back yet? The princess and madam are worried. Hurry back to change. The banquet is about to start. I'll take Qing Tian home first, and then return to change, he replied. The servant thought to himself that since the princess was anxious, the young master should hurry back instead of escorting a girl. Seeing this, Song Tao quickly volunteered, Young master, you go back to change. I'll take Miss Qing Tian home. After I drop her off, I'll rush back to serve you. I won't delay anything. Qin Huan noticed it was indeed late and didn't want his aunt and mother to worry, so he nodded in agreement to Song Tao's suggestion. Fortunately, Song Tao had been following Qin Huan all day, and Qing Tian was somewhat familiar with him, so she didn't resist and let him carry her. Qin Huan's place was in a different direction from the kitchen, so he had to say goodbye to Qing Tian there. Before leaving, he told her, I'll send someone to pick you up to play at my house later. In Song Tao's arms, Qing Tian waved goodbye to Qin Huan. Song Tao hurried back, carrying Qing Tian quickly, while the Fu sisters had to jog to keep up. As they turned a corner, Song Tao spotted the kitchen door ahead and bent down to put Qing Tian on the ground, saying, Miss Qing Tian, it's just a few steps now. You can go back by yourself. I need to hurry back to serve the young master. Seeing the kitchen door, Qing Tian nodded, thanked Song Tao, and waved goodbye as she walked toward it. The Fu sisters were overjoyed at this turn of events, thinking that fate had finally given them a chance for revenge. Once they confirmed that Song Tao had left, they quickly caught up to Qing Tian and blocked her path. Stop. You think you can walk away? Now that you're alone, it's time for you to experience the hardships we faced this morning. On a clear day, when she looked closely, she saw that the two people blocking her were the same sisters who had threatened her earlier. She took a step back in fear. Now you know to be scared? Why weren't you afraid when young Master Qin dealt with us? I didn't expect that someone so young could be so clever. The Fu sisters moved closer, making Qing Tian back away even more.
What are you talking about?
Brother Qin is a good person. How could he go against you? Qing Tian was confused, but sensed that the two were not friendly. If he is a good person, why didn't he bring you back and let you fall into our hands? Fu Rongyue stepped forward and pushed Qing Tian on the shoulder. Qing Tian was younger and much shorter than Fu Rongyue, and she stumbled back a few steps, almost falling. This reminded her of the time in the village when many kids bullied her because the village leaders didn't pay attention. Brother Qin had said to tell him if she was bullied, but he wasn't around now, and she wouldn't see him again once he returned to the capital. Qing Tian felt like crying but tried hard to hold it back. With red eyes, she looked up at Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue. What kind of look is that? Fu Rongqi raised her hand high. Qing Tian instinctively lowered her head and tucked her neck in, raising her arms to protect her head. From her past experiences, if she didn't do this, she would get slapped in the face. If that happened, her parents would see it, and they would be very sad. But the slap she expected didn't come. Instead, she was suddenly picked up. Carefully, Qing Tian opened her eyes and peeked through the gap in her arms, realizing that it was Qin Huan holding her. Brother Qin, why are you here? Qin Huan looked very upset, and his companion, Sun Tao, stood behind him, afraid to make a sound. He had rushed back to help Qin Huan change clothes, but when asked if he had taken Qing Tian to her parents, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. Qin Huan immediately sensed something was wrong. When he heard that Sun Tao had only left Qing Tian near the kitchen, he rushed over without even changing his clothes. He arrived just in time to see Fu Rongqi about to hit someone. Qin Huishuan quickly ran over, swatted Fu Rongqi's hand away, and held Qing Tian in his arms. Seeing her scared and peeking out from her arms, he felt both angry and heartbroken. "Don't be afraid, Qing Tian. It's me." Qin Huishuan had just run too fast, and now his chest was still heaving heavily. He held onto Qing Tian and turned to look at Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue, frowning as he said, "I never expected the Fu family's teachings to be like this. Madame Fu said she had already taught you a lesson, and you even came to apologize, but it seems you are two-faced." Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue were shocked to see Qin Huishuan return, their faces turning pale. If their parents found out, they would be in big trouble. "We actually came to apologize to Miss Qing Tian," Fu Rongqi blurted out in a panic. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Wasn't that just lying? If Qin Huishuan hadn't seen it, it would have been fine, but unfortunately, he caught them in the act. Sure enough, Qin Huishuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had grown up in a family with military power, surrounded by real soldiers, which gave him an air of decisiveness. This was less noticeable when he was outside the city, but now that he was back in the capital, it stood out compared to these pampered children. Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue felt like crying under his fierce gaze. "Song Tao, keep an eye on them," Qin Huishuan said, carrying Qing Tian toward the kitchen. Once inside, he walked to the stone table where they had spoken earlier and set Qing Tian down on a stone bench. He crouched down and asked, "Are you hurt? Did they hit you?" "No." Qing Tian shook her head, thinking that being pushed didn't really count as being hit. Although she hadn't been hurt, she was still a bit scared. She had been bullied in the village before, but she didn't expect these beautifully dressed young ladies to act like the wild kids from her village. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Qin Huishuan's neck and whispered, "Thank you, Brother Qin." Qin Huishuan held her slight, trembling body, gently patting her back to comfort her, feeling frustrated as he said, "It's all my fault. I should have brought you back myself instead of trusting that Song Tao." Meanwhile, outside, Song Tao was regretting his decisions. In the past, Madame Qin had chosen a servant for Qin Huishuan from all the suitable staff in the household. Song Tao stood out among more than 30 candidates and became the pride of the family. Even relatives who had previously looked down on them came to visit with gifts, acting as if there had never been any distance or disdain between them. Everyone says he has taken a big step forward. From now on, as long as he follows Qin Huishuan closely, his family won't have to worry about anything. Ever since he started working with Qin Huishuan, his parents remind him every day to do a good job, be clever, and take care of the young master. But in less than a month, he made such a big mistake. Would he be sent away by the young master? Just thinking about how disappointed his parents might be and how relatives would look down on him makes Song Tao want to slap himself. His earlier thought was simple. He just wanted to hurry back and serve Qin Huishuan, worried that Madame Qin would be angry if she saw him not following the young master. Who would have thought that just a few steps would lead to such trouble? With this in mind, Song Tao looked at the Fu sisters with growing resentment. If it weren't for them, he might have only faced a scolding from the young master, but now it was a much bigger issue. Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongyue had just been frightened by Qin Huishuan's glare, and now they felt the tension from Song Tao, making them instinctively draw closer together, eventually hugging each other in fear. After patiently comforting Qing Tian, Qin Huishuan handed her over to Yi Laoda. He respected Qing Tian's wishes and did not tell Yi Laoda about what had just happened. He felt it was better for him to handle it himself. Telling Yi Laoda wouldn't help. Once he left the kitchen, the warmth on Qin Huishuan's face vanished. "Ladies, please," he said coldly. The Fu sisters trembled as they clung to each other. Fu Rongqi asked in a shaky voice, "Where are we going?" "Naturally, I will personally take you to see Madame Fu," Qin Huishuan replied. "Otherwise, it would be bad if someone bullied you in the garden." Fu Rongyue couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Qin Huishuan remained unfazed, saying, "You can walk, right?" The way he spoke made it seem like if they didn't walk on their own, he would have someone take them away. Fu Rongqi held back her tears and, pulling her crying sister along, walked into the dining hall under Song Tao's watchful gaze. Since everyone had enjoyed a delightful chrysanthemum feast at lunch, many were excitedly arriving early for dinner, chatting and looking forward to the chrysanthemum hot pot. I wonder what this chrysanthemum hot pot will be like. Is the broth made with chrysanthemums, or do we dip chrysanthemums in it? I think there should be chrysanthemum petals in the broth, right? I ate quite a lot at noon, but I still came here early. I feel a bit embarrassed about it. There's nothing to worry about. Everyone is the same. Just look around. It seems like besides the princess and Madame Qin, everyone else is almost here. The princess and Madame Qin were also waiting for Qin Huishuan, but after waiting for a long time without seeing him, they left Yu Tao at home and came to the flower hall first. When the princess and Madame Qin entered, everyone stood up. Please sit down. There's no need for formalities, the princess said gently. Even so, everyone waited for her and Madame Qin to sit down before gradually taking their seats again. The princess took a sip of the chrysanthemum tea on the table and turned to Madame Qin, saying, I must say, lunch was quite tasty, and I can't help but look forward to dinner. However, I usually eat very little at night, so I'm worried I might eat too much today and have trouble digesting it. Sister, if you enjoy it, eat a bit more. From the looks of lunch, there shouldn't be anything too heavy for dinner. After we finish eating, I'll accompany you for a walk in the garden. You won't have any digestion issues. While they were talking, someone sitting by the door heard crying coming from outside the flower hall. No way? Not again? What's going on with the Fu family? They don't need to make such a scene to get attention. Before the princess could ask, the Fu sisters walked in. Fu Rongyue was crying heavily, and Fu Rongqi looked like she was about to cry. Seeing this, someone in the flower hall couldn't help but say sarcastically, Oh dear, who has bullied the two young ladies of the Fu family this time? Madame Kong was startled. When she arrived earlier, she didn't see her daughters and didn't dare to come too late like at noon. She had come with her daughter-in-law and sent someone to find them in the garden. Why were they crying now? You too. Before Madame Kong could ask, everyone saw Qin Huishuan walk in with Song Tao. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the room became a bit complicated. Could it be that the Fu family's tactics actually worked? Did they really manage to catch the young Master Qin's attention? But even if they succeeded, thinking about it, there was no way they would let their own daughters act so shamelessly. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Qin Huishuan coldly said, What did you two just do? Tell the truth in front of the princess and Madame Fu. Fu Rongqi pressed her lips tightly together, looking down and nervously rubbing the edge of her clothes without saying a word. However, Fu Rongyue was still young and had been scared to tears by Qin Huishuan. At this moment, she was on the verge of breaking down, crying loudly, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied Qing Tian. I just pushed her a little, really. I didn't do anything else. As soon as she said this, Mrs. Kong felt darkness before her eyes and almost fainted. After hearing her words, Qin Huishuan frowned slightly, realizing he had come too late. Qing Tian had been pushed and hadn't told him? While he thought this, he turned his gaze to Fu Rongqi and said, It's your turn. Fu Rongqi looked up and met Qin Huishuan's cold gaze, shivering and stammering. I didn't even touch Qing Tian. You just arrived, so what do you want me to say? At this moment, Mrs. Kong could barely stand, relying on her daughter-in-law Hong to keep from falling. She never expected that her two daughters would cause trouble for Qing Tian. She had just scolded them at noon and explained everything clearly. How could they still make such a mistake? They had just apologized at noon, and by afternoon, they were already causing trouble for a child. Why couldn't they just hold back? Why offend the princess of Rue and the Qin family over a little girl? Now, not only had they completely offended Qin Huishuan, but after this flower viewing banquet, their lack of manners and bullying reputation would spread throughout the capital and beyond. With such a reputation, how could they find suitable matches in the future? Which respectable family would want a woman like that as their head of the household? What if, at future gatherings, people brought up these past events to mock them? They would lose face for generations. The more Mrs. Kong thought about it, the more desperate she felt, and finally, she rolled her eyes and fainted in Hong's arms. Hong was also overwhelmed, wondering what kind of family she had married into. Although she knew her in-laws spoiled the two sisters, at least Mrs. Kong had some sense and didn't often take her daughters out. Occasionally, when they had to attend certain events, they would still maintain some appearances among people in the same circle. Though she didn't know what people said behind their backs, at least their public reputation was still acceptable. Who would have thought that at this flower viewing banquet, they would encounter Qin Huan, a young master who didn't play by the rules and showed no regard for others. The two daughters of the Fu family, with their spoiled personalities, had bullied others before. Among those present in the flower hall today were people who had been bullied because their family background was not as strong as the Fu family or because their fathers held lower positions than Fu Heng. Seeing young Master Qin directly expose the Fu family secrets was quite satisfying. Princess Rui noticed and said, "Someone help. Madame Fu has fainted. Quickly carry her away and call a doctor." The people around pretended to care and echoed her words. "Right, hurry and get a doctor. Madame Fu needs to take care of her health. We'll visit Madame Fu later." Until Madame Kong was carried away, no one moved. No one wanted to give up their dinner for her. After sending the Fu family away, Princess Rui looked at Qin Huan with a helpless expression. "You, child. Come here quickly." Princess Rui called Qin Huan to sit beside her, not scolding him but teasing. "Your mother and I waited for you for so long, and you went off to rescue a girl?" "Aunt Qing Tian." Qin Huan wanted to explain that Qing Tian was just a little girl, only over 3 years old. But he suddenly remembered his mother's earlier advice and swallowed his words. "This matter started because of me, so I can't let Qing Tian be bullied. Indeed, you are truly your father's son, showing the responsibility of our Wen family." The commotion caused by the Fu family quickly passed after Madame Kong was taken away, receiving even less attention than at noon. At that moment, the kitchen staff began bringing out pot after pot. The small copper pots contained burning coals, with chrysanthemum flowers floating in the rich broth. The soup was fragrant and had a light chrysanthemum scent. Once all the pots were served, a maid said, "Dear guests, you can enjoy a bowl of soup first. If we start cooking the ingredients later, the flavor of the broth will change." Soon, the maids began serving soup to their masters, and praises filled the hall. "This seems to be the broth from the chrysanthemum tofu at noon. I think the broth at noon was lighter, while this evening's is richer." "I agree. The noon broth looked like clear water, while this one is milky white." As everyone enjoyed the soup, the maid started bringing out the ingredients for cooking. The ingredients were similar to what Mr. Jiang had during his visit, including 4 types of meat, 4 types of oil, and 4 types of vegetables. The types of 4 seasoned dishes and 4 oils have not changed, but the 4 vegetarian dishes have been replaced with pea shoots, sliced asparagus, chrysanthemum greens, and heart of cabbage. The fact that they could buy pea shoots and asparagus at this time shows how much Mr. Jiang values this flower viewing banquet. It's hard to tell what connections he used or how much he spent. However, it must be said that this effort is indeed worthwhile. Just look at how everyone in the dining hall is enjoying their meal. Sister Yi made chrysanthemum honey drink again in the afternoon and brought it out with the food. The dining hall also had several buckets of ice brought in, so anyone who wanted a cold drink could help themselves. Since eating hot pot can make one sweat, many of the younger noblewomen asked their servants to fetch ice after a while. Princess Rui watched enviously, but knew her health was not good. She didn't dare drink cold beverages in summer, and being able to have a drink at room temperature instead of hot in late autumn was already a limit for her. Still, she said to Mrs. Qin and Qin Huan, "I can't drink cold drinks. If you like, just ask someone to get some ice." Mrs. Qin shook her head and said, "Sister, I'm not young anymore. I wouldn't dare drink something cold in this weather. I'll just watch the young ones enjoy it." Qin Huan quietly glanced at Song Tao, who was standing by and serving him. Song Tao was worried that Qin Huan would hold him accountable, and when their eyes met, he jumped and quickly went to get ice for him. Seeing this, Mrs. Qin said with concern, "Huan, don't put in too much. Hot and cold together can upset your stomach." Yes, mother, I'll put in fewer pieces, Qin Huan replied. Princess Rui observed the interaction between mother and son and sighed inwardly, planning to discuss this with her sister during their walk later. As everyone was eating hot pot, the temperature in the dining hall quickly rose. Princess Rui ordered the windows to be opened. Fortunately, the wind was gentle that evening, bringing in a light fragrance of chrysanthemums, which lifted everyone's spirits while eating. Princess Rui said to Mrs. Qin, "Since you know the chef, please help me contact him later. The palace will need to entertain guests at the end of the year, and I'm tired of the same few cooks at home. It would be nice to try something different this year." "Sure, sister, don't worry. Just let me know your schedule, and I'll make it happen." Hearing this, Princess Rui smiled and said, "Why do you want to know my schedule? Are you planning to invite someone to your home for a feast?" "Just supporting a friend's business." Mrs. Qin replied playfully with a smile. The Princess of Rui nodded and said, "That's true. Once we set a date, it will be easier for others to plan their business. However, this is not something I can decide alone. I will ask my husband when I get back. Of course, I will let sister you know. Once you have the date, just send someone to tell me, and I will inform her." The two sisters chatted while enjoying the food prepared by the servants. Many people were sweating from the heat of the meal, feeling quite satisfied. Eating hot pot naturally takes time, and the guests continued to chat, making the meal last longer than usual. By the time everyone finished and started to leave, the moon was already high in the sky. Madame Qin tightened her shawl and said, "It's getting late, and the wind is a bit chilly. Sister, we should head back soon. We were sweating while eating, so we should be careful not to catch a cold." As soon as the Princess of Rui stepped out, she also felt a chill and nodded, saying, "All right, come sit with me for a while. It's rare for us to have a chance to talk like this." "That sounds great. Even if you didn't invite me, I would have gone." Madame Qin happily agreed and followed the Princess of Rui back to her residence, reminding her son, "You go back first, Song Tao. Help the young master take a bath and get to bed early. Make sure the room is warm before he bathes, and dry his hair well before he sleeps to avoid catching a cold." "Yes, I will remember," Song Tao replied, his voice betraying his nervousness. With Madame Qin gone, the young master would surely hold him accountable. Qin Huan knew what Song Tao was worried about, but he said nothing and returned to his room after bidding farewell to the Princess of Rui. Madame Qin followed the Princess of Rui to her room, which had already been warmed by the servants, using a charcoal pot. The two sisters removed their outer garments and lay on the couch, talking. A servant placed freshly brewed tea on the table and said, "I will be waiting outside. If you need anything, just call for me." After saying this, the servant discreetly left. "Is there something you want to discuss with me, sister?" Madame Qin asked after the servant had gone. "You've brought Huan back for a while now. How have you been getting along?" Just mentioning it made Madame Qin sigh. "Sister, you know I've always felt guilty towards Huan. I really want to make up for the lost years. But for some reason, it feels like there is always a barrier between us. No matter how much I care about him, he seems indifferent. I called you here to discuss this matter. I know that you and your husband had no choice back then, but it's not his fault. Before he turned one, he was loved by his parents and treated like a treasure by the whole family. Suddenly being sent to a cold, remote place without his parents, what kind of life did he have?" Seeing that Mrs. Qin looked like she wanted to argue, Princess Rui raised her hand to stop her and continued, "You don't need to tell me that you sent the child to your family for care. Don't you know what kind of person our father is? He can lead troops into battle, but if you expect him to care for a 1-year-old baby, all he knows to do is hire more servants. You have no idea how much he has suffered over the years. He doesn't seem like the type to complain. You left the child in a remote place for 8 years. He probably doesn't even remember what his parents look like. Do you think telling him I'm your mother will make him run into your arms and be affectionate with you? Even a puppy or kitten wouldn't do that." Mrs. Qin lowered her head at Princess Rui's words. Princess Rui continued, "That's why I wanted to talk to you today. I'm worried that you are being too impatient. As the saying goes, it takes time to freeze 3 feet of ice, and it won't thaw in a day. Caring for and loving the child is right, but you can't hold resentment just because he doesn't respond as you wish. Do you think the child can't see that? It will only push him further away. Sister, what should I do? Mrs. Chin felt that she had indeed been too anxious lately. All you need to do is love the child with a mother's heart, without any expectations. A child's heart is not made of stone. With time, he will naturally change. You are right, Mrs. Chin said with red eyes. After leaving him for 8 years, I should spend even more time loving and caring for him, rather than hoping he understands and forgives our shortcomings as parents. That's the best way to think about it, Princess Rue smiled. In my opinion, he is not a cold-hearted child. The main issue is that you have been apart for too long, and you have both grown distant. Don't rush it, take your time. The two sisters were having a heart-to-heart conversation when Qin Huishuan was already soaking in a bathtub, surrounded by floating chrysanthemums, with the help of Song Tao. He had submerged himself in the water, leaving only a towel resting on the edge of the tub. Song Tao initially wanted to use a small ladle to pour water over Qin Huishuan, but seeing that he was fully immersed, he awkwardly stood by with the ladle in hand. Qin Huishuan had carried Qing Tian around a lot today. Although he had trained in martial arts since childhood and had good arm strength, he was still young. He hadn't felt tired while playing, but by dinner time, he noticed his arms starting to ache. Soaking in the warm water felt incredibly relaxing, especially with his shoulders submerged. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment before suddenly asking, "Do you know what you did wrong today?" Startled, Song Tao knelt beside the tub and repeatedly bowed his head, saying, "Young master, I know I was wrong. I won't act on my own again, and will definitely follow your orders without question. Please don't dismiss me. I'll do anything for you. If you're still upset, just punish me, but please don't send me away." Song Tao rambled on, but he didn't hear a response from Qin Huishuan. Kneeling on the ground, he couldn't see his expression and felt very anxious. As he thought about the terrible consequences of being sent home, he couldn't help but cry. "Are you done?" Qin Huishuan finally spoke. "Why are you crying? When did I say I would send you away?" Song Tao looked up in surprise, his face wet with tears and snot, and asked, "Young master, you're not sending me away?" Qin Huishuan replied, "My mother said you were the best choice out of many. If I replaced you, what if the next person is even worse? Remember your promise. If you make the same mistake again, I will deal with you then." Song Tao was overjoyed and crawled a few steps closer to the tub, grinning as he said, "Young master, let me help you wash your back." Qin Huishuan turned to the side and said with a hint of annoyance, "You should wash your face first. I don't want your snot in my bath." "Of course, I'll go do that right away." Song Tao quickly ran out and soon returned looking clean. If it weren't for his slightly red eyes and nose, you wouldn't have known he had just been crying. After Song Tao helped Qin Huishuan wash his hair and bathe, he dried his hair and then assisted him back to his room to rest before leaving. At that moment, Madame Qin returned and quietly asked when she saw him come out of the west room, "Is Huishuan asleep?" "Yes, madam. Young master has been playing with Miss Qing Tian all day, so he must be tired." After his bath and drying his hair, he fell asleep. "All right, I understand. You may go now." Madame Qin waved her hand to dismiss Song Tao. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly entered the west room. Qin Huishuan was actually just lying down and had not fallen asleep yet. Even if he were asleep, he would surely wake up if someone was talking outside, even if the voices were soft. This was not only due to the alertness he developed while training with his grandfather, but also a habit formed from being bullied by his cousins when he was younger. Hearing Madame Qin enter the room, Qin Huishuan quickly closed his eyes, pretending to breathe steadily, as if he were asleep. Madame Qin tiptoed to the bedside, tucked him in, and, in the dim moonlight, looked at her son's familiar yet strange face. Remembering what Princess Rue had just said, she couldn't help but shed tears. She reached out to gently stroke Qin Huishuan's head and whispered, "I'm sorry, my dear. But now that we're back, your father and I will love you well and make it up to you." Qin Huishuan was surprised by Madame Qin's sudden words, and soon after, he felt a few drops of water fall on his cheek. He remained still, pretending to be asleep, but he knew it was Madame Qin crying. Although she had also cried when they first met after many years at the Wen residence, Qin Heshuan felt nothing at that time. He had looked at Madame Qin as if she were a stranger. The only difference was that everyone around him urged him to call her mother. But now, in the stillness of the night, while he was asleep, Madame Qin's tears felt like drops falling on his heart, stirring up an indescribable feeling within him. After dinner, the kitchen staff cleaned up and prepared the ingredients needed for breakfast the next day. They then waited for Sister Yi to give the signal to go back and rest, as they needed to wake up early to cook. However, after Sister Yi took off her apron, she clapped her hands and said, "Everyone worked hard today. Although there was a small mishap, thankfully, nothing serious happened." As you all heard, Princess Rue and the other ladies praised the lunch and even gave out a good amount of rewards. A few people immediately looked happy upon hearing the news. Although they didn't know how much money it was, the pay from Mr. Jiang was already quite good, so any extra money, no matter how little, was exciting. Sister Yi led them to the next room, where 4 trays covered with red cloth were placed on the table. She said, "Originally, there were 5 portions, as you know. So, the portion for her will be evenly divided among the 4 of you. Take it home and keep it safe." Lin Yumei quickly replied, "That's not right. If we're dividing it, it should be among all 5 of us, not just 4. Feng Yueying nodded in agreement. Wu Ying chimed in, "Yes, Madam Yu should have a share too. I don't mind telling you, as the head chef, my reward is already a bit more than yours, so I won't argue over this. Just take it." Lin Yumei smiled and said, "Thank you, Madam Yu. We won't be polite about it." She stepped forward and lifted the red cloth from one tray, her eyes widening in surprise. Feng Yueying and Wu Ying were also stunned. Though they had been in this line of work for a while, they weren't top tier and didn't have connections, so this was the first time serving such distinguished guests. They had received rewards before, but they had never seen this much silver. Lin Yumei scanned the tray and estimated there must be at least 20 taels of silver. The largest piece, a 5-tael ingot, was definitely from the Princess of Rue. The several 3-tael and 2-tael pieces were likely rewards from Madame Qin and other noble ladies. There were also many smaller coins, each only a few coins, but together they added up to a significant amount. They had previously received rewards, but the most generous hosts would only give 100 or 200 coins, so they had never seen anything like this. The 3 of them were dazzled, and it was even more overwhelming for Sister Yi, who stood there with her mouth agape in shock. Lin Yumei couldn't help but think about how much reward she would receive, wondering how much Sister Yi must have gotten. But she also knew that without Sister Ye's cooking skills, her envy was pointless. However, her desire to work with Sister Yi grew stronger. With the recognition from the Princess of Rue, there would surely be plenty of work in the future. Wealthy families in the capital would come knocking like cats drawn to a scent. Will you really worry about not making money by then? Feng Yueying and Wu Ying also stepped forward to take their rewards, thanked Sister Yi, and went back. Sister Yi said goodbye to each of them and then looked at Sister Yi-san, who was still staring blankly with her mouth half open. She waved her hand in front of her eyes and said, "You're back to reality. Oh, my sister, I can't be dreaming, can I? So much silver?" Now that it was just family in the kitchen, Sister Yi-san didn't bother to pretend and wasn't afraid of others thinking she was inexperienced. "Is all this for me? At first, I didn't really do much or help out." "Why say that? Just take it," Sister Yi said with a smile. "I was worried that bringing you to help would mean you'd earn too little, but I didn't expect the princess and the ladies to be so generous." "Sister, what are you talking about?" Sister Yi-san replied, "I've seen Yumei and Yueying work these days, and they're much better than me. I'm still far behind. I'm just grateful you brought me along. Quickly put it away." Sister Yi laughed as she pushed the tray toward her. "But I must tell you, this time was just good luck. In the future, when we go to the countryside for banquets, we won't earn this much." "Oh, sister, how can you say that? What do you take me for?" Sister Yi-san feigned anger. "Am I someone who is never satisfied? This reward is already as much as what the 3rd brother earns in a year or 2. Quickly put the money away, keep it safe, and after you go home, Discuss with a third brother whether to exchange it for banknotes or something. Okay, I'll talk it over with him later. Sister Yi Sen took out a handkerchief, placed the silver inside, gathered the corners, and tied it up. Holding over 20 taels of silver tightly in her arms, she was so happy she didn't know what to do. This was the first time in her life she had held so much silver. It felt really good. While holding the silver, she couldn't help but wonder how much Sister Yi earned this time. Maybe it was around 50 taels. However, she thought about it all the way home and still couldn't ask. But she was determined to seek advice from Feng Yuing tonight and practice her knife skills well after returning home. Otherwise, as Sister Ye's business grows, she couldn't just keep tagging along and getting money for nothing, right? Sister Yi didn't notice Sister Yi San's little thoughts. She returned to her room and slammed the door shut, locking it from the inside. At that moment, Yi Laoda was playing with Qing Tian on the Kong with sandbags. On a sunny day, Qing Tian had small hands and couldn't hold many stones, so she kept losing to Yi Laoda. When she saw Yi Dasaw return, she quickly dropped the sandbag, pushed the small stones forward, and stood up to shout, "Mom, you're back." Yi Laoda noticed and placed the stones he had won next to Qing Tian's, then affectionately rubbed her head and said, "Little rascal." "Not at all." Qing Tian walked to the edge of the Kong and reached out to Yi Dasaw for a hug. Yi Dasaw didn't understand the game between the father and daughter, but worried that Qing Tian might fall, she hurried over and hugged her tightly. "Mom, it hurts." As soon as Qing Tian was in her arms, she cried out in pain. What happened?
Yi Dasaw asket, confused.
After loosening her grip, she saw Qing Tian rubbing her chest with a puzzled expression. "Mom, what's in your arms? It's so hard." Yi Dasaw then remembered her earlier concern and quickly took out the silver she had been holding, pouring it onto the Kong. Yi Laoda was shocked, his eyes wide, and he whispered, "Where did this silver come from? Did you steal it? Or did you find it?"
Hey!
Yi Dasaw playfully slapped Yi Laoda on the shoulder. "Do you think I'm that kind of person? Then where did it come from?" Yi Laoda stared blankly at the silver on the Kong, unable to estimate how much there was. "This is the reward I got today," Yi Dasaw said proudly. "When Jiang Yuanwei called me to see it, I was stunned. I'm not far from being stunned myself." Yi Laoda murmured, "How much silver is this?" "I estimate it's about 30 or 40 taels." Though Yi Dasaw spoke softly, her excitement was clear. The wives of the third son helped out, and each got around 20 taels. As the head chef, I should get at least double that, right? She would never say such things outside. It was only at home, with the door closed, that she couldn't help but express her feelings. However, Yi Laoda's expression grew serious, and he was silent for a while. Yi Dasaw curiously nudged him. "What's wrong? Are you really stunned?" Yi Laoda suddenly said quietly, "Wife, I never noticed before, but you really know how to make money, don't you? Compared to you, am I not useless?" Yi Dasaw was surprised by his thoughts and sat on the Kong, saying, "Back when we were outside the pass, you had to work in the fields and hunt in the mountains, and you didn't let me do any heavy work. Did you think I was useless then?" "Of course not," Yi Laoda quickly replied, "but this is different." "What's the difference?" said Sister Yi. "I'm a man, so I should earn money to support the family." Brother Yi replied, his head drooping again. Sister Yi said, "We are a family, and whoever earns money is doing it for the family. What's the difference? Before, we could feed ourselves and didn't need to worry about money. I never thought about going out to work, but now we have a bright future, right? I don't want our child to spend her whole life in the village like us. If we both work hard and earn more, we can take her to the city to live a better life. Our child is so smart. I want to send her to school. You even said that if you couldn't find a suitable son-in-law, you would support her for life. How can we do that without money?" Brother Yi was a bit confused by Sister Ye's words, thinking to himself, "When did I ever say that?" But she was right. "All right, put the money away, and let's go to bed early," Sister Yi said, sensing she had convinced him. She quickly changed the subject, gathering the money and the child's toys, holding the little one to take her to wash up. Brother Yi quickly got up and said, "I've boiled some water. Be careful not to burn yourself. I'll pour it for you. After Sister Yi washed both herself and the child, she took her back to the room. Brother Yi then used the remaining water to wash up, clean the basin, and return to the room. When he entered, he saw Sister Yi asking the child, "Where did this come from?" Brother Yi approached and saw Sister Yi holding a jade pendant that looked quite valuable. "What's going on?" "Look, this child. She has a jade pendant around her neck that I don't know when she got. It doesn't look cheap." Although Sister Yi didn't understand jade, everything about it, the carving, shine, and smooth feel, screamed expensive. "It was given to me by Brother Qin," said the child. "I said I didn't want it, but Brother Qin said I gave him a gift, so he wanted to return the favor. He also said that with this, I can go to the Qin house anytime and no one will stop me." Sister Yi felt even more alarmed upon hearing this. What if this jade pendant had some other purpose? Were these two children just exchanging gifts? "Take it off quickly. This thing is very valuable. If it gets damaged, we can't afford to replace it." Sister Yi carefully took the jade pendant from Qing Tian's neck and held it in her hands, unsure of where to put it safely. Finally, she placed it in a small drawer of the Kongqin and said, "From now on, no one is allowed to touch this drawer. Tomorrow, after I finish breakfast, I will return the jade pendant to young Master Qin." Although Qing Tian felt a bit reluctant, she understood from Sister Yi that the pendant was very valuable, so she didn't say anything. Her gift of the Jimbalam to Brother Qin was not worth much, so she shouldn't accept such an expensive return gift. However, without the pendant, would she still be able to go to the capital to see Brother Qin? With a sense of regret, she fell asleep and dreamed of going to the capital with her parents, finding the Qin residence, and knocking on the door to ask for Qin Huishuan. To her surprise, Yang Xing and Wang Dafeng came out from the Qin residence. They mocked the three members of the Yi family and refused to help them get inside, insisting they leave. Unable to see Qin Huishuan, Qing Tian cried in her dream. Sister Yi was awakened by the sound of the child's soft cries. She quickly reached out to touch Qing Tian's forehead and sighed in relief when she found she didn't have a fever. Lighting a candle with a fire stick, she noticed that Qing Tian was still asleep, but a small, clear tear hung at the corner of her eye. Could it be that she dreamed of being scolded at the Shan family? Sister Yi silently cursed the Shan couple again, then gently held Qing Tian in her arms and patted her. Before long, Qing Tian stopped crying and fell back into a peaceful sleep. Children's emotions come and go quickly. By the next morning, Qing Tian had completely forgotten about her dream and the tears she shed in it. After washing up with Sister Yi, she followed her to the kitchen. Breakfast was simple that morning, consisting of 2 small dishes, 2 pastries, and a large pot of chrysanthemum fish porridge. Since each family woke up and prepared to leave at different times, breakfast was not a communal meal. Instead, the servants took the food back for everyone to eat in their rooms. After Sister Yi prepared everything and kept it warm over the charcoal fire, she took off her apron, went back to get the jade pendant, and headed to the courtyard to find young Master Qin, ready to return the pendant. However, with her status, it was not easy to see Qin Huishuan. As soon as she reached the courtyard entrance, she was stopped by someone assigned by Jiang Yuanwei. She had to briefly explain her purpose. Young Master Qin spent the day playing with Qing Tian, and soon the news spread throughout the garden. The servants of the Jiang family did not dare to be negligent and helped her announce his arrival. Before long, Qin Huishuan came out with Song Tao. "Hello, Aunt Yi." Qin Huishuan greeted her first. Aunt Yi quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, young Master Qin. Is there something you need, Aunt Yi?" Qin Huishuan wondered why she was looking for him and immediately worried that something had happened to Qing Tian. Did something happen to Qing Tian? She was pushed yesterday, right? What? Pushed? What happened? Why didn't she say anything when she got home? Aunt Yi became anxious upon hearing this, but then thought it was strange. When I went back yesterday, she seemed very happy and didn't mention feeling unwell. She was even playing with her father when I left. It was just another child who didn't know better and tried to bully Qing Tian. By the time I got there, she had already been pushed on the shoulder. Aunt Yi felt relieved when she heard this. Oh, I see. Kids can be rough when they play. But our village children are tough. A little push isn't a big deal. However, I hope that child isn't from a wealthy family. Thinking of this made Aunt Yi anxious again. If it turned out to be a daughter from a high-status family, they were just common folks from the countryside, and they might not be able to protect Qing Tian. It's nothing serious. It was their fault. I've already handled it. Qing Tian did nothing wrong. She was the one being bullied. I hope Aunt Yi won't blame her. Of course not, Aunt Yi thought. If my daughter was bullied, I would feel sad, not blame her. But she felt there was no need to share this with Qin Hixian. Seeing that Aunt Yi wasn't there about Qing Tian, Qin Hixian finally couldn't help but ask, Aunt Yi, is there something you need to discuss with me? Oh, yes, there is. Aunt Yi remembered and took out a jade pendant wrapped in a handkerchief. Last night, I saw Qing Tian wearing this and said you gave it to her. We can't accept such a valuable gift. Qin Hixian looked at the jade pendant in Aunt Yi's hand and frowned. This is a gift I gave to Qing Tian. If I can give it, she can accept it. There's no need to worry about it. Aunt Yi was at a loss for words. She thought to herself, you may agree, but Madame Qin might not. What if Madame Qin finds out and blames her family? However, Sister Yi saw that Qin Heshuan looked confident and didn't dare to voice her thoughts. At this age, children have strong pride, especially someone like Qin Heshuan. If she suggested he couldn't make decisions, it might upset him. In fact, Qin Heshuan was already feeling a bit unhappy. Why should Sister Yi return the gift he gave to Qing Tian on her behalf? Feeling uncomfortable, he asked directly, does Qing Tian not want it anymore? Sister Yi quickly replied, no, it's just that I think. Before she could finish, Madame Qin came out from inside. Seeing Sister Yi, Madame Qin immediately said, I was just thinking of sending someone to find you. Who knew you would come by yourself? Come in and talk. Sister Ye's heart sank. She thought Madame Qin must have discovered that Qin Heshuan's jade pendant was missing and was going to hold her accountable. She hurriedly held up the pendant and said, Madame Qin, I brought the jade pendant back for young Master Qin. It's just that Qing Tian is young and didn't realize how valuable it is, so she... What jade pendant? Madame Qin had talked late with Princess Rui last night and returned home to find her son already asleep. Only Song Tao knew about the pendant, but after being scolded by Qin Heshuan, he was too scared to tell Madame Qin anything. So, Madame Qin had no idea. Hearing Sister Yi, she leaned in to look. She immediately spotted the jade pendant that symbolized the identity of the young master of the Qin family. Just as she was about to ask her son what was going on, she noticed Qin Heshuan's tightly pressed lips. Remembering what Princess Rui had said last night, the words she was about to say took a different turn. She told Sister Yi, I thought it was something serious. This jade pendant belongs to Heshuan, but since he gave it to Qing Tian, it is now hers. Qin Heshuan was prepared to be scolded and never expected Madame Qin to say that. He looked at Madame Qin in surprise, and his lips couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. It was the first time Madame Qin had seen her son look at her like that, and she felt incredibly happy. Not to mention one jade pendant. Even if it were 10, if it could help their mother-son relationship, giving it to Qing Tian was worth it. Thinking of this, Madame Qin said to Sister Yi, quickly put the pendant away and take it back for Qing Tian to wear. Jade can nurture people and ward off disasters. Wearing it is good for the child. Sister Yi felt a bit confused hearing Madame Qin say that. Could it be that I am too inexperienced and this jade pendant is actually not valuable? But no matter what, since Madame Qin has spoken, I feel relieved and keep thanking her. Thank you, Madame Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. I will put it on Qing Tian when I get home. That's right. Madame Qin said, come in. I have something to discuss with you. Sister Yi thought that since they had finished talking about the pendant, there couldn't be anything else. After they sat down, Madame Qin explained her intention. The Wang family wants me to host a banquet? Sister Yi was shocked and quickly shook her head. No, I can't do that. The princess believes you can, so you can, Madame Qin replied. You did a great job this time, didn't you?
But
Sister Yi wanted to say that she had prepared for a long time and only felt confident after passing the test with Mr.
Jiang.
However, if she went to the Wang family to cook, there would be no one to guide her. Moreover, the guests at the Wang family would certainly be more distinguished than those invited by Mr. Jiang, which meant they would be harder to please. If something went wrong, it could lead to serious trouble. Although she wanted to earn more money to live in the capital with Qing Tian, not every opportunity was worth pursuing. Madame Qin understood that Sister Yi had just come from outside the city and probably lacked confidence. Just as she was about to encourage her, a servant announced from outside, "The princess is here. Your sister has arrived. Perfect. Let her speak for herself," Madame Qin said as she stood up to greet the princess. Sister Yi finally managed to stand up, feeling her legs were weak. How could someone of the princess's status meet someone like her so easily? When the princess entered the room, she saw Sister Yi already kneeling on the ground. "Madame Yu, no need for such formalities," the princess said. Madame Qin was puzzled and asked, "Sister, how did you know Sister Yi's family name is Yu?" "I asked Mr. Jiang about it this morning," the princess replied with a smile. Although she had little energy to manage household matters due to health issues, hosting the year-end banquet for guests was a significant event. As the lady of the house, she had to be concerned. Since she wanted to use Sister Yi, she couldn't make a hasty decision just because of 2 meals, so she called Mr. Jiang early in the morning to understand the situation. Sister Yi got up from the ground and stood respectfully below. Though she was curious about the princess's appearance, she didn't dare to raise her head, let alone look up. "After I talked to you about this yesterday, I thought at night that there are many rules in the Wangfu, and Miss Yu probably doesn't understand them. So I thought it would be better to ask Jiang Rongfa to help her prepare, which would make things easier for me. What does Miss Yu think about this?" Hearing that Jiang Yuanwei would help her, Sister Yi felt a bit relieved and took a deep breath, saying, "Thank you, Princess.
I will do my best."
"Good. Once I set the date, I will have someone contact Jiang Rongfa. Just wait for him to find you after you go back." "Yes," Sister Yi replied, and wondered if she could leave. Then Mrs. Qin said, "Since we're doing this, why not let Jiang Yuanwei handle the banquet for my family too?" Princess Rui said, "If anyone asks you later, just tell them to find Jiang Rongfa. It would be good for him to help Miss Yu with this business." "Isn't that a bit too much trouble for Jiang Yuanwei?" Mrs. Qin said with a smile. "Trouble? He would love it." That's true, Mrs. Qin realized. Jiang Yuanwei organized this flower-viewing banquet to build connections with families in the capital. However, just one banquet would only make people remember him. He would need to work hard to maintain those relationships in the future. Princess Rui's idea gives Jiang Yuanwei a chance to continue connecting with the prince's residents, the Qin family, and others. How could he not be happy about that? Only Sister Yi didn't understand, but didn't dare to ask. She could only wait to go back and ask Jiang Yuanwei what these 2 noble ladies meant. Mrs. Qin smiled at Sister Yi and said, "When you go back, tell Jiang Yuanwei that if anyone wants to hire you for a banquet, they should go to him for help. He will understand." She worried that Sister Yi might not grasp it and added, "Just let him help you. You don't need to pay him. He will gain more benefits than you." Would anyone else besides the prince's residents and the Qin family want to hire her for a banquet? Sister Yi left feeling confused and hurried to find Jiang Yuanwei instead of going back. When she arrived, Jiang Yuanwei stood up and said, "Miss Yu is here. What can I do for you?" Since learning that the Yi family knew the Qin family, Jiang Yuanwei had become even more respectful towards Sister Yi. Sister Yi shared what Princess Rui and Mrs. Qin had said. After listening, Jiang Yuanwei looked at Sister Yi in disbelief and asked, "Did the princess and Mrs. Qin really say that?" Sister Yi shrank her neck at his shout and quickly said, "Mr. Jiang, if you can help me, I will share the profits with you. I won't let you work for nothing." "Oh, Mrs. Yu, that's not what I meant," he said, pulling over a chair. "Come, sit down, and let's talk slowly." Sister Yi hesitated, but sat down. Mr. Jiang plopped back into his chair, rubbing his hands. "Mrs. Yu, you are truly a benefactor to me. Years ago, I consulted a master about my fortune. Because of his advice, I stopped going to sea and returned home to live as a wealthy man. The master told me that in my old age, I would meet a benefactor, and after that, I could start a new venture. At that time, I thought, why would I want to start something new when I should be enjoying my retirement? I never expected the master to be so accurate. It's no wonder Mr. Jiang was so excited now. He had originally prepared a shipment to go to sea, but feeling uneasy, he went to a temple by the sea to pray. There, he met an old monk and paid to have his fortune told. The monk advised him not to go to sea, but to return home and conduct business to ensure a safe life. At that time, Mr. Jiang was just over 30, in the prime of his life, and he was reluctant to return home to retire. The old monk seemed to sense his thoughts and said he would meet a benefactor in his later years, which would be his chance to rise again. Though he was unwilling, hearing this made Mr. Jiang feel a bit uneasy. So, he decided not to go to sea, giving his spot and goods to someone else, and returned home with his money. After 2 years at home, he learned that the ship never made it across the ocean. It sank in a storm. Upon hearing this news, Mr. Jiang finally accepted his fate. He realized he had enough wealth to last a lifetime, and one must have the means to enjoy life. He respected the old monk as a master in his heart and followed his guidance, living a simple life and doing business at home. Now, as he ventured out again for his child's future, Mr. Jiang felt a bit anxious. The preparations for the flower banquet had not gone smoothly, adding to his worries. However, the news Sister Yi brought him filled Mr. Jiang with joy. The master was indeed right. I have encountered a benefactor. Seeing Sister Ye's confused expression, Mr. Jiang said, Madam Qin is correct. I don't lack money. What I want is connections in the capital, which money can't buy. Those who can help you with these matters are actually being generous to me from the princess and Madam Qin. If they wanted, they could easily choose someone from their side to assist you. How could it possibly fall to me? So, not only do you not need to pay me, but I should also thank you. After hearing Mr. Jiang's words, Sister Yi felt somewhat enlightened. However, having Mr. Jiang's help did ease her worries significantly. Then I will trouble you, Mr. Jiang, Sister Yi said. Not at all. Mr. Jiang smiled broadly. Perhaps I will rely on you even more in the future. Sister Yi said with little confidence, It's uncertain if anyone will seek me out. Mr. Jiang replied, Don't worry, Madam Yu. Since even the princess and Madam Qin have invited you, others will surely come flocking to you. This time, you will truly make a name for yourself. After everyone gradually finished breakfast, the guests attending the flower viewing banquet began to leave Le Ting Garden. Originally, after the guests departed, the staff would come to collect the chrysanthemums from the garden. However, because Mr. Jiang had organized everything so well, several families inquired about renting the garden for gatherings or bringing their families for outings. Although it wouldn't earn much money and would require staff to stay and maintain the garden, Mr. Jiang was willing to invest his own money to foster good relationships. That afternoon, he took the Yi family and the kitchen helpers back to Fengli County. After returning to the Jiang family and having dinner, Mr. Jiang prepared to settle the payment for Sister Yi. According to their agreement, for the 6 days of preparation, he would pay Sister Yi 500 coins per day, and for the 2 days of cooking at Le Ting, he would give her 10 taels of silver, totaling 13 taels. Sister Yi Sen would receive 100 coins per day, and for the 2 cooking days, she would get 2 taels of silver, totaling 2 taels and 6 coins. Initially, Mr. Jiang thought he was being generous to Sister Yi, but now he felt it was a bit inadequate. Sister Yi not only earned praise from everyone but also made a significant impression, and most importantly, she helped him establish connections with the Prince Rui's residence and the Qin family. After some thought, Mr. Jiang decided to prepare 20 taels of silver for Sister Yi and 5 taels for Sister Yi San. Sister Yi, this is the payment for you and Sister Yi San. Please keep it safe. I heard there are relatives in the city. You can go out shopping and visit them for a few days without rushing back. Sister Yi saw the silver on the table and quickly said, Mr. Jiang, this is too much. Didn't we agree on a different amount? I also mentioned that if you do well, There will be rewards, Mr. Jiang replied. I just rounded it up for you, so don't be polite. Remember, the benefits you brought me this time are worth much more. Hearing Mr. Jiang say this, Sister Yi thanked him and accepted the silver. Mr. Jiang added, the Dongxing Bank in the city has a good reputation and the owner is from the Qin family. If you need to exchange silver notes, you might consider them. This information was exactly what Sister Yi needed. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. When she returned to her place, Sister Yi went to Sister Yi San's room first. Seeing her take out a silver ingot and place it on the table, Sister Yi San widened her eyes and asked, Sister, what does this mean? I've already received a lot. You don't need to give me more. This isn't from me. It's your payment for Mr.
Jiang.
It was originally supposed to be 2 taels and 6 coins, but since the flower banquet went well, the rest is a bonus for Mr. Jiang. Sister Yi San didn't expect to earn nearly 30 taels in just 10 days, and she couldn't help but breathe heavily. Sister, I know I'm clumsy and can't help you much, yet you still want to take me with you. As Sister Yi San spoke, her voice choked up. We're all family, what are you talking about?
Sister patet her şov der.
Mr. Jiang said we don't need to rush to leave. We can stay a few more days.
You can go see Lao San.
You and your husband can also go out and see if you need anything for home, and we can buy it to take back. I suggest you keep a little change and exchange the rest for silver notes at the bank. After saying this, Sister Yi recommended the Dongxing Bank to Sister Yi San. Of course, this is just a suggestion. How you handle it is up to you too. Sister, that's what I plan to do. I'll go find Lao San, and we'll handle it together. Sister Yi was initially worried that Sister Yi San would ask how much she earned, but she was surprised that she didn't mention it at all. She then mentioned another matter. I have something else I'd like to discuss with you. The princess and Mrs. Qin both said they want me to prepare a banquet. After we set a date, they will contact Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Sister Ye's eyes widened. Just a few days ago, she was excited about the banquet orders from the countryside. Now, in just a few days, they were going to the royal palace for a banquet? Wasn't that a huge leap? So, I thought since it would be too much for just the two of us, I want to bring you Mei and Yuing to help. What do you think? Sister Yi nodded repeatedly, saying, that sounds perfect. Yu Mei knows a lot, and Yuing is great with knives. I've learned a lot from them these past few days. Although I am eager to improve, it's not something I can master in just a day or two. If we go to the royal palace or Mrs. Qin's, my ability to help will be quite limited. If we can get them to join us, that would be wonderful. Seeing that Sister Yi genuinely agreed, Sister Yi felt relieved, but then another problem arose. But how do we bring them on board? Sister Yi had been troubled by this on her way back. She could cook, but she wasn't skilled in these matters. If we partner directly, we've already taken on so many banquet orders from the countryside, and there's little money for so much work. I wouldn't even know how to divide 1 or 2 taels of silver if we brought them along. Or should we just go to the capital for banquets and invite them then? Taking that step felt too big, leaving Sister Yi with a sense of uncertainty. Just days ago, she was thrilled to earn 2 taels of silver from each banquet, but now she felt overwhelmed by the work. Sister Yi said, Sister, asking me won't help much. What ideas can I come up with? I think since Mrs. Qin asked Mr. Jiang to assist you, why not ask him? After all, Yu Mei and Yuing are people he brought in.
You're right.
I should have thought to ask Mr. Jiang, Sister Yi said, noticing it was getting late outside. She sighed, it's too late today. I'll ask him tomorrow. After talking a bit more with Sister Yi returned to her room. However, before she could seek Mr. Jiang's advice, Lin Yumei came knocking at the door. Lin Yumei asked, is Mrs. Yu resting? No, is there something you need? Sister Yi replied as she opened the door. However, since Brother Yi was in the room, it wasn't convenient to let her in. Fortunately, Lin Yumei had already thought it through and smiled as she said, thanks to Madame Yu's support, I prepared a few small dishes and a jar of fruit wine for her. I would like to invite Madame Yu over for a drink. Great, I'll come over right away, replied Sister Yi. Although she hadn't consulted Mr. Jiang yet, she knew Lin Yumei was quite clever. Since they had invited her, they must have something in mind, so it would be good to hear what they wanted to discuss. On the way back, it was the same as before. Mr. Jiang had one carriage, while Sister Yi and her family shared another, and Lin Yumei, Feng Yueying, and Wu Ying shared a third, so there wasn't much opportunity for private conversation. Once they returned to the Jiang residence, Lin Yumei couldn't wait to pull Feng Yueying aside to discuss things. After reaching a consensus, the next step was to have an open and honest chat with Sister Yi. Lin Yumei was impatient and couldn't wait until the next day. She went out to buy a few small dishes and a jar of fruit wine, then directly invited Sister Yi over. The three of them closed the door and began their discussion. Meanwhile, back at the Qin residence, just after being allowed to rest by Madame Qin, Granny Jiang was called into young Master Qin Huishuan's room by a maid named Lan Shuang. "Please have a seat, Granny," Qin Huishuan said, showing respect to the elder who served Madame Qin. "I wouldn't dare. I wonder why the young master has summoned me," Granny Jiang replied. Having served Madame Qin for many years, she was still the most trusted. Qin Huishuan's politeness was a reflection of his upbringing. He respected her not for herself, but for Madame Qin's sake. No matter how valued, a servant remained a servant, so she maintained a humble attitude in front of Qin Huishuan. "You don't need to be so formal. Please sit and talk," Qin Huishuan said, taking a seat first. Granny Jiang then adjusted herself and sat down on the embroidered stool. "Where are Yang Xing and Wang Dafeng working now?" Qin Huishuan asked. Granny Jiang was surprised by the question and paused before responding. What made the young master think to ask about them? "Am I not allowed to ask?" Qin Huishuan raised his gaze slightly towards Granny Jiang. After so many years of service, even having accompanied Madame Qin to the palace, Granny Jiang felt a chill from being scrutinized by a child not yet 10 years old. "That's not what I meant," Granny Jiang said, bowing slightly. Yang Xing and his family were sent to the southern farm to work the land because they misused the Qin family's name and damaged our reputation. Qin Huishuan had previously thought that after Madame Qin learned about the actions of the Yang couple, she would surely deal with them. However, Qin Huishuan raised his gaze slightly towards Granny Jiang. "Mother is too lenient." Qin Huishuan frowned and said, "Such wicked servants should be punished and sold off." Seeing that he was not satisfied with this punishment, Grandma Jiang quickly explained, "Young master, you may not know, but our Qin family has always treated our servants kindly and has never had a precedent for punishing or selling them. Moreover, if we let these wicked servants go, they will surely harbor resentment. They may not dare to cause trouble for us, but they might seek revenge on the Yi family. As the saying goes, a gentleman is easy to deal with, but a petty person is hard to guard against." This is the reason. What Grandma Jiang did not say was that the southern farm where Madame Qin sent the two is not a nice place like the water towns of Jiangnan, but a remote and desolate area, damp and hot year-round, filled with pests and snakes. Working there would be much harder than simply being driven out of the house. Upon hearing this, Qin Huishuan's anger subsided a little. Mother must have considered this thoroughly. I was mistaken. Grandma Jiang dared not criticize Qin Huishuan and quickly said, "Young master, it is normal to despise evil. Madam has to consider many factors in managing the household. I understand now. Thank you for your help today, Grandma Jiang." After Qin Huishuan spoke, Song Tao quickly presented the prepared reward money. Grandma Jiang hesitated for a moment before accepting it, saying, "If the young master has no other instructions, I will take my leave. Go ahead. With the year-end approaching, Mother is busy with many matters, and we will rely on you to help." Grandma Jiang understood and said, "I am old and cannot be of much help. I only wish not to add to Madam's troubles. You have been by Mother's side for many years, so you are the most reliable." Qin Huishuan finally showed a faint smile and stood to see her off. Once outside Qin Huishuan's room, Grandma Jiang let out a sigh of relief, realizing she was drenched in cold sweat. She resolved not to tell Madame Qin about this matter. It was not that she was disloyal to Madame Qin, but the young master, having grown up beside General Wen, already had a strong presence at such a young age. Given time when he grows up, as a member of Madame Qin's dowry, she had to consider her descendants as well. Moreover, the young master had not asked anything inappropriate and posed no threat to Madame Qin. At this moment, when the mother-son relationship had not yet been repaired, speaking about it would only add to her worries. After Granny Jiang left, Qin Huishuan went to Lady Qin's room to pay his respects as usual and had dinner together. When he returned to his place in the evening, Lan Shuang had already prepared warm water for his bath. "Stay to help me, and let the others go," Qin Huishuan said casually, while soaking in the hot water with his eyes closed. Lan Shuang sent the others away and came forward to undo his braid, carefully combing his hair without asking any questions. The room was filled with steam, and after a long while, Qin Huishuan suddenly asked, "Have the brothers Lung Zheng and Lung Rong settled in?" "They have rented a place in the south of the city," Lan Shuang replied softly. "Tell them to check on Wang Dafeng's family," Qin Huishuan instructed without much thought. Lan Shuang didn't ask further and simply agreed, then continued to wash his hair. After some time, Qin Huishuan added, "Once you find them, send them to a family reunion in the south." Lan Shuang showed no surprise at his words, as if he were merely discussing what he wanted for breakfast the next morning, and gently acknowledged him. Only then did Qin Huishuan completely relax, allowing Lan Shuang to scrub his back. After the bath, back in his room, Lan Shuang used a dry towel to help him dry his hair, while he played with the Jingbaling gift from Qing Tian, hoping to bring out its jade-like quality soon. When he showed it to Qing Tian, she would surely widen her eyes in surprise. Lan Shuang noticed that Qin Huishuan's demeanor had softened and carefully said, "A while ago, the master heard that the young master likes walnuts and had someone send a string of 18 beads from Jingbaling. I think they look nice, and it's not easy to gather a full string. Would you like to take them out to play with?" Qin Huishuan, however, showed no interest and said, "Since it was a gift from my father, it should be recorded and properly stored." In Fengli County, Sister Yi and Lin Yumei were chatting happily. Having both had some drinks, they spoke directly without beating around the bush. After hearing Sister Yi express her concerns, Lin Yumei replied without hesitation, "Sister Yu, since we are willing to work with you, we won't be picky. It doesn't make sense to only go where the pay is high. But those rural banquets, after working all morning, only pay a few hundred coins, which truly undervalues your skills." Sister Yi certainly didn't mind sharing the money with them. This time, the flower banquet was quite profitable, but the countryside banquets I promised earlier only earned a few silver coins. Even if I don't take a single coin for myself and share it among the three of us, it still feels a bit embarrassing. But Lin Yumei understands her feelings well. "Madam Yu, now that we are familiar, I can speak freely. We are not as impressive as you think. If it weren't for our good luck being chosen by Mr. Jiang this time, we usually just handle countryside banquets. You think we meet noble people from the capital every day? We know the rules. For countryside banquets, I earn 150 won as a helper, and Mei Ying, with her excellent knife skills, earns 200 won. As long as you don't mind us, we will stick with you from now on." I don't mind," Sister Yi exclaimed with joy upon hearing this, quickly filling their cups and toasting before drinking it all in one go. Feng Meiying didn't say much, letting Lin Yumei take the lead, while she helped the two by serving dishes and pouring wine. Once the conversation flowed, Sister Yi discovered that Feng Meiying not only had great knife skills, but could also read and write. "I didn't expect you to be so talented, Meiying. I really underestimated you." Her father was a scholar and even opened a private school, teaching Meiying many characters. Unfortunately, her father passed away young, or else she wouldn't need to work as a helper to earn money for the family. If her father were still here, she would probably be a refined young lady by now, maybe even married to a good family as a proper wife. "You've had too much to drink." Feng Meiying glared at Lin Yumei upon hearing this. "I'm sorry, I won't say any more," Lin Yumei quickly apologized, then raised her cup and drank it all, saying, "I'll drink this as punishment."
"You."
Feng Meiying took the paper that Sister Yi handed her and read it carefully. Babu Village, the Zhua family. Shuangmiao Village, the Ding family. Shujiatai Village, the Su family. Although Lin Yumei couldn't read, she easily connected with people and could recognize many families from the surrounding villages. especially for helpers like them. They couldn't just wait for opportunities to come. They had to seek out work themselves. Banquets mainly involve two types of celebrations, joyous and solemn. For solemn occasions, they can't take on work unless the timing is right. If there's time, they accept. If not, they let it go, as these things aren't usually booked in advance. Joyous occasions are generally divided into wedding banquets and birthday celebrations. To gather information on these two matters, Lin Yumei cleverly befriended a well-known matchmaker in Fengli County and has now recognized her as a godmother. The matchmaker is skilled at connecting people and knows all the suitable young individuals in the area, as well as the details about their families. The reason Jean, the matchmaker, became the most famous in Fengli County is her sharp mind. She knows at least 85% of the unmarried men and women in the entire county. She can even recount what the ancestors of a family did, who currently lives there, and their ages and zodiac signs. By becoming close to her, Lin Yumei has gained insight into most of the upcoming celebrations in Fengli County. As Feng Yueying mentions various family names, most match what Lin Yumei already knows. Zhua Changdong's family should be hosting a birthday celebration. Their elder is turning 89 this year, so they will celebrate the big 90. Ding Chao's family is bringing in a bride. They must be quite pleased with her if they are willing to host a banquet. Su Jincheng's son is still young, but this year they are marrying off a daughter. His wife is clever and has chosen a wealthy family for their daughter, ensuring a good match. They probably plan to host a welcome banquet to support their daughter and make a good impression on the new son-in-law. Listening to Lin Yumei speak so confidently, Feng Yueying and she worked well together. Additionally, Feng Yueying's literacy surprised Sister Yi, as it meant she could write for future matters without bothering anyone else. Thinking of this, Sister Yi remembered she needed to earn money quickly, as she wanted to move to the capital and send Xing Tian to a girls' school. As Lin Yumei and Sister Yi chatted more, they enjoyed each other's company and drank a lot. Sister Yi, having grown up in a harsh environment where winter lasted more than half the year, was used to drinking a little to keep warm. However, her drinking capacity was no match for Lin Yumei, who soon became quite tipsy. Seeing Lin Yumei nearly slipping under the table, Sister Yi smiled and said to Feng Yueying, "You should take care of her. I'm heading home." "Let me walk you back, Sister Yi," Feng Yueying offered. "No need, it's just a short walk and I'm fine," Sister Yi replied as she headed outside. Feng Yueying saw that she was indeed walking steadily and then looked at Lin Yumei, who had already fallen to the ground, so she decided to take care of the latter first. Sister Yi was in a good mood today, and since it had been a while since she had drunk, she might have overdone it a bit. While inside the house, she didn't feel it, but once outside in the night breeze, she felt dizzy and could barely stand. Fortunately, the side room was not far from the main room, and she stumbled her way in. However, she tripped on the flat ground and fell against the door of the east room. Yi Laoda had already put Xing Tian to sleep and was waiting for Sister Yi to return when he heard the noise and got up to check. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door, Sister Yi fell right in. Yi Laoda quickly reached out to catch her. A drunk person is heavy and lacks strength. If it weren't for Yi Laoda's usual strength, he might not have been able to catch her. Even so, he stumbled a bit, and they almost fell together. Yi Laoda used his arms to hold her up, preventing Sister Yi from falling face first onto the floor. At that moment, Sister Yi was completely unaware of how dangerous it had been. Seeing Yi Laoda's face so close, she reached out and hooked her arm around him. You guess what I just talked about with Yumei and Yueying? Of course, they want to follow you. How did you know? Sister Yi looked at Yi Laoda, feeling a bit fuzzy and unable to see clearly. You didn't eavesdrop, did you? Me eavesdrop on you? Yi Laoda was truly helpless with this drunkard. He used his strength to lift Sister Yi onto the bed, helping her sit properly against the pillows. Sit here for a moment. I'll go get some water for you to wash your face and wake up. Sister Yi nodded, but she wouldn't let go of Yi Laoda's hand and pulled him closer. Yi Laoda thought she understood him and relaxed his guard, but before he could straighten up, he was suddenly pulled down onto Sister Yi. Sister Yi, having drunk too much, had completely forgotten that Xing Tian was sleeping nearby. She was pinned down and said, "What's the rush? Take it slow." As she spoke, her hands skillfully began to untie Yi Laoda's belt. Yi Laoda had one hand protecting Sister Yi and the other propped up on the bed, making it difficult for him to move. Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, he met his daughter's bright eyes. Qing Tian had been woken up by the noise. The two people next to her were fighting like bears. If she didn't wake up now, it seemed she wasn't just asleep but had fainted. Qing Tian rubbed her eyes and sleepily asked, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" Yi Laoda was so startled that he rolled off Yi Saw, falling straight to the ground. Yi Saw, hearing Qing Tian call her mom, regained some clarity. She looked down and realized she was still holding onto Yi Laoda's belt. She quickly tossed the belt to the ground and went to hug Qing Tian, but then remembered the smell of alcohol on her. "Your dad and I were discussing taking you to the market tomorrow. You need to sleep quickly, or you won't have enough energy to enjoy yourself," she said. "Okay, I'll go to sleep," Qing Tian replied softly. Fortunately, she had only been disturbed and wasn't fully awake, so she lay back down and quickly fell asleep again. Yi Saw sighed in relief and leaned against the bed. Yi Laoda awkwardly got up from the floor, holding his pants up with one hand and picking up the belt with the other. "How can you act like this in front of the child?" Yi Saw scolded him, feeling embarrassed. Yi Laoda didn't want to argue with someone who was drunk. After fastening his belt, he went out to get a basin of warm water for her to wash up. "Wash up quickly and go to bed. We need to go to the market tomorrow," Yi Laoda said, noticing Yi Saw looking at him as if she didn't remember. "Did you forget what you just said? You told Qing Tian you would take her to the market. You might forget, but she won't. She'll be up early waiting for you. Let's see what you do then." As he spoke, he pressed a half-dry cloth on Yi Saw's face. The warm towel felt nice on her face, and the effects of the alcohol began to fade, making her feel more awake. "Oh, I haven't drunk in a long time, and I ended up drinking too much today. I almost got drunk." "Well, if you say you almost did, then you almost did." Yi Laoda stretched his back, helped Yi Saw wash up, and after disposing of the water, he returned to bed. The next day, Qing Tian indeed woke up early. She didn't cry or fuss but patiently sat in front of Yi Saw, waiting for her to wake up and help her wash and change clothes. After breakfast, she was eager to go out to the market. Although Phongla County's lively area was only a couple of streets, not being able to go out these days had really made Qing Tian restless. Getting some fresh air was a good thing. Sister Yi woke up feeling fuzzy and sensed that someone was watching her. When she opened her eyes, she was startled to see Qing Tian's face. Seeing her awake, Qing Tian clapped her hands happily and said, "Mom, it's time to get up. Aren't we going to the market today?" Sister Yi rubbed her aching temples. The feeling after a hangover was quite unpleasant, but thankfully, she hadn't drunk too much the night before. Just then, the door creaked open and Brother Yi entered with breakfast. "Awake?"
"Come eat,"
he said, placing the food on the table. He then picked up Qing Tian and took her outside to wash up. Sister Yi sat on the bed for a moment, trying to fully wake up before getting up to wash. After breakfast, the family got ready. Brother Yi tucked all their money into his belt and tightened it around his waist. He then picked up Qing Tian and led Sister Yi and Sister San out the door. They were worried about Sister San carrying so much money, so they first took her to the carpenter's shop to leave her with Brother San before heading back to prepare for their outing. They soon arrived at the entrance of the alley they had been to before. Remembering Widow Lu's family, Sister Yi frowned and said, "Shouldn't we take another route?" Brother Yi replied, "This road isn't owned by her family. Everyone can use it. Why should we make it harder on ourselves for them?" Sister Yi thought he had a point. "Don't worry, I have enough strength to protect both of you. Going this way is perfect. I can stop by the leather shop to check on my deer hide." Hearing Brother Yi say this, Sister Yi decided not to insist on changing their path. However, just a few steps into the alley, they heard a commotion ahead. Looking up, they saw a crowd gathered, with Widow Lu standing on the steps, excitedly saying, "I told you all that my daughter is beautiful, but you didn't believe me. Now you see, right? If she weren't pretty, would she be able to marry the steward from the Qin family?" Last year, my son-in-law was sent to manage the estate in the south, and I was worried I wouldn't see my daughter this year. Who knew my son-in-law was so thoughtful and wanted to bring our whole family to enjoy life in the south. Widow Lu had previously left the village feeling defeated, a decision she had made herself, but she had always been proud. Now, with the news that her daughter and son-in-law were coming to bring them together, her heart felt lighter, and her face brightened with joy. She was happily listening to the neighbor's flattery when she suddenly looked up and saw the Yi family standing not far away, watching her.
Hey, who is that?
Widow Lu shouted, "This is truly a blessing from heaven, letting you witness the glory of my family. Don't think that just because you got the old house back, you've won. It's because my family doesn't care about it anymore." Wang Zhengbao joined in the fun, making faces at Qing Tian and said, "We're going to enjoy life in the southern village." "You've never been to the south, right?" Qing Tian pressed her lips together. Although she didn't know what the south was like, seeing Widow Lu's family so cheerful, it must be a much better place than here. But Brother Qin clearly said that if she was bullied in the future, she could tell him. How could the Qin family help those who had bullied her? Although Chunhua didn't jump around like Wang Zhengbao, the smile on her face was hard to hide. Even if Qing Tian had loving parents, she would still spend her life in the poor village of Rongxi, eventually marrying a man with a similar background, having a few children, and living a hard life like the Jiang family. Her parents preferred her brother, but her aunt had married well. After going to the south, as long as she could win her aunt's favor, she might get help in finding a match with a small steward from the Qin family, ensuring her future would be much better than Qing Tian's. The brothers Leng Zheng and Leng Rong were already tired of Widow Lu's boasting. They had previously ignored her, but now that they saw the luggage was all tied up, they urged Widow Lu's family to get in the car. Wang Dalong took his son into the first car and called for Wang Dahu to join them. Then he told Jiang, who was still below, "You take Chunhua and sit in the second car with mother." Wang Dalong didn't even mock Yi Laoda. Instead, he pretended to be calm and collected. After this trip, his status would be worlds apart from Yi Laoda's. He had only heard about the soft-spoken women of Jiangnan in stories, never expecting he would have the chance to experience it himself. He felt excited and thrilled, thinking that looking at Yi Laoda even once would lower his own status. However, the mule cart seemed strange. Why did it even have bars on the windows? Just as Wang Dalong was puzzled, the doors of both cars were locked from the outside. The people inside were immediately startled. "What are you doing? Are you really sent by the Great Phoenix? You can't be robbers, can you?" Leng Zheng tapped the carriage wall with a dagger. Once Lu Guafu's family quieted down and stopped shouting, he said, "When did we say we were from the Qin family? Your daughter and son-in-law are currently clearing land to farm in Guanyang County, which is under the administration of Guilin in Guangxi. They asked us to find their family and help them reunite." "What does that have to do with the Qin family?"
What?
Wang Dalong didn't know where Guilin or Guanyang County was, but he had heard of Guangxi before while growing up near the imperial city. Though he only knew bits and pieces from others' conversations, all the information about that place shared a few common themes: remote, wild, full of poisonous insects and miasma. Anyone sent there for an official position was clearly in trouble with the emperor. Starting a new job there was like being exiled. Now, they were supposed to go there to clear land? Wang Dalong thought he must have misheard. Wang Zhengbao didn't understand Guangxi, but he knew what clearing land meant. But didn't Grandma say that Aunt was taking the whole family to enjoy a good life? Wasn't Uncle in charge of the Qin family? Shouldn't they just supervise while others did the work? Though confused, looking at the barred windows and the locked doors, Wang Zhengbao quickly realized something. They clearly set this up to prevent their family from escaping, which showed that going to Guangxi was indeed not a good thing. While a child could see this, the adults in the family, except for Wang Dahu, were already pale and trembling. Wang Dalong tried to control his emotions and said, "You two brothers are really funny. Please stop joking with us." Leng Zheng looked at his worn face and thought, "Who is your brother?" Leng Rong said directly, "Who has time to joke with you? Get ready, and let's leave quickly. The sooner we go, the sooner you can reunite." As the driver cracked the whip and the mule began to move slowly, Wang Dalong finally panicked. He grabbed the bars of the window and shook them hard, shouting, "Let us out. You are robbing us in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid we will report you?" Cold Zheng and Cold Rong were not afraid, but to keep him calm, Cold Zheng took out a piece of paper filled with writing and waved it in front of Wang Dalong, saying, "Look closely. This is your brother-in-law's handwritten letter. We are just doing a job for the money we were given." Widow Lu helplessly leaned on the railing and shouted to the onlookers, "Please, neighbors, is there anyone kind enough to help us report this to the authorities?" However, during her time living here, she had offended all her neighbors. So, everyone came to watch the spectacle, but no one stepped forward to help. Instead, some made sarcastic comments. "Don't you see what your family has? Is it worth all this trouble?" "Exactly. Your daughter and son-in-law are taking you there out of filial piety. Didn't you just say that the South is better than the capital?" "I think the government's land reclamation policy is quite good. They give you land deeds for the land you clear and exempt you from taxes for 3 years. If you work hard, you could quickly become a wealthy landowner." The neighbors' taunts felt like whips against Widow Lu's face and heart. Just moments ago, she had been so proud, but now she felt completely humiliated. It was as if she had fallen from the heights of a phoenix to realize she was just a common bird. Cold Rong said, "It's getting late. We should hurry. The journey is not short, and if we delay, we might miss the family reunion for the new year." The leading coachman immediately cracked his whip, and the mule pulling the cart quickened its pace. The other mules followed suit and soon disappeared around the corner. Yi Laoda and his wife, holding Qing Tian, were stunned by the sudden turn of events. It was so dramatic, even more exciting than stories told in tea houses. After the Cold brothers handled the situation and were about to leave, they brushed past Yi Laoda's family when suddenly Qing Tian exclaimed, "I've seen these 2 uncles before." Both men were taken aback. "Where did you see them?" asked Yi Dasaw. "I saw them at the market in Tianjin before." Qing Tian had a good memory. Although the Cold brothers had changed their clothes, she recognized them immediately. Cold Rong smiled and said, "We did visit Tianjin last month. Who would have thought we would have this connection? It's a pity we were busy shopping and didn't notice you," he added. Yi Laoda quickly cupped his hands and said, "The child speaks without thinking. I apologize for any offense." "It's no problem at all. A little girl as lovely as her should have been noticed sooner." Leng Rong smiled and said. Leng Jing shot him a glance and said, "Let's go." Seeing him stride forward and quickly walk out of the alley, Leng Rong hurriedly followed. Once the 2 of them had disappeared from sight, Yi Laoda turned to his daughter and said, "Qing Tian, in the future, if you see people like that on the street, keep your distance and don't talk to them casually." "Did you see how they had daggers at their waists?
You can't mess with people like that.
If you say the wrong thing and anger them. Do you understand?" Yi Laoda went on for a while, and Yi Dazhao nodded in agreement. Qing Tian promised several times that she wouldn't dare again, and only then did the couple relax. The 3 of them first headed straight to the bank, exchanged all their silver for banknotes, and after Yi Dazhao wrapped the banknotes in a handkerchief and tucked them safely away, they felt relieved and began to stroll around the street. Meanwhile, after arriving at the carpentry shop, Yi San-sa was warmly told by the young master, "Yi San-ge, since your wife is here to see you, take a day off to spend time with her." Yi Lao-san and Yi San-sa exchanged polite words, and seeing that the young master was sincere, they thanked him and agreed. "I'll go change my clothes and then we can go out and buy some things," Yi Lao-san said. "I'll come with you. I have something to discuss," she replied. "What's wrong with you today? Does your stomach hurt? You seem like you can't stand up straight," Yi Sen-sa noticed. With so much silver she had never seen before tucked away, she felt anxious the whole way. She wanted to protect it but was afraid someone would notice and try to steal it. In the end, she could only hunch over awkwardly, trying not to let anyone see what she was carrying. "Let's talk inside," Yi Sen-sa said, pulling Yi Lao-san into his home, slamming the door shut and locking it from the inside. She then checked the windows, making sure the half-open window was securely closed and locked. "Isn't it a bit much to do this in broad daylight?" Yi Laosen felt a bit embarrassed seeing this. Then he saw Yi Sen-saw starting to unfasten her clothes. Yi Laosen thought that it had indeed been a while since they had been close. Not just Yi Sen-saw, he had been thinking about it too. Most importantly, everyone was busy working outside, and there was no one in the yard. Thinking of this, Yi Laosen also began to loosen his clothes. Yi Sen-saw thought he was just changing clothes and didn't pay much attention. After taking off her outer garment, she pulled off her inner garment and then untied a wide cloth belt that was tightly secured around her waist. "What is this?" Yi Laosen looked confused and asked, "Why are you wearing that? I've never seen you in it before." When Yi Sen-saw looked up, she saw her husband standing there without any clothes, and her face turned bright red. "Why did you take everything off? You could have just changed your shirt and pants. You scared me," Yi Sen-saw said, a bit annoyed. Only then did Yi Laosen realize he misunderstood. Afraid of being teased by his wife, he quickly found a clean outfit from the bed and started to get dressed. As he put on his clothes, he made excuses, saying, "I was sweating from working, so I thought I'd change into something comfortable." Fortunately, Yi Sen-saw was mostly focused on the money, so he easily covered up his mistake. Once Yi Laosen was dressed, Yi Sen-saw mysteriously waved him over and said, "Come look at this." "What is it?" Yi Laosen, who had been a bit curious, lost interest when he realized he had misunderstood. But then he heard the sound of coins, and a small pile of silver on the bed immediately caught his attention. "Where did this come from?" "I earned it."
Ihr san sao thip lit su đi li.
She couldn't show off in front of others, and with Yi Dasaw, she always felt like she was taking advantage. But now, with just her husband, she felt free to boast. "This 2 taels is my wages and a bonus from Mr. Jiang. The rest is what the princess and other ladies gave me at the flower banquet." "How much is this?" Yi Laosen asked, surprised and stumbling over his words. "I don't have a scale, so who knows?" Yi Sen-saw said, "But I think there must be at least 20 taels." "Wife, you are amazing." Yi Laosen repeated this several times, making Yi Sen-saw blush. "From now on, I can help support our family too." Back when they were outside the pass, both of his sisters-in-law had their own skills, while she felt average at everything. But she didn't think much of it then, as everyone was busy just trying to survive in that harsh place. No matter their skills, it was hard to make money, and everyone seemed to be on the same level. But once they entered the pass, the differences became clear. Though Yi Sen-saw didn't say it out loud, she certainly thought about it. Even though she earned money thanks to her sister-in-law's support, she worked hard and didn't feel guilty about it. Yi San's wife gathered the scattered silver coins together and said a bit shyly, "I really feel like I haven't accomplished much. This little bit of silver makes me worry about dropping it if I hang it on my waist, and I fear losing it if I keep it in my pocket. Last night, I couldn't sleep, so I got up and sewed this cloth belt to wear around my waist." Yi Laosen finally understood why his wife had been walking as if she had a stomach ache. He couldn't help but gently tuck her loose hair behind her ear, feeling a bit sorry for her. "If it were me, I would be even less experienced than you." Yi San's wife laughed and replied, "That's why we are a couple. Neither of us has seen much of the world." Elder brother and sister-in-law said they would save the money we earned in the bank and exchange it for banknotes. "What do you think we should do?" "Whatever you decide, I trust you," Yi Laosen said without hesitation. "I think since sister-in-law has already taken on quite a few banquets, and you can continue to earn money at the carpenter shop, we should keep just 2 taels of loose silver on hand and exchange the rest for banknotes."
All right.
"You make the decision. I have no objections."
Ihr lao san not that.
Then it's settled. Yi San's wife looked at the scattered silver on the bed and smiled broadly. "When we fled from the famine, who would have thought we would have such good days now?" Yi San's wife pushed the scattered silver coins toward Yi Laosen. "Hold on to this for a moment. I can't stand this anxious feeling anymore." Yi Laosen gathered the coins together and placed them in the belt his wife had sewn, tucking it inside his outer coat. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned to grab a wooden box from the bed. The box looked freshly made, unpainted but very smooth, with no rough edges at all. "What is this?" You asked me to make building blocks for Qing Tian, Yi Lao San said as he opened the box. Inside the box was a clever mechanism that, when opened, revealed several layers of trays, each holding various shapes of building blocks. Moreover, the blocks in each layer fit together perfectly. Although Yi San's wife couldn't explain why, seeing this made her feel inexplicably comfortable. She picked up a block, unsure of what type of wood it was, but it felt a bit heavy in her hand, not light and flimsy, and it was all polished very smoothly. I originally thought this would be enough, but now I wonder if it's too plain. Maybe I should add some color to make it look nicer. Yes, we should add some color. I remember the ones in the store are very colorful, and kids love pretty things. I was actually thinking of finishing this early today so you could take it home for Qing Tian to play with, but I guess we'll have to wait until next time. Yi Lao San said as he closed the box and put it back. Take some time to see how the store does it. They do such a great job, and if the coloring goes wrong, it won't be good. I can't color, Yi Lao San replied, but there is someone in the store who is good at it. Not only do they color beautifully, but they can also draw. I'll treat them to a meal and ask for their help. Then I'll save some money for you. Yi Sen-saw suddenly remembered, now that you're working in the store with so many people and you're living alone, there will definitely be someone who doesn't like it. When you have free time, treat everyone to something to eat. You're all alone in the city, and there's no one to support you. It's best to get along well with everyone, so I can feel more at ease at home. Yi San-saw fussed a bit and took out a few silver coins from her belt, placing them in the drawer of the kangqin. Yi Lao San didn't think he needed it, but he liked that his wife cared for him, so he didn't refuse. Anyway, he would have to bring it home to her in the end. The couple took their time, and by the time they were ready to go out, it was almost lunchtime. Lin Yumei's husband, Wang Ge, was the first to come back. As soon as he entered and saw the couple, he smiled and greeted them. Sister-in-law, why not eat first before you leave? You all eat. We're going out to grab a bite, and we'll bring you back something delicious. Yi Sen-saw replied with a smile. Sister-in-law, please don't go to any trouble. The food here is quite good and filling. What's the trouble? Your brother is alone in the city and is quite reserved. After I go back, I'll need you all to help take care of him. Sister-in-law, you worry too much. Although Brother Sen doesn't talk much, he often takes care of us. After some small talk, Yi Lao San and Yi Sen-saw headed out straight to the bank. After exchanging the silver for banknotes, Yi Sen-saw wrapped them in a cloth and tucked them into her pocket, feeling a bit more at ease. Let's go, I'll take you out to eat. Yi Lao San said, taking the initiative for once. A few days ago, Xiao Wang took me to a noodle shop that was really good. I want you to try it. Oh, the sun is shining today? You, who usually don't think much, are actually taking me to eat something good? Sister Yi San was joking on the outside, but she felt very happy inside. Coincidentally, the two of them arrived at the noodle shop and ran into Yi Laoda's family, who were just about to eat. This noodle shop was busy and crowded because of its popularity. Yi Laoda's family had been waiting for a while and finally got a table. Seeing so many people at the entrance, Sister Yi San felt a bit hesitant. Should we go eat somewhere else? How long will we have to wait? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a familiar voice calling out, Sen Su, Sen Auntie. Oh, isn't that Big Brother's family? What a coincidence. Yi Laoda asked the waiter to add 2 more stools and invited Yi Lao San and his wife to join them. Just now, Lao San said he had been here before and thought the food was good, so he insisted on bringing me. Big brother, big sister, how did you know about this place? Yi Sa replied, we were just wandering around the street and saw so many people in line. Qing Tian was curious and wanted to try it, so we decided to have lunch here. I said that with so many people waiting, the food must be good. Since Yi Lao San and his wife joined, Yi Laoda called the waiter again, ordered 2 more bowls of noodles, and added a plate of cold dishes. The cold dishes arrived quickly. Yi Laoda initially ordered a plate of 5-spice crispy fish, but after seeing Yi Lao San, he added a platter of assorted meats, which included pork head, pig ears, pig tongue, and pig heart. The restaurant also served 2 small dishes, shredded mustard greens with sesame oil and diced pickled radish. Waiter, bring a pot of wine to drink, Yi Lao Sin called out. Sister Yi Sin nudged him and whispered, "What are you drinking wine for in broad daylight? Since we don't have to work today, a little wine won't hurt." Seeing this, Yi Lao said, "Sister-in-law, it's fine. We'll share a pot. We won't get drunk. Since Big Brother said so, then go ahead and drink." Actually, Sister Yi Sin felt a bit sorry for Yi Lao San after hearing his words. It made sense. He worked alone outside and probably didn't dare to drink much, especially since he was repairing valuable old furniture, which required careful work. If he broke something, he couldn't afford to pay for it. It was hard work, both physically and mentally, and it was rare for him to have a chance to drink a little wine. It wasn't a big deal. Once the wine arrived, the two brothers quickly started drinking with the dishes. Yida Saw fed some crispy fish to Ching Tian to cheer her up while quietly discussing the widow Lu's family with Sister Yi San. Really? Sister Ye's eyes lit up as she listened, and after hearing everything, she felt very regretful. Oh no, I really missed out. I should have joined you all and not missed such a big event. I really want to see the expression on Widow Lu's face at that moment. This is just too satisfying. It makes me feel so good that I think I could eat another bowl of noodles. Just then, a waiter came over with a tray and said, "Sir, our noodles are famous for being generous. Looking at your size, you definitely can't eat 2 bowls." As he spoke, he placed a bowl of noodles in front of everyone. Each bowl was almost as big as a hat, and the toppings were nearly overflowing. Big Brother Yi ordered the restaurant's signature noodles, and it was unclear what all was inside. Upon seeing it, Sister Yi exclaimed, "This is pork belly, black fungus, daylily, eggs, and shiitake mushrooms, right? You're quite observant." "That's exactly it." The waiter praised her. However, an old man nearby grunted disapprovingly and said, "Aren't those the usual toppings for these noodles? Does she really need to say that?" The waiter, being reasonable, defended Big Brother Ye's family, saying, "Sir, that's a bit harsh. These guests clearly aren't from the capital and might be trying our noodles for the first time. It's normal for them not to know what's in it." The old man, perhaps feeling guilty, huffed again but remained silent. The Yi family, seeing his age, didn't want to argue. Only Ching Tian was unhappy with the old man's mockery of Sister Yi and made a fierce face at him, which to others looked more like a cute child making a silly face. The old man felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head to eat without saying anything. Sister Yi asked the waiter for a small bowl, took out a bit of noodles to cool, and then added some toppings to mix in. Once it was at a good temperature, she began to feed Ching Tian. "Is it good?" Sister Yi asked after a couple of bites. "It's not as good as what Mom makes." Sister Yi had previously taught Ching Tian that such comments were fine at home but should not be said outside, especially when eating at a restaurant, as it could be seen as rude. Ching Tian usually listened well, but today she wanted to cheer Sister Yi up after the earlier incident, so she said it to make her happy. So she spoke softly, but the old man, despite his age, had sharp hearing. After hearing what Ching Tian said, he turned to Sister Yi and said, "All right, to get my attention, you really will do anything. Using a child like this, don't you feel ashamed?" At this, Yi Lao Da's anger, which he had been holding back, began to rise. "Sir, we don't know each other well, and sitting in the same noodle shop is a coincidence. We didn't mind your rude words because we saw you were older. But doing this repeatedly is not right." Other customers at the tables also thought the old man seemed a bit strange. However, the old man didn't think he was in the wrong. He crossed his arms and raised his chin, saying, "If you think you can do better than the owner of this shop, then go show your skills in the kitchen. I respect capable people. But if you can't do better, you'll learn what happens when you try to get my attention with tricks like this." Ching Tian felt she might have caused trouble and quickly hid in Sister Ye's arms, burying her head and saying, "Mom, this grandpa is scary." The staff nearby were confused. How did it suddenly turn into a challenge to cook in the kitchen? Didn't anyone ask the shopkeeper if they could go back there? Yi Lao Da's angry expression slowly turned to sympathy. He sat down, pointed to his head, and said, "I guess he has the same problem as Wu Lao Lu." The other members of the Yi family understood immediately. Ching Tian nodded in agreement. Wu Lao Lu was a madman from a nearby village. It was said that he wasn't always crazy, but one year while cutting trees, a falling tree hit his head. He survived but became a bit unhinged, and the villagers stopped calling him Wu Lao Lu and instead called him Wu Biaozi. After it was clear that Wu Lao Lu couldn't be helped, his wife left him and their 2 children. Luckily, their daughter was 13 at the time and worked hard to support the family, taking care of Wu Lao Lu and her 3-year-old brother. Yi Laoda and his wife often used Wu Lao Lu to scare children. Don't eat properly, or Wu Biaozi will come and take you away, and if you don't sleep well, Wu Biaozi will eat you, were common sayings. This made Qing Tian very scared of Wu Biaozi at first. However, she later realized that Wu Biaozi was not a bad person. He never bullied her and sometimes even shared food he found, even if it was mostly spoiled and inedible. This didn't stop Qing Tian from thinking he was a good person. But the old man in front of her, even if he was a bit strange like Wu Biaozi, was definitely not as kind. He didn't know that the Yi family considered him a crazy person and that Qing Tian compared him unfavorably to other odd characters in her mind. Watching the Yi family eat their noodles, he began to feel confused. Could he have been mistaken? Were they really not approaching him because they knew his identity and were trying to get his attention with their words? Even if that were the case, he had already given them a chance. If they couldn't catch him, it was their fault. He thought about this and turned to continue eating his noodles, but after one bite, he frowned and spat it back into the bowl. He had been interrupted twice, and the noodles had become too soggy and lost their nice texture. He was picky and refused to eat something that wasn't good enough. This scene was noticed by a waiter, who became furious. "Are you really out of your mind?" The waiter shouted. "If you want to eat, then eat properly. If not, get out. There are so many people waiting outside. Who wants to see you spit out your food?" The restaurant was suddenly in an uproar. The old man was embarrassed and didn't know how to explain himself. Unexpectedly, Yi Laoda stood up to help him, saying, "This old man must have had an injury and is not thinking clearly.
I used to know someone like that.
He surely doesn't want to be this way. It's quite sad. Besides, he hasn't really bothered anyone, so let's not make a fuss about it." Upon hearing Yi Laoda, the others in the restaurant understood. After all, who would suddenly lash out at a stranger and say such strange things? And since even Yi Laoda, who had been bothered by him, didn't mind, the others naturally didn't care either. Everyone was praising the old man. "This brother has a big heart. It's truly rare. Come, let's raise a glass." It's not easy for a young person to have such generosity. This old man has really met a kind person. If it were me when I was young, I might have already started a fight. Hearing these comments, the old man's face turned red with anger. He tried to hold back but finally couldn't, slamming the table and standing up, saying, "You're the one who's crazy." But at that moment, both the staff and other customers in the shop glared at him. He had come alone today without any followers, and he felt a bit scared. Never mind, a wise person doesn't suffer losses in front of others. Even a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake. Besides, there were so many people. It felt like he had disturbed a hornet's nest. Thinking this, he took out a handful of coins and slammed them on the table before quickly leaving. As the staff came over to clean the table, he said, "I think this big brother hit the nail on the head. He definitely has a problem." He then set aside the bowl the old man had used, saying, "Don't worry, I'll take this bowl to the back to feed the pigs. It won't be used again." The customers all clapped and cheered, and the atmosphere in the shop became lively, attracting more people to line up for noodles. The shopkeeper watched the staff from behind the counter, admiring him. "This kid is clever. He should be trained further." After the old man left, the Yi family continued to eat their noodles. The portions at this place were indeed large and satisfying. Sister Yi shared a bowl with Qing Tian and both were full. Sister San Yi had a third of her bowl left and handed it to Brother Yi San. Brother Yi San, not one to waste food, happily finished it. Sister Yi looked over and asked Brother Yida, "Are you getting enough to eat?" "I'm almost full." Brother Yida looked at the few noodles left in his bowl but, following the principle of not wasting food, forced himself to finish them. Brother Yi San remarked, "Big brother's appetite isn't what it used to be." Sister San Yi nudged him, saying, "What's so great about eating a lot?" Sister Yi laughed and said, "Old San works hard in the shop every day, so it's normal for him to eat more. Your big brother has been at home taking care of the kids, and since Qing Tian is so well-behaved, it doesn't take much effort, so he naturally eats less. Isn't that right? If I went hunting every day, I could eat more than both of you combined." The two brothers had a few drinks and childishly started to compare their appetites. "All right, let's finish eating and leave quickly. There are people waiting outside for a meal." Sister Yi stood up with Qing Tian and was about to go to the counter to pay. Unexpectedly, Sister San Yi got there first. Sister Yi quickly put down Qing Tian to stop her. Seeing that his wife was no match for Sister Yi, Brother San Yi was about to step in to help, but Brother De Yi grabbed him. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Brother San Yi said. "Sister Yi is earning money, so it makes sense for us to pay for this meal. Besides, it's just a bowl of noodles, not a fancy feast. We can afford it." Brother De Yi tightened his grip and pulled Brother San Yi out of the shop. "Old three, I don't like what you just said. Sister San is earning money, but your sister-in-law is also earning money. She makes even more than your wife. And there are 3 of us eating while there are only 2 of you. It makes sense for us to pay. Plus, you know we are your big brother and sister-in-law, right? When we go out to eat, it's only right that we cover the cost." "Wait, big brother." Brother San Yi stumbled over his words, knowing that Brother De Yi was being unreasonable, but he didn't know how to argue back. At that moment, Sister Yi had already walked out of the shop with Qing Tian in her arms. Behind her was a dejected Sister San Yi, clearly having lost the battle to pay. Seeing this, Brother De Yi smiled in satisfaction and patted Brother San Yi on the shoulder, saying, "What are your plans for the afternoon? Are we going together or separately?" Brother San Yi replied, "We don't have anything planned, just wandering around the street." Brother De Yi was about to suggest they go together when he felt a pinch on his lower back. Though confused, he quickly swallowed his words. Sister Yi said, "You two go ahead and explore. We've been wandering for a whole morning. A stroll back to Jiang Yuanwai's house will be just right." Sure enough, as soon as Brother San Yi heard this, he immediately said, "All right, after we finish exploring, I'll take her back." After the two families parted ways, Brother De Yi rubbed his sore lower back and asked in confusion, "Why doesn't old 3 want to explore with us? Are you silly?" Sister Yi replied, exasperated. "They haven't seen each other in days and don't want us to interfere. Can't you see that?" Brother De Yi finally understood, scratching his head and saying, "Oh, I don't think that deeply." Who would have thought that after the two families separated, Sister Yi Sen would ask in confusion, "Why didn't you go with brother and sister-in-law? I was hoping sister-in-law could help me pick out some fabric to make clothes for the kids." As she spoke, a look of envy appeared on her face. "Look how much Qing Tian takes care of her clothes, and then look at those 2 rascals at home, always rolling around in the dirt. Those are my 2 sons. If you didn't know better, you'd think I had 2 little dirt bugs." Yi Lao Sen said, "I was thinking we could go check out the toy store." His words seemed a bit random, but Sister Yi San, having been with him for over 10 years, understood immediately. "That's true. I'll see which color is nice. You men don't have much taste." After browsing in the store for a while, Sister Yi San had a rough idea of what she wanted. Once outside, she asked, "Who is that person who can paint and draw? Does he have a wife? I think we should invite him out for dinner night. He can bring his wife too, so I can ask him about colors." "You know him?"
Ie Lao San Ziplit.
"I know many people, but I don't know him well, and I don't know his family situation. Talking too much could wear you out." "It's Brother Wang, Yu Mei's husband?" Sister Yi San exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Oh, this is easy. I forgot to tell you, Yu Mei is one of us now. She and Yueying are both working with sister-in-law from now on. Can you believe it? It's like finding a needle in a haystack, such a coincidence." That evening, Yi Lao San and Sister Yi San hosted a dinner for Lin Yumei and her family. Although they chose a small roadside restaurant, they picked one with private rooms for a quieter atmosphere to talk. When Brother Wang and Lin Yumei arrived with their 2 children, he immediately said, "Brother Yi San, why are you being so polite?" Sister Yi Sen couldn't help but laugh at this. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Did my brother say something wrong? I'm laughing at you too. You call him Brother Yi San, and he calls you Brother Wang. How does that even work? To her surprise, Lin Yumei burst into laughter, pulling Sister Yi San to sit down. Sister-in-law, you don't know. His name is Wang Ge, not brother as in older brother, but Ji as in singing. Everyone says his parents gave him that name to take advantage of it. No matter how old he is, everyone has to call him Brother Wang. Yi San's sister-in-law finally understood why he looked young but was called brother by everyone at the carpentry workshop. She had thought it was because he was particularly skilled. She never expected it to be for this reason. The four of them chatted and settled down. Lin Yumei's children were very well behaved. After greeting everyone, they sat quietly. Yi San's sister-in-law asked, "What are your names?"
How old are you?
The boy said, "Aunt San, my name is Wang Hao, and I am 7 years old." The girl said, "I am Wang Ping, and I am 5 years old." Yi San's sister-in-law envied how obedient other people's children were and asked the helper to bring some snacks for the kids to enjoy. "Aunt San, don't worry about them." After sitting for a while and not understanding why Yi San and his wife were treating them, Lin Yumei finally asked directly, "If you are treating us, there should be a reason. Otherwise, I can't accept this meal. Actually, I just want to ask your husband for a favor." After spending some time together, Yi San's sister-in-law knew Lin Yumei was straightforward, so she explained the situation with the building blocks. Lin Yumei replied, "Is that it? Aunt San, you're being too formal. You made money with Sister Yu, wanting to make building blocks for Qing Tian. Didn't I also earn money with her? Isn't it just painting the blocks? Does it really require such a formal meal?" Yi San's sister-in-law quickly said, "It's not just for the building blocks. Your brother is a quiet person. Honestly, if it weren't for saving money to send the kids to school, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting him work alone. Now that we are working together, I feel relieved knowing someone is looking out for him, which is why I invited you all to dinner. Aunt San, you mentioned we will be working together. You know my personality. Please don't do this kind of thing again. I thought you wanted to matchmake your son with my daughter." Oh my goodness. Yi San's sister-in-law was so taken aback that she reached to pinch her cheek. Is it appropriate to talk like that with the kids around? Be honest, are you their real mother or a stepmother? Lin Yumei's children seemed used to their mother's way of speaking. The little girl even smiled secretly. Her smile caught Yi San's sister-in-law's attention, making her look at her a bit longer. Yi Changxue was 7 years old, and Wang Ping was 5. The two children were of similar ages. After a few more years, if this child can take after Lin Yumei's character, marrying her as a daughter-in-law would be quite good. Lin Yumei had no idea that her comment was just a joke, yet Yi San's wife took it to heart. Once everyone arrived, the meal quickly began. Yi Lao-san and Wang Ge naturally wanted to drink, so they ordered some snacks. Yi San's wife, being a mother herself, knew what children could eat and what they liked. She ordered several dishes that the women and children enjoyed, chatting with Lin Yumei while taking care of the kids during the meal. Since Lin Yumei decided to work with Yi Dajie, the relationship between the two families naturally grew closer, and the meal was very enjoyable. Meanwhile, Yi Dage and Yi Dajie took Qing Tian for a stroll in the city in the afternoon to help with digestion before returning to Jiang Yuanwei's home. Yi Dajie wanted to discuss with Jiang Yuanwei about Lin Yumei and Feng Yueying working with her in the future, and also hoped to get some advice on what to pay attention to if she wanted to continue this line of work. However, when they returned home, estimating that Jiang Yuanwei would be waking up from his nap, Yi Dajie went to see him but was stopped by the servants, who said, "Madam Yu, I'm sorry, but we have guests today, and our master is entertaining them." Before he could finish, Jiang Yuanwei's voice called out from inside, "Is Madam Yu back?" "Yes, Master. Madam Yu said she has something to discuss with you. Please, let her in. I've been waiting for her." Jiang Yuanwei's voice was particularly warm, and he added to the guests, "Madam Yu is the chef for this banquet and has received unanimous praise from everyone, including Princess Rue." However, the guests inside seemed a bit difficult to deal with, responding coolly, "You say that as if only Princess Rue matters. Others will naturally like it too." Yi Dajia felt that the voice sounded familiar and followed the servant inside. To her surprise, it was the old man she had just encountered at the noodle shop. When the old man recognized Yi Dajia, his expression changed. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "It's you? I knew you were trying to get my attention earlier. After I figured it out, you even publicly accused me of having issues. Now you come to Jiang Yuanwei for help with an introduction. I didn't expect you to look so honest, but have such tricks up your sleeve." The old man was furious, continuously scolding Yi Dajia. "What's going on? Mr. Tsin, do you know Madam Yu?" Jiang Yuanzai was confused and didn't know how to offer advice. "It doesn't matter if she's a cook or a salt seller. I've told you before, if you want to learn to cook, you must first learn to be a good person. No matter how skilled you are, if you lack character, it's useless." After saying this, the old man stood up, crossed his arms, and walked out. "If this is the person you want to recommend to me, then I will take my leave. Old Tsin, please don't rush." Although Jiang Yuanzai didn't know what was happening, after spending time together, he felt that Sister Yi and her family were honest people. So, without asking any questions, he said, "There must be some misunderstanding here." The old man, still frowning, paused his steps, showing some respect for Jiang Yuanzai. Sister Yi was confused and said to Jiang Yuanzai, "Sir, since you have a guest, I'll leave for now. I'll come back when you have time." As soon as she finished speaking, before Jiang Yuanzai could respond, the old man exploded again. "See, I told you so. This is exactly what I mean," the old man said angrily. "I prefer straightforwardness, and I can't stand people who play mind games." Although Sister Yi had a good temper, as the saying goes, even a clay figure has some stubbornness. "Sir, out of respect for your age, I will treat you kindly, but don't go too far. I don't know you, have no demands from you, and there's no need for me to play any tricks or games. It seems you are used to being flattered by those around you and think everyone wants to kiss up to you. Let me tell you, I'm not interested." After saying this, Sister Yi took a deep breath to calm herself, apologized to Jiang Yuanzai, and turned to leave. The old man stood there, stunned. Even Jiang Yuanzai was surprised by Sister Yi's sudden outburst. However, instead of being angry, Jiang Yuanzai felt even more favorable towards Sister Yi. It is truly difficult for a kind-hearted person to achieve anything. Sister Yi, usually gentle and kind, showed just the right amount of strength when pushed. After reflecting on this, Jiang Yuanzai began to handle the situation. He reached out to pull the old man down to sit and said, "Old Tsin, please explain what happened. I believe there is definitely some misunderstanding." So, the old man recounted what had happened at the noodle shop. After hearing it, Jiang Yuanzai felt a bit speechless, realizing why Sister Yi was upset. However, he also knew that Old Tsin wasn't a bad person. He just had a strange temper as he got older. As the saying goes, old children need to be treated gently. "Old Tsin, you really misunderstood this time," Mr. Jiang explained. "I haven't had a chance to mention the cooking competition to Sister Yi yet. Besides, the Yi family just moved back from outside the city, less than a month ago. She doesn't even know who you are, let alone try to get your attention at the noodle shop. Also, the noodle shop you visited today is the busiest in town, with people lining up every day. How could she just happen to sit next to you?" Mr. Jiang's words left Old Tsin speechless. He thought back and realized it was true. At noon, he had originally been in line behind the Yi family. He remembered that their conversation was mostly about the child they were holding. Then, just as it was almost their turn, the staff came out and said there was only one spot available and they would need to share a table with someone else. So, Old Tsin was lucky to get in first. After that, 2 tables finished and left before the staff brought the Yi family in. Thinking about it, unless they had already made arrangements with the staff, it did make some sense. With that thought, Old Tsin let out a vague hum. Even if he was mistaken, he still tried to find a way to save face. You don't know, ever since I took this job, so many people have been trying to get close to me. My relatives, friends, and even the servants at home have all been targeted by them. I've been overwhelmed, so when I heard your invitation, I hurried over to find some peace." His words indirectly explained his strange and self-absorbed behavior today. Mr. Jiang knew there was more to it, but didn't plan to call him out. Isn't that the truth? He agreed. You are now in a position assigned by the emperor himself. If I were 10 years younger, I wouldn't need to recommend others. I would be trying to use your connections myself. Old Sin felt better after Mr. Jiang's words and finally asked, for your sake, can you briefly introduce me to that lady from earlier? Lady Yu. Yes. What skills does Lady Yu have that make you recommend her so highly? Old Sin. Words are just words. Let Lady Yu show you her skills tonight, and you'll understand. Fortunately, there are still plenty of fresh ingredients prepared for the flower viewing banquet. Actually, Mr. Tsin had heard about the banquet yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled all the way from the capital. Was he really just coming for a bowl of noodles? But he still asked, will there be enough to eat? They just said they didn't care for my stinky feet. Mr. Jiang couldn't help but sweat a little. This old man was something else. But he had to say, don't worry, I'll talk to Madame Yu. I'll have someone take you to rest for a while, and I promise you'll eat well tonight, okay? Mr. Tsin nodded in satisfaction and walked away with his hands behind his back. Mr. Jiang sighed, knowing he now had to persuade Sister Yi. However, he believed that as long as he explained things clearly, Sister Yi wouldn't make it difficult for him. After getting angry at the old man, Sister Yi went straight back to her place. Brother Yi noticed and asked, weren't you going to talk to Mr. Jiang about the banquet? Did you finish that quickly? Don't mention it. Sister Yi plopped down on the bed. Brother Yi could tell from her tone that she was upset. Who could possibly make you this angry? When Qing Tian heard that Sister Yi was upset, she rushed over and hugged her neck to check her expression. Mom, don't be angry. Okay, Mom isn't angry. Sister Yi held her daughter close, saying she wasn't angry, but still couldn't help but complain to Brother Yi. Do you know who I ran into when I went to find Mr. Jiang? Who? It can't be Jean Donglan, right? Jean Donglan? Sister Yi had almost forgotten about her. After a moment, she sighed and said, I can't believe you thought of her. Let me tell you, I ran into that old man who had noodles this morning. The one with the strange behavior, Qing Tian added. Sister Yi shook her head. He's not strange at all. In fact, he is a guest of Mr. Jiang. She didn't keep them in suspense and directly recounted what had just happened to Brother Yi. Brother Yi frowned. So, Mr. Jiang actually wants to introduce you to him? Is he looking to hire you for the banquet? Better to refuse. That old man has a temper that changes quickly. He seems difficult to deal with. At worst, it just means one less business deal. I can make up for it with a few more trips to the mountains. Brother Yi kept comforting Sister Yi, and with Qing Tian joking around, they finally cheered her up. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Is Madame Yu inside? Can we have a chat? Hearing this, Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo exchanged glances. Yi Laoda stood up, opened the door, and welcomed Mr. Jiang inside, saying, Sir, please come in and sit down. If you have something to discuss, you could have just sent someone to tell us. Why come in person? First, I want to explain the earlier situation to Madame Yu. The elderly gentleman you saw earlier is named Qin. He used to be a royal chef and served 3 emperors. Although he is old now and no longer cooks, many of his apprentices work in the royal kitchen and major restaurants in the capital. You could say he is quite important in the culinary world here. Mr. Jiang said, giving a thumbs up to emphasize Mr. Tsin's status. Yi Deseo lowered her gaze and remained silent. Seeing his wife feeling wronged, Yi Laoda said, even if he is at the top of his field, that doesn't give him the right to falsely accuse others. You may not know, but this is partly my fault, Mr. Jiang said, trying to take the blame. Here's what happened. Recently, the emperor ordered Mr. Tsin to organize a cooking competition. The winner will not only receive rewards from the palace, but also have the honor of cooking for the emperor and the nobles. As for my connection with Mr. Tsin, I helped him bring back spices from the west, so we have some friendship. When I heard about this competition, I immediately thought it would be perfect for you, so I quickly sent someone to contact him, hoping to help you participate in the cooking competition. This is an opportunity that every chef dreams of. Even if you can't cook in front of the emperor, just winning a few rounds would be enough for you to gain recognition in the capital. At first, Yi Deseo was indifferent to the idea of a cooking competition, but when she heard Mr. Zhang's last sentence, she realized it could bring her closer to her dream of moving to the capital with Qing Tian. However, thinking about Mr. Tsin's previous attitude made her hesitate. "I've already offended him, so it doesn't matter whether I go or not," she said, looking down and lacking confidence. "Oh, Madam you underestimate Mr. Tsin," Mr. Jiang replied. "He has been in the royal kitchen for so many years, serving 3 emperors and still coming out unscathed, which shows he is not a petty person. Actually, he's been quite troubled lately by people trying to use connections to get ahead. You see, he doesn't even have a follower. He came here alone to find some peace, but unexpectedly, it turned into such a big misunderstanding." Sister Yi felt a bit shaken after hearing this. After all, it's clear that in a place like the capital, there are many talented people, and standing out is not easy. However, this cooking competition was ordered by the emperor, so many people would definitely pay attention. If she puts in some effort, she might really gain a bit of fame. This way, if she decides to develop in the capital later, she would have some foundation and wouldn't have to start from scratch. Mr. Jiang noticed Sister Ye's hesitation right away. So, he quickly encouraged her. "Madam Yu, how about this? We still have a lot of ingredients left from the flower banquet. Why don't you showcase your skills tonight and prepare a few dishes for Chef Tsin to taste? Your cooking is excellent, and Chef Tsin is knowledgeable. He will recognize your true talent and see that you are not just someone who tries to get ahead without substance. Then, I can help clear up this misunderstanding. What do you think?" Hearing Mr. Jiang say this, Sister Yi felt she couldn't keep acting aloof. Besides, Mr. Jiang invited Chef Tsin over for her sake, so she should accept this favor. With that thought, she sighed softly. "Oh, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to trouble you again." "Madam Yu, don't say that," Mr. Jiang replied with a smile. "You'll be cooking tonight, so I appreciate your hard work." "Cooking a few dishes isn't hard at all," Sister Yi said. "By the way, Madam Yu, you came to see me earlier. Was there something on your mind? I just wanted to seek your advice on what I should do next." "Oh." Mr. Jiang became interested. "Tell me your thoughts. I'm listening." After Sister Yi shared a few ideas, Mr. Jiang was taken aback. He never expected that she had already managed to bring Lin Yumei and Feng Yueying under her wing without him even mentioning it. If Mr. Jiang had taken on this task before due to the requests of Princess Rui and Madame Qin, as well as his desire to expand his connections, he was now genuinely intrigued. Sister Yi had just come from outside the pass, had no formal education, and appeared quite simple, yet she surprisingly had a natural talent for this. This made Mr. Jiang even more sincerely want to help her plan for the future. After all, at his age and with his wealth, there was not much left to pursue except for his younger son's future. However, the thought of seeing a dull stone transformed into something beautiful through his efforts truly excited him.
"I was thinking about this last night."
"I originally wanted to have Chiu-Wai help you."
"Really?"
Sister Yi was pleasantly surprised. "That would be wonderful. I don't understand the customs and rules here in the capital. If you could lend me someone to assist, I would be very grateful. Chiu-Wai can help me during this time, and I will cover her salary." Mr. Jiang waved his hand several times to calm Sister Ye's excitement. "Hold on, I was thinking that, but now I feel Chiu-Wai might not be the best fit. You need someone who can not only guide you through the details, but also help you strategize and manage finances." After a moment, Mr. Jiang added, "I have a female manager from my shop in the capital who has experience with accounts. I can temporarily assign her to help you, for a few months." Sister Yi felt very touched that Mr. Jiang was considering her situation. However, she still worried, but she is already a manager. Wouldn't it be too much of a downgrade for her to help me? It's just a temporary arrangement. After the new year, the various banquets will likely decrease. By then, you should be able to manage on your own without her help. I'll follow your arrangements." Sister Yi thought it made sense to listen to Mr. Jiang since she had come to seek his advice. She had never realized that women could be accountants or even managers, thinking that the capital was indeed different from the outskirts. After Mr. Jiang left, Sister Yi couldn't help but share this exciting news with Brother Yi and Qing Tian. The capital truly lives up to its reputation. There are so many new things. Brother Yi was hearing about this for the first time and was amazed. Could it be that they learned this from the West? Why does it matter where they learned it? I think it's great, Sister Yi replied. Mr. Jiang said that not only can women be managers, but in the West, they can inherit titles and even become rulers. Really? Is that true? Yi Lao was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. This is too. He didn't know what words to use to describe it. To what? I think there's nothing wrong with it, Yi Sa said, hugging Qing Tian and asking, what do you want to do when you grow up? Qing Tian confidently replied, do business and make a lot of money. Both Yi Lao and Yi Sa found her words amusing. Wow, where did you learn that? Yi Sa asked with a smile. Yi Lao said, no one in our family taught Qing Tian to say such things. Sure enough, Qing Tian said, Xiao Su said that. This Yi Xiang Lei, I will settle the score with him when I get back, Yi Lao said. Qing Tian is so young, and he's already leading her to think about money. I think there's nothing wrong with doing business and making money, Yi Sa said, gently rubbing Qing Tian's head. Don't worry, your mom and dad will work hard to earn money. In the future, we will live well in the capital, and you can do whatever you want, okay? Okay, Qing Tian replied cheerfully. But soon her attention was drawn to something else, and she ran outside to play. Yi Lao then asked more seriously, you don't really want Qing Tian to do business, do you? What's wrong with doing business? Do you look down on it? Yi Sa glared at him. After all, she's a girl. Yi Lao started to speak but noticed his wife glaring at him, and his voice got quieter. Don't you think about the future? Yi Sa said. We only have Qing Tian as our child. If we spoil her like this, can you really let her get married? Well, we can't just keep her at home forever and not let her marry, right? As the saying goes, a girl should not stay at home for too long, otherwise, it can lead to trouble. Why not just have a son-in-law come to live with us? Yi Sa clearly had thought about these things already. Yi Lao had never considered this, especially since Qing Tian was still very young. You're thinking a bit too far ahead, Yi Lao said. Too far? Don't underestimate how quickly kids grow up. In the blink of an eye, they are all grown up, Yi Sa replied. Seeing that Yi Lao was skeptical, she asked, a few days ago, you said you remembered things from Chang Rui's childhood, and now he is almost 10 years old. Don't you think time flies? If you don't think about these things now, and wait until they are right in front of you, you might forget important details. After hearing this, Yi Lao felt that his wife had a point. After you mentioned it, I also think having a son-in-law come to live with us sounds good. No matter if it's sunny or not, as long as you can read and understand the accounts, you won't have to worry about being cheated. You finally get it. So when the lady manager introduced by Mr. Jiang arrives, I need to learn from her. Hearing this, Sister Yi happily patted Brother Yi's shoulder. All right, I won't say much more. I need to go check the kitchen and prepare the things we need for tonight. Every time Mr. Tsin comes here, he stays at Mr. Zhang's house. After all, he has plenty of rooms, so there's no problem accommodating him. However, most of the time, he doesn't eat at Mr. Zhang's house but prefers to explore the streets and try local snacks. If he finds a new restaurant, he enjoys going in to give it a try. So when the two of them sat down, Mr. Jiang poured a glass of wine for Mr. Tsin and raised his cup, saying, It's truly rare to share a meal with you. Let me toast you with a drink. Mr. Tsin replied, There's no need for such formalities. When it comes to judging cooking skills, I won't show any favoritism. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang's smile almost faded. Although he knew Mr. Tsin meant no harm, his temper had become increasingly difficult to handle. Is that what you think? Are you saying I didn't drink with you when you stayed over before? After saying that, Mr. Tsin felt a bit regretful and realized he shouldn't have spoken to Mr. Jiang that way. He sighed, downed his drink, and showed his empty cup to Mr. Jiang, apologizing, I'm sorry, it's not directed at you. The surname Yu is quite rare, and it reminded me of some old memories. Let's not mention it. Consider this drink my apology. Mr. Tsin, you're being too formal. Mr. Jiang felt a bit worried after hearing this. Mr. Tsin already had some misunderstandings about Ms. Yu, and now that he was in a bad mood, it might affect his judgment of her cooking, right? But it was too late to think about that now, as the kitchen had started serving dishes one after another. Every dish at the banquet was improved with the help of Sister Yi and Mr. Jiang, and since they had just eaten them at the flower viewing banquet yesterday, Mr. Jiang found nothing new about them. However, Mr. Sin, trying these dishes for the first time, was genuinely impressed. Ms. Yu's cooking was far better than he had expected, even giving him a sense of familiarity. Did you help her come up with these dishes? After Mr. Tsin tasted everything, he put down his chopsticks and asked Mr. Jiang, "You really flatter me. If I had such skill, why wouldn't I enter the competition myself? The cooking methods are all from Miss Yu. I only suggested some presentation ideas. Her skills are quite good, better than several I've tried recently." Hearing this, Mr. Jiang was overjoyed and repeatedly said, "I told you it was a misunderstanding. Miss Yu is truly not that kind of person. All right, giving her a chance isn't a bad idea." Before Mr. Tsin finished speaking, the kitchen unexpectedly sent out a bowl of pearl soup. As a main dish, serving a bowl of pearl soup isn't wrong. However, the one brought out looked quite unappealing. This dish is called pearl soup because the dumplings are small and round like pearls. But the bowl in front of them had dumplings of varying sizes, some large and some small, making it look like a pot of shells that had already lost their pearls. Mr. Jiang worried that Mr. Tsin would be upset about the soup, so he quickly signaled to a servant to take it away. But Mr. Tsin stopped him, saying, "Wait, bring that bowl of dumpling soup over for me to see." Mr. Jiang thought this was bad. Mr. Tsin was clearly upset. As he racked his brain for a way to smooth things over, Mr. Tsin took a spoon and tasted the dumpling soup, his eyes widening in surprise. "Mr. Tsin, what's wrong? Are you choking?" Mr. Jiang hurriedly reached out to help. "These dumplings are indeed too big. They can't possibly be Miss Yu's work. Someone in the kitchen must have made a mistake." But Mr. Tsin grabbed his hand and asked, "Who made this? Bring them to me." "This." Mr. Jiang was confused. It was just a bowl of dumpling soup. It shouldn't be such a big deal, right? Just then, Chiu-wei walked in quickly with a bowl of properly made pearl soup and said, "Mr. Tsin, sir, I'm sorry. The servant brought the wrong dish. This is the pearl soup meant for you both." Upon hearing this, Mr. Tsin immediately released Mr. Jiang's hand and turned to Chiu-wei, asking, "Who made that wrong dumpling soup? Bring them to me right now." Chiu-wei instinctively looked at Mr. Jiang, but this only made Mr. Tsin furious. "Why are you looking at him? Can't you hear me?" After saying this, Mr. Tsin looked at Mr. Jiang as if to say, "Let's see how you handle this." Mr. Jiang, feeling helpless, could only nod at Chiu-wei. Chiu-wei then said, "Old Tsin, this bowl of dumpling soup was made by Sister Yi. It was just meant for our family dinner, but somehow it got served incorrectly." Upon hearing that this soup was made by Sister Yi, Old Tsin's expression became even more complicated. "Please ask her to come here. I have a few questions for her." Old Tsin, who had just been furious, changed his mood too quickly. Chiu-wei dared not look openly and could only sneak a glance at Mr. Jiang, preparing to act based on his reaction. Mr. Jiang nodded again, ready to help smooth things over, regardless of whether it was good or bad. Before long, Sister Yi was brought in. "Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Yu." Before Sister Yi could greet them, Old Tsin interrupted, "May I ask who taught you to cook?" "I never had a teacher. I learned from my parents." Old Tsin's face began to tremble at her words. Mr. Jiang was worried that Old Tsin might collapse, so he stood ready to help. Old Tsin asked with a shaking voice, "What is your father's name?" "My father?" Sister Yi was confused but replied, "My father's name is Yu Sifang, but everyone in the village calls him Yu Yidao, praising his cooking skills." "Yu Sifang, what a name!" Old Tsin sighed, tears forming in his eyes. No wonder he hasn't returned all these years. He must have had this plan all along. Hearing this, both Mr. Jiang and Sister Yi sensed something was off. "Do you know my father?" Sister Yi asked. Old Tsin looked at her and replied, "Has your father never mentioned his background?" Sister Yi shook her head in confusion. "I only know he learned cooking in the capital when he was young, and then went back home to marry and have children." Old Tsin wiped away his tears and said, "Actually, your father's real name is not Yu Sifang. His surname is Yu, and his given name is Bin. He lost his parents before he was 10, and I adopted him. I even gave him his name." Upon hearing this, Both Sister Yi and Mr. Jiang widened their eyes in disbelief. Sister Yi found it hard to accept, while Mr. Jiang recalled some old rumors. Old Sin had served 3 kings and remained strong, so his journey must have been far from smooth. When the late emperor ascended the throne, there was a major incident in the royal kitchen. At that time, there were fights and chaos, and many people were expelled from the palace. Only a few, including Eldertson, were spared. Rumors circulated that Eldertson had pushed his own disciple forward to take the blame and thus avoided disaster. Could it be that the rumors from back then were true? Mr. Jiang listened with curiosity, eager not to miss any details. "Does your father have a scar on his left hand?" Eldertson asked, gesturing on his own hand, a long one from here to here. "Yes, he really does." Sister Yi stammered, "Are you saying you are my father's adoptive father?" "I am not only his adoptive father but also his master," Eldertson said, looking at Sister Yi with deep emotions. He had previously misunderstood Sister Yi as a cunning person, but it turned out she was the daughter of his own disciple. "Did your father take on any other students?" Sister Yi was still trying to fully accept what Eldertson had said, and after a moment replied, "My father didn't take on any students. He only taught me his cooking skills and didn't pass them on to my brothers. My father said that if it weren't for the need to make a living, he wouldn't even want to touch a cooking pot again." Eldertson's expression turned somber upon hearing this, and he sighed. "Well, that's understandable. After going through such events, he must have been frightened. Life is short, and living it steadily is better than anything else." After comforting himself, Eldertson looked at Sister Yi with anticipation and asked, "Where is your father now? Is he still outside the borders?" Upon hearing this, Sister Ye's expression turned gloomy. "This year, there has been a severe drought outside the borders, followed by a disaster. Everyone was busy fleeing for their lives. On the way, I tried to ask about my family, but I couldn't find any news."
"What?"
Eldertson was taken aback by this news, his emotions overwhelming him. He swayed slightly and fell into a chair. Eldertson had lived for most of his life and had taught many students. However, Yubin was the one he had invested the most in and had the highest hopes for. At first, he felt pity for the child who had lost his parents and wanted to do something good. But Yubin was a grateful child. Having received his kindness, he often came to help out at home. As time went on, the two became increasingly familiar with each other. Old Mastertson grew fonder of the child and eventually adopted him as his godson, bringing him home. After being adopted, Yubin remained very hardworking, always finding ways to help old Mastertson with his tasks. It was because of his diligence that old Mastertson recognized his talent and formally took him as a disciple to teach him cooking skills. Yubin did not disappoint old Mastertson's expectations. He was like a seed that finally found water, quickly taking root, sprouting, branching, and growing leaves. At that time, everyone in the capital knew that old Mastertson had taken on a very promising disciple, proudly showing him off to old friends. However, while many admired him, there was nothing they could do, as Yubin's excellence was evident to all. There were some who tried to take on disciples to compete with Yubin, but at that time, he had no rivals among the apprentices in the capital. Because of this, old Mastertson confidently brought him into the imperial kitchen. However, life in the palace, even in the imperial kitchen, was not just about cooking well. When Yubin first arrived, he showcased his skills and received high praise from the emperor, which made others unhappy. Taking advantage of the situation after the previous emperor's passing and the new emperor's ascension, someone secretly added meat to the dishes Yubin prepared for the emperor. This was a serious matter during the period of national mourning. Yubin's fate rested on the emperor's decision. Old Mastertson wanted to take the blame for Yubin, but those who plotted against him were clever enough to choose a time when old Mastertson was not on duty in the imperial kitchen. At that time, Yubin was still in his 20s, and facing such a situation frightened him greatly. Fortunately, with the new emperor wanting to establish a benevolent image and avoid unnecessary bloodshed, he ultimately exiled Yubin instead of executing him. When Yubin left the capital, Old Masterson prepared a lot of gold and silver for him to keep safe. He reluctantly sent him off far away. In the first few years, Yubin would write letters back to the capital, but over time, communication stopped. Old Masterson was unaware of how Yubin was doing and repeatedly asked merchants traveling to the outskirts to gather news, but there were no results. Now that he finally met Yubin's descendants, he thought they could reunite as teacher and student, father and son, but the news he received was disappointing, which understandably saddened him. Mr. Jiang comforted him, saying, "Old Masterson, sometimes we cannot control natural disasters. However, as the saying goes, no news is good news." Moreover, it was very difficult for Lady Yu and the others to return to the capital. They have only just settled down. Let's ask someone to gather more information from outside the city. Now that we know their names and some details about their family, it will be much easier to find them. Yes, Mr. Tsin, I have also written to acquaintances outside the city to inquire about my family. However, the situation out there is not good, and many people are fleeing. It's a bit challenging to find them at the moment. But I believe my family is blessed and safe. They will be fine. Hearing the two's comforting words, Mr. Tsin sighed. It seems we can only do this for now. Later, tell me about your family situation, and I will arrange for someone to search thoroughly outside. Once Mr. Tsin's mood calmed down, he suddenly realized that the woman he had misunderstood and looked down upon, Sister Yi, was actually the daughter of his adopted son. So she should be his granddaughter? Thinking of this, Mr. Tsin felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem. He cleared his throat and asked, "Where are you living now? Are you facing any difficulties?" "My husband's family is from Rongshi village. We are currently living in the ancestral home in the village, and life is good. We have no difficulties," Sister Yi replied. Seeing he couldn't find a way to help, Mr. Tsin thought hard for a moment and suddenly remembered that Sister Yi had been holding a child. At lunch, "Were you holding your daughter?" "Yes," Sister Yi answered cautiously, unsure of Mr. Tsin's meaning. Mr. Jiang, being an observer, quickly understood Mr. Tsin's thoughts. He smiled and said, "So, actually, lady, you should call Mr. Tsin grandfather, and Qing Tian should call him great-grandfather." With Mr. Jiang's words, Mr. Tsin's thoughts opened up. "Just now, your noodle soup was mistakenly sent to us, which means you and the child haven't had dinner yet, right?" Before Sister Yi could respond, Mr. Jiang instructed Chiu-wei, "Quickly ask the kitchen to prepare some hot dishes and tell Yi Laoda to bring Qing Tian over. Since they didn't eat enough earlier, let's have a meal together." Upon hearing Mr. Jiang's words, Mr. Tsin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly agreed. Before Sister Yi could voice her opinion, Chiu-wei had already hurried off to carry out the order. Sister Yi had no choice but to accept the situation. However, she still had a question. "Mr. Tsin, I have a question." Mr. Jiang interrupted her, saying, "You should call him grandfather instead of Mr. Gramp." Sister Yi had never called him that before, so it felt very awkward. Old Tsin, with tears in his eyes, asked, "What do you want to know? How did a bowl of dumpling soup remind you of my father?" "Your father always liked his dumplings big when he made soup, and you have inherited his skill very well. As soon as I tasted it, I recognized it." Old Tsin said this with a hint of sadness. Mr. Jiang, knowing Old Tsin's stubborn nature, explained to Sister Yi, "You may not know, but Old Tsin has no children of his own. He truly raised your father like a son, hoping he would take care of him in his old age. Since your father was exiled, Old Tsin hasn't taken in any other adopted sons. Now, at his age, he lives alone. Fortunately, his students are grateful and often visit him to check on him. Otherwise, it would be quite lonely for someone his age." Mr. Jiang's words softened Sister Ye's heart. Soon, Brother Yi came in carrying Qing Tian. Upon seeing Mr. Jiang and a strange old man in the room, he felt confused. He walked over to Sister Yi and quietly asked, "What's going on?" Qing Tian was already hungry and had been waiting for dinner. Although she had been quiet, she immediately started to fuss for her mother when she saw Sister Yi. From the moment Brother Yi entered, Old Tsin's gaze was fixed on him, examining him closely. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, was quite tall, and looked strong. Holding Qing Tian seemed as easy as holding a doll. However, his clothing did not suggest wealth. It seemed they were living a rather modest life. Old Sin wondered if their situation was always like this, or if it was due to fleeing from hardship. Moreover, since Sister Yu was here to prepare a feast, why did he bring his child along? Was he a man relying on his wife to support the family? The more Old Sin thought, the more worried he became, and he began to find Brother Yu less and less suitable for his granddaughter. Fearing that Old Sin would ruin the delicate atmosphere, Mr. Jiang quickly asked, "Is Qing Tian hungry?" "It's my fault. My servant was careless and sent the dinner that Sister Yu prepared for you to my place. So, I asked Xiaowei to bring you all over to eat together. By the way, Sister Yu has some good news to share with you." Yilao was feeling a bit uncomfortable when he suddenly became interested upon hearing a comment. "What good news?" Jiang Yuanwei immediately recounted the recent engagement. After he finished, Yilao did not show immediate joy or give any comments. Instead, he turned to observe Yi Dazhao's expression. After many years of marriage, the couple often understood each other well. Seeing him look over, Yi Dazhao gently shook her head and said to Xin Lao, "This news is quite sudden. I might need some time to process it." Just then, the kitchen brought out the freshly prepared dishes. Jiang Yuanwei quickly tried to lighten the mood. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Sit down and eat while we talk." Yi Dazhao hesitated for a moment, but when she heard a rumble from her stomach, she finally took a seat with her child. Seeing her sit down, Yi Lao followed suit. Xin Lao felt mixed emotions watching Yi Lao. On one hand, he appreciated that Yi Lao cared about his wife's feelings. On the other hand, he increasingly suspected that he was someone who relied on women. Men like that used to hold their heads low when out in public. However, with the rise of maritime trade in recent years, the atmosphere in the capital had become more open. Since the government allowed women to run businesses, some lazy men had discovered an opportunity to marry such women and stay home, living off them. If Yi Lao were truly one of those men, Xin Lao would definitely not approve. After Yi Dazhao sat down, she began to help her child eat. Yi Lao occasionally served her some dishes. Xin Lao thought for a moment and started asking Yi Lao about his situation, from family to personal matters, and finally couldn't help but ask, "So, who earns more now, you or your wife?" Yi Lao was taken aback by the question but confidently replied, "Right now, she earns more, but I will work harder in the future." Xin Lao frowned, realizing that his concerns were indeed coming true. "So, you mean?" Before he could finish, Yi Dazhao suddenly stood up. "Xin Lao, if you insist on speaking like that, then I won't stay for this meal." After saying this, she took her child and headed for the door. Yi Lao quickly put down his chopsticks and ran after her. Xin Lao was left at the table, not even realizing he had said something wrong. Mr. Jiang put down the chopsticks he had been pretending to hold and sighed, "Old Sin, what can I say about you? I've been following you around, trying to smooth things over, and you don't feel anything at all? I finally created an opportunity for you to sit down, eat, and talk, but instead of making the most of it, you act like you're interrogating someone." Old Sin was at a loss for words. I saw the clothes she was wearing and thought she might not be doing well. So, I was just concerned for her. "My dear Old Sin." Mr. Jiang was almost helpless, but seeing Old Sin's confused expression, he had to break it down for him. As the saying goes, marriage is a big deal, decided by parents and matchmakers. You're just a newly recognized grandfather. Even if you were her real grandfather, you can only suggest things privately. Whether they listen is up to her parents, not you. Besides, she didn't even know you existed before, while her husband has been with her for over 10 years. What's more important? Didn't you think about that before you spoke? Old Sin was finally speechless. I just don't have experience in this area. Now I've upset her. What should I do? Mr. Jiang thought for a moment and said, "Since you were the one who upset her, you should take the initiative to mend things." Old Sin's head started to spin, and he shook his head. "You want me to apologize to that big guy? Don't even think about it." Of course not. Mr. Jiang wouldn't dare suggest that unless he wanted to ruin his relationship with Old Sin. "I think the key to this situation lies with Qing Tian," Mr. Jiang said after some thought. "Tomorrow, have someone buy some toys and treats that kids like, and you can deliver them. As long as you can get Qing Tian to call you great-grandpa, I'm sure that will calm down any anger from her parents. Really? Old Sen was skeptical. Trust me, I can't guarantee how well the couple gets along, but they absolutely adore Qing Tian. They would do anything for her. Old Sen recalled that compared to the couple, Qing Tian indeed had nicer clothes and better fabric. All right, I'll go buy them myself tomorrow. After saying this, Old Sen got up and returned to his guest room. The next morning, Mr. Tsen returned with a big bag of items, heading straight to the home of the three-person family. Sister Yi was called away by Mr. Jiang to discuss something, and Brother Yi was busy with something else, leaving only Qing Tian playing alone in the yard. Seeing this, Mr. Tsen thought it was a great opportunity and approached her, trying to smile kindly. Good child, quickly call me great-grandpa. Look at what great-grandpa has brought you. Qing Tian stared blankly at Mr. Tsen, frightened by his forced smile, and kept backing away. Mr. Tsen thought she was just shy because of her age, so he followed her closely and pulled out a wooden toy, insisting on giving it to her. Qing Tian backed up until she hit the wall, with nowhere else to retreat, and finally cried out loudly. Why are you crying? Mr. Tsen asked, confused. Don't you like this doll? I can get you another one. As Mr. Tsen kept pulling out various items, Qing Tian could only cry out. Dad, Brother Yi, who was washing clothes in the backyard, quickly stood up when he heard her crying and ran toward the front yard while drying his hands. Halfway there, hearing his daughter's sobbing call for him, he became even more anxious and rushed out. What's wrong? Did you fall? Brother Yi asked while running, but when he saw Mr. Tsen, he instinctively stopped. As soon as Qing Tian saw Brother Yi, she ran over and jumped into his arms, crying loudly. Mr. Tsen stood awkwardly, holding an empty bamboo stick, and said, I just bought a few toys for the child, but it seems she doesn't like any of them. Brother Yi frowned slightly, but remained calm. Her mother and I have always taught her not to accept things from strangers, so she won't take anything from you. Mr. Tsen wanted to argue that he wasn't a stranger, but then realized that as long as Madame Yu didn't recognize him, he would indeed be considered a stranger to their family. Where is Madame Yu? Mr. Tsen wanted to ask, but he thought if she was inside and came out to see him making her precious daughter cry, she would probably be even angrier. Instead, Brother Yi suddenly said, she went to discuss matters with Mr. Jiang. Would you like to come in and sit for a bit? We can chat briefly. Mr. Tsen was surprised by Brother Yi's suggestion, but since he came to ease the relationship, he hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Qing Tian is a very easygoing child. By the time Yi Laoda walked back to the room from the yard, she had already stopped crying and was smiling. Yi Laoda took out a soft cloth and gently wiped her tear-streaked face, then placed her on the Kong to play by herself. Xin Lao quickly put the toys on the Kong as well. However, Qing Tian only glanced at them and then looked down to play with her tangram. Qing Tian is really well-behaved. Xin Lao finally had a smart moment and learned to compliment the child. Hearing this, Yi Laoda smiled back and said, Qing Tian is indeed more obedient than most children. Xin Lao felt something was off about Yi Laoda's tone. It didn't sound like the usual proud parent. Instead, it carried a hint of regret. Before he could think more, Yi Laoda continued, Qing Tian's mother usually has a good temper, but sometimes she can be very stubborn. She didn't sleep well last night, tossing and turning until dawn. We've been married for many years, and I understand her feelings. She doesn't doubt you or want to avoid you. It's just. Yi Laoda wanted to say she didn't like your attitude, but worried it might be too direct. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, You are an elder, and if your attitude could be a bit softer and more approachable, she would be more agreeable. Xin Lao felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head, covering his mouth to cough a few times to ease the awkwardness. In fact, after Yi Dajie left yesterday, Zhang Yuanwei had said something similar. But Xin Lao had been strong for most of his life, and aside from the noble ones in the palace, he had never backed down to anyone else. So even though he knew they were right, he still couldn't bring himself to lower his pride. Yi Laoda understood that today's conversation would be difficult. Xin Lao was already quite old, and changing his temperament wouldn't be easy. However, his wife hadn't slept well last night, and seeing the redness in her eyes this morning made Yi Laoda very heartbroken. So, regardless of the outcome, he planned to talk to Xin Lao and share his feelings. Actually, she left some things unsaid last night. My father-in-law did change his name to Yu Sifang. At first, everyone called him Yu Yidao because of his cooking skills. But most people actually call him Yu Fengzi. Fengzi? Upon hearing this word, Xin Lao felt uneasy and immediately sat up straight. My wife was forced by her father to learn cooking since she was little, even when she couldn't reach the cutting board. She was lucky not to have lost a few fingers. As she grew older, her father's mental illness worsened. But to support the family, he had to work as a chef in a restaurant. Every time he went, he had to take my wife with him because no one knew when he would lose control. By the time my wife was around 10, her father was too far gone to cook. He would confuse sugar with salt and vinegar with soy sauce. What puzzled everyone was that he only cooked vegetarian dishes, never meat. Once, while others were preparing food, a piece of meat accidentally fell into his dish, and it was like poking a hornet's nest. My father-in-law went wild in the kitchen, grabbing the person responsible and refusing to let go, claiming he had found the mastermind behind his troubles and wanted to confront them. He had an unexpected strength and nearly choked the person to death. It took several people to pull his hand apart. The family had to pay the other person, and the restaurant no longer wanted him. Business was already tough outside the city, and after losing that job, no other restaurant would hire him. To make him let go, everyone struggled to pry his fingers apart, causing his right thumb and middle finger to break. Mr. Tsin couldn't help but gasp. As a chef, having issues with those two fingers is very serious. After that, my father-in-law never picked up a knife to cook again. He either went mad at home or forced my wife to learn his skills. We tried to save money to take him to see doctors, but his condition was always up and down. Sigh, at first, none of us understood what was happening with him, but after hearing your stories last night, I finally understand. Mr. Tsin had always thought that even though Yubin was exiled, he had his skills to rely on and would never go hungry. Even after they lost contact, he secretly felt that Yubin had been ungrateful. He never expected that Yubin's later life would be like this, and it made him even sadder. No wonder the people he sent couldn't find him, and he never contacted him. It turned out he had mental issues. These words, with Qing Tian's temper, she would never say to you, but I can't stand to see her unhappy. I have a house and land, and I can still hunt in the mountains. When I was outside the pass, I could support my family, so there's no reason I can't do it after coming inside. If she wants to go out and earn money by cooking, I support her. If she wants to stay home and manage the household, I can provide for her and her daughter. After saying this, Yi Laoda noticed Xin Lao was deep in thought. He let him think for a while before continuing. Actually, she really enjoys cooking, especially when she sees people eating happily. It makes her even happier. But after so many years outside the pass, she has never made money from it. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she always feels her skills aren't good enough. Xin Lao immediately countered, who said her skills aren't good. Because her father always said she didn't do well and didn't meet the requirements of the royal kitchen. Some even gave him the nickname, Wandering Chef. He would get sick every time he heard it. At first, everyone thought he was just talking nonsense, but who would have thought? Who could imagine that a seemingly crazy middle-aged man would actually be a chef in the royal kitchen back then? Anyway, because of my father-in-law's issues, my wife has always felt very insecure. After marrying me, she often said her cooking wasn't good and was afraid to cook. Even now, although she can prepare a banquet like the full chrysanthemum feast, she still worries she's not good enough. She's willing to try now, but it's all for the kids. But I don't want to pressure her, and I hope you won't be too harsh on her either. I just want her to be happy and not turn into my father-in-law. After going around in circles, Yi Laoda finally expressed his true intention. He knows his wife very well. Not to mention that Xin Lao has already bought toys to please Qing Tian and has made a good impression. Even if he is strong-willed, Yi Sa would still acknowledge him as a grandfather because he took in Yu Bin and taught him his skills. However, although Yi Laoda and Sen Lao have only met a couple of times, he has keenly sensed Sen Lao's inherent dominance and arrogance. If Yi Dasaw acknowledges this relative, he would definitely try to control her and even interfere with the affairs of the Yi family. And that is exactly what Yi Laoda does not want to see. As he expected, after hearing about Yu Bin's situation, Sen Lao indeed felt a sense of empathy. "Don't worry, I understand what you mean." Old Sin sighed and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry so much. I would never send your wife to the palace to be a cook, right?" Yi Laoda felt a twitch in his eye and thought, "Who knows what you might do?" After chatting for a while, Yi Dajie returned from Mr. Zhang's place. When she entered and saw Old Sin, she paused and looked at Yi Laoda with suspicion, asking, "Did I interrupt your conversation?" Yi Laoda quickly stood up and said, "No. Old Sin just came to see Qing Tian. Look, he even bought toys for her." Seeing the toys on the Kong, Yi Dajie's expression softened a bit, but she still said, "You shouldn't have spent so much." "How much are these toys?" Old Sin's face turned red at her words, and he tried to suppress his anger, saying, "Even if you don't acknowledge me, can't I buy something for the child?"
What do you mean by that?
"No free gifts," Yi Dajie replied, lowering her gaze. Last night, she couldn't sleep and thought about many things from her time at her parents' house before marriage. Many women fear getting married, worrying about in-laws and how their husbands will treat them. But she had been eager to marry, wishing to find someone quickly, with only one requirement: not from this village, the farther away, the better. She wanted to get as far away from her father as possible. Only by marrying into another family could she completely escape her father's control. Fortunately, her mother was reliable and arranged this marriage for her. Though she had her share of grievances over the years, she had managed to live quite harmoniously. Now, she was finally starting to break free from the shadows of the past and trying not to think about where her family had gone or if they were safe. But why did someone have to disturb her life? Was it because she owed her father too much in her past life, and now she had to repay it all? "I really have no other intentions." Old Sin was taken aback by Yi Dajie's complex and sorrowful gaze, and his words became much softer. "I just think that our meeting is a great fate. In the future, I can help you with some work to ensure your lives are much better than now." "No need, we are doing just fine," Yi Dajie replied firmly. Old Sin immediately became anxious and uncontrollably glanced at Yi Laoda. He thought, "Didn't you say that soft words would work? Wasn't what I just said gentle enough?" Yi Laoda helplessly signaled to him, but Old Sin couldn't understand what he was trying to convey. Sister Yi had already noticed the exchange of glances between the two. Holding her daughter, she intentionally asked, "Qing Tian, can you tell your mother what your father just said to this gentleman? Why call him grandfather? That would be too much of a difference in age." Old Sin protested quietly. However, Sister Yi ignored him. Old Sin looked at Qing Tian, thinking that Mr. Jiang had mentioned the child was only 4 years old, so what could she possibly remember? It seemed pointless to ask. To his surprise, Qing Tian opened her mouth and recounted their entire conversation word for word. Although it wasn't exactly perfect, the meaning was definitely clear. Old Sin looked at Qing Tian in amazement and asked, "Is this child so young and already so clever?" "No, she has always had a good memory and can remember what others say," Sister Yi said proudly, smiling at Qing Tian. Qing Tian quickly added, "Mother said she wants to save money to send me to a girls' school, and then I will be able to read and write." Old Sin knew a bit about girls' schools, which were established because some people wanted to imitate the West and allow both boys and girls to attend school. However, due to the differences between genders, they couldn't have boys and girls in the same school, so they submitted a request and eventually established a girls' school. Years passed, but the girls' school only managed to enroll a few students each year, and often, some would leave after a few days, saying they wanted to go home and never return. So, the so-called girls' school was really just a facade, meant to impress outsiders. But seeing Sister Ye's proud expression, Old Sin surprisingly refrained from making a sarcastic remark and instead suggested, such a smart child might be better off learning at home with a tutor instead of going to a girls' school. Sister Yi hadn't thought of that before, but this opened up a new idea for her.
Right.
Didn't the Qin family invite Mr. Wei to teach their young master? Maybe we can also hire a tutor for Qing Tian to study and learn at home. Old Sin was startled by Sister Ye's words. The news about Mr. Wei being invited back to the Qin family was still only circulating in a small circle. For some unknown reason, the Qin family had not made this public, and Mr. Wei had not appeared openly either. So, those who learned of this news were generally divided into two groups. One group wanted to know how the Qin family found out about Mr. Wei and how they managed to invite him back to teach. Another group is skeptical, thinking that either the Qin family is boasting or someone is intentionally spreading rumors to embarrass them. Old Sin was about to ask more when Qiu Wei rushed in, looking anxious. She said, "Madam Yu, my master wants you to come over. Someone has come all the way from the capital to see you." The capital? Who? Sister Yi was confused, as she only knew Madam Qin and young Master Qin there. But didn't she just see them at the flower banquet? Why couldn't they say anything then and traveled all the way to Fengli County? Could it be a guest from the flower banquet coming to book a banquet? The thought of a business opportunity excited Sister Yi. She needed to earn money to hire a tutor for her daughter, so she had to work hard. Sister Yi released Qing Tian, adjusted her clothes, and tidied her hair, preparing to follow Qiu Wei. But Qiu Wei said, "Madam Yu, wait. My master said to bring Miss Qing Tian with you." Sister Yi noticed the change in Qiu Wei's address, adding Miss after Qing Tian's name. Who could this visitor be? She picked up Qing Tian and followed Qiu Wei outside. Yi Laoda and Old Sin exchanged glances and decided to follow along. Sister Yi, carrying Qing Tian, arrived at the main hall of the Jiang family. She was unsure of the customs, but Old Sin knew. Generally, in a large house like the Jiang's, guests are received in the flower hall. Only those of high status or very important guests should be in the main hall. Sister Yi entered the room first, and then she heard Qing Tian's excited voice. "Brother Qin, are you here to play with me?" While Old Sin was still wondering who Brother Qin was, Yi Laoda felt relieved, realizing it was young Master Qin. Then another familiar voice came. "Little Qing Tian, you only see your brother Qin? You're ignoring me, standing right here." Qing Tian quickly called out Mr. Wei. Seeing only Qin Hishuan and Wei Yan, Sister Yi was a bit surprised. "Young Master Qin, Mr. Wei, what brings you here?" Wei Yan stroked his short beard and said, "Sister Yi, you're too inconsiderate. You went to the flower banquet without telling me, and I missed it." Qin Hishuan opened his mouth, wanting to say that the flower banquet was for the ladies, but, remembering he attended too, he hesitated to speak. During this time together, he has come to understand Wei Yan more and more. Wei Yan is indeed very knowledgeable and often thinks outside the box in clever ways. However, despite his age, he still has a childish temperament, especially when it comes to food, which he is very particular about. Since being invited back to the residence by Madam Qin, the household has changed several cooks. So when he learned that Madam Qin and young Master Qin were attending a flower viewing banquet hosted by Sister Yi, who was the head chef preparing a chrysanthemum feast and chrysanthemum hot pot, he couldn't resist coming to taste her cooking. Qin Hishuan wanted to see Qing Tian, so he asked Madam Qin for permission to join. Sister Yi was surprised that Mr. Wei would travel such a distance just for food. Mr. Jiang had long known that Sister Yi was acquainted with the Qin family, but he was surprised to find that even Mr. Wei enjoyed her cooking, making him feel even luckier. Old Master Tsin was completely unaware and was taken aback. Qin Hishuan exchanged a few words with Qing Tian and then noticed an unfamiliar person in the room. He instinctively straightened his back and looked at Mr. Jiang, signaling him to introduce them quickly. Mr. Jiang, who had traveled abroad and seen the world, felt a chill from Qin Hishuan's sharp gaze. Fortunately, he was not foolish and quickly understood Qin Hishuan's intention, introducing the two parties. "Young Master Qin, Mr. Wei, this is Old Master Tsin from the Imperial Kitchen, here regarding the Emperor's recent interest in holding a culinary competition." Neither Qin Hishuan nor Mr. Wei had heard of Old Master Tsin before, but anyone working for the Emperor deserved respect. Qin Hishuan stepped forward to pay his respects. Old Master Tsin hurriedly stepped aside, saying, "Young Master Qin, there's no need for such formalities. They just call me Tsin Yuanming. You are an elder, so it is only right to address you respectfully," Qin Huishuan replied politely. "So you wish to invite Sister Yi to participate in the cooking competition?"
Exactly.
Madame Yu is an excellent cook, and I have already tasted her dishes. Mr. Wei was pleased to hear this. "So, Sister Yi will be going to the capital soon?" However, Qin Huishuan quickly shattered his hopes. "I heard my father say that the preliminary selection of participants will only happen before the new year, and the official competition will take place after the new year. Does that mean we have to wait another 2 or 3 months?" Mr. Wei said, somewhat displeased, but there was nothing he could do about it. Qin Huishuan was not interested in those things. He took Qing Tian's small hand and said to Aunt Yi, "Aunt Yi, I brought some of my childhood toys for Qing Tian. Can I take him to see them?" With Qin Huishuan being so polite, Aunt Yi couldn't refuse. However, she was also worried that he might give Qing Tian something expensive. But thinking that these were toys he played with as a child, they should be old and not valuable, she nodded in agreement. Seeing that Aunt Yi didn't remind Qing Tian to behave or listen, Qin Huishuan felt a bit better about her. He took Qing Tian to a side room. He had already asked someone to bring in the toys and, after consulting with Mr. Jiang, placed them in the room. Even though Qin Huishuan's toys were a few years old, they were still rare and new to Qing Tian. A brightly colored little horse immediately caught her attention. Noticing her interest, Qin Huishuan walked over and asked, "Do you want to ride it?" "Can I?" Qing Tian asked, a bit worried. "Of course," Qin Huishuan said as he lifted her onto the little horse and instructed, "Try swaying back and forth." As Qing Tian swayed, the horse began to rock. The sudden movement startled her, and she quickly hugged the horse's neck tightly. Qin Huishuan quickly held the horse's head and supported Qing Tian. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. You won't fall. Just sway slowly." Listening to Qin Huishuan, Qing Tian swayed gently a couple of times. Once the horse stabilized its movements, Qin Huishuan let go. Qing Tian sat on the horse, swaying happily for a while, laughing nonstop. "Do you like it?" Seeing her so happy, Qin Huishuan thought that at least these toys were not a waste. They were quite nice. After watching Qing Tian play with the horse for a bit, he lifted her down and took her to see other toys. The Qin couple felt guilty for not being able to be with their youngest son, so they kept sending various items from outside. Not only did they send all kinds of new toys from the country, but also foreign ones. Qing Tian had never seen these before. When she saw a little figure spinning in a circle on a disc, her eyes widened. "Brother Qin, what is this? Is it some kind of magic?" Qin Huishuan chuckled and asked, "Do you know what magic means?" "I heard someone say before that dark magic traps a person's soul in a paper figure, and then the figure will help its owner work." Qing Tian remembered this from when she was fleeing. Now, seeing a small copper figure pushing a grinding stone in circles, she recalled those words. Don't believe in those silly stories, Qin Huishuan thought. With Qing Tian's good memory, he felt he should remind the Yi couple to be careful and not let her interact with strange people, or she might pick up something odd. This mechanism is made by foreigners. If you twist it a few times, the figure will start moving on its own. Why does it move when you twist it? Qing Tian asked, puzzled. Qin Huishuan didn't really understand the principle either, so he replied, "Foreigners are good at making these clever gadgets. They aren't really useful, just toys to play with." "Okay," Qing Tian nodded. While they were talking, the little figure started to slow down. After teaching Qing Tian how to use it, he set it aside. "I noticed you didn't have any building blocks in your toys. I thought I had a set, but when I got home and searched everywhere, I couldn't find them. I guess a careless maid must have left them behind. But you already have so many toys." Qing Tian stretched out her arms to show, "I can't play with them all. As long as you like them, I'll ask your parents to bring some back for you." After looking at the toys, Qing Tian suddenly asked, "Brother Qin, can I ask you something?" "Of course." Qin Huishuan lifted Qing Tian to sit on the edge of the couch while he sat on a small stool. This way, they could see each other at eye level, so she didn't have to look up to talk.
"What is it?"
"Go ahead." Qing Tian liked Qin Hshuan because he never treated her like a little child. Others often thought she was too young to understand. But with Qin Hshuan, he always listened seriously and offered his advice, never looking down on her because of her age. She then shared everything she had learned from the conversation between Old Sin and Yi De. Qin Hshuan was surprised to learn about Yi Da's background and felt a bit moved. "What is bothering you now?" Qin Hshuan asked patiently. "Brother Qin, do you think my mom should recognize that old man?" Qin Hshuan was surprised that someone so young was worried about this. He thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want your mom to recognize him or not?" "I don't know." Qing Tian lowered her head. There were many things she didn't dare to tell Yi Laoda and Yin Yang, only Qin Hshuan.
I don't really like that old man.
He wasn't like the way you see him today. He was very fierce. But my dad said my mom actually wants to acknowledge him. Does that mean we will become a family? If both sides agree to recognize each other, then yes, you will become relatives. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian immediately frowned, almost scrunching her little face into a ball. Does that mean he will come live with us? Qing Tian asked worriedly, then quickly added, "We don't have a place for him to stay." "Don't worry, Mr. Tsin has worked in the royal kitchen for many years. He has plenty of money and won't move back to Rongxi village with you. If you recognize him, he will just be an ordinary relative, someone you visit during holidays." But Qing Tian still looked unhappy after hearing this. Qin Hshuan asked several times but couldn't figure out what was bothering her, feeling a bit anxious. "Qing Tian, you know you can tell me anything, and I won't tell anyone else, right?" Qing Tian nodded, looking up at Qin Hshuan with red-rimmed eyes. "What's wrong?" Qin Hshuan suddenly felt flustered. Taking her out to play and making her cry was not good. Tears were welling up in Qing Tian's eyes, making her look very pitiful. "Brother Qin, you said that old man is very rich. Will my mom leave my dad and me to run away with him?"
Huh?
Qin Hshuan was momentarily confused by her logic. "Whether she recognizes him or not, your mom has no reason to leave your dad and you. But there were cases like that when we were outside the village." Qing Tian said seriously, "People in the village said that a woman brought a rich old man home when her husband was away, and then—" "Okay, no need to say more." Qin Hshuan finally realized and quickly covered Qing Tian's mouth. "Remember, Mr. Tsin and your mom's situation are two different things. Besides, even if your mom did leave, I could have my mom take care of you at my house." "Who ran away?"
Who did they run with?
As soon as Big Brother Yi arrived, he was shocked to hear this. Qin Hshuan's cheeks turned slightly red, and he felt awkward, not knowing what to say. Uncle Yi." Qin Hshuan thought for a moment and explained. Sunny misunderstood. She thought that if Aunt Yi recognized Old Sin, she would leave with him, abandoning you both. "I was just—" Qin Hshuan couldn't continue. It felt wrong to say he was trying to persuade Sunny or explaining things to her. After all, Big Brother Yi had already heard his last comment. Fortunately, in Big Brother Yi's eyes, even though Qin Hshuan was a few years older than Sunny, he was still a child, so he didn't mind what he said. Big Brother Yi stepped forward and picked up Sunny, saying, "Silly girl, if your mother recognizes him, you'll have another great-grandfather who can love you and buy you toys." Unfortunately, Sunny had a very bad first impression of Old Sen. She shook her head repeatedly. "Brother Qin gave me so many toys. I don't want toys from him." Big Brother Yi didn't expect Sunny to reject Old Sin so strongly and worried her attitude might affect Aunt Ye's decision. He held Sunny close and asked, "Why don't you like that grandpa?" "He's scary," Sunny pouted. "He was mean to Mommy at the noodle shop." "Is that the only reason?" Sunny nodded. Big Brother Yi explained, "He was mean because he misunderstood your mother. It was wrong of him. But both adults and kids can make mistakes, right?" Sunny nodded again. "Mom told me that it's okay to make mistakes, but you have to admit when you're wrong. Remember to correct it next time, and you can't lie or deceive." "That's right, Sunny. Very well said," Big Brother Yi praised. "So, even though Old Sin made a mistake, if your mother is willing to accept him, you shouldn't dislike him anymore, okay?" Sunny looked up at Big Brother Yi and asked, "He really won't take Mommy away, right? Like what happened with the Gao family?" As soon as Sunny mentioned the Gao family, Big brother Yi understood her misunderstanding and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, I promise you, this is completely different from the Gao family situation. Besides, your mother loves you so much. How could she ever leave you? After hearing Big Brother Ye's reassurance, Sunny finally smiled again. Confirming that Aunt Yi will not be taken away by Old Sin, Qing Tian's resistance to Old Sin has decreased significantly. Elder Yi said to Qin Huishuan, Mr. Wei asked for you. He said there is more to learn today. Madame Qin agreed to let Qin Huishuan come along on the condition that he would not neglect his studies. He had almost forgotten about his studies while playing with Qing Tian, but fortunately, Mr. Wei was still thinking about it. Can I bring Qing Tian with me? Qin Huishuan asked. Elder Yi didn't quite understand why the young master of the Qin family liked to play with Qing Tian so much. He remembered being that age and preferred to play with boys his age in the village, not paying much attention to girls, especially younger ones like Qing Tian. However, since Qin Huishuan wanted to take Qing Tian along, Elder Yi had no reason to stop him. Since Aunt Yi wanted Qing Tian to learn to read and write in the future, it was good for her to be exposed to it early. So, Qin Huishuan took Qing Tian to find Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei was happy to see Qing Tian, but he didn't forget his main task. He first quizzed Qin Huishuan on what he learned yesterday and then gave him new questions to write before coming over to chat with Qing Tian. Have you forgotten everything I taught you on the way here? Of course not. Qing Tian replied confidently, I remember everything. Mr. Wei was skeptical. He had taught children before and understood their learning patterns at this age. Most kids forget quickly after memorizing, and only a few remember slowly, but still forget fast. Without someone to help them review repeatedly, they would quickly forget everything. Qing Tian was indeed smart and learned quickly, but after being apart for so long, and with no one at the Yi household to help her review, it was already impressive if she could remember a few phrases. Still, he casually said, Then recite it for me. Let me hear. To his surprise, Qing Tian recited the poems and the three-character classic perfectly. Mr. Wei's first reaction was, Did your older brother teach you again? At that moment, Qin Huishuan, who was trying to figure out how to write his essay, couldn't help but say, Mr. Wei, haven't you noticed? Qing Tian has an excellent memory. She remembers everything she hears. Really? Mr. Wei responded in surprise. I didn't know Qing Tian had such a talent. Also? What do you mean by that, Mr. Wei? Is there anyone else who has such a good memory like Qing Tian? Don't you know? Mr. Wei replied. Seeing Qin Huishuan looking confused, Wei Yan explained, It's not a stranger. It's your uncle, Prince Rue. He has an excellent memory. After saying this, Wei Yan suddenly remembered and slapped the table, saying, I thought so. Recently, Prince Rue has been out on royal business, and you haven't seen him since you returned. No wonder you didn't know. Qin Huishuan thought to himself, even if he had seen him, would he really perform a memory demonstration in front of me? However, he decided not to mention this detail to Wei Yan, knowing from past experience that it would lead to endless discussion. Young master, you should focus on your studies, Wei Yan said, taking Qing Tian outside and closing the door behind him. Qin Huishuan reluctantly turned his attention back to his work. Wei Yan's questions were straightforward, with only a small line of text written on a large sheet of paper. However, Qin Huishuan knew that his questions often had hidden meanings and required careful analysis, so he wrote extensively, filling almost half the page. After playing with Qing Tian for a while and teaching her 2 poems, Wei Yan estimated it was time to check on Qin Huishuan's progress and went back inside. Qing Tian stood on her tiptoes, trying hard to see the desk. Seeing her effort made Wei Yan smile. He ruffled her hair and asked, Can you understand it? Are you trying to get a closer look? Brother Qin's handwriting is beautiful, Qing Tian said. Even though she couldn't read it, she still praised him. Qin Huishuan felt a bit pleased and blushed at her compliment. However, he heard Wei Yan say, You can't even recognize the characters, yet you know if it's nice or not. Qin Huishuan then realized the flaw in Qing Tian's words. When did she learn to exaggerate? But Qing Tian replied, I've seen my brother write, and Brother Qin writes better than him. Wei Yan was momentarily speechless. It's not easy to write worse than your brother. I told him to practice his writing. But did he? His handwriting is terrible. No matter how well he studies, the examiner will just dismiss him. My brother writes every day, Qing Tian said. Grandma said that after the autumn harvest, they will send him to a private school, and they will also send my second and third brothers to start their studies. Wei Yan thought for a moment and asked, Who is the teacher at your private school? On a sunny day, Qing Tian recalled and said uncertainly, I think it was the village chief's father, a scholar. Scholar? Mr. Wei didn't seem too pleased with that. But thinking about it, in the countryside, if there aren't any prominent families with a tradition of education, having a local private school teacher who is a scholar is already better than in many places. After all, many people who open private schools aren't even scholars. Sai, your older brother, is quite smart. If he practices his writing well, when the family has money, it would be best to send him to the city for school so the child isn't delayed. Oh, I'll tell Aunt Air when I get back. Qing Tian nodded, indicating he remembered Mr. Wei's words. Aunt Yi cares a lot about her son's education, and since it was Mr. Wei who said it, she would definitely take it seriously. But she didn't know how much it would cost to study in the city. Hearing this, Qin Heshuan suddenly had an idea and said, Mr. Wei, actually we could invite Yi Chongrui to my house to study with me. Teaching one person is the same as teaching two, right? Mr. Wei. After all, he was a well-known scholar, and many people wanted to invite him to teach. Now, Qin Heshuan wanted a 2-for-1 deal? Besides, the Qin family isn't a place just anyone can enter. And if Yi Chongrui went to study at the Qin residence, it would be like he was marked with a Qin family seal. No matter what future he had, he would carry that mark. If something happened to the Qin family, Yi Chongrui would also be affected. However, he didn't rush to refute Qin Heshuan's idea. If the Yi family wanted to send Yi Chongrui to the Qin residence, they might even move to the capital. Then, if he wanted to eat dishes made by Aunt Yi, he wouldn't have to go all the way to ask Madame Qin for a visit. Thinking of this, Mr. Wei said, I really don't mind. After all, herding one sheep is the same as herding two. Young master should ask Lord Qin and Madame Qin first. Qin Heshuan pouted, knowing Mr. Wei wouldn't say anything nice. He was the sheep. But he still kept this in mind and planned to ask his mother about it later. If Yi Chongrui could come to study at their home, the Yi family might move to the capital too, making it much easier to see Qing Tian. Although Qing Tian didn't know what they were both thinking, he felt that both of them were calculating something in their hearts. Mr. Wei reviewed the problem-solving ideas written by Qin Heshuan, made some corrections, and pointed out a few points he hadn't considered, explaining them one by one. While Mr. Wei was teaching Qin Heshuan, Qing Tian quietly stayed by his side, just like before on the road. Mr. Wei briefly covered a few points and said, Let's stop here for now. Young master, think about it yourself first, and we'll discuss it in detail tonight. Okay. Qin Heshuan knew it was almost noon, and Mr. Wei was thinking about lunch, so he got up and organized the paper and pens, putting them aside. Sir, I will take Qing Tian out for a while. We'll have lunch together, Mr. Wei said, glancing at the clock in the room, realizing it was nearly time. He stood up and added, We'll go play after we eat. Qin Heshuan took Qing Tian with him. Mr. Zhang was already used to this situation, but Mr. Tsin was surprised again. What was the relationship between the Yi family and the Qin family? The young master of the Qin family was actually taking care of their child? Despite his surprise, Mr. Tsin instinctively smiled at Qing Tian. When Qing Tian saw him smile, she felt a bit scared and wanted to hide in Qin Heshuan's arms. But remembering what Mr. Yi had told her before, she held back and cautiously asked Mr. Tsin, Did you admit your mistakes to my mother? What? Mr. Tsin was taken aback by the question. What mistake was he supposed to admit? Was it bringing Yubin into the royal kitchen back then? Was it not sending people to look for Yubin all these years? Or was it that he didn't even know about Yubin's mental issues and secretly blamed him for not contacting him? Seeing Mr. Tsin standing there in silence, Qin Heshuan worried that Qing Tian's hard-earned courage might fade away, so he spoke up, Mr. Tsin has worked in the palace for so many years. He surely understands the importance of acknowledging and correcting mistakes, right? Yes, yes. Although Mr. Tsin was still confused, he instinctively agreed when he heard Qin Huishuan ask this. Qin Huishuan immediately turned to Qing Tian in his arms and said, "You see, he already knows he made a mistake and will correct it in the future. So, Qing Tian, let's not be angry with him, okay?" Mr. Tsin. When did he offend Qing Tian? No wonder when he brought toys before, the child cried. It turned out to be because of this. Although he couldn't remember what he did, he was aware of his own temper. However, he could tell that Qin Huishuan was speaking up for him, so before he figured out the situation, he wisely chose to go along with it. Yes, I realize I was wrong. I will definitely correct it and won't make the same mistake again. Can you please forgive me this time, Qing Tian? Although Qing Tian still felt something was off, she believed that Qin Gij wouldn't lie to her, so she softly nodded and said okay, then gave a shy smile to Old Sin. This smile went straight to Old Sin's heart. He had never noticed before how beautiful Qing Tian looked when she smiled. No wonder young Master Qin liked her so much. Who wouldn't love such a cute child? Even he wished he could take her from Qin Huishuan's arms and hold her himself. Thinking that such a sweet, understanding, and pretty girl was his great-granddaughter filled Old Sin's heart with warmth, melting his tough demeanor with her smile.